When Lin Gang ventured 300 layers underground in search of his missing father, he discovered that the foundations of human civilization had long been hollowed out. The deep blue light in the depths of the earth illuminated the nests of non-human entities, and a diary left by his father contained interstellar coordinates. This ordinary explorer traversed through layers of the crust, from miners' riots in the extraction area to genetic modifications in the Abyss laboratory, ultimately uncovering a conspiracy that had lasted for 1,000 years by the river of lava. Humanity had never truly dominated this planet. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Voice. There are many phenomena in this world that science cannot explain. At this moment, Lin Gang heard the voice of his deceased father. The voice echoed in his mind, repeating in terror and despair underground. Underground. A chilling scream emanated from the depths of his marrow, as if witnessing something extremely horrifying, a death warning, or a tearing sensation as if someone had been skinned alive, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Gang felt a chill run down his back, the hairs on his body standing on end, and he got up to walk towards the bedroom. Lin Gang, did you hear that voice again? His friend Xiao Ying asked, flipping through a stack of documents on the table. Yes. Lin Gang began to pack his luggage. Is it really Uncle's voice? Xiao Ying instinctively hugged her shoulders. Uncle Lin had been declared dead after an accident during an underground development project a year ago, despite extensive search efforts. Why would the dead? With a bang, Lin Gang closed the lid of his suitcase and paused in silence. I am an atheist and do not believe in the existence of ghosts after death. There must be a reason why I can hear my father's voice. Perhaps it is a sound wave controller or some other technological means that recorded my father's last words. As the saying goes, you must see a person when they are alive and a corpse when they are dead. If I haven't seen the body, then there is hope for his survival. Xiao Ying looked at Bei Jian, who was sitting nearby. Both were Lin Gang's close friends. Since Lin Gang's father had the accident, he had often experienced auditory hallucinations, and they were very concerned about his mental state. The death of Lin's father had been officially concluded. We are just worried about you. Bei Jian tossed a peanut into his mouth. After all, we've collected data for 3 months and haven't found any evidence. If we haven't found anything, we just need to keep looking. Lin Gang spread a map on the table, his finger tracing the location of the underground project base, his gaze flickering with determination. This depth is deeper than what the Soviets excavated back in the day. My father went missing here in well number 3. It's very suspicious. What's suspicious about it? Xiao Ying asked curiously. In the 1970s, the Soviets spent 33 years digging the world's deepest well at the junction of the Kola Peninsula and the Rovii, reaching a depth of 12,262 meters, which was the deepest human drilling at the time. Workers discovered a layer of gold and diamonds at a depth of 9,500 meters, with a gold content of up to 80 grams per ton. It was like a treasure, and in 1993, the authorities suddenly announced they would stop drilling and immediately halted the project. Lin Gang recounted calmly. Why? Normally, it would be impossible to stop drilling after finding such a huge treasure. Why was the project suddenly called off? It is said that they drilled down to the entrance of hell, and voices of millions crying for help came from the bottom of the well, which is why the exploration had to be stopped. There are rumors that someone captured images of hell. Oh, Lin Gang, don't scare me. Is there really a ghost and hell in this world? Xiao Ying said, looking terrified. What ghosts? You've read too many books and ruined your brain. Bei Jian, taking a cup of coffee from the smart machine butler, stood behind Lin Gang and Xiao Ying dismissively. The Soviets just ran out of money and concocted a mysterious excuse to save face. Xiao Ying turned her head and glared at Bei Jian. If you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth. Bei Jian's expression softened slightly. I didn't say anything wrong. What era are we in now? You still believe in ghosts? How many of those supernatural phenomena you've seen can withstand scrutiny? They're all just tricks for little girls. Not necessarily. Lin Gang suddenly said, this world may not have ghosts, but there may still be supernatural phenomena that science cannot explain. His father was a respected and authoritative scientist, admired by many. No matter what danger he encountered, he would remain calm. He would never emit such a mournful and fearful voice, one filled with despair to the bone, echoing underground. Underground? What was down there? What did his father see? Is his father's disappearance related to what he saw? Was it murder or an accident? Or is there some other unknown secret? What did his father's mysterious sound waves want to tell him? You don't really think your father's case is related to some supernatural phenomenon, do you? Beijing increasingly felt that Lin Gang's mental state was deteriorating. Haven't found any effective clues, and now you believe in ghosts? Lin Gang frowned and remained silent. Xiao Ying observed Lin Gang's expression. Have you really decided to go to the underground project base as an intern? Yes, it's already approved. Lin Gang continued to pack his luggage. The construction of the underground city is my father's years of hard work. Even if he is no longer here, I should still be involved. Lin Gang's words sounded very official, but Xiao Ying and Beijing knew that his true purpose for going to the underground project base was to investigate the truth behind his father's disappearance. He had never believed that his father was dead. In today's world, although technology is advancing rapidly and artificial intelligence has replaced human jobs, the environment has been severely damaged and surface resources have been depleted, directly squeezing human living space. The authorities had no choice but to turn their sights to the construction of underground cities to expand human living space. And this underground city construction was overseen by Lin Gang's father. Lin Gang had relied on his father since childhood, and the incident with his father had a significant impact on him. He had not been to school for a long time, so Xiao Ying and Bei Jian often visited him at home, worried about him. Xiao Ying probed, I heard that it's been quite dangerous around the base lately, with a lot of accidents. It is indeed quite dangerous there. The higher-ups have blocked the news. Bei Jian took a sip of coffee. My grandfather said that there have been several construction accidents recently, all involving construction workers. Each body was severely damaged. Some say it was an accident, others say there's a serial killer, and some say it's underground toxic gas. Bei Jian swung his legs while sitting at the bar. Anyway, there are all kinds of rumors. It's pretty chaotic there lately. Should we wait until the police catch the killer before going? Delay for a few days? Lin Gang shook his head, placing his luggage on the table, his gaze fixed on the map. I can't wait. He instinctively clenched his fists. He would not rest until he found out what had really happened to his father. Then, when do you plan to leave? Xiao Ying asked. Lin Gang said, tomorrow morning. Wow, you're leaving tomorrow and just now telling us. Bei Jian jumped down from a bar. I can't miss such excellent material for my thesis. I'm going too. I'll have my grandfather get me an expedited pass right now. Xiao Ying raised her hand, blinking and smiling. If you dare to leave me behind, I'll tell my dad not to let you go to the base. Haha. She waved the pass in her hand. She had already received it. The three of them had formed a small team 2 months ago, each leveraging their connections to gather information about the underground project base. Although they hadn't found any clues related to Lin Gang's father's accident, they were well informed about the underground project base. Lin Gang remained silent. The next morning, the three of them packed their luggage and met at the agreed location. Chapter 2. Strange Events Underground. Lin Gang only took a climbing backpack, while Xiao Ying drove a flying boat, her luggage filling an entire vehicle. Bei Jian carried a large suitcase, and when they saw Lin Gang's small backpack, they were surprised. You're taking so little stuff? Lin Gang patted his bag. I have a ding-dang cat. Inside. That was the smart mech left to him by his father. Although it often malfunctioned, it always came in handy at critical moments. This smart mech was in a cube standby state and would change mechanically when put to use, making it a portable smart mech. Bei Jian dragged a huge suitcase on his Xiao Ying's flying boat. Damn it, I brought my entire fortune with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Bei Jian's suitcase suddenly popped open with a bang, and a thin monkey rolled out of it. The monkey gasped for breath. I almost suffocated. Jian, I calculated that your suitcase is not going to work. I can't even stretch my leg. First glance, a monkey rolled out of the suitcase. But upon closer inspection, it was a person covered in compasses, candles, talismans, and tools, thin and dark, looking like an under-evolved monkey. He had a bag of treasures on his back, which was as strange as it could get. Bei Jian's eyes widened in shock, his expression like he had just eaten something disgusting. You, how'd you get in my suitcase? What happened to my stuff? No, why are you here? The monkey chewed on his cheek, speaking in a strange tone. I calculated that your journey is fraught with danger. My master sent me to follow you and protect you. Young master. Bei Jian's face instantly darkened. This thin person, who looked like a monkey, was a disciple of his family's feng shui master. He had never been to school and was just a pure fortune teller, always babbling about the supernatural and never getting anything right. He was sent to protect him? Did they think his life was too Comfortable? What happened to my stuff? Beijing asked with a dark face. The monkey shrugged nonchalantly. What do you need that stuff for? With me around, you could take on 100. You threw it all away? Beijing's face turned even darker. The monkey nodded vigorously. Beijing's heart bled. The self-defense weapons he carried were the most advanced and expensive smart weapons from the black market. This bastard actually threw it all away. Let's go. Stop your nonsense. Lin Gang shouldered his backpack and sat in the co-pilot seat of the flying boat, putting on a helmet. Xiaoling stepped on the throttle and flew out. Beijing and the monkey, who were in the back seat, were caught off guard and slammed into their seats due to inertia. Damn! The flying boat wove through the gray sky. Looking out, there were towering steel and concrete cities, countless flying vehicles roaring through the sky, and the virtual images of the metaverse overwhelming everything. An artificial intelligence traffic controller was managing the congestion of land, sea, and air. The underground project base Lin Gang was heading to was located beneath the last stretch of primitive forest on the outskirts of City A. The environment had been depleted to this extent, and the whole world was rushing to build underground cities in the last remaining resource areas. The country Lin Gang was in had excavated 3 underground city construction bases. One was in City A, where the underground water resources were abundant and unpolluted, boasting the last untouched primitive forest reserve. The second underground city construction base was in the Kunlun Mountains, known as the ancestral dragon vein of China by ancient people. It was the last pure land in the world. The location of the last underground city construction base was classified as a top secret, officially constructed without public disclosure. Lin Gang's father went missing at the underground project base in City A, so it was only natural for him to head there. The project base was developed beneath a primitive forest area, covering a total of 13,832 hectares, with the highest altitude of the primitive forest at 3,111.8 meters and the lowest at 381 meters. Here, Lin Gang could breathe the purest and cleanest oxygen, surrounded by lush natural ecology that inspired awe. Following the coordinates, Lin Gang and his companions took out their passes and smoothly entered the base construction entrance. The entrance was inconspicuous. To reduce the risk of detection by enemy countries, it was just an ordinary cave. However, beneath the cave lay a magnificent, modern, automated, and intelligent construction base, with silver-white beams of light zipping through various lines. Those flashes of light were not electric currents, but commuting vehicles, resembling a complex meteor shower streaking across the sky. Towering bright buildings reached into the sky, with no visible end, surrounded by rugged peaks that seemed bottomless. One would expect the underground project base to be bustling and dusty, but it turned out to be under sterile management. All staff wore white protective suits and oxygen masks. 60% of the staff were artificial intelligence robots, while 40% were humans engaged in planning, management, intelligent maintenance, and research and development. Lin Gang and his companions were dumbfounded as they followed an AI robot into a sterile passage. The 4 underwent disinfection and changed into protective suits before boarding the commuting vehicle with the robot. Damn! Beijing's mouth formed an O shape. This is incredible. The latest technology is all applied here. It's completely different from what I imagined. It's like an upgraded version of a surface city. Building an underground city is much more difficult than building a surface city, Lin Gang replied calmly. Underground city construction requires creating lighting conditions, oxygen environments, researching filtration of harmful gases, and addressing issues like pressure resistance. High temperatures, seismic resistance, explosion prevention, and collapse prevention, among others. So beautiful. Like a sky city in the darkness, Xiao Ying's eyes sparkled with wonder. The 4 took a transparent elevator down, and, as they glanced sideways, they happened to see 2 people carrying a body bag flash by in the adjacent elevator. This is the second body discovered this month, right? A staff member in the same elevator whispered. Another staff member, with a complex expression, replied, "Yes, I heard the bodies are unrecognizable, and their DNA has been destroyed. We can't confirm their identities and can only check the missing persons list and numbers to see which departments they belong to. Recently, many robots working on the front lines have malfunctioned." The staff member lowered his voice. "The higher-ups said that the deeper we dig, the greater the pressure, and it's normal for robots to break down. Some unfortunate staff died from toxic gas. 2 were due to accidents. As the conversation ended, a commuting vehicle loaded with scrapped robots whizzed past. Lin Gang silently listened to the staff's whispers, recalling the last 2 words his father left him, and gently frowned. The 4 were assigned to different departments at the personnel center based on their specialties. Lin Gang, Bei Jian, and Xiaoying entered as interns, while the monkey came in as a family member, reportedly because his aunt worked in robot maintenance at the underground city. Project base and had been missing for a while, requiring family members to come in to complete some procedures. Lin Gang, majoring in geological exploration, was naturally assigned to the Exploration Control Center. Xiao Ying, majoring in urban planning, was assigned to a different department, while Bei Jian and the monkey were assigned to the maintenance area. The 4 separated to investigate. Lin Gang's Exploration Control Center was located at the heart of the underground city's construction, akin to its heart, overseeing thousands of artificial intelligence systems. At this time, during off-duty hours, only 2 people in white coats were seated at computers, staring at data while drinking coffee that a gray-haired middle-aged man, without looking up, said, "Are you Lin Gang?" Lin Gang stood before him. "Yes, teacher. My surname is Zheng. Just call me Old Zheng, Dr." Zheng continued to focus on his datapad. "The personnel department has already informed me that the frontline internship is quite tough. I wish you a pleasant internship." He pointed casually, "Take that pile of documents to the general office to be archived, and ask Xiao Chun for another pack of her coffee. Her coffee is still the best." "Understood," Lin Gang replied respectfully, carrying the document box as he walked out. Another staff member sneered, "Dr. Zheng is starting to bully interns again. They just arrived, and he's already making them run errands and asking for coffee. Don't let it be the case that in less than half a month, you scare someone off. That would make it the 23rd one. These tasks should be handled by logistics.dr." Zheng chuckled. "Smart people can't compare to humans. You don't understand. Young people need to run errands more." Just as Lin Gang was about to leave, the datapad in Dr. Zheng's hand suddenly went black, and then alarms rang out from the control room, with lights flashing red and dim. A man in a lab coat rushed in from outside Dr. "Zheng, there's been another incident. Deep well number 3. Xiaoyu." Dr. Zheng suddenly reprimanded. The man called Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Gang and abruptly fell silent. A chill ran through Lin Gang's heart as he carried the box out. The glass door behind him slowly closed, and through the glass, he could clearly see the look of fear and horror gradually appearing on Dr. Zheng's face, a rare sight for a scientist, unless something beyond his understanding had occurred. Deep well number 3. His father went missing in deep well number 3. Chapter 3. The body is wrong. Lin Gang delivered the files on time and returned with coffee, finding only the female staff member busy in the control room. "Where's Professor Zheng?" Lin Gang asked. The female staff member was focused on operating the panel, her expression serious. "He went to deep well number 3. That was the lowest and most frontline position of the entire underground project base, located in the development zone. What problems could arise from continuous excavation at such depths?" While he was lost in thought, another alarm sounded in the control room. The female staff member spun in her chair, moving rapidly between different computers, when suddenly, the circuits flickered and the control room plunged into darkness. "The main line board is broken." The female staff member took out a communication device, but there was no signal. The robotic control panel was unresponsive. She suddenly looked at Lin Gang. "We can't be short-staffed in the control room. Go to the logistics maintenance center and find someone. Forget it. They're probably busy with repairs right now." The female staff member tried to control the robot, but the signal was interrupted, rendering her unable to operate it. In a panic, she stood up and quickly rummaged through a pile of electronic equipment. This situation had never happened before, and she was a bit flustered. It was midnight, and most employees were asleep. There were not many staff on duty in the control center, and with communication cut off, the female staff member pulled out an electronic device and handed it to Lin Gang. "Take this to the deep well number 3 base and make sure it gets to Dr. Zheng. This is the encrypted data that was just exported." She handed him a pass card as well. "The transportation system is operating independently and hasn't been affected. You need to hurry." With communication cut off, this data couldn't be transmitted to Professor Zheng. Lin Gang took the data device, and Zheng nodded. Holding the pass card, he headed directly to the commuting vehicle to deep well number 3. This commuting card could only be held by formal employees, and different departments had restricted areas for commuting. However, the special card in Lin Gang's hand allowed him to move freely throughout the entire underground project base. Should he be thankful for this sudden accident or feel awed? Encountering such a critical crisis upon arrival, with the mainline board malfunctioning, indicated that the entire communication and intelligent control system was paralyzed. Mining operations in the deep well were stalled. Although there were backup power sources and emergency communication devices, it seemed they were all experiencing issues as well. Was this too unusual? Lin Gang felt anxious as he rode the commuting vehicle through the beams of light, as if he had suddenly fallen into an endless abyss of time, layers of white fear wrapping around him. After about 5 minutes, the communication and power systems returned to normal, and the female staff member sent a message asking Lin Gang to return. Lin Gang paused for a moment, turned off the communication device, pretended not to see, and continued to the development zone. This was a rare opportunity to access the core area of the incident and the only chance to investigate his father's disappearance. Subconsciously, he believed his father's disappearance was related to those frequent accidents, all of which occurred in the development zone, and had to go deep into the well to uncover some clues. The commuting vehicle passed through the safe living area and sped through the busy work area, heading toward the southernmost deep well number 3. The development zone was still in the rocky exploration phase. Lin Gang looked at the map on his watch, holding the unrestricted commuting card, and, under the guidance of the intelligent robot, took the elevator down to the deep well no. 3 area, continuing to descend. The deeper he went, the narrower the cave became. This was a truly dangerous frontline exploration area. Although he was in an oxygen-controlled pressure relief passage, he still felt a suffocating sense of confinement. Walking through the long corridor of pipes, people hurried past him. At the entrance of the deep well, Lin Gang saw Professor Zhang's figure. Professor Zhang and others were crouched on the ground, examining the black powder at the cave entrance, which looked identical to the powder on the nearby charred corpse. Lin Gang was terrified at the sight of the charred body for the first time, turning pale. This person was a maintenance worker for well number 3. The Falcon exploration device suddenly stopped operating, and we sent maintenance workers down with a group of AI robots to check it out, only to encounter this situation. The power system was sabotaged, and the communication system was also breached. That we don't know if enemy spies have infiltrated and are deliberately sabotaging our underground city construction. But the body is too strange. Those AI robots were torn in half, and their chips were burned. The human body has also turned black. This is too brutal. This is already the 8th incident. We must report again and urge the higher-ups to send police to investigate. I initially thought those charred bodies were caused by triggering high-voltage electricity. However, black powder of an unknown substance was found on those bodies, which is very suspicious. The hardness of the bodies is astonishing. Professor Zhang, haven't the results of the investigation on the bodies come back yet? The staff discussed in low voices, while Lin Gang observed the body from a distance. His intuition telling him that something was wrong with the body, he forced down his discomfort and fear and stepped forward to take a closer look. Professor Zhang, the control center asked me to bring this datapad to you. Lin Gang respectfully offered it forward. Professor Zhang, hearing the unfamiliar voice, instinctively looked up, his expression darkening. How'd you get down here? This was a construction site, and no one was allowed to enter without authorization except for designated personnel. Lin Gang replied firmly. The control center just stopped operating, the AI operating system is down, and the data exported by the staff couldn't be sent to you. So, I had to make a trip. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhang's expression grew serious as he accepted the datapad. The datapad is no longer needed. Communication has been restored, and we have received news. Xiao Yu said, an explosion occurred at Deep Well No. 5, affecting the power and communication systems, but they will be restored soon. There was also a collapse incident at Deep Well number 8 2 months ago, right? Yes, things have been increasingly unstable lately. The staff exchanged words, and as Lin Gang continued to observe the body, Professor Zhang said, young man, you should go up first. What you see and hear here today must not be leaked. Do you understand? This is professional ethics. If the news gets out, you can forget about graduating. There will be no place for you in the exploration industry in the future. Lin Gang nodded and secretly recorded the state of the body and the scrapped robots with a hidden flash, walking back nonchalantly. Before he reached the elevator, the ground beneath him trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Suddenly, debris fell and the ground collapsed. Everyone was startled, and someone shouted, Professor Zhang. Lin Gang turned around abruptly and saw a huge rock falling from above. Along with the rock's descent, a black shadow quickly crawled past the cave wall. Lin Gang was alarmed and instinctively lunged toward Professor Zheng, pushing him away. The massive rock suddenly struck Lin Gang's shoulder, and everything went dark as he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, it was already an afternoon half a month later. Xiaoying sat beside the hospital bed with red eyes. Bei Jian was playing a game nearby, and the monkey had a worried expression leaning against the door. Lin Gang struggled to sit up. "You're awake?" Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise. Bei Jian and the monkey also gathered around. "Bro, you scare me to death. On your first day underground, you almost heroically sacrificed yourself." Lin Gang's mind buzzed. Lingering on the moment, he collapsed after brief flashes of memory. In a daze, he seemed to see a shadowy figure crawling past in the darkness at the cave ceiling. "Lin Gang." Xiaoying suddenly hugged him, crying out, "Don't scare me like that again. I almost went with you. We applied to transfer you to the best hospital on the surface, but Professor Zheng wouldn't allow it," Bei Jian said. "Professor Zheng insists on keeping you here for treatment, as if he's afraid you'll leak some confidential information." Lin Gang remained silent. He raised his hand and pressed the ring on his thumb, projecting the images in front of him, a charred, eerie corpse and a broken artificial intelligence. "Damn," Bei Jian exclaimed softly, "you wake up and show us this kind of gruesome stuff." The monkey leaned over, staring at Lin Gang with a strange expression. Lin Gang stared intently at the charred corpse. A normally burned body would show signs of carbonization, but the corpse from well number 3 was wrapped in a layer of hard black powder, with an extraordinary hardness that was not ordinary carbonization. Lin Gang murmured, "Something's not right. Something's not right. I have to go back." "What's not right? Where do you want to go back to?" Xiaoying asked anxiously. Lin Gang threw off the covers and attempted to get out of bed. "Well number 3. I must go back once. There's something I need to confirm." As he moved suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his wound, causing him to freeze in place. "Are you out of your mind? Well number 3 has collapsed. What are you going there for? To die?" Bei Jian scoffed. "I have to go back." Lin Gang muttered to himself. The monkey took off the talisman from around his neck and walked around Lin Gang, chanting incantations seriously before suddenly slapping the talisman on Lin Gang's forehead. "Big brother, your aura is still dark. It seems there's still bloodshed ahead." He held a mirror up to his face. "According to my experience as the 81st descendant of Giguzi, Lin Gang, big brother, you've seen a ghost. You're haunted. The ghost will come after you." "Shut up, you charlatan." Xiaoying pushed the monkey away. "Lin Gang is an atheist and doesn't believe your nonsense. Let him rest. Don't trouble him." She tore the talisman off Lin Gang's forehead. Just then, Professor Zheng walked in with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu stepped forward, grateful. "I heard you woke up, so we hurried over to see you. Little Lin, you saved Professor Zheng. You're a great hero of the entire underground project base." Professor Zheng is the most proud student of academician Lin Dong. Lin Gang, not in good spirits, suddenly jolted at the mention of his father's name. Professor Zheng is Dad's student? He had never heard Dad mention it. Professor Zheng smiled kindly. "Lin Gang, does your wound still hurt?" Lin Gang nodded. Professor Zheng said warmly, "In a couple of days, it won't hurt anymore. Although it's a comminuted fracture, with the implanted enhancement chip and smart bones, recovery will be quick. If you need anything, just let me know." He might be crazy. The first thing he wants to do when he wakes up is go back to well number 3, Bei Jian blurted out. "That's his request." Lin Gang's expression changed, and he quickly explained, "I'm worried there might still be teachers down there who haven't been rescued." "What's the situation down there now?" Professor Zheng patted his hand. "Don't worry about your injuries. No one else was hurt besides you. The situation down there has stabilized, and safety hazards have been identified." Lin Gang hesitated for a long time, debating whether to reveal his identity and ask Professor Zheng about his father. But recalling the days after his father's incident, he had inquired about his father's whereabouts from everyone who had worked with him, and no one had told him the truth. Surely, Professor Zheng would be the same. This place was filled with unknown fears, and it was hard to distinguish between friend and foe. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Gang cautiously asked Professor Zheng, "I saw a charred corpse in well number 3. What's going on? Was there an accident? Why did well number 3 collapse?" Professor Zheng's expression remained unchanged as he reassured him. During maintenance, a worker accidentally touched a high-pressure plate, causing instant carbonization. "Don't worry. The collapse of well number 3 was merely due to ordinary aftershocks from an earthquake. Focus on your recovery, Dad. It seemed that the upper management intentionally concealed the truth. After Professor Zheng left, Lin Gang got out of bed, deep in thought for a long time. He clapped his fists together. "I've decided." "What? What did you decide?" Bei Jian asked. "Tonight, we act." Lin Gang attempted to move his painfully stiff shoulder. The chip in smart bones had replaced his original shoulder. Although it hurt, it didn't hinder his movement. "Huh?" Bei Jian was confused. "My dad went missing in well no. 3, Lin Gang insisted. "This incident in well number 3 is suspicious, and Professor Zheng is trying to hide the truth. I need to investigate personally." "You all shouldn't go," Lin Gang said seriously. "It's dangerous. These repeated fatal incidents and frequent construction accidents are strange and could pose unknown dangers. You wait for my news in the work area." "No, I want to go too," Xiao Ying insisted. "Wherever you go, I'll go." Tears filled her eyes as she said, "I came down here for you." Bei Jian followed, perhaps out of curiosity. But Xiao Ying was there for Lin Gang. She had harbored a crush on him for over 10 years. Lin Gang was her life. Bei Jian stretched lazily. "Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Since you want to go, we naturally will go too. I have a bad feeling about this. I shouldn't go." The monkey shook his head, looking at Bei Jian with longing. "Young master, you shouldn't go either. You'll die down there." "Shut up, you jinx," Bei Jian kicked him. No matter how much Lin Gang tried to persuade them, the other 3 clung to him like a stubborn adhesive that, in the end, the 4 of them each took on their roles, preparing their gear for going underground. Water, protective suits, laser lights, self-defense guns, and fingerprint locks. For staff were all organized among the 4. Lin Gang opened his climbing bag and took out a super-intelligent mech. From the mech's lithography box, he pulled out a commuting card, which was a special commuting card that he had secretly copied. Chapter 4. The eerie giant wolf in a secluded corner near the control center. A woman swiftly took up her equipment, infiltrating the underground command system in mere minutes. "All right, the path ahead is clear, but the cameras will experience 10-second delays in succession. We must pass quickly." The speaker was none other than Xiao Ying. "What? 10 seconds?" Bei Jian leaped up in alarm. "That's far too short. Can we extend the time?" "No. Delaying too long will alert them." Lin Gang tightened his gear, patted Bei Jian on the shoulder, and declared, "Get ready. It's time to set off." With that, Lin Gang crouched low and dashed towards the direction of the 3rd shaft. Xiao Ying stowed her equipment and hastened to follow. The monkey adjusted his small bag on his shoulder and cheekily remarked to Bei Jian, "Young master, I'll go ahead. You cover our rear." With that, he brandished his compass and clattered off. Bei Jian grimaced, but hurried after him. Upon reaching the vicinity of the 3rd shaft, Lin Gang quickly pulled the 3 of them into hiding once more. Just as they concealed themselves, several security robots appeared at the spot where they had just stood. After a thorough inspection, the robots departed without noticing anything amiss. As they watched the robots retreat, the 4 of them collectively exhaled in relief. They had narrowly escaped detection by the security robots, which could have resulted in their expulsion from the base, or worse, being shot to pieces by the robots if they were to enter attack mode. After all, the security robots were equipped with formidable weaponry. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the monkey remarked, "Good thing I consulted the oracle before leaving. Following the celestial master shall surely avert disaster." "It's all your clattering junk that attracted the robots," Bei Jian retorted angrily, delivering a sharp kick to the monkey's backside. With a thud, Bei Jian clutched his mouth with one hand and his leg with the other, rolling on the ground, having inadvertently kicked the shovel dangling from the monkey's back. The monkey grinned. "Young master, I have a talisman for good fortune. I'll sell it to you cheaply." "I see misfortune in your face." Feeling as though he were being mocked by a wild monkey from Huagua Mountain, Bei Jian, infuriated, scrambled to his feet and began to grapple with the monkey. "Enough. While they are distracted, we need to prepare to descend," Lin Gang interjected, halting the scuffle as he readied to descend. Inside the 3rd shaft, it was evident that the aftermath of the recent incident had yet to be addressed. The scene was chaotic. The lifting equipment lay in ruins, unrepaired. The 4 had no choice but to carefully navigate down the damaged shaft. As they entered the shaft, a shadow emerged. Truly a case of like father, like son. Their tempers and dispositions are utterly identical. With that, the shadow turned and vanished. As the 4 climbed down the rope, the monkey muttered about his extraordinary powers. and seeing no one object, continued to boast about his abilities to capture ghosts and vanquish demons. I'm not bragging. On my 10th birthday, my master and I passed through a haunted graveyard. Do you know about the spirits that dwell there? Bei Jian, growing impatient, interrupted, Monkey, are you spewing nonsense again? Caught off guard by Bei Jian's remark, the monkey stammered, Young master, I'm just exaggerating. How can you say I'm spewing nonsense? You cultured folks can be so crass. Shh, quiet. Bei Jian cut in, then softly queried Xiao Ying and Lin Gang. Did you hear anything? The monkey chimed in. I heard the mouth performance you just did, young master. Before he could finish, a massive figure collided with him, sending him flying. Ouch! Who did that? Fortunately, the drop was not too deep. The monkey merely cried out in pain, suffering no serious harm. Lin Gang charged towards the dark figure, fearing it might harm Xiao Ying. As he shone his light upon it, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The shadow resembled a colossal black wolf, significantly larger than any ordinary wolf, perhaps even the size of a bull. This enormous wolf, seemingly devoid of fur, appeared coated in a layer of black oil, glistening ominously in the light. It opened its gaping maw, revealing glimmering fangs, and lunged at the four of them. Bei Jian was struck by the wolf's tail, crashing into the monkey, who yelped in pain. After cursing, the monkey quickly added, Young master, I cushioned your fall to protect you. You owe me a reward later, at least 100,000. Worried for Xiao Ying's safety, Lin Gang positioned himself in front of her, urging her to descend first while he held off the creature for a moment. However, before Lin Gang could react, the giant wolf struck him with a paw against his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Looking down, Lin Gang noticed deep gashes etched into his chest. Gasping in pain, he realized his backpack had been flung aside by the force of the blow, and he had taken the impact from such a height. Xiao Ying quickly reached the bottom of the shaft, assisting the injured Lin Gang to his feet and positioning herself protectively behind him, ready to confront the wolf. The giant wolf leaped down, its blood-red eyes fixed menacingly on the four, shaking its massive head, exuding a ferocious aura. Bei Jian hastily drew his makeshift weapon and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the wolf, but appeared entirely unfazed, as if his efforts were merely a gentle tickle. The monkey observed the indifferent wolf and remarked, Young master, that weapon of yours is ineffective. Frustrated, Bei Jian ceased firing, glancing at his gun before violently throwing it to the ground. Those unscrupulous merchants. Just wait until I get out of here. I'll settle the score with them. Isn't your family made up of merchants? The monkey chimed in, delivering a jab. Lin Gang pulled Xiao Ying behind him, asserting, This has nothing to do with merchants. This wolf is just too bizarre. Xiao Ying, touched by Lin Gang's protective instinct, felt a surge of emotion. The monkey grinned broadly. You've got a keen eye. You can tell this wolf is strange. Lin Gang shot him a glare. Even a blind person can see that this wolf is odd. Oh, right, The monkey chuckled awkwardly. No worries. Leave the strange matters to this humble Taoist. Dealing with such anomalies is my specialty. With that, the monkey's demeanor turned serious as he produced a yellow talisman, muttering incantations under his breath. Command! He flicked his hand, sending the talisman soaring toward the giant wolf, landing squarely on its forehead. Upon contact, the wolf became utterly still. If not for its heavy breathing, one might think it had transformed into a statue. Lin Gang and the others were left astounded by the monkey's display of prowess. Could it be that this fellow truly possessed celestial abilities? Their firearms had proven useless. Yet this singular piece of paper had effectively neutralized the creature. The trio felt their worldviews profoundly shaken. The monkey, noticing their astonishment, brushed his sleeves and produced a dust whisk from seemingly nowhere, brandishing it with flair. Fear not, my esteemed companions. With this celestial master around, you shall remain unharmed. As soon as he finished speaking, the monkey added with a mischievous grin, but remember to settle the bill afterward. That talisman cost 18,888. Chapter 5. The monkey's unyielding survival instinct. Bei Jian gazed at the monkey in disbelief, rolling his eyes as he approached Lin Gang and Xiao Ying. How are things? Are you all right? Bei Jian approached the other side, supporting Lin Gang to examine his wounds. Xiao Ying rummaged through her backpack, preparing to bandage Lin Gang. Suddenly, Lin Gang broke free and shouted at the monkey, "Monkey, get out of the way!" Before the monkey could react, a massive wolf collided with him, sending all four tumbling to the ground. The fierce wolf bared its teeth, glaring at the four with malevolence, shaking its head as the yellow talisman on its forehead ignited instantly, turning to ash. The wolf raised its head and let out a howl, as if feeling provoked by the insignificant humans before it, declaring its intent to annihilate them. Accompanied by its howl, flames erupted around the wolf, transforming it into a hellish beast. With its lack of fur and the blazing fire enveloping it, the creature appeared utterly unexplainable by scientific means. Grinding his teeth, Bei Jian cursed, "Monkey, what have you done? Why is this monster suddenly on fire?" The monkey, with an innocent expression, replied, "I don't know. It was just an ordinary talisman to ward off evil. Who knew it would ignite?" Lin Gang, in his heart, began to scold the monkey for being such an insufferable fool, thinking, at a time like this, you still speak nonsense about a warding talisman? Is it a curse? The giant wolf did not allow them much time to ponder and lunged at them. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Ying and Bei Jian had to toss their backpacks aside, using them to fend off the wolf, but they were quickly sent flying. The monkey, however, was nimble. He seized a large iron shovel and struck the wolf's rear. The wolf turned slowly to regard the feeble monkey, who, terrified, turned and fled, shouting, "Sorry, everyone. I'll find help." He dashed away in a blur. Lin Gang, enduring the pain, crawled toward his backpack. The wolf glanced at Bei Jian, who lay on the ground in agony, then turned its attention to Lin Gang, slowly approaching him. Perhaps sensing Lin Gang's struggle, the wolf chose him as its target. Xiao Ying's eyes welled with tears at the sight of the approaching beast, but she felt utterly powerless. Lin Gang, unfazed by the wolf's advance, continued to crawl toward his backpack. Just as he reached for it, the wolf placed a paw on his back, its claws ripping through his clothing and sinking deep into his flesh. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Gang's forehead as he thought he was about to perish beneath the wolf's claws. Yet, he was unwilling to accept his fate. He had yet to uncover any clues about his father and could not die here. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he stretched out his trembling hand toward his backpack. Xiao Ying, seeing Lin Gang covered in blood, wept uncontrollably. They were merely young university students, barely adults, unaccustomed to such life-and-death scenarios. Bai Yin, equalité fit, tournate pile. Devoid of any color. With all his strength, Lin Gang let out a roar. Finally grasping the backpack, he pulled it close and pressed his bloodied hand against the metallic cube inside. Suddenly, the cube erupted in blinding light, dazzling enough to render one unable to open their eyes. The monkey, having barely escaped, paused to gaze at the brilliance. The metallic cube expanded rapidly, enveloping Lin Gang and transforming into a gleaming silver mech. The monkey, astonished, had his eyes bulging in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Had Lin Gang just transformed into a version of an armored hero? No, it was more akin to Iron Man. The monkey, shocked, leaped into action, drawing a peachwood sword from his backpack, and shouted, "Fear not, my friends. I shall lend you my strength." The mech-clad Lin Gang stood tall, embodying a warrior-esque spirit. He delivered a powerful punch, sending the giant wolf flying. The wolf fell directly toward the monkey, resulting in a thunderous crash. The monkey was struck by the falling beast. "Ouch! It burns! I'm on fire!" he cried, writhing from the flames licking at him. Once he extinguished the fire, his face was char-black. Picking up the fallen peachwood sword, he shouted, "You vile creature! Today, I shall dismantle you limb by limb. You have no idea who you're dealing with." With a snap, the sword broke in two. The monkey's face contorted in agony, realizing he had just destroyed the prized weapon made of rare, thunderstruck wood, which he had never wanted to use. Looking at the broken sword and the robust wolf, he weakly called out, "Lin Gang, give it your all and don't hold back. I'll find help." With that, he turned to flee once more. Bai Yin, infuriated by the monkey's cowardice, retorted, "Monkey, where's your sense of honor? What about your face? If you run away today, I will ensure you pay for it when we get back." Upon hearing Bei Jian's words, The monkey's expression shifted dramatically. With a righteous tone, he declared, "Fear not, my friends. I will not abandon you. I have returned to aid you." Observing Lin Gang, standing like a warrior, the monkey felt reassured. He dashed back to help Bei Jian and Xiaoying, asking, "Are you both all right? Rest assured, with me, the vile creature cannot harm you." Witnessing the monkey's bravado and listening to his words, the other three, including the wolf, could only inwardly curse him for his shamelessness. Xiaoying, in exasperation, shook off the monkey's hand, her mind solely focused on Lin Gang, who had sustained severe injuries and lost a significant amount of blood. Concerned for Lin Gang, she looked at the gleaming mech and seemed to recall something, turning to the monkey and Bei Jian, saying, "What has transpired here must not be divulged to anyone. If I discover that either of you has leaked a word, I shall not be merciful." Feeling the chill emanating from Xiaoying, both Bei Jian and the monkey felt their pores stand on end. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly sweet and gentle Xiaoying could emit such a formidable presence. Bei Jian, having grown up with her, had never witnessed her speak with such authority. Yet, considering her family background, he could imagine the severity of the situation if things did not unfold as she intended. Watching Xiaoying fiercely protect Lin Gang, Bei Jian felt a pang of envy. Pondering what fortune Lin Gang must have earned to deserve such loyalty from her, he exchanged a glance with the monkey, who instantly understood. Raising his hand, the monkey vowed, "I swear, I know nothing of today's events. If I breathe a word, may I die poor." For the monkey, who valued wealth above all, the notion of poverty was the most terrifying curse imaginable. His declaration illustrated the depth of his survival instinct. Chapter 6: The Mysterious Visitor Inside the Mecha. Lin Gang fixed his gaze on the colossal wolf before him. The discomfort within the mecha was palpable, as he had just endured a series of severe injuries. Pushing the limits of human endurance to the brink, Lin Gang forced himself to persevere, suppressing any thoughts of relaxation. The ferocity and agility of the giant wolf were daunting, and despite the protection the mecha offered, he harbored no certainty of being able to slay the beast. His wounds were still bleeding, and he was uncertain whether he could hold on long enough to defeat it. Originally, the mecha served as Lin Gang's ace in the hole. His father had repeatedly advised him to keep it concealed unless absolutely necessary. However, given the dire circumstances, failing to utilize the mecha could result in the demise of himself and his companions. He could not bear to watch Xiaoying and Bei Jian perish before his eyes for the sake of a mere secret. The giant wolf, angered by a heavy blow from Lin Gang, lunged forward, its massive jaws snapping towards the neck of the mecha. Fortunately, the mecha's robust construction held firm. Yet the wolf's teeth bit down with a sound akin to metal grinding, revealing the strength of its jaws. Without the mecha, Lin Gang's head would likely have been severed from his body by that single strike. Enduring the excruciating pain of his wounds, Lin Gang raised his left arm, maneuvering past the wolf's claws that raked at his chest, and seized the wolf by its neck. The wolf's neck was thick, and Lin Gang had to exert force to tear through its hide, grasping the flesh beneath to forcibly pull its head away from his neck. The wolf, in pain, twisted its head in an attempt to bite Lin Gang's left arm, but failed to reach him, thrashing its limbs in frustration, causing the mecha to creak ominously. Xiaoying, hearing the metallic friction, felt as though her eardrums would burst. Lin Gang mustered all his strength and struck the wolf's head with a series of powerful blows. 1 punch. 2 punches, 3 punches. It was impossible to count how many strikes he delivered. But finally, with one last blow, the wolf's head caved in. A dark liquid gushed from its ears, nose, and mouth, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Not even an ordinary wolf could withstand such a barrage, let alone this giant wolf, which had displayed remarkable resilience. Observing the wolf's defeated form, Lin Gang sighed in relief. However, the moment he relaxed, he lost consciousness and collapsed. When Lin Gang awoke, 3 days had passed. Xiaoying, looking weary, sat beside him, and upon seeing him awake, she threw herself into his arms, weeping profusely. Bei Jian and Ho Zi rushed into the room upon hearing the commotion. "Wow, you're finally awake. You've practically become a regular at this hospital." We've been in the underground city for over 20 days, and you've been bedridden for 18 of those. Bei Jian exclaimed, though his eyes betrayed genuine concern. Noticing the fatigue etched on Bei Jian and Ho Zi's faces, Lin Gang understood that they had shared in his anxiety during his unconsciousness. Ho Zi, I thought you ran away. Why are you back? Lin Gang teased, attempting to lighten the mood. I couldn't bear to leave you behind, Ho Zi replied, grinning. I even sacrificed a precious 4-turn Thunderstrike wood to save you. You owe me 4-turn Thunderstrike wood? Xiaoying asked, puzzled. What is that? Ho Zi, suddenly animated, explained. Thunderstrike wood is wood that has been struck by lightning, a highly valuable material. My 4-turn Thunderstrike wood has been struck by lightning 4 times. What are the odds of that? It possesses the power of thunder. How come you weren't struck by lightning? Bayin ritotit angrili. What good are you? When danger strikes, you run faster than a rabbit. If I had my weapons, we wouldn't be in this predicament. If I were struck by lightning, wouldn't that mean I'd be transcending? What would you do if I became an immortal? Right, young master? Ho Zi continued jokingly. The group was left utterly exasperated by Ho Zi's antics. Lin Gang sat up in bed and asked, what about the giant wolf? Just as Xiaoying was about to respond, the door swung open, and Dr. Zheng entered with Xiaoyu. You're awake. How do you feel? Dr. Zheng inquired with genuine concern for Lin Gang's well-being. I feel quite well. No issues. Lin Gang replied. No issues? Then let us discuss the matter at hand. Why did you descend into the mine without permission? Do you understand that you've seriously violated the regulations of our underground city? Dr. Zheng's tone turned stern. But what? Are you going to make excuses for your mistakes? Dr. Zheng pressed, his demeanor serious. If Lin Lao were here, he would surely not let you off lightly. You need to leave. Lin Gang, puzzled, asked, leave? Where to? Back to the surface. From today onward, you are forbidden from entering the underground city. If I catch you in the underground city again, I will impose severe consequences. Dr. Zheng admonished angrily. What about the giant wolf we killed? Lin Gang insisted. What giant wolf? There was no giant wolf. Stop spouting nonsense. You all experienced hallucinations due to exposure to toxic gases from shaft number 3. The official response to this incident has been issued. Once you leave, do not spread rumors, as you will be held accountable. Avoid causing further trouble and do not bring shame upon Lin Lao. Dr. Zheng scolded Lin Gang. Hallucinations? You're telling me my injuries are merely illusions? Lin Gang challenged. Dr. Zheng, seeing Lin Gang's persistence, offered no further explanation and instructed Xiaoyu to hand Lin Gang the official report. Lin Gang took the report, which stated, investigation into the safety incident caused by the development of the underground city revealed that staff negligence led to exposure to toxic gases, resulting in hallucinations. Improper operations caused a minor explosion at the bottom of the shaft, resulting in 1 severe injury and 3 minor injuries, with no fatalities. Lin Gang glanced at Xiao Ying and the others, who exchanged looks of disbelief. Xiao Ying quietly remarked, after you fainted, we 3 suddenly lost consciousness as well. We only learned afterward that Dr. Zheng arrived just in time. Otherwise, we might have perished down there. Bei Jian added. Ho Zi nodded in agreement, confirming their statements. Dr. Zheng's expression softened slightly as he looked at Lin Gang. You are Lin Lao's only family. You must return to the surface and avoid causing trouble. Let Lin Lao have some peace of mind. If he returns and sees you like this, he will be furious. Enough with your hypocritical words. A deep voice suddenly thundered from the doorway. Chapter 7, restarting shaft number 3, everyone's attention was drawn to the entrance by the booming voice. A middle-aged man with a full head of black hair, though slightly thinning, stepped into the room. Xiaoyu's demeanor changed upon seeing the man. Dr. Fu. The man glanced at Xiaoyu and returned a polite smile. His eyes then narrowed in anger as he confronted Dr. Zheng. Where's my mentor? Alive or dead? There has been no word. Yet, for the sake of your own future, you disregard the profound gratitude owed to your esteemed teacher, who imparted knowledge and guidance. Now, you wish to expel his only kin from the underground city? Can you not uphold some semblance of integrity and virtue? As Xiaoyu listened to Dr. Fu's words, he was about to speak in defense of Dr. Zheng, but was restrained by Dr. Zheng himself. Dr. Zheng Apoa Chet Dr. Fu In said, It is precisely because I cherish the teachings of Teacher Lin that I am reluctant to let Lin Gang enter the underground city. With the teacher now missing, I do not want our most beloved son to follow in his footsteps. Dr. Fu scoffed and replied, "Conceal your hypocritical facade. You claim to wish to protect Lin Gang from following in the teacher's path. Yet since the teacher's disappearance, your career has flourished. The underground city was built with the teacher's dedication. Now his son seeks to inherit his legacy, and you persistently obstruct him. What is your true intention?" Dr. Fu moved to Lin Gang's bedside and continued, "The underground city consumed the majority of the teacher's life's work, and I will not allow anyone to pilfer his achievements. I, Fu Mingyi, will be the first to oppose Lin Gang's expulsion. Do not think that your elevated position grants you license to act with impunity." Dr. Zheng was incensed by Dr. Fu's words, and he looked at him and slowly replied, "This incident must be reported to the higher-ups. The higher-ups can be informed, but not at the cost of expelling Lin Gang from the underground city. A reprimand for Lin Gang is sufficient. If you cannot tolerate him, then transfer him to my side. You must first contend with me, Fu Mingyi, before attempting to remove Lin Gang from the underground city." Having said this, Dr. Fu patted Lin Gang's shoulder and turned to exit the ward. Dr. Zheng glanced at Dr. Fu's retreating figure, then looked at the others in the room, giving Xiaoyu a signal before also leaving. Xiaoyu surveyed the group and forced a smile, saying, "Lin Gang, you have just awakened. You should rest for a couple of days before returning to work." After arranging matters for everyone, Xiaoyu also departed the ward. The room was left with Lin Gang, Xiaoying, Beijian, and Ho Zi. Lin Gang fell into deep contemplation, increasingly perplexed by the situation. He had clearly slain the giant wolf. Why was it now being dismissed as a mere illusion? What do you think? Unable to fathom it, Lin Gang posed a question to Xiao Ying and the others. Beijian replied without hesitation, "It's quite evident. Dr. Zheng does not wish for you to remain in the underground city and after your father's disappearance. He has taken your father's position, making him the principal beneficiary of the situation." Xiao Ying nodded, tacitly agreeing with Beijian's assessment, and added, "The recently appeared Dr. Fu seems to be one of your father's students. From his tone and words, it appears he is at odds with Dr. Zheng and is particularly supportive of your endeavors. I understand all this, but I still feel as though something is amiss." Lin Gang felt a whirlwind of confusion in his mind. He sensed that something was off, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. When the heavens are unkind, the sun and moon lose their light. When the earth turns barren, vegetation withers. When humanity falters, all affairs go awry. Ho Zi murmured from the side, "Since the path ahead is shrouded in fog, do not stand idly lost in thought. Move forward to dispel the mist and uncover the essence of the matter." Beijian, listening to Ho Zi's words, could not help but applaud. "After knowing you for so long, today you finally spoke wisely." Hearing the praise, Ho Zi's tail instinctively perked up, and he grinned, naturally. "I am no ordinary person." Beijian pondered Ho Zi's earlier remarks and curiously asked, "What did those previous statements mean? How do they relate to this matter?" "I don't know. I just felt those words sounded profound, so I expressed them." Ho Zi replied earnestly, and to his surprise, upon saying them, he felt quite cultured. "Get lost. You are just an illiterate, understanding nothing." Beijian retorted, his defenses shattered by Ho Zi's comment. "How am I ignorant? I flatter the young master so well. Flattery and nonsense are all the same, and I know a thing or two. You insolent monkey, do you dare call me nonsense? Today, I shall not let you off lightly." Beijian chased after Ho Zi in jest. Watching the banter and playful skirmish between the two, Lin Gang and Xiaoying could not help but smile. The presence of these two in the group certainly added much joy. As they observed the departing figures of the two, Xiaoying sat beside Lin Gang and softly asked, "Will you continue to investigate?" "Of course. However, the road ahead will indeed be fraught with challenges, and many may not wish for you to pursue your inquiries. I must proceed, even if there are obstacles from above. Will you still press on? Regardless of who it is, I will continue." "Very well. Then I shall accompany you." Lin Gang did not respond verbally, but instead embraced Xiaoying with one arm. Her head rested gently on his shoulder. "Do not reveal that metallic block in public unless absolutely necessary." Are you not curious about where it came from? Lin Gang inquired softly. I have a rough idea of its origin, but it is strictly controlled by the authorities. I once overheard my father mention it, but I never expected you would possess it. Xiao Ying's tone was calm. This is my greatest assurance in searching for my father. Rest assured, I will not produce it unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Ying lifted her head to gaze at Lin Gang and asked, what are your plans moving forward? Lin Gang rubbed his temples and replied, I cannot devise long-term plans at this moment, so I will focus on the present. I want to figure out the truth behind that giant wolf. It is simply too enigmatic. Xiao Ying regarded Lin Gang. I will find a way regarding the giant wolf. In a certain room within the underground city, a figure gazed at the large screen and murmured, I did not expect this young man to possess such capability. Unlike his father, who was inflexible and solely devoted to his work, I wonder if he will follow the same path as his father. In the control center office, Dr. Zhang stared at the screen in a daze for quite some time. He held his teacup and instructed Xiao Yu, restart the exploration and excavation work on Shaft 3. Bring the largest shield machine over to me. Xiao Yu incredulously asked. Shaft 3? He thought he must have misheard. Indeed, Shaft 3. Also, transfer Lin Gang over. Remember not to place him in a prominent position. Give him a minor role. If old Fu has any thoughts, inform him that Lin Gang is now an intern and can remain in the underground city for practical training, but anything deeper is classified, and he, as an intern, is not qualified to access it. Understood? Chapter 8. A mockery from Dr. Zhang. The news of the restart of Shaft 3 quickly spread throughout the underground city, naturally eliciting mixed reactions. Those who were pleased sought to expedite the completion of the underground city's development, aiming for groundbreaking achievements in human exploration and infrastructure. However, those who had experienced the calamity of Shaft 3 were extremely reluctant to approach it again, as it represented their most terrifying nightmare. The equipment needed for the development of Shaft 3 was being methodically transported, with countless engineers and robotic workers tirelessly laboring within the underground city. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Lin Gang wandered around the underground city, eager to familiarize himself with the area. He observed numerous engineering flying vessels flitting overhead, and security robots patrolling the underground spaces, wielding weapons to maintain stability and order. Suddenly, Lin Gang had a thought. Lin Gang, a voice broke into his reverie. He turned to see that Xiao Ying had approached him from behind. How did you get here? Xiao Ying glanced around to ensure no one was in sight, then approached Lin Gang and whispered, I contacted my father, and he seems completely unaware of the event from a few days ago. It appears that someone has forcibly suppressed the truth. Who could it be? As Lin Gang listened to Xiao Ying's words, he fell into deep contemplation. The situation was indeed perplexing. It was said that the body of the giant wolf had been taken away by higher authorities. Yet why was Xiao Ying's father completely oblivious to the happenings? Logically, if such an unusual incident occurred during the development of the underground city, it should not have escaped Xiao Ying's father's notice, especially since it had reached the upper echelons. Lin Gang's confusion only deepened. Just as Lin Gang was lost in a muddle of thoughts, an elderly man with white hair, Dr. Zhang, approached. He stood beside Lin Gang, removed his glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose to relieve his fatigue, and said, Everyone has agreed to let you stay in the underground city. Why do you still wear such a glum expression? Lin Gang turned to meet Dr. Zhang's gaze and replied, There are still some matters I cannot comprehend. At your age, there are countless things you want to understand. Do not always wear a frown. Lacking the radiance of youth and constantly furrowing your brow does not endear you to the ladies. Lin Gang asked seriously, Are you solely responsible for the development and security of the underground city? Indeed, ever since your father went missing, I assumed the position of overall commander, and I am entirely responsible for all matters within the underground city. What do you wish to know? Dr. Zhang responded with a slight smile, acknowledging his role in the underground city's affairs. Lin Gang's internal doubts were considerably alleviated. Ask quickly while I am in a good mood, Dr. Zhang teased. If my mood sours later, I will have no time to entertain your questions. Lin Gang pressed. When we descended into the mine a few days ago, the security measures were not relaxed in the slightest. Surely, you were responsible for that security as well. Dr. Zhang slipped his hands into his pockets and replied, Correct. Your mind isn't entirely muddled. I was indeed in charge of security that day. It was I who instructed Xiao Yu to minimize security and granted you access to Shaft 3. Dr. Zheng then turned to Xiao Ying and added, "You do not naively believe you could infiltrate our underground city systems in just a few minutes, do you? Every move you made was under my surveillance." Upon hearing Dr. Zheng's words, shock and fear spread across Lin Gang and Xiao Ying's faces. They had naively thought they could stealthily penetrate the control systems of the underground city and explore Shaft 3 without alerting anyone, unaware that every step they took was being monitored. The true jesters were their own expedition team. Dr. Zheng looked at the now bewildered pair and declared, "From the moment you entered the underground city, I was aware of your intentions. You even duplicated a high-level access card. I intentionally allowed you into Shaft 3 to test your skills and abilities. However, your performance has greatly disappointed me. I truly overestimated you. With such abilities, you dare to explore Shaft 3? You are utterly unprepared, and you think you can find your father? Such delusions." With that, Dr. Zheng turned to leave. "Dr. Zheng," Lin Gang called out, halting the departing figure. Clenching his fists, Lin Gang declared, "I will unravel the mysteries of Shaft 3. I will show you the true extent of Lin Gang's capabilities. I will bring my father back." As he spoke, his teeth nearly ground together in determination. He was resolute in proving to the man before him, who looked down upon him, that he possessed the ability to uncover the secrets of Shaft 3 and retrieve his father. Anyone can talk big. Isn't your only reliance that flimsy metal cube? It has now been confiscated. Dr. Zheng's words struck Lin Gang hard. After being toyed with during his first ascent, mere words held little weight. Reality spoke louder than words. Anger and frustration surged within Lin Gang, fueled by his inability to find his father and his helplessness against being manipulated. He clenched his fists tightly, vowing to recover his missing father and silence the mockery of those who laughed at him. "By the way, aren't you investigating the giant wolf? Why not ask old Jiao?" Dr. Zheng remarked dismissively before walking away, leaving Lin Gang and Xiao Ying standing in place. Xiao Ying observed Lin Gang's pale knuckles and was at a loss for how to comfort him, so she quietly stood beside him. Having grown up with Lin Gang, she understood his temperament and competitive nature well. He had never endured such humiliation before. Watching Dr. Zheng recede into the distance, Lin Gang exhaled softly, gradually relaxing his clenched fists. He recognized that anger served little purpose. It would be far more productive to uncover the mysteries of Shaft 3 and locate his father. "Lin Gang, are you all right?" Xiao Ying inquired with concern. "I'm fine, don't worry," he reassured her. "What shall we do next? Should we seek out old Jiao?" As Dr. Zheng suggested. "No need," Lin Gang contemplated before responding, since Dr. Zheng has admitted that the giant wolf incident was a setup on his part. Seeking out old Jiao would be unproductive. Shaft 3 is about to be reactivated, so we should prepare to explore it. Chapter 9. The Proud Elder. When Lin Gang and Xiao Ying donned their gear and arrived at Shaft 3, the preliminary preparations were nearly complete. Lin Gang was awestruck by the sight before him. A colossal gyroscopic machine with a diameter of 100 meters stood at the entrance of Shaft 3, surrounded by various artificial intelligence robots busily working. Monkey, never having witnessed such a breathtaking scene, stared at the enormous gyroscopic device and asked, "What on earth is this?" "It's massive. This is a shield tunneling machine, likely the largest in the world. Our infrastructure was once lagging far behind that of Western nations. But through the relentless efforts of several generations of researchers, we have made significant strides and become the undisputed leaders in infrastructure development," Lin Gang explained. "This machine is designed for tunnel construction. It excavates soil while simultaneously transporting debris outside and installing the tunnel walls, achieving a one-step process. It saves labor and significantly enhances construction speed and safety." "But haven't tunneling machines been used for underground construction for years? Why are you still so astonished?" Bei Jian questioned Lin Gang, puzzled by his reaction. "You don't understand. The tunneling machines used above ground are mere children compared to this one. No, they don't even qualify as siblings." Lin Gang paused before continuing. "Do you grasp the implications of a shield tunneling machine with a diameter of 100 meters? Impressive." Just as Lin Gang was about to elaborate further on the shield tunneling machine, a voice from behind interrupted him. A robust, elderly man had approached them without their notice. The elder stepped forward and remarked, "What else do you know? Please, continue your discussion." Lin Gang gazed intently at the elderly gentleman before him and spoke slowly. "Several decades ago, our nation lacked even our own shield tunneling machines and had to spend exorbitant sums to acquire the discarded, outdated machines from other countries. Our tunneling technology was virtually non-existent. Meanwhile, other nations had advanced far beyond us. Back then, the production of shield machines was entirely monopolized by them. However, after nearly 2 decades of relentless effort, our researchers finally developed our own shield tunneling machines, thereby breaking the foreign monopoly." The elder listened to Lin Gang's account, nodding with satisfaction as he remarked, "For young individuals like you, possessing such profound knowledge about shield tunneling machines is indeed commendable." His words rang true, as many in the younger generation were unaware of the historical context, having never engaged with such matters. They had been born into a life of comfort, oblivious to the remarkable achievements of their predecessors. Many young people even disregarded scientific and technical positions that offered modest compensation, often expressing disdain for them. The elder's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he continued, "In truth, we did not take 20 years to develop our own shield tunneling machines. At the outset, our machines were not particularly impressive. In comparison to the largest machines of that time, we were still somewhat lacking. The 20 years you refer to reflect the period during which our technology reached a commendable level." He paused briefly before reminiscing. "Our researchers truly exerted every ounce of their strength to surpass every other nation. In the past, our country had suffered invasions, and many of our technologies were left far behind by others. We could not accept this humiliation. Our nation, our people, are indomitable. Our researchers vowed to restore our homeland to greatness and prosperity." Upon concluding his thoughts, the elder's eyes sparkled with confidence. "Thus, our researchers faced challenges head-on, striving tirelessly. After countless setbacks and innumerable experiments, we ultimately succeeded in surpassing those who had once looked down upon us. We achieved a remarkable leap forward, not only overtaking them, but leaving them far behind." Listening to the elder's narrative, Lin Gang felt a tumult of emotions within him. The elder's concise remarks encapsulated a struggle that had entailed immense suffering and sacrifice, a reality unfathomable to those who had not lived through it. Yet, through the tone of this middle-aged man, Lin Gang sensed the arduous times endured by those who had come before. "Fortunately, our current technological prowess has eclipsed that of those nations that once sought to dominate us, and we no longer fear their monopoly. Our nation grows ever stronger. Our national spirit rises with pride, and the once slumbering dragon soars once more." Lin Gang, Xiaoying, Beijian, and Ho Zi stood in silent reverence. Their bodies still, yet their hearts surged like a tempest, their blood boiling with fervor. They felt an immense pride in being part of this great nation. As they gazed at the elder before them, their eyes brimmed with respect, not only for this robust elder, but also for the countless unnamed heroes who have labored selflessly for the prosperity of our homeland and the well-being of our people. These individuals sacrificed their limited lives for the happiness we now enjoy, and it is their guardianship that has granted us our tranquil existence. Lin Gang looked at the elder with deep respect and asked, "Sir, may I inquire your name?" "I am Jiao Ao," the elder replied. Ho Zi, momentarily taken aback, quietly interjected, "Sir, we know you are proud, and we share in that pride." "He is asking for your name." "Proud?" The elder responded with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Ho Zi felt a pang of disappointment, thinking the elder might not have heard him clearly. He raised his voice, "Sir." He asked what your name is. While speaking, he gestured animatedly. The elder, startled by the commotion, exclaimed, "What are you shouting about? You nearly gave me a fright. I already said my name is Jiao Ao." "Ah, your name is truly Jiao Ao?" Ho Zi asked, astonished. The elder, slightly annoyed, reiterated, "Did I not just say it? I am Jiao Ao." Ho Zi, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I apologize, sir. When you said Jiao Ao, I thought you were stuttering." Beijian, unable to contain himself, kicked Ho Zi playfully and scolded, "Enough of that. You think the elder is stuttering?" It's your ears that are at fault. Is your mouth crooked, young man? Why blame my ears for your misunderstanding? As Ho Zi and Bei Jian bickered, Lin Gang and Xiaoing exchanged awkward glances, beads of sweat forming on their brows. The two were thoroughly embarrassed. While the antics of the duo provided little consideration for the situation at hand, Lin Gang and Xiaoing offered sheepish smiles to the elder, who, being a cheerful person, did not take offense, reminiscing about his own youthful days filled with mirth. Regaining his composure, the elder turned his attention back to Lin Gang, inquiring, "What is your name?" "My apologies, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Lin Gang, Lin from Forest and Gang from Harbor," he responded. Jiao Ao looked at Lin Gang with curiosity and asked, "Are you the Lin Gang associated with the explosion at well number 3? It seems that bad news travels far and wide." Lin Gang was taken aback that his name had spread so quickly through the underground city. He felt a flutter of unease at the thought of this kind elder perceiving him as someone inept. Jiao Ao, noticing Lin Gang's apprehension, chuckled warmly. "Do not worry too much. I'm not that old-fashioned. Everyone makes mistakes at some point." Lin Gang felt a wave of relief wash over him. This elder was indeed a remarkable individual. Just as their conversation continued, the elder's communication device began to flicker. Glancing at it, Jiao Ao turned to Lin Gang with regret. "I must apologize, young man. The shield tunneling machine is about to commence operations, and I must return to my duties. We shall converse again another time." With that, the elder bid farewell to Lin Gang and his companions. Xiaoing smiled as she watched the elder depart. What a kind-hearted gentleman. He is quite different from the stern researchers I had imagined. Indeed, all the researchers I have encountered before seemed aloof and robotic in their interactions. This elder is truly a delightful person. Lin Gang added. Bai Yin, Ho Zi, enough of the antics. It's time to begin our work. We must head to well no. 3. At the forefront command center of well number 3, several staff members and a few artificial intelligence robots were diligently monitoring their screens, reporting to Dr. Zheng. The temperature control and monitoring system of the shield machine is functioning perfectly. The pressure and pressure control and monitoring system are also operating normally. The gas monitoring equipment is running without a hitch. All data monitoring and related tasks are proceeding in an orderly manner. Suddenly, the door of the command center swung open, and Lin Gang entered the hall accompanied by Xiao Ying and another individual. Xiao Yu observed the trio's arrival and quickly approached them. You arrived just in time. There are tasks to assign to you. Upon hearing about the tasks, Lin Gang could not contain his joy. Having work to do meant he had a chance to uncover the truth. Xiaoing, there are some development documents regarding Wellno. 3 in the computer in the data room. Please organize them. Bai Yin, once the operation commences, various departments will send over important paper reports, and you will be responsible for their collection and delivery. Xiao Yu turned to Lin Gang and instructed, Lin Gang, someone needs to assist on the front line while the shield machine is in operation. Take Mei Xin and report over there. The group quickly set off to their respective posts as assigned. Upon arriving at his post, Lin Gang was infuriated. Xiao Yu had claimed that the front line was closest to well number 3. Yet it turned out that the so-called front line was merely a cleaning task for the mechanical department as shield machine cutter head. All the cleaning was to be performed by robots, leaving him and the monkey merely to supervise the robots at work. The monkey, however, was contentedly engrossed in a book titled Feng Shui Secret Techniques. Lin Gang was furious. The frontline Xiao Yu mentioned was actually far in the rear of the entire work team, miles away from well number 3. While he was tempted to curse, he refrained and instead kicked the clumsy machinery in front of him. Why are you in such a foul mood? Dr. Fu Mingyi arrived at Lin Gang's workspace with 2 artificial intelligence robots. Dr. Fu, Lin Gang quickly composed himself upon noticing Fu Mingyi's presence. Are you upset because I didn't place you at the forefront? No, Lin Gang stammered. If that were the case, there would be no need for me to present this document. You may continue with your work. I shall take my leave, Fu Mingyi said, waving the document and pretending to walk away. Lin Gang hastily stopped him, murmuring, I might be a bit upset. Fu Mingyi chuckled, You rascal, just a bit? It seems you are about to break our equipment with your temper. Enough jesting. Here is the document just issued from above. Take a look. He handed the document to Lin Gang. Upon reading its contents, Lin Gang was elated, nearly leaping with joy. He excitedly addressed Fu Mingyi. Can I really go down the well? Indeed. Rest assured, it is clearly stated in black and white before you, so there is no doubt. Then I shall gather my things and prepare to descend. Fu Mingyi interrupted. How can you go down now? The shield machine is in operation. Do you intend to add ingredients to the shield machine? Lin Gang sheepishly scratched his head. I forgot about that. By the way, Dr. Fu, isn't the tunnel of well number 3 in good condition? Why are we still using the shield machine? In good condition? Who told you that? Fu Mingyi retorted. Didn't we go down last time? Issues arose at the bottom of the well. Fu Mingyi looked at Lin Gang with disdain. Who told you that was the bottom? You only reached the collapse area at the entrance of well number 3. Do you think you could reach the bottom that quickly? No wonder, Lin Gang exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. All right, you can start preparing the necessary equipment and supplies. Once the shield machine excavates the submerged tunnel, you can descend. But remember to prioritize your safety. I do not wish for you to face the same fate as your teacher. After handing over a pile of documents, Fu Mingyi left. Lin Gang, holding a file marked well number 3, sat at the desk. The monkey, noticing this, put away his book and approached to observe. What does the symbol on this file mean? Is it similar to our runes? The monkey asked, pointing at the seal on the file. This is a classified document. Lin Gang's expression turned grave. Chapter 11. Preparations before descent. Lin Gang, cradling the file, stared at the seal, his hands trembling. He licked his lips and turned to the monkey. Should I open this bag? Or should I call someone else to join me? The monkey nervously replied. Why not just open it? It's just a quick glance after all. It's too late to call anyone now. Lin Gang grimaced. It's easier said than done. Just taking a look is one thing. Opening it entails responsibility. If this goes awry, it could spell disaster. Isn't this already quite a risky venture? A booming voice suddenly echoed at the door, startling Lin Gang so much that he nearly dropped the file. To his astonishment, Fu Mingyi had returned. Dr. Fu, why are you back again? Lin Gang asked, somewhat disgruntled. If I hadn't returned, you kids would have no idea how big a fire you were playing with. Fu Mingyi briskly approached Lin Gang and snatched the file from his grasp. Hey, Lin Gang protested, reaching out to reclaim the file, but recoiled as it felt too hot to handle. Where is Lin Gang? Fu Mingyi asked sharply. Isn't at me? Lin Gang replied, a bit sullenly. Do you think you can fool me? Just moments ago, I was almost tricked by you all. Where is Lin Gang? Bai Yin. Lin Gang shrank back, confused. How did you figure that out? Upon turning his head, his expression shifted to that of Bai Jian. The real Lin Gang wouldn't ask such foolish questions about the shield machine and well number 3, nor would such questions come from his lips. Fu Mingyi scolded in anger. You youngsters really know how to play tricks, don't you? You even managed to pull off a face swap. Is this meant to be a Sichuan opera? Bai Jian, noticing Fu Mingyi's mock fury, gave a thumbs up. Dr. Fu, your insight is unmatched. You are truly one of a kind in this underground city. Stop with the flattery. Quickly bring Lin Gang back. If someone discovers this, I cannot save you. Moments later, Bai Jian hurriedly arrived upon receiving news. It turned out Lin Gang had known all along that Xiao Yu's assigned task was in the rear, far from well number 3, preventing him from accessing related documents. And thus, he had plotted this face-swapping ruse with Bai Jian. Lin Gang, eyeing the exposed Bai Jian, scolded, What happened? How do we get exposed so quickly? The enemy is too cunning. Bai Jian replied innocently. Fu Mingyi glanced at Lin Gang, who was learning from his mistakes under his watch, and remarked, Fortunately, this was revealed before me. If you had been discovered by old Zheng's people first, not only would you lose the opportunity to descend, but it is likely you would never be allowed back into the underground city again. You are involved in a leak. I cannot save you. Lin Gang, with a sense of appreciation, addressed Dr. Fu, saying, Thank you, Dr. Fu. Without your assistance, I would truly have no chance to descend into the mine. We are all on the same side. There is no need for formality between us. My intention is simply to expedite the return of my mentor. Upon hearing Lin Dong's name, Fu Mingyi's expression fell into a moment of melancholy. Our grasp of the information from below is rather inadequate. The conditions down there are inherently unstable, and many unforeseen circumstances may arise. You must exercise utmost caution when you descend. I have provided you with all the information we possess regarding well number 3. I have a feeling that Lin Laosher is still waiting for you in some corner down there. After ensuring Lin Gang was properly arranged, Fu Mingyi finally took his leave. As he bore the heavy responsibilities of leading the construction of the underground city and had many pressing matters to attend to. Once Fu Mingyi departed, Lin Gang wasted no time in opening the file bag and examining its contents. He had gained some insight into the information pertaining to well number 3. He meticulously read through the documents, swiftly organizing the information in his mind, analyzing his father's disappearance. It became clear that communication was abruptly cut off during his father's exploration, and his companions had not seen him since. Subsequently, well no, 3 experienced an explosion and collapse, and several other teammates who went missing alongside his father were also unaccounted for. Some bodies were recovered, yet the absence of his father and other teammates remains resulted in their classification as missing persons. Well number 3 was not merely a vertical shaft. Lateral excavations had also been conducted. Beyond the shaft's dimensions, a substantial ancient tomb had been unearthed, along with numerous naturally occurring cavities and underground rivers, rendering the environment perilous for the exploration team. The documentation noted that his father and several teammates went missing while investigating some of these cavities. The dense text flickered in Lin Gang's mind as his brain diligently cataloged the pertinent information. After reviewing the materials, Lin Gang had developed a more profound understanding of both the underground city and well number 3. Among the various deep wells in the underground city, well no, 3 posed the greatest challenges, constantly presenting difficulties during its development, with several inexplicable malfunctions of the shield tunneling machine preventing further progress. The deep well had also experienced multiple collapses. To ensure the project's timeline remained intact, Lin Dong organized several teams to conduct on-site investigations, but they never emerged again. Gazing at the documents, Lin Gang silently prayed for his father and the missing teammates, hoping they were merely trapped in some concealed cavity. Fortunately, during the initial explorations, a forward camp had been established below, stocked with sufficient food and supplies. Since the disappearance of his father and the others, well number 3 had continued to experience issues, preventing any successful further excavations. Consequently, the current conditions at the bottom of the well remained unknown, leaving everyone to silently hope that Lin Dong and the missing personnel might have successfully reached the forward camp, preserving a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet as time passed, the consensus among all was that the chances of their survival had become exceedingly slim. Upon reviewing the materials, Lin Gang felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He was reluctant to entertain the most disheartening outcomes. In his heart, he believed his father would not succumb to such dire circumstances. Otherwise, he would not constantly hear the voice urging him to descend. This very voice fortified Lin Gang's resolve to venture underground at all costs to uncover the truth and ensure his father's safe return. He put away the documents and turned to the monkey, questioning skeptically, "Monkey, why are you so intent on accompanying us to the underground city? Do you know something we don't?" The monkey, with an innocent expression, replied, "I truly know nothing. My master instructed me to follow young Master Bei, saying he is young and reckless with money. By following him, I stand to gain significantly." Upon hearing the remark about being foolish with money, Bei Jian's face turned an ashen hue, as if he had consumed something distasteful. "You insolent monkey, do not think you can extort a single cent from me. Just wait until I return to deal with you." The monkey, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, retorted, "No worries, young master. Your grandfather has assured me that as long as I keep you safe, he will reward me generously upon our return. The deposit has already been paid. Young master, your family truly possesses great wealth. A mere hint of generosity from your family would alleviate our woes." The monkey's words only deepened Bei Jian's distress. It became apparent that he could not leverage anything against the monkey. Regardless of the outcome, the monkey could simply return home with money from his family. However, hearing the monkey imply wealth only exacerbated Bei Jian's irritation, making him feel as if he were being mocked. The more the monkey spoke of wealth, the more Bei Jian felt like a fool, reinforcing the notion that his family's affluence rendered him gullible. Reflecting on his family's true wealth, Beijian found himself caught in a loop of self-doubt regarding his intelligence. In frustration, he could only yell, "Monkey! Curse you!" Chapter 12. The Majestic Mobilization Conference. Oh, we have succeeded. We have triumphed. The underground city erupted with excitement. Through the relentless efforts of the research team, overcoming numerous difficulties, no. 3 had been reopened, and the structural reinforcements were nearly complete. This hard-won success ignited a wave of jubilation throughout the underground city. As Lin Gang observed the jubilant scene, his heart swelled with exhilaration. The well had been cleared, and he was now poised to descend. He was closer to his father and the truth than ever before. Lin Gang, along with Beijian and the monkey, donned their gear and promptly made their way to the entrance of well number 3. While the 3 were fervently preparing for their descent, Dr. Zheng and Xiao Yu arrived with a contingent of well-equipped personnel. Xiao Yu, casting a cold glance at the trio, remarked, "What are you 3 doing here? Return to your designated posts." His dismissive tone aimed to drive Lin Gang and his companions away, asserting that this was their workplace. Fu Mingyi, accompanied by several intelligent robots, hurried over as well. Dr. Zheng approached Fu Mingyi with a displeased expression, saying, "Old Fu, what exactly are you up to?" Fu Mingyi chuckled. "I'm here to work, of course. Is there an issue?" He then inquired about the situation with Lin Gang and the others. With a light pat on his forehead, Fu Mingyi exclaimed, "Oh dear, I completely forgot the important matters in all this hustle." He beckoned a robot, which brought forth a document. Fu Mingyi handed the document to Dr. Zheng, saying, "Old Zheng, this is an order from the higher-ups. They require Lin Gang and his companions to descend with the team. What other notifications have I missed?" Dr. Zheng, astonished, scanned the document Fu Mingyi presented. Upon seeing the official document, complete with a bold red seal, his skepticism vanished, and he nodded in agreement with the arrangement. Observing Dr. Zheng's reaction, Xiao Yu had no choice but to step aside, allowing Lin Gang and his companions to proceed. Dr. Zheng then cleared his throat, preparing to relay the final task assignments and mobilization orders. You will be the first group of personnel to descend for exploration. Each technician will be accompanied by 2 artificial intelligence robots, one for ensuring your safety and the other to carry all necessary supplies. The provisions are ample enough to sustain each of you for an extended period underground. You have 2 tasks to accomplish. First, to complete the exploration of the underground environment. Second, if conditions permit, to retrieve the first batch of personnel who have gone missing underground. Alive or dead, we must find them. After outlining the tasks, Dr. Zheng also spoke up. The stability of this well is significantly inferior to that of the first. Should there be any emergencies like collapses, I do not expect you to fulfill the tasks to perfection. My only requirement is that you prioritize your safety. Only when you are safe can the development of our underground city be successfully completed. I hope that after the mission, every one of our technical staff remains unharmed." Upon hearing Dr. Fu's words, all the team members present felt deeply moved. The success of one general often comes at the expense of countless lives. Many leaders derive their careers and honors from the sacrifices of frontline workers. Often, they will go to great lengths to accomplish their tasks, claiming all the glory while disregarding the contributions of those who labor at the front lines. It was evident that Dr. Fu's speech significantly enhanced the team's admiration for him. In the eyes of these frontline workers, Dr. Zheng appeared as a leader focused solely on task completion, lacking care and compassion for his staff. Conversely, Dr. Fu is a leader who wholeheartedly considers the welfare of his subordinates. Compared to Dr. Zheng, he is a more vibrant and respected figure. Dr. Fu glanced at Lin Gang and the other 2, then addressed the lead person of this exploration team. "You, seasoned veterans, must take good care of these 3 young individuals during this mission. The underground environment is fraught with uncertainties, and danger will always accompany you. You must work together to achieve a resounding success. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact us. I will ensure your logistical support." The exploration team members responded in unison. "Rest assured, leaders, we will definitely complete the mission and live up to your trust." Their voices resonated in the air above the underground city, inspiring all the personnel involved in the underground development with a resolute determination to succeed. It was so moving that I have never encountered such a commendable leader in my life. This atmosphere compelled me to say a few words. The monkey, overwhelmed with emotion, let slip a dialect phrase. His words broke the uplifting atmosphere. Lin Gang slapped his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The monkey truly was a comedic distraction. Beijian quickly covered the monkey's mouth and whispered in his ear, "You foolish monkey! Can you refrain from speaking out of turn in such an important setting?" They have spoken, igniting my passion. I just wanted to add a few words. The monkey protested against Bei Jian's grip. Dr. Fu, noticing the monkey's eagerness to speak, assumed he wished to boast in front of the crowd, a perfect opportunity to overshadow Dr. Zheng. With a smile, Dr. Fu said, "No problem. You are all heroes going underground. The podium should not only be occupied by us leaders. The underground city belongs to all of us. Xian, why don't you say a few words as well?" Upon hearing Dr. Fu invite him to speak, the monkey's interest piqued. "The leader wants me to talk. Then I shall say a few words." Bei Jian, pulling him back, urged, "What do you know? Why would you speak?" The monkey was momentarily at a loss. The atmosphere had set him up to speak, yet he felt he had little to contribute. However, since Dr. Fu had invited him to speak, and all eyes were upon him, it would indeed be impolite not to say anything. But the monkey's level of education was limited, and he struggled to articulate anything of substance. Suddenly, he thought of an analogy likening their descent to ancient battles, and an idea sparked in his mind. Clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor, he declared, "Our descent this time is truly a hard battle to fight." The monkey, with a grave expression, captured everyone's attention. He continued, "As the saying goes, at home, we rely on our parents. When venturing out, we rely on friends." Wait, that is not right. The phrase is all mixed up. Let me think. The monkey cleared his throat again, his mind racing to craft his words. Dr. Fu, mistaking the monkey's nervousness, encouraged, "It's all right. Don't be anxious. Just say a couple of words." The monkey, understanding Dr. Fu's intent, exclaimed, "The saying goes, before the troops move, provisions must be ensured." "Yes, provisions. Our team's provisions." "Oh no, I mean meals. The meals must be guaranteed." Dr. Fu, listening to the monkey's words, felt utterly embarrassed. It became clear that he truly had nothing of value to say. Yet, having invited him to speak, he could not interrupt, merely smiling along. "Rest assured, the meals for the underground personnel will certainly be well taken care of." Bei Jian and Lin Gang exchanged glances, witnessing the monkey's blunders, and hurriedly signaled him to stop talking and exit the stage, as the situation had become exceedingly awkward. The monkey realized his speech was lacking, but not wanting to miss the moment, he cleverly added, "Can we ensure that the meals are abundant?" Abundant meals? Everyone present looked at each other, puzzled by what abundant meals could possibly mean. The nearby artificial intelligence searched tirelessly, but could find no reference to the monkey's phrase. Observing the perplexed expressions on everyone's faces, the monkey felt a surge of pride. It seemed the educated ones were at a loss. With a triumphant grin, he explained, "I meant that energy drink, Red Bull." After clarifying the term, the monkey felt he had made his mark and swaggered off the stage. Lin Gang pondered for a moment and finally grasped the monkey's meaning. With Lin Gang's hint, Bei Jian also understood, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. As the monkey approached them, both Lin Gang and Bei Jian hastily averted their gazes, pretending not to recognize him. It was too shameful, a severe case of social embarrassment. Chapter 13, Faces in the Cave. Watching Xian automatically descend from the stage, Dr. Fu, relieved, promptly concluded the motivational speech and announced the beginning of the descent. All team members gathered their equipment and made their way to the hoisting device. The team leader for this mission, a robust man in his 30s named Li Mao, was a former technical soldier. The hoisting device swiftly traversed well number 3. After a considerable time, the descent gradually slowed and came to a halt, allowing everyone to disembark in an orderly manner. Due to the well's considerable depth and the fact that the installation of the hoisting equipment was incomplete for half the journey, they needed to walk for a while to reach the first installed hoisting device before continuing downwards. To save time and expedite the rescue of the missing personnel, Li Mao decided to split the team into 3 groups. One group would remain to repair the hoisting equipment. Li Mao would lead Lin Gang and several others to descend and search for the missing personnel, while another group would begin collecting and monitoring the underground environmental indicators to report back to the command center. Each member was equipped with monitoring devices to assess the safety of the environment they were entering. As the team leader and a veteran, Li Mao was the first to descend, setting an example for Lin Gang and the others. The illumination devices below have all ceased to function, leaving them reliant solely on the meager light sources they carry. As Li Mao descends, the communication device suddenly crackles to life. Report to Team Leader Li. Wang Meng at the rear has vanished. Listening intently to his teammates' report, Li Mao urgently calls out, Wang Meng. Wang Meng, respond if you hear me. However, there is no reply from Wang Meng's communication device. Instantly, Li Miao's demeanor shifts to one of anxiety. Switch to the robot's perspective and ascertain Wang Meng's whereabouts. The display before Li Miao transitions to the robot's view, revealing that Wang Meng, who was descending, has inexplicably disappeared right before the robot's eyes. A chill runs down Li Miao's spine as he continues to stare at the monitor. Noticing the change in Li Miao's expression, Lin Gang approaches him and inquires, Team Leader Li, what is happening? Everyone stay alert. Let us hasten our pace. There's a platform ahead where we can take a breather. Without further contemplation, Lin Gang quickly matches Li Miao's speed and heads towards a nearby platform. Shortly thereafter, all team members land on the platform, which is spacious yet still feels rather desolate. Li Miao scans the area and frowns, asking, Where's Hu Dahai? The members on the platform glance around at one another, uncertainty clouding their faces. I thought he was right beside me a moment ago. Where could he have gone? Upon hearing these words, a wave of trepidation washes over everyone. How could a living person vanish into thin air? Wang Meng is now the second individual to go missing. Li Miao begins to repeatedly call out for Wang Meng and Hu Dahai, but there is still no response. He checks the communication devices. The signals are strong, indicating no issues. Tension rises among the group as 2 team members have mysteriously disappeared at the onset of their mission, a most peculiar occurrence. Li Miao connects the communicator to the other 2 teams. Team 2. Team 3. Have you seen Wang Meng and Hu Dahai? Respond if you have. Team 2 has not seen them, nor has Team 3. Understood, Li Miao replies, taking a moment to collect his thoughts before connecting to the forward command center. 1. This is the exploration team. We have lost contact with Wang Meng and Hu Dahai. Dr. Zheng, seated before the screen, scrutinizes Li Miao with concern. What is the situation? Did it not just descend? How could 2 members vanish so quickly? Li Miao replies, They simply disappeared suddenly. I have a recording from the robot capturing Wang Meng's disappearance. Could you please take a look? He promptly transmits the footage to Dr. Zheng. After reviewing the video, Dr. Zheng's unease grows. Initially, he suspects he may have missed something, so he requests the technician to replay it 3 or 4 times. The more they observe, the more alarmed Dr. Zheng, Xiao Yu, and the technician become, as they witness Wang Meng's abrupt disappearance on the screen. In the pitch-black air, San Hao, well, everyone in Team 1 is equally tense, as the vanishing of Wang Meng and Hu Dahai is undeniably strange. The team member known as Monkey wears a grave expression, feeling an unsettling vibe. The notion of a person disappearing before one's eyes feels like the stuff of ghost stories. Yet, as a Taoist, he detects no trace of malevolent energy. To be cautious, he retrieves a compass. Upon noticing the compass in Monkey's hand, Beijing and several keen-eyed teammates become increasingly anxious. Although they do not believe in supernatural forces, witnessing 2 comrades vanish before them causes them to question their beliefs. Lin Gang shakes his head. He is resolute in his disbelief of the supernatural, and Monkey's previous behavior only strengthens his conviction that Monkey is a charlatan. Li Miao observes Monkey and the compass, wanting to express his thoughts, but refraining. Doubts begin to creep into Li Miao's mind regarding the possibility of supernatural involvement. His worldview begins to waver. Monkey's gaze is fixed on the compass, which is spinning rapidly, indicating it may be detecting something inexplicable. He turns to Li Miao, asking, Is there something nearby? Possibly a tomb? No, The ancient tomb is still some distance ahead. It would actually be preferable to reach it, as we have set up a temporary camp there. After considering Li Miao's words, Monkey calculates with his fingers, his expression growing serious. No, there is something behind this wall. Li Miao, puzzled, asks, what is it? Monkey cryptically replies, you'll find out once it's opened. Li Miao, seeing Monkey's confidence, beckons a few technicians and robots to prepare for breaching this section of the well wall. The well structure is fortified, having undergone special treatment, making it challenging to break through. After considerable effort, the robots finally breach the wall, revealing a pitch-black void. Li Miao lifts his light source, feeling as though the darkness of the cave is attempting to swallow the light. Unable to discern the cave's conditions, he decides to send an exploratory robot inside. Clearly apprehensive about this sudden emergence of a cave, he hesitates to risk his team. With a series of mechanical sounds, the exploration robot slowly ventures into the cave. All exploration team members gather around Li Miao's display, watching as the robot transmits video footage. The robot's strong light illuminates only a short distance ahead, leaving the team on edge as they confront the unknown. The cave is eerily quiet, with only the sound of the robot's movements echoing in the darkness, creating a particularly unsettling atmosphere. Silence envelopes them, so profound that even their breaths seem muted, with only the sound of the robot's progress remaining audible. Hold on, Lin Gang whispers to Li Miao, gesturing for his attention. Li Miao instructs the technician to reverse the robot slightly and glances to the left. Instantly, a jolt of fear grips everyone's hearts. On the left wall of the cave, an eerily pale human face is grinning at the robot. Chapter 14. The face growing on the cave wall. Seeing the face on the wall sends a shiver down Lin Gang's spine. The expression is far from human-like. He notices that Bei Jian is trembling beside him, and the sight of such a grotesque visage would terrify any reasonable person. Li Miao, astonished, exclaims, it's Wang Meng. Only then does everyone realize that the face on the wall belongs to the recently vanished Wang Meng. How could a man who just disappeared moments ago have his face appear on the wall of this cave? Their minds struggle to comprehend this phenomenon, which surpasses all rational understanding. The face of a man who vanished mere minutes ago now adorns the cave wall outside the well. They are utterly confounded by this development. Li Miao steadies himself and declares, you all remain here. I will investigate further. I'm coming with you. Lin Gang replies without hesitation. He is unwilling to relinquish any potential clue regarding his father. Li Miao glanced at Lin Gang and gently nodded. It may be difficult for one person to operate inside. You should accompany me. Bei Jian pulled up the quietly munching monkey beside him. We will go with you. We agreed to advance and retreat together. Monkey struggled, protesting. I'm not going. I want to drink Red Mimi. Fine, when we come out, you can drink as much as you want. Bei Jian asserted firmly. And me. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Lin Gang, Bei Jian, and Monkey all felt a curious pang. That voice sounded so familiar. Lin Gang approached the woman, irritated, and said, who told you to come down here? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? Monkey resumed, eating his melon seeds, watching the scene unfold. Xiao Ying was being all flirty with him. And now, there was a girl involved who seemed a bit ambiguous? Monkey rubbed his chin and remarked to Bei Jian, I didn't expect Lin Gang to be such a charmer. Just a few days in the underground city, and he is already entangled? Bei Jian smacked Monkey's head in exasperation. Stop gossiping. She is Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying? Monkey exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Remembering Bei Jian and Lin Gang's face swap from last time, he stepped aside and muttered, this is turning into a drama series. It's truly unbearable. The woman turned her face and, upon returning, had transformed into Xiao Ying. She gazed at Lin Gang and said, Bei Jian just mentioned that we must stand together. Do you know how perilous it is here? Lin Gang anxiously replied, precisely because it is dangerous that you cannot abandon me. Xiao Ying's eyes began to glisten with tears. Li Miao observed the dramatics and remarked, stop acting like it's a life-and-death separation. The cave entrance is only a few hundred meters in. The four of us men are sufficient. You, as a girl, want to be much help inside. Stay outside to assist us. Reluctantly, Xiao Ying acquiesced to Li Miao's words. Lin Gang patted Xiao Ying's head reassuringly. Don't worry, we'll be in and out in no time. With that, Lin Gang followed Li Miao into the cave, while Bei Jian dragged the unwilling monkey along. Xiao Ying had no choice but to watch them step deeper into the cave. Just as Monkey and the others entered, a sudden tremor shook the ground, resembling an earthquake. Before anyone could react, the connection between the cave and the shaft collapsed, instantly burying the exit. Xiao Ying, witnessing the cave-in, urgently called for help to excavate. The technician, monitoring the display, suddenly lost signal and lost contact with Li Miao and the others. Captain! Captain! The technician called out repeatedly, but received no response. He then joined in the effort to dig out the cave entrance. Inside the cave, Lin Gang and the others turned back to see the blocked entrance, panic setting in. Monkey leapt up, exclaiming, I told you not to come in. This is it. We've just entered, and it's already collapsed. Li Miao looked at the chaotic pile of rocks and called out to those outside, only to find a signal cut off. Remaining calm, he said, It's all right. We haven't gone deep. The team outside should be able to clear the entrance quickly. Let us check on Wang Ming's situation. The four continued forward, but upon reaching the robot's previous position, they discovered it had been destroyed at the waist. Wang Ming's face remained on the wall, but now his expression was not one of joy. His eyes bulged, and blood streamed from his eyes, mouth, and nose. The sight was horrifying. Bei Jian, upon seeing Wang Ming's condition, quickly turned his head and tightly shut his eyes. As a wealthy heir and a university intern, he had never encountered such a bloody scene. Wang Ming's current state was something he had only seen in horror films, and the reality of it was nearly unbearable. Lin Gang's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He had never witnessed such a sight either, and fear gripped him. Surprisingly, Monkey maintained a semblance of composure as he examined Wang Ming's face, his brow furrowed in thought. Li Miao felt a deep sorrow. This was his team member, dead before him, and he was profoundly saddened. Yet, having seen much in his life, he restrained his grief and began to observe the cave environment. The sight only worsened his expression. Lin Gang, calming himself, approached as well. How could this happen? He asked in astonishment. Li Miao, equally perplexed, pondered the situation. It became evident that Wang Ming had been embedded into the cave wall, with only his face exposed, as if he had been a part of the wall all along. This scenario defied logic. Wang Ming had only been missing for a brief moment. How could he have become part of the wall? Look here. Monkey's voice called from behind. Lin Gang and Li Miao turned toward Monkey's light and were met with an even greater horror. Dahai was similarly embedded in the opposite wall. What the hell is going on? Bei Jian shouted in despair. How could the two who had just gone missing end up dead in such a bizarre manner? Bei Jian's question echoed among them, with no one able to provide a rational explanation, as they all shared the same bewilderment regarding the situation. Even the experienced Li Miao began to tremble. This was beyond his comprehension. Monkey was equally terrified, although he was a Taoist and believed in spirits. There were no traces to follow. Ghosts did not manifest in such a manner. Believing he was hallucinating, Monkey quickly closed his eyes and began to recite a calming incantation. Chapter 15. Clues about Lin Dong in the pitch-black cave. An unusual silence enveloped them, broken only by their breaths. The group stood still, unsure of what to do next. Bei Jian trembled uncontrollably, gripping Monkey's arm tightly. Monkey, aren't you a Taoist? Can you see if this is haunted? The scene had frightened Bei Jian into believing in supernatural occurrences. Monkey grimaced, young master. Can you loosen your grip? You're hurting me. Realizing his grip was too tight, Bei Jian loosened it, but remained too frightened to let go completely, instead holding Monkey's arm tightly. The situation made Bei Jian resemble a terrified child. Monkey struggled to free himself, but ultimately allowed Bei Jian to hold him, as it provided a small sense of security. Lin Gang and Li Miao exchanged glances and, with determination, decided that they must excavate Wang Ming and Dahai from the wall, regardless of the circumstances. One would dig out Wang Ming, while the other would dig out Dahai. Equipped with excavation and cutting tools, they approached the wall and began their work. As sparks flew from the wall, their suspicions deepened. How could Wang Ming and Hu Dahai have been embedded in such a hard surface in such a short time? After hours of labor, they finally succeeded in extracting Wang Ming and Hu Dahai's bodies from the wall. Both wore their gear intact, with no visible injuries. Just as they sought further confirmation, a loud explosion echoed from the entrance of the cave. Lin Gang, Bai Yin. It was Xiao Ying's voice calling out. Captain, came the voices of the team members outside. The four individuals inside the cave felt a slight easing of their anxious hearts. We are here. Do not come in. We will emerge shortly. After speaking, Li Mao and his team lifted the bodies of Wang Ming and his companion out of the cave. Xiao Ying, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes while looking at Lin Gang, standing at the cave's mouth, smiled and said, I knew you would be safe. The group breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the four return unharmed, as their earlier disappearance had genuinely frightened those outside. However, the sight of Wang Ming's lifeless body brought a wave of sorrow over everyone. Li Mao briefed the higher-ups about the recent events and received instructions to continue exploring deeper. Observing the downcast expressions of his companions, Li Mao remarked, on the path to success, sacrifices are inevitable. They are the heroic pioneers on our journey to happiness. Let's not dwell in sorrow. We have more significant matters to attend to. I urge everyone to transform their grief into strength, completing the tasks they could not. Li Mao assigned 2 robots to carry Wang Ming's remains to the surface while the rest of the team continued their descent. Following the recent incident, Li Mao instructed the robots to lead the way and act as rearguards, ensuring that all team members maintained a safe distance to prevent similar tragedies as that of Wang Ming and his companion. The team proceeded downward, and fortunately, they encountered no further incidents, reaching the campsite near the ancient tomb. Upon entering the camp, they began surveying the surrounding environment, confirming its safety before removing their gear to rest and recharge for the next leg of their journey. Captain, there is something here, a team member shouted. Everyone rushed towards his voice and arrived at a room. This was the supply storage room, where they discovered a body lying on the floor, clad in the uniform of the first group sent for exploration. The clothing was tattered, as if torn by some force, revealing deep wounds that exposed the bone beneath. Many supplies in the storage room were scattered chaotically, suggesting someone had hastily rummaged through them. The first group had survivors. Lin Gang analyzed the disarrayed storage room, concluding that they had indeed reached this place, replenished their supplies, and then left in a state of urgency. Li Mao nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with Lin Gang's assessment. Yet he questioned, logically, if they're still alive, why did they not contact the surface? Even without communication, the supplies here would sustain them for a considerable time. Why did they not remain or seek help from above? Suddenly, Lin Gang recalled the persistent voice of his father echoing in his mind. Underground. Is that a distress signal from my father? If his father could transmit a signal, why not clarify his situation? Lin Gang felt enveloped in a thick fog of confusion, unable to untangle his thoughts. Everything seemed to be steering him deeper underground, as if one more step would unveil the truth concealed beneath the haze. Yet, the reality appeared more complex than he had imagined. What was truly happening? Was there indeed a survivor? Was the survivor his father? Why did they not seek assistance from the surface? Why had they hastily gathered supplies in the storage room? What had caused the body to bear such grievous wounds? Were they evading something? Were they being pursued? A torrent of disjointed information surged through Lin Gang's mind, and he felt that understanding it would clarify the situation. Yet, these thoughts loomed like a suffocating fog. Li Mao surveyed the room and instructed, everyone, look around for any additional clues. I will synchronize the current information with the surface. The group dispersed, searching the vicinity for leads. The monkey glanced at the map and proceeded in a direction toward the camp. Bei Jian, observing the monkey's furtive movements, followed suit. In another direction, Xiaoying called out through the communication device, Lin Gang, come here. Following her voice, Lin Gang approached her. Upon arrival, he discovered another trail of blood on the ground. He pulled out his device to scan the blood, which shockingly revealed it to belong to his father, Lin Dong. Excitement surged within Lin Gang. After all his efforts, he had finally found a clue about his father. Tears brimmed in his eyes, for even a trace of his father's whereabouts brought him immeasurable joy. In a frenzy, Lin Gang began searching frantically nearby, murmuring to himself, "My father is alive. He must be near. He is alive, and I will find him soon." Seeing Lin Gang's fervor, Xiaoying hurried over. Li Mao, alerted by the commotion, rushed to their side as well. Upon understanding the situation, he felt a profound sense of relief, knowing that Lin Dong was the core of the underground city. Finding leads about him was exhilarating beyond words. After searching for a long time, Lin Gang found no further clues and spiraled into despair. He feared that his father might meet the same fate as Wang Ming and Hu Dahai. He truly did not know how to cope with such a loss. The greatest fear lies in hope, for hope fuels motivation, yet the gradual extinguishing of hope can deliver a crushing blow to the spirit. Observing Lin Gang's frantic state, Xiaoying and Li Mao quickly restrained him. As he struggled against their hold, Lin Gang pleaded, "Li, my father is still alive. Please help me find him. He could be close." Witnessing Lin Gang's desperation, Xiaoying felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. "Xiaoying, Lin Gang, come quickly," came Bei Jian's urgent voice from a distance. Following his call, the group hurriedly made their way over. They found Bei Jian and the monkey standing on the patch of ground between the camp and the ancient tomb, their faces etched with terror. As they approached, they were left in stunned silence. The area, once a solid expanse, was now pockmarked with craters, stained with blood and scattered remnants of human tissue and mechanical fragments. The scene was chaotic, clearly indicative of a fierce battle that had resulted in casualties. Could it be that the team member found in the storage room had suffered fatal injuries during this conflict? Li Mao quickly established control over the scene, instructing, "Do not rush into the area. We must preserve the integrity of the site. Let's have the technicians conduct a thorough examination for any subtle clues." Shortly thereafter, the analysis of the blood at the scene was completed, revealing not only Lin Dong's blood, but also that of several other team members. Yet conspicuously absent was the blood of the team member from the storage room. Lin Gang deduced. This indicates that a confrontation had already occurred prior to their arrival here. The team member in the storage room must have died in that skirmish, and they, in a state of panic, replenished their supplies before engaging in another fierce battle here. Li Miao nodded thoughtfully. It seems that this is indeed the case. They appear to be pursued by someone. Lin Gang, perplexed, inquired, "What exactly are they being chased by?" Observing the deep battle scars on the ground, one cannot help but wonder what immense force could have left such marks. Bei Jian, with a grave expression, remarked, "It seems that only robots possess the capability to inflict such damage." Xiaoying interjected sternly, "Impossible. All robots undergo rigorous quality inspections before leaving the factory. Moreover, their chips and programs are designed and edited by our human technicians. They cannot initiate attacks on humans. However, there have been experts who express strong doubts regarding the intelligence of smart robots." Bei Jian countered, gazing at Xiaoying. "If it is not the robots, then who is pursuing them? Could it be that the team members have turned against each other? That is inconceivable," Li Miao vehemently explained. "Every individual involved in the construction of the underground city has been meticulously vetted. Such a situation among our team is simply unfathomable." Hearing Bei Jian question the unity within the underground city, Li Miao felt a surge of anger. He was one of the original contributors to the construction of the underground city, and the passion for this endeavor was shared among all. Their team could not possibly experience such discord. Yet, where there are people, there are conflicts. The underground city is populated, and it cannot be as idyllic as a fairy tale. What if someone is intent on sabotaging the construction of the underground city? Bei Jian shrugged. "That is impossible. The construction of the underground city is classified." Lin Gang interjected, suddenly struck by a thought. At the same moment, Bei Jian exclaimed, "There is a spy within the team." Li Miao shook his head. "That is not possible. Even if there were a traitor, our robots are programmed with attack restrictions. They would never harm our own team members." Meanwhile, the monkey speculated, could it be that a traitor leaked the location of the underground city, allowing some ill-intentioned individuals to infiltrate and cause destruction? Xiaoying dismissed the monkey's notion. "Your scenario is highly implausible." The monkey, perplexed, retorted, "Why is it so difficult to achieve? Can't one simply drill a well from an inconspicuous spot near the base?" Because my father is in charge of the underground city's security, Xiao Ying stated emphatically. Upon hearing Xiao Ying's words, the monkey abandoned his unrealistic idea. The team fell into confusion once more, their thoughts fragmented. Lin Gang suddenly declared with determination, "Speculating is futile. We should hasten to locate the first batch of missing team members. Solving their issues will resolve all our problems. Indeed, let us cease our futile musings and find those team members. These issues will be resolved." Lin Gang's suggestion received unanimous agreement. At that moment, the on-site investigation team completed their tasks. The footprints of the surviving team members indicated that they seemed to be heading towards the ancient tomb. Entering the tomb required approval from above, and Li Miao began to seek permission. However, after several attempts, he was unable to reach the command center. Assuming there was an issue with the equipment, he checked, only to find no problems with the devices or signals. Attempts to communicate with the second and third teams yielded no responses. Lin Gang, anxious, urged, "Do not hesitate. In times of crisis, military orders must be obeyed. If we wait until we contact them, it may be too late. The sooner we find them, the sooner the issues can be resolved, and the surviving team members will have a greater chance of survival." Observing that only 8 members remained in the team, Li Miao gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Let us split into 2 groups. Half of us will remain here to continue trying to contact above and gather information around the camp, while the other half will accompany me into the tomb to search for survivors." After careful consideration, it was decided that Lin Gang, Li Miao, Bei Jian, and the monkey would enter the tomb to seek survivors, while Xiao Ying and the other 3 team members would stay behind to guard the camp. The 4 donned their gear once more, accompanied by 8 robots, as they approached the ancient tomb. Upon reaching the entrance, they were awestruck by its grandeur. The tomb's entrance towered 3 to 4 stories high, flanked by 2 statues of tomb guardians and a fierce beast. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. One could only wonder whose tomb it was to warrant such elaborate arrangements. Bai Yin, Astornisit, remarked while gazing at the fearsome guardian statues, "Is this deep underground not the realm of the underworld?" Li Miao and the others thought little of it and continued towards the tomb entrance. At the entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with the blood-red characters Shengren Wuru, meaning no living person shall enter. Bei Jian chuckled, observing the characters. "Is the tomb's owner shy? Why the warning against living beings? Is he socially anxious?" The monkey, with a serious demeanor, clarified, "The owner is not referring to strangers." "What does that mean?" Bayin Askit confused. Lin Gang interjected, "The owner is warning living beings. This door is not for the living to enter." The monkey and Li Miao remained silent, nodding slowly. Upon hearing Lin Gang's explanation, Bei Jian felt a chill run down his spine, a shiver creeping over his body. Looking once more at the blood-red characters on the tablet, he sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from it. He truly felt that this door was a gateway to the netherworld. "Should we consider taking another route?" Bei Jian suggested, his voice trembling with fear. The monkey, seizing the moment to shine, brandished an ancient talisman from his pouch before Bei Jian, exclaiming, "Young master, here is an ancestral talisman for warding off evil. Carrying it will protect you from all harm. Give it to me." Bei Jian, seeing it as a lifeline, attempted to grasp the talisman, but the monkey deftly evaded his reach. "This is my ancestral talisman, the only one in existence. How much is it? I will buy it. If auctioned, it would fetch no less than 300,000. As you're my dear friend, I will give you a discount, 288,000. Deal." Bei Jian tossed a card to the monkey, hurriedly snatching the talisman from his hand, clutching it tightly as if fearing it might sprout wings and fly away. The monkey pocketed the card and produced 2 identical talismans, approaching Lin Gang and Li Miao. "Gentlemen, these are my ancestral talismans, the only 2 in existence. Would you consider taking one?" Chapter 17. The monkey questioned about his character. Bei Jian glanced at the talisman in his hand, then at the 2 identical talismans in the monkey's possession, and recalling the monkey's words, he exploded with anger. "Monkey, you scoundrel, are you trying to swindle me? I will knock some sense into you today." The monkey, yelping, fled. "Young master, spare me. How could I dare deceive you? You just said it was the only one. Yet you have two in your hand. Ah, well, my ancestors had two brothers. This is passed down from my second ancestor. The monkey explained as he ran. I believe you not. Today, I will beat you until you meet your ancestors. Spare me, young master. I still need to protect you. Who needs your protection? You are the first to run when danger approaches. The monkey and Bei Jian chased each other, playfully wrestling around Lin Gang and Li Miao. The playful banter between them lightened the tense atmosphere among the four. With these two lively spirits in the team, the otherwise monotonous life underground gained a touch of amusement. As they reached the tomb entrance, they discovered it firmly shut. Bei Jian pushed against the door with all his might, but it remained immovable. Thus, in a state of confusion, one inquired, had we possibly taken a wrong turn? Perhaps they never entered at all? If they had, how could the tomb gate remain so firmly shut? Lin Gang and Li Miao were equally perplexed, having assumed that a mere push would suffice. Yet, despite their combined efforts, the stone door remained immovable, even with the assistance of a robot's formidable strength. Li Miao pondered aloud. Could it be that they secured the door after entering? Stop! The monkey bellowed. What on earth are you doing? Pushing the door. Come help us instead of standing there. Bei Jian exclaimed, his face flushed with exertion. Who told you that this stone door could be pushed open? If you could open such a heavy door, it would be miraculous. The monkey regarded them with an expression of condescension. If it won't budge, can you knock it open? Or perhaps call it to open like in a fairy tale? Li Miao chimed in with a sarcastic remark. Enough already. The monkey retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the trio, whose faces were now red and strained. This door has a mechanism that can be activated. A mechanism? Lin Gang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Watch closely, the monkey declared as he retrieved a compass and began to chant. To seek the dragon and discern the gold, observe the winding mountains, for each twist conceals a door. Monkey, why does that sound so familiar? Bei Jian mused, slapping his thigh in realization. What you just said is identical to a line from movie. You're not a Tomb Raider, are you? Lin Gang and Li Miao exchanged glances, recalling a similar film, and scrutinized the monkey's appearance and attire, which bore a striking resemblance to the archetypal Tomb Raider, especially considering that the monkey always carried a pickaxe and shovel, reminiscent of the tools depicted in both films and novels. The monkey, visibly annoyed, retorted, Don't ascribe such baseless accusations to this master. Do you still wish to enter? Hoping for the monkey to unlock the tomb door, Lin Gang and his companions fell silent, forcing their questions back into their minds. The monkey gestured towards the guardian beasts on either side of the tomb, saying, Examine the guardian beasts for any hidden mechanisms. Lin Gang and Bei Jian hurriedly inspected the guardians. But after a thorough search, they found no such buttons or mechanisms. Bei Jian could not help but scoff. Monkey, are you leading us on? We've searched high and low, but found nothing. Lin Gang agreed. Monkey, have you perhaps made a mistake? While he believed the monkey had some skill in discovering caves, he harbored doubts about the monkey's abilities, suspecting a miscalculation. Feeling his expertise questioned, the monkey replied indignantly, My skills in divination and calculation are professional. Your words may not wound me deeply, but they are highly insulting. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will never comprehend why the flowers bloom so beautifully. With that, the monkey began to perform intricate hand gestures while muttering incantations. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow and proclaimed, Open your eyes and behold. He approached the left guardian beast, rolled up his sleeves, and reached into its mouth. With a gentle yet decisive motion, the tomb door rumbled and swung open. Lin Gang, Bei Jian, and Li Miao stood frozen in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The sheer wonder of the monkey's actions left them utterly speechless. How could such an enormous stone door, impervious to their might, yield so easily to the monkey's deft touch? Bei Jian nudged his chin back into place and exclaimed, Monkey, how did you manage that? That was incredible. Lin Gang couldn't contain his applause. Utterly captivated by the monkey's display of skill, the monkey's performance had completely won over the trio. Li Miao glanced between the open tomb door and the smug monkey, asking earnestly, Mei Xian, are you truly a Tomb Raider? The exuberant monkey, caught off guard by Li Miao's question, leapt in indignation. Li Miao, Is there any courtesy in your words? I have just opened the tomb door for you, and you dare question my integrity? Turning to Lin Gang and Beijian, he sought their support, but upon seeing their equally puzzled expressions, his ire flared. You three are too much. You dare to question my character. What character do you possess? You exhausted your integrity when you bought that talisman. Beijian quipped, stepping into the tomb. Lin Gang approached the monkey and whispered, You're raising your voice too much. Generally, those who shout like this are either wronged or have hit a nerve with the truth. After patting the monkey's shoulder and shaking his head with a sigh, he followed Beijian into the tomb. Li Mao joined the monkey, gently tapping him on the shoulder. Take it easy. Don't take their words to heart. They say appearance reflects the heart, and you do bear a striking resemblance to a tomb raider. If you're not one, you're wasting that sneaky visage. Without waiting for the monkey's response, Li Mao hastily followed Lin Gang and Beijian. Several intelligent robots approached the monkey, appearing as though they wished to say something, but ultimately shook their heads and departed. The monkey, witnessing even the robots mock him, was infuriated, stomping his foot. You are tearing down the bridge after crossing it. You are betraying me. You are a monkey, not a donkey. The voices of Lin Gang and the others echoed from within the tomb. Chapter 18. The eerie passageway the group had scarcely entered when the tomb's door began to close slowly. Startled, Lin Gang and his companions were momentarily taken aback. After the monkey's explanation, their anxiety subsided. It turned out that the mechanism of the door, once activated, would gradually reset itself, returning to its original state. Lin Gang could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of their ancestors, who, countless years ago, had achieved such remarkable advancements in mechanical development and control. Observing the astonished faces of his companions, the monkey unwittingly embarked on a mini-lecture. Long ago, our ancestors had an intricate understanding of fine mechanics. The four great inventions, coupled with their arithmetic prowess, far surpassed that of other nations. However, as dynasties changed, the leadership's shortcomings led to stagnation, allowing other countries to catch up. The monkey swallowed hard and continued. Although their advancements may have outstripped ours, much of their success was built upon our foundations. Yet, they shamelessly sought to suppress us, hindering our progress. These foolish individuals have underestimated our spirit. They have forgotten that a significant portion of their achievements owes its existence to us. Thus, we have once again surpassed them. The monkey declared with pride. Impressive monkey, Lin Gang exclaimed, genuinely impressed. You, who have never attended school, seem quite knowledgeable about history. Your manner of speaking bears a resemblance to that of the elder from a few days ago. Lin Gang's words were sincere praise for the monkey. Acknowledging that despite his lack of formal education, the monkey articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity. This insight is indeed commendable. The monkey grinned proudly and exclaimed, I may not have received systematic education in school, but I have learned far more from the University of Society than any of you. Observing the monkey's smug demeanor, Lin Gang refrained from mocking him. In every field, excellence can emerge, and the knowledge the monkey gained from society surpasses what they could acquire in school. Everyone possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. One should never compare their own advantages with others' shortcomings, as this leads to a distorted perception and a lack of accurate judgment regarding others. Although the monkey's formal education may not compare to that of himself and Beijian, the unique skill he displayed when opening the tomb door is not something they could master in a short time. Listening to the conversation between Lin Gang and the monkey, Li Mao curiously inquired, Who is the old gentleman you are speaking of? The monkey, seemingly indifferent, replied, A few days ago, we encountered an old gentleman in the underground city, a rather proud fellow named Jiao Ao. Are you referring to Jiao Yi? Li Mao exclaimed, What did you do? That gentleman hardly converses with anyone. The monkey shrugged nonchalantly. We just had a casual chat. What does it matter what you call him? Jiao Yi? That old man certainly has a grand presence. Li Mao affirmed, Indeed, Jiao Yi's stature is remarkable throughout the underground city. He raised his thumb in approval, indicating Jiao Ao's significant status. Wait, Lin Gang interrupted the exchange between Li Mao and the monkey. With a direct gaze, he asked Li Mao, What do you call that old gentleman named Jiao Ao? Jiao Yi. Everyone in the underground city refers to him as Jiao Yi. Upon receiving Li Mao's confirmation, Lin Gang was filled with frustration, wishing he had conversed with the old gentleman a bit longer, realizing he was indeed the Jiao Yi Dr. Zheng had spoken of. Li Mao, noticing Lin Gang's reaction, asked, "What is the matter? Do you know Jiao Yi?" Lin Gang shook his head and hurriedly explained, No. I've only heard my father mention him before. I was just curious. When I saw him in person, I didn't realize he was Jiao Yi. Now I feel a bit regretful." Li Mao accepted Lin Gang's explanation, sensing its authenticity and not dwelling further on it. "Lin Gang, didn't we just pass this way?" Bei Jian's voice broke the moment. Lin Gang glanced down the straight passage and replied, "Impossible. How could we get lost in such a straight corridor?" Bei Jian, looking terrified, explained, "You were so engrossed in conversation, you didn't notice. I've seen the mural on the wall 5 or 6 times already." Upon hearing Bei Jian's words, Lin Gang quickly paid attention, recalling that something indeed fell off. Logically, a corridor should not be excessively long. After walking for such a duration, they should have reached the end. Yet, the corridor before them still seemed endless. Lin Gang picked up a stone to mark their position, and they continued onward. After an extended period, the passage remained devoid of an endpoint. Suddenly, Bei Jian, with a pale face, tapped Lin Gang and pointed to a nearby open space. The four of them looked ahead, their expressions turning grim. It turned out that the mark Lin Gang had just made was clearly visible on the ground before them. The group was left bewildered. How could they have walked in a straight passage only to return to the very spot where they had marked? This was not merely unusual. It was distinctly eerie. Li Mao, defiant against superstition, pulled out a directional device and instructed the others to stay put while he ventured ahead to scout. With that, he focused intently on the device as he moved forward. Li Mao kept his gaze fixed on the pointer, ensuring he was advancing in a single direction without veering off course. Li Mao, just as he believed he was on the verge of success. A sudden call from ahead startled him. He looked up to find Lin Gang and the others standing directly in front of him, watching him intently. Flustered, Li Mao exclaimed, "Didn't I tell you to stay put while I scouted ahead? Why are you here?" Lin Gang pointed to the ground. "We've been standing still the entire time. How did you come from behind us?" Li Mao examined the mark on the ground, confirming that Lin Gang and the others had, indeed, remained stationary. However, he was left puzzled, having been fixated on the device as pointer the entire time. How did he end up behind the group? This was utterly unscientific. How could someone on a straight path end up behind those ahead? Observing Li Mao's increasingly troubled expression, Bei Jian timidly suggested, "Could it be we encounter a ghost wall?" Indeed, in the heavily haunted atmosphere of the ancient tomb, such an occurrence was reminiscent of the folklore surrounding ghost walls. Li Mao, a retired soldier and staunch atheist, began to question his beliefs as these bizarre events unfolded, forcing him to reconsider the existence of phenomena beyond his comprehension and scientific explanation. Witnessing this uncanny scene, Lin Gang, Bei Jian, and Li Mao once again turned their gaze toward the monkey. They sensed that it was up to the monkey to unravel this predicament. Chapter 19. The diminished intelligence of Bei Jian the monkey, noticing the expectant gazes of the three, helplessly remarked, "You look to me for solutions, but I cannot resolve this." "Aren't you a Taoist?" Bei Jian questioned, perplexed. "Or has your purity been lost? I've seen movies where Taoists break ghost walls with a simple incantation. I am a Taoist, not a deity." The monkey looked at Bei Jian with disdain. "Where did you get such nonsensical ideas? They lack any scientific basis. Isn't art derived from life?" Li Mao interjected, "Art is derived from life, but you have elevated it beyond reality." The monkey replied, sweating with anxiety. Bei Jian, hearing this, could not help but praise, Oh, monkey teacher, you've made a profound point. Art is derived from life, yet transcends it. Such philosophical musings from you are remarkable. Get out of here. Do you even understand what you're saying?" The monkey disdainfully shoved Bei Jian aside. The trio of the monkey, Bei Jian, and Li Mao delved into a discussion on the intricate relationship between art and life. Watching the conversation veer off course, Lin Gang felt overwhelmed, initially believing that only the monkey's unconventional thinking was a challenge. He hadn't anticipated that Bei Jian, through their interactions, had also been influenced by the monkey's peculiar thought processes. Their shared mental pathways had resulted in an impact far beyond mere arithmetic. He had never imagined that Li Mao, the team leader, would also be affected by the monkey and Bei Jian's eccentricities. Lin Gang now harbored serious doubts that the monkey was a source of intellectual contagion, deciding he must keep his distance in the future to avoid diminishing his own intelligence. Observing the three still engrossed in their discussion of art and life, Lin Gang felt utterly despondent. Stop. Gentlemen, I believe your topic has strayed. Lin Gang urgently called for a halt to their artistic discourse. Upon hearing Lin Gang's reminder, the three reluctantly ceased their exchange on art. Lin Gang gazed solemnly at the monkey and inquired, "Monkey, does your implication suggest that you have already lost your innocence?" The three individuals present nearly stumbled in disbelief at Lin Gang's words. Quickly retracting his statement, Lin Gang assumed a serious demeanor and asked, "Enough with the jesting. Monkey, can you truly decipher this situation?" "I cannot. I have yet to fully comprehend it," the monkey exclaimed. "But I can," Bei Jian volunteered, patting his chest confidently. "How do we achieve that?" "Share your methods, so we may analyze them together." Li Mao interjected eagerly upon hearing that a solution was possible. Bei Jian looked at the trio with an air of mystery and declared, "Lin Gang is indeed innocent. I can assure you of that." Fuming, Lin Gang kicked Bei Jian's rear and retorted, "Bei Jian, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you not?" Bei Jian shot back, "If you claim you are no longer innocent, I shall inform Xiao Ying when we exit. Indeed, I am innocent. But what does this have to do with solving the problem?" Lin Gang questioned, his face flushed. "This situation resembles a ghostly wall. Perhaps a splash of your youthful essence could break it," Bei Jian suggested, exuding confidence. The monkey and Li Mao chimed in, urging Lin Gang to use his youthful essence to resolve the conundrum. Under the pressure of their insistence, Lin Gang reluctantly turned and, with great reluctance, relieved himself in the distance. The sight of the youthful essence brought a sense of relief to the group as they continued forward. However, after a short while, they found themselves perplexed, having returned to their original position. The markings on the ground were glaringly evident, made even more so by Lin Gang's earlier release. "Lin Gang, when did you lose your innocence?" Bei Jian exclaimed in horror. "Silence. I have not lost it," Lin Gang retorted, trembling with indignation and beginning to question the absurd notion that youthful essence could dispel evil spirits. "Allow me," Li Mao, blushing, declared, "I am still innocent." He then approached the spot where Lin Gang had relieved himself, contributing his own essence. The group packed their belongings and pressed on, only to find themselves back at their starting point once more. "Could it be that we've exceeded the time limit?" Li Mao speculated. At this juncture, devoid of alternatives, Bei Jian and the monkey also contributed their essence to the previous markings. Soon enough, they found themselves returning to their original position again, staring incredulously at the large pool of markings. They exchanged glances, beginning to seriously doubt their own innocence. They pondered when they might have lost it. The monkey muttered to himself, "Could it be that I also?" Hearing this, Bei Jian turned and asked, "What did you say?" Nothing. The monkey replied hastily, waving his hand. The situation once again fell into a stalemate, with the group standing in silence, searching for a solution. Lin Gang, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Isn't the spot a bit awkward? Can we not find another position to brainstorm a solution?" The monkey picked up a bottle of water and approached, saying, "No worries. I shall dilute it with some water." With that, he unscrewed the cap and poured it onto the previous markings. Lin Gang, disgusted, stepped aside. Observing Lin Gang's disdain, the monkey quipped that he was merely being overly fastidious. Having contemplated for a while without finding a solution, Lin Gang glanced at the monkey pouring water, feeling exasperated. Suddenly, he dashed over to the puddle. The monkey remarked, "Just a moment ago, you were disgusted, and now you show interest? Are you here for skincare? To experience a splash of hyaluronic acid? Get lost. Everyone, come and see." Bei Jian exclaimed, pinching his nose. "You can look for yourself. Why drag us into this? I believe I have unraveled the essence of this situation," Lin Gang stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Beijian, Li Mao, and the monkey hurriedly squatted down, leaning over to observe the liquid on the ground, even lifting their noses to sniff. However, after a thorough examination, they remained baffled about the nature of the situation. Are you deceiving us? You are dissatisfied with the smell yourself, yet insist we join you in smelling it. The monkey protested, pinching his nose and preparing to leave. I didn't ask you to smell it. There's nothing pleasant about it. I merely wanted you to observe the direction of the liquid's flow. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had us sniffing for ages. They retorted, gagging at the odor. I thought you three were so enthusiastic about the scent that you enjoyed it. Lin Gang chuckled. The trio felt an urge to retaliate against Lin Gang. As they observed the water flowing slowly to the sides, the monkey seemed to have an epiphany. Beijian still appeared confused. Isn't this just a puddle of mixed liquid? What can we deduce from it? Lin Gang continued to prompt. Look at the direction of the liquid's flow. Is it not just flowing in these two directions? What does it signify? Beijian still wore a puzzled expression, clearly affected by the monkey's confusion. Chapter 20. In wealth and honor, do not forget Lin Gang regarded Beijian, whose intellect seemed to have been dragged down by the monkey, with disdain. The water flows in those two directions, indicating that those areas are lower. He elucidated. Water flows downhill. Even a 3-year-old knows that. Water flows downhill. Think deeper. How am I to think deeper? Beijian asked, his face adorned with a large question mark. Lin Gang began to lose faith in Beijian's intellect at that moment. Do you know about a hamster's running wheel? A hamster's running wheel? What are you rambling about? Beijian's confusion deepened. He felt completely lost by Lin Gang's seemingly nonsensical statements. Lin Gang, now exasperated, explained the water spills onto the ground, not remaining stationary, but flowing slowly to the sides, indicating that the ground is not flat, as we assumed. It is slightly curved. This subtle curvature misleads us into thinking we are walking on a level path, when in fact, we are traversing a space akin to a hamster's running wheel. Upon hearing Lin Gang's explanation, Beijian experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on him that their group had been ensnared by a wheel-like mechanism within this ancient tomb. No wonder they kept returning to this spot regardless of their efforts to move forward. Damn it, this tomb has been toying with us like monkeys, Beijian exclaimed. Now, realizing the situation, the monkey sensed the double entendre and quickly interjected, Young master, express your feelings but refrain from calling me a monkey. It sounds as if you are insulting me. Lin Gang seized the opportunity to retort. It serves you right. Who told you to declare yourself a donkey upon entering the tomb? Now we are left to accompany you in this futile endeavor. I never called myself a donkey. I merely said you were slaying the donkey after unloading. Beijian quickly countered. Exactly. We are indeed slaying you. You are the donkey. Having grasped the nature of the enigma, the group's spirits lifted considerably, and they resumed their banter as they sought a way out of the wheel-like predicament. As they walked forward, laughing and joking, they carefully examined the walls to ensure they had not overlooked some narrow exit. Yet, after traversing a considerable distance without discovering the anticipated exit, impatience began to set in. They were aware they were ensnared in a maze, but were at a loss for how to escape it, leaving them with an unsettling feeling, compounded by the uncertainty of when they had inadvertently entered this predicament. They distinctly remembered that upon entering, they proceeded straight ahead. Yet they remained bewildered as to how they had become ensnared in this labyrinth. Turning back, they could no longer locate the entrance they had just passed through, rendering any attempt to return futile. Beijian, wearing a look of urgency, exclaimed, Isn't the evidence of the fight at the entrance merely a ruse to lure us in? What kind of cursed place is this, where we can enter but cannot exit? Li Mao, equally perplexed, replied, If we were not deceived into entering, then Dr. Lin and the others must have traversed this passage as well. Where then could they be now? As the group pondered these perplexities, Lin Gang closed his eyes, determined to contemplate how they might successfully extricate themselves from this predicament. Observing Lin Gang's closed eyes, Beijian misinterpreted his stillness as surrender and remarked, Lin Gang, you can't just sit there with your eyes closed and await your fate. I am still young. I do not wish to perish. I remain a virgin. To die now would be a tremendous loss. Lin Gang ignored him, his focus unwavering as he contemplated a solution. Seeing Lin Gang's indifference, Bei Jian assumed he had completely given up. Lin Gang, you've dragged me into this wretched predicament. You cannot simply abandon hope. Xiao Ying is still waiting for us outside. Will we truly never see them again? I have yet to inherit my vast fortune. Upon hearing this, the monkey voiced his despair, echoing Bei Jian's sentiment. Alas, I have yet to receive my final payment. My beloved little master has not yet been confessed to. Young master, since it seems we may perish here, could you possibly grant me a few of your bank cards? I have spent most of my life in poverty and have yet to experience the lifestyle of the affluent. Oh, monkey, why must our fate be so cruel? Bei Jian lamented, embracing the monkey and weeping. The monkey, attempting to suppress his sorrow, patted Bei Jian and said, Young master, you were born into wealth, while I, the monkey, have known only hardship. The monkey's lamentations successfully evoked Bei Jian's compassion. He rummaged through his pockets, producing several cards and a stack of cash to hand to the monkey, all while muttering, Poor monkey, in these final moments, I shall help you fulfill your desire to be wealthy, even if it means dying as a rich ghost. The monkey, overwhelmed with emotion, wiped away his tears and murmured, Young master, you have been exceptionally kind to me. If there is a next life, I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty to repay your kindness. The two engaged in a heartfelt exchange, prepared to become sworn brothers. Just as they were about to pledge their bond, Lin Gang suddenly opened his eyes and summoned a robot carrying supplies, pouring a large quantity of water onto the ground. Confused, Bei Jian and the monkey watched Lin Gang's actions, their lamentations escalating. Bei Jian grinned. Monkey, do you see? Lin Gang seems to be pouring water as an offering to the heavens. The monkey retorted, Young master, this is hardly a tribute to the heavens. I feel as though he is honoring our impending demise. They both wailed in despair once more. Bei Jian, amidst his tears, remarked, Monkey, stop calling me young master. In the afterlife, who knows which of us will be the young master? We are of similar age. Let us refer to each other as brothers. You are slightly my elder, so you may call me brother. Oh, young master. No, brother. Our fates are indeed tragic. The monkey lamented, tears almost spilling into his mouth. Bei Jian sorrowfully said, Brother, should you find yourself in a good family in the next life, do not forget your brother. The monkey sniffled, asserting, Rest assured, brother, if I achieve great success, I shall never forget you. As they spoke, they began searching for candles to prepare for their brotherly oath. Lin Gang called out from a distance, Stop your wailing. I have found the exit. Upon hearing Lin Gang, Li Mao hurried over. Bei Jian and the monkey exchanged glances at their disheveled appearances, quickly wiping away their tears and hastily dabbing their noses before rushing toward Lin Gang. The monkey clutched a candle, and Bei Jian held incense, clearly prepared to make an offering should this not be a genuine exit, ensuring they had some form of insurance before meeting their fate. Lin Gang pointed to the ground before them, declaring, if I am not mistaken, this is indeed the exit. The monkey, observing the rapidly draining floor, tugged at Bei Jian, eager to proceed with their ritual. You dare call a mere patch of flooring an exit? You hinder our bond as brothers. Do not disturb us with frivolities. Bei Jian, dragged along, forgot his earlier tears as he rushed to perform the ritual. Li Mao, with righteous conviction, asserted, This is truly the exit. He commanded the robot to lift the floorboards, revealing a dark opening before them. The monkey glared at Li Mao and Lin Gang, his expression one of indignation. Chapter 21. The sudden appearance of a little girl gazing into the pitch-black cavern. Lin Gang, Li Mao, and Bei Jian perceived a glimmer of colorful light emanating from it. This was their path to survival, rendering the small passage more delightful than a red carpet. However, the monkey wore a countenance akin to one who had consumed a dead rat, lamenting that he was on the verge of successfully becoming sworn brothers with Bei Jian and securing a prosperous future. After all, he had just pledged to remember one another in times of wealth. Watching the success of his brotherhood slip away, the monkey felt a deep sorrow. He seethed, wishing that Lin Gang had taken just a moment longer, or that Li Mao had acted a tad more slowly. Then he and Bei Jian would have solidified their bond. Bei Jian, seeing the path to survival before him, forgot his previous tears and quickly discarded the incense, readying himself to leap into the cavern. The monkey, witnessing Bei Jian's hasty retreat, tossed aside his own incense and rushed after him, calling out, "Brother, wait for me. I shall protect you." Lin Gang and Li Mao shook their heads at the sight of the two fleeing into the cavern, quickly gathering their belongings and following suit with the intelligent robot. As they entered the tunnel, initially narrow, they soon discovered an expansive interior. Breathing in the not-so-fresh air, the four felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The taste of freedom was simply too exquisite. The monkey, refusing to relent, grasped Bei Jian's hand and said, "Brother, do walk a bit slower. Should you stumble or collide with something, your older brother would surely feel heartbroken." Bei Jian, disgusted, shook off the monkey's impatient grasp, feeling more nauseated than if he had consumed a dead rat. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had allowed his composure to shatter so easily. Had he only persisted a little longer, they might have found the exit without affording the monkey an opportunity to intervene. Bei Jian, glancing at Lin Gang and Li Mao, who were silently observing, felt as if he had swallowed a dead fly and approached Lin Gang, sulking. "Lin Gang, were you doing this on purpose? Had you acted more swiftly, I would not have found myself in such a humiliating predicament." Lin Gang, amused by Bei Jian's disheartened expression, burst into laughter. "Who told you to be so sensitive? Instead of devising a plan when faced with adversity, you were preoccupied with thoughts of reincarnation. You are supposed to be a product of higher education. What nonsense occupies your mind? How can I be blamed entirely? A mere exit has led to such tribulations. My fragile heart cannot withstand such torment." Bei Jian complained, patting his own chest. Lin Gang gently patted Bei Jian's shoulder, saying, "Jian, you are the heir to the vast estate of the Bei family. With such a fragile capacity for endurance, how will you manage the family business in the future? It is beneficial to refine yourself. Believe that everything is for the best arrangement." Li Mao, standing nearby, nodded solemnly. Drinking the bitter soup that Lin Gang had poured for him, Bei Jian felt quite full. He glanced at Li Mao, who was nodding in agreement, and felt as if he were attending a comedic performance filled with life philosophies. One played the role of the straight man, while the other provided the humor. And as Bei Jian observed the two, he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. "We have just arrived in a new environment. I shall scout ahead," Bei Jian said, catching a glimpse of the monkey approaching him, quickly crafting an excuse to evade it. "Young master, what are you doing? Let me help you." The monkey followed with a cheeky grin. After a few minutes, unable to endure the persistent presence of the monkey, Bei Jian hurriedly approached Lin Gang for assistance. "Lin Gang, save me. I can't take it anymore." Bei Jian's expression was one of despair. "How can I assist you?" Lin Gang replied with an amused look. "It is not so simple to offer help without any benefits, you know. I'll treat you to dinner," Bei Jian quickly proposed. "Not enough sincerity," Lin Gang retorted. "The latest gaming console that you desire, I shall buy it for you." "Still not enough sincerity. The latest gaming console and 10 exquisite meals at home. It's a deal." Lin Gang clapped his hands in agreement with Bei Jian's outstretched hand. Despite the agreement, Bei Jian felt a pang of regret as he realized he had just emptied his savings. It seemed that upon returning from the underground city, he would need to find ways to replenish his private funds. The monkey, noticing Bei Jian's distress, scampered over with wide eyes, gleefully asking, "Young master, what are you looking for? Let me help you." Bei Jian looked at the approaching figure, desperately signaling Lin Gang for rescue. Lin Gang gave him a reassuring expression and then blocked the monkey's approach, saying, "Monkey, may I ask you something?" "Oh, I have no time. I need to bond with my brother." The monkey was evidently still upset about Lin Gang interrupting his camaraderie with Bei Jian earlier. "Monkey, you just mentioned the little master." Lin Gang deliberately raised his voice, but before he could finish, the monkey covered his mouth with his hand. The monkey, looking sheepish, softly pleaded, "Let's talk nicely. I will gladly resolve your doubts." Although he spoke cheerfully, the smile on his face was more sorrowful than a frown. However, Lin Gang's expression was even more displeased as he glared at the monkey, saying, "Have you washed your hands after using the restroom?" The monkey, feeling awkward, withdrew his hand from Lin Gang's mouth and wiped it on his robe, then reached toward Lin Gang again. Lin Gang swiftly smacked the monkey's dirty hand away. "Monkey, if you don't make me happy today, I will expose your dealings with the little master, Lin Gang declared angrily. The monkey, realizing the situation was escalating, quickly bowed his head in apology. However, no matter how much the monkey explained or apologized, Lin Gang continued to glare at him with disgust. Reluctantly, the monkey offered up Bei Jian's bank card and money from his pocket, muttering through clenched teeth, "Brother Lin, I don't know your interests, but take this money and buy something you want. It's just a small gesture from your younger brother." Bei Jian felt a pang of regret as he watched the monkey produce his hard-earned savings. Just as Lin Gang reached out to accept the monkey's offering, the monkey snatched it back. "There are people over there." The monkey pointed behind the group with his other hand. Lin Gang thought the monkey was merely reluctant to part with his money, dismissing the claim entirely. However, he caught sight of Bei Jian's terrified expression. Bei Jian raised his hand, pointing behind Lin Gang, exclaiming, "There really is someone. I just saw a little girl dart past." Chapter 22. The disheartened Bei Jian, initially skeptical of the monkey, Lin Gang, upon seeing Bei Jian's alarmed face, sensed that they were not deceiving him. He slowly turned to look, but saw nothing. Believing the two were playing a prank, he tried to confront the monkey. But he had already stashed away his earlier offering and dashed off with his belongings. Lin Gang was bewildered. "Monkey, you can't escape this. If you don't provide an explanation, I will spread news of your little master." Turning back to Bei Jian, he lamented, "To help you rid yourself of the monkey's clinginess, I have sacrificed so much." Bei Jian, with a mournful expression, replied, "Lin Gang, you have given so much for me. I've barely escaped death, and now I'm in a den of ghosts." Before long, Li Mao returned with a dark expression after pursuing the monkey. "I couldn't catch that shadow. It vanished near the wall ahead. The monkey is still guarding it." Lin Gang, upon seeing Li Mao's demeanor, realized that what they had witnessed was indeed the same as what Bei Jian and the monkey had seen. All three had glimpsed the shadow, and Li Mao and the monkey had pursued it, only for the little girl's figure to suddenly disappear before their eyes. Lin Gang instructed Li Mao to lead the way to where the shadow had vanished. Bei Jian was reluctant, unwilling to engage further with anything sinister. Lin Gang, having no choice, told Bei Jian to wait while he and Li Mao sought out the monkey. After some time, they arrived at the wall Li Mao had mentioned, where the monkey was energetically shaking a compass, attempting to locate some clues. "Any discoveries?" Lin Gang approached the monkey, realizing the earlier incident was not yet resolved. "Brother, please be lenient. I am diligently trying to assist you. This wall has issues," the monkey declared earnestly. "Are you suggesting we tear down this wall?" Lin Gang inquired. The monkey nodded. "That won't do." Li Mao interjected, "We are already violating regulations by entering the ancient tomb. If we destroy this wall, it will be considered cultural destruction, and we'll be held accountable." Lin Gang looked at the monkey in confusion and asked, "Monkey, are you a Taoist or a demolition crew? Why do you want to tear down everything in sight?" "How am I tearing down everything?" The monkey replied, puzzled. Lin Gang said, "As soon as we descended, you demolished the well wall, and now you want to dismantle an ancient tomb? This is a cultural relic. You can't just destroy it. Then what do you propose?" Lin Gang remained silent until he noticed something peculiar on the wall. He approached and discovered that the wall's surface appeared to have been recently plastered. Gently touching it, the plaster began to peel away. The monkey exclaimed, "Hey, if you won't let me tear down the wall, why are you causing destruction yourself?" Ignoring him, Lin Gang continued to clear the plaster, and soon the wall was revealed to be smooth, exposing a series of numbers: 10, 9, 1, 15, 25, 5. The monkey and Li Mao stared at the numbers on the wall, utterly bewildered. They pondered for an extended period, yet failed to decipher the meaning of this string of numbers. Bei Jian, who had just remained stationary, observed Lin Gang's retreating figure without pursuing him. Instead, he sought out a spot to sit down, indulging in some food and drink. "Alas, one might wonder how it is that I, the illustrious young master of the Bai family and the sole heir of the venerable Bai lineage, am not content to patiently await the inheritance of my family's vast fortunes, but find myself in this murky abyss amidst perilous conditions." While savoring his meal, Bai Jian lamented to the robot at his side, "At home, I have access to all manner of exquisite delicacies. Yet here, I must find pleasure even in this wretched fare. Why must I endure such indignities?" As he spoke, he took another sip of the red beverage. Just as Bai Jian was engrossed in his monologue, an unsettling chill ran down his spine, as though someone were exhaling upon the back of his neck. Irritated, he turned around, muttering, "Could you please refrain from such antics? Do you not think I have endured enough?" However, before he could finish his sentence, an expression of sheer terror overtook his face. Unbeknownst to him, a pale-faced young boy had quietly appeared behind him. The boy's ghastly countenance, devoid of color, conjured images from the horror films Bai Jian had previously watched, and he could not help but find a disturbing resemblance to the specters depicted therein. The boy turned, fixing his gaze on Bai Jian and breaking into a sinister grin, revealing a mouthful of darkened teeth, an image so horrifying it was beyond comprehension. "Ah, help! There's a ghost!" Bai Jian screamed, springing from the ground and sprinting towards Lin Gang and the others with astonishing speed. The robots present were left in a state of shock, having never witnessed a human move with such swiftness, shattering world records in that very moment. Meanwhile, Lin Gang and his companions, who were preoccupied with deciphering the numbers on the wall, were abruptly alerted by Bai Jian's shriek. As they turned, they beheld Bai Jian racing towards them with incredible velocity. Before any of them could react, Bai Jian leaped into the embrace of the monkey, who, despite his frail form, managed to secure him in his arms. Trembling with fear, Bai Jian exclaimed, "Monkey, there's a ghost. Quickly, arm yourself and vanquish it." I was merely enjoying my meal when it began to blow on my neck and laugh at me. Yes, it was laughing at me. His fright rendered him almost incoherent. Lin Gang and Li Mao rushed to Bai Jian's side, eager to comfort him. "What happened?" "It's all right, Bai Jian, we are here. Where did you see this ghost?" Seeing his companions, Bai Jian's anxiety began to wane. He jumped down from the monkey's embrace, his hands still tightly gripping the monkey's as a testament to his lingering fear. He pointed towards the spot where he had been resting, his hands still trembling. "I was waiting for you when suddenly a small boy appeared behind me, grinning with a mouth full of blackened teeth." As he recounted his tale, Bai Jian shivered anew. The trio rushed to investigate, but found nothing amiss apart from some scattered food that Bai Jian had dropped in his haste. Li Mao approached the robot, reviewing the footage, only to discover that Bai Jian's seating position was in a blind spot where nothing was captured. Lin Gang patted Bai Jian's back in a bid to soothe him. "Could it be that you misinterpreted the situation?" "Impossible. He was right before my eyes, laughing at me." Bai Jian's fear had left him shaken, and he swallowed hard. The group, recognizing Bai Jian's distress, resolved to escort him back to camp, concerned that his psychological state might deteriorate further if he remained in the ancient tomb. They began to gather their belongings to head back when suddenly a figure materialized at the entrance of the cave they had just entered. Chapter 23. Existence justifies itself. A figure unexpectedly appeared before the group, startling even the burly men, including the self-proclaimed demon-slaying monkey, who leapt in fright. Bai Jian, whose mental state had already crumbled, fainted at the sight of the shadowy figure. Li Mao, a veteran soldier, quickly regained his composure and, seizing a shovel from the monkey, prepared to confront the shadow. "Lin Gang, is that you?" A familiar voice called out, halting Li Mao's impending strike. As the light shone upon the figure, it became clear that it was Xiaoying. The monkey sighed in relief. "Young lady, do you not realize that startling someone can be perilous?" Li Mao too relaxed, releasing the shovel with a heavy sigh, visibly shaken by the sudden appearance of Xiaoying. "Are you not a Taoist? Why then are you afraid of ghosts?" Xiaoying remarked, observing the startled expressions on the men's faces. Although she felt guilty for their fright, she could not resist retorting to the monkey's comment. The monkey, flustered by her words, felt his face flush. It was indeed rather unbecoming for a Taoist to be so easily frightened. Nevertheless, he pondered that he was, after all, merely human. Not wishing to lose face before Xiaoying, he bowed his head, silently bearing the humiliation. Lin Gang inquired, "Were you not instructed to wait for us at camp? What brings you here?" "I have been unable to reach you at camp. I grew concerned for your safety and came to find you," Xiaoying explained, glancing at the unconscious Bai Jian with concern. "What happened to him? Why has he fainted?" "You bear some responsibility for this," the monkey chimed in gleefully. Xiaoying's eyes widened in confusion. "How am I to blame? Do not heed his nonsense." Why did you come here alone? Is far too dangerous. Lin Gang admonished, perplexed at Xiao Ying's repeated ventures outside the camp. It bewildered him that this typically obedient girl would so frequently sneak away. Li Mao added, Bai Jian mentioned seeing something unclean. His psyche was fragile. And your sudden appearance completely unraveled him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying felt an additional wave of guilt wash over her. She had not realized she had become the final straw in Bai Jian's emotional stability. Did you say something unclean? Has Bai Jian been poisoned? Why would he completely break down upon seeing me? She questioned, her confusion evident. Li Mao, taken aback by her lack of understanding, gestured to the monkey for clarification. The monkey adopted a mock-serious tone. What Captain Li means by unclean is a ghost. Bai Jian claimed to have seen a pale-faced boy behind him, grinning sinisterly. Is there truly a boy here? How does he survive alone? We must find him and bring him back. Xiao Ying exclaimed, her innocence shining through. The monkey, having intended to frighten her, was left awkwardly speechless, never having anticipated her naivety. He slapped his forehead. I am defeated by your innocence. Defeated by innocence? It is your lack of wisdom. Lin Gang interjected, giving the monkey a light kick. Do you think everyone is as cunning as you? Lin Gang was also concerned that Xiao Ying might be frightened by this ominous affair. So he hastily interrupted the topic and suggested that everyone tidy their gear and return to the camp. He did not wish for anyone else to suffer unnecessary harm due to his search for his father. However, upon seeing Lin Gang preparing to pack up, Xiao Ying became quite discontented. She quickly stopped the others from gathering their belongings, exclaiming, That little boy has not yet been found. How terrified, he must be all alone here. His parents will be frantic with worry. Observing Xiao Ying's innocent expression, Hosey couldn't help but remind her, Have you not considered why there would be a little boy down here in such profound depths? Xiao Ying lowered her head, pondering for a long while. And suddenly her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, He must have gotten lost and is trapped here. His parents will be so anxious if they cannot find him. It is so dangerous for him to be here alone. Li Mao and Hosey were left astonished by Xiao Ying's response. This girl truly had a thought process unlike that of ordinary people. Lin Gang pointed to the unconscious Bai Jian and said, There is also an unconscious person here. We should first get him back to the camp. However, after much discussion, Xiao Ying remained resolute in her desire to stay and find the little boy, insisting on bringing him out. With no other option, Lin Gang had to confer with Li Mao, suggesting that he take Bai Jian and Xiao Ying back to the camp while he and Hosey stayed behind to further explore the situation. Lin Gang felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of leaving, having endured numerous hardships to reach this underground location and uncover fragments of information regarding his father. He yearned to locate his father swiftly, as the sooner he found him, the greater the chance of survival. After escorting Xiao Ying and Li Mao back, Lin Gang felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He was genuinely unwilling to let Xiao Ying and Bai Jian accompany him on this perilous adventure. As he watched them depart, Hosey suddenly spoke solemnly to Lin Gang. This place may indeed be tainted. Why? Lin Gang asked, his face a mask of confusion. Hosey explained, I know you do not believe in ghosts or the supernatural. However, in my line of work, one must take such things seriously. I advise you in our trade. It is better to believe in the existence of such phenomena than to dismiss them. Ah Gang once said, existence is reason. Which Ah Gang said that? Lin Gang queried. The one who performs comedic dialogue. Hosey said earnestly, We first saw a little girl, and then Bai Jian spotted a little boy. This is truly bizarre. The words of a comedian can provide ample material for discussion. Hosey, you are indeed a true charlatan. Lin Gang mockingly gave Hosey a thumbs up. I am merely presenting facts and reasoning. I, a distinguished celestial master, cannot believe you would label me a charlatan. Hosey replied, indignant. Lin Gang leaned closer to Hosey and said, Then, Master Hosey, why not tell me about the little novice? What little novice? If there is no little novice, I shall find a robot to edit the video of you weeping openly to express your emotions and post it online. You are pushing me to my limits. Are you trying to ruin my image as a celestial master? As Hosey vehemently criticized Lin Gang's actions, he suddenly ceased speaking, mouth agape, staring intently at the wall ahead. Do not give me that look as if you've seen a ghost. I do not believe in your twisted logic. Indeed, it appears to be a ghost, Hosey exclaimed, sprinting forward as he shouted, "Who the hell made a hole in the wall?" Upon hearing Hosey's outcry, Lin Gang looked ahead and discovered that a large square hole had indeed appeared in the wall where mysterious numbers had been inscribed. Lin Gang, equally astonished, remarked, "This is truly bizarre. Who made this hole? We must ensure we are not wrongfully accused of damaging artifacts when we leave." Chapter 24. The irredeemable Hosey. Both Lin Gang and Hosey were momentarily petrified. They felt as if they had encountered a surreal phenomenon. Just moments before, the wall had been intact, and how could a square hole appear in it upon their return? If others were to visit the ancient tomb later, they might assume this hole was excavated by the two of them, which would incur the grave accusation of artifact destruction. They could very well be branded as tomb raiders, and there would be no way to clear their names. "Hosey, did you dig this hole?" "Of course not. We both ran out together." "Then how'd it come to be? When Captain Lee returns, we will have no explanation." "What explanation do we need? It wasn't me. The innocent will clear themselves." Listening to Hosey's words, Lin Gang could only comfort himself with that notion. What could be inside? Lin Gang glanced into the hole and noticed something within. As he approached, he was taken aback to find a metallic cube that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Lin Gang walked over and gingerly lifted the cube, confirming that while it appeared similar to his own, it was significantly smaller in size. Doubt began to creep into Lin Gang's mind. He felt as though an unseen hand had been guiding his every step since he entered the underground city. Could this be another trap laid by Dr. Zheng? However, the matter of the cube was a secret shared only between his father and himself. No one else should know. Yet what could this cube signify? Hosey, noticing the cube in Lin Gang's hand, asked, "Isn't this your metallic block? How did it end up here?" Clearly, Hosey was unaware that this cube was not the same as Lin Gang's original. Lin Gang chose not to explain and instead tucked the cube away. Hosey peered in the hole and remarked, "There's a switch inside." With that, Hosey activated the switch, and after a resounding rumble, the wall before them sank into the ground, revealing yet another dark passageway. Who is aiding us? Lin Gang pondered, feeling overwhelmed. When we wanted to break through the wall, Bei Jian interrupted us. Upon our return, this place appeared. Could it be Bei Jian? Hosey speculated. Listening to Hosey's analysis, Lin Gang found it plausible. However, this was Bei Jian's first visit here. How could he have known about the mechanism? Lin Gang remained perplexed, sensing that the identities of those around him were becoming increasingly enigmatic. The giant wolf that had appeared previously was purportedly orchestrated by Dr. Zheng. Could it be that he was once again manipulating everything from behind the scenes? Yet this descent involved Dr. Fu as well. Dr. Zheng likely lacked the energy to oversee matters underground this time. Was Dr. Fu in league with Dr. Zheng, putting on an act in front of Lin Gang? However, they should not have been able to produce another cube so quickly. The matter of the cube should be known only to him and his father. Was his father secretly assisting him? Yet if his father was orchestrating all of this, why would he not reveal himself? A series of events left Lin Gang increasingly bewildered. Just as his thoughts were in disarray, he suddenly recalled the mysterious sequence of numbers. With the overarching clues too sparse to discern the situation, he resolved to unravel the mystery of this small sequence first. 10, 9, 1, 15, 25, 15. These numbers bore no discernible pattern. Hosey, what do you think these numbers signify? How am I to know? Are they dates? This is not right. The date makes no sense. Could it be some kind of Morse code? How would I know? I haven't even been to elementary school. I can't even remember the 30-some letters of the English alphabet. How am I supposed to know what that code is? The monkey chimed in, grumbling while reciting the letters. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, I, W, Su. Stop babbling. There are only 26 letters in total. Lin Gang shot the monkey a disdainful look. Suddenly, Lin Gang seemed to have an epiphany. Monkey, I figured it out. The monkey jumped at Lin Gang's sudden exclamation. The monkey patted its little chest and said, "What's the matter? You scare me half to death. Coming down here with you guys is giving me a heart attack." Lin Gang suddenly burst into laughter. This password is so rudimentary. Do you think these numbers represent their positions in the alphabet? Positions in the alphabet? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, IJK, 10 represents J, 9 represents I, 1 represents A, and so on. But that still won't solve it. I can't even memorize the alphabet. The monkey exclaimed anxiously. Lin Gang, feeling exasperated, replied, just because you can't remember doesn't mean others can't. Let us head to the camp and see if they can recall it. Lin Gang's face turned green with anger upon hearing the monkey's words, wishing he could slam it to the ground and knock some sense into its mushy brain. He never expected a monkey would consider itself similar to him. Monkey, have you not fully evolved yet? Shouldn't you be complete by now? If you were fully evolved, wouldn't your brain be bigger than a walnut? Just because you can't remember the 26 letters doesn't mean that I can't. Lin Gang was nearly driven to madness by the monkey. Ah, you can actually remember all 26 letters? You are truly impressive. Please, allow me to kneel before you. Hearing the monkey's sincere admiration, Lin Gang felt an odd sensation in his heart, akin to standing next to a public restroom while eating stinky tofu. Lin Gang wore a face of despair. He regretted ever bringing the monkey along to search for clues. He finally understood why Bei Jian's intelligence had plummeted. Proximity to vermilion makes one red. Proximity to ink makes one black. Being close to the monkey plunges one's intelligence into the trash heap. If remembering the 26 letters requires kneeling, you'll probably spend your entire life on your knees. Lin Gang looked at the irreparable monkey and shook his head helplessly. He dared not engage in further conversation with it. He needed to crack the riddle quickly. He feared that if he stayed around the monkey too long, he might never find his missing father again. Brother, why must I live my life on my knees? Please don't always look at me as if you've given up on me. The monkey looked utterly confused. Hey, your eyes are sharp. You can see that? Have you transferred your intelligence into your eyesight? Chapter 25, Li Mao's Departure. Lin Gang continued to bicker with the monkey while unraveling the mystery. 15025 Y5E, Lin Gang murmured, repeatedly reciting these numbers and letters. Suddenly, his communication device flickered to life. Lin Gang realized it was a video call from Li Mao. As the call opened, Lin Gang, still pondering the riddle, failed to notice the blood covering Li Mao's face. On the video, Li Mao, with blood smeared across his face and a look of terror, said, Lin Gang, the higher-ups have ordered the termination of this mission. Everyone must gather immediately to return to the underground city. Why? Lin Gang felt utterly disheartened. The exploration team had only just descended. How could they suddenly receive orders to return? Lin Gang was baffled, having descended into the depths with great fervor. And now he was to return without accomplishing anything. He found it difficult to accept. Lin Gang looked up and saw the blood on Li Mao's face, hurriedly asking, Captain Li, what happened to your face? We just returned to the camp and found it had been attacked. All other team members have perished. The higher-ups have ordered us to return to the underground city immediately for an investigation. What about Team 2 and Team 3? Both Team 2 and Team 3 are fine. They will come back shortly to escort us. Hearing this, Lin Gang realized the progress of the descent was coming to an end. Having just arrived and already losing over half of Team 1, this was a significant incident requiring a reasonable explanation for the higher-ups. Not long after Lin Gang returned to the camp, members from Teams 2 and 3 arrived, but they brought only team members, not a single robot. Li Mao inquired, You two fools, why did you only bring a few team members down? Where are the others and the robots? The leaders of Teams 2 and 3, being comrades of Li Mao, spoke quite candidly. Li Mao had already informed them to bring as many personnel as possible to recover the fallen team members' bodies. The leaders of Teams 2 and 3 exchanged glances. Captain Li, I'm not sure how to explain this. Seeing the two of them hesitating, Li Mao grew anxious. Just say it. When did you start becoming so slow to speak? Hearing the old captain scolding, Team 2's leader had no choice but to respond. It's bizarre. We dispatched 15 people from Teams 2 and 3 to retrieve you, but mysteriously, 8 of them and all the robots have vanished. The leader of Team 3 added, It's truly strange. One moment they were right in front of us, and the next they disappeared. Listening to the reports from the leaders of Teams 2 and 3, Li Mao felt utterly despondent. They had come down to carry out a mission, and before they could ascertain what was happening, they had already suffered significant losses. He would have a hard time explaining this to his superiors. However, with the orders from above, he had no choice but to return and report the truth, feeling as if his career was about to be over. Thankfully, the return journey was smooth, with no further incidents. Upon the survivors' return to the surface, they had no time to catch their breath before being taken away individually by a group of uniformed personnel, questioned and investigated in separate rooms before being sent back to settle down. After Lin Gang came up, he lost contact with Li Mao. Later, through various inquiries, he learned of the heavy losses incurred during this descent. As the captain, Li Mao would bear the primary responsibility, and he was to be dismissed from the underground city in a few days. Upon hearing this news, Lin Gang was immediately alarmed. Throughout his interactions with Li Mao, he had genuinely observed his character and his deep emotional connection to the underground city. Li Mao probably never expected to leave the underground city in such a manner. In a room within the underground city, Li Mao had packed his belongings and stood in his room, gazing at the familiar surroundings with a sense of sorrow. He was one of the old team members who had been involved since the inception of the underground city project, a witness to its transformation from nothing to what it had become today. He had sacrificed family and home for the construction of the underground city and had yet to find a partner. Whenever his parents fell ill and needed him, he had always been unable to stay by their side to care for them. The most heartbreaking part was that they were completely unaware of their son's work. All they knew was that he was very busy, too busy to even find time to speak with them. Gazing at the familiar bed, desk, and the walls covered with plans for the construction of the underground city, tears began to well up in Li Mao's eyes. The steadfast man felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow at this moment, as if something was lodged in his throat, rendering him particularly despondent. Although he was reluctant to leave this place, wishing to contribute further to the construction of the underground city, he understood that departure was inevitable. Should he remain, he would lack the fortitude to confront the spirits of those teammates who had perished alongside him in the depths. As the leader of this operation, he bore the responsibility for its outcomes. Li Mao wiped his nose, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and proceeded towards the exit. He was eager to vacate this location, fearing that if he lingered any longer, tears would inevitably fall. Li Mao, as he approached the airship, intending to ascend, he was halted by a voice calling from behind. At some point, Lin Gang had positioned himself not far from Li Mao. "Could you not leave? I have spent too long in this underground city and yearn for some fresh air. Just a brief respite before returning? What purpose would there be in returning? You are all a rough bunch. At my age, I ought to seek a partner and start a family. What if we miss you? How nauseating. If you truly miss me, come to my home, and I shall have my wife prepare a feast for you. But do not arrive empty-handed. There will be nothing to eat." Li Mao paused for a moment, chuckled, and replied, "Do your best. Quickly find Dr. Lin. Once you have completed the construction of the underground city, I shall bring my son to reside there." With that, Li Mao turned and entered the airship, fearing that if he delayed any longer, the wind would force tears into his eyes. Watching Li Miao's retreating figure, Lin Gang was filled with mixed emotions. Although their acquaintance was brief and their ages differed, he considered Li Mao a brother with whom he had shared trials. After spending such an extended period in the underground city, Li Mao had become his first true friend. Lin Gang understood the significance of the proposed development of the underground city to the seasoned members of the team. He was acutely aware of the profound sadness that accompanied Li Miao's departure. It was a necessary exit, as in the pursuit of success. Some must bear responsibility for mistakes and provide closure to the public. Lin Gang felt a surge of indignation, believing that Li Mao should not be held accountable for the incident, as the outcome was unforeseen. Li Mao was a man who absorbed all dangers, yet when issues arose, he was expected to shoulder the blame. Lin Gang was deeply dissatisfied with this outcome, recognizing Li Miao's unwavering sense of duty, which inevitably led to self-reproach when things went awry. However, he staunchly opposed the notion that Li Mao should leave the underground city. As he gazed at the slowly departing airship, Lin Gang felt a pang of sorrow and a sense of frustration that left him unsettled. He initially contemplated letting the matter rest since Li Mao had already departed, yet a voice within him insisted that this was just the beginning, and the conclusion lay far ahead. Lin Gang felt as though a heavy stone lodged in his heart needed release, prompting him to head directly towards Dr. Zhang's office. Upon hearing of Li Miao's departure, Bei Jian rushed to find Lin Gang. Observing Lin Gang's determined stride, she earnestly sought to dissuade him, yet her efforts bore no fruit. Xiao Ying approached silently, choosing to stand quietly behind Lin Gang. The monkey arrived as well, offering a singular piece of advice. The commoners should not contend with officials. Your rank is too low to matter. Shall we then sit idly and await our demise? In response to Lin Gang's retort, the monkey fell in step behind him, recognizing that he had outgrown his impulsive phase. Yet at this moment, he admired Lin Gang's tenacity. Bei Jian addressed the monkey and Xiao Ying. Could you refrain from complicating matters further? The outcome of this situation will not change due to your few words or attitudes. Yet, seeing their unwavering resolve, Bei Jian reluctantly followed them forward. Lin Gang arrived at Dr. Zhang's office, adjusted his attire, and then raised his hand, knocking at the door with a measured pace. Guomin, upon entering, he stood at the threshold and addressed Dr. Zhang. Report. Dr. Zhang, I wish to discuss the matter of Captain Li Miao's departure from the underground city. I am quite busy and lack the time. Dr. Zhang replied, engrossed in his work, without even lifting his gaze. If you're occupied, I can wait until you're finished. Then wait. Dr. Zhang resumed his tasks, completely disregarding Lin Gang, who stood patiently at the door. Lin Gang remained silent, choosing to wait quietly for 3 hours. As various individuals passed by Dr. Zhang's office, they noticed Lin Gang's prolonged vigil at the door, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Gradually, more eyes turned towards him, intrigued by the scene unfolding. Dr. Zhang finally looked up, stretching his stiff neck, and asked, "What do you wish to discuss?" "I wish to inquire about Captain Li Miao's departure from the underground city. This is a matter for the management. It does not concern you, and you have no right to question it. If there is nothing else, please leave." Is the underground city's affairs solely the purview of management? If everything regarding the underground city is solely your concern, then may I ask, Dr. Zhang, did the management descend into the depths? Are all matters of the underground city decided solely by you? Can you disregard the thoughts and suggestions of those of us on the front lines? Lin Gang's barrage of questions left onlookers in a state of apprehension. Having worked in the underground city for so long, they had never witnessed a lower-ranking member speak to management in such a manner. They admired the young man's courage, yet simultaneously felt pity. Speaking out in such a manner could very well lead to his expulsion from the underground city. A shared thought rippled through the crowd. This young man is far too impulsive and likely has no future. Dr. Zhang regarded Lin Gang and remarked, "The words you speak are not those befitting a professional. I will consider it your first offense and offer you a lesson. Why must we delineate between management and executors? Executors lack the vision to ascend to management, while we in management guide you towards clarity and direction. Then may I ask, as members of management, why must we, the executors, bear the burden of all responsibility when issues arise? Does management merely remain in the shadows during crises, silent and unaccountable?" Lin Gang's words plunged the atmosphere into icy silence. Hearing Lin Gang's forthrightness, Bei Jian felt a wave of unease. She had never anticipated such candidness from him. Coming from a family deeply rooted in commerce, she had been raised to navigate the complexities of communication in professional settings. And now she felt that Lin Gang was recklessly exposing himself to Dr. Zhang's scrutiny. Regardless of the outcome of this confrontation, Lin Gang was destined to suffer the consequences. In the realm of professional dealings, confronting authority directly often leads to ruin, even if one escapes the wrath of leadership. The sycophants that surround them are more than capable of inflicting harm. Lin Gang's career in the underground city should come to a definitive end following today's theoretical conclusion. Bei Jian glanced at Xiao Ying and the monkey, exclaiming helplessly, "Why are you so unwilling to heed my advice? With Lin Gang's ruckus, there will be no place for us in the underground city. We will be mercilessly blacklisted." Dr. Zhang observed Lin Gang, lifted his teacup to take a sip, and spat out the tea leaves, stating, "To utter such words indicates that you are destined to be merely an executor, forever incapable of becoming a decision-maker. If decision-makers are like this, I would rather never assume that role." Lin Gang's words were nearly shouted, and a significant portion of the audience heard him clearly. Many mocked Lin Gang's exquisite ignorance, yet only Xiao Ying and the monkey held him in deep admiration. These sentiments had crossed everyone's mind, but no one had ever dared to articulate them publicly, especially in front of superiors. It required immense courage to voice such thoughts. There exists another type of person who might do so, those genuinely lacking in intellect. However, both Lin Gang and the monkey shared a commonality, an exceptionally pure heart. This was the reason the monkey chose to accompany Lin Gang. Conventionally, he would merely observe Lin Gang, venting his frustrations for personal gain. Yet, as someone who sought inner purity and mindfulness, witnessing such purity unfold before him was a significant fortune in life. Hence, the monkey stood by Lin Gang, lending him support. Dr. Zheng looked at Lin Gang with a disdainful smile. Have you finished with your grievances? If so, you may leave. You have yet to provide me with the results I desire. What results do you seek? Lin Gang inquired. I wish to know why, after the incident. All responsibility falls solely upon Li Mao. Oh, are you dissatisfied with this outcome? By what authority do you come to me for this result? What give you the right? Dr. Zheng observed Lin Gang with a bemused expression. I demand this result as a builder and explorer of the underground city. I seek it on the basis of reason. Very well. As the manager of the underground city, I inform you that I intend to amend this outcome, Dr. Zheng replied, pointing towards the door. You, Lin Gang, violated regulations during the exploration, acting unilaterally with Li Mao to enter the ancient tomb, indirectly leading to severe losses for the exploration team. You and Li Mao are hereby expelled from the underground city. You may pack your belongings and prepare to leave. Outside the door, Xiao Ying and the others grew anxious upon hearing Dr. Zheng's declaration. They understood that Lin Gang did not care about being expelled. His sole concern was finding his father. If he were to be expelled, he could no longer participate in the search for Lin Dong. Chapter 27. Incomplete evolution. The underground city was bustling with light, staff, and machinery tirelessly engaged in their tasks, all appearing to be fervently busy. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding Dr. Zheng's office was particularly gloomy. The vicinity enveloped in an eerie silence as everyone unconsciously ceased their work, sitting quietly. They were stunned by Dr. Zheng's recent pronouncement. Throughout the many years since the underground city project commenced, there had only been cases of individuals who perished or went missing in the line of duty. Never had anyone been expelled from the underground city. However, they had now learned from Dr. Zheng that the young man, Lin Gang, who had just debated with him, was to be expelled. Moreover, Li Mao would be expelled alongside him. Lin Gang was a newcomer, unfamiliar to many. But Li Mao was a veteran of the underground layers. They had assumed Li Mao had voluntarily withdrawn, only to discover moments ago that he was being forcibly expelled. This was the first instance of forced expulsion from the underground city. Now, they understood why this young man dared to confront Dr. Zheng. It turned out he was unwilling to accept the forced expulsion and sought out Dr. Zheng to contest it. Yet, upon further reflection, they realized something was amiss. According to Dr. Zheng's earlier words, it should have been only Li Mao facing expulsion, while this young man had decided to confront Dr. Zheng after the fact. Many began to harbor deep admiration for Lin Gang, who stood up for his friend, daring to confront authority. Such individuals were worthy of deep connections in the workplace. Some in their minds began to envision Lin Gang as a chivalrous figure, willing to sacrifice for his friends. Conversely, others harbored disdain for Lin Gang, viewing him as a foolish youth devoid of intelligence. Some even secretly rejoiced in not knowing him, believing that associating with someone so unwise could jeopardize their own futures. As the atmosphere reached an unbearable awkwardness, a sudden sound of footsteps shattered the silence. Dr. Fu hurriedly approached, his destination clearly Dr. Zheng's office. He rushed into the office without knocking, glanced at the tense standoff between Lin Gang and Dr. Zheng, and swiftly closed the door behind him. What are you two doing? Do you think the situation is not chaotic enough? Dr. Fu turned to Lin Gang, scolding, what is your rank? You just waltz into Dr. Zheng's office, demanding answers. With so many people in the underground city and countless friends of Li Mao, you just had to make a spectacle of yourself. After saying this, Dr. Fu turned to Dr. Zheng, and you, as the overall commander, how could you stoop to squabbling with a child? Aren't you afraid of ridicule? Is it not enough to forcibly expel Li Mao? Must you also drag Lin Gang into this? Dr. Zheng remained silent, his expression unreadable. Seeing Dr. Zheng's response, Dr. Fu continued, we both know Lin Gang's status. Those standing outside are not to be trifled with. Do you think you can simply expel him? The pressure from above has already been significant. Can we not have some peace? Dr. Zheng glared. Am I the type to succumb to pressure from above? You may not be, but I am. Dr. Fu continued to mediate. Lin Gang's life may be spared, but he should be punished with 7 days of reflection outside the underground city. As an example, calm down, old Zheng. You have a multitude of issues to address. I still have not received the outcome I desire. Lin Gang interjected coldly. Dr. Fu admonished loudly. Do not overestimate your own importance. If you continue to be insistent, I will have you removed. While scolding, Dr. Fu exchanged glances with Lin Gang, then forcefully ushered him out of the office. Xiao Ying and the others quickly surrounded Lin Gang as he emerged, inquiring about the outcome. Upon learning that he was only to reflect for 7 days, they sighed in relief. However, when Bei Jian realized it meant being expelled from the underground city for reflection, he felt dismayed, regretting that he had not accompanied Lin Gang into Dr. Zheng's office to confront him. Had he known this would be the case, he too might have had the chance for reflection. Bei Jian felt a pang of jealousy. While it was officially termed a 7-day reflection, in reality, it was akin to a 7-day vacation. He believed it was vital to return home and replenish his energy, yet this opportunity eluded him. After a while, shortly after Dr. Fu exited Dr. Zheng's office, he was intercepted by Lin Gang. Aren't you going back to reflect? Why are you blocking my way? Where are the results I demand? Fu Mingyi glanced at the resolute Lin Gang and chuckled. What a lad. You truly mirror my teacher's temperament. But I digress. The outcome you seek is that Li Mao was not forcibly expelled. In fact, the organization intends to assign him a more significant task. As for the nature of this task, you are not authorized to know. Not even Li Mao himself is privy to it during his evaluation period. Is that so? Then why was I asked to leave the underground city for reflection? Lin Gang inquired. Ah, you guessed it. Indeed, there is a task to be assigned to you, said Fu Mingyi, producing a document from behind him. You need to locate a certain individual. Why am I entrusted with the task of finding someone? Lin Gang questioned. Because this individual is not easily persuaded by the average person, which is precisely why the task falls to you. Fu Mingyi replied with a smile. Not easily persuaded? Can I persuade him? Lin Gang asked. If you go alone, you certainly won't succeed. However, if you choose not to go, the outcome will be the same. Fu Mingyi said with a playful air. Noting Fu Mingyi's feigned mystery, Lin Gang decided against further inquiries. This only piqued Fu Mingyi's interest, prompting him to ask, aren't you curious why I said you wouldn't be able to persuade him? I want to ask. Someone will inform me eventually. If no one does, I shall reflect a few more days. Lin Gang replied with a haughty demeanor, causing Fu Mingyi to feel displeased, as if the young man thought he had him under control. Acknowledging Lin Gang's intent to remain coy, Fu Mingyi relented and directed him to find Jiao Ao. Lin Gang, upon hearing Fu Mingyi's response, felt exasperated. To maintain his composure, Fu Mingyi had assigned him the task of seeking out an NPC. Observing Lin Gang's disgruntled expression, Fu Mingyi merely skipped away like a child. Unbeknownst to him, even if he had not instructed Lin Gang to seek Jiao Ao, Lin Gang would have done so regardless. After parting ways with Fu Mingyi, Lin Gang hurried to Jiao Ao's residence. He gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Speak up or get lost. If you have something to say, bring it inside, or else I'll make sure you regret it, came a gruff voice from within. It's Dr. Fu who sent me to find you. I brought peanuts and liquor, Lin Gang declared, noticing a small opening at the bottom of the door. Without hesitation, he placed the items inside. After placing the items, Lin Gang realized there was no response from inside, leading him to question whether anyone was home. Suddenly, the tightly shut door creaked open. Lin Gang peered inside and found the room filled with an array of mechanical devices and metallic products. Although the space appeared chaotic, the arrangement of tools and equipment displayed a remarkable order. What are you sneaking around for? If you want to come in, then come on in. If not, then scram. A languid voice echoed from the depths of the room. Lin Gang promptly followed the sound, but after a few steps, he encountered two familiar sights. the giant wolf he had faced during his first descent, and the metallic cube he recognized all too well. The giant wolf hung suspended like a specimen, devoid of any movement, its head dangling grotesquely. Not daring to linger, Lin Gang pressed on in search of Jiao Ao. At last, behind a partition at the far end of the room, he finally spotted the individual he had long yearned to see. Jiao Ao's appearance was indeed startlingly different from their first encounter. He now donned a loose hemp robe and casually twirled a string of beads. Resembling a modest yet opulent figure, he raised a cup of liquor and downed it in one gulp, tossing some peanuts into his mouth as he spoke. "Ah, a new face. You seem familiar. What is your name?" "I'm Lin Gang. I saw you when the third well was activated," he replied. "So you're a Lin Gang. I've heard of your illustrious reputation." Jiao Ao exclaimed. "You've heard of me?" Lin Gang asked, puzzled. "Of course. Robust in physique, yet simple-minded. The head of that giant wolf outside is the result of your handiwork." Jiao Ao continued, reminding Lin Gang of the incident, prompting him to apologize profusely. "You're Lin Gang? I've heard you dared to confront Lao Zheng, the hero. Yet, why you seem so timid? Relax. I dislike constrained individuals." Jiao Ao's tone was casual, revealing a surprisingly amiable nature. As Lin Gang pondered why others regarded Jiao Ao as peculiar and fearsome, Jiao Ao's communication device suddenly lit up. "What is it?" he asked, taking another sip from his cup. "Jiao Yi, we have 2 devices in the equipment department that are persistently malfunctioning. Could you spare some time to take a look?" "I'm too busy. Tell your superior to contact me. I once guided him personally through this, and now he expects me to address this trivial matter? I'm going to lose my mind. Being a petty leader doesn't mean he can treat me like a servant. Let him fix it himself, and if he can't, I'll go over and give him a piece of my mind." Jiao Ao cursed before abruptly ending the call. At that moment, Lin Gang understood why others kept their distance from him. It was due to his temper. "Little Lin, when you visit Lao Zheng's office, did you only intend to reason with him? Did you not consider giving him a good beating?" "Jiao Ao, he is a leader. If I hit him, he would report me, and I'd end up serving time." Lin Gang replied, "Suiting. Your temperament is nothing like your father's. When your father lost his temper, he once knocked out 2 of his superior's teeth." Jiao Ao remarked, taking another sip of his drink. "You knew my father?" Lin Gang asked, intrigued. "Not only did I know him, but we were quite familiar. Your father and I." Jiao Ao began, but then realized something and said, "Don't get too cozy. You're being too timid. How embarrassing. Don't tell anyone you know me. Why do you speak as if half your words are stuck in your throat? Be more straightforward." Lin Gang retorted, "Don't provoke me. It won't work. Fu Mingyi sent you to find me so that I could introduce you to someone. Here, take this and leave swiftly," Jiao Ao stated decisively. Observing Jiao Ao's efficient demeanor and recalling the string of numbers, Lin Gang raised the liquor bottle, pouring himself a cup as he said, "The son of an old friend has a request." "What do you mean by son of an old friend? You dare drink my liquor?" "No way." Jiao always exclaimed. "I paid for it." Lin Gang replied. "Ah, then let us toast." Jiao Ao laughed, clinking cups with him. "Given that you're rather agreeable, I shall assist you." "Thank you. Could you examine this metallic cube for me?" Lin Gang asked, retrieving the cube he had brought back from the ancient tomb. Jiao Ao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he examined the cube. "Where did you acquire this?" he inquired. "I found it in an ancient tomb during the last descent." Lin Gang explained. Jiao Ao scrutinized the cube in silence before stepping out to retrieve Lin Gang's original cube. "This metallic cube was developed by your father and me. There are 2, one large and one small. Your father gave you the larger one, and I lent him the smaller one during his descent. I can't believe you brought it back. Have you seen your father?" Jiao inquired, detailing his familiarity with Lin Gang's father and then asking about his whereabouts. "I have not seen him. I merely found this cube." Lin Gang relayed the events of his discovery to Jiao Ao. Jiao Ao paced back and forth in the room, articulating, "This is your father sending you a signal. He is still alive and seemingly out of danger. I will relay the message he wishes to convey as soon as I extract it." Upon finishing his words, Jiao Ao returned the Rubik's Cube belonging to Lin Gang, stating, "This belongs to your father. I now return it to you. Remember, This object should not be casually taken out unless absolutely necessary. After providing Lin Gang with pertinent information about the person Fu Mingyi intended to find, Zhao Ao instructed Lin Gang to leave, then began to extract the information left by Lin Dong within the small cube. Zhao Ao felt a surge of excitement upon discovering that Lin Dong was alive, realizing he could not so easily surrender his life underground. However, the mystery surrounding Lin Dong's continued absence filled Zhao Ao's mind with questions. Lin Gang, glancing at the information given by Zhao Ao, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He recalled Fu Mingyi's insistence that he must personally handle the task, but the names and details before him made him suspect that Fu Mingyi was toying with him. Name: Lei Ming, gender: male. As he reviewed this information, Lin Gang felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If he were to invite a young lady, it would be justifiable for him, the new generation's paragon of looks, to attend. Yet, to summon a man, and for himself, a grown man, to make the request in person, particularly when he did not even know this man, seemed utterly absurd. Fu Mingyi had explicitly requested that Lin Gang personally go to meet him, which only deepened Lin Gang's confusion and unease, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Within this brief moment, Lin Gang's mind raced, conjuring an array of bewildering and embarrassing images as if a film were playing in his mind. Chapter 29. The unsavory thoughts of Lin Gang. Lin Gang's mind was inundated with various flashing scenes, causing his stomach to churn. At this moment, he could no longer entertain Fu Mingyi's so-called tasks. He contemplated that if Fu Mingyi insisted on compelling him to complete this task, he would rather expose the Rubik's Cube in search of his missing father. Just as Lin Gang was overwhelmed by these chaotic thoughts, a familiar silhouette appeared before him. As he focused, he realized that Xiao Ying, dressed in casual attire, stood in front of him. Lin Gang hastily inquired, "At this hour, you should be at your post. Why are you wandering around in your casual clothes? If someone from inspection team sees you, you'll be reprimanded." "I'm at my post right now," Xiao Ying replied. "You were at your post?" Lin Gang was bewildered by her response, struggling to recall which position in the underground city required casual wear. "Dr. Fu informed me that you needed to go up for reflection as you have been assigned a particularly important task. He knows you might not be able to manage it alone, so he asked me to accompany you to assist with the task." "No, you cannot come with me." Lin Gang swiftly rejected the idea of Xiao Ying accompanying him. He recalled the disconcerting scenarios he had envisioned moments ago and was infuriated at the thought of Fu Mingyi not only forcing him to undertake the task, but also dragging Xiao Ying into it. "Why can't I come with you?" Xiao Ying asked, perplexed. "I said no. I can handle this on my own, and I do not need you to share the pressure. I will find a way to resolve this, so do not involve yourself." Hearing Lin Gang's response, Xiao Ying felt a surge of happiness, not expecting Lin Gang to be so fearless on her behalf. Blushing, she shyly declared, "Then I will stay by your side to accompany you." Lin Gang, taken aback by Xiao Ying's shy demeanor and her intent to remain beside him, felt a rush of anxiety. At that moment, he found himself cursing Fu Mingyi repeatedly in his mind. Just as Lin Gang was about to lose his composure, Fu Mingyi called him. After connecting the call, Lin Gang stepped aside, lowering his voice in frustration. "Dr. Fu, is it not a bit despicable for you, the so-called leadership, to employ such unscrupulous means to achieve your objectives?" On the other end, Fu Mingyi was momentarily stunned by Lin Gang's sudden change in tone, unable to comprehend the reason behind his accusatory words. He pondered whether Lin Gang had uncovered something he should not have. Lin Gang continued his complaints. "I have heard of individuals resorting to unscrupulous tactics to achieve their aims, but I never imagined you were one of them." Fu Mingyi's expression darkened, yet he remained silent, eager to hear more, curious about how Lin Gang had become aware of the situation. "If you wanted to invite Lei Ming, you could have just told me directly. Why did you also involve Xiao Ying? Do you think I would stoop so low as to compromise my integrity and drag my closest friend into this?" At this moment, Fu Mingyi grasped the implication behind Lin Gang's words, but was taken aback by the unexpected reprimand. Interrupting Lin Gang, "When did I ever ask you to sacrifice your integrity? Having Xiao Ying accompany you to meet her father is merely to facilitate your task. Is there a problem with her relationship with her father?" If so, let her withdraw, and I will think of another solution. By asking me to invite Lei Ming, are you implying that I should have Xiaoying accompany me to meet her father? Lin Gang was about to expose Fu Mingyi's malevolent intentions when he became confused by his subsequent remarks. Otherwise, Jiao Yi mentioned that when drinking, he was merely boasting. Neither of us informed you, but it would be best to approach Xiao Ying's father to invite Lei Ming. With Xiao Ying assisting you, it would indeed make things much easier. So, we thought Xiao Ying could help you with the task. Is her relationship with her father not good? Fu Mingyi explained while indulging in a bit of gossip. No. Their relationship is excellent. Thank you for your kindness, Dr. Fu. I will ensure the task is completed successfully. Wait, what did you just say about sacrificing integrity and dragging friends into it? Dr. Fu attempted to delve deeper, but Lin Gang hastily ended the call. Left on the other end of the line, Fu Mingyi was perplexed by Lin Gang's remarks, pondering whether this was the so-called generational gap. He took a breath, believing Lin Gang had learned something and was confronting him. After hanging up, Lin Gang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing he had made a blunder. The situation reaffirmed one truth. When alone, one should refrain from overthinking, as it can lead one into a convoluted maze of their own making. Yet Lin Gang remained puzzled as to why his twisted thoughts seemed to align so closely with Xiao Ying's actions. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Ying also misinterpreted the situation, believing Lin Gang's concerns about the pressure of the task were indirectly a confession of his feelings for her. In her mind, Lin Gang meeting her father was akin to a suitor making his first visit to his future father-in-law, and he wished to spare her from potential disappointment or scrutiny should he falter, thus choosing to face the impending assessment alone. Conversely, Lin Gang's thoughts were fixated on the fact that Lei Ming was a blatant pervert. Fu Mingyi expected him to compromise his integrity to please Lei Ming, even dragging Xiao Ying into the fray. In her quest to retrieve her father and fulfill her mission, Xiao Ying did not hesitate to endure a slap from Lin Gang, who turned away in shame, feeling utterly disgraced by such sordid thoughts. It became evident that he needed to purify his heart. Not far away, Xiao Ying observed Lin Gang mumbling to himself after making a phone call, followed by the self-inflicted slap. She was deeply moved, mistakenly believing that Lin Gang was merely trying to encourage her in dealing with her future father-in-law. Approaching him from behind, Xiao Ying wrapped her arms around Lin Gang's waist, resting her head gently against his sturdy back. With a soft and charming voice, she reassured him, "Do not worry too much. I am here by your side, and there's no need for you to be overly anxious." Lin Gang, still oblivious to Xiao Ying's true feelings, was momentarily taken aback. He merely intended to fulfill a task assigned by his superior. Why did Xiao Ying's demeanor resemble that of a heart-wrenching couple facing a tragic story? Was it not just a matter of asking her father for assistance? Not a problem. I'm not nervous at all. It is not a big deal. Lin Gang confidently replied. However, Xiao Ying perceived his words quite differently, finding him incredibly manly for remaining so composed in the face of such a significant matter. She felt proud of the man she had chosen. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a slight disappointment at the end of his statement. This is indeed quite a big deal. After all, it was her first time, and she wanted to make a good impression. Upon hearing Xiao Ying's mention of making a good impression for the first time, Lin Gang felt his earlier impure thoughts surge once again. With a relaxed demeanor, he declared, "Success is contingent upon human effort. There should be no issues, right? Although this is the first time, it should be manageable." As Xiao Ying listened to his words, she tightened her embrace around him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The man she was fond of was undeniably handsome, and it was true what they said, a confident man is the most attractive, especially in the eyes of someone who adores him. As their airship emerged from the underground city, it was nearly noon. Although the sun was not particularly scorching, Lin Gang found it glaringly bright, igniting an inner restlessness within him. The breeze, though mild, felt particularly chilling, sending shivers through his heart. The surface's humidity, while not high, seemed to irritate him, making him uncomfortable. This was because Lin Gang was faced with a monumental dilemma, one that he had only realized thanks to Xiao Ying's gentle reminder. He found himself utterly perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. Initially, he had thought it would merely be a casual outing, But he was now faced with an unexpected hidden task. He had assumed this would be a straightforward assignment. Yet his own thought process had nearly led him into a pitfall of his own making. Having believed he could easily navigate the situation after understanding the backstory of the misunderstandings, he was now confounded by a new issue that arose from Xiao Ying's reminder. "It is your first formal visit to meet my father. Shouldn't you prepare something?" The unyielding Lin Gang replied without a second thought. "We are all family. I am mentally prepared." However, Xiao Ying, realizing his naivety, exclaimed, "Oh, how foolish you are! When you visited my home before, it was for leisure. Now you are formally meeting my father. Shouldn't you prepare something to win his favor?" Xiao Ying contemplated that Lin Gang's meeting with her father was to confirm their relationship, while Lin Gang mistakenly believed this was a shortcut to completing the task. After all, television and films often depicted that winning someone's favor would facilitate matters significantly. Although a fleeting thought crossed Lin Gang's mind, suggesting that this approach was dubious, he quickly reconsidered. Xiao Ying's father was indeed a good man, and as a younger generation visiting, he should prepare a gift to show respect. After a moment of thought, he suggested, "How about we stop by a tea shop on the way? I will buy some good tea for Uncle Xiao." To which Xiao Ying responded, "My father doesn't really drink tea. We have mountains of various teas at home." Lin Gang then contemplated that if he were to give a gift, it should be something appreciated, but he was not well versed in such matters and believed Xiao Ying would know her father's preferences better. "What about buying him some cigarettes or alcohol?" Lin Gang inquired. "Do you think my father lacks cigarettes or alcohol? He actually dislikes them. Everything at home has been given away." Lin Gang acknowledged this point. Xiao Ying's father certainly did not need such gifts, and it would be quite awkward if his present was unwelcome and subsequently passed on to others. At that moment, Lin Gang's inherent straightforwardness as a man shone through. But aside from the traditional gifts of tobacco, alcohol, and tea, he could not conceive of anything suitable. Some ideas did flicker through his mind, but they were swiftly dismissed. He considered buying fruits, but felt they might be too trivial. He thought about clothing or shoes, but deemed those inappropriate as well. Even the notion of purchasing perfume seemed ill-suited. Frustrated and unable to arrive at a fitting gift, Lin Gang turned to Xiao Ying for assistance. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying was lost in her daydreams about Lin Gang asking her father for his blessing, envisioning a harmonious conversation leading to her father's approval of their relationship, and ultimately, a swift marriage. Just as she imagined herself already married and starting a family, Lin Gang's plea for help jolted her back to reality. Xiao Ying pouted. "You don't even know what to prepare for meeting your future father-in-law. Gifts should come from the heart. Think carefully." Lin Gang, still lost in thought about an appropriate gift, failed to grasp her initial words. "What did you say about meeting who's what?" he asked. Realizing her slip, Xiao Ying shyly corrected herself. "I meant someone you were seeking a favor from." This quick recovery relieved her greatly. She was thankful that Lin Gang had not caught her earlier mistake, as it would have been utterly mortifying. Lin Gang nodded in agreement with Xiao Ying's notion that gifts should be heartfelt. However, he found himself at a loss, as navigating the complexities of social etiquette was a daunting challenge for him, akin to a monumental riddle. While he could tackle certain challenges, Lin Gang felt that if he were to rely solely on his capabilities to solve the gift-giving conundrum, the time allotted to him was regrettably insufficient. With only 7 days remaining, he felt overwhelmed by the intricacies of the task at hand. This dilemma weighed heavily on his spirits, for he believed it to be far more challenging than even the most perplexing problems he had encountered. In that moment, Lin Gang experienced a sensation akin to embarking on a mission only to face an early demise. The task had yet to begin, but his emotional intelligence seemed to falter before it had the chance to shine. He felt like a newly transformed creature, still unprepared to wreak havoc on the city, only to be swiftly defeated by an overwhelming force. The intensity of his suppressed emotions was akin to an impending explosion, and Lin Gang felt as though his life was destined to be marred by imperfection. After exhausting all his mental faculties to no avail, Xiao Ying finally suggested that he could either search for information online or consult artificial intelligence. However, upon reviewing the search results alongside the optimal recommendations provided by the AI, Lin Gang concluded that the issue did not lie with his emotional intelligence. The true problem resided with Xiao Ying's father, a notoriously difficult recipient of gifts. The search results prominently featured the usual offerings: fine tobacco, exquisite liquors, and premium teas, followed by an assortment of clothing and other miscellaneous items, revealing an uncanny resemblance to Lin Gang's initial thoughts. At that moment, he felt sufficiently equipped in terms of emotional intelligence. With tears in his heart, Lin Gang pondered why he was such a readily satisfied man. A gaming console and a few meals could easily win him over. Indeed, he considered himself the most reliable person in the world, requiring no extraordinary emotional intelligence to determine how to gift oneself. After extensive research, risking the possibility of rendering the AI utterly inept, and with Xiao Ying's guidance and Lin Gang's relentless efforts, he finally discovered an answer that closely aligned with the ideal outcome. Lin Gang ultimately resolved to purchase a set of wellness equipment for Xiao Ying's father, enabling him to enhance his health during his leisure time, complemented by an assortment of fruits and specialty delicacies. This combination would surely provide a commendable response for his inaugural visit. As the matter reached its conclusion, Lin Gang felt an overwhelming sense of relief, believing he had accomplished 99% of his task, and thought that henceforth, no challenge would be insurmountable. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Gang, he was gravely mistaken. He resembled a student who, having completed a crucial examination, believed that he would face no further trials in life, oblivious to the fact that the exam was merely a small hill, far from a significant obstacle. The subsequent tasks of choosing a university, graduating, securing employment, and interacting with various leaders and personalities would present far greater mountains to climb. Chapter 31. The emergence of revenge, spending with the monumental dilemma deftly resolved. Lin Gang's spirits soared. The news that his father was likely still alive provided him with a profound sense of ease. Gazing at the towering skyscrapers and the airships flitting by, he shook off his previous gloom and began to hum a tune, embodying joy and laughter. In his youth, when asked by his father about his aspirations, he declared his desire to hang his father's photograph on the city gate. His father, chuckling, had produced a piece of candy from his pocket, only to slap him with a hand that held no candy. In a quiet night sky, he envisioned a moon, placing himself beneath it to sing. He imagined a large window in his lonely abode, along with a bed. He pictured a maiden to accompany him, and a quilt adorned with lace. Hearing Lin Gang's cheerful melody, Xiaoying couldn't help but join in the merriment. Ever since Lin Dong's disappearance, she had never seen Lin Gang so jubilant, and thus she too felt uplifted, especially as she believed he was genuinely preparing to propose. Curious about the song Lin Gang sang, Xiaoying inquired, "What is this tune?" The lyrics seemed delightful. Lin Gang replied, "I can't recall the title, but my father would often hum it when he was free. I found the lyrics amusing, so I learned them." Xiaoying regarded him with playful interest, teasing, "You speak of beds, maidens, and quilts. What intentions do you harbor? It isn't even spring yet." Lin Gang, adopting a serious expression, retorted, "Who says one cannot have dreams? A patch of land, a cow, a wife, and children by a warm hearth. There's nothing I'd exchange for that." Their laughter echoed, with Xiaoying nearly in tears from amusement. After a while, Lin Gang noticed that Xiao Ying's direction seemed misaligned with her home, prompting confusion. "Is your father not at home?" he asked. "He is. Why do you ask?" She replied, "Have you taken a wrong turn?" Lin Gang's mind conjured images of the ridicule often directed at female drivers. Xiao Ying, with an air of mystery, responded, "No wrong turn here. After enduring so much hardship underground, we must treat ourselves to a splendid meal." As she spoke, they arrived at the entrance of a luxurious restaurant. Observing the opulence and then glancing at the name, Lin Gang leaned closer and whispered, "Are you sure this is the right place? Given our financial situation, a meal here might leave us gnawing on concrete for some time." "Why concrete?" she asked. "Because it's hard to digest. One meal here is worth 7 elsewhere." Upon hearing Lin Gang's explanation, Xiaoying realized the unique qualities of the man she admired, appreciating his peculiar thought process more than ever. She produced a card, waving it before Lin Gang's eyes, assuring him, "Don't worry, indulge without hesitation. Today, young Master Bei is treating." "You possess young Master Bei's card?" Lin Gang exclaimed. puzzled as to how it came into her possession. He said he couldn't make it out and entrusted me with it, urging me to indulge in some revenge spending on his behalf, so he could vicariously experience freedom from the underground. Why didn't he give me the card? Lin Gang feigne indignation. As a good brother, I would gladly plunge 2 daggers into his sides to teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of life. With a mischievous grin, Lin Gang dragged Xiao Ying into the restaurant, while not long after, in the underground city, Beijing, upon receiving the spending records, began to curse Lin Gang for his audacity in extravagantly using his card. He knew Xiao Ying would not engage in reckless spending without Lin Gang's influence. As he reviewed the consumption details, Beijing felt a mix of pain and envy. The pain was negligible since the money was not his own. It merely represented a numerical figure. His envy stemmed from the realization that Lin Gang could enjoy a week of leisure, particularly in the company of Xiao Ying, while he remained trapped in the underground, enduring a miserable existence alongside the monkey, who had taken to asserting himself as an older brother since their ascent from the depths. Leaving by Yin exasperated. He genuinely believed that life was fraught with risks, and one must choose their companions wisely. Meanwhile, Lin Gang in the luxurious restaurant was reveling in the experience, ordering an array of delectable dishes: chicken, duck, fish, exotic delicacies, orange soda, and creamy popsicles with reckless abandon. His philosophy was simple: prioritize the expensive over the correct. He aimed to expose young Master Bei to the darker sides of society and the treachery of human nature. He wanted young Master Bei to genuinely relish the thrill of revenge spending, ensuring that he experienced the ultimate satisfaction. Lin Gang's method of ordering and the speed at which he did so left the restaurant staff utterly astonished. Having worked there for a considerable time, they had never encountered a patron quite like him. However, today's opportunity allowed him to recognize his shortcomings, revealing his narrow perspective and insufficient understanding of society. The waiter, astonished, looked at Lin Gang, who was ordering an extravagant number of dishes, and exclaimed, "Sir, can you possibly finish all that? Are you joking? We have never had such an order before." Lin Gang, embodying the demeanor of a nouveau riche, replied, "Well, I haven't been here before. Had I come earlier, you would have already been doing this. Hurry up and bring the dishes." In truth, Lin Gang and Xiao Ying had decided upon entering to order a variety of delectable dishes to treat and reward the lovely individuals accompanying Xiao Ying's father. The waiter, left with no choice, confirmed the order with Lin Gang once more and promptly instructed the kitchen to commence their work. Lin Gang's ostentatious ordering style successfully drew the attention of the surrounding diners, who, being aware of the establishment's pricing, perceive him as a tasteless nouveau riche based on his attire and ordering manner. It truly reflected the unfortunate state of society today. Such a high-end restaurant allowed all sorts of people to dine, which undoubtedly affected the dining experience of others. Just as Lin Gang and Xiao Ying were reveling in their successful prank on Beijing, an unexpected discordant voice emerged from behind them. Chapter 32. The unperturbed face of Ma Wangye following the source of the voice. Lin Gang and Xiao had discovered a woman adorned with heavy makeup, dressed in an extremely gaudy and revealing manner, who regarded them with evident disdain. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man, considerably older, with a prominent belly and a receding hairline. He cast a scornful glance at the two before returning to his own business. Lin Gang and Xiao Ying exchanged glances but refrained from retaliating against the woman, opting instead to continue their light-hearted banter. After all, in such a vast world, one encounters all kinds of characters, and engaging in a battle of wits with such an eccentric could easily lead to frustration. Most importantly, the repugnant woman had not directly insulted them, making it premature for them to respond. Convinced of their inferiority, the woman misjudged Lin Gang and Xiao Ying as easy targets, believing that their peculiar ordering style and lack of response to her mockery confirmed her assumptions. Seizing the moment, the woman stood up from her seat and, with a boldness that startled, plopped herself down onto the lap of the middle-aged man. While flaunting her allure, she cooed, "Darling, we finally come here to enhance our relationship. And yet we encounter such people, it's truly affecting my appetite and mood." The middle-aged man, pleased by her flirtation, lifted her chin with his hand and said, "Oh dear, Don't let them upset you. I have a good relationship with the owner here. I'll have the waiter throw those 2 country bumpkins out." After saying this, the man summoned a waiter. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" he asked. "My girlfriend and I wish to enjoy a nice meal here. How can you allow such unsophisticated people in?" "I apologize, sir, but we are open for business and do not have a policy of expelling customers. Would you like me to arrange a different table for you?" Upon hearing that the waiter suggested they change tables, the woman immediately objected. She intended to bully others, not hide from them. "Why should we change tables? They just arrived, and their food hasn't even been served yet. Besides, look at them. Who knows if they can even pay for their meal?" The woman's shrill voice reached Lin Gang and Xiao Ying's ears, and with her finger pointed at their table. It was clear to anyone that she was intentionally targeting them. Xiao Ying, enraged by the woman's audacity, was about to confront her when Lin Gang grabbed her hand, signaling her to remain seated. Seeing their reluctance to retaliate, the woman became even more emboldened. She wrapped her arms around the middle-aged man's neck and said, "Look, they've teamed up to bully me." The man, now agitated, glared at the waiter and declared, "Do you know who I am? If you don't expel those filthy people, I'll call your boss and have you fired." The waiter, caught in a dilemma, hesitated, contemplating whether he could negotiate with Lin Gang and the others to see if they would consider relocating. "Sir, I apologize for the interruption. Would you be willing to change tables?" the waiter asked. Lin Gang looked up at the waiter and replied, "No trouble at all." The waiter immediately smiled and said, "Thank you so much. Please follow me." However, before the waiter could finish, Lin Gang interrupted, "You are too quick to thank me. I didn't say I wanted to change tables. I'm perfectly content sitting here." Lin Gang deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that both the middle-aged man and the woman could hear him. The man, quick-witted, quickly grasped Lin Gang's intent. He stood up, adjusted his outfit, and ostentatiously showcased his expensive watch, evidently attempting to intimidate the 2 young men with his wealth. He approached Lin Gang and Xiao Ying, adopting an imposing demeanor, and stated, "The dining standards in this establishment are quite high. You young ones need not flaunt your wealth here. Here's 500 yuan. Go find a small eatery in the alley." As he spoke, he pulled out a 500 yuan note and placed it on the table in front of Lin Gang. Lin Gang, puzzled, turned to Xiao Ying and asked, "Xiao Ying, do you smell something?" "Yes, it reeks of something foul," Xiao Ying replied, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "Did you notice? It smells like pig manure. I wonder if some pig escaped from a nearby farm." The middle-aged man, realizing the implications of their words, seethed, "Young man, you should learn to appreciate kindness. Don't bite the hand that feeds you." His words, coupled with the sinister glare in his eyes and his excessively pale face, rendered him somewhat intimidating. Yet, Lin Gang ignored the man, cheerfully conversing with Xiao Ying. "Xiao Ying, do you remember when we slaughtered pigs at Sister Wang's place? They lifted that fat pig high and hung it on a hook. Its face was utterly pale." Xiao Ying's eyes crinkled into crescents as she laughed. "Of course, I remember. Later, Sister Wang boiled the pig's head. Nobody had any appetite for that blackened head, and eventually it was thrown out to the dogs." Lin Gang and Xiao Ying continued their playful exchange, completely disregarding the middle-aged man standing nearby. The waiter observed as the once rosy face of the middle-aged man turned progressively darker with anger, and he couldn't help but associate the man's complexion with a blackened pig's head. He nearly burst into laughter, but managed to restrain himself, considering the ominously furious expression of the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the flamboyant woman, realizing that the situation was still unresolved, wiggled her hips and sidled closer, inquiring, "Darling, what's going on?" A woman, witnessing a middle-aged man whose face was darkened with rage, realized that he would not easily let go of his anger. She quickly feigned concern and inquired, "Darling, why is your face so dark? Did they provoke you?" She suggested that those who failed to recognize his worth should be dealt with appropriately. Listening to her words, the man, known as Zhang Huairan, felt his expression darken further. He had never experienced such humiliation, especially in front of 2 young individuals. Consequently, his countenance grew even more somber. A nearby waiter, unable to suppress his laughter at the sight of the increasingly agitated man, momentarily forgot the tension between the 2 parties and chuckled. However, he quickly pretended to cough. feigning indifference. Nevertheless, this reaction only intensified Zhang Huairan's ire. In his eyes, the waiter's laughter was a challenge to his authority. With a menacing glare directed at Lin Gang, he declared, "You are quite audacious, young man. You have successfully provoked me, Zhang Huairan. Just wait. I will ensure you feel the consequences of your actions." Lin Gang, with a smirk, retorted whether or not the king of horses possesses 3 eyes. I have never seen him with a darkened face. In the restaurant, diners were amused by Lin Gang's remark, causing some to spit out their food in laughter, completely unaware that they were witnessing a confrontation where a significantly younger man remained so composed in the presence of an older adversary. Turning to Xiaoying, Lin Gang explained, "Do you know, Xiaoying, the king of horses, is one of the 4 great martials of Taoism. I must admit, I'm not well versed in this. Martial Ma is as white as snow, Martial Zhao is as dark as iron, Martial Wan is as red as blood, and Martial Wen is as blue as indigo. The king of horses, indeed, has a fair and handsome visage." After elaborating, he exchanged disdainful glances with Zhang Huairan and shook his head. "Look at the state of the world today. Even the most insignificant individuals dare to claim they are the king of horses," he said nonchalantly. Zhang Huairan, infuriated by Lin Gang's words, had anticipated his intimidation would silence the youth. However, Lin Gang's arrogance only exacerbated his fury. Losing his composure, Zhang Huairan lunged at Lin Gang, grabbing his collar and shouting, "Who do you call insignificant?" With a cunning grin, Lin Gang replied, "Before you grab my collar. It was uncertain, but now, you are indeed insignificant. I declare you as such." Realizing the trouble he was in, Zhang Huairan was taken aback. Before he could react, a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the face. Having never suffered such a blow before, he felt compelled to retaliate. After all, how could he leave without fighting back? He swung his fist at Lin Gang, but as soon as it made contact with the youth's clothing, he found himself on the receiving end of several more powerful punches. Lin Gang, significantly taller and having longer arms, managed to land blows on Zhang Huairan before the latter could even reach him. While delivering relentless punches, Lin Gang shouted, "Uncle, do not be excessive. I recognize your esteemed status in society, but you cannot bully the youth like this. Help! This uncle is being oppressive," as he continued to pummel Zhang Huairan. The latter grew increasingly frustrated, realizing that despite his efforts, he could not land a single hit on Lin Gang, who continued to strike him mercilessly. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Huairan shouted at the paralyzed woman, "Chen Lijun, why are you just standing there? Come and assist me." After issuing this command, he became a human punching bag, enduring Lin Gang's onslaught of fists. Chen Lijun, understanding that her inaction would lead to repercussions later, rushed into the fray. But before she could comprehend the situation, she received several slaps to the face. Shortly thereafter, she was struck by a fist aimed directly at her face and lost consciousness. When she eventually regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital bed, but that is a tale for another time. Zhang Huairan, exhausted from the fight, could not claim to have inflicted any real damage. His initial offense had merely involved grabbing Lin Gang's collar. Within moments, he was on the ground, unable to rise. However, in his moment of defeat, he was puzzled as to why the young man, who had been beating him, was also now on the floor, pleading for mercy. Onlookers, including the waiter who had been attempting to mediate, were astonished. It was evident that Zhang Huairan had been the target of the assault, as his head had swollen to resemble that of a pig. Concerned diners quickly alerted the authorities, and the police arrived shortly thereafter to take the involved parties into custody. As Lin Gang was escorted out by the officers, he weakly instructed the waiter, "Please pack my meal and send it to this address." At the police station, Zhang Huairan, sporting a swollen head, tearfully implored the officers for justice. "Officer, you must take my side. This young man struck me mercilessly. Look at what he has done to me. You must ensure he is imprisoned." The officer, looking at Zhang Huairan, responded, "I am only 20. I cannot be your uncle. You are clearly at fault. We have reviewed the surveillance and videos provided by witnesses. This is no longer about whether he goes in or not, but rather whether the victim is willing to forgive you." Pointing to his swollen face, Zhang Huairan protested, "Look at my head. How could I possibly be the aggressor?" The officer replied, "The assessment of victimhood is not determined solely by physical suffering. In the footage, the victim was clearly pleading for help while you continued to inflict harm. As Zhang Huairan examined the video, he realized it depicted him relentlessly attacking Lin Gang, who was pleading for mercy. The evidence clearly indicated that he had initiated the conflict and had been the perpetrator of violence. Moreover, his call for Chen Lijun's assistance had transformed the incident into a case of collective assault. Now, a profound sense of despair enveloped him. He had entered the confrontation as a perceived victim but emerged as the aggressor. "Officer, I am more wrong than doer," he lamented. "It was he who struck me." The young officer responded, "Uncle, do not cry foul. That young man is quite reasonable. At our age, we are filled with vigor. If someone were to bully us in front of our partners, a more forceful individual might have truly caused you serious harm today." Zhang Huairan, clutching his face, thought to himself, this young man was reasonable. He nearly beat me to death. Lin Gang, with the intention of practicing leniency and compassion, conveyed to the police his desire for a straightforward resolution, primarily out of concern that others might fall victim to the unscrupulous uncle. He then escorted Xiaoying back home, as they had yet to dine after their prolonged ordeal. Upon their arrival at Xiaoying's father's office, they found him preoccupied with pressing matters. Consequently, they indulged in a delightful meal with some of Xiaoying's father's colleagues. After learning of Lin Gang and Xiaoying's recent experiences, the colleagues offered to assist in avenging them, a proposal that both Lin Gang and Xiaoying declined, mindful of their respective positions. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoying's father returned, and upon seeing his daughter, exclaimed, "Who dared to bully my precious daughter? I shall take care of it immediately." After some coaxing from Xiaoying, he was finally calmed down. He then looked at Lin Gang and Xiaoying, expressing concern about the instability in the underground city, suggesting that perhaps he should transfer them to a safer location. Xiaoying glanced at Lin Gang and replied, "No need. We are quite comfortable in the underground city." Xiaoying's father observed her and Lin Gang, noting, "A daughter grows independent from her father. You must prioritize your safety, otherwise I will worry." Despite his discomfort at the thought of his beloved daughter harboring feelings for another man, who sat right before him, he recognized Lin Gang as someone he had seen grow up and deemed him trustworthy. Thus he did not dwell too long on his feelings. "Understood, father. You can rest easy. We actually returned to seek your assistance." "Oh, so you only think of me when you need something? I can't believe it. I know who you really think about." Xiaoying playfully scolded her father. "Just tell me what you need, and I shall assist you. I cannot afford to offend a young lady." Her father replied with a warm smile. Dr. Fu requested Lin Gang to find someone named Lei Ming, mentioning that only he could help. "Lei Ming, I can provide you with his address, but whether he agrees to accompany you is entirely up to him." "Thank you, Uncle Xiao," Lin Gang said gratefully as he stood up. "However, do not express your gratitude too soon. His temperament is rather peculiar. I cannot guarantee that he will agree to join you in the underground city." Having obtained Lei Ming's address, Lin Gang and Xiaoying bid farewell to Xiaoying's father. As Xiaoying's father watched the sky darken, a wave of melancholy washed over him. His daughter was departing with another man, leaving her doting father behind. "Old Lin, if your son dares to bully my daughter in the future, I will not let you off easily. I plant vegetables while you raise pigs. You have ulterior motives." Not long after leaving Xiaoying's father, the evening sky began to darken. At this moment, Lin Gang and Xiaoying, both possessing rather unique perspectives, realized that their simultaneous departure from Xiaoying's father might have been somewhat peculiar. Xiaoying felt a swell of pride for her father, thinking him perceptive and undoubtedly the most formidable of fathers. "Night is falling. Shall we return home?" Lin Gang suggested. "We can seek out Lei Ming tomorrow." "That sounds good," Xiaoying replied, blushing as she fiddled with her clothing. Lin Gang, puzzled by her odd behavior, timidly inquired, "Would you like me to escort you home?" Xiaoying looked at him in shock, her frustration growing. How could he be so oblivious? At such a moment to ask if she needed a ride home, one unrefined thought. She lifted her chin and declared, "My father forbade me from going home. We are going to your house today." Without another word, she headed in the direction of Lin Gang's home. Lin Gang, trailing behind, wondered aloud, "When did he say you couldn't go home? It seemed to me that Uncle Xiao was eager for you to stay." Hearing his murmurs, Xiao Ying's teeth ground together in irritation, and she hastened her pace towards Lin Gang's house. Upon arrival, Xiao Ying felt a wave of helplessness, questioning her understanding of the world of straight men. After getting home, Lin Gang played games for a while before showering and announcing his intention to watch television, suggesting that Xiao Ying could rest if she felt tired. Xiao Ying initially thought Lin Gang might be using television as an excuse for something more surprising. But to her dismay, he was genuinely engrossed in a show. As he became absorbed in the program, she felt compelled to request a drink, only to be told to help herself from the nearby refrigerator. Opening the fridge, she felt a refreshing chill warming her heart. As she surveyed the assortment of beverages, an idea struck her. Lin Gang, why isn't there any alcohol in your fridge? Shouldn't we celebrate finding Lei Ming's address? My father says I can't drink. He claims that too much alcohol can impair one's mind and judgment. But you're an adult, so why does your father get to dictate that? Besides, it's not like you drink often, just a little to lighten the mood. Lin Gang considered this, realizing he had never had the chance to taste alcohol. It seemed only right to accommodate his guest's desires. Under Xiao Ying's persuasion, he instructed his smart assistant to order a selection of alcoholic beverages, which would arrive shortly. Witnessing Lin Gang fall into her trap, Xiao Ying couldn't help but chuckle internally, confident in her ability to intoxicate the inexperienced Lin Gang. Once under the influence, she believed his stoic demeanor would soften, making it easier to win his affection in the future. Before long, the ordered drinks arrived, and Lin Gang gazed at the colorful assortment. His cravings peaked. The vibrant colors of the bottles appeared almost as delectable as gourmet delicacies. It was no wonder that in ancient times, many people celebrated with wine, leaving behind countless timeless verses of joy. Seeing Lin Gang so animated by the drinks, Xiao Ying assumed he had grasped her intention, which only fueled her excitement. She opened 2 bottles, handing one to Lin Gang, and thus commenced an exhilarating drinking contest. Cheers! Let us celebrate the imminent completion of our mission. Xiao Ying initiated the toast. To you, Xiao Ying. Thank you for bravely accompanying me to the underground city to search for my missing father. They toasted to discovering clues about Uncle Lin, to their 19 years of friendship, to their coming of age, and to their health and safety. As the number of bottles grew and Lin Gang's words flowed freely, Xiao Ying felt her heart race. Her plan was nearing fruition. Lin Gang, the new year is approaching. Let me wish you an early happy new year, an early happy lantern festival, an early happy mid-autumn festival. After a flurry of festive toasts, Xiao Ying suddenly sensed a hint of urgency. The alcohol was beginning to take effect, yet Lin Gang seemed unaffected by her expectations. It appeared that a tactical shift was necessary. Then, Xiao Ying opened several different types of wine, continuing to pour for Lin Gang. At this moment, her sole purpose was to intoxicate him completely and seize control. After another round of intense revelry, Xiao Ying found herself losing her grasp on reality, her words tumbling out in a muddled fashion. Wishing us a joyful marriage. May we bear children soon. Chapter 35. The air of Yangshi lay as midday arrived the following day. Golden sunlight danced with the cheerful breeze, invigorating us with a fiery vitality, igniting the flames of youth and dispelling ignorance. As a deer sprinted across the vast meadow to embrace and kiss the sunlight, Xiao Ying awoke nestled against Lin Gang's solid chest, a secret joy blossoming within her. Hello, sunshine. Hello, fine wine. Life. We are all well. Suddenly, Lin Gang, whose arm had gone numb, struggled to free himself, but despite his efforts, he found it futile. Observing Lin Gang awaken, Xiao Ying swiftly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Lin Gang rubbed his face with his free hand to gather his thoughts and, holding Xiao Ying's head gently, managed to extract his numb left arm. He muttered to himself, "No wonder I had nightmares all night. It felt as if my heart was being extinguished." Xiao Ying couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that their bond might be naturally progressing. Pretending to stretch lazily, she slowly opened her eyes, feigning alarm as she exclaimed, "How did you end up in my bed?" "You and I, oh dear." She performed a series of dramatic gestures, pressuring Lin Gang to acknowledge their passionate encounter from the previous day. Lin Gang, however, regarded her with calmness, responding to her apparent distress Do not shout. Do not call out. Rest assured. But before he could finish, Xiaoying interrupted. So you will take responsibility for me? That I can trust, as we have known each other since childhood, and I am well aware of your character. After saying this, she leaned toward Lin Gang, but he had already sidestepped at the first opportunity, staring at him in bewilderment as he moved away. Xiaoying began to doubt her own perceptions and thoughts. Could it be that Lin Gang was merely a man who would indulge and then retreat without taking responsibility? Lin Gang gazed at Xiaoying and remarked, I sensed something was off when you were drinking yesterday. It seemed you had something on your mind. Did Uncle Xiao put you in a difficult position? My father put me in a difficult position? Xiaoying responded, recalling Lin Gang's earlier words. When you wished us a joyful marriage and hoped for children, was Uncle Xiao arranging a marriage you disapprove of? If so, I will confront him and have that marriage annulled. How can such arranged marriages still exist in this day and age? But regardless, you must not demean yourself in such a way. If something were to happen between us yesterday, we would both regret it today. Lin Gang continued speaking. Listening to his scattered thoughts and noticing her own neatly arranged clothing, Xiaoying suddenly realized that she had perhaps celebrated too soon. It appeared that apart from drinking, nothing else had transpired between them. However, unbeknownst to her, her drunken antics had thoroughly exhausted Lin Gang the previous night. After ensuring she was settled in her room, she had repeatedly sneaked into his, prompting him to exert great effort in returning her to her own space. Ultimately, during her last attempt to invade his room, she had lunged at him, causing both to crash into the bed, and under the influence of alcohol, they had both fallen into a deep slumber. My father did not arrange a marriage for me, Xiaoying intended to clarify, but explaining her drunken ramblings would be awkward, leaving her at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she could never have anticipated that, despite her inebriation, Lin Gang had refrained from taking advantage of the situation. A pang of disappointment washed over her. Did Lin Gang not harbor any feelings for her, merely viewing her as a good friend? Yet, amidst the disappointment, a flicker of comfort arose within her, revealing that the man she admired was indeed a gentleman, steadfastly refusing to exploit a vulnerable moment. Initially hoping to transform Lin Gang into a beast, she had inadvertently turned him into a paragon of virtue. After gathering themselves, they awkwardly departed, heading to seek Lei Ming according to the directions provided by Xiao Naofu. Along the way, Xiaoying confided in Lin Gang that she had simply overindulged in alcohol the previous night, experiencing hallucinations. Her father had not arranged a marriage for her, and she had always been single. Upon hearing Xiaoying's explanation, Lin Gang felt a weight lift from his heart. They all understood each other's circumstances well. Had Xiaoying been in a relationship, he would have likely heard some news about it. It was precisely this unexpected notion of marriage that had haunted Lin Gang with nightmares throughout the night. Soon, the airship arrived at the construction site address given by Xiao Naofu. Upon entering, they overheard a discussion about Lei Ming. Do you think that young man is reliable? We have been battling with such excellent equipment for so long without success, yet he believes he can resolve it? Is it even worthwhile to discuss this? Look at his age. Can you not see? He is merely a young master, here to take a leisurely stroll and gather insights, while we are left to tackle the real issues. When it comes time to tally the results, they will all be credited to him, remarked a burly man with a bushy beard. Indeed, I have encountered similar situations before. We toil tirelessly to overcome challenges, while some leaders merely send a couple of individuals to bask in the glory, chimed in a slender middle-aged man. Hearing their conversation and reflecting on Dr. Zhang's attitude toward Li Mao's situation, Lin Gang began to suspect that Lei Ming might indeed be a privileged young man seeking to make a name for himself underground. Just as Lin Gang pondered whether it was necessary to continue the task, an elderly voice interrupted from behind. Do not speak thoughtlessly. Reflect on your own life, and do not gossip about others. An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, approached the group. He addressed them directly. In our team, we do not encounter the scenarios you describe. This young man, Lei Ming, has been specially appointed from above to assist us in resolving the collapse issue. A young special advisor? Is it truly possible for someone so young to solve problems that have eluded us for so long? Clearly, The group harbored doubts about the elderly man's assertions. They found it hard to believe that a lad in his 20s possessed such capabilities. The elderly man chuckled lightly. You should not judge by appearances. Do not underestimate this young man. He is indeed the heir of Yang-Shi-Lei. Yang-Shi-Lei? Everyone present was intrigued by the elder's statement. They were unfamiliar with the significance of Yang-Shi-Lei and were uncertain what exceptional qualities the heir possessed that could resolve the tunnel's collapse issues. With his hands clasped behind his back, the elder explained, "You may not grasp the importance of Yang-Shi-Lei, nor comprehend its significance. Let me put it this way. Are you familiar with our ancestral ancient architecture? Yes, we once had an ancient building, but it seemed rather ordinary, merely exuding an antique charm without any remarkable features," one of them replied. The elder smiled knowingly. "You are merely scratching the surface. Do you know of the Forbidden City? Within, there exists a pristine array of mortise and tenon joints, entirely relying on wood, without the aid of any nails or similar fasteners. This structure has stood the test of time for many years. I have indeed heard of a wooden bridge elsewhere that also employs a complete mortise and tenon design, standing firm for centuries without a single nail, and it is still traversable by pedestrians today. The issue of the tunnel collapse has been resolved. I urge all colleagues to promptly return to their respective posts." Suddenly, a broadcast interrupted the conversation among several individuals, causing them to disperse like startled birds. Chapter 36. The villain's excessive chatter. Just moments ago, Lin Gang and Xiao Ying, who had been quietly observing, realized there was no longer anything of interest to discuss and withdrew their focus. Xiao Ying glanced at the departing figure of the elderly man and inquired of Lin Gang, "Is that so-called Lei Ming truly a descendant of Yang-Shi-Lei? Is Yang-Shi-Lei really that formidable?" Lin Gang shrugged his shoulders. Whether he is indeed a descendant of Yang-Shi-Lei remains uncertain, but considering that both Dr. Fu and your father are acquainted with him, he must be someone of significance. Let us see the man himself. We will discern whether he is a dragon or merely a worm. Upon their arrival at the scene, they discovered a gathering of individuals engaged in fervent discussion. As they approached, they observed that the tunnel ceiling had been propped up by a multitude of metallic bodies arranged in a specific sequence and structure. The crowd was marveling at this astonishing feat of craftsmanship, which had resolved the dilemma that had plagued them for months. They had conducted tests, confirming that the stability of this structure exceeded their expectations by a considerable margin. Lin Gang gazed upon this masterpiece, marveling at the creator's profound understanding of mechanics. The synergy of all the metallic components, utilizing the terrain, formed an impenetrable protective structure, more than sufficient to support the tunnel. Xiao Ying, eyeing the metallic framework above, softly questioned Lin Gang, "Wasn't it said that Yang-Shi-Lei worked with wooden mortise and tenon structures? This is made of metal, isn't it? Lin Gang expects on it. Wood as a material requires relatively expensive timber, and the environment in which it is used determines its lifespan. Considering both cost and durability, this choice seems most appropriate. This individual not only possesses exceptional knowledge of mechanics, but also likely excels in material science. Influenced by his father Lin Dong's teachings, Lin Gang had dabbled in these subjects. Observing Lei Ming's creation, he could not suppress a surge of admiration. Just as Lin Gang and Xiao Ying were lost in their appreciation of Lei Ming's work, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. "Is it you? Do you dare to follow me here? Just wait until I make you pay." Lin Gang and Xiao Ying turned to see none other than their recent acquaintance, Zhang Huairan. Zhang's face had notably reduced in swelling, yet it bore an array of bruises. Seeing Zhang Huairan here astonished Lin Gang and Xiao Ying. They had not anticipated that he, who should have remained inside, would emerge so swiftly. It appeared that Zhang Huairan was connected to powerful influences. Lin Gang stepped forward, examining the battered Zhang Huairan, and said, "Oh, isn't this Brother Zhang? Out so soon? I thought you would still be inside. I was planning to visit you in a few days. How did you manage to get out? I would have sent my brother to fetch you." "Bah, who's your brother? Do you think you have already caused me enough suffering? Today, you have delivered yourselves right to me, so do not blame me for being impolite." Zhang Huairan glared at Lin Gang with fury. Lin Gang, unfazed, retorted in broad daylight, "What do you do to me? I have realized that you are all bark and no bite. If words could kill, you would undoubtedly be invincible. You little brat with a sharp tongue. Do you truly believe I cannot handle you? A glimmer of malice flashed in Zhang Huairan's eyes. Indeed, I firmly believe you cannot manage me. Lin Gang continued to taunt, relishing the sight of Zhang Huairan's impotent rage. Zhang Huairan smirked and leaned in to whisper a few words to a burly man in his 30s behind him. The man cast a glance at Lin Gang before smirking wickedly, then began to organize those present to leave in an orderly fashion. Not long after, 5 or 6 individuals entered, each wielding steel pipes, surrounding Lin Gang and Xiao Ying menacingly. The burly man dismissed the guide who had let him in. Observing the situation, Lin Gang felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Zhang Huairan's machinations seemed rather unscrupulous. It was astonishing that he could act so brazenly in broad daylight. It appeared that they were destined to endure some physical suffering today. Xiao Ying, witnessing the group encircling them, became increasingly tense. She called out, "Zhang Huairan, what do you intend to do in broad daylight? If you dare to act recklessly, you will surely find yourself back inside." Zhang Huairan scoffed dismissively. "Did you not send me there? Am I not out and about now? On what basis do you think I would hesitate to act recklessly? This is my territory, and I am in control here. Just now, there are so many people around, and with the surveillance nearby, if you dare to lay a finger on us, the one who will suffer will be you." Xiao Ying attempted to stabilize Zhang Huairan. "It won't be that simple." Lin Gang seized Xiao Ying's wrist, shielding her behind him. The audacity to commit violence in broad daylight suggested that Zhang Huairan had a formidable backing. Today would not end well. Zhang Huairan regarded Lin Gang with a knowing smile. "You possess a modicum of discernment. To be frank, I, Zhang Huairan, have encountered numerous challenges to reach my current position. I do not fear the likes of you two." Lin Gang quietly instructed Xiao Ying. "This is a typical trope where the villain talks too much. He will undoubtedly ramble on. Wait for the right moment to dash out while I hold them off." "But," Xiao Ying began, only to be interrupted. "No buts. If you hesitate, neither of us will escape. You must run out and call for help. Perhaps I can stand and walk out." Hearing Lin Gang's reasoning, Xiao Ying clenched her teeth. Realizing his plan was the most sensible, and reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Zhang Huairan began to introduce himself. "I am Zhang Huairan, a middle school graduate who ventured into the world at a young age in search of a livelihood, lacking both education and connections. How did I ascend to this position? It is solely due to my ruthless nature. Among that group, just now, either I hold leverage over them, or they have benefited from me. Do you think they wish to see me fall? If I were to face misfortune, they would be even more terrified than I am. Therefore, my plan today is to eliminate you. They would not dare to whisper a word. They would not jeopardize their own financial interests and future over 2 insignificant strangers like you. As for the surveillance, it will conveniently malfunction." Zhang Huairan concluded with a hearty laugh, reveling in the thought of tormenting others, which brought him immense satisfaction. Over the years, from rivals to partners, even colleagues under his command had faced his wrath, yet none dared to voice their dissent. Even if someone found the courage to speak up, they would only face Zhang Huairan's gang's retaliation. In time, no one around him dared to oppose his ideology. However, Lin Gang, entirely unaware of this context, had dealt Zhang Huairan a significant blow, nearly sending him back inside. Zhang Huairan was at a loss for how to avenge this insult. Today, Lin Gang and Xiao Ying had come to his domain, presenting themselves as adversaries and challenging him once more. Zhang Huairan would not easily let them escape. With a swift glance exchanged with the burly man, he signaled him to blow a whistle. As the whistle echoed through the tunnel, the lights extinguished, plunging the space into darkness, leaving only a faint emergency light flickering. It is evident that Zhang Huairan has orchestrated a scheme concerning the lighting and surveillance within the tunnel. Consequently, regardless of his actions, it will be quite challenging to seize any incriminating evidence against him. Observing the seamless collaboration among Zhang Huairan and his associates clearly indicates that they have engaged in such undertakings numerous times, thus achieving a remarkable level of tacit understanding. As the lights extinguished, those wielding clubs surged towards Lin Gang and Xiao Ying, fully aware that their efforts would only please Zhang Huairan further and yield them greater rewards. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Gang grasped Xiao Ying's hand and dashed toward the exit. Those stationed at the exit, realizing the unfolding situation, swung their clubs towards Lin Gang. Chapter 37. A deceptive assault. Lin Gang, noticing the clubs aimed at him, did not evade but instead held Xiao Ying tightly in his embrace, bracing himself against the impending blows. With a muffled grunt, he endured the excruciating pain, spun around, and sent the two assailants crashing away, before pushing Xiao Ying, whom he clutched protectively, towards safety. Witnessing the harm Lin Gang endured to ensure her escape pierced Xiao Ying's heart, and tears of despair welled in her eyes. She dared not hesitate, fully aware of the precious opportunity for survival that Lin Gang had procured for her. With tears streaming down her face, she ran toward the exit, knowing that the quicker she sought help, the less suffering Lin Gang would endure. However, they underestimated Zhang Huairan's ruthlessness. When he conferred with the brutish man, he had no intention of allowing them to exit the tunnel unscathed. They had memorized the blueprint for Lei Ming, and soon he would dismantle the metallic structure Lei Ming had assembled, causing an accident that would lead to casualties. As a result, Lei Ming's reputation would be tarnished, and Zhang Huairan could either compel Lei Ming to work for him, or, should Lei Ming refuse, he could simply follow the blueprint himself, ensuring the tunnel remained intact for the time being. In this manner, Zhang Huairan would not only evade the expense of hiring Lei Ming as a special consultant, but would also gain both fame and fortune. Moreover, he could rid himself of those who had caused him displeasure in recent days. Truly, it was a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Halfway through her escape, Xiao Ying discovered several individuals stationed along the way, brandishing clubs to prevent any flight. Deep within the tunnel, Lin Gang felt a sense of relief as he watched Xiao Ying break through the encirclement. He glanced at Zhang Huairan, who stood calculatingly to the side, and a thought struck him. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If he could control Zhang Huairan, today's troubles would likely be alleviated. However, engaging each of the club wielders one by one would wear him out, leaving no room for unexpected developments. With determination, Lin Gang charged toward Zhang Huairan, who watched him with a bemused expression. As he closed the gap, Lin Gang suddenly felt a massive shadow barreling toward him. He was sent sprawling backward. The imposing figure, a brutish man standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 300 pounds, had struck. Lin Gang was astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He had never anticipated that such a large man could move with such swiftness. The impact felt akin to being gored by a wild boar, leaving him gasping for breath. Zhang Huairan barked at the towering man. Zhang Renjia, keep a close watch on him. If he touches me again, I will end you. Use every means at your disposal. I want him a wish for life, but find none. Zhang Renjia, with a smirk, replied, Rest assured, boss. If he gets injured again, all those years of loyalty would be for naught. Zhang Renjia's demeanor suggested a subordinate relationship with Zhang Huairan. Yet the use of the term boss indicated Zhang Huairan's adeptness in managing people. Zhang Huairan scolded, You need to be more meticulous. That girl has escaped. We cannot afford any chaos. Quickly bring her back. Don't worry, boss. Daju and Xiao Jun are up ahead keeping watch. They want to get away. Zhang Renjia replied with a grin. Hearing their exchange, Lin Gang struggled against his assailants, shoving them aside, and sprinted toward the exit. He needed to find Xiao Ying quickly. As a young woman, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed if he were not by her side. As Lin Gang dashed toward the exit, a cunning smile spread across Zhang Renjia's face, reminiscent of a cat reveling in its conquest over a mouse. In a few swift strides, Zhang Renjia caught up to Lin Gang, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful kick to his back. Lin Gang was sent crashing to the ground, groaning in agony, nearly losing consciousness, with blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Regaining his composure, he forced himself to stand and fixated on the towering Zhang Renjia. He understood that without defeating Zhang Renjia, he would never reach Xiao Ying. The speed of Zhang Renjia was overwhelming. Lin Gang could not outrun him. That massive foot had nearly knocked the wind out of him, and another blow could very well incapacitate him. Zhang Renjia observed Lin Gang rising and remarked, You take a beating. You're up again so soon after that kick. Why not stay and serve as my punching bag? I'll ensure you have a complete corpse. At that moment, Zhang Huairan and several others armed with clubs arrived. Just as they were about to strike Lin Gang, Zhang Renjie intervened, suggesting they let him have some fun before finishing Lin Gang off. Lin Gang gasped heavily, clenching his fists as he charged at Zhang Renjie. However, within mere seconds, he was sent flying back once more. Lin Gang dared not relent. He had to find Xiaoying, and today, he was determined to take down Zhang Renjie. Time and again, Lin Gang struggled to rise and charged at the iron tower that was Zhang Renjie, only to be sent sprawling time after time. Gradually, his injuries accumulated. His shirt was drenched in blood, some from his nose, others from his mouth, presenting a truly harrowing sight. Yet, through sheer tenacity, Lin Gang noticed Zhang Renjie beginning to pant heavily, perspiration cascading down his face. Zhang Renjie had not anticipated that Lin Gang, whom he perceived as weak, would prove so resilient. After pummeling him for so long and witnessing so much bloodshed, he found himself exhausted. Yet Lin Gang continued to rise and endure. As Zhang Renjie's pace slowed, Lin Gang recognized his opportunity. Gathering all his strength, he charged toward Zhang Renjie once more, shouting, "Right hook!" Zhang Renjie, dismissively lifting his left hand to block what he assumed would be an easy attack, was caught off guard as Lin Gang's right fist held back. However, simultaneously, Lin Gang's right leg surged forward, driving his knee forcefully into Zhang Renjie's vulnerable area. In that instant, Zhang Renjie felt a jolt of shock coursing through him, as if his scalp had exploded. A surge of blood rushed to his head, accompanied by a piercing pain that struck at his forehead. Clutching his vital parts, he curled up like a shrimp. Lin Gang seized the moment, firmly grasping Zhang Renjie's head, lifting his knee, and delivering a series of brutal strikes to Zhang Renjie's face. The dual assault left Zhang Renjie reeling in agony, causing him to faint and crash heavily to the ground, his robust frame collapsing like that of a great black bear. Chapter 38. Stirring the family nest within the dimly lit tunnel, where only a feeble emergency light flickered, illuminating the scene within. Zhang Huairan and a handful of henchmen watched Zhang Renjie writhe in pain on the ground, unable to voice his agony. The sight made them squirm uncomfortably. Despite the poor lighting, they had clearly witnessed Lin Gang's ferocious attacks on Zhang Renjie. They had never anticipated that the seemingly mild-mannered Lin Gang, a young man in his 20s, could fight with such ferocity. A sense of retreat began to stir within the henchmen armed with clubs. After all, they were merely hired hands and felt no need to risk their lives in such a manner. They imagined the dire consequences should the young man, cornered, retaliate with devastating blows. Lin Gang, seizing the opportunity, turned and dashed toward the exit, his concern for Xiaoying overwhelming. The thought of her in peril haunted him, for he could not bear the thought of living in suffering should anything happen to her. Zhang Huairan, witnessing Lin Gang break through their encirclement, was incensed, shouting, "You worthless fools! Go after him! If he escapes, you will all regret it." Motivated by Zhang Huairan's threats and his notorious ruthlessness, the henchmen steeled themselves, grabbing their clubs and pursuing Lin Gang. Zhang Huairan dialed a number, stating, "We've encountered an unexpected situation. Rest assured, I will ensure they never see the light of another day." He abruptly ended the call and, picking up a piece of rebar from the ground, joined the chase after Lin Gang. Meanwhile, Lin Gang, battered and in excruciating pain, pressed on, only to be astounded by the sight of Xiaoying. He could scarcely believe his eyes, questioning whether it was truly her. The frail Xiaoying was nimbly navigating between the henchmen, dodging and attacking, managing to take down two of them despite their attempts to subdue her, as she deftly evaded the swings of two assailants aiming steel pipes at her head. She darted close, seizing the pipes, and, in an instant, wielded them against her attackers. The henchmen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, found themselves at her mercy. Unable to comprehend how such a seemingly delicate girl could possess such formidable combat skills, Lin Gang, battered and bruised, could hardly reconcile his lifelong acquaintance with Xiaoying, who he believed he knew well, with the astonishing prowess she displayed. Witnessing her effortlessly dispatch several burly men, he felt a pang of inadequacy. This was utterly mortifying. He had always considered himself her protector, only to discover that Xiao Ying was the true hero, while he seemed a mere pawn in a video game. With a disdainful expression, Xiao Ying addressed the fallen henchman. "You think you can block my path with such feeble skills? Let me tell you, while you were still learning your multiplication tables, I was already mastering the art of combat." Her confidence radiated a fierce aura that left Lin Gang feeling a profound unfamiliarity toward her. He had never seen this side of Xiao Ying. Suddenly sensing something, she pointed her steel pipe toward Lin Gang's direction, exclaiming, "Is there one more hiding? Come out and let me stretch my muscles." Upon recognizing Lin Gang, Xiao Ying froze, retracting the pipe and tossing it aside, transforming into a sweet and innocent demeanor as she rushed to his side. "Xiao Tian, are you all right? I was so scared when you weren't here." Hearing her unique address, Lin Gang finally confirmed that this charming girl was indeed Xiao Ying. Yet, he remained perplexed. How could the gentle and sweet Xiao Ying transform into such a formidable fighter capable of easily dispatching several villains? "What did you become so skilled?" He could not help but inquire. Blushing and lowering her head like a child caught in mischief, she replied, "My father taught me some combat techniques when I was young." "I'm sorry, Xiao Tian, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Do you not like me now?" "Not at all. I think you are amazing just the way you are. I just never realized you had such abilities." Lin Gang hastily reassured her. "But we need to hurry. Those men will be after us soon." Realizing this, Lin Gang reflected on a saying, "a tiger's daughter," and thought it only natural for the daughter of such a figure as Xiao Huai to possess these skills. The sight of Xiao Ying, looking delicate and adorable, made it hard to fathom her exceptional combat prowess. Society often depicts heroes saving damsels in distress. Yet who would expect a beautiful girl to wield such fierce strength? The notion that a woman possesses formidable self-defense skills is indeed a daunting prospect. Men often feel overwhelmed by such realities, as the fear of being overshadowed by a woman's strength can render their own heroism futile. Initially intending to lead Xiao Ying to safety, Lin Gang found himself being pulled along by her instead. As they emerged from the tunnel, they were met with a throng of people brandishing clubs, clearly intent on blocking their escape. Before they could react, Zhang Huairan and his entourage surged from the tunnel. Zhang Renjia charged directly at Lin Gang, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying before Xiao Ying could grasp his arm, resulting in both of them tumbling to the ground. The force of Zhang Renjia's kick was evident. After enduring a similar brutal blow, it was clear he had put all his strength into that strike. Lin Gang and Xiao Ying fell heavily, with Xiao Ying landing atop Lin Gang, preventing them from collapsing completely. Xiao Ying scrambled to help Lin Gang up, but it was futile. Zhang Huairan approached the crowd, taunting, "Aren't you two quite the runners? Let's see you escape again." Despite the pain, Lin Gang forced himself to stand, surveying the group of armed men around him. He found it hard to comprehend Zhang Huairan's formidable influence, wondering how he managed to command such loyalty among them. It seemed improbable that mere monetary incentives could forge such strong bonds. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward from the crowd, addressing Zhang Huairan, "Uncle, what did this kid do to deserve your wrath? Just say the word, and we'll make sure he pays dearly." Upon hearing the young people's references to Zhang Huairan and observing the familial resemblances among them, Lin Gang was struck by an astonishing realization. Many of these individuals were, in fact, relatives of Zhang Huairan. Some others, he surmised, likely had some connection to him as well. A wave of regret washed over Lin Gang as he lamented, "This truly is a breach into Zhang Huairan's den, and a familial one at that." Chapter 39. Life and death struggle. Zhang Huairan proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "Seeing as you are on the brink of death, I shall not hesitate to inform you. Whatever I wish to accomplish, I shall find a way. I could apply to my superiors for an expansion of recruitment, yet I would ensure that those hired are promptly dismissed. Eventually, the work must continue, allowing me to gradually position my own people in their stead. The more of my own I have, the more I can manipulate those above and below me, establishing an unshakable grip on power." Lin Gang, observing Zhang Huairan's haughty demeanor, remarked, "What a cunning strategy. Is truly admirable. Although you summarize the matter in just a few words, the actual execution is exceedingly challenging." Seizing the opportunity to compliment Zhang Huairan, Lin Gang sought to buy time to contemplate a way out. Indeed, It has taken years of diligent effort to reach this point. Zhang Huairan replied, "You have certainly achieved a remarkable position, yet we harbor no deep-seated enmity. Merely a trivial misunderstanding has led us here. My failure to recognize your worth is regrettable. Perhaps I could offer some form of compensation to downplay this matter?" Lin Gang suggested, feigning submission while subtly signaling Xiao Ying to try and reach out for help from outside. "Apologies. Originally, I thought we could forego this meeting. However, now that we are face to face, I merely intended to vent my frustrations upon you," Zhang Huairan retorted, a look of resignation on his face. "But that is no longer feasible. Someone has placed a bounty on your life. People kill for wealth, and birds die for food. I sincerely regret this. In your next life, I hope you lead a quieter existence and refrain from provoking others. Otherwise, you may not even know how you met your end." With that, Zhang Huairan gestured for his accomplices to prepare for violence. "Wait, Lin Gang shutet. If someone has indeed placed a price on my life, state your figure. I shall double it, if you will." As he spoke, Lin Gang brandished the card belonging to Bei Jian high above his head. Zhang Huairan's eyes ignited with desire upon seeing the card, only to be quickly extinguished by practicality. "I understand your desperation for survival, young man, but the offer extends beyond mere money. I must also provide for my subordinates," he declared. "Let us swiftly conclude this matter so that you may suffer less." As Zhang Huairan prepared to strike, Lin Gang turned to inquire about Xiao Ying's status. "The signal here is completely jammed. We cannot contact anyone outside," Xiao Ying whispered. Panic began to set in for Lin Gang, realizing that Zhang Huairan's knowledge of the situation had effectively severed any chance of escape. Leaving this place unscathed now seemed an insurmountable challenge. Meanwhile, within the tunnel construction office, an elderly man who had just been introducing a new design emerged. "Xiao Lu, has the power system been restored?" "Teacher Jiang, they said they're currently conducting emergency repairs. It should be up soon," Xiao Lu stammered. "Why does it seem that the power fails at the most critical moments? Without power, how can the signal be restored? We have an urgent network meeting coming up." Then I will go urge them further and have the technical department investigate the signal issue," Xiao Lu hastily replied before rushing off. Observing the flustered Xiao Lu, Teacher Jiang felt a sense of unease. Today feels peculiar. He pulled out his phone and searched the corridor for a signal, but after a fruitless search, he decided to head outside to see if there was any reception, for the upcoming meeting was of great importance. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a large crowd gathered at the tunnel entrance. Assuming there had been another incident, he prepared to investigate but was halted by a young man calling out to him. "Teacher Jiang, what brings you out here?" Turning, Teacher Jiang's face broke into a smile upon recognizing the young man. "Xiaolei, I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, the issues with our tunnel might never have been resolved. Teacher Jiang, you are too kind. I did not do much. Your team was remarkably efficient. Alone, I could hardly resolve any issues," Xiaolei modestly replied. As they chatted, Teacher Jiang momentarily forgot about the crowd gathered at the tunnel entrance. Back at the confrontation, Zhang Huairan eyed Lin Gang and said, "Stop stalling. I know you are merely trying to buy time in hopes of contacting someone to rescue you, but that is futile. I have jammed all communications at the site. No messages can escape. Spare yourself the struggle. I have no time to waste, lest the older folks catch wind of this, and I find myself in a predicament." With a wave of his hand, he signaled his men to swiftly conclude the matter to avoid chaos. Zhang Renjia, receiving Zhang Huairan's cue, charged at Lin Gang with the intent to make him experience a taste of life and death, seeking solace for his recent injuries. Even at his peak, Lin Gang would have struggled against Zhang Renjia, and in his current battered state, he was no match. In a matter of moments, Lin Gang was sent sprawling by Zhang Renjia. Seeing Lin Gang in peril, Xiao Ying disregarded the others and rushed toward Zhang Renjia. Despite her impressive combat skills, she found herself gravely overmatched against the towering figure of Zhang Renjia. Their disparities in height and weight were stark, with Zhang Renjia's bulk acting like a formidable shield against Xiao Ying's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Renjia landed a punch to Xiao Ying's abdomen. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, raising her arms to block his strike, but the force was overwhelming, sending her stumbling backward for several paces. At that moment, Xiaoying felt her arms go numb, as if they were no longer her own. They trembled uncontrollably. Lin Gang, witnessing Xiaoying endure punishment in her attempt to protect him, was consumed by rage. As a man, it pained him to be unable to safeguard those around him. The thought of this young woman suffering for his sake was unbearable. With a primal roar, Lin Gang summoned all his strength and charged at Zhang Renjia, unleashing a flurry of punches aimed at the latter's corpulent head. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. He was undeterred by the relentless blows raining down upon him from those wielding sticks. Fueled by desperation, he continued to strike Zhang Renjia with all his might. Zhang Renjia eventually collapsed to the ground, yet Lin Gang remained atop him, relentlessly pummeling him. Those nearby, wielding sticks, who had been encouraged by Zhang Huairan to assault Lin Gang, found themselves pausing in shock. While they had attacked many under Zhang Huairan's orders, they had never encountered such a fierce struggle. Before them stood a young man fighting for his life. Although their orders were to eliminate him, they lacked the courage to engage in such a desperate fight. The weak fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear nothing. Lin Gang was now a man who had nothing left to lose. When someone is willing to risk their life, it is wise to keep one's distance, for they become a force of nature, unafraid of even gods. Chapter 40. Interception. The henchmen surrounding Lin Gang gradually came to a halt, slowly retreating as if they were gazing upon a monster. Lin Gang, drenched in blood, had crimson droplets cascading from his scalp, dripping down his hair. He appeared utterly unfazed, relentlessly pummeling Zhang Renjia with his fists. It was only when Zhang Renjia lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless pig, that Lin Gang slowly rose, casting a sweeping glance around him. Those who met his gaze involuntarily stepped back, fearful that his eyes might linger on them. Xiaoying, having been struck back by Zhang Renjia, felt her strength wane significantly. Surrounded by numerous assailants, her fists were no match for their numbers, and she had lost count of how many blows she had endured. Yet, she understood that she could not succumb. She had yet to witness Lin Gang escape from peril. Lin Gang, noticing the chaos in the crowd, began to stride forward, step by step. He was aware that a woman was entangled in a struggle on his behalf, being bullied, and he had to rescue her, to protect her fervently. As he advanced, everyone parted ways, creating a 3-meter radius of emptiness around him. This vacuum following him as he moved toward Xiaoying. The attackers surrounding Xiaoying, feeling the oppressive aura of the vacuum, gradually ceased their assaults, turning their gazes toward it. In the center of this void stood a bloodied figure, advancing with deliberate steps. Although his gait was unsteady, each step heightened the tension in the hearts of onlookers. They perceived this bloodied man as a demon emerging from the depths of hell, particularly his blood-red eyes, which sent chills down their spines. Being fixated by those eyes felt akin to being hunted by a famished wolf, fearing that he might unleash his fury and snap their necks. Everyone halted their actions, watching as this bloodied figure approached the fallen woman. Xiaoying, lying on the ground, wept for Lin Gang, who had been battered beyond recognition. Her heart ached for him. As Lin Gang reached her, he gently bent down on one knee, assisting Xiaoying to her feet, and with his bloodied hand, he wiped her tears, saying, "Xiaoying, do not cry. Brother Tian will take you home." With that, he straightened up, supporting Xiaoying with his left arm wrapped around her waist, holding her tightly to his chest. In his right hand, he grasped a fallen steel pipe tightly. Stumbling yet determined, he began to make his way out. Zhang Huairan, observing the bystanders who stood idle, bellowed, "Why are you all standing around like a bunch of telegraph poles? Get in there. Finish them off. We have work to do." A young man, standing close to Lin Gang, seized the moment as an excellent opportunity for glory. He raised a steel pipe and struck Lin Gang's back with all his might. Whether out of a lack of strength or sheer unwillingness to evade, Lin Gang took the blow without flinching. Slowly turning around, his eyes fixed intently on the young man. The latter froze in fear, paralyzed by Lin Gang's piercing gaze. Lin Gang swung the steel pipe with ferocity, aiming for the young man's face. The young man barely had time to react before Lin Gang's second and third strikes followed swiftly. Like an emotionless automaton, Lin Gang continued to rain down blows, indifferent to the young man's cries for mercy. It was only when the young man fell unconscious from the pain that Lin Gang ceased his assault, having delivered several more strikes. The young man lay there, drenched in blood, his limbs limp, and his chest visibly caved in, suggesting that several ribs had been fractured, and countless bones shattered. The echoes of the young man's screams lingered in the ears of the onlookers, sending shivers down their spines. They had come to follow Zhang Huairan for financial gain, not to risk their lives. At that moment, none dared to advance, their courage shattered by the sight of this man, whom they now deemed a madman, devoid of any human sentiment. Initially, they had relied on their numbers and weapons, participating with a mentality of bullying the weak. However, when it came to life-and-death situations, they realized their inadequacies. The only one among them who had the audacity to fight was Zhang Renji. Yet he had just been felled by this deranged individual, lying motionless on the ground. Uncertain of his fate, Zhang Huairan, witnessing the reluctance of his followers, grew increasingly anxious. He had guaranteed that Lin Gang would be eliminated. Failure would lead to dire consequences for himself. Pushing those around him to continue the assault, he promised to take responsibility for any deaths, assuring them of prosperous futures if they succeeded. Yet, despite his fervent urgings, no one dared to step forward. Frustrated, Zhang Huairan resorted to shouting and striking at them, but to no avail. With no other option, he seized a steel pipe from someone nearby and approached Lin Gang himself. Fear gnawed at him. After having been bested by Lin Gang previously, he was acutely aware that should he engage again, he might find himself in a dire predicament. Nevertheless, contemplating the consequences of failure, what awaited him if he did not fulfill his task, he steeled himself and advanced toward Lin Gang, raising the steel pipe high and swinging it down toward Lin Gang's head. At that moment, having endured a prolonged battle, Lin Gang was on the brink of collapse, his body weary and aching. He lacked the strength to dodge, merely gazing at the impending blow from Zhang Huairan's steel pipe. Xiaoying, cradled in Lin Gang's embrace, had noticed his exhaustion when he struck the young man. She realized that he was merely relying on sheer willpower to remain standing. Understanding that he could no longer resist or evade, she struggled to muster her strength to take the blow for him. Yet, she found herself firmly restrained in Lin Gang's grip, unable to break free, helplessly watching as Zhang Huairan's steel pipe descended toward Lin Gang's head. Imagining the horrific scene of Lin Gang's skull being shattered, blood splattering everywhere, Xiaoying clenched her eyes shut, gritting her teeth in anticipation of the impending impact. Lin Gang, too, closed his eyes slowly, feeling the breeze from the swinging steel pipe, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of the outcome, he had played the hero, albeit unsuccessfully. Yet, even in death, he wished to perish before the beauty, finding solace in the thought of holding her tightly in his final moments. As they braced for the inevitable, the awaited result seemed to elude them. Opening their eyes slowly, they were met with a startling sight. A tall, fair-skinned youth with prominent features stood before them, firmly grasping the other end of Zhang Huairan's steel pipe. Lin Gang looked at this youthful figure, feeling a profound gratitude for his timely intervention, yet internally chastising him. Could you not have arrived a tad sooner? As Lin Gang arrived at this moment, he felt as though he had intercepted his own heroic rescue. Chapter 41. An uncontrollable situation. In the open space before the tunnel, sunlight illuminated the figure of the pale-faced youth, evoking in Lin Gang a sense of otherworldly presence. The tall and upright youth stood resolutely in front of Lin Gang and his companion, his right hand slightly raised, effortlessly grasping the iron rod swung at him by Zhang Huairan. Despite Zhang Huairan's fierce attempts to strike, the rod remained immobile in the youth's grip. His ferocious gaze locked onto the figure before him as he declared, "Lin Gang, this is a personal matter of mine. I advise you not to meddle, lest you disrupt the peace between us." Upon hearing Zhang Huairan's address to the pale-faced youth, Lin Gang was momentarily taken aback. Lin Gang? How could this individual before him possibly be Lin Gang? Was he the Lin Gang from Journey to the West, or the one from Young and Dangerous? The pale-faced youth replied, "Zhang, I am unaware of your relationship with these two before me, but we live in a society governed by law. It is best not to take matters into your own hands. One should spare others when possible. Harming these individuals will not benefit you. The youth clearly misjudged the situation. Assuming that Lin Gang and his companion had come to disrupt the construction site and had provoked Zhang Huairan to act violently against them. Observing the battered pair before him, he felt a pang of compassion and wished to plead on their behalf. Hoping to prevent Zhang Huairan from committing any further outrageous acts that could lead to consequences for himself, Jiang Lao also made his way through the crowd. Bewildered by the chaos, and inquired of Zhang Huairan, "Xiao Zhang, what is going on? Who are these injured comrades?" Zhang Huairan's demeanor shifted upon seeing Jiang Lao. He forced a flattering smile and replied, "Jiang Lao, these two individuals infiltrated our site, causing severe damage to our equipment, and even assaulted several of our colleagues. I acted in a moment of desperation." After his explanation, Zhang Huairan signaled to the young men behind him. Two stepped forward, asserting, "Yes, yes. They knocked our Zhang Gong down. Just moments ago, Xiao Wang attempted to intervene and was also injured by them." As they spoke, they rushed forward to seize Lin Gang and Xiao Ying. Lin Gang swiftly withdrew his arm from around Xiao Ying, forcibly holding onto the incoming assailants while shouting, "Do not listen to their baseless accusations. We are here to find someone. I have a visitor's pass in my pocket." Lin Gang realized this was their sole hope for escape. If captured by Zhang Huairan now, the outcome for both would be dire. Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Jiang Lao hurried over, pushing aside those restraining Lin Gang, and retrieved the visitor's pass from his pocket. Upon seeing the pass, Jiang Lao understood that the situation was not as Zhang Huairan had portrayed. He looked at the dejected Lin Gang and gently asked, "Who are you looking for?" "We are looking for Lei Ming," Lin Gang exclaimed. The pale-faced youth, upon hearing this, gazed curiously at the duo and asked, "You two are looking for me? What is the matter?" Lin Gang stared incredulously at the man before him. This was the Lei Ming he had been seeking? Hadn't Zhang Huairan just referred to him as Lei Gong? He had anticipated encountering a celestial being or a notorious figure. Yet here was the very Lei Ming he had desperately searched for. Lei Gong, Gong, worker. Lin Gang's mind suddenly clicked. He recalled this title. Perhaps he had been struck too hard or spent too long with the monkey, but he realized his thoughts had strayed. However, when he initially heard Lei Gong, the image that flashed in his mind was that of the fierce Lei Gong from folklore. Regaining his composure, Lin Gang addressed Lei Ming. "I am Lin Gang, and this is Xiao." Before he could finish, Zhang Huairan interrupted him with a fierce shout, "Enough! Since you have encountered me, there is no need for further concealment. You all shall die today." Zhang Huairan's murderous gaze swept over Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, Lei Ming, and Jiang Lao. Jiang Lao, startled by Zhang Huairan's proclamation, had never witnessed such a declaration from him. He had always been polite in conversation. Now, faced with Zhang Huairan's murderous intent, he trembled and asked, "Zhang Huairan, what do you intend to do?" Zhang Huairan glared at the white-haired Jiang Lao and declared, "Don't you understand? I will kill you. You. None of you shall leave here alive today." Zhang Huairan pointed at each of them and approached Jiang Lao and Lei Ming, saying, "You two should have stayed quietly in your office. Why venture out? It is all fate. Your destinies are intertwined with these two, and you shall meet your end at my hands." He then adjusted Jiang Lao's slightly disheveled clothing, feigning sympathy, and continued, "I apologize, Jiang Lao. I had hoped to learn from your expertise while waiting for your retirement to take your position, and then perhaps ascend even higher. However, it seems that I must expedite this process. Once I eliminate you, your vacancy shall be mine, and I shall occupy an even loftier position, while your role will be filled by another." He laughed triumphantly, believing he had everything under control. Turning to the gathered crowd, he proclaimed, "Dear friends, you have all risen through my efforts. Your current incomes and achievements are all thanks to me. Consider, without my support, where would you be toiling as cheap labor? Now that an opportunity has arisen for me to ascend further, you can continue to follow in my footsteps. Decide whether to climb higher with me or retreat now." Upon hearing Zhang Huairan's words, the crowd ignited with fervor. They were his kin, and as long as Zhang Huairan stood firm, they would surely enjoy prosperity alongside him. "I am willing to follow my uncle upwards. I am willing to follow my cousin upwards. I am willing. I too wish to." The once dismal crowd now brimmed with enthusiasm. In pursuit of their future wealth and glory, they began to extinguish their humanity piece by piece. One individual, positioned near Jiang Lao, swung a club directly at him, causing Jiang Lao to collapse in a pool of blood. "Kill this old man. If it weren't for him, my uncle would have already ascended." Lei Ming, witnessing Jiang Lao's fall, was taken aback. He had not anticipated such madness from the crowd. As he reached out to assist Jiang Lao, he was struck from behind and fell unconscious. Lin Gang, witnessing the sudden eruption of rage, felt a torrent of despair. The man who had emerged so gallantly to thwart Zhang Huairan's attack had been felled within moments. "Brother, at least hold on for a few rounds. Give me a chance to catch my breath and regain my strength. Show me your vigor as a man. In your absence, the situation was still under your control. Yet with your appearance, it collapsed instantaneously, and now the circumstances are utterly beyond management." Chapter 42. Lin Gang's doubts. Lin Gang gazed at the completely uncontrollable scene before him, observing the nearly frenzied crowd around him, his eyes betraying a sense of despair. It appeared that his quest to find his father would end here. More importantly, he was still single, having never even experienced the joys of romance. Xiao Ying's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hopelessness, yet as she looked at Lin Gang beside her, a smile of happiness graced her face. She wrapped her arms around Lin Gang's waist, resting her head against his sturdy chest, and said, "Xiao Tian Gij, I love you so much." However, her voice was drowned out by the chaotic and frenzied shouts around them. Lin Gang embraced Xiao Ying tightly, his voice filled with affection as he replied, "I am sorry, Xiao Ying. In this life, I owe you, but in the next, I will surely proclaim my love for you loudly." Yet, his words failed to reach Xiao Ying's ears. The crazed mob rained down blows upon the two, who were locked in their embrace. Lin Gang could only shield Xiao Ying as much as possible, attempting to minimize her injuries. In Lin Gang's protective hold, Xiao Ying saw him endure all the harm for her sake, and feeling helpless, she wept silently in his embrace. She wished to break free from his protection to share some of the burden, but she could not escape his grasp. Understanding his intent, she nestled deeper into his embrace, realizing he wished to protect her until his last breath. As Lin Gang absorbed countless blows, he felt himself on the verge of collapse when, from afar, a sound pierced the air, a sign of an aircraft approaching. Seizing this glimmer of hope, Lin Gang felt revitalized, straightening his posture to continue shielding Xiao Ying from harm. His singular thought was to hold on for just one more minute. If someone could discover their plight and rescue them, even if it cost him his life, he was determined to ensure Xiao Ying's safety. Time passed, and Lin Gang noticed another aircraft hovering above, from which descended numerous armed individuals clad in green uniforms. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he then collapsed heavily to the ground. As consciousness faded, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Xiao Ying's face before feeling a profound sense of relief. She was safe. Exhausted, he slowly closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. 3 days later, Lin Gang struggled to open his eyes, and 3 familiar faces emerged before him: Xiao Ying, Xiao Naofu, and Lei Ming. "Where am I?" Lin Gang rubbed his aching head. "You are in our military hospital," declared Xiao Naofu, adorned in military attire. "You should have been rigorously trained back then. The doctor says your external injuries are manageable, but there are some concerns regarding your head. You should recover fully in a couple of days." "How did I end up here?" Lin Gang struggled to recall the preceding days. "Xiao Tian Gij, are you all right? Please do not frighten me." Xiao Ying's eyes began to well with tears. Observing his daughter's distress, Xiao Naofu felt a pang of sorrow and comforted her. "I just spoke with the doctor. It is common to experience minor amnesia upon waking, but it will gradually return." Lin Gang, finally piecing together some memories, looked at Xiao Ying with concern. "Xiao Ying, are you injured? Are you all right?" Xiao Naofu, witnessing Lin Gang's earnest care for his daughter, smiled appreciatively. "Rest assured, you protected her splendidly. She is completely unharmed. But you holding my daughter's hand so tightly right after waking up seems rather disrespectful to me. I hold you in high regard, not just in sight." Lin Gang retorted playfully. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying, visibly upset, exclaimed, "Dad, what are you doing?" Xiao Tiangij just woke up. Why are you speaking so loudly? Seeing his daughter defend Lin Gang, Xiao Naofu's heart ached with bittersweet emotion. Lin Gang inquired about the events of that day, and Xiao Naofu recounted the details. Due to the nature of his work, to prevent being targeted by malicious individuals, their family devices were equipped with tracking systems. When Xiao Ying's tracking signal disappeared suddenly at the site, Xiao Naofu began frantically trying to reach her, only to discover her communications were being jammed. Consequently, he organized a rescue mission. Fortunately, Lin Gang and the others had delayed the situation multiple times, and with Lin Gang serving as a human shield, they managed to hold off the threat until the rescue team arrived. However, despite their arrival, the elderly Jiang Lao, due to his age and severe injuries, tragically perished. A dedicated elder, he fell victim to the heinous Zhang Huairan. Relevant authorities have since initiated an investigation into Zhang Huairan and his accomplices, ensuring they face appropriate consequences. Yet, it was disheartening that Zhang Huairan suddenly died during interrogation, leaving the true mastermind behind the assassination plot undiscovered. Xiao Naofu turned to Lin Gang, stating, "For your safety, I recommend that you, Xiao Ying, and that fellow from the Bei family refrain from venturing into the underground city until we uncover the true culprit behind the assassination attempt. But I cannot remain hidden here indefinitely. I must venture into the underground city to search for my father." Lin Gang protested. "I will arrange for personnel to assist in locating him. There are many professionals in the underground city. If your father is alive, they will surely find him. If the people in the underground city truly wanted to find my father, they would have done so by now." Lin Gang thought as he glanced at Lei Ming behind Xiao Naofu, swallowing his words. Xiao Naofu noticed Lin Gang's doubts and reassured him, "Do not worry. Xiao Lei is one of us. His father, Lei Mo, was a close friend of your father. During the previous incident, they mysteriously vanished together." Lei Ming offered Lin Gang a confirming nod, affirming Xiao Naofu's words. Lin Gang, with a serious demeanor, said, "I suspect that the individuals in the underground city may be connected to the mysterious disappearance of my father." Xiao Naofu pondered Lin Gang's words, responding thoughtfully, "Are you aware of the implications of what you are saying? The personnel in the underground city undergo rigorous screening. Do you understand what it means to doubt your own brothers and teammates?" For Xiao Naofu, clad in military garb, the bonds with his brothers and teammates were paramount. They were akin to family, and he could never entertain doubts about them. Lin Gang understood that Xiao Naofu abhorred betrayal, so he too was reluctant to believe that members of the underground city could harm their own. They were a group with whom one could safely entrust their back. Chapter 43. The underground city faces a mysterious attack. Lin Gang observed Xiao Naofu's determined gaze, which now bore a hint of fury, and felt an immense weight of pressure upon him. Xiao Naofu is an unequivocal figure of authority, exuding an aura that can be quite oppressive. However, Lin Gang's eyes radiate an unwavering determination, seemingly unfazed by the pressure exerted by Xiao Naofu. With a sigh, Xiao Naofu inquired, "Why do you suspect that there are issues within our ranks?" Deep down, Xiao Naofu harbors doubts about the existence of a traitor within the underground city. Yet the recent persecution of Lin Gang has stirred a sense of unease within him. Lin Gang straightened his posture and replied, "Dr. Fu's rationale for my and Xiao Ying's outing was for reflection. Logically, no one should know that we ventured out to find Lei Ming. Yet why would Zhang Huairan, who has no ties to the underground city, choose this precise moment to attempt to eliminate me?" Once Lin Gang articulated his suspicions, the implications became evident. There are likely very few individuals within the underground city who are privy to the mission of Lin Gang and Xiao Ying, and those few are undoubtedly significant figures. The notion of a traitor likely stems from a desire to prevent Lin Gang from re-entering the underground city, as he seeks to uncover the whereabouts of his missing father. Clearly, this person does not wish for Lin Gang to locate Lin Dong. Xiao Naofu, perplexed, asked, "Why would they not want you to find your father? What could their motive be?" Lin Gang pondered, "I cannot seem to decipher it. Is it because my father is the head of the underground city project? Perhaps this individual, like Zhang Huairan, wishes to ascend the ranks and is opposed to my father's return? Or does my father possess some undisclosed secret that compels them to silence him?" After much contemplation, Lin Gang remained perplexed until a thought struck him. Uncle Xiao, do you know Jiaoyi? Xiao Naofu responded, yes, why do you ask? He was somewhat bewildered by Lin Gang's mention of him. I discovered a series of numbers left by my father in the underground city, and upon deciphering them, the answer was Jiaoyi. Xiao Naofu casually noted, he is your father's mentor. In a sense, he is your grandmaster. You say the numbers left by your father? Xiao Naofu suddenly realized. Did he leave anything else apart from the numbers? Hearing this question, Lin Gang fell silent, unsure if he should reveal the matter regarding the Rubik's Cube to Xiao Naofu. As Lin Gang hesitated, Xiao Naofu mused. Could he be suggesting that you seek your grandmaster for the Rubik's Cube? You know about the Rubik's Cube? Lin Gang exclaimed, taken aback. You know about the Rubik's Cube? Xiao Naofu echoed in surprise, then glanced at Xiao Ying, who looked innocent and protested. It wasn't me. I know nothing. Xiao Naofu shifted his focus back to Lin Gang. With no other option, Lin Gang reluctantly divulged everything he knew to Xiao Naofu. As Xiao Naofu listened, he felt his blood pressure rising. The audacity of Lin Dong and Jiao Ao astonished him. It was only after Xiao Naofu explained the situation that Lin Gang understood the source of Xiao Naofu's distress. It turns out that both his father, Lin Dong, and his mentor, Jiao Ao, were fervent enthusiasts of technology, often collaborating on eccentric inventions. Eventually, they developed a formidable mech, which, after evaluations by various experts, was incorporated into military equipment. It was during this time that Xiao Naofu met Lin Dong, and they eventually became close friends. Unbeknownst to anyone, the duo could not remain idle. During an excavation in the underground space, they unearthed a mysterious metal and secretly conducted research on it. When Xiao Naofu discovered this, they simultaneously claimed to have created two super mechs and, under duress, kept one for themselves while surrendering the other. They promised never to arm them, intending only to use them as research models. However, based on Lin Gang's earlier statements, it became evident that they had indeed produced 3 super mechs concurrently. Xiao Naofu could not help but exclaim, these two maniacs, scientific lunatics, or perhaps deceivers. They have made a fool of me. How could they hide such significant matters from me? It would have been better had I not tightened my grip on them. Perhaps one of those mechs would have been mine to give to my precious daughter, thus alleviating my concerns for her safety. As Xiao Naofu contemplated, he recalled that the surrendered super mech was likely gathering dust somewhere, as its operation was overly complicated. He resolved to submit a request to retrieve it for his daughter to try out. Given the eccentricities of these two madmen, it was possible that the best operator for that mech would indeed be the father-daughter duo of the Xiao family. Once the matter of the Rubik's Cube was settled, Xiao Naofu's thoughts returned to the information left by Lin Gang's father. Since Lin Dong had left a message, it was certain that Jiao Yi would be able to decipher it, and obtaining this information would likely reveal the identity of the traitor. Just as Xiao Naofu intended to contact Jiao Yi for the information, an urgent report arrived stating that all equipment in the underground city had malfunctioned, suspected to be under unidentified attack, and requesting emergency assistance. Subsequently, the underground city lost all communication. Xiao Naofu swiftly ordered the assembly of a team for urgent rescue operations. Meanwhile, Lin Gang, lying on a hospital bed, panicked. He never anticipated that the underground city would face an unidentified attack at such a critical moment, worrying about the safety of Houzi and Beijian, among others. The ambiguity surrounding this attack was particularly troubling, as they had no knowledge of its origin or nature. Xiao Naofu, too, became anxious. Their base was nearly 100 miles from the entrance of the underground city, and all forward checkpoints had lost contact. The communications system to the underground city was entirely incapacitated, leaving them in a state of ignorance regarding the situation ahead. Most perplexingly, their airship was unable to fly normally, forcing them to consider ground travel through forested areas where heavy equipment could not traverse. All electronic systems failed within 100 miles of the underground city. The only course of action was to organize multiple small teams for support. Amidst the chaos on Xiao Naofu's side, 2 other underground cities reported experiencing similarly bizarre attacks and were also unable to provide rapid assistance. Faced with such an unexpected situation, everyone was momentarily thrown into disarray. having never encountered anything so peculiar before. While modern warfare indeed relies on signals, no nation had ever been reported to possess such an enigmatic weapon. Moreover, the underground city was meant to be kept confidential, and the information should not have been leaked. The precision of this strike was utterly baffling. Xiao Naofu increasingly felt that Lin Gang's suspicions were valid. Could there genuinely be a traitor leaking information about the underground city? Yet, the method of attack was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Strangely, aside from disrupting communication and aerial operations, there appeared to be no other damage inflicted. 2 days later, Lin Gang had fully recovered. He sought out Xiao Naofu to inquire about the latest developments concerning the underground city, only to learn that all systems had returned to normal. And repeated investigations revealed no clear explanation for the earlier issues. Xiao Naofu, having been preoccupied and looking markedly aged, informed Lin Gang. "There is something I must tell you. Your grandmaster, Jiao Ao, has gone missing." Upon hearing Xiao Naofu's words, Lin Gang's demeanor shifted dramatically. He began to suspect that his decision to share information with his mentor had led to him being targeted. Lin Gang has now successfully completed the mission of locating Lei Ming. With time pressing, he resolved to return to the underground city in hopes of uncovering some clues. As he gathered his belongings, he discovered that all the airships had ceased operations. Upon inquiring about the reason, he learned that, to prevent a recurrence of previous incidents, travel to the underground city would now be restricted to land routes. However, to maintain the confidentiality of the underground city, no new roads had been constructed. The group could only travel part of the distance by vehicle, while the remaining third would require them to proceed on foot, significantly extending their journey to the underground city. Indeed, while technology offers convenience, possessing a robust physique remains exceedingly vital in certain circumstances. Xiao Naofu dispatched a vehicle to transport them to the nearest roadside, where he organized 3 team members to escort Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, and Lei Ming into the underground city. Upon disembarking and surveying their numerous bags, Lin Gang felt overwhelmed. Not only would they have to walk, but they also had to carry heavy loads for over 10 kilometers. Observing the slender Lei Ming, who bore the most luggage, Lin Gang could not help but exclaim, "Brother, is it not a bit excessive what you are carrying? Shall I assist you by taking a couple of items?" However, Lei Ming's petite frame seemed ill-equipped for such burdens, and Lin Gang genuinely worried that the weight of his luggage might impede their progress. Realizing Lin Gang's concerns, Lei Ming asked everyone to wait for a moment. He then retrieved a collection of assorted parts from one of his boxes and began to assemble them. Before long, he had constructed a metallic horse, prompting the group to assist in loading all the boxes onto it. The onlookers were left in awe within such a brief span. He had managed to create a horse, leading them to speculate whether he might be a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang showcasing his wooden oxen or a descendant of the legendary Mo family, adept at crafting mechanical beasts. The novelty of Lei Ming's creation fascinated the group, as they were no longer burdened, and their subsequent journey promised to be considerably easier. The 6 of them, accompanied by 1 horse, set off towards the underground city, chatting and laughing. Initially, the terrain was manageable, and the underbrush was not too dense. However, as they ventured deeper, visibility became obscured by towering shrubs, and unease began to creep in among the group. The individuals assigned by Xiao Naofu, seasoned scouts, were accustomed to such environments and took turns clearing the path ahead. Suddenly, one of the sentinels signaled for silence, sensing something amiss. Lin Gang had been feeling a persistent discomfort, an oppressive sensation that now coalesced into a realization. The chorus of insects and birdsong had vanished. As Lin Gang voiced this observation, the others shared his dawning comprehension. Upon entering, they had been enveloped by the sounds of nature, yet now an eerie silence enveloped them. It was unnaturally quiet, as if the entire forest had been reduced to just the sound of their own breaths. They assumed defensive postures and began scanning their surroundings. Lin Gang was the first to detect danger. He nudged a nearby veteran with his arm, gesturing toward a thicket and whispering, "Do you see those wolves over there?" The veteran's eyes widened in alarm as he followed Lin Gang's gaze, revealing not wolves, but 2 Siberian huskies standing nearby. The veteran let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "I thought there shouldn't be wolves in this area." How peculiar that there are two huskies in this forest. The tension among the group dissipated momentarily. However, just as they relaxed, Lin Gang alerted them to be cautious, for in another direction, 3 more huskies were eyeing them menacingly. One of them suddenly leaped forward. Lunging at the group, Lin Gang, reacting instinctively, swung his stick at the oncoming husky, landing a blow that reverberated through his arm. The husky was momentarily distracted, pacing back and forth, searching for another opportunity to strike. The 6 individuals stood frozen, bewildered by the sight before them. The huskies were enormous, nearly the size of calves. They began to seriously question what kind of high-nutrition diet these creatures had consumed to grow to such proportions. The huskies before them lacked the usual endearing demeanor, their eyes glinting with a menacing hunger that sent shivers down their spines. Due to recent events, the 3 veterans were armed and quickly readied themselves for combat. Lei Ming, observing the tense atmosphere, discarded his wooden staff and reached into the horse's neck, pulling out a gleaming, nearly 2-meter-long sword. His posture was as flamboyant as a surfer embracing a typhoon's waves. Xiao Ying, watching Lei Ming wield his sword, questioned, "Are you a wooden clogs warrior?" Lei Ming, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I am a genuine citizen." "Then why do you wield a wooden clogs warrior sword?" Lin Gang interjected, "Can a wooden clogs warrior's sword be that impressive? This is our Tang Dao, the true ancestral sword of the warrior." Xiao Ying gazed at Lei Ming's Tang Dao with starry-eyed admiration. Initially, when Lin Gang held his stick, he considered it the best weapon of the group, but upon seeing Lei Ming draw the Tang Dao, he felt a significant disparity. Witnessing Xiao Ying's captivated gaze at the sword, Lin Gang felt a pang of envy for his humble stick. Gazing at Lei Ming's sword, Lin Gang was inspired, thinking to himself, "Why not be flashy? When we return, I shall acquire 2 swords, 1 in each hand. My poses will surely outshine yours." Just as Lin Gang was consumed by jealousy, Lei Ming, without turning his head, remarked, "There is another weapon in the horse's leg. You can use it." Xiao Ying eagerly trotted over and retrieved a 1-meter-long sword. Lin Gang hastily followed suit, removing a leg from the horse and gripping it in his hands. Suddenly, all 5 huskies charged at the 6 individuals. The 3 veterans swiftly pulled their triggers. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets struck the huskies. Yet they appeared unfazed by the pain. One husky tackled a veteran to the ground, revealing its sharp fangs. Lin Gang swung his weapon at the husky's head, delivering a fierce blow that shattered one of its fangs. The veteran, regaining his composure, fired several shots at the dog's head, splattering crimson blood across his face. The injured husky, yelping in pain, retreated. After fending off one husky, Lin Gang quickly turned to assist Xiao Ying and Lei Ming. To his horror, he discovered that one veteran had been torn apart, his entrails strewn across the ground. The veteran, bloodied hands outstretched, activated a grenade and, with all his remaining strength, stuffed it into the mouth of one of the monstrous dogs, firmly securing its jaws with his arms. A thunderous explosion ensued, leaving the veteran lifeless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. The blasted husky convulsed on the ground in agony. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying and the others struggled against the onslaught of the remaining 3 vicious dogs. Xiao Ying, with her frail physique, was unable to withstand the assault. Though she managed to inflict a few wounds with her sword, it failed to deliver any substantial damage, only serving to enrage the beasts further. One of the dogs seized her sword in its jaws, shaking its head with force and sending Xiao Ying flying through the air. Xiao Ying collided violently with a large tree, momentarily collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Lin Gang, witnessing this distressing scene, swung his robust horse leg and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the vicious dogs that had harmed Xiao Ying. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the 4 ferocious dogs seized the immobile giant dog from the ground and fled, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the jungle. The 5 onlookers exhaled a sigh of relief at the sight of the retreating beasts. Yet they were also engulfed in sorrow as they gazed at the motionless veteran on the ground. Who could have foreseen that the very moment they were playfully jesting with the veteran would lead to such an abrupt separation? They reported the incident to Xiao Naofu. Upon receiving the news, appeared unfazed. Instead, he urged them to hastily gather their gear and proceed to the underground city to regroup with the other team members. Xiao Naofu further communicated with Lin Gang, revealing that several incidents of animal attacks had recently occurred near the underground city, with the creatures involved being several times larger than usual. They suspected that the previous assault had been accompanied by a biochemical attack, resulting in severe mutations among the fauna in the vicinity of the underground city, coupled with an alarming increase in aggressiveness. Lin Gang discerned the gravity of the situation from Xiao Naofu's words. Within such a vast forest teeming with countless animals, should the conjecture prove true, a significant number of creatures transforming into highly aggressive beings would undoubtedly lead to considerable ramifications and harm. Xiao Naofu had already instituted a complete lockdown of the underground city area, vigilantly preventing the escape of any mutated beings that could jeopardize the safety of other regions. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the underground city remained unaware of any potential effect from biochemical weaponry, necessitating strict isolation and control measures for all individuals within the area to avert complications. Lin Gang and his companions could only advance, with no option for retreat. Xiao Naofu specifically cautioned Lin Gang that the defensive capabilities of the mutated creatures had dramatically increased, rendering ordinary firearms potentially ineffective. In critical moments, he permitted Lin Gang to utilize the magic cube. However, he hoped that should Lin Gang experience any discomfort, he would voluntarily surrender the cube. Xiao Naofu's concerns were not unfounded. The ordinary creatures, once mutated, had significantly enhanced their abilities. If someone like Lin Gang, who possessed a magic cube, were to succumb to a bloodthirsty urge, it would require a monumental effort to subdue him. Lin Gang nodded in agreement, assuring Xiao Naofu that he did not wish to become a scourge upon the land. If he were to become the monster that Xiao Naofu envisioned, he suspected he would be unable to accept such a fate. After concluding the call, Lin Gang approached with the horse leg in hand. Lei Ming, observing the horse leg in Lin Gang's grip, expressed his irritation, exclaiming, "Why did you dismantle my horse leg? If you didn't team mention the leg, I could have used it as a weapon. I was referring to the sword. Why did you take apart my horse leg?" Lin Gang retorted, returning the horse leg to Lei Ming while continuing to mutter about Lei Ming's stinginess. Lei Ming accepted the horse leg, inspecting its now alarming curvature, and could not help but criticize Lin Gang as a barbarian. Consequently, Lei Ming's metallic horse transformed into a limping steed, prompting the group to hasten their pace toward the entrance of the underground city. Upon arriving, Lin Gang was taken aback by the sight before him. The once bustling underground city now lay eerily silent. The vibrant scene he had left behind had transformed dramatically, with numerous artificial intelligence robots engaged in operational tasks. What had caused the underground city to descend into such desolation? Xiao Ying was equally astonished by the stark contrast to her first visit. "Let us hurry to the command center," Lin Gang exclaimed, quickening his stride toward the command center. Within the command center's conference room, aside from a few individuals tied to their duties, all personnel had gathered. Dr. Zheng addressed the anxious crowd, stating, "Due to the sudden malfunction of equipment 2 days ago, the upper management has decided to suspend space development work temporarily, focusing instead on the construction of already developed areas and conducting a comprehensive inspection and maintenance of all equipment." Although some personnel acknowledged Dr. Zheng's directives, whispers of speculation circulated among the group. "Did you hear? They say the equipment failure was due to a signal attack from another country." "Surely not. We maintain strict confidentiality. How could they possibly know our location? I heard from the comrades at the entrance that they were attacked by a swarm of hornets. Could it be that our excavation caused a leak of toxic gases, leading to mutations among surface creatures, prompting the upper management to halt our development work? If the development is suspended, wouldn't our hard work over this long period be in vain? If work ceases, won't we face unemployment?" The voices of the crowd grew increasingly agitated, and the atmosphere in the conference room became tense. Dr. Zheng, observing the restless crowd, felt a wave of frustration. He was aware that during this period, many unfounded rumors had circulated within the underground city, aimed at unsettling the personnel, and it was evident that emotions were becoming unstable. These matters should not have posed any issues, as they stemmed from mere gossip. However, humans tend to frighten themselves, and the more unclear something is, the more curious they become. The less they understand, the more they speculate. Connecting these recent incidents, some even began to claim that the disturbances were due to the excavation of the underground city, disturbing the dragon vein and angering the spirits, resulting in the ongoing troubles. They suggested that the mysterious disappearance of the previous leader, Lin Gang, was a consequence of his actions provoking the underground spirits, leading to his current predicament. Dr. Zheng recognized that these statements were likely disseminated by individuals with ulterior motives. While he excelled in technology, he found it challenging to identify those spreading such rumors. He began to mentally chastise his mentor, Lin Gang, for vanishing without a trace, leaving him to deal with this chaotic situation. Lin Gang lingered at the entrance for a moment, grasping the problems currently plaguing the underground city. The lurking traitor was resorting to unscrupulous methods to disrupt the morale of the personnel, intent on hindering the progress of the underground city. Lin Gang refrained from entering, opting instead to visit Jiao Yi to seek clues that might expedite the identification of the traitor, lest they inadvertently alert the enemy in their ignorance. Chapter 46. Battle mode activated when Lin Gang returned to Jiao Ye's residence. He was astonished by the scene before him. The grand entrance lay in disarray, scattered about in fragments, while the once orderly items within the room were now chaotically strewn across the floor. The corpse of a giant wolf had been cleaved in half. The incision remarkably smooth, akin to tofu, sliced by a sharp knife. Lin Gang knew well the resilience of the giant wolf. What manner of weapon could inflict such devastating damage? He could not help but begin to berate himself. It is all my fault. If I hadn't sought out Jiao Yi, this danger would not have come, and he would not have suffered such an unfortunate fate. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Mingyi had appeared behind the three, stepping beside Lin Gang and reassuring him, "You are not to blame. This was a planned and premeditated operation. Jiao Yi is a fortunate man. He should be safe." Lin Gang pointed toward the corner where the surveillance camera was located, raising his head to inquire. Did the camera fail to record the events at that time? Fu Yi shook his head. At that time, all electronic devices in the underground city malfunctioned, and the surveillance footage was nothing but static. Nothing was recorded. However, through technical analysis, we managed to identify their route of movement. Why didn't we continue to pursue them after discovering their path? Lin Gang immediately pressed for answers. They entered well number 3, without orders from above. No one is allowed to approach there, so we could not pursue any further. Upon hearing Fu Mingyi's response, Lin Gang was enraged, exclaiming that it was absurd to wait for orders while the situation escalated. Do you leaders have no sense of responsibility? Listening to Lin Gang's complaints, Fu Mingyi remained calm and waited for Lin Gang's emotions to stabilize before speaking softly. We are all distressed by Master Jiao's disappearance. I understand your feelings, but in my absence, you must refrain from such reckless behavior to avoid offending others. Your absence? Where are you going? Lin Gang questioned, puzzled by Fu Mingyi's implication. I am leaving the underground city. Why would you leave the underground city? Since the disappearance of your father, our base in the lower city of City has experienced numerous incidents. We must provide an explanation, or future operations will be difficult to carry out. Fu Mingyi explained with a faint smile. Observing Fu Mingyi's smile, Lin Gang understood the bitterness and deep reluctance within him. His attachment to the underground city was profound, akin to that of a parent to a child. Leaving it was not something one could smile about. His smile concealed his sorrow and grief. Why must you bear all the responsibility alone? There are so many executors below and decision-makers above. Why should all this fall on you? Lin Gang expressed his confusion. Since your father's disappearance, the development of well number 3 was halted. I disregarded old Zhang's objections and continued the work repeatedly. Moreover, the majority of incidents have occurred at well number 3, and the clues regarding Master Jiao's disappearance also point directly there. So this responsibility rightfully falls on me. Enough of this. Knowing too much will not benefit you. In the future, be mindful of your actions. I came by to see Master Jiao once more. Reminiscing about the past, I have other work to attend to, and once I receive the final documents from above, I will leave. I will speak with you then. After saying this, Dr. Fu departed. As Dr. Fu walked away, Lei Ming suddenly spoke up. This door was broken from the inside. His remark captured Lin Gang's attention. You can tell that? Lin Gang asked, surprised. Lei Ming rolled his eyes. I am a professional. Although the direction of the door's fall suggests it was forcefully broken from the outside, if it were a normal inward break, it should have fallen here, not there. Lin Gang listened to Lei Ming's explanation, his head spinning with confusion. While Lei Ming articulated the details clearly, Lin Gang found himself utterly lost. Although he had some understanding of mechanics, he was no match for Lei Ming's expertise. Seeing Lin Gang's bewilderment, Lei Ming felt exasperated. You seem intelligent. How can you not grasp this simple matter? Afterward, Lei Ming retrieved a device from his bag and began to recreate the scene through animation and a mechanics simulation. Watching the animated visuals, Lin Gang was filled with admiration for Lei Ming, based on just a few fallen door panels. He could recreate the mechanics of the moment with such precision, as if he were present at the scene. Lin Gang fell into contemplation, realizing that the door had been violently broken from the inside, indicating that Master Jiao might have escaped through it, potentially slashing at the giant wolf himself. Could it be that Master Jiao was trying to convey some message through this? With that thought, Lin Gang hurried to the giant wolf to see if any clues were left by Master Jiao. Upon reaching the giant wolf, he noticed that the head he had previously dented had become slightly rounded again. Were there clues left here? As he examined the giant wolf's head, he discovered a segment of code on its neck, but Lin Gang was unsure of its purpose and turned to Xiao Ying for help. Xiao Ying activated a projection and began to operate it mid-air, quickly deciphering it. Brother Tian, this seems to be an upgrade program, but it also resembles a key. It's rather mysterious. An upgrade program? Is Master Jiao trying to make me upgrade something? Suddenly, Lin Gang recalled something and hurriedly retrieved his metal cube, handing it to Xiao Ying to see if it was meant for upgrading it. Does this thing even need an upgrade? Xiao Ying asked, puzzled, but went ahead and attempted to upgrade Lin Gang's cube. However, after a long while, she was unable to connect to the cube's terminal and had to return it to Lin Gang. Both began to suspect that their initial assumption might have diverged. Unwilling to concede, Lin Gang placed his hand on the cube and activated its projection. Lei Ming observed the technologically advanced metal object, astonished. This metal lump can do this? Which company made this computer? I can't wrap my head around it. Unaware that Lin Gang's cube was not an ordinary metal block, but a sophisticated device, he mistakenly regarded it as a computer. Look at your ignorance. Is it only a computer to you? Lin Gang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lei Ming chuckled. Different fields have their expertise. I haven't seen everything. Hey, what does that small text say? Lin Gang glanced at the lower left corner and noticed a line of text. Enter under special circumstances. He had overlooked it until now. Was this not a special circumstance? He decided to attempt entering. Please enter the key. A window popped up, and Lin Gang, seeing the code left by Master Jiao alongside the key field, decided to give it a try, thinking that trying wouldn't hurt. Please confirm. Do you wish to activate combat mode? It truly was a key. The key was left by Master Jiao to activate the combat mode of the cube. Without hesitation, Lin Gang chose to activate combat mode. Combat mode activated. Please use with caution. Lei Ming stared at Lin Gang's actions, dumbfounded. This metal block is actually an artificial intelligence? Chapter 47. The Versailles expert you can talk, right? What do you mean by metal block? This is a legitimate super artificial intelligence. Lin Gang was infuriated by Lei Ming's remark, exclaiming that he should appreciate the design, the flowing aesthetics, and the touch of this exquisite piece of art instead of calling it a metal block. After a moment, Lei Ming retorted, can this fancy piece of art tell jokes? Of course, it can speak. It's super artificial intelligence. What kind of nonsense is that? Lin Gang shot back, realizing his words were inappropriate, hastily clarifying to Xiao Ying that he did not mean to discriminate against women, but purely against Lei Ming. Lei Ming, unfazed by Lin Gang's comment, playfully teased. So this super artificial intelligence just opened its mouth? Combat mode is activated, yet remains a hunk of metal standing there. Is it supposed to be intimidating or just waiting for you to lift it to smash something? Upon hearing Lei Ming's comments, Lin Gang felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could the magic cube merely claim to have activated battle mode while exhibiting no discernible changes? It was indeed a rather awkward situation. Yet at that moment, Lin Gang was also uncertain about what precisely the so-called battle mode entailed. Just as he was musing over this, the magic cube suddenly transmitted a wealth of information regarding the activation of battle mode. After absorbing this new knowledge, Lin Gang was profoundly impressed by the abilities of both his father and Uncle Jiao. It turned out that the magic cube possessed two distinct forms. The ordinary form merely provided protective embodiment and a modicum of strength reinforcement, while the battle form was truly extraordinary, significantly enhancing its combat capability. If the original magic cube's embodiment elevated a child's fighting prowess to that of a grizzly bear, the current battle mode transformed it into something akin to a main battle tank, capable of effortlessly crushing and annihilating a bear. Upon grasping the essence of the battle mode, Lin Gang couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Xiao Naofu. If only he knew that Uncle Jiao and his father had originally designed the magic cube with two forms, and that the battle mode was so remarkably potent, it would surely infuriate him to the point of leaping into the stratosphere. Lin Gang turned to Lei Ming, who was waiting nearby to witness his misfortune, and boldly declared, "Do you still dare to call this an iron lump? Today, let me show you, you country bumpkin who has never seen the red sun, what true technology looks like." With that, Lin Gang gently placed his hand upon the magic cube and murmured, "Buddy, show this inexperienced individual what real technology is." In an instant, the metallic cube morphed into a liquid form, adhering to Lin Gang's right arm, enveloping it entirely in metallic fluid. Moments later, it solidified, fusing seamlessly with his arm. Lin Gang waved his right arm, experiencing no sensation of obstruction. This was merely the ordinary form of embodiment in combat. However, this time was different. Lin Gang extended his right hand, gathering another mass of metallic liquid in his palm, which gradually expanded and elongated until it transformed into a gleaming Tang sword. Watching Lin Gang's demonstration, the expressions on Lei Ming and Xiao Ying's faces shifted from calm to astonishment. They were left questioning whether Lin Gang was performing magic under the guise of technology, for what they witnessed seemed far from scientific. Seeing their incredulity, Lin Gang's vanity was greatly indulged. He presented the Tang sword to Lei Ming, asking, "What do you think? Take a closer look at the quality of this blade." Lei Ming, unable to contain his disbelief, reached out to touch the sword. The metallic texture was undeniably real. A gentle flick of the blade produced a crisp sound that resonated in the air. It was unquestionably an exquisite weapon. As Lei Ming traced his finger along the blade, it drew blood after a short distance, demonstrating its razor-sharp edge, with his blood sliding off the blade and falling to the ground. Excitedly, he praised, "This is undoubtedly a one-in-a-million exceptional sword." Lin Gang reveled in the flattery, recalling how his striking pose while drawing the sword had captivated attention, and he yearned to experience that same allure. Thus, Lin Gang conjured additional weapons: a gun, a sword, a halberd, a mountain axe, and a great knife. Lei Ming, enviously grinding his teeth, felt a strong urge to eliminate this insufferably ostentatious fellow. Lin Gang, elated by Lei Ming's evident resentment, thought, "Let him gloat about his paltry Tang sword." He then turned to Xiao Ying, whose envy was palpable, and promptly concealed his magical display. He realized it was time to cease his showboating and attend to more pressing matters, particularly investigating what important clues Uncle Jiao had left for him. Lin Gang pondered over the wolf head he had previously dented. What purpose did Uncle Jiao have in restoring it to this state? Was it merely for recording a key? However, it seemed unnecessary to repair the wolf head solely for that purpose. Gazing at the severed wolf carcass on the ground, an idea struck him. He transformed the magic cube into a shuriken and lightly sliced at the wolf head, which promptly split into two halves. Lin Gang was overjoyed. It had taken him considerable effort to dent the wolf head previously, yet now it yielded so easily. Clearly, the battle mode of the magic cube was indeed formidable. While Lin Gang marveled at the terrifying capabilities of the battle mode, two slips of paper drifted down from the severed wolf head. One bore a succinct message: "An anomaly lies at the bottom of the well. Battle mode is required. Beware of Waterdrop Lake. Old Xiao is preparing for battle. Signed, Lin Dong." The other read, I'm going to assist your father. You must quickly familiarize yourself with the battle mode. Be aware of ghosts in the underground city. High-ranking personnel involved. Signed, Zhao Ao. Uncle Zhao's note confirmed Lin Gang's suspicions, but he realized there were numerous high-ranking personnel. Even by process of elimination, it would take time. Xiaoying glanced at the notes and remarked, Uncle Zhao must have sent something amiss, but could not definitively identify the traitor, hence his warning to you. Lei Ming nodded, but appeared perplexed. Say, the traitor in the underground city and the anomaly at the bottom of the well are somewhat related. But what does Waterdrop Lake have to do with any of this? It is a vast artificial lake located on the outskirts, quite distant from the underground city. What connection could there be? Lin Gang pondered for some time, but found no clarity, so he decided to relay the information to Xiao Naofu. Since Uncle Zhao had left a message, it must carry weight. He likely knew something that would help them prepare. Upon receiving Lin Gang's message, Xiao Naofu promptly dispatched a team to monitor Waterdrop Lake around the clock. However, he struggled to comprehend Uncle Zhao's notion of battle preparation. Nonetheless, considering the recent mysterious attack and the unusual behavior of creatures surrounding the underground city, he hurriedly set to work. As Lin Gang and his companions prepared to leave after a fruitless search for crucial clues, they encountered two familiar faces at the entrance, Bei Jian and the monkey. They were escorting another person, whom Lin Gang recognized as Xiao Yu, Dr. Zheng's assistant. Confused, Lin Gang inquired, What is going on with you two? Why are you bringing Xiao Yu along? Are you trying to get yourselves kicked out of the underground city? This was indeed bizarre. Two newcomers were escorting the chief commander's assistant, which seemed reckless. Bei Jian glared at Xiao Yu and said, Monkey and I heard you had returned and decided to find you. However, we discovered her outside, eavesdropping on your conversation. She intended to plot against you. As he spoke, Bei Jian slammed a powerful crossbow onto the ground. The monkey produced a phone and said, This is what we found on her. Take a look at the contents. Lin Gang examined the phone and discovered a chat history between Xiao Yu and another individual, detailing their surveillance of Lin Gang and his companions, with plans to eliminate the three who had obtained Uncle Zhao's information. Chapter 48. Dr. Zheng captured Lin Gang, gazed at Xiao Yu, whose face was filled with animosity, and reflected on how, since entering the underground city, they had consistently targeted him, even setting traps during his initial descent. All these incidents suggested a strong aversion to his presence in the underground city. Disappointed, Lin Gang looked at Xiao Yu and asked, Who instructed you to do this? Who is that person? Xiao Yu turned her head defiantly, adopting a martyr's demeanor, and replied, There's no need to waste your breath. You won't extract any information from me. Bei Jian glared fiercely at Xiao Yu and said, At this moment, your stubbornness will only bring you harm. I advise you to confess honestly, and perhaps you may avoid some physical punishment. Hosey, wielding a whisk, struck Bei Jian's rear end and retorted, What are you doing? Playing a game? Acting here? If you want to confess, why not just call him and find out who he is? Hearing Hosey's words, particularly after suffering a blow to his backside, Bei Jian was filled with indignation and exclaimed, Hosey, how dare you strike me? Just wait until I get out. I will make you pay. Make who pay? Who will you make pay? Hosey chided, striking Bei Jian again with the whisk. I am your sworn brother. How can you threaten me? What? Are you giving up on your own life? Bei Jian instantly went into a frenzy, feeling that encountering such an eccentric as Hosey would cost him 20 years of his life. Lin Gang took Xiao Yu's phone and initiated a voice call to the contact. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. I am currently in a meeting. Once you finish, come to my office, and we will resolve the subsequent matters. After finishing, the other party hung up. Lin Gang recognized the familiar voice on the line and exchanged knowing glances with Xiao Yu. They instantly recognized who it was, yet they could hardly believe it. Although Lin Gang had briefly entertained such a notion at the beginning, he dismissed it as impossible and cast it aside. However, hearing that familiar voice again, he found it hard to trust his ears. Xiao Yu understood Lin Gang's thoughts and gently nodded, confirming his suspicions. Despite his reluctance to believe, Lin Gang knew that they needed to unearth the mole quickly to minimize their losses. He led several individuals toward the office with great determination. Knock, knock, knock. Upon reaching the office door, Lin Gang instructed the others to lie in ambush outside, fearing that the mole might have a backup plan that could inadvertently harm them. He then approached the door alone, knocking with the Rubik's Cube in hand. Shortly after, the office door slowly creaked open, revealing a fatigued Dr. Zheng standing at the threshold. He glanced at Lin Gang with surprise, peered around to ensure no one was watching, and said ungraciously, "What are you doing here? Is there something you need?" Lin Gang calmly replied, "Is there anyone else who would come to see you besides me?" Dr. Zheng, irritated at Lin Gang's imposition, retorted, "I am expecting an important person. If you have something to say it quickly and do not linger here idly." Lin Gang, amused by Dr. Zheng's authoritative demeanor, asked with feigned anger, "Is the important person you mentioned your assistant, Xiaoyu?" Dr. Zheng stared at Lin Gang, eyes wide with disbelief, and asked, "What do you know?" "Everything that should be known and what shouldn't be known is known at this moment," Lin Gang stated calmly. Hearing this, Dr. Zheng's expression turned grim. He gestured for Lin Gang to enter the office and closed the door behind him. He poured a cup of tea for Lin Gang and asked, "Since you know, what do you want?" Lin Gang pushed the cup away and declared, "I seek the truth." "Why have you done this? Do you not owe it to your mentor, your colleagues, and all the comrades who have toiled for the underground city?" Hearing Lin Gang's desperate cries, Dr. Zheng bowed his head in regret. "I never expected it to come to this," he began, but before he could finish, the office door was violently flung open from the outside. Several personnel clad in distinctive uniforms rushed in, followed closely by Dr. Fu. Dr. Fu looked at the remorseful Dr. Zheng and, gritting his teeth, angrily exclaimed, "Zheng Hao, you scoundrel! How could you commit such an act? You are destroying our hard work." Dr. Zheng, witnessing the influx of people and listening to Dr. Fu's accusations, closed his eyes and turned his head away, feeling deeply remorseful. Dr. Fu continued, "How can you face your mentor? You have betrayed your teacher. How could you be so cruel to your comrades who have fought alongside you?" Dr. Zheng's head drooped even lower at Dr. Fu's words. After delivering a vigorous rebuke, Dr. Fu stepped aside to allow the uniformed personnel to proceed with the arrest. Dr. Fu's assertive demeanor made those who had gathered to witness the scene feel a sense of relief. They had always perceived Dr. Fu as a more approachable leader compared to the rigid Dr. Zheng, and now it seemed that Dr. Zheng had fallen into serious trouble, likely jeopardizing his position. The uniformed personnel did not say much, but directly escorted Dr. Zheng out of the office, making sure to preserve his dignity as the commander of the underground city by not further restricting him. However, as the commander, Dr. Zheng found his reputation utterly tarnished, leaving the scene in disgrace with Xiaoyu in tow. The crowd of onlookers erupted in confusion, questioning what had transpired and why Dr. Zheng was being taken away. What happened? Why did he suddenly get taken? A slender individual shook his head and lamented, "What a pity." Hearing this, the crowd sensed he had insider knowledge and eagerly leaned in to listen. The slender man continued, Dr. Zheng, while he appeared to be a diligent leader, in reality, he had been up to no good. He was trained by Dr. Lin, who regarded him as a beloved disciple, imparting knowledge without reservation. Yet, he turned out to be a betrayer, resorting to underhanded tactics to secure his current position, even causing his mentor to perish in well number 3. Dr. Zheng is such a person? It is truly inconceivable. Another remarked, "Some individuals will stop at nothing for the sake of power, even turning against their own mentors." The slender man cleared his throat and continued, "Indeed, some individuals, consumed by greed, lose all sense of morality. Dr. Zheng has persistently obstructed all operations at well number 3 to ensure Dr. Lin cannot escape, even orchestrating subsequent incidents that led to many of our teammates being lost forever below." As the crowd absorbed the slender man's revelations, their perceptions were utterly shattered. They could hardly fathom Dr. Zheng's true nature. Lin Gang, intrigued by the slender man's words, pursued him and inquired, "How do you know all this?" The slender man shrugged off Lin Gang's grasp and retorted, "What do I know? Everyone knows the truth. Who doesn't recognize that Dr. Lin's troubles coincided with his rise to this position? Indeed, it seems everyone was merely speculating. Who would have thought the scheme would be exposed now?" Another added. Lin Gang surveyed the scene, sensing something was amiss, yet he could not articulate what felt wrong. Dr. Fu approached Lin Gang and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Aren't you with Jiaoyi?" Lin Gang replied, "I discovered that Xiaoyu was tailing us at Jiaoye's place, intending to harm us. We followed the clues here." With a concerned expression, Dr. Fu asked, Are you both unharmed? We caught on in time, so everything is fine, don't worry. How did you come to know about this situation? Dr. Fu responded, I just returned to my office and met with colleagues from the relevant department. It seems someone made an anonymous report. Upon hearing Dr. Fu mention an anonymous report against Dr. Zheng, Lin Gang speculated whether Jiao Yi had obtained some evidence and submitted it to the higher-ups, and he did not dwell on it further. Dr. Fu sighed as he looked at Lin Gang, expressing his disbelief. I never imagined that the mastermind behind all these events would be Lao Zheng. After all these years of acquaintance, I truly did not expect it to be him. Among the students, he is the one the teachers value and favor the most. How could he commit such acts? Lin Gang, noticing Dr. Fu's expression of anger and sorrow, attempted to console him. One can know a person as appearance, but not their heart. What we often see is merely the facade he has carefully crafted. The darkness within him would hardly be revealed so easily in front of others. Dr. Fu, clearly still engulfed in his earlier emotions, lamented. Is it really worth sacrificing everything for such a hollow reputation? Is it truly more important than the bonds of teacher and disciple, brotherhood, and the vitality of life? It is no wonder that Dr. Fu felt troubled. In this era, many are blinded by wealth, interests, and the allure of power, leading to erroneous judgments and choices. However, to harm others for such trivial matters is not something an ordinary person would do, especially when the victims are one's own teachers, brothers, and colleagues in arms. Just as Lin Gang pondered how to comfort Dr. Fu, the alarm of the underground city suddenly blared. Alert! Stand by! With a piercing scream, everyone swiftly returned to their posts. Lin Gang followed Dr. Fu to the control room, where they observed the images on the large screen. They saw that a dirigible had just exited the underground city when it was attacked by several vessels outside, with one being hijacked. Further investigation revealed that the dirigible transporting Xiao Yu had been seized, and remnants of the craft were later found 100 miles away, while Xiao Yu herself remained missing. In the ground interrogation room, a bright light shone on Dr. Zheng's face, causing discomfort as his hands were bound and he could not shield himself, forcing him to squint and endure the glare. Seated at the interrogation table were a young man and woman. The woman, positioned before a computer screen, served as the recording officer, while the man bore a fierce countenance. Name? Zheng Hao. Age? Comrade, can we skip these tedious procedures? I am well aware of my mistakes. Can you at least turn off that light? It's making me extremely uncomfortable. Dr. Zheng interrupted the young man's questioning. Stop rambling. Procedures are procedures and cannot be altered for one individual. What do you think this place is? The young man retorted angrily at Dr. Zheng's interruption. This was their interrogation tactic, designed to psychologically break down the opponent and compel a swift confession of guilt. However, just as the young man's words fell, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Upon seeing the newcomer, the young man promptly stood up to salute. Chief, the visitor returned the salute, gesturing for the young man and woman to extinguish the bright light before taking a seat at the interrogation table. Dr. Zheng, adjusting to the new lighting, felt a sense of familiarity upon recognizing the visitor. Commander Xiao? The newcomer was indeed Xiao Ying's father, Xiao Naofu. He raised his hand to interrupt Dr. Zheng, solemnly stating, You are Lao Lin's prized disciple. Out of respect for him, I am reluctant to employ harsh methods against you, but I hope you will be forthcoming. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Upon hearing Xiao Naofu's seemingly casual remarks, Zheng Hao broke out in a cold sweat. As a mere scholar, he instinctively felt intimidated by a seasoned soldier like Xiao Naofu. However, this was not the primary cause of his panic. It stemmed from having heard tales of Xiao Naofu's formidable reputation during his time studying under Lin Gang, and having been introduced to Xiao Naofu multiple times by his mentor. As the commander of the underground city, they had interacted frequently, and Zheng Hao had always felt a sense of inferiority in Xiao Naofu's presence. With a face full of shame, Zheng Hao addressed Xiao Naofu. I truly do not understand what happened. I was working late one night, intending to brew a cup of coffee to perk myself up. After drinking it, I lost control, and just then, Xiao Yu returned to retrieve something, and I do not know how it escalated from there. Zheng Hao expressed his grievance, never anticipating that an impulsive act would lead to such a significant commotion, even drawing the attention of Commander Xiao. Upon hearing Zheng Hao's account, Xiao Naofu's expression darkened. He could not believe that he had come to interrogate Zheng Hao only to hear such a tale. The female recorder beside them was equally taken aback, questioning how the interrogation regarding the betrayal of the underground city had devolved into mere gossip. Xiao Naofu, growing impatient, ordered continue. Zheng Hao, startled by Xiao Naofu's command, resumed. At that time, Xiaoyu did not say much, but recently she has been causing disturbances, holding on to the video footage we recorded. With the recent attack on the underground city, I found it quite bothersome and thought it necessary to resolve the matter. However, when I waited in the office for Lin Gang, I was forcibly brought here before I could say much. Xiao Naofu listened, utterly perplexed. He had received reports claiming that Zheng Hao was the mole within the underground city. Yet the officers who arrested him indicated that Zheng Hao seemed to acknowledge his wrongdoing at the scene. Why, then, did he hear such a convoluted tale upon arrival? Is that it? Nothing more? That's all I have to say. I have revealed everything. These past days have driven me nearly to madness. Now that I have come clean, I feel relieved. Zheng Hao replied with a sense of ease. Xiao Naofu, observing Zheng Hao's disjointed narrative, lost his temper, slamming his fist on the interrogation table and bellowing. I am here to ask you why you harmed your comrades. Why did you turn against your teacher? Why did you betray the underground city? What nonsensical ramblings are you spouting? Chapter 50, a matter to discuss in the interrogation room. Xiao Naofu's eyes widened with fury, emanating a terrifying pressure that chilled the air. His earlier punch nearly toppled the interrogation table, and while the table remained intact, its contents scattered across the floor. The young man and woman standing beside the table were utterly terrified. Who could have imagined that they, who were once in a position to intimidate those being interrogated, now found themselves paralyzed by the imposing presence of Xiao Naofu? Both felt a sudden sense of dread, questioning whether they had made some mistake or if they had any guilty secrets to confess. The greatest shock fell upon Zheng Hao, seated directly across from Xiao Naofu. He was petrified by the latter's aura, yet he had already confessed all he could. As for the accusations of harming comrades, poisoning his teacher, and betraying the underground city, he was innocent of such deeds. Zheng Hao looked at Xiao Naofu with an innocent expression and began to explain. Commander Xiao, you must speak with evidence. Well, have I ever harmed my colleagues, poisoned my master, or betrayed the underground city? I, Zheng Hao, have devoted my precious time to the underground city. How could I ever betray it? Xiao Naofu, infuriated by Zheng Hao's obstinacy, felt a surge of anger. He had previously encountered Zheng Hao and was aware of Lin Gang's high regard for him. Yet he never anticipated that Zheng Hao would be such a duplicitous individual. Filled with anger and disappointment, Xiao Naofu was enraged that Zheng Hao, with his malicious heart, showed no signs of remorse, and disheartened that his friend Lin Gang had chosen such a successor. He picked up a device in his hand and projected some incriminating evidence before Zheng Hao. Upon seeing the projected information, Zheng Hao's demeanor shifted dramatically. The projection revealed that after the initial successful excavation at well number 3, he had sent Xiao Yu to tamper with the site, resulting in his esteemed mentor, academician Lin Gang, and dozens of colleagues being buried beneath the well during their exploration. This had afforded him the opportunity to ascend to a higher position. To ensure his mentor could not escape from well number 3, he went to great lengths to obstruct the well's development, setting traps before every descent, leading to the repeated failure of the teams sent down, instilling fear regarding well no. 3, and creating panic within the underground city. Later, succumbing to corruption, he secretly sold the coordinates and other crucial documents of the underground city to foreign nations and organizations, leading to the unprecedented attack on the underground city just days prior. Ultimately, to secure a long-term stability, he resolved to eliminate Lin Gang, who could not let go of this matter, orchestrating an assassination attempt against him through Xiao Yu and bribing Zhang Huairan for a failed assassination, further compelling Xiao Yu to expose his identity to carry out the murder mission in the underground city. Confronted with the materials before him, Zheng Hao was filled with terror. None of these actions bore any relation to him. Why were they all being attributed to him? In a state of panic, he implored, Commander Xiao, I am being framed. These matters have nothing to do with me. Xiao Naofu, glaring at Zheng Hao, retorted with fierce intensity, You are being framed? Examine each item carefully. Which of these clauses implicates you in a frame-up? Which of them lacks evidence proving your involvement? With a sardonic laugh, he continued, You arranged for Xiao Yu to borrow the mechanical wolf from old Jiao, which nearly killed them during their first descent. It was your call to Zhang Huairan that nearly resulted in Lin Gang's death. Lin Gang was to return to the underground city once his mission was complete. But old Jiao, who lent you the wolf, mysteriously disappeared. Each point illustrates your ruthless methods in silencing those you harmed, including your own mentor and even his son. The last few words were nearly a roar from Xiao Naofu, his fury akin to that of a raging tiger, as if he wished to shred Zheng Hao to pieces. Zheng Hao, witnessing Xiao Naofu's wrath, attempted one last explanation. I only borrowed the wolf to protect Lin Gang during their first descent, knowing the dangers below were 1,000 times greater than the mechanical wolf. Lin Gang is my master's only son. I could not bear to see him in peril. If anything were to happen to him, I would betray my master's teachings. Xiao Naofu scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. You learned individuals can concoct any lie. The dangers below are 1,000 times worse. Are there man-eating monsters down there or malevolent spirits? I believe your malicious intent poses a greater danger than any creature or ghost, as you harm others with more cruelty. Zheng Hao, seeing that Xiao Naofu was impervious to his words, declared, I, Zheng Hao, swear to the heavens, I did not commit these acts. The only wrongdoing I acknowledge is my transgression against Xiao Yu, which is why I willingly accept judgment. If you intend to unjustly place these charges upon me, I will resort to death to affirm my innocence. If you doubt me, bring Xiao Yu here for confrontation. If I harbor any deceit, may I meet a dreadful end. What a masterful scheme. Xiao Naofu, gazing at Zheng Hao, could not help but applaud. You've calculated everything meticulously, knowing we would pursue you while having Xiao Yu abducted. Do you believe you can escape without evidence? Rest assured, no matter where she flees, I will find her. Xiao Yu is abducted? Zheng Hao asked, bewildered. It turned out that during his capture, the airship escorting him had been at the front, and during the attack, he had collided with a railing and lost consciousness. When he awakened, he was already in the interrogation room, completely unaware of Xiao Yu's abduction. However, Zheng Hao's reaction led Xiao Naofu to perceive it as a deliberate provocation. Believing he was intentionally irritating him, Xiao Naofu, infuriated by Zheng Hao's theatrical demeanor, felt a strong urge to confront him physically. Zheng Hao, puzzled by Xiao Naofu's escalating anger, felt utterly out of the loop. In a bid to gain Xiao Naofu's trust, he gritted his teeth and said, Commander Xiao, I assure you that every word I speak is the truth. If you still do not believe me, let me share something that might clarify matters. Speak. There are too many eyes and ears. This matter, if publicized, would cause a stir. Xiao Naofu, eyeing Zheng Hao with suspicion, dismissed everyone else from the room. Now, just the two of them remained. Go on. Actually, my master is still alive. Hearing Zheng Hao's words, Xiao Naofu felt as if a thunderous shock reverberated in his mind. He had suspected that Lin Dong would not easily succumb. Suppressing his excitement, he urged Zheng Hao to continue. Zheng Hao hesitated, then resolutely declared, My master discovered a passage leading deep underground during his descent, where remnants of human tissue were found. As Xiao Naofu listened, his expression began to shift. Zheng Hao continued, My master and I strongly suspect that unknown creatures may inhabit the depths below, and these beings could be carnivorous. Before he could finish, Xiao Naofu, incensed, swung a fist the size of a sand pot towards him. Enough of your nonsense. How dare you mock me? Xiao Naofu, in a fury, berated and struck Zheng Hao, exclaiming, Today, I shall beat you into an unrecognizable form. The interrogation room echoed with Xiao Naofu's shouts and Zheng Hao's pleas for mercy, the sounds reverberating through the corridors for an extended duration. Chapter 51. Zheng Hao's melancholy wishing to compose a love poem. I found myself devoid of a beloved, as well as lacking in literary talent. Hoping to play music to soothe my soul, I discovered I had no piano and no understanding of melody. Yearning to drown my sorrows in wine, I realized I possessed neither fine liquor nor the capacity to drink. Aspiring to sing joyfully, I found myself without a microphone and lacking in musicality. Desiring to charge into battle, I lamented my absence of a steed and armor. Longing to continue writing, I found myself bereft of eloquence and rhyme. At this moment, Zheng Hao's sorrow was beyond expression, rendering him speechless, feeling as if he were being pulled apart by horses. His heart was in turmoil. He believed that by confessing all, he would surely gain understanding and forgiveness, only to realize that he had not earned a shred of trust from anyone. Initially, I believed that an open conversation with Xiao Naofu would foster trust. However, to my dismay, it incited his wrath, resulting in a relentless assault upon me. I had intended to convey my thoughts as clearly as the moonlight, but alas, it only illuminated the depths of a gutter. At this moment, the poignant lines of poetry resonated deeply with Zheng Hao's, capturing the author's profound anguish. No matter how masterful Xiao Bong may be, he could not articulate the sorrow that resided within Zheng Hao. Outside the interrogation room, those who heard Zheng Hao's desperate cries felt a pang of sympathy. They understood that Xiao Naofu was of a notably irritable temperament. Yet his recent composure was a testament to his self-restraint. Now that Xiao Naofu had relinquished that restraint, his fury surged forth like a primordial force, leaving one to wonder just how severely he would harm Zheng Hao. As a delicate scholar, Zheng Hao was ill-equipped to endure the ferocious onslaught of Xiao Naofu. And soon enough, he found himself devoid of the strength to even scream. Feeling somewhat relieved of his inner turmoil, Xiao Naofu gradually ceased his violent outburst. Observing Zheng Hao's battered visage, he clapped his hands and declared, "In my years traversing the world, I have encountered all manners of fiends. How dare you toy with me? You are akin to a mouse taunting a cat." Originally, Xiao Naofu might not have been so brutal, but upon hearing Zheng Hao's audacious mockery regarding Lin Gang's life, he could no longer contain himself. Their bond was akin to that of brothers, and such matters were not to be trifled with. With a face resembling that of a swollen pig, Zheng Hao quivered and uttered, "I speak only the truth. If you doubt me, I can present evidence. You dare to ask for a reason?" Xiao Naofu retorted as he delivered a punch to Zheng Hao's nose, causing blood to erupt. "If I wish to strike you, do you still require justification?" "Enough, enough!" Zheng Hao quickly surrendered, not wishing to be dealt a fatal blow without cause. This truly was a case of scholar encountering a soldier, where reason fell short. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Hao hesitantly proposed, "Commander Xiao, could we discuss something? Just confess your crimes quickly, and all matters can be negotiated." Xiao Naofu snapped, "I have confessed. You cannot force me into a false confession." As soon as those words escaped Zheng Hao's lips, he regretted them, realizing he had provoked the already volatile Xiao Naofu, inviting another round of punishment. As anticipated, upon hearing the phrase false confession, Xiao Naofu unleashed another bout of violence upon him. "Commander Xiao, I concede. I surrender. Will that suffice?" Zheng Hao cried out in desperation. "If you had admitted it sooner, you could have avoided this physical torment." Xiao Naofu replied, pleased to deliver another blow, this time justified by the claim. "I wish to teach you a lesson for your stubbornness." Ultimately, in a state of contrition, Zheng Hao successfully obtained his phone and immediately sought to overturn his previous statements regarding Lin Gang's plight. "Commander Xiao, those claims you mentioned, I did not commit them. I speak only the truth, and I have evidence." Zheng Hao fervently waved his phone before Xiao Naofu, his lifeline. Initially, Xiao Naofu was inclined to strike Zheng Hao again upon hearing the retraction, but the earnestness in Zheng Hao's demeanor compelled him to examine the contents of the phone. Upon doing so, his expression shifted to one of concern. Zheng Hao's assertions might indeed hold merit. Lin Gang's disappearance in the underground city was not merely a matter of vanishing, but rather a deep investigation into the truth. Holding Zheng Hao's phone, Xiao Naofu regarded the battered scholar with a hint of remorse and said, "Zheng Bashi, if only you had clarified matters sooner, we could have avoided this misunderstanding." "I told you the truth, yet you did not believe me," Zheng Hao replied, his voice laced with grievance. "If you had presented this evidence earlier, I would have had faith," Xiao Naofu countered. "I would have shown it. Had you not beaten me and deprived me of the chance," Zheng Hao pressed on. "That's impossible. I never strike without cause." Xiao Naofu maintained his stance. Zheng Hao, pointing to his bruised face, protested, "Yet you have just assaulted me, for an extended period, seeing Xiao Naofu momentarily at a loss for words. Zheng Hao believed he had gained the upper hand and anticipated an apology. However, he was met instead with another flurry of blows. Afterward, Xiao Naofu dusted off his hands and proclaimed, "I struck you for your reckless living, which nearly led to disaster. How dare you argue with me? Am I not entitled to discipline you on behalf of your master?" Internally, Xiao Naofu reveled in his cleverness, praising himself for finding an excuse to avoid embarrassment while maintaining authority. Though he chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, he felt a twinge of guilt for having inflicted such harm on Zheng Hao, recognizing it as a breach of conduct. After administering the punishment, Xiao Naofu drew Zheng Hao closer, attempting to soothe him. "Young Zheng, do not resent me for my harshness. It is out of concern for you. You are the prized disciple of my brother Lin Gang, and I cannot bear to see you stray from the righteous path. You must understand my intentions." Zheng Hao, recognizing the flattery in Xiao Naofu's words, realized that his suffering had been in vain and that an apology was unlikely. Instead, he was expected to feel gratitude for the discipline he had received. At that moment, his sorrow surged like tumultuous waves, each crest more overwhelming than the last. To stabilize Zheng Hao's emotions, Xiao Naofu signaled for the interrogators to enter. The male and female officers, initially responsible for the interrogation, were taken aback by the sudden shift in the relationship between the two men, puzzled by how their conflict had evolved into something resembling camaraderie. This scene bore a resemblance to the tales of Water Margin, where two adversaries, upon encountering each other, would clash until one party, feeling defeated, would cry out, "Brother, are you truly my brother?" thereby ceasing hostilities. Xiao Naofu, addressing the newly arrived officers with a serious demeanor, stated, "This case involving Jingbashi is fraught with uncertainties and may very well be a setup. Ensure that Jingbashi is protected at all costs. No one must approach him without my explicit command. Additionally, find him a physician, for our previous altercation may have inadvertently caused him some harm." The young officers, witnessing the battered yet unrecognizable Jingbashi, felt a wave of compassion wash over them. Chapter 52. The formation of the elite team. As Zheng Hao was escorted away for protection, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at Xiao Naofu. He sensed that a grave situation was imminent. Had Zheng Hao not produced the evidence provided by Lin Gang, it was quite possible that he would have misjudged him. However, why did all evidence point towards Zheng Hao as the traitor? Despite having secured Zheng Hao's safety, Xiao Naofu could not easily dismiss the suspicion surrounding him. What if he was feigning innocence to gain Xiao Naofu's trust, leading to a misguided judgment? Nonetheless, one thing was certain. There was indeed a traitor among them in the underground city, one whose cunning was remarkable. The ability to fabricate evidence against Zheng Hao was no small feat. The only person who could clarify these uncertainties was Xiao Yu. Yet she seemed to have vanished without a trace. Despite dispatching numerous agents, there had been no sign of her whereabouts. Xiao Naofu glanced at the items handed to him by Zheng Hao, and reflecting on a message Lin Gang had left for Jiao Yi regarding military preparedness, he suddenly realized something significant. He swiftly returned to his office and began to busy himself with urgent matters. He reiterated to the personnel patrolling Shui-D who to intensify their monitoring of every movement in the area, insisting that any signs of disturbance must be reported to him immediately. Within the underground city, an atmosphere of unease had intensified following the apprehension of Dr. Zhang. Whispers circulated, suggesting that the recent malfunctioning of the machines was due to Zheng Hao betraying the underground city, thereby exposing it to calculated attacks from nefarious forces. Many speculated that the various incidents occurring within the underground city were orchestrated by him. As they witnessed Dr. Zhang being taken for questioning, the others grew anxious, fearing that their previous tasks assigned by him might have inadvertently crossed dangerous lines. Rumors spread that this breach of security could lead to an immediate halt in the development of the underground city, putting everyone's jobs at risk. The tension within the underground city reached a breaking point. Fu Mingyi, acting as the deputy commander, took on Dr. Zhang's responsibilities during this critical moment, becoming increasingly overwhelmed with the demands of his new role. Meanwhile, Lin Gang and his companions found themselves at a loss for what to do. Just as boredom began to set in, The door to Lin Gang's room swung open, and Xiao Naofu entered with several trusted aides. Lin Gang and his companions quickly rose to greet him. Xiao Naofu scanned the room before pulling Lin Gang aside and stating, "The matter you spoke to me about previously has now been confirmed. I have a daunting task I wish to assign to you." Lin Gang, looking at Xiao Naofu's serious demeanor, inquired about the nature of this task. Xiao Naofu produced a document and handed it to Lin Gang, explaining, "There's indeed a mole within the underground city, deeply embedded, and we have yet to identify them. Until we unearth this traitor, every individual in the underground city is under suspicion. We cannot afford to trust anyone lightly until the investigation concludes." Xiao Naofu glanced at the others in the room and continued, "Currently, the only ones we can confidently trust are you few, so the task must fall to you." Lin Gang, eager for details, urged, "Just tell me, what is this task?" Xiao Naofu, looking intently at Lin Gang, replied, "We have received information suggesting that your father may still be alive. He is reportedly conducting a secret investigation deep underground, and the information he possesses is likely substantial. However, we have been unable to receive any detailed updates, hindering our preparations. Therefore, I need you to form a special task force to delve into the depths and locate your father, Lin Dongyuan." Upon hearing that his father might still be alive, Lin Gang's excitement surged. Although he had uncovered some clues, he had hesitated to believe his father was truly alive. Now, with Xiao Naofu's confirmation, his hopes were rekindled. As Xiao Naofu represented the official channels, the information he possessed was undoubtedly more reliable than what Lin Gang had gathered. This revelation solidified Lin Gang's belief that Lin Dong was indeed alive. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he declared, "Let us proceed with the mission." Xiao Naofu observed Lin Gang's exuberance, then turned his gaze to the equally eager Xiao Ying, Lei Ming, Bei Jian, and Ho Zi, and began to read a document aloud. Special assignment. Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, Lei Ming, Bei Jian, and Mei Xian are designated as the elite task force of the underground city, tasked with penetrating the number 3 well to locate former underground city commander Lin Dongyuan. The moment Xiao Naofu announced the order, the group's spirits soared. Being in the prime of their youth, they recognized this as an opportunity to prove their worth and capabilities. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, Ho Zi interjected, "Is it really that simple? Are we going unarmed? Last time, we nearly met our demise in the ancient tomb." At Ho Zi's words, Bei Jian visibly faltered. He had been genuinely terrified during their last encounter in the tomb, an experience that haunted him with nightmares. Xiao Naofu, addressing the eager Ho Zi, remarked, "Mei Xian, known in the realm as the divine trickster, surely a modest ancient tomb should pose no challenge for you? If you are unwilling, we can always find another venue to discuss this." Xiao Naofu cast a meaningful glance at Ho Zi. Upon hearing his alias, Ho Zi quickly complied. Xiao Naofu then sternly addressed the 5. "The greatest danger of this mission does not lie within the tomb. Something far graver may await you. Thus, prior to your descent, you will undergo training. I have requested a supply of equipment from above for you to familiarize yourselves with before we venture down." Upon hearing that equipment would be provided, Ho Zi nearly leaped for joy, envisioning the potential profits from acquiring valuable items during their expedition. As he dreamt of using the gear for personal gain, Xiao Naofu led the newly assigned team out of the underground city to a secret training facility. Xiao Naofu, conveying that during this sensitive period, their presence in the underground city was unwarranted, temporarily suspended their duties and relocated them. Upon arrival at the training base, they commenced a rigorous training regimen designed to enhance their physical abilities and familiarize them with their new equipment. After completing strength training, they entered the armory, where they were astonished by what lay before them. Rather than the mere climbing gear and protective suits they had anticipated, they were met with an array of military-grade equipment. Leaving them utterly awestruck, only Ho Zi appeared unfazed, as if he had foreseen this development. Xiao Naofu, puzzled by Ho Zi's calm demeanor, asked, "Why are you not surprised at all? It seems you knew this would happen." Ho Zi replied with an air of mystique, "I possess the ability to foresee events 500 years in advance. I discerned this occurrence from the stars last night." Bei Jian scoffed from the side, "Oh, please. We were still in the underground city yesterday. What stars are you talking about? Xiao Naofu looked at Ho Zi in disbelief. It seemed the rumors about his audacity were indeed true. Chapter 53. The frustration of Lei Ming after an exhaustive search spanning several days. Xiao Naofu had yet to uncover any leads regarding Xiao Yu. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that the elite team, having undergone rigorous training, had significantly improved their physical prowess and familiarity with the new equipment. At that moment, the training ground in the base was alive with Lin Gang and his companions fervently honing their skills. To enhance their overall effectiveness, Xiao Naofu tailored specific training sessions to address each member's individual needs. While Lin Gang's strength was commendable, his combat techniques were somewhat lacking. Thus, Xiao Naofu enlisted several martial arts champions to engage in sparring with Lin Gang, allowing him to refine his skills through practical experience. Lin Gang endured relentless torment daily, leaving him battered and bruised, yet his efforts bore remarkable fruit. Once easily vanquished, he now flowed through combat with grace and dexterity. It truly echoed the martial adage: to master the art of fighting, one must first learn to endure pain. In the throes of suffering and hardship, he gleaned invaluable experiences, leading to swift advancement. His pragmatic approach to honing his combat skills not only sharpened his techniques, but also forged his indomitable spirit. The daily beatings and trials were a test of resilience that would overwhelm the average person, given the constraints of time. In a bid to enhance their survival odds in the underground realm, Xiao Naofu had no choice but to impose rigorous training on them. He was confident in his daughter's fighting abilities. However, the inherent physical disparities between genders necessitated that he intensify Xiao Ying's strength and endurance during this period. Under the grueling regimen, Xiao Ying felt as though her bones might fall apart, often succumbing to exhaustion. Observing his beloved daughter in such torment, Xiao Naofu's heart ached profoundly. She was his cherished daughter, the one he had always indulged, yet now he was forced to witness her endure such hardship. However, he understood that this was an opportunity to bolster her survival skills, and he was unwilling to sacrifice her future for the sake of momentary discomfort. Moreover, the other participants were also suffering. The children of others were still children, and they too would face peril. He could not shield Xiao Ying from danger while allowing others' children to confront trials alone. The monkey, whose physique was relatively slight, was agile but lacked strength. Thus, he was subjected to extreme strength training by the instructor assigned by Xiao Naofu, filling the training grounds with his lamentations and curses. Xiao Naofu, you scoundrel! Are you purposely tormenting me? I shall find an opportunity to dig up your ancestral grave. Amidst the monkey's threats, the instructor, compelled by the need for discipline, escalated the training intensity. After all, insulting one's superior without consequence could jeopardize one's standing. Xiao Naofu observed the instructor with an alluring smile and gave him a thumbs up, encouraging him to continue his efforts. Consequently, the monkey's training intensity was raised several notches. In comparison to Lin Gang and the others, Lei Ming endured the most arduous training. After Lin Gang exposed his past defeat against Zhang Huairan, the consensus emerged that Lei Ming's defensive capabilities needed enhancement. Thus, his training predominantly consisted of being surrounded and beaten. Poor Lei Ming lived in constant trepidation, never knowing when an assault would occur, forcing him to evade and counter their blows. Lin Gang found a perfect outlet for his frustrations, and following a unanimous vote, the elite squad decided to conduct internal tests on Lei Ming to rigorously develop his resilience. Consequently, Lei Ming frequently found himself pursued and battered by Lin Gang and the others, leading him to question his decision to join the elite squad. In this environment of training intertwined with playful brawls, the bonds among the group deepened, and their camaraderie and cohesion flourished. Most enviable, yet infuriating, was Bei Jian's training regimen. Due to a more comprehensive upbringing, he enjoyed a somewhat easier path, focusing on rigorous equipment operation training. However, this perspective was limited. In reality, Bei Jian's training was equally demanding, as he was relentlessly pushed by his instructor, often dreaming of training even in his sleep. Watching the elite squad excel under such intense training, Xiao Naofu felt a modicum of peace. Deep down, he was reluctant for these young individuals to face such risks. As they were still in their youth, yet to experience the wonders of the world. Should any mishap occur during their mission, he feared he would live with guilt forever. Yet, observing Lin Gang and his companions elevate their skills to a commendable level, almost on par with the official team members, Xiao Nao Fu felt a slight easing of his tension. The physical capabilities of the 5 team members had significantly improved, and with the secret weapons he equipped them with, the upcoming mission into well number 3 seemed promising. Their primary objective was to locate and establish contact with Lin Dong. Once communication was established, the mission would be deemed successful. Xiao Nao Fu believed these 5 youthful warriors would not disappoint his expectations. One day, while the elite squad was fervently training, a transport airship descended upon the grounds. The imposing vessel captured their attention as they watched a colossal container being offloaded. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Nao Fu approached and signaled for Lin Gang and his team to cease their training and gather by the container. They quickly complied, assembling before him. "I have prepared enhanced equipment for you. It has arrived. For the next few days, halt your training to familiarize yourselves with the gear. Prepare to descend in 3 days." After outlining the plan, he assigned a specialized instructor to guide them in acclimating to their new equipment while he attended to the arrangements for their descent. As they approached the container, it opened automatically, revealing the gear within. 5 gleaming silver combat suits came into view, exuding a futuristic appeal that suggested a high value. The instructor stepped forward, stating, "These are combat suits specially requested by the commander for you. They have been upgraded from the standard issue and are not yet widely distributed." The commander leveraged his connections to secure them for you. The 5 gazed in awe at the combat suits, captivated by their brilliance, with only Lin Gang maintaining a semblance of composure. After all, he possessed legendary equipment. Why would he be swayed by the allure of this novice gear? However, adhering to his principle of discretion regarding his own powers, Lin Gang feigned astonishment, appearing as if he had just emerged from the countryside, wide-eyed at the sight of such a treasure. The others, aware of Lin Gang's legendary equipment, exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his reaction. They questioned why someone with superior gear would display such surprise, as if he were a wealthy individual yearning for simpler fare. This behavior prompted a collective disdain for Lin Gang, who had barely indulged in luxury, yet was already flaunting it. Under the instructor's guidance, the team delved deeper into the capabilities of the new combat uniforms. Crafted from cutting-edge nanomaterials developed by the nation's foremost material science research institute, the suits boasted a defensive capability many times that of steel plates, theoretically impervious to standard armor-piercing rounds. Remarkably, despite their formidable protection, they weighed merely 20-some pounds, akin to donning an oversized windbreaker, yet offering defense comparable to that of an ordinary armored vehicle. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming could not help but exclaim in frustration, "If they possess such defense, why do you still beat me daily?" The elite squad and all instructors looked at the disheartened Lei Ming with sympathy. In truth, his participation in the training served as a catalyst, accelerating the team's synergy and cohesion. To facilitate their acclimatization to the combat suits, the instructor instructed them to don the gear for training. Before long, 5 team members adorned in splendid attire emerged with an air of indifference. Indeed, the adage holds true: a Buddha relies on gold adornments, and a person relies on their attire. Their presence was reminiscent of an idol group making its debut. Observing the custom Taoist garments tailored specifically for the monkey, one could not help but admire their striking appeal. As the flamboyant monkey caught everyone's attention, playful banter ensued. Lin Gang patted the monkey on the back, exclaiming, "A fine horse deserves a fine saddle. Adorned in such splendid attire, you truly resemble a magnificent steed." Lei Ming interjected, "How can you compare him to a horse? He is a monkey." With such ostentation, he must think himself the great sage, right? Grabbing the trailing ribbons from the monkey's costume, Lei Ming playfully shook them. The monkey swiftly seized the ribbons and retorted, "Zhu Beiji, stop your nonsense, or I shall turn your pig ears into a side dish." Laughter erupted among the group, with only Lei Ming feeling a tad slighted. Clad in their lightweight uniforms, the group continued to absorb the instructor's explanations. The most remarkable feature of this combat attire was its built-in filtration capability. It was waterproof, toxin-resistant, and possessed certain fire-retardant properties, all while maintaining ample breathability. Adhering to the principle of maximizing every moment, the instructors commenced their training alongside explanations. Contrary to their initial expectations of discomfort, the five soon experienced the garment's extraordinary qualities. The breathability of this combat attire felt akin to wearing nothing at all. As the instructors elaborated, the team could not help but develop profound respect for the researchers behind this remarkable uniform. The fabric's excellent permeability meant that wearing it felt like donning a portable air conditioner, unlike conventional combat gear, which becomes stifling after prolonged exertion. This suit offered superb ventilation and heat dispersion. Moreover, while it allowed for airflow, the filtration system activated upon the entry of external gases, purifying all incoming air and ensuring that personnel within could breathe freely in toxic environments. It also featured a sealing control system for underwater use, guaranteeing absolute waterproofing. Such a lightweight garment, embodying breathability, sealing, and filtration capabilities, was nothing short of a miraculous invention. Meanwhile, in the office, Xiao Fu received shocking news. Mere moments prior, several regions in other countries had also experienced mysterious assaults reminiscent of underground city attacks. This wave of assaults resulted in nearly 100 flying boats losing control and crashing, leading to numerous casualties. At this juncture, Xiao Fu truly grasped the gravity of the situation. Analyzing the nations currently under attack revealed that these superpowers had suffered varying degrees of damage. Unless there were circumstances involving self-inflicted injuries to exonerate themselves, it was plausible that an unknown nation had developed such a mysterious weapon for these assaults. The group had no understanding of this weapon, only aware that within its range, all electronic devices became inoperative. This situation was utterly maddening, as modern combat weaponry relied on electronic control. If attacked, even the most advanced weaponry would be rendered useless. Facing an unseen and intangible adversary was indeed troublesome, as one could neither see nor confront it, leaving one merely to endure. Adding to the headache was the pressure from international public opinion. Certain nations could not bear to witness China's rise and, without hesitation, sought to tarnish its reputation. Some had even begun attributing the mysterious attacks to China, asserting that their rapid advancements in weaponry were the source of the assault. Their developments across numerous fields were far ahead, and only they possessed such capabilities. Moreover, their extraordinary martial arts seemed to surpass human limits, exhibiting immense lethality. Foreign media began to fan the flames, casting blame. Some gullible foreigners, incited by the media, took to the streets demanding a boycott of China, insisting on apology and substantial reparations. Observing these shameless foreign media and their ulterior motives, Xiao Fu felt a profound sense of helplessness. After all these years, some individuals still revealed the same faces, employing the same despicable tactics. When they thrived, they sought every means to hinder and bully. As China ascended, they attempted to obstruct progress with sanctions and boycotts. Now that China was on the verge of soaring, they sought to extort it. In light of this repugnant behavior, Xiao Fu had no inclination to engage with these pests. His sole desire was to clarify the situation without understanding the enemy. Should Lin Gang's predictions of war come to fruition, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Consequently, Xiao Fu ordered the elite team to set out early, swiftly contacting Lin Gang while he prepared for combat. An elite team of 5, under Xiao Fu's direction, stealthily infiltrated the underground city's third well. Thanks to the urgent training and prior experiences, the elite team rapidly arrived at the ancient tomb's location. They were astonished by the sight before them. As the disheveled Jiao Yi busily toiled with several robots, his fervor defying his age. Jiao Yi, equally startled by the sudden arrival of the 5, almost commanded the robots to attack until he recognized Lin Gang's familiar face, prompting him to halt. "What brings you down here? Shouldn't you be above, seeking thrills?" Lin Gang approached Jiao Yi with warmth, saying, "We were sent down to assist our father. Why are you here, still fiddling with robots? Is this a change of work environment?" Lin Gang inquired, perplexed. After all, Jiao Yi had been tinkering with these devices above. Why continue below? Unless it was merely for a change of scenery, Lin Gang could think of no other reason. Hearing Lin Gang's words, Jiao Yi erupted in indignation. Change of work environment? It's all because of your father. He took my Rubik's Cube when I wasn't paying attention and knocked me out. That rascal has grown quite bold. Just wait and see if I don't kick his backside. Lin Gang, upon hearing Jiao Yi's words, felt a surge of excitement. Not because of the prospect of Jiao Yi kicking his father's rear, but because it meant Jiao Yi had encountered his father, confirming that he was indeed alive. This was the best news Lin Gang had received in a long time. In that moment, he felt that all his efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 55. The stubborn grandfather and grandson after a lengthy period of persuasion. The agitated Jiao Yi finally settled down. It was only after further inquiries that they learned the reason for Jiao Yi's descent. Prior to the mysterious attack, Jiao Yi had opened the cube containing Lin Dong's message. Upon discovering the existence of a traitor, he meticulously scanned his surroundings and realized he was being monitored and that the traitor was aware of his communication with Lin Dong. Consequently, the traitor attempted to assassinate Jiao Yi. To avoid alarming the traitor and endangering Lin Gang, Jiao Yi feigned defeat and escaped to the third well. Once there, he successfully evaded his pursuers and ventured deep into the ancient tomb, where he found Lin Dong and his group also being pursued, and thus he intervened to rescue them. However, what Elder Jiao did not anticipate was that his own disciple would dare to launch a surprise attack, rendering him unconscious and making off with his magic cube, leaving a note claiming he was off to save the world. Elder Jiao was infuriated. Does he not know his own strength? How could he possibly think he could save the world? At his age, he should have a clearer sense of reality. Furthermore, he absurdly suggested that his son would support me in my old age. On what grounds? To dare to steal my belongings, he must truly be reckless. Lin Gang, observing the flustered and agitated elder, quickly sought to calm him down, inquiring, "My father is off to save the world? What on earth is going on?" It was clear that Lin Gang found the notion of his father embarking on a quest to save the world rather perplexing. Suddenly, Elder Jiao realized something and exclaimed, "He is not saving any world. He merely wishes to claim my magic cube for himself. Your mission has been accomplished, so hurry back and report. I want you to feel pity when I kick your father ass behind." Lin Gang, reflecting on the clues left by the elder, sensed something was amiss. However, as the elder was unwilling to divulge more, he knew pressing further would yield no answers, yet returning empty-handed was clearly not an option. "Master, our task is to find my father. How can I simply go back now?" Elder Jiao, his eyes twitching slightly, retorted, "When I tell you to return, you return. We must swiftly resolve the issue of the traitor. Otherwise, the development of the underground city will face insurmountable challenges. Can't you discern which is light and which is heavy?" Lin Gang, puzzled, questioned, "What is this about preparing for battle? Is it merely a game?" Elder Jiao replied, "Soldiers must always be ready for combat. What is wrong with being prepared?" As he spoke, it was evident that Elder Jiao was somewhat anxious. Lin Gang perceptibly noted the elder's unease. The subtle sadness in his eyes did not escape him. He understood that Elder Jiao was concealing something. Harboring secrets he was reluctant to share. Yet, after several interactions, Lin Gang considered Elder Jiao a friend despite their age difference. He was not the type to keep things hidden. "Is it possible that my father may not return?" Lin Gang tentatively posed to Elder Jiao. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiao exhibited a flicker of panic, mingled with a hint of sorrow. Lin Gang seized upon this emotion, sensing his suspicions were correct. Elder Jiao, striving to mask his feelings, chuckled and said, "What do you mean he might not come back? He would forsake everything for a magic cube. Yes, he must return. He still has my magic cube." A fleeting sadness crossed Elder Jiao's brow once more. He did not want to contemplate what it would mean if Lin Dong were never to return. Thus he placed his hopes on Lin Dong's character, wagering that he would indeed come back. Yet a flicker of unwillingness crossed his face as he picked up the tools scattered around him, muttering impatiently, "If there is nothing else, just hurry and leave. Don't disturb my creation. Elder Jiao, I am his son." Lin Gang persistently pursued the answers he sought. What being his son? When his father arrives, I want to be hindered. When I'm busy, no one is of any use. Elder Jiao continued with his work. Recognizing that pressing for answers was futile, Lin Gang resigned himself to the situation. He regarded the obstinate elder and said, "Then, master, you carry on. We shall continue with our mission." With that, he gestured for Xiao Ying and the others to prepare their gear for descent. Seeing Lin Gang and his companions preparing to delve deeper underground, Elder Jiao, agitated, abruptly discarded his tools and seized Lin Gang, who was about to turn away. "Why are you so disobedient? When I tell you to go up, just go. Why must you be so stubborn?" Elder Jiao expressed his concern. "Master, please just tell me what is going on. I've come to the underground city with great effort to find my father. When I heard the news of his misfortune, it felt as if the sky had fallen. Now that I've finally received news of him, I yearn to see him," Lin Gang implored with deep emotion. Elder Jiao looked at the resolute Lin Gang and replied, "I promise I will find your father and bring him back. Just stay out of this and wait for my news, all right?" Lin Gang, noting Elder Jiao's intent to shield him from danger, understood that the situation was perilous. His mentor was unwilling to allow him to risk himself, wishing to bear all the dangers alone. Looking into Elder Jiao's eyes, Lin Gang insisted, "Master, I am no longer a child. Allow me to go find him. I will ensure my own safety." "Alas, just like your father, so stubborn." Elder Jiao sighed. Acknowledging Lin Gang's tenacity, he realized that if he did not share the truth, Lin Gang would undoubtedly seek it out himself, potentially placing himself in greater danger. His disciple Lin Gang was still below, unaware of the perils. If his own grandson were to suffer as well, Elder Jiao's life would be unlivable. "In truth, I'm not entirely aware of the dangers your father faces below. He always shares good news, but never the bad. Our relationship, forged over many years, is more akin to that of friends than master and disciple. His sudden departure and attack were to prevent me from being embroiled in danger." Lin Dong and Elder Jiao had shared decades of camaraderie. When Lin Dong was young and fresh from university, he had joined Elder Jiao's team. Elder Jiao, appreciating Lin Dong's ambition and spirited nature, took him under his wing and imparted all his skills. Lin Dong not only mastered Elder Jiao's techniques, but also excelled in engineering, becoming one of the rare dual academicians, achieving remarkable feats in both engineering and the scientific community. Many who find success often forget those who taught them. But Lin Dong never forgot his mentor, treating Elder Jiao as a father figure, often better than his own father. Thus, in Elder Jiao's heart, Lin Dong had long been regarded as his own child. Lin Dong's actions of incapacitating Elder Jiao and taking his magic cube clearly indicated the dire circumstances below, suggesting he faced life-threatening risks. Elder Jiao understood that Lin Dong's intent was to protect him, striving to eliminate the dangers single-handedly. Elder Jiao's anxiety grew as he contemplated the potential hazards Lin Dong faced, his voice trembling as he said, "Your father is such a foolish lad. He bears the weight of the world alone without considering that if anything were to happen to him, I would have no will to live." Witnessing the deep bond Elder Jiao shared with his father stirred emotions within Lin Gang. The beauty of human connection lies in its complexity, transcending life and death. "My father will be fine. None of us will come to harm." Elder Jiao nodded at Lin Gang's reassurance, saying, "Just give me a little more time. Once I get this contraption working, we will go find your father together." Chapter 56. Elder Jiao's technological mastery. The elite team of 5 turned their gazes toward the heap of mechanical parts on the ground as Elder Jiao spoke. They exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the elder's intentions. Elder Jiao, observing their confusion, remarked, "With such formidable equipment on U5, do you expect me, an old man, to descend empty-handed?" Upon hearing Elder Jiao's words, the team finally grasped his purpose. The elder intended to fashion a suitable weapon for their descent. As soon as the monkey discerned the old gentleman's intentions, he promptly retrieved a peach-wood sword from his backpack and handed it over. "Old sir, I couldn't find a suitable weapon among this pile of scrap parts. How about you make do with my sword for now, mister?" Jiao regarded the peach-wood sword in the monkey's hand with a puzzled expression. "Are you suggesting I use it as a walking stick?" The monkey glanced at Mr. Jiao and then at the sword he held, saying, "Old sir, this is crafted from fine thunderstruck wood. I wouldn't lend it to just anyone." Indeed, the monkey was someone who valued his possessions dearly. No one had ever obtained anything from him, let alone his beloved thunderstruck wood sword. His willingness to offer such a treasure to the old gentleman was a testament to his respect for Mr. Jiao. Mr. Jiao chuckled and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but I require a weapon, not a walking stick." Upon hearing Mr. Jiao's words, Lei Ming quickly drew his Tang Dao from his backpack and offered it with both hands. Mr. Jiao examined the blade in Lei Ming's possession and nodded in approval. "This sword is no ordinary weapon. Are you truly willing to trust it to me?" Although Lei Ming felt a pang of regret, he asserted, "A weapon is merely an object meant for use, designed to provide convenience and joy." Mr. Jiao nodded in satisfaction. "Good lad. Your generosity far exceeds that of your father. I shall borrow your precious sword for a time." When Lei Ming realized that the old gentleman knew his father, he felt there was no reason to hesitate in lending it. Lin Gang, observing Mr. Jiao wielding the precious sword, felt it looked rather odd, and hastily offered to lend his combat suit. "Master, why don't you wear my combat suit instead?" Mr. Jiao waved a hand to interrupt Lin Gang. He was well aware that Lin Gang still had the magic cube to rely on, but the old gentleman possessed his own pride. He shook his head and stated, "I understand that your combat suits are quite impressive, but I, Jiao Ao, have my own dignity. I truly find your suits unworthy." Having spoken, Mr. Jiao turned and began assembling the scattered components on the ground. The others looked on in confusion as they struggled to comprehend what Mr. Jiao was attempting to achieve with the heap of scrap metal. Lei Ming, standing to the side, was the first to catch on and quickly bent down to assist Mr. Jiao. The old gentleman glanced at Lei Ming and nodded approvingly. However, the other individuals, lacking clarity about the situation, only muddled things further when they attempted to help, ultimately being shooed away to observe from a distance. As the scattered parts gradually diminished and the outline of the assembly took shape, Lin Gang and the others began to grasp Mr. Jiao's true intention. They watched the old gentleman diligently piecing together the components and gazed at the increasingly recognizable form, unable to suppress their admiration for him. It became clear that Mr. Jiao was not merely seeking a simple weapon. His actual goal was to assemble a mech. The elite squad stood in stunned silence at the sight of the imposing mech. They could hardly fathom that a pile of seemingly inconsequential parts had been transformed into a formidable mech in such a short span of time. This craftsmanship showcased Mr. Jiao's extraordinary skills as a seasoned technician. His abilities transcended mere competence. They bordered on the extraordinary. When they had descended, Mr. Jiao had just dismantled every necessary component from the robots, and the pieces strewn across the ground had already formed a mech in his mind. Mr. Jiao climbed into the cockpit of the mech, closed the hatch, and maneuvered it with ease, finding it surprisingly nimble and user-friendly. He then returned to the warehouse and soon emerged dragging an artificial intelligence processing terminal. After a brief period of assembly and calibration, a fully functional AI mech was completed. "Erguzi, open the hatch." At Mr. Jiao's command, the mech's control cabin opened, and he took a seat once again, donning his signal transmission helmet. With the hatch closed, the mech executed a set of Tai Chi movements. This display left the 5 members of the elite squad astonished. The transformation from scrap metal to a magnificent creation was nothing short of miraculous. Mr. Jiao's prowess could command respect anywhere. Lin Gang, aware that Mr. Jiao was a special consultant for the National Weaponry Research Department, had never anticipated his technical skills to be so astonishing. Mr. Jiao continued without pause, wielding Lei Ming's sword with fluidity that belied the fact that he was inside a mech. It moved as if it were an extension of his own body. The old gentleman relaxed within the mech, reveling in its operation. Watching the mech's agility and overwhelming power, the 4 elite squad members, aside from Lin Gang, suddenly found their combat suits lacking in allure. The monkey quietly stowed away his prized thunderstruck wood treasure, now regarding it as little more than a stick. Just moments ago, he had boasted about lending it to the old gentleman as a gesture of concern. Yet little did he know that the old gentleman possessed a transforming mech. After the impressive display concluded, Mr. Jiao opened the hatch and turned to the 5, who stood dumbfounded. "How do you like my Erguzi? Isn't it quite impressive? Does it not rival your combat suits?" The 5, regaining their composure, instinctively raised their hands in salute to Mr. Jiao. Lin Gang composed himself and said, "Not only does it rival them, but it seems far more formidable. If I am not mistaken, your mech is also controlled by brainwaves, correct? It's truly remarkable." Xiaoing grinned at Mr. Jiao. "It's exceedingly cool. If you were younger, I bet you'd have a throng of beautiful young ladies vying for your attention." Lei Ming, the monkey, and Bei Jian raised their hands in unison, addressing the spirited Mr. Jiao. "Old sir, your craftsmanship is truly extraordinary. Please accept our humble admiration." Mr. Jiao, delighted by the admiration of the five youths, felt a rare sense of satisfaction. It had been long since he experienced such a delightful vanity, and the praise from these five youngsters was rather enjoyable. Though Mr. Jiao despised flattery, in this moment, he relished the compliments from them. It seemed that no one truly disliked flattery, but rather it was the fear of being insincere that deterred it. Mr. Jiao rubbed his disheveled beard and declared, "All right, young ones, it's time for us to set off. Guzzi, close the hatch." The group, hearing the affectionate nickname for the mech, couldn't help but shake their heads. Mr. Jiao's technical prowess was indeed unparalleled, but his choice of names left something to be desired. Chapter 57. The Arrival of the Strange Bird. Dear children, we need to pick up the pace. At this rate, it could be New Year's by the time you reach the bottom of the well. Mr. Jiao quipped, exhaling a puff of smoke. Beijian, panting, replied, "Old sir, do you dare smoke down there in the well? Aren't you concerned about igniting flammable gases and blowing it up?" Mr. Jiao raised his cigarette with an air of arrogance. "I care not for explosions. I'm in a mech. What do I have to fear? Besides, this is the latest model, designed for indulgence in such environments without any safety hazards." Beijian looked skeptical. "Is there really such a cigarette? How come I never knew? Are you just making this up to fool us?" Mr. Jiao retorted, "Look at you, so uncultured and unworldly. Today, I shall enlighten you on what true science entails. I must convey to you that you shall never comprehend what propels the advancement of technology. It is demand." As he spoke, Jiao Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette and flicked it into the well. The glowing ember, sparkling as it fell, sent shivers down the spines of the elite team's 5 members. They instinctively reached out to retrieve it, but it was already too late. Should that cigarette but inadvertently ignite an explosion, their fate would be sealed. Even if they survived, being buried so deep underground would surely spell doom. After a tense wait, the anticipated explosion did not occur, allowing their hearts to gradually settle. Xiaoing turned to Jiao Yi and remarked, "Next time you engage in such antics, could you please consult us first? Your actions nearly frightened us to death." With a playful grin, Jiao Yi replied, "What is there to fear? Keep your heart at ease. That cigarette merely glows without a trace of flame. It is absolutely safe." Boom! Just as Jiao Yi finished speaking, a deafening explosion resonated from the depths of the well. The unprepared individuals were startled, and Jiao Yi, seated in the mech, was so taken aback that he leapt up, inadvertently colliding with the control room's wall, wincing in pain. As they regained their composure, the 5 members peered into the well, but the depth obscured their view. They then collectively turned their gaze to Jiao Yi, who was still rubbing his arm while looking down. Seeing the accusatory stares of the 5, Jiao Yi quickly clarified, "What are you looking at me for? This has nothing to do with me. I have been in this line of work my entire life. How could I possibly make such a blunder?" Recognizing the futility of his explanations, he resolved to descend and ascertain the situation. Lin Gang, apprehensive about potential dangers below, intended to accompany him, but was stubbornly halted by Jiao Yi. "Do not worry. I will inform you if anything arises. This explosion is indeed peculiar, and since you are not well acquainted with the depths of the well, it is more suitable for me to investigate." With that, Jiao Yi piloted the mech downward. Watching the mech speed away, Beijian couldn't help but express envy. "I feel that the combat suits we commissioned are no match for the old man's mech. If only we each had a suit like that, it would be incredibly impressive, fast, and stylish." Lei Ming echoed his admiration. Lin Gang, overhearing Lei Ming's comments, retorted, "You are always preoccupied with style. Enough of your frivolity. We should rest for a moment. We have no idea what awaits us down there. If a collapse occurs, we will need to exert ourselves to repair it." As they took a moment to catch their breath, Xiao Ying suddenly pointed towards the well in terror. "Look, Jiao Yi has signaled with red. There is danger. Upon seeing the red warning signal below, Lin Gang shouted, "Danger! Prepare for battle." The elite team swiftly readied their equipment, aiming their weapons at the dark abyss of the well. Soon, they spotted a large figure ascending, unmistakably Jiao Yi in the mech. With a look of panic, Jiao Yi warned, "Be cautious. A horde of mutated creatures is surging upwards." He then assumed a combat stance with his Tang knife. Initially intending to clear the mutated creatures alone, Jiao Yi found himself overwhelmed as they multiplied with each strike. Lacking heavy weaponry on his mech made prolonged combat particularly arduous, prompting him to seek assistance. Suddenly, a cacophony of screeches erupted from the depths, causing the team to grip their weapons tightly. This was their first true battle, and the tension was palpable among the 5 young warriors. Bei Jian's knuckles turned white as he gripped his weapon, his fingers trembling on the trigger. Yaoye, glancing at the 5, solemnly declared, "They are coming. Fire!" No sooner had he spoken than a flock of enormous birds burst forth from the depths, their gaping maws revealing rows of sharp teeth as they lunged at the team. Lin Gang and the others swiftly pulled their triggers. A series of shots rang out as the birds were struck down, their feathers scattering in the air. Yet, behind a cloud of feathers, countless more birds continued to surge upwards. Occasionally, a few stragglers were swiftly dispatched by Jiao Ye's blade, equipped with the most advanced ultrasonic weapons. The team had opted for limited attack arms due to the uncertainty of the underground environment, fearing that conventional weapons might inadvertently trigger an explosion. However, the creatures seemed to regenerate endlessly. No matter how many were felled, more appeared. Lin Gang and Lei Ming noted the familiarity of the monstrous birds, resembling the ordinary ones they encountered daily, albeit vastly larger and with unnerving rows of sharp teeth that sent chills down their spines. What in the world are these creatures? Bai Yin exclaimed, bewildered. Why are these sparrows so enormous? And why do they possess such terrifying teeth? Lin Gang speculated. These may be the same creatures that attacked us previously. On our way back, we encountered 5 bulldog-like creatures. Bai Yin gasped, bulldog-like creatures? What kind of feed do they consume? Lei Ming, amidst the fray, shouted, "Where are all these bizarre beings coming from? Are the people in the underground city conducting biological experiments?" Jiao Yi, slicing through 2 giant birds, asserted, "These creatures are certainly not the work of the underground city. The sheer volume is impossible for me to overlook. I heard rumors of beings attacking humans found in the caves at the bottom of the well. Could these be them? Is someone else performing biological experiments underground?" Realizing that even the esteemed elder of the underground city, Jiao Yi, was unfamiliar with these creatures, the team understood that they were not the result of the underground city's machinations. But who had unleashed such a multitude of mutated birds? Who was behind this chaos? As they pondered these questions, they continued to wield their weapons against the avian horde. Gradually, the number of birds dwindled, leaving only a few to dart through the remaining feathers, allowing the team to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these creatures were not infinite. Otherwise, their wrists from swinging weapons would surely have succumbed to exhaustion. Monkey lamented as he gasped for air. Creak! A harsh grinding sound echoed from the depths of the well, snapping the previously relaxed team back to high alert. More creatures lurked below. Their hearts raced as they readied their weapons once more, aiming into the abyss. As the noise drew nearer, mutated giant rats, dogs, and cats surged up the walls of the well. Xiaoling screamed at the sight of a giant rat. The sight of the rat's steel-like fur and its ghastly teeth sent a wave of nausea through the group, and Xiaoling's shriek diminished their spirits further. The primary reason for their despondency was the fatigue from the previous battle. Moreover, all their training had been directed against human adversaries. Now, they faced an uncountable horde of mutated creatures. Although the general appearance of these creatures bears little difference from the small animals seen on Earth, their size is magnified by dozens of times compared to ordinary beings. The fear of their enormity can be surmounted, yet the sight of these mutated creatures, dripping with an unknown viscous liquid in a cacophony of colors, is enough to induce nausea. Even more disheartening is the overwhelming stench that emanates from them, palpable even from a distance. As a few individuals confronted the repulsive, mutated beings, their faces turned pale, despite the protective suits. They could not escape the instinctual urge to retch, their resolve to continue fighting dissipating. Bayin, de heaving, glanced at the colossal rat while attacking and inquired of Lin Gang. This is utterly revolting. Who knows how many mutated creatures are lurking here? If our weaponry's energy falters, we are doomed. Lin Gang, equally unnerved by the throngs of mutated beings, replied, "We must endure. If we retreat, the others in the underground city will suffer. They lack adequate weaponry and will undoubtedly face catastrophic losses. If these mutated monstrosities escape the underground city, innocent civilians will be in grave peril." As he fired rapidly, Lin Gang shouted back to Master Jiao, "Master, we must hold our ground. Please go and inform the underground personnel to evacuate." Master Jiao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that his Tang Dao lacked the necessary damage output, and with his speed advantage, the task of delivering the message fell squarely upon him. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed toward the exit, stating, "Hold on, I will contact Xiao Naofu to send reinforcements." With that, Master Jiao swiftly departed. The remaining individuals steadied their nerves and continued their assault against the relentless tide of mutated creatures. The mutated beings, undeterred by mortality, surged forward in waves, and the group found themselves increasingly numbed by the onslaught. Lei Ming, witnessing his weapon's energy dwindling, called out to Lin Gang, "This isn't sustainable. There are too many monsters. If we continue like this, we'll be overwhelmed once our energy is depleted. You four hold the line. I will set up a barrier to impede their advance." With that, Lei Ming withdrew a short distance and rummaged through his pack. With the loss of Lei Ming's combat capability, the pressure on Lin Gang and the others intensified. They gritted their teeth and exerted every ounce of strength to fend off the mutated beasts. Soon, Bei Jian's weapon energy was exhausted, rendering him powerless. One after another, the weapons of the others, Houzi, Lin Gang, and Xiao Ying, followed suit, their energy depleted. Seizing the opportunity, the mutated behemoths lunged forward, spitting saliva as they attacked. In a moment of desperation, Lei Ming retrieved a metallic sphere from his pack, his face alight with excitement as he rushed toward the beasts and hurled it in their direction. The sphere began to expand midair, rapidly transforming into a metallic lid that sealed the well. Several of the advancing giant rats were subsequently crushed under the combined efforts of the team, while Houzi, wielding a peach wood sword, managed to slay a mutated giant cat. The individuals, now splattered with dark red blood and the noxious, colorful liquid, panted heavily as they admired the successfully deployed metallic lid. They praised Lei Ming, their spirits momentarily lifted. "Well done. I never imagined you had such skills," Bei Jian exclaimed in admiration. "Once we resolve this situation, you should consider working for the Bei family. With your talents, you could earn a fortune." Houzi, with a mischievous grin, chimed in, "Hey, do you have any more of those? Could you spare one for me as a keepsake?" Lei Ming, looking at Houzi as if he were a piece of delectable meat, replied, "Space is limited. I only brought this one." Disappointed, Houzi shook his head and retreated to rest. Exhausted, he attempted to rinse his mouth with water, only to retch violently as he removed his mask. What in the world is that smell? It's unbearable. The others erupted with laughter at Houzi's reaction. Watching him, the remaining four hesitated to remove their masks, suppressing their thirst while regaining their strength. As they caught their breath, they heard the metallic lid beneath them screeching under pressure. Clearly, the mutated creatures were not ready to concede. They sought to breach the lid and emerge from below. The lid began to deform in various areas, and the elite team's 5 members marveled at the strength of the creature's claws and teeth, capable of challenging metal itself. Realizing the impending danger, Lin Gang's expression shifted to one of alarm. "You four retreat. Move away from the well." No sooner had he spoken than small holes began to appear in the walls of the well, gradually widening as giant rats burrowed through. They had forgotten that these creatures were still driven by instinct. "Rats can dig," Lei Ming exclaimed in frustration. Houzi grimaced, cursing, "This is too targeted. The rats haven't forgotten their digging abilities, so why should the giant cats neglect their instinct to hunt them? Where are the cats when the rats are around?" Shouting, with a hint of resignation, explained, long ago, when humans domesticated cats as pets, they lost their instinct to catch mice. Beijian, puzzled, asked, "Are all the creatures here former pet cats? What about dogs?" Lin Gang, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the conversation, replied, "Dogs chasing mice is merely meddling. Look at these mutated giant dogs. They're the ones meddling." In the midst of their banter, the metallic lid was torn to shreds by the mutated beasts, and soon, a horde of them surged forth, launching another assault on the five. Observing his weary teammates and the relentless tide of mutated beasts, Lin Gang commanded, "You four, fall back. I'll cover you." Hosey, gritting his teeth at the unending wave of mutated beasts, cursed, "Damn it. If we don't show these creatures some consequences, they'll never learn." In the dimly lit third well, the elite team braced themselves as the mutated beasts closed in. Just as Lin Gang reached for the magic cube, his attention was drawn to the furious Hosey. Beijian, Xiaoying, and Lei Ming followed suit. Watching as Hosey unexpectedly donned a robe over his combat suit and conjured a yellow talisman, the team was astonished by this unexpected display, as Hosey's actions were nothing short of magical, suitable for a grand performance. Standing at the forefront, the robe billowed without wind, and suddenly, Hosey leapt into the air, achieving an astonishing height, flinging the talismans around him. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Xian, Xian. As Hosey descended gracefully, each word he uttered was accompanied by a corresponding gesture, leaving Lin Gang and the others in a daze, as if in slow motion. By the time he finished the incantation and completed the gestures, his feet gently touched the ground. The monkey's expression shifted from its usual playful demeanor to one of cold ruthlessness as it opened its mouth and uttered a single command. Chi. With that proclamation, the talismans flung by the monkey erupted in a thunderous explosion. Amidst the cacophony of blasts, it was impossible to ascertain how many mutated beasts had been killed or injured. The explosion startled Lin Gang and his companions, who initially believed the monkey was merely posturing for amusement. To their astonishment, the talismans indeed detonated with formidable force, leaving them in awe of the monkey's unexpected prowess. Although the four of them regarded the monkey as a mere trickster, they were left speechless by its display. Despite their skepticism about the monkey's methods, the sight of those talismans genuinely exploding before their eyes compelled them to reconsider the existence of so-called celestial masters. The monkey gazed at the scattered remains of the mutated beasts and let out a long sigh of relief. Turning coldly to Lin Gang, it inquired, "You said you would cover the rear?" Still in a state of shock, Lin Gang could only nod in agreement. "Then you better hustle. The wind is picking up. I'm off." With that, the monkey reverted to its usual irreverent self, turning on its heel to flee, shouting as it did, "A dead comrade is not the concern of a wandering monk. Hold the line, I'll retreat first." And with that, it dashed away. Observing the monkey's distant figure, Lin Gang and the others exchanged exasperated glances. The monkey remained as unreliable as ever. Lin Gang produced a magic cube, instructing the others to follow the monkey's lead while he stayed behind to hold off the horde of mutated beasts. After a brief dispute, they reluctantly acquiesced. Racing toward the exit, Xiaoying glanced back as they ran, feeling a sense of reassurance upon seeing Lin Gang retrieve the magic cube. Lei Ming caught up with the monkey, exclaiming, "Why the rush? If the beasts catch up to you, you'll be in the same predicament." The monkey retorted while running, "If I outrun you, I might just survive while you become a snack for them." Lei Ming wore a skeptical expression. The monkey was truly an enigma. The four retreating members glanced back, seeing Lin Gang engulfed by the tide of beasts. They stifled their sorrow and continued to sprint forward, knowing Lin Gang must have a hidden card up his sleeve and that staying behind would only hinder him. They silently hoped he would remain safe until they could regroup and replenish their weapons and ammunition. At that moment, Lin Gang was instantly consumed by the swarm of beasts. In a final act, he successfully activated his magic cube. Due to weapon restrictions, Lin Gang's magic cube mech was not equipped with conventional firearms, and this was his first time operating the upgraded combat mode. As he conjured dual blades and danced among the beasts, he familiarized himself with the enhanced mech. The control terminal's response speed had drastically improved, allowing Lin Gang to perceive the rapidly moving giants as if they were in slow motion, enabling him to react swiftly as they lunged toward him. Facing these mutated beasts felt akin to a Shaolin monk effortlessly besting a toddler. Lin Gang maneuvered with agility, swiftly dispatching the beasts. However, even the most skilled fighter can be challenged. Occasionally, a beast would land a blow, but the damage was negligible, akin to a mere tickle to Lin Gang's mech. He darted in and out, resembling an eel slipping through water, leaving a trail of defeated giants in his wake. Soon, the small platform around him was littered with the severed limbs of the mutated beasts, and his mech was splattered with their blood and other unidentifiable fluids. As Lin Gang grew increasingly adept at controlling the mech, his synergy with it intensified. The quality of this synergy determined energy consumption, with a higher compatibility significantly reducing energy expenditure and enhancing the mech's endurance. Watching the compatibility and endurance metrics rise, Lin Gang felt a surge of excitement, prompting him to wield his blades with even greater speed. His initial fear and frustration toward the beast tide dissipated. He yearned for more formidable opponents to bolster his experience, which directly influenced his compatibility with the mech and its operational longevity. At that moment, Lin Gang found himself invigorated, initially on the defensive but now actively pursuing the beasts. It seemed the giants, sensing the terror of this armored behemoth, began to evade him, and soon, inexplicably, the entire horde turned and fled toward the abyss. Lin Gang was momentarily taken aback. How had the once fearless beasts suddenly become so fearful? He chased after them, yet they escaped in a panic, leaving him disheartened as a significant opportunity for experience slipped away. Just as he resolved to continue the pursuit, a sudden beam of light from behind interrupted his thoughts. He swiftly exited the mech, transforming it into two blades, and turned to face the light. It was Jiao Yi descending with a massive steel plate, upon which stood Xiao Ying, Bei Jian, the monkey, Lei Ming, Xiao Nao Fu, and several special forces soldiers. The reinforcements surveyed the empty well shaft and inquired, "Where are the beasts?" Lin Gang gestured toward the abyss, stating, "They must have sensed your arrival and fled in haste." While the others found his explanation somewhat implausible, they could only trust his words upon seeing the desolate well. Only Jiao Yi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Chapter 60. Xiao Nao Fu in a bind. Xiao Nao Fu approached Lin Gang through the crowd, relieved to see him unharmed. Lin Gang, noticing Xiao Nao Fu's anxious demeanor, jested, "Apologies, Xiao Shouzhong. I didn't mean to trouble you by requiring your personal presence before our task was complete." Xiao Nao Fu shot a glance at Lin Gang, mockingly raising a hand as if to strike him, only to lower it again, stating gravely, "You all performed remarkably well. Excellent work, just as expected from old Lin's son." Lin Gang was puzzled by Xiao Nao Fu's praise, feeling bewildered, as he had accomplished nothing significant yet still received commendation from a superior. He exchanged confused glances with Xiao Nao Fu and the others behind him. Taking a step forward, Xiao Nao Fu spoke with a hint of melancholy. Just moments ago, the other two underground cities were attacked by the beast tide. They had no time to issue warnings or respond, suffering severe losses, with casualties still being counted. Your timely alert and successful delay of the horde allowed my subordinates to take action, evacuating the crowd and preventing further harm. What about the other wells? Were any overrun by the beasts? Xiao Nao Fu replied, "The other wells have only encountered a few scattered mutated giants. With personnel stationed there, it should be manageable. Your task is temporarily suspended. The underground city must be sealed off while the military clears the mutated creatures." Upon hearing Xiao Nao Fu's words, Lin Gang and Jiao Yi immediately grew anxious, insisting, "You cannot terminate the mission. Lin Dong, my father, is still down there. I must retrieve him." Xiao Nao Fu looked at the resolute grandfather and grandson duo, stating with conviction, "I can empathize with your feelings, but we are unaware of the current conditions underground. We cannot recklessly descend. What if something goes awry?" Without hesitation, Jiao Yi declared, "Should any issues arise, I shall bear the responsibility alone. It is of no concern to you. I will personally bring Lin Xiaozai back." Xiao Nao Fu, observing the stubborn resolve of Jiao Yi, felt a wave of frustration. You cannot go. If anything were to happen to you, old Lin would surely be furious with me. Jiao Yi glared at Xiao Naofu and retorted, Are you not afraid I might end your life right now? Who among you dares to obstruct my intentions? In resignation, Xiao Naofu gestured to the soldiers behind him. Please escort Jiao Yi back. To everyone's surprise, Jiao Yi, despite his advanced age, leaped on a nearby mech, swinging its steel fists in front of him, shouting, Let anyone unafraid of death come forward and test me. I'm going to find Lin Xiaozai. Whoever dares to approach will meet their end. Doubt me if you wish. With this fierce proclamation, Jiao Yi struck the well wall with his steel fists, producing a resounding echo. As he continued to disregard the warnings, Xiao Naofu approached him slowly. If you truly wish to descend, then you must first eliminate me. Yaoye, seeing Xiao Naofu's reckless determination to impede him, muttered through clenched teeth, You are truly a stubborn mule. I care not. I shall find Lin Xiaozai, and I am leaving. At that moment, he leapt into the air, preparing to jump into the well. Lin Gang, alarmed by Jiao Ye's recklessness, reached out and grasped the leg of the mech that was already airborne, halting it mid-flight. The onlookers were astounded by Lin Gang's miraculous intervention. Having witnessed him effortlessly stop a mech of such formidable strength, they had no doubt that it was Jiao Yi who had halted the mech, as the sound of jets beneath its feet indicated it was still operational. To them, Lin Gang appeared as a celestial being who could effortlessly seize Jiao Yi, displaying strength beyond human comprehension. Only Lin Gang and Jiao Yi understood that Lin Gang had concealed the magic cube mech within his combat suit, utilizing its power to maintain Jiao Yi in midair. Jiao Yi turned around, glaring at Lin Gang in anger. You brat, release me. Otherwise, I shall strike you down as well. Lin Gang, observing Jiao Ye's flushed face, replied with a grin. Please calm down. You know you can hit anyone with precision. Let's discuss this further. With a subtle exertion of strength, Lin Gang pulled Jiao Yi back, executing the maneuver so skillfully that it appeared Jiao Yi had descended voluntarily. This not only preserved Jiao Yi's dignity, but also quelled any doubts about his authority. However, others perceived the scenario differently, interpreting it as if Jiao Yi had pretended to leave only to be coaxed back by Lin Gang. After all, it was highly improbable for an ordinary person to halt a mech powered by such force mid-air. Moments ago, the mech had effortlessly borne a group of individuals down. Its might was evident. If Jiao Yi had not feigned departure, it would have been impossible for one person to stop it so easily. Lin Gang and Jiao Yi exchanged a swift glance. In an instant, Jiao Yi comprehended Lin Gang's intent. He approached Xiao Naofu, saying, It is not unreasonable to wait a moment, but your pace is far too slow. Should we not expedite the process? Time is of the essence. With each moment that passes, Lin Xiaozai's peril increases. Xiao Naofu pounded his chest, assuring, Rest assured, I will immediately deploy a large force to conduct a rapid clearance of the underground city and organize a search for old Lin. Jiao Yi, with a dismissive expression, retorted, You and your mere foot soldiers are capable of swiftly eliminating the mutated creatures in the underground city? Have you forgotten that, without my intervention earlier, how many of your subordinates would have fallen? Upon hearing this, Xiao Naofu's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, had it not been for Jiao Ye's timely assistance in controlling the situation against the mutated creatures, he would have faced significant challenges. After all, a few mutated giant cats, with their agility, had consistently evaded effective attacks, nearly launching a close-range assault on his men. If those sharp claws had made contact, it would have been exceedingly difficult to avoid casualties. Xiao Naofu inquired, What do you propose? Jiao Yi, sensing the opportunity to leverage Xiao Naofu's eagerness, suggested, Allow me to take charge of this clearance task, and I will bring these young ones along. He gestured towards Lin Gang and his team. To maintain Jiao Ye's composure, Xiao Naofu reluctantly nodded in agreement. After all, the old gentleman held the esteemed position of special advisor on weapons and equipment, making his involvement in the matter permissible. Seeing Xiao Naofu acquiesce, Jiao Yi nodded in satisfaction, and together they returned to the underground city. The old gentleman understood Lin Gang's intentions. He knew that the mech's shortcoming was its lack of thermal weaponry, and he sought to seize this opportunity to address that issue. The dangers underground were far too great. If their weaponry did not keep pace, not only would they fail to save Lin Gang, but they might also endanger themselves. Jiao Yi, though quick-tempered and impulsive, remained aware of the gravity of the situation. Xiao Naofu grasped Jiao Yi's intentions, yet felt powerless, as he too was subject to his demands. In the ensuing days, Lin Gang found himself conscripted by Jiao Yi, assigned primarily to eradicate the mutated creatures in the underground city. While he sought various means to pilfer strategic resources from Xiao Naofu's equipment cache, observing the substantial depletion of strategic resources reported, Xiao Naofu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, recognizing that a significant portion had likely found its way into Jiao Yi's personal reserve. With such extensive consumption, Xiao Naofu surmised that the old gentleman was undoubtedly concocting some grand scheme. After all, he was renowned in the industry as a weapon prodigy. The formidable weaponry Jiao Yi developed consistently shattered all preconceived notions of armaments. However, previously, Xiao Naofu had imposed strict controls on Jiao Yi's access to strategic materials, fearing he might inadvertently create a catastrophic situation, as he had done on multiple occasions. Now, with the floodgates opened, a vast quantity of military supplies had fallen into Jiao Yi's hands, leaving Xiao Naofu apprehensive about what innovative contraptions he might devise. For safety's sake, Jiao Yi's office had been placed in the most secluded corner, surrounded by stringent explosive protections, with repeated admonitions to everyone that no one was allowed near Jiao Yi's office unless absolutely necessary. A substantial area surrounding Jiao Yi's office was designated as a no-go zone by Xiao Naofu, as he feared that a single miscalculation could lead to another one of the infamous explosions, which would undoubtedly result in his reprimand or even the loss of his position. In recent days, Lin Gang had transformed into a human cat, traversing the underground city alongside Bei Jian, Xiao Ying, Lei Ming, and Ho Zi, diligently hunting for the mutated giant rats. While the monstrous giant dogs and cats were conspicuous and relatively easy to eliminate, the mutated giant rats burrowed into the ground, hiding in the most elusive nooks and crannies, complicating their task considerably. Having grown weary of dealing with swarms of monsters, Lin Gang found little interest in the sporadic encounters. Instead, he stealthily approached Jiao Yi's office area. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted. However, as he stepped into the restricted area delineated by Xiao Naofu, a resounding crash echoed from Jiao Yi's office. Lin Gang, alerted by the commotion, hurried towards Jiao Yi's laboratory. Upon reaching the doorway, he witnessed a figure, disheveled with a wild hairstyle and a complexion darkened by soot, emerging from the smoke-filled lab. The individual, bouncing with the exuberance of a child who has just received candy, exclaimed, "I did it! Ha ha ha, I succeeded! I am truly a genius." Recognizing the familiar voice and physique, Lin Gang realized that this jubilant person was indeed his master. "Jiao." With a furrowed brow, Lin Gang inquired, "Master, are you all right?" Jiao Yi appeared unhinged, resembling someone on the brink of insanity. Jiao Yi blinked his soot-blackened eyes, grinned widely to reveal 2 rows of exceptionally white teeth, and replied, "Grandson, the development of my secret weapon has been a success." Observing Jiao Yi's ecstatic demeanor, Lin Gang cautioned, "Master, if the weapon is ready, why not simply equip it and avoid the risk? What if you were to harm yourself in the process?" Jiao Yi, visibly displeased, retorted, "What do you know? Those weapons are far too inferior to match my stature." "But weren't those weapons once your own creations?" Lin Gang queried, puzzled. Jiao Yi haughtily scoffed, "Those outdated devices are unworthy of my current temperament." With that, he elevated his proud head even higher. Once he had finished showcasing his poise, Jiao Yi eagerly pulled Lin Gang back into the smoke-laden laboratory, unable to contain his excitement to flaunt his latest achievement. Lin Gang held a considerable respect for Jiao Yi's abilities and was curious about the advanced equipment he had concocted, so he followed him into the tumultuous lab. Upon surveying the ravaged space, Lin Gang felt a pang of fear. The thick protective walls had been riddled with damage from the recent explosion. Yet the elderly man remained exuberant, seemingly oblivious to the peril that had just unfolded. Lin Gang began to understand the essence of his master in everyday life. He was carefree and brash, but in the realm of work, he was a consummate professional, wholly devoted to his craft, disregarding everything else, even his own safety. This was a testament to his prioritization of passion and vocation above all else, a mindset that surely contributed to his frequent miraculous inventions. As Lin Gang marveled at Jiao Ye's professional spirit, he was interrupted by his master. Jiao Ye handed him a small metallic cylinder, proclaiming here, "Take a look at my grand achievement, a weapon of great destructive power." Lin Gang lifted the lightweight cylinder and remarked, "Is this your grand creation? It looks more like a firework than a weapon." After scrutinizing the metallic cylinder for a considerable time, Lin Gang could not reconcile it with the notion of a formidable weapon. It resembled a firecracker, the kind that produces a single burst. Jiao Ye, hearing Lin Gang's remarks, grew irate, snatching back his prized firework and examining it with fervor. As he admired his creation, he chided Lin Gang, "You, compared to your father, are lacking. Your vision is nowhere near his level. You truly have no appreciation for fine things. Since I am in a jubilant mood today, I shall broaden your horizons." With that, he dragged Lin Gang towards the testing grounds, where he had prepared a specialized launching device. Upon reaching the testing site, Jiao Ye placed the metallic cylinder into the launcher and pulled Lin Gang close, cautioning him to cover his ears. Jiao Ye donned ear protection and, with the launcher aimed skyward, fired the projectile. With a whoosh, the metallic cylinder was propelled into the air. At a certain distance, the cylinder suddenly disintegrated, scattering into a dazzling display of colorful lights. Lin Gang widened his eyes in awe at the splendid spectacle, exclaiming, "Master, your fireworks are simply extraordinary." He gave Jiao Ye a thumbs up in admiration. Jiao Ye, ignoring Lin Gang's praise, snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous explosions resonated from the sky. Caught off guard, Lin Gang was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that such a small metallic cylinder could unleash such devastating power. His mind still ringing from the blasts. He noticed Xiao Naofu approaching with a large group, shouting, "What is happening? Is there an attack?" Upon hearing Xiao Naofu's frantic inquiries, Jiao Ye remained silent, reveling in the glory of his creation. Understanding the situation, Xiao Naofu observed the delighted Jiao Ye and the bewildered Lin Gang, and his anxiety dissipated. Jiao Ye turned to them and declared, "What do you think? Exceptional quality at a minimal cost. Maximum destructive capability. This is a true work of art. I shall name it Tiannu Sanhua. Does it not evoke a sense of wonder?" Lin Gang shook his head, rubbing his still ringing ears, and replied, "This is not Tiannu Sanhua. It is Tiannu Samla." Chapter 62. Abnormalities at Shui Hu ecstatic. Jiao Ye began to boast to Xiao Naofu when he heard Lin Gang's words and promptly leaped to his feet. "Your vision may be lacking, but your naming ability is impressive. Din Shan Le. It sounds formidable, and that shall be its name from now on." Xiao Naofu, observing the banter between the two, felt a headache coming on. He turned to Lin Gang and said, "A significant task has been assigned from above, requiring your elite team to undertake it." Lin Gang perked up at the mention of a mission. Meanwhile, Jiao Ye grew anxious, exclaiming, "Xiao Naofu, you promised to go into the depths to find Lin Dong. Why are you sending the elite team away now?" Xiao Naofu, seeing Jiao Ye's agitation, hurriedly explained, "This assault by mutated creatures has caused severe damage to other underground cities. While our underground city suffered minimal losses, we are required to assist them in their cleanup efforts. I find myself in a difficult position, but rest assured, the guidance should conclude swiftly, and once this cleanup is finished here, we can descend." Jiao Ye was about to argue further when Lin Gang intervened, whispering in Jiao Ye's ear. Reluctantly, Jiao Ye nodded in acquiescence. Concerned that Jiao Ye might change his mind, Xiao Naofu quickly departed with his team, determined not to reveal themselves until they located Lin Dong. His anxious heart could hardly endure it. Lin Gang, watching Xiao Naofu retreat, turned to Jiao Ye and grasped his hand, saying, "Master, you possess a wealth of military supplies. Could you spare some for me? Without advanced weaponry, I fear my magic cube's combat capabilities may be somewhat limited." Jiao Ye regarded Lin Gang with a keen eye and replied, "Your mastery of the magic cube is still far from sufficient. Your father and I agreed with Xiao Naofu that the cube would not be equipped with weapons. It is to be a decorative piece. Lin Gang protested. How can a decorative piece possess combat capabilities? Zhao Ya, with a serious expression, stated, there is no sense in playing with weaponry. Your current task is to swiftly enhance your compatibility with the Rubik's Cube. Otherwise, in your current state, it is rendered utterly useless in your hands. After finishing his statement, Jiao Yi turned and walked away, remarking as he departed, you have yet to unlock the potential of the Rubik's Cube. Do not underestimate its capabilities. Lin Gang watched Jiao Ye's receding figure and called out, if the Rubik's Cube is that remarkable, why don't you take it and find my father? As he observed Jiao Yi vanish from sight, Lin Gang was uncertain whether his words were heard. He turned to search for the other members of the elite team, but after a lengthy search, he could not locate Xiao Ying and the others. Puzzled, he knocked on the door of Xiao Naofu's office. Please enter. Upon entering, Lin Gang saw Xiao Naofu engrossed in work. Xiao Naofu looked up and said, you arrived just in time. I have something to inform you. I was busy earlier and forgot. Rubbing his temples, he continued, to save time, I sent the other 4 to the 2 other underground cities. Jiao Yi is emotionally unstable, so you should stay at the base and keep him company. Lin Gang was bewildered. The task had just been assigned, and in mere minutes, it had been altered, leaving him as the only member of the elite team behind. After analyzing the situation, Lin Gang understood Xiao Naofu's intentions, as his grandfather's emotions regarding Lin Dong were quite fragile. If he were absent from the base while the old man was determined to descend into the depths to search for his father, no one would be able to dissuade him. Xiao Naofu was also concerned about the potential dangers his grandfather might encounter below, hence his decision to keep Lin Gang close. Understanding Xiao Naofu's arrangement, Lin Gang was about to leave the office when he was suddenly drawn to an urgent communication soldier. The soldier rushed in, reporting to Xiao Naofu. Sir, there is an anomaly at Waterdrop Lake. What is happening? Xiao Naofu inquired hastily. We just received word from comrades at Waterdrop Lake that the water level is rapidly declining. The cause has yet to be determined, and they are currently investigating. Xiao Naofu sprang from his chair, straightening his attire as he ordered, dispatch relevant experts immediately and seal off Waterdrop Lake with troops. I will head to the site to investigate. Upon hearing about the situation at Waterdrop Lake, Lin Gang quickly followed, saying, Uncle Xiao, let me accompany you. With time pressing, Xiao Naofu took Lin Gang along toward Waterdrop Lake. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of what was once a high water level now reduced to a significantly lower mark, and the water continued to recede. Xiao Naofu entered the temporary command center at the front line, walking briskly while inquiring about the situation. What caused the lake's sudden decline? Have any reasons been identified? Not yet. All monitoring equipment has failed to detect the cause of the rapid water level drop. A nearby person quickly reported. Experts in the command center were gathered, focused on the monitor and data indicators, desperately seeking the reason behind the lake's decline, but the situation was perplexing, and they could find no explanation. Everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot griddle, for long before, Xiao Naofu had ordered the monitoring of Waterdrop Lake's dynamics. They had been consistently observing the lake, finding no anomalies, yet suddenly, the water began to plummet at a visible rate. All monitoring equipment indicated no cracks at the lake bed causing water loss, yet the water level continued to drop, and they had yet to identify the direction of the water's disappearance. All data suggested that the water was not leaking externally, but rather evaporating normally. Although the environmental temperature had not changed, making evaporation at such a rate implausible. Such rapidity could only be attributed to a significant fissure at the lakebed or the simultaneous operation of numerous high-capacity pumps. However, current monitoring results indicated no cracks at the lakebed and no pumping devices extracting the water, leaving all experts stumped by the mysterious disappearance of the lake's water. They were utterly bewildered by the strange scene before them, helplessly watching the water level of Waterdrop Lake descend at an alarming pace. Before long, the lake's water had entirely vanished, along with all aquatic life, such as fish and shrimp. Waterdrop Lake appeared as though it had been drained completely, resembling a bathtub emptied after a bath, with only some silt and debris remaining on the bottom, devoid of any living creature. Yet, at the center of the lake, a mysterious structure emerged. Waterdrop Lake was an artificial lake excavated and developed many years prior, with expansions undertaken in the past. There had never been any mention of buildings existing at the lakebed. Xiao Naofu dispatched personnel to investigate the structure, discovering it to be completely empty, lacking even silt. It gave the impression that the building had just been relocated from another site, pristine save for a thin layer of dust, with nothing else inside. Everyone was taken aback. The submerged structure displayed no aquatic plants or sediment, only some relatively dry dust. The mysterious edifice stood silently, exuding an eerie aura. Chapter 63. A terrifying reflection on the situation at Kunlun Mountain. Beside Waterdrop Lake, what was once a bustling scene had vanished, yet a crowd of curious onlookers remained. As they observed the desiccated state of Waterdrop Lake, their curiosity piqued, and through various channels, an increasing number of idle spectators flocked to the site. Some speculated that Waterdrop Lake was set for further expansion, while others suggested that due to land constraints, the authorities had decided to fill in the lake to construct new buildings. Observing the dried riverbed, some attributed the phenomenon to invasive species disrupting the lake's biodiversity, claiming the authorities were clearing out these foreign invaders. Completely unaware of the true circumstances, people's imaginations ran wild, with some even entertaining the notion that the water of Waterdrop Lake had been borrowed by the Monkey King to submerge the Green Bull essence. Fortunately, Xiao Naofu swiftly concealed the mysterious structure, preventing any leaks. Otherwise, explaining its existence would have consumed considerable effort. Yet at that moment, Xiao Naofu would rather expend his energy explaining the buildings than be unable to elucidate the situation, for even now, no one had grasped what was truly occurring. All technicians and specialists were on the verge of pulling their hair out in frustration, yet they were powerless in the face of such an enigmatic scenario. Based on the knowledge currently available, no one could explain why Waterdrop Lake had dried up in such a brief period or why such an irregular and bizarre cluster of buildings had appeared in the desiccated riverbed. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Xiao Naofu leaned back in a chair, lamenting the series of tumultuous events. The most troubling aspect was that each incident was steeped in mystery, so bizarre that no discernible pattern or method of resolution could be discerned. He continued to massage his temples while muttering, "Lin Gang, oh Lin Yi, could you possibly give me a hint? This situation is overwhelming for me." Xiao Naofu felt a rising urgency. Lin Gang had merely mentioned that there was an issue at Waterdrop Lake, yet he had never anticipated such a scenario. The situation was utterly confounding. As Xiao Naofu anxiously tugged at his ears, an urgent report arrived, stating that the elite team dispatched to the underground city of Kunlun Mountain had encountered an attack from mutated beasts en route, resulting in a loss of contact with the team members. Upon hearing this news, Lin Gang, who stood nearby, was immediately alarmed and hurriedly inquired about the identities of those sent to Kunlun. A flicker of guilt crossed Xiao Naofu's face as he slowly replied, "It is Bei Jian and..." Lin Gang pressed, "Bei Jian and who?" "Xiaoying." Upon hearing Xiao Ying's name, Lin Gang finally comprehended the source of Xiao Naofu's distress. Xiao Naofu held a deep affection for Xiaoying. He had originally intended for her to have minimal exposure to danger, yet now she found herself ensnared in a perilous situation. Uncertain of the circumstances in Kunlun, Xiao Naofu turned to the communicator and asked whether it was possible to retrieve footage from before the airship was attacked. In a short while, the communicator displayed the scene before Bei Jian's airship was assaulted. The airship had been gliding smoothly towards the Kunlun Mountains, surrounded by verdant hills, crystal clear waters, azure skies, and fluffy clouds, resembling a picturesque painting. The atmosphere aboard the airship had been filled with mirth and laughter as the passengers admired the breathtaking scenery, praising the magnificent landscapes of their homeland. Suddenly, a colossal creature appeared above the airship, violently colliding with it. The airship began to plummet rapidly, while the monstrous entity continued to assault it until it crashed into a ravine and the screen abruptly went black. Watching the footage, Xiao Naofu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Even if the passengers survived the fall, the relentless assault of the unknown creature would likely prove fatal. Observing Xiao Naofu's sorrow, Lin Gang felt at a loss for words. As he too was engulfed in sadness, He turned to the technician beside him and requested the coordinates to be analyzed and the video to be replayed. Lin Gang fixated on the screen, unwilling to miss a single frame of the unfolding tragedy. Ultimately, he caught a glimpse of a terrifying head, bald and grotesquely misshapen with a curved mouth. Lin Gang, staring at the image frozen on the screen, was overcome with dread. What manner of creature possessed such a horrifying visage? Suddenly, a revelation struck both Lin Gang and Xiao Naofu. It was a vulture. Lin Gang, horrified, gazed at Xiao Naofu and exclaimed, "That monster is a vulture. This means the vultures on Kunlun have mutated." This thought led Lin Gang to contemplate an even more dreadful outcome, yet he dared not dwell on it. Should this catastrophe of biological mutation escalate in the Kunlun region, it would spell disaster. Xiao Naofu, still preoccupied with the safety of Xiao Ying and Bei Jian, had yet to consider the broader implications. With a face etched with fear, he asked, "Why has the vulture's head grown so large?" Lin Gang explained, "If my assumptions are correct, that vulture must have undergone mutation." Xiao Naofu, now visibly agitated, questioned, "Why would the vulture mutate? It hasn't even reached the underground city of Kunlun." Lin Gang shook his head, murmuring, "Let us hope that only this one vulture has mutated. If there is a widespread mutation, it could lead to dire consequences. Why would there be a mass mutation? Aren't only small birds and rodents like mice, cats, and dogs subject to mutation?" Xiao Naofu pressed. Lin Gang took a deep breath, responding, "In our underground city, only those smaller creatures have mutated, as they are the only fauna present in our vicinity. However, there are countless animals near Kunlun. If only the smaller animals were to mutate, it would be manageable. But if larger creatures undergo a mass mutation, the Kunlun Mountains would become an extremely perilous zone." Upon hearing Lin Gang's analysis, Xiao Naofu could not help but draw in a sharp breath. If the situation unfolded as Lin Gang suggested, then the limited wildlife around city, it would result in only small creatures mutating. Even if they became larger and stronger, they would still possess limited combat capabilities. Dispatching a standard military force to eradicate them would not be insurmountable. Yet, the Kunlun Mountains are home to vast wildlife reserves teeming with innumerable species, many of which are large and formidable. If the creatures of the Kunlun Mountains experienced mass mutation, it would mean that the underground city of Kunlun would face a horde of true behemoths. Neither Xiao Naofu nor Lin Gang wished to entertain such a grim prospect. Yet the enormous vulture's head on the screen suggested that the situation might indeed be heading in that direction. They could only silently pray that the only mutated creature was this solitary vulture. Lin Gang rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the tension, and declared, "Uncle Xiao, I must go to Kunlun Mountain." Xiao Naofu shivered at the thought and replied, "At this moment, it is best that you refrain from involvement. Let me first confirm the situation with the underground city of Kunlun." As Lin Gang walked away, he insisted, regardless of whether our imagined outcomes manifest, "I must reach Kunlun Mountain. Xiao Ying and Bei Jian are still in danger. They are entangled in this peril because of me, and I cannot abandon them." Xiao Naofu followed Lin Gang, asserting, "Perhaps it is their fate. We do not yet know what the situation entails." "Your father," Lin Gang interjected. "My father would not wish for me to forsake my friends in such peril. There are also you and Master here. I have faith in you both. My journey to Kunlun is solely to ensure their safety." "Grandson, well said." Just as Xiao Naofu was about to respond, a voice interrupted. Looking up, he saw that Jiao Yi had appeared before them, seemingly out of nowhere. The gentle breeze rustled a leaf, which gracefully descended before the spirited Jiao Yi. Standing tall, Jiao Yi regarded Lin Gang and Xiao Naofu as they approached from the command center. Jiao Yi walked towards Lin Gang, speaking as he did. "As a man in this world, one must act with purpose and discernment. It is essential to understand what is of greater importance. If today you claim that you would abandon your friends to save your father, then you would truly be a disgrace. All of us, including your father, would look down upon you." Lin Gang listened intently to Jiao Yi's admonition. Xiao Naofu interjected, "Jiao Yi, please refrain from complicating matters further. Focus on your weaponry research instead. If a large-scale mutation truly occurs in Kunlun, then this journey may be one from which he cannot return." Jiao Yi turned to Xiao Naofu and replied, "Is your daughter's life not worth saving? The Xiao family has shed too much blood. Must the last remnant of your lineage perish as well? The Xiao family has long been loyal and valiant. Lin Gang's son is no coward. The blood of heroes must not be extinguished." Hearing Jiao Ye's words, Xiao Naofu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Xiao family had dedicated all their male members to the service of the people, facing adversity during times of calamity. In both the tumultuous past and the present era of peace, the Xiao family had sacrificed their lives for the greater good. Now, only Xiao Naofu and his daughter, Xiao Ying, remained. If Xiao Ying were to perish, it would mark the end of the Xiao lineage. In times of peace, it is well known that firefighters suffer the highest casualties. When disasters strike, it is the armed police who are first to respond. In moments of danger, there are always those who risk their lives to shield others from harm. Jiao Yi understood their struggles and sacrifices, so he felt it was his duty, as a member of this nation, to shoulder the responsibilities that came with it. In such perilous circumstances, Lin Gang exerts every effort to preserve the tranquility and harmony in that enigmatic place. Currently, Xiao Naofu's daughter, the elite squad members, and the compatriots of Kunlun Shan may be enduring hardships. Lin Gang, along with every citizen, bears the responsibility and obligation to step forward to contribute and to illuminate the way. Old Master Jiao approached Lin Gang, patting him on the shoulder, and instructed, "Rest assured about matters here. As long as I am present, I will certainly bring your father back. I still have a few finished products of the Tian Nu San Lei. You should retrieve them shortly for any unforeseen circumstances. Your task is to ensure that Xiao Ying and the others return safely, while doing your utmost to prevent the catastrophe that Kunlun Shan faces." Lin Gang nodded in agreement, then hurriedly bid farewell to Old Master Jiao and Xiao Naofu, eager to seize every moment to hasten his journey to Kunlun Shan. He feared that any delay would increase the danger for Xiao Ying, Bei Jian, and their compatriots. Xiao Naofu watched Lin Gang's departing figure and turned to Old Master Jiao, saying, "Thank you, Old Master." Old Master Jiao waved his hand dismissively, replying, "What are you thanking us for? We should be the ones expressing gratitude to you. Without your silent contributions, our lives would not be as stable and harmonious as they are now." Xiao Naofu was moved to the point of tears by Old Master Jiao's words. Old Master Jiao, with his hands clasped behind his back, chided, "You're all grown up yet still getting emotional. Go check on the situation at Shuadi Hu." Xiao Naofu blinked away his tears, rubbing his sore nose, and followed along like a child. In a valley of the Kunlun mountain range, an airship was plummeting amidst thick smoke. A massive vulture was tearing apart the wreckage with its talons, reducing the once formidable vessel to shreds as easily as if it were paper. Inside the cockpit, Xiao Ying and Bei Jian had been knocked unconscious by the impact of the descent, but slowly regained consciousness amidst the violent turmoil. Glaring at the enormous vulture before them, they were initially paralyzed with fear, hastily unbuckling their seatbelts and helping each other escape towards the exit. As they were about to leap out, Xiao Ying forcibly pulled Bei Jian back, who looked at her in confusion. She pointed towards a nearby clearing, and upon seeing the danger, Bei Jian felt a shiver run down his spine and cast a grateful glance at her. Two gigantic vultures were lurking in that direction, ready to pounce. Had they rushed out moments earlier, they would likely have become the vulture's prey. However, if they remained in the cockpit, the vulture would undoubtedly tear the airship to pieces, leaving them with no escape. In their moment of despair, the vulture flipped the airship over, positioning the exit directly towards the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ying grabbed Bei Jian and leapt out, quickly hiding behind a nearby boulder. They huddled in silence, watching as the vulture wreaked havoc above them, tossing the wreckage of the airship with reckless abandon. Debris fell around them, and sparks from the severed wires danced overhead. After a fruitless search, the vulture, now irritated, flapped its wings and hurled the airship debris far away. Startled by the commotion, Bei Jian instinctively covered his head. They had gone out unarmed, wearing only their combat suits, which felt utterly inadequate against the mutated vulture. No, it was more like a defenseless chick, as there was still a semblance of protection. Yet Bei Jian doubted it could withstand the vulture's claws, especially after witnessing the airship's destruction. As silence enveloped the area, he cautiously lowered his arms and bravely opened his eyes, hoping the vulture had departed. The moment Bei Jian opened his eyes, he was met with a massive eye, the size of a cooking pot, staring back at him. "Oh no! Help!" he shouted, bolting away. His sudden movement drew the attention of the other two vultures, exposing Xiao Ying, who had been hiding motionless. Realizing the dire situation, Xiao Ying had no choice but to follow Bei Jian in flight. They darted through the valley, dodging the vultures' pursuit as they deftly maneuvered to evade the sharp beaks. Frustrated by their elusiveness, the vultures began flapping their enormous wings, creating a tempest that caused the two to stumble and fall. The vultures hopped closer, extending their sharp talons to pin Xiao Ying and Bei Jian down. The grip tightened, the combat suits creaking under the pressure, as they felt as though they might be crushed into pulp. The talon gripping Xiao Ying pierced through her suit, embedding itself in her calf, and blood began to seep through her clothing. The sight of blood invigorated the vulture, causing it to tighten its grip further. Xiao Ying felt sweat bead on her forehead as her breathing became labored, her complexion turning pale. Just as the vulture was about to strike with its beak, the two vultures suddenly released their grip and crashed into the nearby clearing. Xiao Ying and Bei Jian struggled to raise their heads, only to see a striking mech standing before them, its gold and crimson armor gleaming. The vulture that had captured them was sent flying by the mech's arrival. The mech's visor opened, revealing a middle-aged man who looked at them and inquired, "Are you members of the elite squad dispatched from City A?" Chapter 65. The Battle of the Iron Fist. Lying on the ground, Xiao Ying and Bei Jian regarded the unfamiliar man with skepticism. Unsure of his identity, they hesitated to engage further. Xiao Ying had some knowledge of mechs. She was aware of their existence, but was unfamiliar with their workings, thus she remained silent. Bai Yin, completely oblivious to mechs, was already bewildered by the mutated vultures, and now found himself questioning the man's identity, especially given that this mech appeared even more impressive than old Master Jiao's. The middle-aged man, noting their confusion, explained, "I am Lu Jinchao, a guardian of Kunlun Shan, sent to rescue you upon receiving news of your ambush." Observing their lack of understanding of the Kunlun Shan guardians, he continued, "We handle special matters concerning Kunlun Shan. You need not worry about knowing more about us. I will arrange for someone to take you to the underground city of Kunlun Shan shortly." As Lu Jinchao approached to inspect Xiao Ying's bleeding leg, he prepared to tend her wound. Given its severity, he advised her to endure the pain and asked Bei Jian to assist in holding Xiao Ying still to prevent any further injury during treatment. With meticulous care, Lu Jinchao began to cleanse the infected tissue surrounding Xiao Ying's injury, knowing that if left untreated, her leg could succumb to decay. Xiao Ying gritted her teeth, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, while Bei Jian, witnessing her silent suffering, felt his admiration for her deepen, his heart aching for her pain. Lu Jinchao gazed at the resolute Xiao Ying, who bore the excruciating pain in silence, and he could not help but feel a surge of admiration. The agony of having one's bones ground and flesh carved is a torment that even a robust man would struggle to endure without uttering a sound. Yet, here was a young woman exhibiting such remarkable fortitude. In truth, her capacity to withstand such suffering was primarily due to the paralysis of her contaminated nerve tissues, rendering her largely insensitive to the pain. Lu Jinchao took a glance at the tenacious Xiao Ying and remarked, "The infected flesh has been mostly cleared. We will soon need to operate on the healthy tissue, so bear with it for a moment." With that, he commenced the delicate task of excising the uninfected flesh, acutely aware that any oversight could elevate the risk of reinfection. In an instant, a piercing pain surged through Xiao Ying, as if her pain receptors were transmitting a barrage of distress signals to her brain, overwhelming her senses. As the torment escalated, she could not suppress a heart-wrenching scream. Instinctively grasping at Bei Jian's side, her fingers digging into his soft flesh with an intensity born of desperation. Bei Jian, in turn, yelped in pain, causing the incapacitated vulture nearby to tremble involuntarily. Meanwhile, Lin Gang, having departed from a city en route to Kunlun Mountain, had pushed his speed to the limit. Upon arriving at the scene where Xiao Ying and Bai Jian had been ambushed, he was dismayed to find no remnants of the downed airship. As he anxiously contemplated which direction to search, the anguished cries of Xiao Ying and Bai Jian pierced the air. Hearing their distress, Lin Gang's heart raced. Without a moment to ponder, he activated the magic cube and propelled himself toward their cries. In the secluded valley, Lin Gang finally laid eyes on Xiao Ying and Bai Jian. From his elevated vantage point, he observed a strikingly red and gold mech crouched beside them, its arm tightly gripping Xiao Ying, whose agonized screams echoed through the air. Lin Gang immediately identified the mech as the instigator of the entire incident, convinced that it was coercing Xiao Ying and Bai Jian for information, which explained their harrowing cries. Without further deliberation, he launched himself into an attack against the golden red mech. He refrained from switching weapons, wary that at such a height, a miscalculation in force could inadvertently harm Xiao Ying and Bai Jian. Meanwhile, Lu Jinxiao was completing the final stages of bandaging, and just as he tied off the gauze, he sensed a rush of air and an overwhelming aura of menace from above. Reacting swiftly, he grasped Xiao Ying and Bai Jian and rolled away from the impending ambush. Lin Gang's initial strike failed, and without time to retract his fist, he slammed it into the ground, sending a cloud of dust and debris swirling. Witnessing the ferocity of the attack, Lu Jinxiao swiftly maneuvered to position Xiao Ying and Bai Jian in a slightly safer spot before turning to confront the dust-laden battlefield. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the haze. Lu Jinxiao instinctively raised his arm to block the incoming strike. The impact forced him back 4 steps before he regained his footing, providing him a fleeting glimpse of the assailant. Upon recognizing the attacker, Lu Jinxiao's heart sank with concern. He recalled that there were only 6 combat mechs in the country, one of which remained sealed in the National Armory. The figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that sealed mech, and it was abundantly clear that it surpassed his own in capabilities. His mech relied primarily on mechanical assembly, leaving it significantly less agile than his adversary. Lu Jinxiao immediately classified the metallic figure as an illegal infiltrator from a foreign nation, having presumably stolen their 6th mech. If it were not a theft, he would have been informed of the mech's activation. Even without a notification, he ought not to have been attacked. The mech, perceiving him as an enemy, was undoubtedly a foe. Lu Jinxiao flexed his limbs and launched an assault against the intruder, determined to make this audacious thief pay the price for daring to breach his territory. In the heat of battle, Lin Gang, observing the golden red mech countering his attacks, became increasingly convinced that this mech was indeed the tormentor of Xiao Ying and Bai Jian, possibly the very progenitor of the biological mutation. Lin Gang unleashed his full firepower, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the mech. The 2 machines clashed in a chaotic ballet of strikes and counters. Initially confident in his superiority, Lu Jinxiao felt a growing unease. He recognized that mastering a mech requires a profound synergy, and he had toiled long and hard to earn his qualification to pilot the golden red mech. The enemy, however, demonstrated an alarming ability to match him blow for blow, even gaining the upper hand, leaving Lu Jinxiao astonished. Realizing that capturing this loathsome adversary would be no easy feat, Lu Jinxiao resolved to do whatever it took to apprehend him. Allowing him to escape would complicate the pursuit considerably. As they exchanged blows, both combatants retreated a few steps, momentarily pausing their brutal exchange. Lin Gang's mech remained unscathed, while the golden red mech showed signs of deformation around its chest and numerous scratches marred its surface. In terms of metal strength, the disparity between the 2 mechs was evident. Lu Jinxiao, witnessing the superficial damage to his mech, understood that in the clash of armored titans, his machine might very well succumb to the 6th mech before him. Chapter 66. A familiar scene. The 2 mechs stood motionless in the valley. The ferocity of their earlier combat momentarily abated as they contemplated their next strategies. Both fighters cherished this rare opportunity for combat, eager to hone their skills in this unprecedented mech duel. Lu Jinxiao regarded Lin Gang and remarked, "You possess quite a skill. Have you spent time in the military?" His intention was to provoke a response that might reveal useful information, having noted the military style interwoven in Lin Gang's combat techniques. Lin Gang, upon hearing Lu Jinchao mention the military, became further convinced that this individual was indeed an infiltrator from the underground city. For typically, one would be astonished to see their mech. Yet this man exhibited an unsettling calmness, leading Lin Gang to mistakenly believe that Lu Jinchao was fully aware of his background. With an air of arrogance, Lin Gang retorted, "Why waste words? Soon you shall see how I will make you submit." Lu Jinchao, having endured years without such provocation, especially on his own turf, felt his authority challenged. If he failed to respond, he would become a target for ridicule from the other four. Moreover, if it were to come to light that a foreign spy was so brazenly operating within his domain, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Suddenly, Lu Jinchao's golden red mech deployed several flame jets from its limbs and back, significantly enhancing his speed and agility. With this newfound velocity, he initiated aerial combat, believing that this mode would demand higher levels of control and synergy, providing him the opportunity to triumph over Lin Gang. It has been proven that Lu Jinchao's tactics were indeed correct. Lin Gang, still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the magic cube, suffered losses in the ensuing battle. Lin Gang lacked knowledge of the latent skills hidden within the magic cube, rendering him reactive and at a disadvantage. He could not gain an edge in speed, and aerial combat was hindered by his inability to balance flight and combat. His sole advantage lay in his formidable defensive capabilities, allowing him to withstand several blows with minimal consequence. Lu Jinchao seized the upper hand and began to persuade Lin Gang to surrender, proclaiming, "Cease this futile struggle. I advise you to lay down your arms and surrender immediately. It may save your life." Lin Gang, already irked by the previous assault, became even more incensed upon hearing Lu Jinchao's threats. He retorted vehemently, "You think I'll surrender to you? Dream on. Don't let me catch you, or I swear I'll twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot." Observing Lin Gang's obstinacy, Lu Jinchao decided to expedite the conclusion of the battle. He extended his hands, and a row of dart gun barrels suddenly appeared, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Lin Gang. The bullets rained down upon Lin Gang, cutting off all avenues of retreat. With no means to evade, Lin Gang braced himself to confront the barrage head-on. Lu Jinchao did not harbor any illusions that the bullets would inflict significant harm on Lin Gang. His intention was merely to disrupt Lin Gang's focus and seek an opportunity to incapacitate him. However, Lin Gang did not comply with Lu Jinchao's expectations by evading or absorbing the bullet impacts. Instead, he conjured a metallic shield with his left hand to deflect Lu Jinchao's onslaught while forming a boomerang with his right. Lu Jinchao, astonished by the sudden appearance of the shield, was taken aback, for their understanding of the sixth mech had been limited to its combat mode, unaware of its extraordinary capabilities. Rather than growing angry at the blocked attacks, Lu Jinchao accelerated his efforts to overpower the shield, knowing that such a defensive maneuver consumed tremendous energy, whereas his bullets required none. He was confident that in this exchange, victory would ultimately be his. Through the gaps in the shield, Lin Gang recognized Lu Jinchao's smug expression and understood that his opportunity had arrived. Gripping the boomerang tightly, Lin Gang adjusted his stance and hurled it at Lu Jinchao while he was lost in thoughts of triumph. Lu Jinchao, reveling in his overwhelming firepower and envisioning the moment he would capture Lin Gang, was oblivious to the boomerang flying towards him. Just as he believed the moment was ripe for a rear assault on Lin Gang, he was unexpectedly struck from behind with a heavy blow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Gang grasped Lu Jinchao, yanking him down, and unleashed a flurry of punches. As he attacked, he spat out furious insults. "You think you can act all high and mighty? You said you'd let me go if I surrendered, didn't you? Today, I won't stop until I see you kneeling and singing conquered." Lu Jinchao was momentarily stunned by the relentless barrage, utterly bewildered by the sudden attack from behind. Regaining his composure, he raised his arms to shield his head from Lin Gang's onslaught while contemplating an escape. Taking advantage of Lin Gang's fervent assault, Lu Jinchao discreetly activated the ion cannon in his chest. A brilliant flash erupted, and Lin Gang, caught off guard, could not evade in time, and was blasted back, sent sprawling. With a momentary respite, Lu Jinxiao ascended rapidly to maintain distance from the relentless foe, realizing that he needed to rely on ranged attacks. Lin Gang's close combat prowess was overwhelmingly fierce, and he could not afford to allow him to close the gap. Resolute in his strategy, Lu Jinxiao deployed 4 cannons from his shoulders, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Lin Gang. Still reeling from the ion cannon impact, Lin Gang barely processed the subsequent onslaught of projectiles, his frustration mounting. He longed for Lu Jinxiao to experience the taste of his own medicine. Infuriated by the proximity of their attacks, Lin Gang, aware of his superiority in close combat, was vexed that Lu Jinxiao refused to engage him in melee and instead maintained a distance for ranged strikes. This tactic felt akin to intending to engage in a fistfight, only for the opponent to wield a baton, a blatant disregard for the principles of combat. Faced with Lu Jinxiao's unsporting tactics, Lin Gang resolved to retaliate in kind. He stealthily retrieved a secret weapon from Jiao Yi. With a swift motion, he launched a metallic cylinder into the air. Lu Jinxiao, initially believing it to be a formidable weapon, prepared to flee, only to be taken aback when the cylinder suddenly disintegrated, scattering in a dazzling display of colorful lights. Lu Jinxiao laughed heartily at Lin Gang's display, exclaiming, "Who do you think you're scaring with those pathetic fireworks? Are you celebrating your defeat? Or do you believe this spectacle will summon reinforcements?" Lu Jinxiao dismissed the notion that Lin Gang could rally an army to his aid on his own turf. However, the next moment, he would pay the price for his arrogance. Lin Gang snapped his fingers, and a thunderous explosion resonated beside Lu Jinxiao. In an instant, he was engulfed by the blast, sent hurtling through the air, only to find the troublesome shadow mounting him once more. Just as anticipated, Lu Jinxiao was met with an onslaught of merciless punches, the sheer number overwhelming him to the point of losing count. As Lin Gang raised his hand to conjure a shuriken to incapacitate Lu Jinxiao's mech, Bai Jian, supporting a limping Xiao Ying, shouted, "Lin Gang, don't shoot. It's a comrade." Lin Gang, witnessing Lu Jinxiao, whom he had battered mercilessly, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was this not reminiscent of a scene from Water Margin? Chapter 67. I am not Li Jie. In the cerulean sky floated a few pristine white clouds, beneath which lay a picturesque landscape of overlapping green mountains, with the gentle sound of flowing streams creating a poetic tableau. Yet Lin Gang had no heart to appreciate this beauty, for beneath him lay a comrade struggling desperately on the ground, a consequence of his own actions. At that moment, Lu Jinxiao's mech had been so thoroughly pummeled that its chest cavity was completely concaved, causing him excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede, waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate. Lin Gang, hearing Bai Jian and Xiao Ying's cries for restraint, wore a look of incredulity. He could not fathom why the two, who had just endured severe interrogation, were now suddenly speaking on behalf of the opponent, as if forming alliances amidst the chaos of battle, reminiscent of certain individuals from Yangshan. Embarrassed and furious, Lin Gang sprang to his feet, realizing it was inappropriate to continue pummeling Lu Jinxiao now that it had been established they were allies. He shot Bai Jian an annoyed glare, saying, "I've been fighting for ages. Why did you wait until now to speak up?" Seeing Lin Gang's reproachful expression and Lu Jinxiao's forlorn gaze directed at him, Bai Jian explained, "With my little arms and legs, how could I possibly stop you two titans?" He then turned to Lin Gang, adding, "And you came charging in without a word and started swinging. I had no idea it was you. It was not until Xiaoing informed me that I would dare to confirm that such a flamboyant person could be you." A few individuals took the opportunity to clarify the matter, only to discover it was a misunderstanding. Lu Jinxiao was thoroughly disheartened. Having ventured out to rescue his comrade, he found that while his friend was unscathed, he himself had nearly faced ruin at the hands of his own ally, leaving him quite vexed. Most troubling to him was Bai Jian, a robust man who emerged completely unharmed, yet displayed such sluggish reflexes. Had he reacted a tad quicker, Lu Jinxiao would not have endured such a beating. After confirming that Lin Gang was on his side, Lu Jinxiao could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why does the 6th mecha belong to you?" Lin Gang, while aiding Lu Jinchao in repairing the mecha, inquired in confusion, "What sixth mecha?" Lu Jinchao, looking at Lin Gang with a face full of questions, replied, "The very mecha you are wearing." Just as Lin Gang was about to explain, Xiao Ying interjected, "Is that mecha something my father applied for on your behalf?" As she spoke, she exchanged knowing glances with Lin Gang. Understanding her intention, Lin Gang seized a moment to weave a tale. Yes, your father was very concerned for your safety and entrusted it to me to ensure your safe passage." With Lin Gang confirmed as an ally, Lu Jinchao relaxed his guard, lifted the mecha-S visor, and rolled his eyes at Lin Gang, exclaiming, "Can you not indulge so recklessly after donning the mecha? Didn't Commander Xiao inform you of the regulations governing its use? How can you indiscriminately engage anyone?" Lu Jinchao's words were laced with envy and jealousy. He envied that this seemingly oblivious youth had managed to secure the sixth mecha, and he envied the boy's remarkable compatibility with it. Lu Jinchao had painstakingly earned his own compatibility, while Lin Gang, who seemed to have only recently begun using it, displayed such an impressive level of connection, suggesting the possibility that the sixth mecha's control would soon fall into his hands. His jealousy did not stem from Lin Gang's abilities, but rather from the mecha's prowess. He understood that the sixth mecha possessed formidable combat capabilities. Yet its true nature remained a mystery since no one had ever successfully piloted it. Observing Lu Jinchao's disgruntled expression, Lin Gang's mind raced to find a way to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, a familiar phrase came to mind. Supporting the injured Xiao Ying, Lin Gang said, "There is danger here. We should not linger. Let us swiftly seek a safe location to deliberate further." Lu Jinchao seized upon this statement. Feeling he had found a flaw in Lin Gang's reasoning, for the Kunlun Mountain area was his jurisdiction. His words implied a questioning of the safety of his territory. Stepping forward with displeasure, Lu Jinchao retorted, "Young man, your words have left me quite unsettled. Are you doubting the safety of Kunlun Mountain? Our sacrifices could be undermined by your mere statement." Lu Jinchao instantly climbed to the moral high ground, eager to salvage some dignity after the earlier incident. Otherwise, he would be subject to ridicule. Lin Gang, recognizing Lu Jinchao's intent, pondered how to salvage his statement. His eyes caught sight of a nearby vulture, and, with a flash of inspiration, he responded, "I did not intend to question your results, but rather refer to the biological mutations." Lu Jinchao countered, "Those mutated creatures? My comrades, and I will swiftly deal with them." Lin Gang, observing Lu Jinchao's confidence, queried, "Have you discovered methods to combat the mutations in large creatures?" Lu Jinchao momentarily faltered, perplexed, and asked, "What methods for dealing with large creatures?" Just as he spoke, he suddenly recalled the two figures he had sent flying earlier and turned to scrutinize them. In his earlier zeal to save lives, he had overlooked the peculiarities of the situation, but now he realized the silhouettes had appeared rather strange. Upon seeing the enormous vulture carcass on the ground, an exaggerated expression of shock crossed Lu Jinchao's face as he pointed at the motionless body, asking, "How did this creature grow so large?" Clearly, Lu Jinchao had not yet considered the possibility of biological mutations, as his understanding of such phenomena was limited to small animals. Lin Gang, observing Lu Jinchao's astonishment, indicated the giant vulture and remarked, "Commander Xiao and I are concerned that the initial mutations in small creatures may merely be a precursor. Given the biodiversity of the Kunlun Mountain region, the variety of species is overwhelming. While small animal mutations can be managed, large biological mutations could spell unprecedented disaster." Listening to Lin Gang, Lu Jinchao felt a chill down his spine and, with a hint of hopeful denial, said, "Surely, what you suggest cannot come to pass." His tone wavered, as the presence of several vulture carcasses hinted that some large creatures had indeed undergone mutations. Lu Jinchao, wearing a bitter expression, asked, "Is it only these few that have mutated?" However, even as he spoke, he could not convince himself of this. Lu Jinchao hurriedly activated his communicator to urgently contact the base. Just as a call from the base came through, "Team Leader Lu, comrades have discovered traces of what may be large biological mutations and request your assessment of the situation." Hearing the message, Cold sweat broke out on Lu Jinchao's forehead as he swallowed hard, saying, "Send me the coordinates. I will investigate immediately. Additionally, notify everyone to prepare for large-scale biological mutations." After a brief exchange, Lu Jinchao suddenly had a realization. With a look of alarm, he turned to Lin Gang and exclaimed, "We are in danger. We must retreat." Lu Jinchao's words left Lin Gang and the others momentarily dumbfounded, as Lin Gang had just uttered the same phrase. And at that time, Lu Jinchao had appeared utterly unconcerned. Why the sudden urgency now? Bei Jian and Xiao Ying's expressions bore the weight of confusion and disbelief. Chapter 68. The True Power of the Heavenly Maiden's Thunder. Lu Jinchao, observing the bewildered expressions of Bei Jian and Xiao Ying, realized they were still processing the situation. Having grown up hearing tales of the boy who cried wolf, they recalled that when Lin Gang first warned of danger, Lu Jinchao, as a local, had exuded confidence. Now that the local Lu Jinchao warned of danger, they could not help but feel that he was merely trying to stir the atmosphere, leading to doubts in Bei Jian and Xiao Ying's minds. Lu Jinchao, uncertain how to explain, pointed at the vulture on the ground and urgently said, "These creatures are social animals. If even one descends to forage, countless others will follow suit." Upon hearing Lu Jinchao's words, panic washed over Bei Jian and Xiao Ying's faces. They had narrowly escaped with their lives just moments ago. If a swarm descended upon them, they would be in grave peril. While Lu Jinchao and Lin Gang were safeguarded by their mechas, Bei Jian and Xiao Ying were hardly more than fodder before the colossal vultures, truly existing merely to be sacrificed. The once arrogant Lu Jinchao might have possessed the audacity to lead Xiao Ying and Bei Jian through the turmoil. Yet after nearly having his mecha rendered inoperative by Lin Gang, and with no repairs in sight, he felt a tinge of uncertainty. If Lin Gang could adeptly maneuver his sixth mecha, there might still be a chance to fight back. However, Lu Jinchao discerned through their encounters that Lin Gang's flight control skills were woefully inadequate, unable to keep pace with his own speed and rhythm, let alone engage in aerial combat with the vulture swarm. Thus, without hesitation, Lu Jinchao opted for a tactical retreat, choosing to evade danger temporarily to prevent any casualties. Bei Jian, observing Lu Jinchao's exaggerated expressions, exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Are we filming a scene here? If you're going to run, then run already. What are you dawdling for?" As he spoke, he hurriedly supported the limping Xiao Ying, preparing to make their escape. Although Bei Jian's combat prowess might not have been impressive, his reflexes were exceptional, evidently a testament to his experience in the ancient tombs. Lin Gang, glancing over Bei Jian's shoulder, called out, "It's too late. Captain Lu, you must ensure their safety while looking for an opportunity to retreat." Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Bei Jian and the others gazed skyward. A multitude of dark specks had rapidly multiplied in the sky, swiftly enlarging until the forms of vultures became discernible. It was evident that as these vultures grew larger, their speed had significantly increased as well. The sight of the massive vultures blotting out the sun sent a shiver down the spines of Lin Gang, Bei Jian, and Xiao Ying. Although none of them had lived on Kunlun Mountain, they were familiar with tales of vultures snatching sheep. Thus they understood the formidable power these creatures wielded. Moreover, just moments prior, Bei Jian and Xiao Ying's airship had been brought down by one of these vultures, further amplifying their trepidation. However, Lin Gang gazed at the swarm of vultures with exhilaration, for in his eyes, they represented an abundance of experience points. To him, the vultures appeared as countless fragments of experience fluttering above, and he was determined to seize them for his own advancement. Yet, seeing Bei Jian and Xiao Ying, who lacked combat capability, filled Lin Gang with concern. In the face of such colossal and formidable aerial foes, he felt uncertain of his ability to claim this experience. Moreover, with two defenseless friends by his side, the risk of their harm for the sake of experience was unacceptable. In light of Xiao Ying and Bei Jian's safety, Lin Gang resolved to prioritize a tactical withdrawal. He gathered his most potent weapon, the Tian Nu San Lei, and distributed it among Lu Jinchao, Bei Jian, and Xiao Ying, providing them with swift operational guidance. Once they were sufficiently prepared for battle, Lin Gang addressed Lu Jinchao, saying, "Captain Lu, this is your territory, and you are familiar with it. You lead the way, and I will cover the rear." Lu Jinchao did not hesitate, recognizing the soundness of this strategy. He immediately armed his combat weapon and aimed at the densely packed vulture swarm, cautiously advancing while remaining vigilant. As the vultures noticed the fleeing group below, they launched an immediate attack. Lin Gang conjured a boomerang in one hand and a sword in the other, intently observing the vultures' every movement. As a vast black cloud surged towards them, Lin Gang shouted, "Beijian, fire!" Beijian raised the Tian Nu San Lei and unleashed a barrage toward the encroaching darkness. The resounding explosions echoed, and pieces of vultures rained down like hail onto the ground, staining the once verdant grass with blood. Astonished by the destructive power of the Tian Nu San Lei, Beijian marveled at how such a formidable weapon could have been crafted by Uncle Jiao. It seemed that Uncle Jiao consistently delivered surprises, first assembling an impressive mecha from parts, and now creating a metallic cylinder of such high damage output. When Lin Gang faced Lu Jinchao, the group attack capability of the Tian Nu San Lei had not been fully demonstrated. But this encounter with the vulture swarm showcased its true potential. As Lu Jinchao witnessed the devastation wrought by the Tian Nu San Lei, he could hardly contain his astonishment. He had initially assumed it to be little more than a shotgun, yet its effects resembled that of a powerful artillery piece. The sight of the falling debris marked Lin Gang's first real understanding of the weapon's power. Previous explosions had either been mere sounds or singular impacts, failing to illustrate its full capabilities. This explosion occurred at the heart of the vulture swarm, maximizing damage and shockwave effects, effectively showcasing the Tian Nu San Lei's prowess. The previously impenetrable cloud of vultures was violently torn apart, yet despite the high damage inflicted, the sheer number of vultures was overwhelming. The newly formed gap was swiftly filled by the relentless advance of the remaining vultures, who cried out as they surged forward. Lin Gang recognized that to buy time for Beijian, Xiao Ying, and Lu Jinchao's escape, he would have to ascend and draw the vulture's ire. As Lin Gang took to the skies, Lu Jinchao swiftly turned to carry Xiao Ying, leading Beijian onward. He understood that Lin Gang was creating a precious opportunity for their retreat, and failing to seize, it would render Lin Gang's sacrifice meaningless. Aware of Lin Gang's limited aerial combat skills, Lu Jinchao felt the weight of the burden Lin Gang bore. As Lin Gang soared into the air, he quickly drew the attention of the vultures, with the majority of their forces converging upon him. Chapter 69. The deteriorating battlefield, the once azure sky, was now obscured by the overwhelming presence of vultures, resembling a celestial event of darkness consuming the sun. Lin Gang's silver figure hung in the air, a solitary and desolate sight. Faced with the encroaching swarm, he did not falter. Instead, he straightened his back, transforming his weapons into a gleaming spear. He understood that in this dire situation, close-range weaponry would not suffice to intimidate the vultures. He aimed to swiftly decimate their ranks and disrupt their assault, much like the terror he had instilled in the mutated creatures at Well Number 3. Only through such decisive action could there be a glimmer of hope for Xiao Ying and Beijian. Otherwise, if Lu Jinchao struggled to manage the scattered vultures, his friends would undoubtedly become their prey, though he had not formally trained in combat. The martial prowess bestowed by his mecha allowed Lin Gang to wield the spear with remarkable agility. With the enhancements provided by Uncle Jiao and his father, the mecha had been effectively programmed with martial techniques, preventing it from becoming merely a robust suit of armor in Lin Gang's hands. Lu Jinchao, stealthily leading the retreat on the ground, gazed at Lin Gang skillfully wielding his silver spear in the sky. He believed that Lin Gang's remarkable synergy with the mecha must stem from his martial arts training. Upon returning, he resolved to seek out a martial arts instructor for thorough study. Perhaps then the other four would no longer be able to contend with him. He even fancied the possibility of overpowering Lin Gang in their next encounter. Amused by his own cleverness, Lu Jinchao couldn't help but chuckle softly. Behind him, Xiao Ying inquired, "Captain Lu, what are you laughing at?" Lu Jinchao, caught off guard, awkwardly replied, "It's nothing. I just thought of a cave up ahead where we can take shelter for a while. Once the vulture swarm has been sufficiently depleted, we can continue our retreat, so as not to distract Lin Gang. With that, Lu Jinchao quickened his pace, prompting Bai Jian, who was trailing behind, to feel an increased sense of pressure. Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, Bai Jian gritted his teeth and continued to follow Lu Jinchao closely. Lu Jinchao remained exhilarated by his significant discovery, convinced he had unraveled a century-old dilemma concerning the mecha. Little did he know, had he been aware that Lin Gang's martial prowess was an inherent feature of the mecha itself, he would likely have been consumed by jealousy for days on end. Why was Lin Gang's mecha so remarkably extraordinary? Lin Gang brandished his spear with agility, causing a multitude of vultures to plummet from the sky. Despite consistently downing vultures with each sweep of his weapon, the overwhelming numbers soon began to take their toll. His airborne combat capabilities began to falter, and he was struck multiple times by the talons of the encroaching vultures. Just as he was grappling with 3 vultures attacking him from the front, he was violently knocked aside by one from behind, losing his balance and finding himself engulfed by the swarm. This scene was witnessed by Xiao Ying, perched on Lu Jinchao's back, causing her heart to leap into her throat. She was deeply concerned for Lin Gang, uncertain whether the mecha could withstand the onslaught of the vultures. Bai Jian, noticing Xiao Ying's sudden pallor, turned to see Lin Gang being overwhelmed, and his heart sank as well. He understood that Lin Gang had willingly drawn the vultures' attention in order to save them. As they worried about Lin Gang's ability to withstand the assault, a thunderous explosion erupted from the dense mass of vultures. Hearing the cacophony above, Xiao Ying, suppressing her sorrow, gazed at the crimson clouds of smoke that billowed forth, as a considerable number of vulture remains rained down. Amidst the chaos, Lin Gang, albeit somewhat disheveled, stood resolute, spear in hand. At that moment, Lin Gang began to feel a sense of urgency. Compared to the previous battle, this aerial engagement was evidently more taxing, and the energy consumption of the mecha was escalating rapidly. The combat prowess of the vultures was exceptionally formidable, and he had exerted much effort to track their movements. Lu Jinchao, spotting the cave not far ahead, announced, "We are almost at the cave. I will temporarily seal it. You two should take cover for a moment while I assist Lin Gang." After quickly ensuring Xiao Ying and Bai Jian were settled, he propelled himself towards Lin Gang's battleground, his battered mecha trailing behind. Upon seeing that Xiao Ying and Bai Jian were momentarily safe, Lin Gang abandoned his aerial skirmish and swiftly descended to the ground. The moment his feet touched the earth, he felt a renewed sense of stability, and his fighting spirit surged. Lu Jinchao landed beside him and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Can you hold out a while longer? I've sent a distress signal, but help will take some time to arrive." Lin Gang stretched his neck and replied, "I'm fine, but my energy is depleting rather quickly. I still have half of it left. I just hope it lasts until help arrives." Hearing Lin Gang's words, Lu Jinchao glanced at his own dwindling energy reserves, now below 20%. He felt a sense of helplessness. After battling for so long, he had exhausted nearly 60% of his energy. Having just shielded Xiao Ying and Bai Jian, he had spent an additional 20% repelling some of the vultures' attacks. Upon learning that Lin Gang had managed to maintain half his energy despite their prolonged struggle and the extended engagement with the vulture swarm, Lu Jinchao found himself envious of Lin Gang's energy source. Comparatively, his own mecha's energy consumption seemed rather excessive. With a hint of bitterness, Lu Jinchao remarked, "If we just exercise a bit of control, we should be able to hold out until support arrives." Lin Gang, understanding Lu Jinchao's sentiment, realized that if their energy were to be entirely depleted, even the support team might not arrive in time. Moreover, given the overwhelming number of mutated vultures, any ordinary reinforcements would surely suffer heavy losses. In that moment, it became clear that they would have to rely on their own abilities to navigate this dire situation. Gazing at the severed limbs and pools of blood covering the ground, Lin Gang queried Lu Jinchao, "Are there no other carnivorous creatures on Kunlun?" This overwhelming stench of blood. Before he could finish, he silenced himself, recognizing that continuing would only heighten his psychological burden. He was perplexed by the drastic behavioral changes in these creatures post-mutation. Rivals no longer reacted to one another, yet they uniformly harbored animosity towards humans. Contemplating this, Lin Gang began to suspect whether the sudden biological mutations were part of a larger, orchestrated conspiracy. Hearing Lin Gang's concerns, Lu Jinchao's face turned pale with alarm. "How could I have forgotten this?" he exclaimed. Lin Gang, bewildered by Lu Jinchao's sudden outburst, questioned, "What s with the exclamation?" Lu Jinchao pointed toward a nearby valley, saying, "There's a gorge up ahead, known as Yi Langu. It's teeming with countless wolves. This strong scent of blood will likely attract them." Listening to Lu Jinchao, the local, Lin Gang felt a wave of frustration. It seemed that every issue arose only after Lu Jinchao had belatedly realized it. Following Lu Jinchao's gesture, Lin Gang noticed shadowy figures moving in the distance within the valley. Something was indeed approaching rapidly from the ground. Lin Gang looked at Lu Jinchao with disdain, saying, "Can you not be more perceptive? Can't you identify problems in a timely manner?" Lu Jinchao, dissatisfied, muttered, "I suspect your mouth has been opened under a spell. Whatever you say seems to materialize. I've been on Kunlun for so long and have never encountered such a massive herd of wild animals. Since your arrival, this group has been unusually cohesive." Lin Gang, unable to contain his irritation towards Lu Jinchao's blame-shifting, wished he could confront him right then and there. However, circumstances would not permit it, as the dark shapes had now drawn near. Enormous wolves, comparable in size to wild yaks, surrounded Lin Gang and Lu Jinchao, baring their teeth. The appearance of the giant wolves exacerbated the already dire situation. Lin Gang, observing the menacing fangs, the ferocity of the wild wolves, and the sheer number of the pack, lamented, "You truly protect the wildlife of Kunlun well. This scene is nothing short of spectacular." Lu Jinchao, brimming with pride, replied, "Indeed. We also have wild yaks scattered across the mountains." Barely had Lu Jinchao's words fallen when a great cloud of dust erupted from a nearby hill, followed by a thunderous stampede of hooves. Lin Gang, astonished and staring blankly at Lu Jinchao, remarked, "This time, you've proven to be a harbinger of misfortune. I never even mentioned wild yaks." Lu Jinchao grimaced, wishing he could retract his words. Was this really the time for such introductions? "Why do you speak so thoughtlessly when you're not even a tour guide?" Lin Gang remarked, observing Lu Jinchao's distressed expression. "Captain Lu, spare us the pleasantries. At this juncture, do share with me the various creatures that inhabit Kunlun Mountain. Let us call them forth and broaden my horizons." Lu Jinchao, affected by Lin Gang's reckless demeanor, began to recite with enthusiasm. "We have the Tibetan antelope, the Tibetan wild ass, the snow leopard, deer, brown bears, leopards, foxes, musk deer, and the civet." As Lu Jinchao enumerated the wildlife of Kunlun Mountain, a new mutated species would emerge with each mention. He became increasingly engrossed in this exercise, listing the marmot, the prairie dog. Lu Jinchao felt akin to a master of ceremonies at a grand animal convention. Each time he announced a species, they would hastily arrive to respond. This sense of commanding the animal kingdom, despite it being solely comprised of creatures, was oddly exhilarating. Lions, tigers, elephants, he continued, caught up in his fervor, but soon found himself at a loss for words, beginning to ramble. Lin Gang, eager to interrupt, waved his hand and exclaimed, "Wait a moment. Are there really lions, tigers, and elephants in Kunlun Mountain?" Lu Jinchao chuckled, "No, of course not." Lin Gang nudged him playfully, "Then why mention them at all?" With a goofy grin, Lu Jinchao replied, "I thought if I called them out, they might just show up. I wanted to see if they would appear." Lin Gang, exasperated, retorted, "Why not try summoning a dragon while you're at it?" In response, Lu Jinchao mysteriously declared, "You may jest, but legend has it that within the ice of Kunlun Mountain, there lies a frozen dragon." Lin Gang, half amused, said, "You think the lion, tiger, and elephant won't show up, yet you genuinely believe a dragon might?" Lu Jinchao insisted earnestly, "Well, the lion, tiger, and elephant truly aren't here, but the dragon could very well be. I fear that if I call out, a colossal dragon might indeed materialize, and we would meet our demise on the spot." Lin Gang stretched his hand outward. "I genuinely wish to see what this dragon looks like. Please, Do us the honor of summoning it, so we may witness it. Shall I give it a try? Lu Jinchao responded eagerly. Please commence your performance. Thus, Lin Gang and Lu Jinchao engaged in a comedic exchange amidst a circle of mutated creatures. Lu Jinchao cleared his throat and bellowed into the sky dragon. As his voice echoed, a serpentine creature emerged from the distance, twisting through the air. Lin Gang, astonished, exclaimed, "By heaven, there truly is a dragon?" Equally astonished, Lu Jinchao gaped, "Old Lin, do you think if you made a wish to the dragon to let us go, it might grant it?" Lin Gang, observing the approaching dragon, replied, "You don't even have a Dragon Ball. If it doesn't devour you whole, that would be a miracle." As they spoke, the dragon drew nearer, and the vultures in the sky parted for its passage, indeed creating an aura of a dragon's presence. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Gang realized that this so-called dragon was merely a colossal metallic serpentine creature. Lin Gang turned to Lu Jinchao and asked, "What kind of dragon have you summoned? It looks more like a gigantic centipede." Lu Jinchao, as if discovering something profound, replied, "You're right. It does resemble a giant centipede the longer I look at it." Lin Gang addressed the metallic creature, "Hey, great centipede, could you descend so we might converse?" As soon as he finished speaking, a hole opened atop the metallic centipede, and a figure slowly emerged. Seeing this figure, Lin Gang's doubts began to dissipate. Standing atop the metallic centipede was Fu Mingyi, with his hands behind his back, smiling. "Truly, you are the son of my esteemed teacher. Your calm demeanor in the face of imminent peril is reminiscent of his character. Surrounded by a horde of mutants, yet you still find time for banter. I must commend your bravery. Dr. Fu, it is a pleasure to finally meet the real you. You have eluded me for quite some time." Lin Gang replied with a grin. "Oh, you seem unfazed by my appearance," Fu Mingyi remarked. Lin Gang, inserting his silver spear into the ground and brushing off the dust from his hands, responded, "To claim I am not surprised would be a falsehood. I simply did not anticipate your swift emergence. My suspicions regarding you were quite pronounced." Fu Mingyi's interest was piqued. "You suspect me? Why is that? What reason could you possibly have to doubt my integrity as a person of such upright character?" Calmly, Lin Gang elucidated, "It is precisely your unwavering integrity that raises my suspicions. In this world, who can truly claim to be devoid of desires? Your demeanor suggests a genuine lack of ambition." As Lin Gang took a step forward, he continued, "Our first encounter revealed your willingness to confront Dr. Zheng without hesitation. I assumed it was merely for the sake of ascending to his position. Then you endeavored to win over the employees, publicly placing Dr. Zheng under scrutiny, further solidifying my belief that your aim was to usurp his role. Yet, when our mission at well number 3 faltered and someone needed to bear the brunt, your demeanor was not that of a man facing punishment, but rather one who had everything under control. This indicated that you were aware of an impending misfortune for Dr. Zheng, and that he would be the one to take the fall, allowing you to extricate yourself unscathed." Listening to Lin Gang's deductions, Fu Mingyi could not help but applaud. "Yet, these events alone are insufficient to implicate me, are they not?" Lin Gang nodded. "Indeed, they are not. However, when you assumed Dr. Zheng's position, your lack of apparent excitement suggested that your prior performance in vying for power was merely an act, and your true intentions lay elsewhere. That is a valid point. Please, continue your analysis," Fu Mingyi expressed, now admiring the young man before him. Lin Gang continued, "In my encounters with the mutant creatures, I observed their attacks were targeted and systematic. To this day, whenever I speak of a creature, one that I envision appears. This leads me to believe that the insider must be lurking nearby, closely monitoring our every move." Fu Mingyi listened intently, yet questioned. "But these conditions alone do not serve as proof that I am the insider, the architect of the mutations, or the one controlling these creatures." Lin Gang chuckled. "These conditions do not definitively prove you as the insider, nor do they establish that you are responsible for the mutations or their control. Yet, you have made your presence known. I am perplexed," Fu Mingyi admitted. "How could you suspect me?" With a hearty laugh, Lin Gang replied, "Well, you presented yourself rather conspicuously. I do not know the identity of this insider, but it is evident that they must be familiar with us. else they would not possess the leisure to listen to our banter for so long. Thus began the unfolding of a tale where Lin Gang's suspicions bore weight. As he pondered the implications of their situation amidst the lurking threat of the mutated beasts, standing atop the metallic centipede, Fu Mingyi listened to Lin Gang's words without exhibiting excessive anger. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "It is a pity that you have come to this realization too late. Now, you can only wash your neck clean and await your demise as I systematically slaughter each one of you." Lin Gang chuckled and retorted, "Do you truly believe that you and these grotesque creatures can stir any significant turmoil? You are rather overestimating your own importance, aren't you?" Fu Mingyi, swaying atop the metallic centipede, approached Lin Gang and declared, "Do you think I would stand here openly before you without a solid backup? Everything is in place now. The mutated army I command will conquer all human cities, and I shall dictate the rules of the new world." As he spoke, Fu Mingyi clapped his hands, causing the stones at the cave's entrance, where Xiao Ying and Bei Jian had just concealed themselves, to explode. They emerged, escorted by a familiar figure. Lin Gang gasped upon recognizing the escort. "Xiao Yu? How could it be you?" Xiao Yu flashed a charming smile at Lin Gang and said, "Surprised, aren't you?" Fu Mingyi, with a playful grin, approached Xiao Yu, embracing her tightly and inhaling her scent. "Lin Gang, do you find this unbelievable? Xiao Yu has been my informant beside Lao Zheng all along. All the evidence against Lao Zheng was orchestrated by Xiao Yu and me. Once we dominate the world, I will be its king, and Xiao Yu will be my queen." "Ha ha!" Fu Mingyi laughed heartily, then turned to Lin Gang with a sly grin, saying, "Out of respect for you, as the only son of my teacher, I can offer you a chance to switch allegiances. Just hand over the key left by your father, and you shall rise above millions, becoming one of the most esteemed individuals, second only to me." Hearing Fu Mingyi demand the key, Lin Gang fell into confusion, as he had no idea what key his father had left him. The only key he possessed was the one given by Jiao Yi to activate the combat mode of the magic cube, and he was oblivious to anything else. Lin Gang looked at Fu Mingyi and asked, "Can you truly assure me that I will be above millions, second only to you?" Fu Mingyi chuckled, "Of course. In the future world, I will call the shots. Whatever you desire, I can provide. What about her?" Lin Gang pointed to Xiao Yu behind Fu Mingyi. Upon hearing their conversation and noticing Lin Gang's gesture toward Xiao Yu, Xiao Ying felt a pang of uncertainty. Thoughts raced through her mind. No wonder he was reluctant to get close. It turned out he preferred that type. Xiao Ying's heart sank. Meanwhile, Bei Jian, standing nearby, seemed to see a glimmer of hope, his eyes shining as he looked at Xiao Ying. Fu Mingyi smiled and stated, "As long as you desire her, I can grant you any choice." Initially, Lin Gang merely wanted to ask Fu Mingyi if his position would be above Xiao Yu, but it seemed his words had been misinterpreted, so he hastily clarified, "What I meant was, can I be above her?" After this statement, the expressions of those around Lin Gang shifted. They had believed him to be a person willing to sell himself for power, only to discover he was also willing to go to great lengths for a woman. This ruthless pursuit made him appear somewhat foolish, brazenly speaking in such a dire situation. Fu Mingyi glanced at the anxious Lin Gang and then at the alluring Xiao Yu, saying, "If you desire her, she is yours at any time." With that, he shoved Xiao Yu towards Lin Gang. Lin Gang, taken aback by Xiao Yu's abrupt arrival, was left speechless, unable to clarify the situation. Xiao Yu, displeased at being pushed towards Lin Gang, recalled how she had initially been coaxed into seducing Dr. Zheng for Fu Mingyi's grand ambitions, and now she felt like a mere pawn in his grand design. "Fu Mingyi, you bastard! What do you take me for?" Xiao Yu exclaimed angrily. Fu Mingyi, looking disdainfully at Xiao Yu, remarked, "You should consider it a privilege that my junior, Lin, has an eye for you. You've already taken advantage of my senior, Zheng. What more do you want?" Hearing his words, Xiao Yu erupted in fury, rushing forward to slap Fu Mingyi across the face. "If it weren't for me helping you, would you be where you are today? How dare you treat me this way now?" Fu Mingyi lifted his head, gazing at the raging Xiao Yu, and raised his hand to strike at her chest. In an instant, his fingers transformed into long, rigid tentacles, which effortlessly pierced through Xiao Yu's torso. The 5 bloodied tentacles twisted in the air, seemingly exhilarated by the taste of fresh blood, dancing in celebration. Withdrawing the tentacles, Fu Mingyi's fingers reverted to their human form, now stained with crimson blood. Xiao Yu, her eyes wide in shock, collapsed to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Fu Mingyi presented his bloodied hand before him, licking the fresh blood with his tongue, then turned to Lin Gang with an ominous expression, saying, "My apologies, Lin. I accidentally killed her. Don't worry. Tell me what you desire in the future, and I will ensure is delivered clearly." At that moment, Lin Gang realized the terrifying nature of Fu Mingyi. The kindness he once exhibited was now replaced by an unsettling demeanor. Watching Fu Mingyi transform his fingers into tentacles and back again confirmed Lin Gang's suspicions that Fu Mingyi was the architect behind the mutated creatures. Having transformed himself into a monstrosity that was neither human nor beast, Lin Gang looked at Xiao Ying and Bei Jian behind Fu Mingyi and said, "If you want the key, I can provide it, but I need you to release the three of them." "Very well." Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Mingyi handed Xiao Ying and Bei Jian over to Lu Jinchao, stating, "You may leave now. Do not linger, or none of you will escape." Xiao Ying was about to protest, wanting to stay, but Lin Gang restrained her, whispering, "Now is not the time for recklessness. Given Fu Mingyi's demeanor, he likely has more tricks up his sleeve. I will temporarily hold him off. You all should return and alert others to prepare for his potential attack." Xiao Ying understood the peril inherent in Lin Gang's suggestion. The recent encounter with the vulture swarm had already given her and Lu Jinchao a headache, and now they were surrounded by countless mutated creatures such as wolves, leopards, bulls, and foxes, not to mention the enormous metallic centipede and the grotesque Fu Mingyi. Xiao Ying realized just how dangerous Lin Gang's plan was, fraught with peril. Yet, knowing Lin Gang's resolve, she could not change his decision. As she contemplated staying to fight, Lin Gang swiftly incapacitated her with a precise strike to her neck. He entrusted her to Lu Jinchao and Bei Jian, urging them to ensure Xiao Ying's safe return. Aware of the rarity of this opportunity, Lu Jinchao and Bei Jian bid Lin Gang farewell and hurriedly departed. The surrounding mutated creatures made no move against the trio as Lu Jinchao activated the flamethrower, swiftly carrying Xiao Ying and Bei Jian away into the horizon. Fu Mingyi approached Lin Gang from behind and said, "Now that they have gone far, can you hand over the key? Stop trying to buy time with tricks. None of your schemes will save you now, and your desired reinforcements will not arrive." Lin Gang gazed at the confident Fu Mingyi, realizing that his attempts to buy time would yield no results. Since Fu Mingyi was bold enough to show himself, it was evident he possessed absolute certainty. With a naive expression, Lin Gang asked Fu Mingyi, "Have you ever fought for someone in your life?" Chapter 72. The suppression of the magic cube. Fu Mingyi looked at Lin Gang before him and chuckled. "Your temperament is strikingly similar to your father's. This unwavering spirit is indeed moving, but what use is it? In the face of overwhelming power, your so-called courage is utterly worthless. Fighting to the death? That only applies when the strengths are comparable. In your case, it would merely equate to seeking death." As Fu Mingyi leaped into the air atop a centipede, he remarked, "You truly know nothing about strength, even more naive than your father. Do you think that with that pitiful magic cube in your hand, you can stir up any waves? Your father, despite controlling the magic cube, was reduced to hiding like a rat underground, fearing to show himself." Lin Gang's fury ignited at the insults directed at his father. He activated the magic cube, enveloping himself in metal and charging towards Fu Mingyi, who stood atop the iron centipede. Lin Gang's singular thought was to make the man who insulted his father pay dearly. He aimed to bring justice to the instigator of chaos in the world. With a mighty strike, backed by the mecha's support, Lin Gang's once unstoppable assault faltered this time. His punch came to a halt just 30 centimeters away from Fu Mingyi. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not push his fist forward even a fraction. Undeterred, Lin Gang changed positions and continued his relentless attacks, yet all were thwarted. Halted 30 centimeters from Fu Mingyi, unable to advance an inch. After striking for what felt like an eternity, he had yet to graze Fu Mingyi's garments. This left Lin Gang, who had initially fought with a reckless spirit, feeling disheartened. The battle's dynamics were too bizarre. Why were his powerful attacks unable to close the distance? Summoning a great axe, he channeled all his strength to cleave down upon Fu Mingyi's head. Yet the result remained the same. Halted 30 centimeters away, as if blocked by an invisible shield, Lin Gang was acutely aware of the weapon's sharpness. Yet the once effective attack fell flat against Fu Mingyi. Observing Lin Gang's desperation, Fu Mingyi remarked, "Have you exhausted all your tricks? Now, allow me to demonstrate my offensive capabilities." With that, he raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers towards Lin Gang. At the moment those seemingly weak fingers made contact, Lin Gang felt as if he had been struck by a speeding locomotive, instantly propelled backward. The tremendous force sent him crashing deep into the mountainside before he finally came to a stop. Struggling to rise from the depths of the mountain, Lin Gang stared at the cavern he had created with his own body, feeling the pain in his bones. In that instant, he truly grasped the terrifying power of that impact. This was the damage inflicted even while protected by the mecha. Without it, he would likely be reduced to a mere pile of flesh. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Gang emerged from the cave and glared at Fu Mingyi, who stood aloof atop the metallic centipede, his composure infuriating Lin Gang further. Fu Mingyi commented on Lin Gang's resilience. "Not bad. Your body can certainly take a beating. Now, are you considering handing over the key?" Fuming, Lin Gang retorted, "If you want the key, you'll have to step over my dead body." Fu Mingyi, with a mocking smile, replied, "Since you enjoy others trampling over your body, I shall fulfill that desire." With that, the centipede beneath him lunged at Lin Gang. In response, Lin Gang leaped into the air, charging at Fu Mingyi and the iron centipede. However, all his assaults were effortlessly deflected, and with a simple wave of Fu Mingyi's hand, Lin Gang was sent flying once more. This time, he did not crash in a mountainside, but was flung into the midst of a herd of wild yaks and donkeys. The mutated beasts, now larger than fully grown elephants, charged towards him like a stampede. Lin Gang found himself tossed about like a leaf in a tempest, struck by the relentless onslaught of the massive herd. In a moment of desperation, he pulled out a Tian Nu Samlei and detonated it above himself. Amidst the thunderous explosion, he finally created a vacuumed space around him, granting himself a brief respite. Soaring into the air, he narrowly evaded the next wave of the yak herd. Fu Mingyi, standing not far off, observed with a mocking expression, "How does it feel now? Enjoying the trampling? Perhaps it is time to hand over the key?" Lin Gang knew he would not relinquish the key so easily, especially after enduring such torment. Moreover, he was still oblivious to what the key truly was. Seeing Lin Gang unwavering, Fu Mingyi's patience waned, and he glared at Lin Gang. "Do not think that your stubbornness leaves me powerless. Once I beat you half to death, extracting the information from your mind won't be impossible." Prepared for a final stand against Fu Mingyi, Lin Gang resolved to inflict significant damage, even if he could not prevail. Just as he made this decision, a series of rockets suddenly streaked towards the encirclement of mutated beasts surrounding him, tearing a massive gap in the once impenetrable barrier. A gold and crimson mecha swiftly approached Lin Gang, and, as the visor lifted, it revealed Lu Jinchao, who had just returned after regrouping. Observing Lin Gang's disheveled state, he looked skeptically at Fu Mingyi and inquired, "What happened? Did he beat you?" Fu Mingyi, seeing Lu Jinchao's return, mocked, "There's truly someone unafraid of death. You were given a chance to escape, yet you returned to meet your demise. Then I shall oblige." With that, Fu Mingyi unleashed an attack on Lu Jinchao. Just as Lu Jinchao was about to confront Fu Mingyi, Lin Gang pushed him aside, taking the brunt of Fu Mingyi's assault himself. Witnessing Lin Gang's brutal treatment, Lu Jinchao's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that the seemingly frail Fu Mingyi possessed such formidable power. Originally believing the mutated beasts were the greatest threat, he realized that Fu Mingyi atop the iron centipede was the real powerhouse. Flying to Lin Gang's side, Lu Jinchao helped him to his feet. "Are you all right? Can you still hold on?" Lin Gang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. "Why not join in and give it a try?" Lu Jinchao, seeing Lin Gang in such a pitiful state, quickly shook his head. "I have no inclination for such self-abuse." Lin Gang spat blood onto the ground and scolded, "You, who have no masochistic tendencies, still scurry back to meet your doom." Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Lu Jinchao gave Lin Gang a light punch and said, I only returned to check if you were dead after you kicked my brain. Rest assured, even if you perish, I shall remain unscathed. Lin Gang retorted with a smile and a curse. Observing the banter between the two, Fu Mingyi, with a fierce expression, declared, Then I shall send you both to your demise. At least you can keep each other company on the road to the underworld. Chapter 73. The Birth of Neza. Fu Mingyi soared through the skies on a metallic centipede, launching an assault towards Lin Gang and Lu Jinchao. Aware that Lu Jinchao's defenses were not as formidable as his own, Lin Gang took the initiative to charge forward to intercept Fu Mingyi's attack, allowing Lu Jinchao the opportunity to strike back when the moment was right. Recognizing Lin Gang's intentions, Lu Jinchao immediately leapt into the air, searching for the optimal position to unleash his own offensive. However, before Lu Jinchao could react, Lin Gang was once again sent flying by Fu Mingyi's assault. Seeing Lin Gang, who was nearly evenly matched with him, struggling to withstand Fu Mingyi's onslaught, Lu Jinchao instantly realized that Fu Mingyi was a formidable opponent. He decided to abandon any pretense of restraint and revealed all the heavy weaponry he had just replenished. The seemingly unremarkable golden-red mech transformed into something resembling a giant crab. Lu Jinchao had activated the full firepower of his mech, with dark cannon ports emerging from his shoulders, armpits, back, and chest, all aimed squarely at Fu Mingyi. Lin Gang, witnessing Lu Jinchao's battle mode, couldn't help but feel envious. If only he possessed such dazzling weaponry, he would not have to charge in a battle like a mere meat shield. He secretly vowed to equip his own mech with an abundance of firepower in the future, aspiring to become a long-range spellcaster rather than a frontline tank. As Lin Gang was propelled to a safe distance, Lu Jinchao wasted no time in unleashing all his weaponry, firing anti-tank missiles, laser cannons, and ultrasonic guns at Fu Mingyi without restraint. Accompanied by a cacophony of deafening explosions, Lu Jinchao flew to Lin Gang's side and helped him up, exclaiming confidently, This should take care of him. Lin Gang, gazing at the inferno ignited by the aerial explosions, hoped that such potent firepower would eradicate Fu Mingyi. Yet, a nagging feeling in Lin Gang's heart suggested that the situation would not be so straightforward. For even his previous full-force assault had failed to inflict any damage on Fu Mingyi. Although the current barrage appeared grand, Lin Gang remained uncertain about its effectiveness. As the sounds of explosions faded and the smoke gradually dispersed, the colossal metallic centipede and Fu Mingyi's figure became discernible. Fu Mingyi looked down at his unscathed self and then glanced at the metallic centipede beneath him, erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, did you see that, little junior? This is absolute power. Your so-called might is utterly insignificant before me. I advise you to cease your futile struggles, surrender the key, and follow me. For untold riches await you. Lin Gang, gritting his teeth at Fu Mingyi's arrogance, retorted, You think I would ever surrender to a scoundrel like you? Don't hold on to such delusions. Fu Mingyi, eyeing the defiant Lin Gang, sneered, And what can you do? Your self-proclaimed formidable attacks barely tickle me. Witnessing Fu Mingyi's arrogance, Lu Jinchao felt frustrated yet powerless, as his weaponry seemed incapable of inflicting any harm, akin to mere tickles. Lin Gang, observing Lu Jinchao's similar plight, offered a wry smile and reassured him, Before you returned, I had already tried. None of my attacks could even come close. It's utterly disheartening. Lu Jinchao responded with a bitter smile. This is just too bizarre. This battle defies all logic. Lin Gang patted Lu Jinchao's shoulder and remarked, Since he thinks our strikes are weak, let us add a bit more force and give him a proper tickle. Even if we can't tear off a piece of flesh, we should at least manage to rip off a bit of skin. With that, Lin Gang soared into the air, charging towards Fu Mingyi. As he confronted the haughty adversary, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Gang. He recalled the gaming scenarios where even the mightiest of bosses harbored fatal weaknesses. Targeting these vulnerabilities could gradually wear them down. With this thought, Lin Gang's mood lightened. After all, life is meant to be enjoyed, and if today were to be his last, he might as well have some fun with Fu Mingyi. With a relaxed mindset, Lin Gang's thoughts became exceptionally agile. since his mech could transform into various forms. Perhaps he could indulge in the fantasy of being a superhero. Consequently, Lin Gang commanded his mech to sprout 2 additional arms from beneath his armpits and manifest a head atop his neck. He was now controlling both himself and the mech separately, akin to a twin star system, with 2 heads, one his and the other that of the mech. One head of the mech commanded 4 arms, while Lin Gang controlled the other 2. In an instant, Lin Gang's output had effectively doubled. Lu Jinxiao, witnessing this remarkable transformation, was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Wow, how did you suddenly become this monstrous entity? You look like Neza with 6 arms. Incredible, brother. Your control is astonishing." Lin Gang chuckled and declared, "Today, I shall embody the mighty Neza and extract the tendons from that great centipede, tearing this scoundrel to shreds." With that, Lin Gang wielded his weapons, launching an assault at Fu Mingyi's upper 3 routes, while the mech controlled the other 4 arms to strike at the middle and lower 3 routes. Seeing Lin Gang's ferocity, Lu Jinxiao, unwilling to fall behind, joined the fray, determined to contribute to the battle. Fu Mingyi, witnessing Lin Gang's 6-arm transformation, couldn't help but express his astonishment. The creativity of youth knows no bounds. "Very well, I shall indulge you both a little longer." Fu Mingyi maneuvered the metallic centipede deftly between Lin Gang and Lu Jinxiao, effortlessly neutralizing their combined attacks, while occasionally sending them crashing away. Despite being repeatedly defeated, Lin Gang and Lu Jinxiao, fueled by a fierce resolve, continued to fight back, embodying the spirit of relentless warriors. Fu Mingyi toyed with them like a cat with a mouse, taunting, "You two are performing admirably, showing remarkable teamwork. But what does it matter? Your attacks remain woefully feeble. Little beetle, Lu Jinxiao, your power is pitiful. In my presence, you are but an annoying fly, which I thoroughly despise." With that, he swatted Lu Jinxiao away, who tumbled to the ground, skidding for quite a distance before coming to a halt, leaving behind a long gash in the earth. "Little Junior, even after transforming into a spider, your combat prowess hasn't improved at all. It was merely a few additional arms that caught the eye. Your ostentatious display serves no real purpose. You appear as if you have descended like Neza. Yet your version of Neza is rather feeble." After finishing his statement, Fu Mingyi delivered a powerful punch that sent Lin Gang flying. Lin Gang crashed to the ground, colliding with a row of mutated wild yaks, scattering them in all directions. Gazing at the incapacitated Lu Jinxiao nearby, Lin Gang struggled to rise and called out, "Team Leader Lu, are you all right?" Upon hearing Lin Gang's voice, the crimson mech quivered slightly. Soon after, Lu Jinxiao's weak voice drifted back, "I'm not dead yet. Just a few of my bones are broken." Chapter 74. The Shattered Jade. Seeing Lu Jinxiao, who lay on the ground but still spoke, Lin Gang felt a weight lift from his heart. He suppressed his pain and said with a hint of irony, feigning death on the ground after breaking a few bones, "Your tactics are truly lacking finesse." Lu Jinxiao fell silent for a moment before shakily responding, "Have you heard the latest joke?" Lin Gang, panting, asked, "What joke?" "Share it to lighten my spirits." Lu Jinxiao muttered. One day, Xiao Ming tugged at his mother and asked, "Mom, what am I to you?" Can you guess how his mother replied? Lin Gang pondered for a moment and replied, "You're a delightful surprise." Lu Jinxiao gathered all his strength to shout, "You idiot! Do you know how much it hurts to break these bones? I just want a moment's rest, and you woke me up. Can I just play dead? Can't you treat me like an extra?" Lin Gang was amused by Lu Jinxiao's antics. Slumping to the ground, he said, "Allow me to share a joke as well." Xiao Ming went to a novelty shop to buy condoms. The shopkeeper handed him one at random, and Xiao Ming exclaimed, "This is too small. Bring me the largest one." When the largest was presented, Xiao Ming still declared it small. "Do you know why?" Lu Jinxiao teased. "I suspect you're just trying to drive me mad." Lin Gang retorted, "Forget you. I'm genuinely sharing a story." He continued. Xiao Ming mentioned that there would be a play in his class, and he wanted a role, only to be told, "You can play a prop." "Ha ha!" Lu Jinxiao erupted in laughter, but the laughter caused him to cough painfully. Realizing his discomfort, he gasped, "What do you mean by playing a prop?" "I suspect you're trying to make me laugh myself to death and take over my mech." Lin Gang rolled his eyes, I wouldn't you want your shabby machine. I could crush you in a few streets. Just look at you, barely able to afford 4 dishes. The banter continued between Lin Gang and Lu Jinchao, both enduring their pain while chuckling. Meanwhile, Fu Mingyi observed the two, who seemed unfazed by their predicament, and remarked darkly, "You truly are like ants, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I hope you carry this joy into your next life." As he spoke, his hands transformed into long, sinewy tendrils that lunged toward Lin Gang and Lu Jinchao. With the energy of his power source diminished, and Fu Mingyi's tendrils poised to strike, Lin Gang's mind raced through fragments of his past. Perhaps, as people say, the moments before death flash before one's eyes like a rapidly playing film. Memories surged in Lin Gang's mind, playing with his father as a child, learning from him, growing up alongside Xiao Ying and Bai Jian, entering the underground city for the first time, the initial venture into the third well, drinking with Xiao Ying, fighting with Xiao Ying, and the last farewell to Xiao Ying. The image of that farewell was seared into his memory. Suddenly, Lin Gang recalled the moment just before Xiao Yu's death when he had dealt Fu Mingyi a heavy slap. At that time, Fu Mingyi had not blocked Xiao Yu's attack. Why was that? Could it be that Fu Mingyi's method of defense relied on his own willpower? Lin Gang's mind raced as he considered that if he could decipher Fu Mingyi's method of interception, he might have a chance to defeat him. He rapidly compared Fu Mingyi's tactics with his own abilities, hoping to uncover any similarities. However, after meticulous analysis, he dismissed these impractical thoughts. What was Fu Mingyi's method of blocking his attacks? Why could Xiao Yu deliver a resounding slap to Fu Mingyi? The two scenarios flickered rapidly in Lin Gang's mind, and he realized he was on the verge of discovering Fu Mingyi's vulnerability. He had to identify it quickly, otherwise, both he and Lu Jinchao would truly perish at Fu Mingyi's hands. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lin Gang. He finally understood Fu Mingyi's weakness. Energized, he sprang up from the ground, extending a long whip from his hand to drag Lu Jinchao to his side, narrowly avoiding Fu Mingyi's lethal strike. He looked at the weakened Lu Jinchao and asked, "Do you still have energy? Can you hold on a bit longer?" Lu Jinchao gritted his teeth and cursed. "When you pulled me, my face got scraped. I'll settle that with you later. A man's most important trait is perseverance. Of course, I can endure. I may not have much energy left, but I can still launch one last attack." Lin Gang, filled with emotion at Lu Jinchao's determination, firmly stated, "Leave the charge to me. You will provide cover fire from a distance." Lu Jinchao replied with a wry smile, "Big brother, wasn't it because your long-range fire was ineffective that we had to go head-to-head? You dragged me over just to tell me this? I think I'll just lie down and rest. My pants are already down, and this is too much for my heart." Lin Gang looked at Lu Jinchao and urged, "Trust me, this time, aim for Fu Mingyi's feet, not his head or chest. Separate him from the giant centipede beneath him. Leave the rest to me." Lu Jinchao, inspired by Lin Gang's confidence, declared, "You just focus on your part. Watch me break his damn legs." With that, Lu Jinchao readied all his cannons once more. Fu Mingyi, observing Lu Jinchao's predictable actions, scoffed, "You love to fire off rounds even when there's no occasion, don't you? Just wait until I obliterate you." Confidently, Fu Mingyi braced for another barrage from Lu Jinchao, determined to showcase his terrifying power to the mechs that presumed themselves formidable. He intended to instill fear in everyone, shattering their resolve to fight against him. He sought to obliterate their spirits, rendering them trembling before his might. With gritted teeth, Lu Jinchao unleashed all his firepower toward Fu Mingyi's feet. Simultaneously, Lin Gang, witnessing the energy warning, launched his attack alongside the cannon fire aimed at Fu Mingyi, momentarily caught off guard by the projectiles, not targeting his face or chest, changed color in an instant. But it was too late to evade. He could only watch as the projectiles landed at his feet, exploding beneath him. Following the projectiles was Lin Gang, wielding a sharp blade. With both hands gripping the mighty weapon, he swung down with ferocity at Fu Mingyi's legs. Accompanied by a shower of sparks, Lin Gang's blade successfully severed Fu Mingyi's legs. At this moment, the energy of Lin Gang's mecha was entirely depleted. accompanied by a resounding explosion. Both Lin Gang and Fu Mingyi were hurled through the air. Chapter 75. A new mission with the explosion's echo. The energy of the cube was completely exhausted, and Lin Gang succumbed to unconsciousness under the immense shockwave. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Gang began to contemplate whether he should seek solace in a temple and offer prayers, for he found himself once again in a hospital bed. As he opened his eyes, a gasp from beside him startled him greatly. He beheld a figure swathed like a mummy, gazing at him with a sidelong glance, exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, "You're finally awake. You truly have a remarkable fate." Confounded, Lin Gang stared at the mummy, lost in thought, for he could not identify the individual merely by their eyes. Nonetheless, the voice was eerily familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The mummy, with eyes filled with astonishment, remarked, "Have you lost your wits? Don't you recognize me? Think carefully." Lin Gang, looking at the mummy, retorted, "If you keep those eyes covered, I might just recognize you. You're wrapped up like a silkworm chrysalis. How am I supposed to figure that out?" Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, the mummy quickly realized and hastily unwrapped the bandages from his face, revealing his features. Lin Gang, recognizing him, exclaimed in surprise, "Lu Jinxiao, what on earth happened to you? Are you acting as a silkworm chrysalis?" Listening to Lin Gang's jest, Lu Jinxiao shot him a murderous glare, saying, "Isn't it all because of you? If you had just accepted your fate when the energy ran out, I would have nearly been trampled to death by that frenzied herd of wild yaks while trying to save you." As it turned out, after the explosion, Lin Gang was thrown into a herd of wild yaks. Realizing Lin Gang, unprotected, had fallen into the midst of the yaks, Lu Jinxiao, despite the pain he endured, rushed to Lin Gang's side, shielding him with his mecha. The consequence was that he nearly faced death by trampling. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived just in time to rescue them. Otherwise, the two would have met a most ridiculous demise. The absurdity of such a death, nearly trampled by wild yaks, felt utterly comical. Deeply moved by Lu Jinxiao's willingness to risk his life for him, Lin Gang reflected on the brevity of their acquaintance. Yet, Lu Jinxiao had already demonstrated his readiness to protect him at all costs. Lin Gang understood that a friend like Lu Jinxiao was worth having. He would truly stand by him, even in the face of danger. Concerned, Lin Gang gazed at Lu Jinxiao, who resembled a great silkworm chrysalis, and inquired, "How are you? Are your injuries severe?" Lu Jinxiao exaggeratedly replied, "To protect you, I have no unbroken bones left. Many places are crushed. If you don't take care of me for the rest of my life, you will owe me a great debt." Observing Lu Jinxiao's penchant for humor, Lin Gang playfully scolded, "How about I express my gratitude to your ancestors? You've just exposed your true nature." As Lu Jinxiao was about to retort, Lin Gang swiftly grabbed an apple nearby and stuffed it into Lu Jinxiao's mouth, leaving him unable to respond. It seemed he was recovering well enough to engage in playful banter. While teasing Lu Jinxiao, Lin Gang suddenly turned his gaze towards the door upon hearing familiar voices. Beijian, Xiao Ying, Lei Ming, and the monkey had arrived at the hospital room. Observing Lin Gang's antics with Lu Jinxiao, they expressed their displeasure. Lin Gang, surprised to see the monkey and Lei Ming, exclaimed, "When did you two arrive?" Lei Ming squinted, saying, "If we had arrived any later, your life might have been in jeopardy." The monkey stepped forward, explaining, "On our way to complete a mission, I sensed danger for you too, so we turned back to rescue you. We arrived at Kunlu Mountain just in time to see you getting kicked by the axe." Lei Ming, dissatisfied, remarked, "Isn't that knife of yours quite impressive? How could you not handle a few mutated wild yaks? You seem more for show than substance." As he said this, he scrutinized Lin Gang with a penetrating gaze, causing Lin Gang to feel unnerved. Lei Ming had only witnessed Lin Gang's cube transformed into a weapon and was unaware that it was a mecha. Thus he continued to mock Lin Gang, suggesting his own sword was both beautiful and effective. The monkey added, "Lin Gang, from the very first glance, I sensed something was amiss. I calculated that you are fated to encounter misfortune. Look at you. How many times have you found yourself in the hospital in such a short span? If you pay me, I can help you avert this calamity." The monkey's obsession with money was unmistakable. Lin Gang, puzzled, asked the monkey and Lei Ming. Have you seen Dr. Fu? They replied, we didn't see him. We only encountered you being attacked by mutated creatures and intervened to fend off several assaults. We learned about Dr. Fu only after meeting Xiaoying. Lin Gang sighed with regret. I wonder whether he is alive or dead. There are many uncertainties. Lu Jinxiao interjected. He should be alive. I saw clearly that both of you were blasted away simultaneously, and then we were attacked by the mutated yaks. He can control mutated creatures. And since he only lost his legs, it shouldn't be fatal. However, it may take him some time to re-emerge and wreak havoc again. Hearing their conversation, Lei Ming inquired suspiciously, you severed Dr. Fu's legs? What did you get blown up by? Upon learning that Lin Gang had been bombarded by rockets and other large-scale weapons, Lei Ming could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at the seemingly unharmed Lin Gang, exclaiming, are you even human? You were blown up and yet appear unscathed. The exchange left Lei Ming astounded, as he struggled to comprehend how Lin Gang had survived such an ordeal. Lin Gang lamented, after all that effort, he still managed to escape. Lu Jinxiao reassured him, this time we severed his legs. Next time, we'll be able to sever his neck. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Gang shook his head, this hardly counts as a victory, were it not for the timely support from Lei Ming. The monkey and our comrades, we might very well have perished, leaving no future chances. Lu Jinxiao, who had just been boasting to comfort Lin Gang, suddenly felt awkward, realizing Lin Gang was more astute than he had anticipated. The monkey and Lei Ming listened to Lin Gang's self-deprecating remarks, and upon glancing at Lu Jinxiao, who had been so self-assured, Lu Jinxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Lin Gang turned to the monkey and Lei Ming, asking, what exactly brings you here? Be honest, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind. In response to Lin Gang's threat, Lei Ming sighed. Commander Xiao is concerned that there might be dangers in the underground city of Kunlun Mountain. He has ordered us to construct a fortress there as a precaution. Chapter 76. The burden of a laborer listening to Lei Ming's nonchalant recounting of the newly assigned mission. Lin Gang's expression gradually turned cold. Because his initial mission was to rescue Xiao Ying and Bei Jian, he had planned to return and join Zhao Ye in searching for his father after completing the task. However, this unexpected mission disrupted Lin Gang's plans once again. Previously, Lin Gang believed that his father still possessed a magic cube, and thus did not foresee any significant danger. Yet, after encountering Dr. Fu and hearing that his father was being pursued and attacked, he could not help but grow anxious about his father's safety. The members of the elite team, noticing Lin Gang's growing silence and anxiety, understood his thoughts and began to comfort him in various ways. Bei Jian and Xiaoying reassured him, saying, Uncle Lin will be fine. Once we swiftly complete our task here, we will return to find him. The monkey took out a turtle shell, chanting and shaking it. Today, the Taoist will give you a free divination. All is auspicious. There will be good news upon our return. Lei Ming, maintaining a calm demeanor, said, do not overthink it. My father is down there as well. If we merely retrieve them without safeguarding our home, what use will it be when our house is destroyed by mutated beasts? It is better to focus on protecting our home first, then seek them out. Upon hearing Lei Ming's resolute words, Lin Gang's inner fire was reignited. He wholeheartedly agreed with Lei Ming's perspective. After all, when his father went missing, their home still stood. If they were to abandon their home in a blind quest to find him, then what would be left for his father upon his return? Rather than that, it would be prudent to prioritize the protection of their home before embarking on a search for his father. Moreover, it was possible that his father had an important task to complete and might return after accomplishing it. Lin Gang's determination surged once more as he inquired of Lei Ming and the others. What can we do to construct the fortress? I am utterly clueless. Can we mere novices really build a fortress? Lin Gang observed that his elite team seemed to fall into confusion. Xiaoying, a computer expert, appeared to have little utility in fortress construction. Bei Jian, a wealthy heir, seemed ill-suited for the task, and the monkey, a superstitious character, certainly could not contribute to building a fortress, as he struggled with even the simplest tasks. As for Lin Gang himself, he was acutely aware of his limitations. If he were capable of building a fortress, then a sow could climb a tree, With a bitter smile, Lin Gang remarked, with our skills so mismatched, how can we accomplish this task? We cannot undertake it. Why not? Laming immediately countered. Lin Gang, puzzled, replied, can you do it? Though he was somewhat incredulous. He acknowledged Lei Ming's lineage as a descendant of the Lei family. Yet the construction of a fortress was an entirely different matter. Lei Ming cleared his throat and stated, I am currently a special advisor for the Kunlun Mountain Fortress. Lin Gang gazed at Lei Ming in disbelief, then glanced at Xiao Ying and the others behind him. Upon seeing their nods of affirmation, he had no choice but to accept this reality. After a brief interlude, the elite team arrived at the outskirts of the city of Kunlun Mountain, and upon witnessing the fortress walls taking shape, Lin Gang was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Had it truly only taken 2 days to reach this stage? Lin Gang could hardly believe his eyes. The fortress's defensive barriers now towered several stories high, adorned with numerous apertures. Confused, Lin Gang inquired, with so many holes in the barrier, how can you ensure its stability? If it is attacked by mutated creatures, won't it just collapse with a single blow? Lei Ming regarded Lin Gang with an expression of exasperated affection and replied, this design has been meticulously crafted through extensive deliberation and experimentation, rendering it tenfold more stable than a standard barrier. Moreover, those openings are not arbitrary. They are intended for the installation of offensive and defensive equipment. You might not grasp this, but you can consult Xiao Ying about the modeling and then simply wait for the results. Then your fortress construction doesn't require us at all. You could simply stay here and build it while the 4 of us return. Lin Gang questioned in confusion. Lei Ming began to outline the roles of the elite team. Xiao Ying, as a computer expert, will primarily develop and maintain the intelligent control systems for the fortress. The monkey, being skilled in surveying, will undertake various tasks related to the fortress's reconnaissance, as his expertise often surpasses our machines in speed and accuracy. And Beijian, do you see that defensive structure on the mountaintop? He is responsible for ensuring construction safety during the fortress's development. As Lin Gang observed the clear delineation of each member's responsibilities, he struggled to identify a suitable role for himself. I cannot do any of that. It is meaningless for you to keep me here, Lin Gang exclaimed, still puzzled, as he truly had no idea what he could contribute to the fortress's construction. He was entirely unfamiliar with the process, and with robots assisting in various tasks, he found it difficult to identify how he could be of help. Lei Ming pointed towards the vast expanse outside the fortress and declared, your position is out there. In that wide-open space, there is great potential. Who else but Lin Gang? Lin Gang gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, the lush mountains and clear waters, and exclaimed with excitement, my task is to roam the mountains and enjoy the scenery? Your imagination is quite grand. Lei Ming retorted without hesitation. You think this is a pleasure trip? Commander Xiao has assigned you to clear the environment around the fortress to prevent any mutated creatures from interfering with its construction. Upon hearing Lei Ming's assignment, Lin Gang erupted in protest. Are you even human? I just woke up, and you want me to go outside the fortress to fend off mutated creatures? Are you trying to get me killed? Lei Ming flashed a mischievous smile and said, this task was personally designated by Commander Xiao. If you do not complete it, no one else can take on this honorable assignment. Lin Gang glared at Lei Ming, who appeared to be enjoying his predicament. He understood that this task was indeed most fitting for him, as Liu Jinxiao was still bedridden, and he was the only one capable of clearing and defending against the onslaught of mutated creatures. Alarm! A herd of wild yaks has been spotted approaching the fortress from the north and requires interception and driving away, came Bei Jian's voice through the communicator. Lin Gang turned to Lei Ming and said, so, Bei Jian's role is merely to observe from behind and notify me of any problems, while I am left to do the legwork. Lei Ming grinned and replied, clever. You understand perfectly. Lin Gang, pulling out the magic cube, suddenly sprang into action, swiftly flying towards the north. Meanwhile, Lei Ming, who had been watching with amusement, was utterly taken aback as he witnessed Lin Gang soar into the air, vanishing into the distance. He had never anticipated that Lin Gang could fly, and in that moment, Lei Ming regarded him as a mysterious figure with supernatural abilities. Reflecting on the fact that Lin Gang had survived a rocket blast, Laming began to perceive Lin Gang as a celestial being. Once Lin Gang was beyond the range of their influence, he activated his mech armor, fully enveloping himself, and began seeking out and driving away the mutated creatures that approached the fortress. As he ruthlessly trampled the mutated beings, reveling in the rapid enhancement of his compatibility and endurance, Lin Gang found himself thoroughly enjoying the task outside the fortress. This external mission not only allowed him to remain inconspicuous, but also accelerated his growth and power. Lin Gang eagerly navigated various directions, zealously pursuing the mutated creatures. However, as the duration of the mission progressed, he began to uncover new challenges. Chapter 77. The wind blows low over the grass. Hiding the cattle and sheep, the vast expanse of the Kunlun Mountains stretches endlessly, the azure sky adorned with a few wispy clouds. Beneath these clouds lie verdant hills, while the mountain streams, fed by the pure meltwater from the snow-capped peaks, create a symphony of sounds as they cascade over the rocks, confirming that this breathtaking scenery is indeed real and not merely a painting. However, Lin Gang finds little joy in this enchanting landscape, as the tasks of the past few days have proven less than satisfactory. In the days prior, he had sporadically encountered a few mutated creatures, but for the last 2 days, Lin Gang has returned empty-handed, without sighting a single aberration. Logically, the absence of mutated creatures should be a cause for celebration. Yet, Lin Gang cannot shake off his discontent, for he has lost a significant amount of experience and has failed to enhance his compatibility. What troubles him most, however, is an unsettling sense that something is amiss, though he cannot pinpoint exactly what it is. This disquieting feeling has rendered Lin Gang increasingly irritable. As he gazes into the flowing waters of the stream, Lin Gang bends down to pick up a stone, casting it into the pool before him, hoping to alleviate the tension within him. Just then, a crimson and golden figure swiftly approaches his side, interrupting Lin Gang's reverie. Turning to face the gleaming red mech, he inquires, "Team Leader Lu, have you fully recovered from your injuries?" The visor of the golden red mech opens to reveal Lu Jinchao, who has just been discharged from the hospital. Lu stands beside Lin Gang and quips, "What is the matter? You seem less delighted at my recovery than I had anticipated." Lin Gang replies, "I am indeed pleased that you are out of the hospital, but my mind is preoccupied with some matters I cannot quite grasp." Observing Lin Gang's melancholic demeanor, Lu Jinchao beams cheerfully. "Ah, it appears you have been overwhelmed by the pressures of city life. Now that you are amidst the picturesque Kunlun Mountains, your heart is undergoing a considerable cleansing, and it may take some time to adjust." Lin Gang remains silent, still lost in thought as he stares into the clear pool of water. Lu Jinchao skips a stone across the surface and asks, "Have you completed your tasks?" With a heavy heart, Lin Gang responds, "Ensuring the normal construction of the fortress is without issue, but I have not encountered any mutated creatures in the past few days. It feels as though something is missing. Good heavens, does that mean my trip here was in vain? I came to support you, worried you might face difficulties." Lu Jinchao laments. However, upon further reflection, he considers that Lin Gang's lack of encounters with mutated creatures might actually be a positive sign. Not encountering any mutated creatures these past days suggests that the issue is nearing resolution. "You've made quite the progress in just a few days," Lu Jinchao exclaims with excitement. Lin Gang furrows his brow and clarifies, "I have not encountered any mutated creatures. I cannot claim to have solved the issue." Lu Jinchao, noticing Lin Gang's continued frown, remarks, "Why the modesty? Do you wish to be an unsung hero? Forget that. Since the problem seems resolved, lift your spirits. The weather is splendid today. Allow me to show you the magnificent beauty of Kunlun Mountain." With that, Lu Jinchao playfully drags the reluctant Lin Gang into the sky. Unable to resist Lu Jinchao's enthusiasm, Lin Gang follows along. As they soar through the low skies, Lu Jinchao enthusiastically acts as a tour guide. Kunlun Mountain, also known as Kunlun Su, is our nation's foremost sacred mountain, the ancestor of all mountains. The ancients referred to it as the progenitor of dragon veins. Look up and behold winter's snowy peaks. Glance to the middle and witness the verdant beauty of spring and autumn. Gaze down and observe the summer's skirts and stockings. Ahead lies the expansive lake and grasslands. Let me show you the splendid landscapes of Kunlun Mountain, so you can truly appreciate the meaning of the wind blows low over the grass, revealing the cattle and sheep. As Lu Jinchao leads Lin Gang toward the vast grasslands, Lin Gang begins to set aside his worries and revel in the beauty of the moment. However, when they arrive at the prairie, Lin Gang stands in stunned silence at the sight before him. The lush green grassland stretches out, devoid of any other hues, its beauty striking. Yet not a single cow or sheep is in sight. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the grass to sway and dance in unison. Yet the promised cattle and sheep remain absent. Lin Gang, puzzled, turns to the awkwardly smiling Lu Jinchao and asks, "Is this what you meant by the wind blows low over the grass, revealing the cattle and sheep?" "I see the wind, I see the grass. And I see the grass being blown low. But where are the cattle and sheep you spoke of?" Lu Jinchao, with a sheepish grin, responds, "Perhaps the herdsmen have driven them to other pastures to protect this area." Listening to Lu Jinchao's feeble explanation, Lin Gang craned his neck to scrutinize his surroundings. Aside from the azure sky and a few fluffy clouds, all that remained was a sea of green, with not a single cow or sheep in sight. Lu Jinchao, now embarrassed, chuckles awkwardly. Lin Gang, with a teasing tone, inquires, "Team leader Lu, what color are the cattle and sheep of Kunlun Mountain? Surely they are not green?" Lu Jinchao clarifies, "While our cattle and sheep are considered green food, their color is certainly normal. They are not green." Lin Gang responds, "If the cattle and sheep are not green, what is our purpose here? To admire the green grass? Or perhaps to behold your verdant beauty?" Hastily, Lu Jinchao, feeling the heat of embarrassment, interjects, "Perhaps the cattle and sheep are taking a midday nap. Let us head to Bird Island in the lake and see the birds." With that, the two set off toward Bird Island. Upon arriving, they find themselves once again frozen in disbelief. Lu Jinchao, playing with the droppings and feathers strewn about, discovers not a single bird, nor even an egg. Lin Gang, wrinkling his nose at the pungent odor of bird droppings, inquires, "Team leader Lu, what exactly is our purpose for coming to Bird Island?" "To observe the birds, of course." Lu Jinchao replies weakly. Lin Gang presses on, "Given the current state of affairs, are we truly here to see birds? There are no birds here, not even an egg. What do you expect us to observe?" At this moment, Lu Jinchao is left questioning whether Lin Gang is mocking him, but cannot find the evidence to support it. Lin Gang, on the other hand, reflects on the profound complexity of the Chinese language. Lu Jinchao, astonished, exclaims, "This is strange. There are usually countless birds on Bird Island. How could there be none?" Lin Gang quips, "Could it be the two have gone for a midday nap?" Lu Jinchao furrows his brow. "That's impossible. Even if birds take a nap, they would do so on Bird Island. Could they have migrated south and not returned?" Lin Gang suggests, "Impossible. Not all birds migrate south." Lu Jinchao protests. Lin Gang, growing increasingly agitated, exclaims, "What are we even discussing? Haven't you noticed that since we flew here, we haven't seen a single creature? Something is terribly wrong. We must return immediately." With that, Lin Gang grabs the still pondering Lu Jinchao and flies back toward the base. Chapter 78. The mutations of Kunlun Mountain beneath the cerulean sky. Two mechs, one silver and one red, soar rapidly through the air. Lu Jinchao, keeping pace with Lin Gang, asks, "What is this urgent matter? Can you slow down for a moment? Is it merely that I failed to show you the cattle, sheep, and birds? Why are you in such a frenzy? I can take you to enjoy a roast whole lamb." Clearly, Lu Jinchao remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Lin Gang helplessly remarked, "I have seen cattle, sheep, and birds in anger, yet as I gaze around, not a single sheep is in sight. How can one indulge in roasted whole lamb?" Lu Jinchao, upon hearing Lin Gang's words, pondered for a moment and replied, "Look, you are still angry, are you not? Upset about not being able to savor roasted whole lamb? Rest assured, just ahead is a shop renowned for its authentic flavors. The owner is a close acquaintance of mine. You will undoubtedly relish the finest roasted whole lamb." Lin Gang was utterly defeated by Lu Jinchao's line of reasoning. Turning to Lu Jinchao, he inquired, "Have you been associating closely with monkeys lately?" Lu Jinchao, upon hearing Lin Gang's comment, became excited. "You know about that? Lin Gang silently thought. Your diminished intellect reveals your frequent encounters with them. It is evident your intelligence has been compromised. Lu Jinchao, still oblivious to the situation, exclaimed with delight. This monkey is truly extraordinary. He possesses remarkable skills, with knowledge spanning both ancient and modern realms. Particularly his mastery of metaphysics is absolutely awe-inspiring. Lu Jinchao lavishly praised the monkey, completely oblivious to the visible frustration on Lin Gang's face. Lin Gang, observing Lu Jinchao's unabashed admiration for the monkey, cautioned, "You should keep your distance from a monkey." Lu Jinchao, sensing Lin Gang's displeasure, replied softly, "Why are you still upset? Are you being too petty? I'm willing to share with friends?" As Lu Jinchao lamented Lin Gang's grievances, he glanced at the valley ahead and said, "Do not be angry. Just ahead is the very shop I mentioned. I shall take you there now." Ignoring Lin Gang's protests, he forcibly dragged Lin Gang toward the nearby valley. To conceal the existence of their Mecca, the two took care to hide it beneath their clothing in secluded spots. Lu Jinchao, as he continued to pull Lin Gang towards a small shop, called out, "Old Ma, prepare to welcome guests. Bring forth the finest dishes and a roasted whole lamb. I wish to treat my friend well." After calling for some time without a response, Lu Jinchao couldn't help but scold. "This old Ma is always busy with nonsense. I will have him bring you a couple of bowls of yogurt. Old Ma's yogurt is truly exceptional." As he continued to drag Lin Gang inside, he noticed Lin Gang suddenly cease his resistance, staring ahead blankly. Lu Jinchao grinned. "Though you verbally protest, your body betrays you. You simply cannot resist the allure of a hearty meal." However, when Lu Jinchao turned around, his smile instantly froze and vanished from his face. He stood in shock, staring at the disheveled small courtyard, visibly alarmed. The once sturdy building now lay in ruins, reduced to mere shells. The previously tidy courtyard was now riddled with potholes, a shadow of its former self. Entering the courtyard, Lu Jinchao was taken aback by the chaotic scene. Apart from the exterior of the house, everything inside had been destroyed, with dried blood smeared on the walls and scattered furniture fragments, creating a horrifying tableau. What could have happened? Lu Jinchao struggled to believe his eyes, unsure how the once pristine Ma family shop had devolved into this state. Observing the courtyard, it seemed that the Ma family had met with misfortune. Lin Gang, witnessing the scene before him, felt a profound sadness. He restrained his grief and explained, "This must be the work of mutated creatures. Our worst fears have come true. Kunlun Mountain has experienced a massive biological mutation." Lu Jinchao still found it hard to accept Lin Gang's deduction. But if it were a large-scale biological mutation, where have all the mutated creatures gone? Lin Gang shook his head. "I do not know where these mutated creatures have hidden, but I'm certain we are about to face an onslaught from all mutated beings. Our enemies may very well be every creature." All creatures? Lu Jinchao was astonished. He found it difficult to comprehend Lin Gang's assertion. Why had the adversaries transformed into all creatures? Lin Gang, observing Lu Jinchao's confusion and shock, clarified. "During our confrontation with Fu Mingyi, all the animals we could name mutated before our eyes. Yet I initially thought only a portion of the creatures had transformed. However, these past few days of executing tasks have left me feeling something was amiss. Yet I could not pinpoint what was strange." Lu Jinchao inquired, "What was strange?" Lin Gang, regarding Lu Jinchao with seriousness, answered, "Kunlun Mountain is devoid of life. Aside from the sound of wind and the trickling of springs, there is not a single chirp or rustle. Not only is there an absence of sound, but I have not encountered a single living creature." Hearing Lin Gang's explanation, Lu Jinchao pondered deeply, and his expression gradually morphed into one of terror. Indeed, since leaving the base, he had not encountered any living beings. Whether soaring through the sky or traversing the ground, the once plentiful cattle and sheep had vanished, as had the birds that flew everywhere. The wild animals that once roamed freely were nowhere to be found, and even the vibrant insects that flitted about the grassy meadows had disappeared. Upon reflection, Lu Jinchao's expression darkened further. If these ubiquitous creatures had mutated, then the entire Kunlun Mountain would descend into chaos. It would mean that the entire food chain in Kunlun Mountain had been disrupted. While there might not be immediate consequences, prolonged absence would lead to severe environmental degradation, potentially resulting in the ruin of Kunlun Mountain. Lu Jinchao's fears grew. If his imaginings were to become reality, then chaos would engulf the entire Kunlun Mountain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he must promptly report the findings to higher authorities and devise a contingency plan. Otherwise, true upheaval would ensue. Lin Gang, meanwhile, contemplated other pressing matters. How had such a large-scale biological mutation occurred without Dr. Fu's knowledge? It was implausible for one man to orchestrate the mutation of all life forms in Kunlun Mountain without assistance. Who were his accomplices? Or who was aiding him in executing such terrifying acts? Furthermore, where had these mutated creatures concealed themselves? Why had they chosen to lie low? What were their intentions for the next time they emerged? Was this biological mutation confined to Kunlun Mountain, or was it a global phenomenon? A torrent of questions surged through Lin Gang's mind, stirring his thoughts into a tempest. The unfolding situation grew increasingly inscrutable. Yet, he understood that these signs indicated an impending calamity. As for whether this so-called calamity would unfold as Fu Mingyi had predicted, with intentions of controlling the entire world, that remained uncertain. What puzzled Lin Gang most was why the mutated creatures obeyed Fu Mingyi's commands without question. With his knowledge base, he found it exceedingly challenging to comprehend. Such matters were best left to specialized teams and experts. After returning to the base, Lin Gang and Lu Jinchao reported their discoveries and speculations, initiating a thorough investigation into these events. Meanwhile, the perplexed Lin Gang resolved to shift his focus back to his city, the place where it all began. Chapter 79. The lamb delivered to the door upon Lin Gang and Lu Jinchao as returned to the Kunlun mountain base with their news. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Fortunately, this peculiar phenomenon was confined to Kunlun Mountain, with no similar occurrences reported elsewhere in the country. Lin Gang communicated with Xiao Naofu, providing a detailed account of Kunlun Mountain's current situation and his findings. Upon receiving the news from Lin Gang, Xiao Naofu's expression turned unusually tense. The bizarre situation now unfolding at Kunlun Mountain could result in unimaginable consequences if it were to escalate into a nationwide or even global crisis. After extensive discussions in the meeting, it was decided that while the fortress at Kunlun Mountain was being constructed, other regions must also commence the establishment of relevant defensive structures. Furthermore, it was mandated that all areas initiate appropriate grain stockpiling plans to prepare for emergencies. As a large-scale grain stockpiling began, the image of a certain figure resurfaced in everyone's minds. Without his tireless efforts throughout his lifetime, they might not have had such confidence in their grain storage initiatives. If it weren't for him, many more people around the world would still be suffering from hunger. He not only ensured that they could have enough to eat, but also provided the opportunity for large-scale grain stockpiling. In the days spent deliberating response plans, the construction of the Kunlun Mountain Fortress was accelerated repeatedly. All technicians, workers, robots, and equipment worked tirelessly, seizing every moment to build the fortress. This construction effort showcased the vigor of the nation's rise, revealing the astonishing speed of development and the prowess of its infrastructure capabilities. Originally requiring years of labor, the Kunlun Mountain Fortress was essentially completed in less than half a month, thanks to the collective efforts and witness of all involved. The last time they experienced such speed and capability was during the construction of emergency hospitals in response to a large-scale viral disaster. Observing the orderly operations at the Kunlun Mountain base, Lin Gang realized that his presence there had become less significant. To uncover the myriad of issues at hand, he needed to return to the third shaft in the lower town of a city to find his father and organize the relevant information to clarify the situation. Otherwise, blindly groping in the dark or waiting for mutated creatures to reappear would leave him in a passive position, led by the hidden manipulations of Fu Mingyi. Such an approach was excessively passive and fraught with uncertainty. The most effective way to address a flood is not to wait for it to arrive and then scramble to prepare materials to block it, but rather to understand the causes of the flood and potential dangers beforehand, making preparations and preventive measures in advance. Lin Gang understood that Lei Ming, Xiao Ying, Houzi, and Bai Jian remained at the Kunlun mountain base to accomplish many tasks. He decided to return to his city alone in search of his father. However, just as he intended to bid farewell to his elite team, he discovered that Xiao Ying, Houzi, and Bai Jian were already at his door. The three appeared to be fully prepared with their backpacks, and beside Bai Jian and Houzi rested a large box. Puzzled, Lin Gang inquired, "Why are you three not at your posts? Why have you come here?" Xiao Ying cheerfully replied, "Our elite team is supposed to advance and retreat together. If you return to a city alone, you will surely become restless and want to descend into the shaft. We cannot allow you to go alone." Upon hearing Xiao Ying's words, Lin Gang's expression shifted to one of dismay. What nonsense! The situation at Kunlun Mountain is so critical. How can you leave your posts without permission? The finishing touches on the fortress are in full swing. Aren't you acting like deserters? Feeling deeply moved by his teammates' reluctance to abandon him, Lin Gang was nonetheless unwilling to let his friends sacrifice national interest for his personal desires. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from behind Xiao Ying and the others. Lin Gang looked up to see Lu Jinxiao standing there, having arrived unnoticed. Lu Jinxiao observed Lin Gang and his companions, saying, "Your elite team is indeed impressive." Initially, when Director Xiao proposed forming this team, and we learned that the members were inexperienced youths, there was considerable debate. However, through time spent together and careful observation, I have come to realize that you live up to Director Zhao's expectations. With a smile, Lu Jinxiao continued, "Your elite team embodies camaraderie and a sense of duty to the nation. This fervor is truly admirable. Rest assured, your teammates are aware of your intention to return to a city, and they have completed their tasks ahead of schedule. As for Lei Ming, he is currently engaged in equipping the defense systems and cannot accompany you back just yet. You may proceed ahead, and he will join you as soon as his work is done." Xiao Ying, Houzi, and Bai Jian listened to Lu Jinxiao's words and nodded in agreement, accepting his reasoning. Observing the fatigue etched on their faces, Lin Gang felt a pang of guilt for having scolded them without fully understanding the circumstances. Yet, amidst this guilt, he was overwhelmed with joy and gratitude. In this life, having such friends made it all worthwhile. Bai Jian pointed to the box beside him, saying, "Lei Ming mentioned that his current tasks cannot be completed quickly, so he asked us to go ahead while he would join us later. He prepared a secret weapon for us to use in case of emergencies when we descend." Lin Gang looked at the heavy box, overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling almost intoxicated by it. Lu Jinxiao, with a hint of regret, remarked, "I cannot leave Kunlun Mountain at the moment, or I would certainly join you. Witnessing your bond makes me want to be part of your team." Houzi, with a cheeky grin, suggested, "Our team could use someone like you, capable, ambitious, and full of ideas. Why not accompany us? Since Lei Ming won't be around for a while, you could take his place." Bai Yin chuckled, adding, "He's just thinking that with Lei Ming absent, we lack someone to handle equipment, so he wants you to be his free labor." The playful banter between Houzi and Bai Jian resumed. Lu Jinxiao turned to Lin Gang, saying, "We have the will, but not the strength." Lin Gang raised a hand to interrupt Lu Jinxiao, stating, "Everyone has different responsibilities. Our mission is to find my father and uncover the truth. Your duty is to safeguard Kunlun Mountain, which requires your attention now more than ever." Understanding passed silently between Lu Jinxiao and Lin Gang. In the adult world, one cannot act solely on impulse, for they bear responsibilities and obligations, not only for their own actions, but also for the tasks at hand. Though they felt a deep kinship and lamented the time lost, they could only exchange smiles rather than abandon everything for revelry. In ancient times, confidants could share music and poetry, yet in their current circumstances, they could only communicate through glances and gestures. Especially in these extraordinary times, there was little opportunity for emotional expression. Lu Jinxiao patted Lin Gang on the shoulder, murmuring, "Take care. Tell Director Xiao not to be so stingy with resources. He should allocate more powerful weapons for you. If he refuses, let me know, and I'll help you sort it out." As Lin Gang listened to Lu Jinxiao's words, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, akin to a starving wolf encountering fresh prey after a long abstinence. Chapter 80. the affluent Lin Gang, who had long harbored a dream of powerful weaponry, nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a bobblehead. He looked at Lu Jinchao with the eagerness of an elderly bachelor on the eve of his wedding night. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, Lu Ge. The journey ahead is fraught with peril. I hope you can help me procure more weapons and ammunition. Originally intending to be merely polite, Lu Jinchao was utterly astonished by Lin Gang's candid remarks, unable to fathom that Lin Gang could be so forthright. He pondered the perilous nature of Lin Gang's mission, convinced that Xiao Naofu would never fail to adequately equip the enigmatic sixth mecha with sufficient weaponry. However, he had underestimated the situation. For Lin Gang's mecha had not yet been formally integrated into the system. This revelation came later when Lu Jinchao attended a meeting at headquarters and discovered that the sixth mecha remained securely stored, a fact he learned only after inquiring. Noticing Lu Jinchao's conflicted expression, Lin Gang quickly interjected, "Lu Ge, is this matter truly so difficult to manage? If it proves insurmountable, I can proceed empty-handed. Please do not feel compelled to overextend yourself." Lin Gang emphasized the word insurmountable with a deliberate weight. Upon hearing this term, Lu Jinchao glanced at Xiaoying, who stood nearby with wide eyes, as well as at Houzi and Beijian. He could only muster an awkward chuckle and explain, "Well, you see, the matter is such that procuring a batch of weapons for you involves quite a number of procedures, which can be rather cumbersome and may affect your return schedule." Perhaps, Lu Jinchao struggled to conjure a dismissive excuse, only to be interrupted by Lin Gang. "Liu, we are not in such a rush to return right now." Lin Gang cast a sly glance at Lu Jinchao and continued, "Consider the last battle with Fu Mingyi. Had it not been for your heavy weaponry supporting us, I would have been utterly defeated. Now, Fu Mingyi is lurking in some dark corner, and if my younger brother were to inadvertently cross paths with him, the consequences are too dire to contemplate. Perhaps after this farewell, you may never see your brother again." Lin Gang began to play the tragic card, and while Lu Jinchao was momentarily distracted, he discreetly added a few tears to the corners of his eyes. Hearing Lin Gang's grievances, Lu Jinchao found himself in a quandary. Lin Gang, noticing Lu Jinchao's wavering resolve, continued to embellish, "Lu Ge, if something were to happen to me, you must take good care of the other brothers in our elite team." He glanced at Xiaoying and added, "And my sister too." Beijian, recognizing Lin Gang's intent, chimed in, "Fear not. If you were to meet with any misfortune, the rest of us in the elite team would not wish to survive either." Seizing the moment, Xiaoying joined the fray. "You two mustn't speak such nonsense. Our elite team stands together through thick and thin. Should any misfortune befall us, we shall meet our fate together." Lu Jinchao, witnessing the trio's collective lament, felt an even greater weight on his shoulders. If all went smoothly, that would be one thing. However, if trouble were to arise, he would regret it for a lifetime. Just as Lu Jinchao wavered in uncertainty, Houzi, standing to the side, spoke up. "Brothers and sister, to be honest, during this return journey, I have consulted the divination, and I must confess, our mission may encounter significant peril. This outing could spell life or death." Upon hearing that the elite team faced life-threatening danger, Lu Jinchao's heart sank. In his eyes, Houzi's divination skills were remarkably impressive, and he held great faith in his words. "What? How could this be?" Beijian's eyes widened in shock, revealing his astonishment. Xiaoying, wiping her tears, inquired softly, "Is there any way to counteract this? I have contemplated this for quite some time without uncovering an appropriate solution. However, your recent conversation has sparked an idea. There is indeed a method worth trying." Lin Gang, Xiaoying, and Beijian eagerly pressed, "What method?" Lu Jinchao leaned in, all ears to hear the proposed remedy. Houzi, unhurried, explained, "This journey presents the heavenly wood calamity." What does this calamity entail? To simplify, it is akin to encountering a mighty tree that has fallen. If we manage to chop the tree, we may survive. Otherwise, we are bound to be harmed by it. In this instance, we are faced with an exceptionally sturdy tree, a situation only a celestial being could resolve. Lin Gang exclaimed in disbelief, "But where are these celestial beings?" Does that not mean we are doomed and can only await our demise? Hosey nodded gravely. In theory, that is indeed the case. However, the divination reveals a glimmer of hope, suggesting we may receive aid from a benefactor, perhaps even a celestial being to help us escape this calamity. Lu Jinchao grew anxious. What celestial beings exist in this world? A benefactor may assist you, but that does not guarantee divine intervention. Hosey slapped his thigh. Precisely. That is a valid point. Thus, while you were discussing heavy weaponry, I pondered that fire conquers wood. Heavy weaponry is a product of nature's creation. Perhaps it is the key to overcoming the heavenly wood calamity. However, Hosey's tone shifted, and he fell silent. This left Lu Jinchao, eager to hear the conclusion, in a state of agitation. But what? Please continue. Hosey, appearing somewhat embarrassed, looked at the anxious crowd and remarked, originally, the secrets of heaven should not be divulged. But given the circumstances, I shall risk revealing a bit more. With determination, Hosey continued, I once examined the birth charts of Xiao Naofu and our elite team, and there were slight discrepancies. Furthermore, with Xiaoing also in the elite team, to avoid any suspicion, Commander Xiao is unlikely to provide us with substantial assistance. This implies that Commander Xiao may not allocate sufficient heavy weaponry for us, leaving us lacking the crucial items to counter the heavenly wood calamity. What I mean is, while there is a method to break the situation, we may still be unable to do so. With a heavy sigh, Hosey concluded, shaking his head, before stepping aside to recite a prayer, a penance for revealing heavenly secrets. Bei Jian, in a state of despair, shouted, Are you saying that even knowing the method to break the situation, we must simply await our demise? Meanwhile, Lu Jinchao observed the despondent elite team and felt tormented within. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I apologize, brothers. This is my fault for not being forthright. I had no idea you bore such heavy burdens. If I had known, I would not have stood idly by. Please wait a moment. I will arrange for weapons and ammunition to be sent to you immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Gang appeared somewhat embarrassed. Isn't this placing too great a burden on you, Luga? If they hold you accountable, you would bear the responsibility. We brothers cannot drag you down. Lu Jinchao spoke with righteous conviction. You have risked your lives for the stability of our country, placing your lives on the line. For this mere weaponry, I am prepared to sacrifice my future. I cannot allow you to lose your lives for no reason. Lin Gang, moved by Lu Jinchao's words, felt his hands tremble, tightly grasping Lu Jinchao's hand. Luga, I am truly grateful to have met you in this lifetime. However, I have one more concern. Lu Jinchao thumped his chest. Do not hesitate to speak, brother. Whatever it is, I will assist you. Lin Gang expressed. I worry that if my mecha is equipped with weapons, the demand may be quite significant. I fear it may cause you trouble. Listening to Lin Gang, who bore heavy burdens yet still worried about adding to Lu Jinchao's troubles, Lu Jinchao declared, No need to say anything more, brother. Your words are enough, with your assurance. I shall not have labored in vain for you. Rest assured, I will ensure you have an ample supply of heavy weaponry. Thank you, Luga. I need not say more. In the future, if you require anything from your brothers or sister, do not hesitate to ask. I will not falter. Lin Gang, Bei Jian, Hosey, and Xiaoing spoke in unison. Lu Jinchao felt a surge of fervor at their words. It was not long before Lu Jinchao regretted his impulsive decision to act generously. He had never anticipated the formidable capacity for logistics possessed by the 4 members of the elite team. Originally, it was thought that merely acquiring a few items would suffice. Little did anyone expect that the 4 individuals managed to retrieve several contraptions resembling the legendary Munyo Lu Ma from Lei Ming, nearly depleting their own arsenal. Lu Jinchao's heart bled at the thought of these weapons and ammunition, which were nearly sufficient to equip an entire regiment. He truly did not anticipate that these 4 youngsters could be so ruthless in their endeavors. Wherever they went, they left no trace behind. Chapter 81. The Dark Lord Monkey Lin Gang and his companions departed from the Kunlun mountain base in high spirits aboard their airship. The area they traversed resonated with their joyous laughter. This expedition to Kunlun Mountain was certainly not in vain, as it significantly enhanced their combat capabilities and replenished their stock of firearms. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the young men entered Lu Jinshao's armory with the enthusiasm of bandits descending from the mountains, eagerly stashing anything of value they encountered. Fortunately, with rapid advancements in technology, the size and weight of weapons have been considerably reduced. Even so, they eventually ceased their efforts once they could carry no more. During their foray into Lu Jinshao's armory, they were once again astonished by the monkey's insatiable greed. Despite his seemingly frail physique, he lifted the equipment with remarkable ease, leaving Lu Jinshao visibly furious as he departed the armory bearing a load of weapons several times his own size. At that moment, the monkey was regarded as a marvel. He resembled an ant carrying an elephant away. The monkey demonstrated to everyone that human potential knows no bounds, faced with immense temptation. Even a frail ant could lift a colossal elephant. Lin Gang, observing Lu Jinshao's fluctuating complexion, feared he might have a change of heart and hurriedly led his elite team away from the Kunlun mountain base. The group beamed with delight at the sight of their airship filled to the brim with strategic resources. After a bout of laughter and playful banter, Lin Gang suddenly remembered the box Lei Ming had entrusted to him. Pointing to the box, he inquired, "What on earth is contained within the box given to us by Lei Ming?" Bei Jian, with an air of mystery, replied, "It contains the Tian NV San Lei that old Lei replicated, along with some minor inventions." Upon hearing Bei Jian's words, Lin Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Lei replicated the Tian NV San Lei? He exclaimed incredulously. It was hard for him to fathom that Lei Ming, who had only recently arrived at Kunlun Mountain with the monkey, had managed to replicate such a formidable weapon. Opening the box, Lin Gang was awestruck by the abundance of Tian NV San Lei it contained, and he could not help but admire Lei Ming's ingenuity. After simply borrowing one to study for 2 days, he had managed to replicate an impressive quantity of the weapon. It seemed that Lei Ming had anticipated that he would not be able to return to his city underground with the others in a timely manner, and had prepared this surprise for them in advance. However, Lin Gang was puzzled. But wait, when Jiao Yi developed the Tian NV San Lei, he consumed an enormous amount of resources. Where did old Lei acquire such an abundance of materials to replicate the Tian NV San Lei? As he spoke, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Ying, Bei Jian, and the monkey. Noticing the three of them struggling to suppress their laughter, mixed with a hint of pride, Lin Gang realized that this matter was undoubtedly related to them. The monkey, brimming with pride, declared, "I may have added a few extra coordinates during my calculations." Bei Jian chimed in, "I merely assisted in diverting the attention of a few administrators." Xiao Ying lowered her head, saying, "I took advantage of their inattention to access the management system and made some minor alterations to the data." Bei Jian stared at the trio in disbelief. "Do you not realize that such actions could lead to serious repercussions?" In unison, Xiao Ying and the others reassured him, "Do not worry. There will be no traces left. We will not be discovered." Bei Jian, feeling a bit perturbed, remarked, "To remain undetected, one must refrain from wrongdoing. The truth will eventually surface, if discovered. Our elite team will be finished." With a serious expression, he added, "The situation is unusual. We do not know when Fu Mingyi will reappear, nor the countless mutated creatures that pose a threat. If our elite team is ill-equipped, it will be tantamount to offering ourselves up as sacrifices." Lin Gang responded gravely, "Non est-ce?" This seems somewhat against the rules. However, I must admit that I find this approach quite commendable. Do remember to involve me in any future endeavors of this nature. Taking a deep breath, Lin Gang startled the other three, who thought he might be about to report the incident. Xiao Ying, placing a hand on her chest, exclaimed, "Such jokes should not be made lightly. You nearly scare me to death." Having been subjected to militaristic education from a young age, Xiao Ying was particularly averse to making mistakes. However, since growing closer to this group, she had begun to relish the thrill of bending the rules. Lin Gang chuckled. "Under normal circumstances, I would never permit such actions. After all, rules are rules. If everyone disregarded them, chaos would ensue." He continued earnestly, "Yet, given the current perilous situation, With Fu Mingyi and a host of mutated creatures posing significant threats, we are an elite team, not a sacrificial squad. Special circumstances call for special measures. If following procedures leads to irreversible losses, it would be a grave error. The monkey, rolling his eyes, retorted, I thought you were a staunch traditionalist. Lin Gang, responding to the monkey's eye rolling, quipped, if I were a traditionalist, would I have devised a means to deceive Captain Liu and acquire equipment? The primary reason I sought to secure these weapons was due to your inadequacy. The monkey pondered for a moment, realizing that Lin Gang, being equipped with a mech, did not necessarily require these firearms. He hastily defended, the equipment we obtained from Captain Liu also had my contributions. Miyabi, Bai Yin interjected. I've noticed that you excel at nothing but deceiving others. Lin Gang and Xiao Ying nodded in agreement, tacitly endorsing Bai Jian's assessment of the monkey. The monkey, feeling slightly offended by their characterization, rolled up his sleeves and declared, it seems that unless I showcase my abilities, you will all mistakenly believe I am a novice. With a grin, Lin Gang responded, no, we never regarded you as a novice. Your current performance is merely that of an egg. Bai Jian and Xiao Ying joined in laughter, causing the monkey to fume. Gritting his teeth, he produced a wooden cylinder from his belongings and exclaimed, behold, open your eyes and recognize this as my meticulously crafted secret weapon. Bai Jian and Xiao Ying stared in astonishment at the wooden cylinder, which bore a resemblance to the Tian NV Sanlei in size, genuinely believing it to be the monkey's secret invention. Lin Gang glanced over and remarked, your secret weapon is merely a rolling pin? Surely that is a stretch. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian and Xiao Ying scrutinized the wooden cylinder in the monkey's hand. And indeed, it resembled a standard rolling pin. The monkey, embarrassed by Lin Gang's comment, looked at the wooden cylinder and sheepishly admitted, my apologies, that was the wrong item. This is indeed a rolling pin. He then rummaged through his bag and produced another wooden cylinder, examining it carefully before stating, this is my secret weapon. The Tian NV Sanbing. Lin Gang, Bai Jian, and Xiao Ying regarded the additional rolling pin in the monkey's possession with a mixture of disbelief. In unison, they exclaimed, what is the significance of carrying 2 rolling pins? The monkey, infuriated by their comments, jumped up and yelled, this is not a rolling pin. Allow me to open your eyes. As the monkey raised the rolling pin in its hand, it pointed toward a nearby lake, and in an instant, a beam of white light shot down toward the water surface. The 3 companions, witnessing the radiant rolling pin, exclaimed in unison, what on earth? It turned out that the monkey was none other than the Voldemort monkey. Chapter 82. The mysterious fingerprint. Lin Gang, Bai Jian, and Xiao Ying stared in awe at the rolling pin emitting a dazzling light, and the term magician flashed through their minds. The monkey's appearance immediately reminded them of a classic character, Voldemort. To better suit the monkey's persona, they dubbed it the Voldemort monkey, a name that would echo through the ages. As the beam of light struck the tranquil surface of the lake, the once glimmering waters were instantly frozen solid. The trio, who had initially been amused, stood petrified, utterly astonished that the monkey possessed such extraordinary magical prowess. Lin Gang could not contain his astonishment. How on earth did you do that? Bai Jian, equally incredulous, remarked, you can actually perform magic. Upon hearing their remarks, the monkey quickly tucked away the rolling pin and nonchalantly replied, one must remain humble. I've merely dabbled in various arts. It was evident that the monkey reveled in this newfound admiration. Yet it never realized that what had captivated Bai Jian and the others was not its genuine magical abilities, but rather this trick. Lin Gang, grinning from ear to ear, remarked, it seems my brothers have underestimated the true capabilities of our monkey friend. The monkey, ruffling its fur, stated, I simply prefer to lead a low-key life. Unwilling to flaunt my abilities, Lin Gang, with a serious demeanor, replied, I would never dare to underestimate you again. With such celestial powers, surely you have no need for these firearms, which we, as your loyal companions, would gladly accept. The monkey, upon hearing the suggestion of relinquishing its weapons, suddenly became timid. Not at all. I am but the younger brother. Under persistent questioning from Lin Gang and his companions, The monkey eventually revealed the now hollow rolling pin. It turned out that the monkey had been inspired by Lei Ming's imitation of the Tiannu San Lei and had crafted a counterfeit version of the ice-sealing Tiannu San Lei using talismans. This revelation earned the monkey recognition for its astonishing talismanic techniques, demonstrating to the trio that true mastery often lies among the common folk. Despite never having received formal education, the monkey's ability to create such remarkable artifacts left everyone in awe of its talents. Following this brief interlude, the airship swiftly arrived in a city. Upon entering the city, the four-person team sensed a palpable tension in the atmosphere. After inquiring further, they learned that news of the events at Kunlun Mountain had already spread, and construction at Shuai-Di Lake had also raised suspicions of similar occurrences. The group did not linger, but hastened their journey to Shuai-Di Lake. What was once a bustling site was now completely cordoned off, with a massive curtain obscuring the sky above. Observing the serious expressions of the Shuai-Di Lake staff, Lin Gang and his companions quickly made their way to the frontline command center. Inside the command center, they found Xiao Nao, Fu, and Jiao Yi, both wearing troubled expressions as they stared blankly at the screen before them. Despite the many days of exploration, they remained perplexed by the anomalies at Shuai-Di Lake, with those investigating the mysterious structure consistently reporting strange, eerie howls. As time passed, even those outside the structure began to hear these unsettling sounds, leading to rampant speculation that the mysterious building was a den of ghosts, with the sounds being the cries of demons. With no leads after such a prolonged investigation, the pressure from above was mounting. Observing Xiao Nao, Fu, and the weary researchers, it was evident that they had not rested in quite some time. When Xiao Nao, Fu saw Lin Gang and the others enter, he forced a smile and beckoned Lin Gang closer. After all this time, we still have no leads. If you don't clarify things with your father, we may well perish from exhaustion. Lin Gang inquired. Is there truly no clue at all? Xiao Nao, Fu nodded helplessly. Your father merely instructed us to keep an eye on Shuai-Di Lake, yet despite our extensive efforts, we remain at a standstill. If only he could provide us with more information, it would spare us from this arduous task. Listening to Xiao Nao, Fu's grievances, Lin Gang could only smile faintly, knowing that such complaints arose from desperation. After a moment, he asked, is there truly no discernible pattern to the structures? Xiao Nao, Fu retrieved information about the mysterious buildings and explained, there is absolutely no discernible pattern. We do not even know when they appear at the lake's bottom. Can you, as his son, grasp your father's intent? Lin Gang meticulously reviewed the documents before him, hoping to uncover some clue or insight into his father's intentions. As he gazed at the aerial view of the mysterious buildings, a strange feeling washed over him. The layout resembled some kind of pattern, yet he could not pinpoint it. His gaze lingered on the aerial view, lost in thought, when suddenly an epiphany struck him. He pointed at the image and exclaimed, Uncle Xiao, don't these structures resemble a fingerprint? Xiao Nao, Fu, upon hearing Lin Gang's words, scrutinized the building cluster closely. The more he looked, the more it resembled a fingerprint, prompting him to instruct others to zoom out for a better view. Initially, the resemblance was subtle, but as they zoomed out, it became evident that the cluster of mysterious buildings formed a colossal fingerprint. Xiao Nao, Fu gazed at the enormous fingerprint, feeling that the long-standing riddle was on the verge of being unraveled. Lin Gang asked, whose mysterious fingerprint could this be? Xiao Nao, Fu replied, no matter. Let's first compare it with the National Fingerprint Database. However, for safety's sake, your elite team should continue to search for your father down below. His prolonged absence suggests he may be in danger, and the old man is also nearing his limit. After all, your father possesses the most detailed information regarding the Shuai-Di Lake situation. Lin Gang and Xiao Nao, Fu discussed the issue of biological mutations and provided a detailed analysis of the situation at Kunlun Mountain and the involvement of Fu Mingyi. Xiao Nao, Fu expressed his astonishment, never having anticipated that Fu Mingyi was the traitor. Jiao Yi, upon hearing this news, was equally shocked, having previously guided Fu Mingyi in his endeavors and holding a favorable view of him. Having addressed these matters, the elite team took a brief respite before joining Jiao Yi en route to the third underground well. eager to locate Lin Gang and unravel the myriad mysteries before them. Just as Lin Gang and his companions departed, the results of the fingerprint comparison from Shui-D Lake emerged. When the staff presented the findings to Xiao Naofu, a wave of frustration surged within him upon seeing the name listed. The fingerprint closely matching that of the mysterious structure belonged to none other than Lin Gang, who had just been dispatched to the third well. When Xiao Naofu attempted to contact Lin Gang and the elite team, communication was lost, leaving the exploration of Shui-D Lake once again at an impasse with no clear path forward. Chapter 83. Puppetry and goo techniques within the depths of the A City underground. The elite team and Zhao Yi swiftly descended toward the well's bottom. This time, the elite team is well equipped with ample weaponry and ammunition. Furthermore, this mission is not overly constrained by regulations. The primary objective is to locate Lin Gang and others. Everyone is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, which has prompted them to approach the task with a greater sense of urgency. The descent this time is significantly quicker than in previous attempts. To expedite the process, Zhao Yi has equipped the other three with propulsion devices. The fully armed flying speed indeed surpasses the slow and cautious advance they had employed before. Bei Jin couldn't help but exclaim, "Had we prepared the propulsion devices earlier, we might have completed this mission long ago." Zhao Yi, acknowledging Bei Jin's complaint, responded, "In previous attempts, the unpredictability of the underground environment posed too many risks. An accidental explosion could lead to unimaginable consequences, affecting not just the underground city. This was no idle threat. Beneath the surface lay numerous flammable and toxic gases. A misstep in igniting or releasing these substances could yield catastrophic results. This is precisely why the excavation and construction of the underground city have progressed at a sluggish pace. Long ago, humanity existed solely on the surface, gazing up at the enigmatic sky with profound wonder. Through the diligent efforts of their ancestors, various flying apparatuses were developed, evolving from the initial hot air balloons to airplanes, and, subsequently, to a diverse array of deep space vessels. The advancements in spacecraft and astronomical telescopes have afforded humanity a deeper understanding of the sky and outer space, enabling observations of phenomena millions of light years away. However, as exploration of the heavens has advanced, humanity has often overlooked the planet that sustains their very existence. Despite being the nurturing cradle for humanity over countless years, their comprehension of Earth remains limited. With no suitable planets found for human habitation and an ever-increasing population, the available space for development and survival is exceedingly constrained, compelling humanity to turn its gaze downward. Historically, human understanding of subterranean realms was restricted to the extraction of mineral resources. But the exhaustion of these resources inevitably leads to the creation of spaces that could alleviate the pressure of living conditions. While there is a collective desire to fully exploit the subterranean environments, the associated risks are substantial. Foremost among these considerations are the equipment required for development, as well as the unfamiliar and perilous conditions that lurk beneath. As humanity endeavored to explore the underground, it became evident that Earth harbors a plethora of flammable, explosive, and toxic gases alongside numerous unknown materials. This dramatically escalated the challenges associated with subterranean development, causing many who coveted the underground spaces to abandon their lofty ambitions. Yet, the indomitable spirit of the Huaxia people, characterized by resilience in the face of adversity, has shone through. The more formidable the challenge, the more fervently they strive to overcome it. Through the perseverance of generations of researchers, the current state of the underground city has been realized. A momentary lapse in vigilance that jeopardizes their hard-won achievements is simply unacceptable. Thus, every descent into the depths must prioritize the safety of all researchers, alongside safeguarding the underground city's stability. The underground city is a manifestation of countless individuals' dedication, akin to a cherished child, deserving of care and protection. Upon hearing Zhao Ye's words, Hosey could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, exclaiming, "If we descend so recklessly, could it not lead to an explosion that might obliterate the underground city?" Jiao Yi, with an air of authority, replied, should an explosion occur, the underground city may not necessarily be destroyed, but those of us at the forefront would certainly face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Bei Jian broke out in a cold sweat, gazing into the abyss that seemed poised to engulf them, nervously asking, are we not akin to carrying a coffin while jumping into the Yellow River, essentially courting death? Jiao Yi playfully tapped Bei Jian's head, saying, could you not speak in such ominous terms? Do you think I would lead you to your doom without reason? I have already surveyed this section of the tunnel, and there are no dangers. Otherwise, would I have allowed you to descend? However, the final segment of the tunnel cannot accommodate propulsion devices. Upon hearing Jiao Yi's reassurances, the elite team felt their anxieties somewhat alleviated. No wonder Jiao Yi had equipped them with propulsion devices. He had evidently prepared meticulously. Lin Gang, observing the dried bloodstains on the nearby tunnel wall, inquired, are there still numerous mutated creatures below? Jiao Yi waved his hand dismissively, stating, initially there were some, but they became sparse later on. Strangely, we have encountered none this time. As Lin Gang listened, he began to connect the current situation with that of Kunlun Mountain. Master, do you think the biological mutations in a city might yield similar results to those at Kunlun Mountain? Jiao Yi furrowed his brow, responding, it's uncertain. The collective disappearance of mutated creatures does bear some resemblance to the events at Kunlun Mountain, but we have monitored a city for 24 hours, and so far, there has been no indication of a widespread mutation akin to that at Kunlun. Lin Gang sighed, troubled by the bizarre occurrences of recent times, lamenting, the events that have transpired are utterly surreal, leaving one bewildered. How did Fu Mingyi orchestrate such a scheme without drawing attention, leading to the silent mutation of so many creatures? Most bizarrely, these mutated beings seem to inexplicably obey his commands. Yao Yi pondered, suggesting, perhaps Fu Mingyi possesses technological means to control the mutated creatures. Houzi, having overheard their conversation, quietly remarked, I have never witnessed Fu Mingyi exercising control over mutated creatures, but your descriptions suggest similarities to the legendary techniques of puppetry and goo. Puppetry? Goo? The mention piqued everyone's curiosity. Houzi, seeing their eager faces, cleared his throat and elaborated. Puppetry involves using techniques or other mediums to control targets, but controlling such a vast number of beings cannot be as straightforward as you described. It resembles goo manipulation, which, according to records, requires a queen bug. As Lin Gang absorbed Houzi's explanation and recalled the confrontation with Fu Mingyi, he suddenly exclaimed, at that time, Fu Mingyi stood upon a metallic centipede, and despite my utmost effort, I could not harm him. Only after separating him from the centipede did Lu Jinxiao manage to injure him. As everyone processed Lin Gang's words alongside Houzi's insights, they began to question their long-held perceptions of the world. Bei Jian, perplexed, pondered, could the metallic centipede beneath Fu Mingyi be the queen bug? Is that why all the mutated creatures obey his command? Houzi nodded vigorously, affirming Bai Yan's theory. Lin Gang fell into deep contemplation, astonished that Houzi could elucidate what he had struggled to comprehend through scientific reasoning. Yet in the minds of Lin Gang, Xiaoying, and Jiao Yi, this notion still felt like a superstitious fallacy. Nonetheless, it remained the most plausible explanation for Fu Mingyi's control over the mutated creatures. With a serious expression, Lin Gang inquired of Houzi, where did you learn about puppetry and goo? Do you possess such skills? Houzi, wide-eyed, replied, how could I possibly wield such techniques? I have indeed witnessed the discourse surrounding these two forms of magical arts. Where? The crowd inquired in unison. The monkey, pulling out a rectangular tablet from its pocket, earnestly declared, I found it here. Chapter 84. The Monkey's Pursuit of Truth. Lin Gang, Bei Jian, Xiaoying, and Jiao Yi gazed in astonishment at the tablet in the monkey's grasp. Remarkably, this wondrous tablet contained records of extraordinary puppet arts and goo techniques. They were determined not to miss this enlightening opportunity. Eager to absorb this newfound knowledge, they surrounded the monkey tightly, yearning to behold the marvels inscribed upon the tablet. The four of them quickly encircled the monkey, their eyes fixated on the somewhat familiar tablet. and before they could ponder further, they began to stare intently at it. The monkey gently tapped the rectangular tablet, which immediately erupted in a dazzling radiance, illuminating the previously dim environment of the deep well. The brightness momentarily disoriented their eyes, but their desire to seize this fortuitous moment compelled them to squint and peer at the brilliance. They watched as the monkey's fingers danced swiftly across the tablet, seemingly unlocking its seal. Observing the monkey's dexterous technique and contemplating the mysterious mode of documentation, coupled with the intricate sealing method, they surmised that the tablet must possess extraordinary significance. The monkey, with its index and middle fingers pressed together, glided over the tablet a few times, then pointed at a specific location in the center, causing the radiant light to dim slightly. Lin Gang and the others felt their anticipation heighten. The peculiar recording method suggested it contained some clandestine knowledge. They began to wonder if the monkey was indeed holding the legendary Taoist scripture that had been whispered about. The monkey, noticing the glimmer of curiosity in the eyes of its captivated audience, felt a swell of vanity. After all, this uneducated creature was about to earn some respect in front of these intellectuals, leaving them to ponder who might dare mock its lack of education again. With a chuckle, the monkey proclaimed, "It is the puppet arts and goo techniques documented in this very book." The four, having finally adjusted to the intense light, glanced at the tablet in the monkey's hand and then at the monkey itself, falling into a momentary silence. Jiao Yi rubbed his sore eyes and then turned to Lin Gang, saying, "Hit me. Strike me till he smoke." Lin Gang, Bei Jian, and Xiaoling, upon hearing Jiao Ye's words and seeing the smug monkey, began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon it. They only ceased when the monkey threw out a talisman, producing smoke, and they had exhausted themselves. The monkey, gazing at its bruised and battered face, while wiping away the blood streaming from its nose, lamented, "I kindly showed you the book, and yet you resort to violence? We are all cultured individuals. Why must we torment one another?" Jiao Yi, unable to contain his temper, resumed pummeling the monkey, adjusting his disheveled hair from the exertion. He remarked, "I had thought my age would deter me from fighting, yet you truly are a mouse provoking a cat for no reason." In truth, the tablet the monkey held was not some revered Taoist scripture or treasure, but merely an old reading device. The monkey's mysterious unlocking was merely a standard password entry, and the so-called records were nothing more than novels penned by internet authors. The monkey woefully exclaimed, "Why must you resort to violence when I am merely trying to discuss matters with you?" Jiao Yi, with a fiery temper, retorted, "We were having a serious conversation, and you dare to mislead us with online fiction. At my age, my eyesight is already failing, and you flaunt this nonsense in front of me. If I do not strike you, who shall I strike?" The monkey, feeling wronged, replied, "I did not deceive you. As the saying goes, art originates from life. I merely wish to recommend this book to you. Besides, surely you have heard of the Miao Jianggu techniques?" Upon hearing the monkey's explanation, Lin Gang pondered and said, "There does seem to be some truth to that. The puppet arts and Miao Jianggu techniques are indeed mentioned in folklore." The monkey, upon hearing Lin Gang's words, expressed excitement. "Did you hear that? Everyone should have heard such folk tales." Prompted by Lin Gang's remark, the others recalled having heard similar stories. Yet, having recently been discussing the scientific explanation for the manipulation of mutated beings, they had temporarily forgotten the realm of folklore, especially Jiao Yi, who had heard many such tales in the past. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Jiao Yi interjected, "We are discussing science. We are engaged in serious matters, and your storytelling is disrupting our conversation." The monkey, feeling aggrieved, muttered, "I was merely sharing my thoughts. If you disagree, you could simply choose not to listen. Why resort to violence? After all, freedom of speech exists." Jiao Yi contemplated the situation, realizing that resorting to violence was inappropriate, and offered the monkey an opportunity to continue. "Since it is freedom of speech, do you have anything else to add?" Swallowing hard, fearful that the others might erupt again, the monkey timidly replied, "There is nothing much to add. I merely hope that in the future, when you read, you might take a more comprehensive approach." Upon finishing, the monkey noticed Jiao Yi raising his hand and jumped aside in fright. Jiao Yi, observing the monkey's fearful demeanor, glanced at Lin Gang and the others and stated, "The monkey does have a point. We should all strive to read more in our spare time." Lin Gang and the others nodded in agreement. Then Lin Gang approached the monkey, saying, "Do not be disheartened. After all, in the pursuit of knowledge and the propagation of truth, one may inevitably face some trials and tribulations." The monkey, with an expression of discontent, retorted, "Fortunately, I have heard of such occurrences since childhood, so I am well acquainted with these matters. Otherwise, I might have faced dire consequences. As for you all, I imagine you endured quite a few beatings during your studies." The monkey sniffed at the blood threatening to spill from his nose, casting a sympathetic glance over the assembled scholars, feeling a twinge of pity for them. Most deserving of sympathy was Xiao Ying, a young girl subjected to such harsh treatment. As they gazed at the monkey, a wave of regret washed over them, lamenting why they had treated such an innocent and straightforward creature with such cruelty. Just as they were jesting, Jiao Yi halted and commanded the elite team to a stop. The path ahead had yet to be tested, and they could not ascertain whether it was safe for the propulsion devices. They needed to pause for a moment. Upon hearing Jiao Ye's words, the elite team quickly halted, peering into the dark abyss of the well. Jiao Yi suggested, "The path below is not long. Let us prepare to descend." Lin Gang proposed, "Let us first remove the propulsion devices and store them here, take a brief respite, and ready our equipment for a lighter descent." The group began to rest on the nearby platform. Suddenly, as the monkey was packing its belongings, it shouted, "Oh no, I forgot something important." The other four turned their attention to the monkey. "What is it?" The monkey replied, looking distressed, "I did not receive my red nyemya." Chapter 85, The Metal Mutation. The fifth chapter of this tale recounts the metal mutation. The individuals busily preparing their gear were nearly driven to the brink of violence against the monkey for its utter lack of decorum. Bei Jian, with a fierce expression, exclaimed, "Did you not use the money you took from me to buy enough red nyemya?" The monkey, with a cheeky grin, responded, "I was saving for my little shirtai." The others were left exasperated by the monkey's audacity. Previously, the little master was often teased about the monkeys. But now the monkeys have begun to develop immunity and occasionally engage in self-deprecation. Nowadays, the only way to subdue the monkeys is through physical force. Mere verbal taunts are utterly ineffective. It is understood by all that, when dealing with such formidable opponents as the monkeys, it is advisable to conserve one's breath and not waste words. Just as everyone was preparing to roll up their sleeves to deal with the monkeys, Jiao Yi, who was monitoring the subterranean environmental conditions, suddenly appeared tense. "We have a situation. Everyone, stay alert." Upon hearing Jiao Yi's words, the group quickly ceased their playful banter and cast wary glances into the inky darkness of the well's depths. A rustling sound, once a harbinger of tranquility, now echoed ominously from below. The memory of their last encounter with a mutated creature flashed vividly in their minds. Lin Gang and Jiao Yi, equipped with their mechs, remained relatively composed, whereas Xiao Ying and Bei Jian, who had previously been attacked by a swarm of vultures, exhibited clear signs of anxiety. The group stared intently into the well, uncertain of what monstrous entity might materialize before them. Suddenly, an excited voice emerged from the depths, proclaiming, "There's a light down there. Could it be our rescuers?" A second voice, filled with enthusiasm, shouted, "It must be our rescuers." Filled with hope, the two individuals below cried out for assistance. "Comrades, we are teammates of academician Lin Gang. We are here." Upon hearing his father's name, Lin Gang's demeanor shifted to one of heightened anxiety. After a tumultuous period of uncertainty regarding his father's fate, from initially receiving news of his demise to later discovering that he was indeed alive, Lin Gang's emotions were now a tumultuous whirlwind. Jiao Yi gestured for Lin Gang to wait, as he intended to assess the situation below. "What is the current state down there? Is the environment stable?" Jiao Yi called out. "The environment appears normal. We are being pursued by unidentified creatures. Academician Lin and Mr. Lei are fighting off the monsters to provide us with an escape." An urgent voice responded. Another voice added, "Academician Lin instructed us to escape and seek help. They cannot hold out much longer." Hearing their words, Jiao Yi quickly advised Lin Gang, "Prepare to descend. I will go down first to assess the situation." With that, Jiao Yi maneuvered his mech toward the bottom of the well. Watching Jiao Ye's retreating figure, Lin Gang felt a surge of excitement, as he might soon reunite with his father, which filled him with exhilaration. The monkey beside him furrowed his brow and said, "Lin Gang, I sense something is amiss." Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Gang replied casually, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you've started reading fortunes." Having experienced the monkey's unreliable instincts on numerous occasions, Lin Gang dismissed the monkey's concerns. His focus was entirely on Jiao Yi, who was investigating the situation at the well's base. If all went well, under the guidance of the two survivors, he should be able to find his father soon. Not only would he fulfill the mission assigned to him, but he would also be reunited with his father. The weight of his psychological burden in searching for his father was immense. The monkey observed Lin Gang's agitation, feeling increasingly uneasy as he watched Jiao Yi hastening toward the well's depths. The monkey shouted, "Jiao Yi, be careful!" Before the monkey could finish, he saw a massive shadow suddenly pounce on Jiao Yi, causing him to vanish from sight. Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, and Bei Jian were momentarily stunned, fixated on the spot where Jiao Yi had just disappeared. The monkey exclaimed, "This is bad. It's a trap. Everyone, prepare for battle." No sooner had the monkeys spoken than they found themselves surrounded by a horde of mutated creatures. Lin Gang and the others, still in disbelief, gasped, "What is happening?" The monkey raised his weapon, aiming at the encroaching mutants. Those two individuals were suspicious. Their tone didn't convey the urgency of someone fleeing for their life. It was filled with eagerness, but lacked panic. The monkey explained to the other three. Having never attended school, the monkey had lived in the mountains with his master and had experienced far more than the other three, allowing him to perceive subtleties that others might overlook. Upon hearing the monkey's insights, Lin Gang and the others slowly began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Lin Gang, anxious about Jiao Ye's disappearance, realized that the enemy had set a trap for them. They were now completely encircled, with Jiao Yi lured away, clearly indicating that the enemy aimed to pick them off one by one. Lin Gang couldn't help but worry for Jiao Ye's safety. If he were to encounter Fu Mingyi, he feared that Jiao Ye's mech would not prove a match for him. Yet he also worried about Xiao Ying, Bei Jian, and the monkey, uncertain if they could withstand the onslaught of the mutated creatures long enough for him to retrieve Jiao Yi. The monkey, sensing Lin Gang's inner turmoil, raised his weapon and said, "You go save Jiao Yi. Although our combat capabilities are inferior to yours, we can hold them off for a while." As Xiao Ying and Bei Jian dealt with the swarm of mutated creatures, they added, "Our firearms are not suitable for assisting Jiao Yi. We might inadvertently cause collateral damage. You're the only one who can bring him back safely." Having spent time with Jiao Yi, they genuinely cared for the temperamental old man and were reluctant to see him harmed. Just as they were conversing, the horde of mutated creatures surged toward them from all directions. Lin Gang drew his twin blades and swiftly began to dispatch the approaching mutants. The monkey, Xiaoying, and Bei Jian coordinated their efforts to retaliate against the swarm. Amidst the explosions and the attacks of their sonic weapons, the mutants fell in droves. As their cooperation grew more seamless, the mutated creatures could not easily overcome them, allowing Lin Gang to feel a measure of relief. He turned to the three, who were deftly countering the onslaught, and said, "Give me a moment. I will go retrieve Jiao Yi." With that, he swiftly made his way toward the bottom of the well, where Jiao Yi had disappeared. As Lin Gang wielded his blades with precision, the advancing mutants were cleaved in two before they could close the distance. The relentless tide of mutated beasts sought to impede him. Just as one wave fell, another surged forward, undeterred by the threat of death. Observing the ceaseless onslaught, Lin Gang became increasingly convinced that the mutated creatures were being directed in their attacks, as their assault was methodical rather than chaotic. However, after dispatching a portion of the mutants, Lin Gang's expression darkened once more. In the course of those last two strikes, he had clearly seen the skeletal structure of the mutants had begun to metallicize. They were no longer the flesh and blood creatures they once were. They had transformed into metallic monstrosities. In the dim well, A multitude of mutated creatures surged toward the two battlefronts. One group assailed Xiao Ying, Bei Jian, and the monkey, while another impeded Lin Gang's advance. The sounds of flesh being torn were gradually replaced by the clattering of metal. Bei Jian, while unleashing a barrage against the encroaching mutants, cursed. This is no longer a mere mutation. How have their bones and fur begun to metallicize? The monkey wore an expression of astonishment. Goodness, the defense has significantly improved. Even in a skeletal state, it can still rise. The pressure on the three monkeys increased considerably. Bei Jian delivered an elbow strike against the wall of the well, shattering a metallic cat skeleton that had leaped onto him and was gnawing at him. Observing another large rat attempting to ambush Xiao Ying, he lifted a foot and sent it flying. Gazing at Lin Gang, who had yet to break free from the encirclement, he shouted, "Hurry up! This thing has become even more bizarre. Our pressure is mounting." At that moment, Lin Gang, witnessing the escalating pressure on the three, could no longer afford to hesitate. He transformed his mech into a dual-headed, six-armed mode and rapidly surged toward the bottom of the well. The mode switch evidently enhanced his speed considerably. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. As Lin Gang descended deeper, he dared not employ thermal weapons and had to rely solely on manual extermination of the mutated creatures. After half a day of frantic descent without catching sight of Jiao Yi, anxiety crept in. Had Jiao Yi encountered misfortune? Just as Lin Gang desperately searched for Jiao Yi's trace, a thunderous explosion resonated nearby. With a resounding bang, a disheveled figure appeared before Lin Gang. It was none other than the Jiao Yi he had been fervently seeking. As it turned out, Jiao Yi, who had just descended into the well for rescue, sensed something amiss during his descent. To ensure his safety, he heightened his vigilance and stealthily deployed a sensor to monitor the conditions at the well's bottom. Just as he approached the bottom, a massive hound sprang from the side, knocking him down with a force comparable to that of an elephant. The sudden impact caught the prepared Jiao Yi slightly off guard. As Jiao Yi regained his composure, concerned about the unstable environment below, he refrained from using thermal weapons. Just as he intended to punch the gigantic hound, another massive hound bit down on his arm from behind. Thus restrained, Jiao Yi was soon overwhelmed by countless mutated creatures amidst the beast tide. The teeth of the two massive hounds had transformed entirely into metallic fangs, and even upon biting Jiao Yi's mech, sparks began to fly. In such a dire moment, Jiao Yi did not dare to employ thermal weapons. He feared that if he did, it might trigger an explosion within the well, and he, an old man, would be lost. More so, he was anxious that his momentary lapse might endanger the four little ones not far behind him and obliterate the hard work of so many in the underground city. Therefore, Jiao Yi could only engage in hand-to-hand combat with the densely packed mutated creatures. While he could easily handle the smaller mutated beings, the overwhelming numbers, along with the two relentless hounds keeping a close watch on him and sneaking in attacks when he least expected it, rendered Jiao Yi's solitary battle quite disadvantageous. Just as he was caught off guard, one of the hounds ambushed him, tearing off his mech's left arm, which exposed Jiao Yi's left arm to the mutated creatures, inciting them further into a frenzy. At the moment when Jiao Yi was overwhelmed and unable to fend off the next wave of beastly attacks, a mutated giant cat opened its gaping maw, targeting Jiao Yi's exposed left arm. If that cat were to bite down, Jiao Yi's left arm would surely be severed. In a critical moment, the sensor Jiao Yi had thrown earlier completed its environmental assessment, revealing no risk of explosion. Jiao Yi extended his right hand, activating the thermal weapon and aiming it at the giant cat's head. Though he successfully dealt a blow, the cat's teeth still grazed Jiao Yi's arm, inflicting a wound deep enough to expose bone. Had it been any deeper, his arm would have been severed instantly. Blood gushed forth from the wound, attracting even more mutated creatures towards him. The immense pain from the wound caused Jiao Yi to break into a cold sweat. Infuriated by the torment inflicted upon him by these beasts, he retrieved an oval-shaped ball and threw it, but alas, the mutated creatures surrounded him, preventing a successful throw. The ball detonated at his feet. The explosion and shock wave obliterated the mutated beings surrounding him, creating a vacuum in front of Jiao Yi. Just then Lin Gang, hearing the explosion, rushed over and saw the beleaguered Jiao Yi. He swiftly wielded his sword and cut his way to Jiao Yi's side. Observing the slightly deformed mech and the horrifying wound on Jiao Yi's left arm, which was still twitching from the pain of the burns caused by the explosion, Lin Gang was filled with rage. The severity of Jiao Yi's injury and the agonizing burns were palpable, and seeing the elderly man endure such suffering ignited Lin Gang's fury. After confirming that the environment of Well 3 posed no risk of explosion, Lin Gang produced Tian Nusan Lei and unleashed it upon the surrounding mutated beasts. With a series of explosions, numerous mutated creatures were annihilated. As Lin Gang continuously detonated Tian Nusan Lei, Jiao Yi, despite the excruciating pain, inquired, "You little rascal, I remember I didn't give you that many Tian Nusan Lei." While unleashing his relentless barrage, Lin Gang informed Jiao Yi about the replication of the Lei Ming. Upon hearing that his Tian Nusan Lei had been replicated, Jiao Yi was not angered. Instead, he burst into laughter, praising Lei Ming's cleverness and skill. He understood better than anyone the difficulty of creating Tian Nusan Lei. Above, the trio of monkeys, Monkey, Beijian, and Xiaoying, after hearing the sounds of Tian Nusan Lei from below, understood the reliability of Well 3's environment. Without hesitation, they produced their own Tian Nusan Lei and launched it in all directions. With a series of booming sounds, the beast tide was instantly dispersed, and the elite team seized the initiative, harvesting the mutated beings en masse. Nearby, Jiao Yi, hearing the explosions above, could not help but admire Lei Ming. At such a young age, he exhibited such capability, successfully replicating his Tian Nusan Lei, and the quantity was even greater than that produced by the original developer, leaving Jiao Yi in awe of his abilities. As the beast hide was scattered by Tian Nusan Lei, Xiaoying, Beijian, Monkey, and Lin Gang successfully regrouped. Seeing his teammates unharmed, Lin Gang let out a sigh of relief. Observing the diminished onslaught of the beast tide, Xiaoying withdrew from battle and began tending to Jiao Yi's wounds. Jiao Yi, gritting his teeth against the pain, searched the surroundings for something. "Old man, are you looking for us?" Suddenly, two ominous voices echoed around the five. From a nearby, shadowy corner, two figures riding giant hounds emerged slowly from the darkness. Chapter 87. The disadvantageous battle situation. The elite team, upon seeing the two figures approaching on giant hounds from the darkness, felt their spirits tense, their gazes fixed intently on the approaching duo and their hounds. Meanwhile, Jiao Yi appeared somewhat astonished at the sight of the two individuals. "Xiao Huang, Xiao Kui." You two, from Jiao Yi's shocked expression and the names he called them, it was evident that he recognized the two before him. The two exchanged glances with Jiao Yi, smirking, "Long time no see, old man." Xiao Huang glanced at Jiao Yi's injured left arm and feigned concern. "Oh dear. Isn't this Jiao Yi? What happened to your arm? Who dared to injure the renowned Jiao Yi of the underground city?" Jiao Yi gazed at the mocking Xiao Huang, fully aware that the positions of both parties were in opposition at this moment. Suppressing his rage, he gritted his teeth and inquired, "Where's Lin Dongren?" Xiao Huang responded with a sinister smile. "He should be reporting to the underworld right about now. Should I take you to reunite with him?" Just as Xiao Huang was about to continue his taunts, he was interrupted by the nearby Xiao Chui. Upon hearing Jiao Yi's unyielding tone, Xiao Chui's expression darkened, and he glared at Jiao Yi, saying, "Do you still think we are subordinates of your foolish disciple? Look at the current situation. We used to address you as Jiao Yi, but now, if you call us Chui Yi and Huang Yi, it might just make your demise a bit more pleasant." Lin Gang, nearby, could no longer contain himself at the continuous humiliation directed at Jiao Yi. Xiao Chui fixed a gloomy gaze upon Lin Gang, stating, "You must be Lin Gang, the son of Lin Dong. How fortunate that you are all gathered here today. It saves us the trouble of searching for you one by one. We shall send you all to hell today. At least you will have company on the road to the underworld." With that, he urged his giant hounds to charge at the five individuals. Xiao Huang mumbled, "Why the rush? Killing should also be about psychological torment. They haven't even felt the endless fear and suffering yet." Isn't it too easy to eliminate them so quickly? It was evident that both of their psyches were severely disturbed, with Xiao Huang fixated on making others experience relentless terror and anguish, suggesting he had undergone some form of psychological trauma. Xiao Chui glared fiercely at Jiao Yi, asserting, "I certainly won't allow them to die so easily. I want them to endure 100-fold of our torment." Seeing Xiao Chui share his mindset, Xiao Huang became even more exhilarated. "Let us play with them first," allowing them to experience the utmost fear of the abyss. With a whistle, Xiao Chui summoned 3 more giant hounds from the shadows, directing them towards the elite team of Xiao Ying, Bei Jian, and the monkey, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Xiao Chui, fixated on Jiao Yi and the elite squad, viciously declared, "You all aspire to be those damned savior heroes, and thus must endure the absolute pain and despair that heroes are meant to bear." His gaze locked onto Jiao Yi. "Your wretched disciple insists on being a savior. He has his mech for protection, but disregards our lives. Now, I shall make you taste the torment and despair worse than death." With that, Xiao Chui led the charge of the giant hounds straight towards Jiao Yi. Despite enduring severe pain in his left arm, Jiao Yi engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Chui. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang, witnessing the battle unfold, set his sights on Lin Gang. "You are the son of Lin Dong, and since this is our first meeting, I have no gift for you. How about I send you to your demise instead? You can offer me your pitiful life." With a sinister expression, Xiao Huang lunged at Lin Gang, while the 3 giant hounds seemed almost instinctively drawn to Xiao Ying, the monkey, and Bei Jian. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Jiao Yi, bolstered by his mech, held his ground against Xiao Chui, but due to his injured arm, he could not gain a significant advantage. Lin Gang, equipped with a fully functional mech, managed to slightly overpower Xiao Huang. However, the strange giant hounds and the transformed Xiao Huang proved too formidable for Lin Gang to subdue in the short term, resulting in an intense exchange of blows. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying, Bei Jian, and the monkey could only rely on their combat suits and weapons to fend off the giant hounds. However, the agility of these beasts rendered their attacks ineffective. The 3 found themselves at a disadvantage, as the hounds' defenses were markedly superior to those of other mutated creatures. Each time a hound was knocked back, it would merely shake itself off before charging again, leaving Xiao Ying, the monkey, and Bei Jian scrambling to keep up. Additionally, smaller mutated creatures continued to harass and ambush them, causing their weapon usage to escalate significantly. In the confined space of the underground, the use of heavy weaponry was impractical, and the thermal weapons prepared by the group lacked sufficient lethality. The mutated creatures had evidently gained enhanced defenses, making it increasingly difficult for the trio to sustain their fight. Jiao Yi, with his severely injured arm, was already losing strength against the onslaught of Xiao Chui and the giant hounds. At this point, he could only defend himself, unable to counterattack. If the battle continued in this manner, it would not be long before he was defeated by Xiao Chui. The situation was becoming increasingly grim, with only Lin Gang holding a slight advantage. Yet it was insufficient to overpower Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang recognized Lin Gang's eagerness to assist his teammates and Jiao Yi, and thus employed every tactic to keep Lin Gang occupied, preventing him from aiding the other 2 skirmishes. Xiao Huang was aware that he could not defeat Lin Gang directly, yet he did not care about winning or losing. He simply wanted to stall Lin Gang, ensuring he could not assist the others. Once the other 2 battles concluded, they would then encircle Lin Gang together, surely leading to his demise. With a sinister grin, Xiao Huang taunted Lin Gang, "Are you desperate to help them? But as long as I am here, you cannot support either side. Once they are dealt with, we will thoroughly enjoy taking care of you. Watching you helplessly try to rescue them is quite exhilarating. Isn't it? Ha ha ha." Hearing Xiao Huang's words, Lin Gang's anxiety mounted. The elite team had ventured into the underground city solely to assist him in locating his father, while Jiao Yi, despite his age, descended into the depths for the sake of his father. If anything were to happen to any of them, Lin Gang would carry the guilt for a lifetime. Yet, he was now ensnared by Xiao Huang and his monstrous hounds, unable to aid anyone. Just as Lin Gang was overwhelmed by the dire situation, Xiao Ying was caught off guard by a giant cat and, in a moment of distraction, was pounced upon by a giant hound. The hound, as large as an elephant, displayed immense force, sending the frail Xiao Ying flying upon impact. The tremendous force only ceased when Xiao Ying crashed against the well wall, creating a significant dent. He spat blood and struggled on the ground, but could not rise. The giant hound, undeterred, lunged at Xiao Ying once more. Lin Gang, held back by Xiao Huang, could only watch helplessly as the hound opened its massive jaws to devour the incapacitated Xiao Ying. Chapter 88. Super Saiyan Monkey. Lin Gang's pupils constricted. He was unwilling to witness such a scene, transforming into a dual-headed, six-armed figure. He frantically swung his weapons in an attempt to fend off Xiao Huang and the monstrous hounds. Xiao Huang seemed to anticipate Lin Gang's desperate strike, evading the violent blow with uncanny agility. Just as he aimed to once again ensnare Lin Gang, he was unexpectedly struck back by Lin Gang's counterattack of Tian Nu San Lei. Caught off guard, Xiao Huang was left disheveled by the explosion. However, witnessing Lin Gang's futile attempt to save Xiao Ying, a satisfied smile crept across Xiao Huang's face. He desired for Lin Gang to experience the pain of watching someone he cared for perish right before his eyes while feeling utterly powerless. Xiao Huang gleefully cackled, "Ha! It's too late. You can only watch her die before you. Doesn't that feeling feel particularly splendid?" With great difficulty, Lin Gang, having finally freed himself, pushed his speed to the utmost limit, desperately attempting to rescue Xiao Ying, who was perilously close to the maw of a bloodthirsty beast. Clearly, the distance was insurmountable for a successful rescue. Despair flickered in Lin Gang's eyes. He had never dared to imagine that Xiao Ying would depart from him in such a manner. How he wished he were the one beneath that monstrous jaw. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have never brought Xiao Ying and Bei Jian along on his quest to find his father. All of this turmoil stemmed from his own decisions. As Xiao Ying gazed at Lin Gang, rushing towards her, a faint smile emerged on her lips. With deep affection, she looked into his eyes and softly uttered those three words, "I love you." After expressing those words, Xiao Ying slowly closed her eyes, unwilling to witness Lin Gang's sorrow. In her final moments, she wished to be enveloped by the beautiful memories of him. With her eyes shut, she awaited the impending descent of the monstrous maw. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, Xiao Ying found herself startled by an explosive sound. She gradually opened her eyes, realizing that Bei Jian had somehow reached her side. It turned out that the moment Xiao Ying was thrown away, Bei Jian seized the opportunity to follow her. Aware that the collision could have been lethal, he rushed forward without hesitation. Just as the beast was about to snap its jaws down, Lin Gang fired a powerful shot into the creature's mouth. The massive explosion rendered the beast motionless on the ground. However, the explosion at such close range took a heavy toll on Bei Jian, leaving his combat suit in tatters. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His right arm was now devoid of any substance, blood gushing down his side. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Bei Jian glanced at his empty right hand, then turned to look at the unharmed Xiao Ying, finally feeling a sense of relief. As he beheld her safety, a fleeting smile crossed Bei Jian's face, quickly replaced by sorrow and desolation. For in that moment, he had seen in Xiao Ying's eyes nothing but Lin Gang. And the weight of those three words resonated painfully in his heart, though their recipient was not he. Despite being aware that Xiao Ying's affections lay with Lin Gang, he had harbored a glimmer of hope while she remained silent. Driven by that hope, he defied his family's objections and resolutely accompanied her to the underground city, following her into the depths time and again. Initially believing that patience and determination would eventually win Xiao Ying's heart, he now realized that when confronted with danger, her thoughts were solely of Lin Gang. In that moment, Bei Jian understood that there could be no future for them. At this juncture, the mental and physical toll had utterly drained Bei Jian of his strength, leaving him devoid of combat capability. No one had anticipated that Xiao Ying, who seemed destined for demise, would be saved at the cost of Bei Jian's arm. Xiao Huang widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, I truly underestimated you young ones. To possess such courage and determination to risk your lives. But what does it matter? Now, with both of you incapacitated, you have only slain one beast, while the remaining two dogs still outnumber you. With that, he resumed his relentless battle with Lin Gang, vowing to make him witness his comrades falling one by one before him, to repay Lin Gang as father in full. Observing the incapacitated Xiao Ying and Bei Jian, Lin Gang's gaze shifted towards the monkey, realizing that the situation was most dire for him. Lin Gang dared not extend the combat zone too far, instead dragging Xiao Huang to fight alongside Xiao Ying and Bei Jian. This way, he could offer some protection to the two, for otherwise, they would surely perish at the hands of the mutated beasts. Initially, Lin Gang had maintained an advantage over Xiao Huang, but with the distraction of safeguarding Xiao Ying and Bei Jian, he found himself overwhelmed. Understanding Lin Gang's intention to protect Xiao Ying and Bei Jian, Xiao Huang focused his attacks on them, thoroughly disrupting Lin Gang's rhythm. What had once been a slight advantage swiftly turned into a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the monkey, tasked with confronting both giant dogs and the mutated creatures while Xiao Ying and Bei Jian were injured, found himself in a perilous predicament. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to evade their attacks repeatedly. However, if this continued, the monkey would soon be exhausted as the mutated beasts and giant dogs appeared tireless, while the monkey's breath grew increasingly labored. Frustrated by the relentless onslaught, the monkey felt anger surge within him, especially considering he had once proclaimed himself capable of facing 100 foes alone, vowing to protect everyone. Now, with Xiao Ying and Bei Jian gravely wounded and incapacitated, he knew he had to make a mark, lest may Xion's reputation be tarnished. With a mighty roar, the monkey clenched his fists, teeth gritted, standing tall as his clothes fluttered without wind. His hair stood on end as if struck by electricity. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding mutated creatures to hesitate, unable to approach. Those who ventured too close were overwhelmed by an invisible force, collapsing under its weight. The sheer intensity of his presence compelled everyone to cease fighting, eyes fixed on the monkey. Jiao Yi, Xiao Chui, and Xiao Huang, they gasped in unison, astonished by the monkey's transformation. Super Saiyan? For at that moment, the monkey bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from an animated series they had once watched, albeit with no change in hair color and minor differences in musculature. Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, and Bei Jian, though unfamiliar with the series, nonetheless recognized the phenomenon and were equally astonished, their minds conjuring the name Super Saiyan Monkey. As the monkey moved, his formidable aura instilled a sense of trepidation, while the mutated creatures surrounding him appeared paralyzed by their fear. No one had anticipated that the monkey possessed such latent power, silently amplifying his aura to such an extent that it felt like a scene from a television special effect. The smaller mutated creatures that had once besieged him now regarded him as a formidable adversary, retreating and circling him, no longer daring to disturb him. The two giant dogs also hesitated, circling the monkey in search of an opportune moment to strike. At a distance, Xiao Chui scolded Xiao Huang, for heaven's sake. Take this seriously. If something goes wrong, we'll all be in deep trouble. Hearing Xiao Chui's warning sent a chill down Xiao Huang's spine, reminding him of past horrors. Yet, witnessing Lin Gang's superior strength, he felt helpless, steeling himself to charge forward, albeit grumbling to Xiao Chui. Can you be a bit quicker? It's taking forever to deal with this old codger. If you can't manage it, let us switch places. Xiao Chui paid no heed to Xiao Huang's grumbling, yet the techniques in his hands grew increasingly ruthless and fierce. The two colossal dogs circling the monkey seemed to have received some command, fearlessly lunging towards it. The monkey, which had been evading the dog's attacks, at this moment showed no intention of dodging, its eyes brimming with a resolute spirit as it watched the distance between itself and the giant dogs swiftly diminish. On the ground, Bei Jian and Xiao Ying gazed anxiously at the motionless monkey, perplexed as to whether it had chosen to surrender or was simply too intimidated by the two massive beasts to resist. They could not comprehend why the monkey, which had recently exuded an extraordinary aura, now stood still, awaiting the dog's assault. Just as their concern deepened, the two giant dogs were about to pounce upon the monkey, their sharp claws aimed at its face. Xiao Ying and Bei Jian harbored serious doubts about whether the monkey was merely putting on a show of bravado, having entirely relinquished its resistance. As the dog's attack closed in, a peculiar smile crept across the monkey's lips. This smile, fortuitously witnessed by the fallen Xiao Ying and Bei Jian, inexplicably soothed their anxious hearts. They watched in disbelief as the dog's claws struck the monkey with tremendous force. However, contrary to their expectations of a gory scene, they heard only the sound of claws thudding against a solid object. Xiao Ying and Bei Jian were left agape, unable to fathom how the monkey had withstood the dog's assault. Remarkably, instead of being sent flying, the monkey remained steadfast, unmoving, and as solid as a mountain. Having recently faced the dogs themselves, they knew that even with their formidable protective gear, it was impossible to stand firm under such an onslaught. The monkey's lack of response indicated that the dog's attacks had not inflicted a scratch upon it. This could only mean that the monkey's defensive capabilities had reached an alarmingly formidable level, rendering the dog's fierce strikes utterly ineffective. Lin Gang, who had been closely monitoring the monkey's actions, was equally astonished by the scene before him. He had never anticipated that the monkey could endure the attacks of two giant dogs single-handedly. Witnessing the monkey's combat prowess soar to such terrifying heights, Lin Gang seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Although he was unaware of the source of the monkey's newfound strength, he recognized that it provided him with a crucial chance to unleash his own offensive. Utilizing this moment, he amplified his attack output with vigor, overpowering Xiao Huang and the giant dog beneath him. Xiao Huang, already somewhat weaker than Lin Gang, found himself overwhelmed by Lin Gang's relentless assault, unable to catch his breath. Moreover, Lin Gang's weapon was unexpectedly sturdy and sharp, leading to a swift beheading of the dog that had been supporting Xiao Huang. With the loss of this ally, Xiao Huang's combat capability plummeted. Meanwhile, in the ongoing battle with Jiao Yi, who had previously been at Xiao Chui's mercy, the sight of Lin Gang and the monkey gaining the upper hand invigorated him. Jiao Yi realized that if he could hold out just a little longer, victory in the team battle would soon be his once Lin Gang defeated Xiao Huang. Gritting his teeth, Jiao Yi made his final stand, managing to withstand Xiao Chui's attacks for the moment. Observing Xiao Huang's defeat, Xiao Chui desperately aimed to eliminate Jiao Yi swiftly, yet his efforts yielded no satisfactory results, causing his attacks to grow increasingly chaotic and inadvertently granting Jiao Yi a moment to breathe. Realizing that the tide was turning against him, Xiao Chui knew that if he were to be ensnared by Jiao Yi, he too would be in peril. Thus, he promptly mounted the giant dog and fled towards the well without looking back. The monkey, having just endured an assault from a dog, noticed it attempting to follow Xiao Chui's escape. With a leap, it landed atop one of the giant dogs, swinging its fist towards the beast's head. The once metallic skull of the dog visibly caved under the monkey's strike, astonishing everyone present. The monkey, relying solely on its bare fists, had crushed the giant dog's head without any weaponry. The other dog seized the opportunity to dash after Xiao Chui, while the monkey showed no sign of slowing down, continuing to hammer its fists against the fleeing giant dog. With one punch, then a second, a resounding crash echoed as the monkey shattered the sturdy canine skull. Astonishingly, the unarmed monkey had obliterated the tough dog's head with only 3 punches. Witnessing such overwhelming might, Lin Gang, Jiao Yi, Bei Jian, and Xiao Ying could only think 5 words. Is this still a human? As the battle's dynamics shifted dramatically, Xiao Huang, cursing Xiao Chui for his lack of honor, turned to flee but was swiftly incapacitated by Lin Gang, who severed his legs, causing him to crash down at Lin Gang's feet. Xiao Chui's unhesitating escape left everyone momentarily stunned, and they could not afford to let Xiao Huang slip away as well. They needed to capture him to clarify the dire situation, as they could hardly fathom what dangers lay ahead in their ignorance. Surprisingly, Xiao Huang did not emit a single cry of despair upon losing his legs, as though they were not his own. The group turned their gaze to his severed limbs, discovering that not a drop of blood flowed from the wounds. Confronted with no avenue of escape, Xiao Huang surrendered, gazing at the encroaching elite team and Jiao Yi. He softly urged, "Do not resist futilely. You cannot contend with Fu Mingyi. I advise you to recognize the reality and abandon the darkness for the light." Chapter 90. The terrifying Fu Mingyi. Xiao Huang's demeanor left everyone bewildered. His attitude suggested that he was the victor of this battle, while they were mere captives. Jiao Yi trudged heavily to Xiao Huang's side and slowly crouched down, asking, "Have you not yet grasped the current situation?" Xiao Huang smiled, replying, "It is you who fails to see the reality. I believe that once you truly witness the terror of Fu Mingyi, you will no longer speak to me in this tone." "Iaoye, displacet, retorted. Oh, is this why you serve Fu Mingyi like a dog?" Upon hearing Jiao Ye's words, Xiao Huang's smile vanished, replaced by a look of sheer terror as he exclaimed, "When you truly behold Fu Mingyi's horror, you will understand that being a dog is not so bad." It was evident that Xiao Huang was utterly petrified by Fu Mingyi, reluctant to divulge any information. He continued to mutter, "The world is about to change. In this lightless underground, Fu Mingyi is the absolute ruler. Before long, he will seize the surface and reign over this world." Seeing that Xiao Huang was divulging nothing of value and observing the severely injured team, the others wore expressions of deep concern. They began to wonder if there was some curse afflicting the well. After so many descents, they consistently encountered formidable obstacles before reaching the bottom. As they approached the bottom of the well, Jiao Yi and Bai Jian had each sustained the loss of an arm, and Jiao Ye's mech was severely damaged, leaving him with only half of his strength. Xiao Ying had also suffered internal injuries and was clearly unfit to continue. After a discussion, it was decided that Jiao Yi would escort Xiao Ying and Bai Jian back to the surface for recovery, entrusting Xiao Huang to Xiao Naofu. Meanwhile, Lin Gang and Ho Zi would delve deeper underground in search of Lin Dong to complete their unfinished task. Although Ho Zi was reluctant to venture further, he ultimately acquiesced to the group's persistent persuasion. After Jiao Yi, Bai Jian, and Xiao Ying departed, Lin Gang could not help but voice his lingering doubts to Ho Zi. However, Ho Zi quickly interrupted him, claiming it was a lesson from his master to invoke the ancestors. Lin Gang, discerning the evasion in Ho Zi's eyes, recognized that he was not being entirely truthful, yet everyone harbored their own secrets. Respecting Ho Zi's reticence, Lin Gang refrained from pressing further. The two then regrouped and continued in the direction where Xiao Chui had fled. Upon reaching the bottom of the well, Lin Gang's initial confusion began to unravel. He had long wondered why his father, the chief commander of the underground city's construction, had descended into the well, leading to his disappearance. To his astonishment, he discovered a concealed cavern at the bottom, its size and the smoothness of its walls suggesting it was not a natural formation, but rather a product of human excavation. Gazing into the unfathomable depths, Lin Gang pondered the timeline of the cavern's creation, which appeared to predate well number 3 by a significant margin. Given the technological limitations of that era, it seemed implausible that such a cavern could have been excavated. Was it possible that Fu Mingyi had been orchestrating a conspiracy involving subterranean caves long before? Reflecting on Fu Mingyi's capacity for biological mutation and recalling his own interactions with Xiao Huang's altered physique, Lin Gang speculated that Fu Mingyi might have indeed been plotting this endeavor for quite some time. Yet, the cavern's age suggested it could not have been excavated by Fu Mingyi. Who, then, was the true excavator of this cavern? Lin Gang found himself ensnared in a new web of questions. Ho Zi, observing the smooth walls of the cavern and the depths that beckoned them further, wore an increasingly serious expression. He turned to Lin Gang and asked if he was certain about continuing their exploration. Lin Gang nodded resolutely, asserting that all mysteries converged here. Since Fu Mingyi and Xiao Huang had gone to great lengths to keep them at bay, it indicated they were indeed closer to the truth. With their journey having led them this far, it would be a waste of their prior efforts not to investigate further. Remarkably, for the first time, Ho Zi did not voice opposition. Encouraged by Lin Gang's affirmation, he pressed onward into the depths of the cavern. As they ventured deeper, Lin Gang was struck by a profound sense of existential questioning. They stumbled upon a vast biological laboratory filled with countless transparent glass jars, each teeming with vibrant liquids. And within them lay a variety of organisms. Lions, tigers, elephants, familiar creatures, all floated in their respective jars. Additionally, there were numerous species Lin Gang could not identify, yet by appearance. He surmised some were native while others belonged to foreign lands. It was as if they had entered a biological museum of Earth, showcasing all forms of life currently surviving in this realm. This revelation implied that Fu Mingyi had been conducting biological experiments within this cavern, elucidating why he had been able to achieve such extensive biological mutations in a remarkably short time. Gazing at the array of bizarre instruments and apparatus within the laboratory, Lin Gang could not help but admire Fu Mingyi's prowess. Based on the information at hand, if this underground biological research facility was indeed Fu Mingyi's creation, then these peculiar instruments must also be his handiwork. Lin Gang was confident that such devices were unmatched on the surface. This indicated that Fu Mingyi possessed not only expertise in underground engineering, but also exceptional skills across various fields, including mechanical instrumentation and biological sciences. Pondering the breadth of his capabilities, Lin Gang marveled at the unnerving potential of a single individual mastering such diverse disciplines. Amidst Lin Gang's astonishment, Hosie's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Yet, absorbed in his admiration for Fu Mingyi's talents, Lin Gang failed to notice the shift in Hosie's expression. Lin Gang, look at this. Hosie's voice broke through Lin Gang's reverie. Hastening to Hosie's side, Lin Gang followed his dresseur, and his eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. The jar Hosie pointed to contained specimens of extinct creatures, saber-toothed tigers and mammoths. Lin Gang stared in disbelief at the experimental jar, struggling to comprehend how these long-extinct beings could exist within Fu Mingyi's biological research facility. Had Fu Mingyi truly mastered the art of cloning and resurrecting extinct species? If that were the case, Fu Mingyi might not be human. Or perhaps his intellect had evolved to a terrifying extent, a level of cognitive development typically reserved for science fiction. In Chapter 91, Lin Gang stood in silence, overwhelmed by the enormity and diversity of the expansive biological laboratory. He found it hard to fathom how Fu Mingyi could single-handedly create and manage such a colossal underground research facility. There were no signs of artificial intelligence or robots, nor any evidence of other individuals having lived or worked there. Based on what he observed, it appeared that the underground biological laboratory was not the product of a large team, and the idea of Fu Mingyi alone overseeing such a vast operation was utterly implausible. Even with 100 or 1,000 Fu Mingyis, completing such a monumental undertaking would be inconceivable. While Lin Gang contemplated Fu Mingyi's achievements and recorded data from the laboratory, suddenly, Hosie leaped out from behind and pulled Lin Gang aside. He gestured for silence and pointed toward a distant flickering light and moving shadows. Assuming it was Xiao Chui returning, both men readied their weapons, poised to strike. They concealed themselves behind a glass jar, listening intently as the approaching footsteps drew nearer. As time passed, the footfalls grew increasingly distinct, and Lin Gang's expression turned grave. He discerned that there were two individuals approaching, suggesting that in addition to Xiao Chui, another person was with him. Could it be Fu Mingyi? Lin Gang's mind raced with the implications. If Fu Mingyi was indeed accompanying Xiao Chui, the situation would become exceedingly precarious for them. Due to the recent battle with Fu Mingyi, Lin Gang felt uncertain about his ability to defeat him again. Meanwhile, the monkey's spirit had evidently returned to normal, leaving Lin Gang unsure whether the monkey could exhibit its remarkable combat prowess. Just as the monkey signaled Lin Gang with its eyes, footsteps approached, ready to strike. Lin Gang suddenly realized that if there were only two sets of footsteps and no signs of mutated creatures, then Fu Mingyi and Xiao Chui would be easily subdued by him. With this thought, Lin Gang conjured a stick and raised it high, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to control the situation swiftly. Observing Lin Gang's stick, the monkey glanced at its rolling pin and could not help but feel envious. It thought to itself that once they escaped, it would surely acquire a plethora of long sticks, for the little rolling pin was simply insufficient in its attack power. While the monkey was still contemplating the acquisition of larger weapons, two figures materialized before them. Without hesitation, Lin Gang and the monkey swung their respective weapons heavily toward the figures. Bang! Crack! Thud! Ah! Four sounds echoed as the stick struck, particularly the final exclamation of ah, reverberating throughout the biological research base. The first sound was the monkey's surprise attack. The second was the sound of the ambushed individuals realizing the threat and drawing their knives to intercept the attack, resulting in the rolling pin being severed. The third sound indicated Lin Gang's successful ambush. The fourth was a shriek from one of the ambushed individuals. Lei Ming, Lu Jinchao. Lin Gang and the monkey exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Gang, monkey? The two ambushed individuals also looked equally confused. How did you end up here? They inquired in unison. Aren't you at the Kunlun Mountain Base, a city underground? They continued in unison. We are at the Kunlun Mountain Base, a city underground. All four responded simultaneously. Lin Gang immediately sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared and quickly gestured for everyone to remain calm. He turned to Lu Jinchao and asked, Team Leader Lu, what on earth is happening? With a perplexed expression, Lu Jinchao explained, I have no idea. While we were fortifying the Kunlun Mountain Base, we received reports of a mysterious cave nearby, containing bizarre structures. After navigating through these strange buildings, we ended up here. Bizarre structures? Lin Gang asked in confusion. What kind of buildings were they? How did you traverse through them directly to a city's lower district? It was evident that Lin Gang was baffled by the sudden appearance of Lei Ming and Lu Jinchao. You say we are in a city's lower district now? Lei Ming and Lu Jinchao asked in astonishment. The monkey, observing their astonished expressions, remarked softly, You are not just in a city's lower district. You are currently at the most mysterious and peculiar well number 3. Upon hearing the monkey's words and seeing Lin Gang nodding vigorously, Lei Ming felt compelled to accept the monkey's assertion. This doesn't make sense, Lei Ming said, puzzled. We didn't take any detours or descend when we entered the cave. How could we have arrived at a city's underground well number 3? Lu Jinchao, listening to their conversation, interjected, Are you two saying you haven't left Kunlun Mountain and are trying to deceive us? We are on the first tier, while a city is on the third tier. How could we walk in a straight line from the first tier to your third tier underground? The monkey, bewildered, asked, What do you mean first tier and third tier? Are you climbing up? The monkey's lack of education rendered the specialized terminology incomprehensible to the others, leaving them speechless. Reflecting on it, terms like first tier, second tier, and third tier would inevitably confuse someone like the monkey who had never been educated. Lei Ming turned to explain, It's because we are situated at the Kunlun Mountain Base, which is on the northwestern plateau, while a city is at a lower elevation in the south. There is a height difference between our locations. The monkey innocently replied, I know that the heights of our locations are different. Lin Gang and I have descended into the underground city and down well number 3. So how can we not be at the same height? Even elementary school students can understand this simple matter, yet you scholars seem perplexed. The monkey began counting on its fingers, presenting itself as knowledgeable and wise. Lin Gang and Lei Ming exchanged exasperated glances, then turned their helpless gazes to Lu Jinchao, who was deep in thought. Lu Jinchao, noticing their attention, confidently declared, Mr. Mei is right. Given the height difference, it balances out to the same level. Chapter 92. The teleportation array. Lin Gang and Lei Ming looked at the monkey, who seemed all-knowing and profound, bewildered by what was going on in its mind. Lei Ming, suppressing laughter, asked the monkey, Do you know what profound and unfathomable means? The monkey replied earnestly, It describes something whose height and depth cannot be measured. Even a 3-year-old knows that. Lin Gang interjected, That expression is meant for actual children. In your case, it should imply that you must never measure or speculate about height and depth. After saying this, Lin Gang and Lei Ming could no longer contain their laughter. Lu Jinchao, watching the two laugh heartily, asked in confusion, Mr. Mei didn't measure. He calculated it. A master is indeed a master, effortlessly clarifying what we couldn't understand. Upon hearing Lu Jinchao's praise, the monkey felt an overwhelming sense of joy. for after spending so much time with them, it was the first time it had outsmarted the group of intellectuals. The monkey's tail seemed to rise to the heavens, looking at Lin Gang and Lei Ming as though they were younger siblings. Not only were Lin Gang and Lei Ming in awe, but the monkey now felt superior to everyone. After all, the question that had baffled Lin Gang and Lei Ming was resolved effortlessly by the monkey. With a teasing glance, Lei Ming asked Lu Jinchao, setting aside the height issue, what about the linear distance of several thousand kilometers between Kunlun Mountain and a city? The monkey impatiently explained, how can you still not understand? The heights are different. One is at cloud level, while the other is on horizontal plane. When we descended well number 3, we reached the same height as Kunlun Mountain. Once you enter the cave and walk straight, you would naturally arrive here. Why is it so hard to grasp? Lei Ming turned to the contemplative Lu Jinchao. After hearing the monkey's explanation, Lu Jinchao looked up at Lei Ming and said, Mr. Mei is correct. Lei Ming, exasperated, retorted, one is on the mountain and the other is below sea level. How can you equate the heights? Lu Jinchao, with a naive expression, replied, but Lin Gang and Mr. Mei came down, didn't they? Lei Ming sighed, but we are at Kunlun Mountain. Lu Jinchao continued, but we entered the cave, didn't we? Listening to Lu Jinchao, completely misled by the monkey, Lei Ming felt that if he could overpower him, he would have kicked him away by now. He restrained his impulse to explode and said, we are on Kunlun. We're on a mountain. They are below the horizontal plane. The monkey looked at Lei Ming, who was questioning Lu Jinchao, and said, why are you asking him? If there is anything unclear, let me explain it to you. You are on the mountain. We are below the horizontal plane. If we go down, won't we arrive at your Kunlun Mountain? Lin Gang, unable to listen any longer, lifted a foot and kicked the incessantly chattering monkey away. The frail monkey flew through the air and crashed into a nearby glass jar before coming to a halt. Lin Gang projected a 3D model using his mech to explain to Lu Jinchao, you are in the clouds, we are below the horizontal plane. The height difference underground will only increase. As Lu Jinchao observed Lin Gang's 3D projection and analysis, he finally felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Oh, I see. Lu Jinchao responded to Lin Gang and Lei Ming. Our Kunlun Mountain is above, and you are below. So how are we running at the same height now? In that moment, Lu Jinchao's intelligence finally returned to its normal trajectory. Lin Gang, with a look of affectionate concern for Lu Jinchao's apparent confusion, said, Lu Ge, does your intelligent mech lack this basic computational capacity? If you can't figure it out, let it do the calculations. Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Lu Jinchao suddenly rubbed his head and grinned. Why are you hitting me? That blow almost shattered my skull. Lin Gang quickly hid the stick behind him and chuckled. Isin sreli apologis, Liu Ye. We thought you were Fu Mingyi and Xiao Chui. Who would have guessed that you two were fine on Kunlun Mountain and suddenly appeared here? Lu Jinchao, suppressing his pain, said, I can understand why you hit Fu Mingyi so hard, but who is this Xiao Chui? Lei Ming looked at the large bump forming on Lu Jinchao's forehead, then glanced at the monkey holding the broken rolling pin, and couldn't help but feel grateful. If he hadn't reacted quickly to sever the monkey's rolling pin, he might also have ended up with a lump on his forehead. Glancing at the stick behind Lin Gang, Lei Ming felt a wave of apprehension. Had Lin Gang chosen him as the target, not only would he have a bump on his forehead, but his Tang Dao would likely have been rendered useless. After Lin Gang mentioned the betrayal of Xiao Chui and Xiao Huang, Lei Ming's heart immediately sank. Lin Gang's father, Lin Dong, was betrayed and hunted down, which meant his own father was in a similarly perilous situation. While Lin Dong had a mech to rely on, his father lacked any formidable means of defense. Lin Gang, noticing Lei Ming's concern, walked over and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Now that we've reached the bottom of the well, let's go retrieve them. Hearing Lin Gang's words, Lei Ming quickly refocused his thoughts on why they had suddenly transitioned from Kunlun Mountain to a city. Lin Gang curiously asked Lei Ming, what do the strange structures you encountered in the cave look like? Lei Ming replied, I can't quite describe it. It was a rather spectacular cluster of buildings, resembling a small village. Yet there were no signs of human habitation or activity. Logically speaking, if they lived directly in the cave, Why would they construct so many houses? As Lin Gang listened to Lei Ming's description, he suddenly had a revelation. He pulled out a picture of the mysterious structures from Waterdrop Lake and asked, "Is it something like this?" Lei Ming, astonished at the sight of the image, exclaimed, "How do you have a picture of that?" Lin Gang explained, "When you were on your previous mission, the water in Waterdrop Lake completely vanished, revealing a mysterious structure at the lake bed. The revelation that such constructions also appeared at Waterdrop Lake left both Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao in disbelief. As they recalled their experiences in the cave of Kunlun Mountain, they realized that the buildings seemed to share a fingerprint-like shape. After observing for a while, the monkey's mind finally returned to the topic at hand. Looking at the two fingerprint-shaped structures and considering the sudden appearance of Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao, he timidly suggested, "Listening to you, I can't help but feel that this so-called mysterious architecture resembles a teleportation array." A teleportation array? Upon hearing the monkey's words, Lin Gang and Lei Ming were momentarily stunned. The only plausible explanation for how Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao had suddenly arrived at well number 3 seemed to be this possibility. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain how the cave in Kunlun Mountain could connect to the underground city of a city. Lin Gang inquired in confusion. But why did the scientific team have no reaction when they entered the structures at Waterdrop Lake? Could it be that this so-called teleportation array is unidirectional? Lu Jinxiao looked at the creatures in the glass jar and said, "It's possible. We discovered numerous unique creatures from Kunlun Mountain in the previous glass jar. Could it be that other places also have such teleportation arrays, silently transporting those creatures to this biological research base for experimentation?" Lei Ming nodded in agreement and continued, "It's likely. Otherwise, transporting these creatures here would be impossible without anyone noticing. However, I believe the teleportation array may not necessarily be unidirectional. Otherwise, how did all those mutated creatures led by Fu Mingyi return to Kunlun Mountain?" Chapter 93. A master of logic, Lin Gang found himself particularly in agreement with Lei Ming's assertion that the mysterious structures at Waterdrop Lake lacked teleportation capabilities, suggesting that the array had not been activated. However, the method of activation remained a mystery to everyone. Lin Gang asked Lei Ming, "Where is the teleportation array you encountered when you first arrived?" Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao pointed behind them. Lin Gang and the monkey proceeded toward the direction indicated by Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao, eager to witness what the so-called teleportation array truly resembled. After all, this was something spoken of only in novels and legends, and they were eager to experience its legendary essence firsthand. The four of them traversed for a while. But Lin Gang and the monkey did not come across the teleportation array described by Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao. The leading Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao gradually came to a halt. Lei Ming pointed to the left and said, "It should be in this direction, right?" Lu Jinxiao pointed to the right and responded, "It seems to be in that direction." The two then exchanged directions and simultaneously concluded, "Then it must be in that direction." The monkey and Lin Gang exchanged bewildered glances at their indecisiveness. The monkey, observing their hesitation, pointed ahead and softly suggested, "Is it that direction?" Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao glanced at the direction the monkey indicated, then exchanged a look and gently nodded. "It seems to be that way." Upon hearing their exchange, the monkey jumped up in exasperation. "That's the direction we just came from. Do you even know where the teleportation array is?" Lei Ming nodded vigorously. "No idea." While Lu Jinxiao shook his head, affirming, "I know." Lin Gang watched the antics of Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao and could not help but feel a headache coming on. "Do you two really know where the teleportation array is or not?" Lei Ming scratched his head and replied, "We have no idea. We arrived here at this glass jar and haven't figured out what happened." Lin Gang pressed further. "Then which glass jar did you come from?" Lu Jinxiao added, "All these jars look the same. We can't remember which one we came from. Just before we encountered you, we were searching for the jar we arrived from." Hearing their explanations, Lin Gang felt as if his head was about to explode. Initially, he thought he could find the teleportation array for research based on their conversation, but it turned out that neither of them had even remembered the way they came. Lin Gang rubbed his throbbing temples and said, "Let us not delve into the so-called teleportation array for now. time is of the essence. We must first seek out my missing father. As Lin Gang appeared ready to concede, Lu Jinchao grew anxious. He remarked, if I suddenly depart from the Kunlun mountain base, what if an unexpected incident occurs there? That would be troublesome. Lei Ming remained relatively composed, softly addressing Lu Jinchao. Fear not. My fortress construction has been completed. Perhaps, Captain Lu, you could ascend through the third well and then circle back to the Kunlun mountain base? Lu Jinchao, observing the mischievous expressions of the others, responded with a frown, you cannot betray me like this. If they learn I abandon my post, I will be doomed. My brothers, I implore you, please assist me. Lin Gang looked at the anxious Lu Jinchao and replied, I cannot fathom how you all arrived here. I am equally powerless. Lei Ming shrugged and said, I did not keep track of the route we took either. All these containers look identical, and I cannot find the way. Lu Jinchao, feeling helpless like an ant on a hot stove, paced in circles pondering a solution. Meanwhile, the monkey, noticing Lu Jinchao's silence after questioning Lin Gang and Lei Ming, became displeased. He cleared his throat, hoping to remind Lu Jinchao that he had yet to inquire about himself. However, seeing Lu Jinchao's urgency, Lin Gang and Lei Ming ceased their jesting and earnestly began brainstorming solutions for Lu Jinchao. After spending time together, they recognized that Lu Jinchao was indeed a suitable friend. While light-hearted banter among friends was acceptable, when moments of urgency arose, it was essential to seriously devise means to help a friend in distress. After all, their small team had recently acquired a considerable amount of weaponry from him, and this favor ought to be repaid, especially considering Lu Jinchao might face penalties or repercussions for the weapon acquisition. Hearing the monkey's throat clearing, Lei Ming retorted, Monkey, if your throat is uncomfortable, you can go speak with your Hong Yemya. He then pushed the monkey aside. The monkey, though anxious, cast himself toward the three, expressing his discontent. Can you all not lift your heads to acknowledge me? Lin Gang glanced at the monkey and said, We are preoccupied with serious matters. Please do not disrupt us. With that, he shoved the monkey aside again. The monkey approached Lu Jinchao and exclaimed, I have an idea. Lu Jinchao, anxious for a strategy yet reluctant to rebuke the monkey, restrained his temper and said, Rest assured, Master Mei, I will be attentive. He then turned and walked away. Observing that the three had completely disregarded him, the monkey became disgruntled. He turned around, pulled out a compass, held it high above his head, and declared, I can help you find the location of the teleportation array. Lei Ming raised his head, observing the monkey's antics, and said, Stop fooling around. Is this really the time for role-playing? Upon hearing Lei Ming's words, the monkey became infuriated. Who is role-playing? My true expertise lies in feng shui positioning. Can you really do without me, Master Mei, in locating these items? Lu Jinchao, seizing upon the monkey's words as if they were a lifeline, gazed at him with hopeful eyes, asking, Master Mei, do you have any methods to locate the teleportation array? The monkey, intending to boast about his skills and promote himself further, was interrupted by Lin Gang and Lei Ming in unison. You can't even ascertain the heights and distances. Yet you claim you can find the teleportation array? Who would believe you? You old charlatan. The monkey, incensed by their mockery, exclaimed, If I don't demonstrate my abilities today, you shall never know why the sky is so blue. Lei Ming inquired, Why is the sky so blue? Because the sea is blue. Lei Ming probed further. Then why is the sea blue? Because there are fish in the sea. Lu Jinchao, baffled by their exchange, asked, Why does the presence of fish make the sea blue? The monkey stroked his chin, which was devoid of a beard, and pondered, because the fish blow bubbles. Lu Jinchao's face was filled with question marks. Lin Gang interjected, because fish blow bubbles. Blub blub. The monkey, upon hearing Lin Gang's explanation, leapt up in laughter. Yes, yes. It's not about whether you do it or not. Lin Gang retorted, Why does not doing it equate to being blue? The monkey, who was utterly clueless about English, found himself at a loss. He had not grasped the essence of the joke when he first heard it. After a moment of contemplation, he weakly replied, Because not doing it feels uncomfortable. Blue and thin mushrooms. Hence it is blue. Lin Gang, Lei Ming, and Lu Jinxiao were left astounded by the monkey's flawed logic, unable to believe that he was an unparalleled genius of absurd reasoning. Chapter 94. Change of face. The monkey's years of navigating through society had surely honed his skills, as he could discern from the expressions of the three that his answer was impressively profound. However, having interacted with Lin Gang for so long, the monkey had learned to temper his pride. For the higher one soared, the harder one would fall. The monkey waved his hand and said, "The color of the sky, the sea, and the fish is not the crux of the matter. The main point is that I can help you locate the teleportation array." Upon hearing the monkey's declaration, Lei Ming glanced at the compass in the monkey's hand and suddenly recalled the Taoist art of geomancy, nodding toward Lin Gang and Lu Jinxiao, who were less familiar with it. Recognizing Lei Ming's intent, Lin Gang and Lu Jinxiao accepted their fate, adopting a mindset of treating a dead horse as a live one. Lin Gang gestured to the monkey, inviting him to proceed. "Please begin your performance." The monkey, interpreting Lin Gang's gesture as a testament to his own charisma, beamed with pride and assured them, "Rest assured, Master Mei shall not disappoint you." With that, the monkey quickened his pace, rolled up his sleeves, held the compass in his left hand, and with his right hand forming a series of gestures, began to chant incantations as he advanced. As the pointer on the compass danced to the rhythm of the monkey's gestures and incantations, it suddenly pointed eastward. The monkey turned to Lin Gang, Lei Ming, and Lu Jinxiao, saying, "Do you see? This is likely the teleportation array you seek. I'm not bragging. For me, Master Mei, this task is as simple as Zhang Fei having a plate of bean sprouts." Noticing the astonished expressions of the three, the monkey could not resist boasting about his past experiences. However, the three were fixated on the pointer directing due east. Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao quickly lifted their heads, surveying their surroundings in an attempt to confirm if this location truly matched the place they had arrived at earlier. Just as Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao were trying to recall their surroundings, Lin Gang suddenly noticed that the pointer, which had been pointing east, abruptly swung to point west. Lin Gang tapped the monkey, who was still rambling on, and exclaimed, "The direction of the pointer has changed." The monkey, initially skeptical, glanced down at the compass upon seeing Lin Gang's earnest expression. To his surprise, the pointer had indeed shifted, causing him to furrow his brow. He performed another series of gestures and recited incantations, only to find the pointer still unwaveringly indicating west. Embarrassed, he said, "My apologies, I misread it earlier. The direction you arrived from should be this way." With that, the monkey pointed toward a location directly west behind them. Upon hearing the monkey's words, Lei Ming muttered, "I thought this place seemed strange. I wondered if I had misread the location." After speaking, he hastily led Lu Jinxiao towards the direction due west, attempting to recall the surroundings. While the two were straining to remember, Lin Gang fixated on the compass needle held by the monkey, which once again deviated. At that moment, the needle pointed due south. Lin Gang patted the monkey and indicated the compass. The monkey glanced down and felt disheartened, for the needle that had just pointed west was now inexplicably pointing south. The monkey quickly lifted the compass with his left hand, performed the gesture, and recited the incantation. Verifying once more. To his chagrin, he confirmed that the southern direction indeed indicated the location of the teleportation array. With a sheepish expression, the monkey said, "I apologize." Lei Ming raised his head and inquired, "Did you misread it again? Is this place incorrect?" The monkey, blushing, nodded slightly. Lei Ming then dragged Lu Jinxiao towards the south. After arriving, they merely surveyed their surroundings before Lei Ming asked, "This time, there should be no issues, right? We won't misread the direction again, will we?" Hearing the doubts cast upon his expertise, the monkey felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he too began to seriously question his abilities due to the continuous directional changes. Just as he was about to assure the two of his competence, he hesitated, reflecting on his repeated errors, realizing it was not the right moment for such bold claims. He lowered his head to recheck the results. To his dismay, he discovered that the compass's direction had once again changed. This time, he began to seriously doubt his professional skills. 3 consecutive mistakes could erode Lin Gang and the others' trust in him. If word of this spread, it would tarnish his reputation. The monkey dared not voice his concerns and instead bowed his head to recalibrate the compass. Lin Gang closely monitored the fluctuations of the compass needle, which was incessantly changing positions. His skepticism about the monkey's professionalism and the validity of the situation grew. Meanwhile, Lin Gang and Lu Jinxiao, still engaged in recalling their surroundings, noticed the monkey's facial expressions shifting, prompting them to cease their recollections and focus on the monkey's changing demeanor. They understood that if the monkey's expression turned tense, it would signify that he had yet to ascertain the correct location of the teleportation array. As the monkey's expressions continued to fluctuate, Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao abandoned their memories and approached Lin Gang's side. The three stood silently, observing the monkey's dramatic display of emotions. The monkey's face shifted from joy to sorrow, then to anxiety, leaving the three in awe of his expressive range. They had never before realized that human expressions could change so rapidly within such a brief span. It was far more captivating than the face-changing art of Sichuan opera. After all, the monkey was displaying a genuine human face. As the monkey's calculations grew increasingly erratic, beads of sweat began to dip his forehead. The compass needle oscillated between east, west, south, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest, traversing all 8 directions, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Suddenly, the monkey had an epiphany, slapping his forehead in excitement, exclaiming, "I understand. I did not misread it. The teleportation array exists in all 8 different directions." The sudden outburst startled the three. Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao, perplexed, asked, "Are you saying we came from 8 different directions?" The monkey shook his hands, clarifying, "No, you did not come from 8 directions. Rather, there are 8 possible paths to the teleportation array, and you merely approached from one of those directions." The monkey's explanation left Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao momentarily speechless. Lin Gang interjected, "Are you suggesting there might be 8 teleportation arrays around us, and they arrived from one of them?" "Exactly. That's the idea," the monkey responded, clapping his hands in appreciation. "Impressive." Lin Gang remarked, "You've spent all this time only to conclude there might be 8 arrays. Yet you still don't know which one they came from, and we cannot even see the arrays you speak of. Have you been wasting our time?" Chapter 95. The paper crane guides the way. Upon hearing their conversation, Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao felt as though they had been played by the monkey. Lei Ming brandished his Tang Dao, pointing it at the monkey, declaring, "Today, if you cannot clarify this matter, I will see to it that your compass meets its end." Lu Jinxiao, inspired by Lei Ming's assertiveness, prepared himself in full combat gear, feeling as if he too had been toyed with by the monkey. The monkey, startled by Lu Jinxiao's armored readiness, exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" Lu Jinxiao, with an innocent expression, replied, "I merely fear a conflict might arise, and I intend to mediate." Given Lu Jinxiao's stance, the monkey deemed it implausible that he intended to intervene peacefully, suspecting he would side with Lei Ming in a scuffle. Lin Gang further fueled the tension, remarking, "The monkey possesses many valuable items. Merely damaging his compass would not suffice." The monkey, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Lin Gang, you are utterly shameless. Are you trying to have them rob me of my possessions?" Lin Gang, with a gleeful expression, retorted, "Who told you to play tricks on us?" The monkey, now visibly frustrated, began to pound his thighs in exasperation. However, the teleportation array he spoke of remained unseen by Lin Gang and the others, rendering his explanation feeble and unconvincing. As Lei Ming approached him menacingly, the monkey glanced at the compass, then at his backpack. The pain etched on his face was palpable. Yet, the monkey, having acted in a way that incited irritation, prompted Lin Gang to wish for him to learn a lesson. Although Lei Ming's threat to destroy the compass was merely a scare tactic, the trio genuinely sought to intimidate him into remembering this lesson. Unbeknownst to them, the monkey was not deceiving them. Indeed, 8 teleportation arrays were concealed nearby, invisible to the untrained eye. The monkey had only glimpsed the signs through the compass, without having definitively identified the exact arrays. However, as Lei Ming approached wielding his Tang Dao, Lu Jinxiao stood by with a watchful eye, and Lin Gang smirked at his expense. The monkey felt genuine fear. He was not afraid of being beaten. Rather, He worried that these three would destroy the hard-earned treasures he had accumulated. In desperation, the monkey mustered the courage to proclaim, "I have one more method that can locate the correct array." Yet this statement evidently failed to convince Lin Gang, Lei Ming, and Lu Jinchao. With no other recourse, the monkey gritted his teeth, stating, "Trust me one last time. If I cannot find it, I will surrender all my possessions." The monkey's declaration left Lin Gang and Lei Ming stunned into silence. They had not anticipated that the monkey would dare to utter such words, fully aware of his avarice. For he had always been one who valued wealth over life itself. The two individuals were evidently taken aback by the monkey's unexpected proclamation. If the monkey's words were indeed sincere, could it be that they had misjudged him? Did they truly possess 8 teleportation arrays nearby? Observing the situation, Lin Gang hastily interjected, feigning authority to deter Lei Ming, who was hesitantly approaching the monkey. "Grant me this favor. Let us trust him one more time and see what tricks he has up his sleeve." Lei Ming readily acquiesced, stating, "Very well. I concede this favor. If he deceives us again, we shall divide his assets." Upon hearing their scheme to partition his belongings, the monkey felt a chilling sensation creep up his spine. These two were truly after his life. Contemplating this, the monkey resolved that once they escaped, he must find a secure location to conceal his treasures. After all, it is not the thief's cunning that one fears, but rather the thief's persistent interest. If these ruffians were to rob him and split his possessions, he would surely be heartbroken. However, hiding his treasures was a matter for later. First, he must navigate this immediate predicament to safeguard his assets. Approaching Lei Ming and Lu Jinchao, the monkey humbly requested, "Might I trouble you both to part with a few strands of your hair? I shall assist you in finding the path you took." The words of the monkey instigated doubt within Lei Ming and Lu Jinchao. Could it be that 2 strands of hair sufficed to locate the teleportation array? Despite their skepticism, the confident demeanor of the monkey led them to each relinquish a hair. Truth be told, they were genuinely curious to witness what further antics the monkey could conjure. Upon receiving the strands of hair with trembling hands, the monkey felt a tinge of uncertainty about the efficacy of his approach. Nevertheless, for the sake of preserving his hard-earned treasures, he was determined to take the plunge. Originally, the technique required only 1 strand of hair. However, to enhance the probability of success, the monkey opted to utilize both. He took the strands, extracted 2 talismans, and enveloped the hair within them, swiftly crafting 2 yellow paper cranes. Realizing he could not perform the necessary hand gestures while holding the cranes, the monkey entrusted them to Lin Gang. Lin Gang accepted the paper cranes, placing 1 in each palm, eager to discern the monkey's intentions. The monkey simultaneously formed identical hand gestures and began to chant an incantation. Upon concluding the chant, the monkey directed his fingers toward the paper cranes in Lin Gang's hands, proclaiming, "Taishan Lao Jun, heed my command." Command. To the astonishment of the trio, the paper cranes quivered slightly before settling back into Lin Gang's palms. This spectacle left Lei Ming, Lin Gang, and Lu Jinchao in a state of stunned disbelief, for they knew Lin Gang could not possibly be the monkey's accomplice. Yet, the movement of the paper cranes after the monkey's gesture was undeniably astonishing and defied all scientific rationale. The monkey, observing the crane's brief tremor, felt a rush of anxiety. He bit his middle finger, revealing droplets of blood, and continued to weave his gestures while muttering incantations. He then pointed once more at the paper cranes in Lin Gang's hands, exclaiming, "Taishan Lao Jun, heed my command." Command. As the monkey's voice faded, the cranes began flapping their wings and soared into the air. They flew towards the northwest, with the monkey in pursuit. Meanwhile, Lin Gang, Lei Ming, and Lu Jinchao stood agape, their eyes wide in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that paper cranes, crafted by hand, could take flight under the monkey's influence. Initially, one might have suspected Lin Gang was aiding the monkey, but witnessing the cranes fluttering away right before their eyes left them utterly astounded. This phenomenon was nothing short of miraculous and utterly unscientific, prompting the 3 skeptics to re-evaluate their beliefs. With their chins in hand, they hastily followed the cranes and the monkey. The cranes wobbled in flight for a moment before suddenly stopping, only to be engulfed in flames, turning to ash. The monkey pointed to the spot where the cranes had vanished, declaring, "This should be the location from which you two arrived." Upon hearing the monkey's assertion, Lei Ming and Lu Jinchao began to scrutinize their surroundings. After extensive examination, they confirmed that this was indeed the point at which they had entered the biological research facility. Lin Gang, Lei Ming, and Lu Jinchao gazed at the monkey in astonishment, unable to comprehend how he had accomplished such a feat. The location that had eluded them for so long had been pinpointed by the monkey in mere moments. With excitement in his eyes, Lu Jinchao rushed to the monkey and inquired, "Master Mei, how did you achieve that?" The monkey, with a look of grievance, retorted, "Now you call me Master Mei? Were you not concerned I might have been killed by Lei Ming?" His irritation was understandable. After all, he had risked everything to seize this opportunity for vindication, and success had not come easily. Observing the monkey's grievances, Lin Gang and the others quickly apologized, acknowledging their earlier misjudgment of his abilities. Upon hearing their words, the monkey felt a swell of pride, his spirits lifted. Lin Gang, noticing the monkey's improved mood, queried, "Surely you must know the locations of the other 7 teleportation arrays?" The monkey nodded, responding, "The other 7 arrays are situated at equal distances in the surrounding directions." Hearing this, Lin Gang's concern resurfaced. He simply could not fathom how Fu Mingyi had managed to create such extraordinary teleportation arrays, and so many of them at that. Lei Ming, however, was less preoccupied with such thoughts, glancing at the ordinary biological research glass containers and questioning the monkey. "Why does this place appear to be nothing more than standard glass containers? It hardly resembles a so-called teleportation array." The monkey, hearing Lei Ming's query, also surveyed the surroundings. If this were indeed a teleportation array, why did it show no response with all 4 of them present? Was there perhaps a special method to activate it to reveal its teleportation capabilities? Confused, the monkey furrowed his brow and replied, "According to the compass, this is the exit of the so-called teleportation array. However, it shows no reaction when we stand here. I genuinely suspect it might be a one-way teleportation array." Lei Ming was reluctant to endorse the monkey's theory, asserting that cannot be. If it were merely a one-way array, how could the mutated creatures from Kunlun Mountain have returned en masse without detection? The monkey could not provide a satisfactory explanation for Lei Ming's inquiry, and thus fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Lin Gang, having listened to their discourse, interjected, "Is it possible that this array has deactivated its bidirectional transmission?" Lei Ming nodded in agreement. "That is a possibility. However, without any visible array markings, we cannot deduce what this teleportation array truly entails." With that, both Lei Ming and Lin Gang turned their gaze towards the monkey, asking, "Are you able to identify the configuration and markings of the array?" The monkey shook its head without hesitation, stating, "I can only ascertain that the location of the teleportation array lies in this vicinity. I have no idea what this teleportation array truly is, nor can I comprehend its operational mechanisms." Upon hearing the monkey's words, Lin Gang and Lei Ming fell into deep contemplation. Although they had pinpointed the location of the teleportation array, the actual array remained elusive, rendering them incapable of deciphering its functioning. Observing the silent trio, Lu Jinchao wore an expression of helplessness. After all, without the extraordinary talents of Lin Gang's elite team, he would have been utterly clueless regarding even the existence of the teleportation array, let alone unraveling its secrets. Lu Jinchao lamented, "This is utterly ridiculous. It's nothing but glass jars. Where are we supposed to find this so-called teleportation array?" The 4 were thoroughly confounded by the predicament before them. While it could be inferred that Lei Ming and Lu Jinchao had been transported to the underground city via the teleportation array, the current circumstances left them devoid of any viable options. Lin Gang gazed at the myriad glass biological jars, his attention drawn to the creatures within, and an overwhelming sense of frustration enveloped him. Fu Mingyi had captured so many beings for his biological experiments, disrupting the previously harmonious relationship between humans and nature. These once adorable creatures, upon undergoing mutation, would morph into monstrous entities capable of slaughtering humanity. Though Lin Gang had unveiled Fu Mingyi's nefarious plot, he could only watch helplessly as Fu wreaked havoc upon the world. A profound sense of powerlessness surged within Lin Gang, nearly overwhelming him. He gently caressed the glass jar before him, his heart aching as if pierced by daggers. Humanity had long sought to survive in this world, and after painstaking efforts to stabilize their existence through technology, they endeavored to promote a harmonious coexistence with nature. Just as life began to flourish, and awareness for the protection of nature intensified, this idyllic scenario was shattered by the malevolence of Fu Mingyi. These creatures, under human protection, had managed to endure, only to be seized for experimentation, losing their very essence. Perhaps they would struggle to adapt to this earth, facing imminent extinction. The harmonious balance, painstakingly created by generations of humanity, was being dismantled by this sinister individual. As Lin Gang passed by each glass jar, observing the pitiful animals within, a wave of anguish constricted his throat. Lei Ming approached Lin Gang and remarked, "These unfortunate little animals are innocently persecuted by Fu Mingyi, confined to these cramped glass jars, unable to roam freely outside. How pitiful indeed." The monkey interjected, "While they may be pitiable in their jars now, who knows how many innocent humans they will harm once they are released." Upon hearing their words, Lin Gang suddenly had a revelation. Why is it that so many creatures have already mutated, yet they remain confined within these small glass jars? Lei Ming speculated. Perhaps the mutations were unsuccessful, or maybe the process is incomplete. "No, that's not it," Lin Gang exclaimed, a thought striking him. Mutations typically occur in sudden and widespread bursts. If these creatures had indeed failed to mutate, they should not be submerged in these glass jars. Lin Gang pondered aloud. Could it be possible that these glass jars constitute the so-called teleportation array, and that Fu Mingyi deliberately submerged these animals within to conceal them? Upon hearing Lin Gang's hypothesis, Lei Ming quickly turned his attention to the nearby glass jar, tapping and probing it for research. These jars don't seem to be made of glass. They appear to be composed of a rather unique transparent material. The others, upon hearing Lei Ming's observation, began to examine the glass jars closely and soon discovered that while some jars were indeed made of an unusual material, others were quite ordinary glass. Suddenly, Lin Gang seemed to recall something. He lifted the monkey and soared into the air, exclaiming, "Monkey, let us ascend and examine the structure of these glass jars." In midair, they surveyed the dense array of jars below, and the monkey gestured to indicate the locations of the other 7 teleportation arrays. Lin Gang directed Lu Jinxiao and Lei Ming to mark the jars of varying materials. Once all the jars were marked, Lin Gang sketched the marked jars in midair. The group observed the diagram Lin Gang held, revealing that the marked locations formed 8 peculiar patterns, precisely aligned with the teleportation array positions indicated by the monkey. Finally, the 4 were fortunate enough to behold the visage of the teleportation array. Lu Jinxiao gazed at the 8 patterns with palpable excitement, realizing that traversing the formation that had brought them here would enable a swift return to the Kunlun mountain base. Observing Lu Jinxiao's enthusiasm, the monkey interjected with a dose of cold reality. "We are currently situated at the epicenter of the teleportation array, yet we have not arrived at Kunlun Mountain, nor are there any signs of activation. Even with the knowledge of the array's location, you remain unable to return swiftly." Upon hearing the monkey's words, Lu Jinxiao's excitement began to wane as he recognized his complete ignorance regarding this so-called teleportation array, leaving him unable to navigate his way back to Kunlun Mountain. Consequently, he turned his hopeful gaze toward the 3 elite team members. Lin Gang, witnessing Lu Jinxiao's hopeful demeanor, replied with a sense of resignation. "This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. I am equally bewildered and powerless to assist." Lu Jinxiao shifted his gaze toward the monkey and Lei Ming. The monkey folded his arms, stating, "I have heard of teleportation arrays, yet I have never encountered one and know nothing about it. After all, these are merely the stuff of legend, and no one has ever had direct experience." Upon hearing the monkey's words, Lu Jinshao's previously fervent enthusiasm plummeted to despair. After all the effort expended in searching for the teleportation array, they had finally located it, yet none among them understood how to operate it, rendering their endeavors seemingly futile. Lu Jinshao despondently remarked, "Have we truly wasted our efforts with no tangible outcome?" Lin Gang, observing Lu Jinshao's dejection, offered consolation. "Not all our efforts have been in vain. Once we locate the other teleportation arrays, we can track Fu Mingyi's movements, thus preventing the sudden threat posed by his mutated biological army." Although Lu Jinshao recognized Lin Gang's attempt to console him, it was all he could do at this moment. Moreover, Lin Gang's reasoning held merit. They had indeed discerned the hub of the teleportation arrays. As long as they could identify the other 6 peculiar structures and closely monitor their activities, they would inevitably trace Fu Mingyi's whereabouts and devise a plan to capture and eliminate him. Lu Jinshao, unable to remain away from the Kunlun mountain base for long, resolved to ascend via the third well and make a detour through a city to return to Kunlun Mountain. After all, Fu Mingyi's whereabouts were still unknown. Should he lead his mutated biological army to launch a surprise attack on the Kunlun mountain base while Lu Jinshao, the captain of the guard, was absent, any ensuing chaos could escalate dramatically. As Lin Gang, the monkey, and Lu Jinshao bid farewell, the trio noticed Lei Ming squatting alone nearby, sketching and scribbling something on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Lei Ming had begun to replicate a miniature teleportation array on the ground. Engrossed in calculations and diagrams, observing Lei Ming absorbed in deciphering the teleportation array, Lin Gang refrained from interrupting. Lu Jinshao merely gestured for Lu Jinshao to withdraw for the time being, assuring him that he would relay messages to Lei Ming later. Meanwhile, the monkey observed Lei Ming sketching on the ground, and as he looked at the partially deciphered teleportation diagram, he was struck by a sense of familiarity regarding the sketches that Lei Ming had unlocked. Suddenly, with a look of astonishment, the monkey crouched down to examine the diagrams and the process of Lei Ming's interpretation, and a daring thought flashed through his mind. "Master Lei, how goes your analysis? The patterns you've deciphered bear a striking resemblance to some I have encountered before." The monkey interrupted Lei Ming's deep contemplation. Upon hearing the monkey's words, Lei Ming replied, "I noticed that some of the designs in this teleportation array resemble those I have seen previously, which prompted me to attempt a breakthrough." Suddenly inspired, he raised his head to inquire, "Do you also feel a sense of familiarity with these patterns?" "Which one specifically?" The monkey pointed at the sketches on the ground, saying, "These look quite familiar to me, though there are slight discrepancies for what I have seen before." With a look of astonishment, Lei Ming remarked, "I too have yet to comprehend the significance of these diagrams. I merely sketched them out, intending to analyze them further later." "What did the designs you encountered look like?" Lei Ming could hardly fathom that the monkey had any familiarity with these illustrations, especially since they were patterns that he himself found perplexing. He believed that the designs were merely hasty sketches by ancient people from an old tome, and had intended to incorporate them into his architecture. To his surprise, the monkey was acquainted with them. The monkey began to draw on the ground with his hand, explaining, "I came across these while perusing some ancient Taoist texts, and I found them intriguing enough to remember, though I cannot ascertain their correctness." Lei Ming, taken aback, exclaimed, "You have actually read our Mo family's ancient texts?" The monkey retorted with discontent, "What do you mean by your Mo family's ancient texts?" "I was referring to our Taoist scriptures. These patterns share notable similarities with the Bagua, and several of the deciphered patterns are evident in the Bagua formations. Furthermore, these few here are reflected in the 5 elements formations." As the monkey elaborated, he gestured at the illustrations. Suddenly, he pointed at some other sections, stating, "These few resemble those from the legalist and yin yang schools." Listening to the monkey's enthusiastic explanations, Lei Ming exclaimed in astonishment, "This array remarkably integrates the teachings of the 100 schools of thought." The monkey, realizing the implications of Lei Ming's words, suddenly understood why the pattern seemed so familiar. They were a synthesis of the strengths from various schools. Lin Gang, who had been silently observing the two unravel the array, was utterly amazed when he heard Lei Ming mention the 100 schools of thought. He He could hardly believe that such an ostensibly unscientific formation could embody the essence of the teachings from so many esteemed thinkers. He pondered the immense intellectual prowess and capabilities of the ancients that allowed them to create such profound knowledge. As he reflected on this, Lin Gang's admiration for the formidable antagonist Fu Mingyi intensified. He realized that a single individual could masterfully integrate the wisdom of the 100 schools. Such a person, if devoted to strengthening the nation and enriching the populace, could undoubtedly elevate society to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Lu Jinxiao, who was preparing to leave, sensed that Lei Ming and the monkey were on the verge of decoding the teleportation array. He disregarded any concerns about potential repercussions and yearned to witness this monumental moment. With this thought in mind, Lu Jinxiao halted his departure and returned to the elite team's side. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming admiration for the elite team, whose initial prospects had been bleak yet continually surpassed his expectations. Lu Jinxiao contemplated that if he weren't the captain of the guard in the Kunlun Mountains, he would have gone to great lengths to join this elite team. The team was indeed a treasure trove of talent, despite their youth. Each member possessed extraordinary abilities in their respective fields. With the insights into the array now in hand, Lei Ming and the monkey dedicated their full attention to the task of deciphering the teleportation array without hesitation. The monkey, who had never received formal education, played a crucial role at that moment. The patterns Lei Ming had deciphered were scarce. Most of the illustrations were completed thanks to the monkey's drawings and explanations. As the scene unfolded, Lin Gang and Lu Jinxiao, who could not comprehend the diagrams, looked on in awe at the monkey's articulate discourse. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. A figure once deemed utterly unreliable had proven to possess an astonishing depth of knowledge in unraveling the intricate array. Watching the monkey collaborate with Lei Ming, Lin Gang was profoundly impressed by the monkey's extensive understanding of ancient texts. Reflecting on the monkey's earlier transformation when confronting the mutated giant hound, Lin Gang grew increasingly curious about him. It was difficult to fathom that someone without formal education could have such profound insights into ancient literature. A person who had relied on deception and was labeled a charlatan had suddenly displayed formidable physical strength in battling the terrifying mutated creature. Suddenly, Lin Gang recalled a particularly intriguing comment made by Xiao Naofu during the formation of the elite team, leading him to question the monkey's true identity. After spending considerable time with the monkey, he realized that he had only scratched the surface of understanding him, particularly during perilous situations. While he had faced near-death experiences with his mecha for protection, the monkey appeared to navigate challenges with ease. Lin Gang realized he had never witnessed the monkey truly struggle or sustain injuries, further deepening the mystery surrounding him. As Lin Gang became engrossed in his observations of the monkey, Lei Ming suddenly exhaled heavily. I believe I have deciphered the operational method of this teleportation array. Upon hearing this, Lin Gang and Lu Jinxiao quickly gathered around. The monkey, standing nearby, teased, "Why are you two craning your necks as if you could understand the array before you?" Lu Jinxiao chuckled. "One learns as long as one lives. We simply wish to witness this marvelous array." Lei Ming replied, "I can only activate this teleportation array. The knowledge required is vast, and I am not yet fully versed in it. I will need more time to study and comprehend it thoroughly." Lin Gang approached and patted the slightly dissatisfied Lei Ming on the shoulder, saying, "It is truly commendable that you have managed to unravel the operational principles of the array in such a short time. As for the finer details, we can explore them gradually when we have more time." Despite his obsession with research, Lei Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as he had not achieved perfection in his analysis. He knew that now was not the time to dwell on the teleportation array. There were more pressing matters to attend to with his team, so he restrained his impatience and set about addressing the tasks at hand. He approached a nearby glass jar and fiddled with the tray beneath it. Suddenly, the previously motionless jar began to shift aside, and as it did, several adjacent jars gradually followed suit. Before long, these moving jars formed a complete pattern. With the emergence of this design, individuals found themselves within a cave in the blink of an eye. Observing the peculiar structure surrounding them, Lei Ming and Lu Jinxiao exclaimed excitedly. "This is the cave we just entered." Lu Jinxiao and Lei Ming led Lin Gang and the monkey towards the cave's exit. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by the sight of a blue sky adorned with white clouds and verdant mountains and rivers, confirming that they were indeed in Kunlun Shan. Breathing in the fresh, pure air, the four of them joyfully danced about, reminiscent of students released from school, having successfully deciphered the teleportation array. Their spirits soared as they realized they could now access the well's depths without the arduous journey through the entire number 3 well. They could simply use the teleportation array for instant travel. This thought filled Lin Gang, Lei Ming, and the monkey with a glee akin to that of children receiving free candy. Lu Jinxiao observed the excited trio and readily offered his thumbs up. "Today, I have truly witnessed the prowess and capabilities of your elite team. Impressive." Upon hearing this praise, the monkey's tail perked up, and with a wave of his hand, he declared, "This is merely routine. Our elite team's true abilities far exceed what you see." Beside him, Lin Gang and Lei Ming echoed, "We are far stronger than you can imagine." They shared a hearty laugh, their camaraderie evident as they exchanged playful gestures with Lu Jinxiao. This was a splendid opportunity to showcase the team's capabilities, and promoting their own squad was an essential responsibility for any member. Lu Jinxiao, watching the trio merrily embellishing their team, felt no disdain. Instead, his gaze reflected affection and longing. Since assuming the role of captain of the Kunlun Shan Guard, he had not experienced such playful banter with his current squad, and with his former teammates absent, he missed this atmosphere dearly. Lu Jinxiao contemplated gathering his old friends for a reunion to pay homage to their unforgettable youthful days. Checking the time, he realized he had been away from the base for quite some time, and hurriedly bid farewell to the others as he flew back to the base. Lin Gang and the monkey exchanged teasing glances at Lei Ming, asking, "Oh dear, Advisor Lei, why aren't you returning to Kunlun Shan base with Captain Lu? The base cannot do without you." The monkey shook his head and remarked, "Perhaps Advisor Lei's skills are lacking, and he has been sent back by the Kunlun Shan base." Lin Gang nodded in agreement. "That must be it. Or maybe he fears being exposed for his mischief and has turned traitor." Lei Ming rolled his eyes at their banter and retorted, "I stayed behind specifically to help you two overcome difficulties because you're both so inept. If I were there, neither Bei Jian nor Xiao Ying would have suffered such harm. And let's not forget about Jiao Yi. What a master at self-promotion you are. With your meager combat abilities, you're just a burden to us." Lin Gang teased. The monkey chimed in, "Yes. Useless at everything except for talking. Advisor Lei's skin has certainly thickened since completing the construction of the Kunlun Shan fortress. Have you stuck the fortress walls to your face?" They all erupted into laughter, playfully punching Lei Ming's chest and welcoming him back to the team. After the jesting, the three embraced tightly. Although the team had not been formed long, they had already shared many experiences, especially with comrades who had faced life and death together, true brothers forged in the crucible of hardship. Their hearts ached for Bei Jian and Xiao Ying, who had to return for recuperation due to injuries. The bond among the 5 members of their team was stronger than that of siblings, and the departure of 2 injured members significantly weakened their elite squad's combat strength. With gritted teeth, the 3 declared, "Now we must return underground, find Fu Mingyi and the others, and give them a good thrashing to avenge Bei Jian and Xiao Ying." Chapter 99. The uncertain path ahead. Lin Gang and the others passed through the teleportation array and re-entered the underground biological research facility. The monkey, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "With this array, our travel has become significantly easier. If we can thoroughly study this mechanism and create more teleportation arrays, we could earn more than selling airships. This could allow us to monopolize the transportation industry." Observing the monkey's money-centric mindset, Lin Gang and Lei Ming exchanged glances of disdain, yet upon reflection, recognized the business opportunity presented. Who would turn down the prospect of wealth? Lei Ming remarked, "Could you refrain from fixating solely on money? It's rather mundane. Our goal in establishing teleportation arrays is to alleviate traffic congestion, conserve energy, and benefit the nation and its people." The monkey scoffed. "If anyone lacks shame, It's you cultured types, spinning everything into grandiose statements. Lei Ming countered, I work hard for this. Is it wrong to seek some benefits for myself? You are truly shameless, yet I find it amusing. The monkey laughed. When we strike it rich, do remember to take me along. Lei Ming responded with a wink. Hearing the familiar words, Lin Gang couldn't help but worry about Lei Ming. After all, the last person to discuss such matters with the monkey was Bei Jian, who had not escaped unscathed from a monkey's schemes. The monkey dreamily mused, if one day this project succeeds, becoming the world's richest wouldn't be difficult. We could indulge in luxury and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Lin Gang interrupted their conversation. Can you wake up? It's not even time to sleep yet. And you're already dreaming. The monkey retorted, if a person lacks dreams, how are they any different from a salted fish? Since I am already a salted fish, I might as well be the saltiest one. But shouldn't dreams be somewhat realistic? Why dream of being a billionaire? Why not dream of being the child of a billionaire instead? Lin Gang teased. The monkey shook his head. You simply lack ambition. One must dare to dream and pursue those dreams. I may not be able to be the rich second generation, but I can choose to be the father of one. Lin Gang laughed. You're a Taoist, yet you think about becoming the father of a rich second generation. What kind of path are you following? The monkey replied, slightly annoyed, I'm just dreaming. Lin Gang, with a knowing smile, warned, what if you dream of having a large family, but end up being unable to conceive? The monkey, initially pleased by the compliment, dismissed the latter half, laughing, having a large family is wonderful. It means I'm healthy. Lei Ming, exasperated, interjected. What about the part about being unable to conceive? The monkey's cheerful demeanor suddenly stiffened. Nonsense. That's absurd. The monkey, once lost in pleasant dreams, was jolted awake by the mention of infertility. The thought of infertility was enough to make him feel as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Lin Gang, adopting a serious tone, said enough joking around. We need to plan our next steps. It was at this moment that Lei Ming and the monkey realized they were indeed at a crossroads, needing to make decisions about their future. Should they choose to proceed, it would indeed be an adventure, as the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Beyond the biological research facility lay a labyrinth of caves, the destinations of which were unknown. And there loomed the possibility of becoming ensnared in a maze from which they may never emerge. Lin Gang suddenly lifted his head and inquired of the monkey, can your paper or crane guide us in our search for my father and the others? The monkey responded with a proud countenance, of course. My celestial crane is unfailingly accurate in leading the way. I have never faltered. Upon hearing this, Lin Gang and Lei Ming were immediately filled with excitement. Then please, hasten to fold a paper crane to guide us in our quest. The monkey rubbed his hands together and replied, that is no problem at all. But do either of you possess a strand of your father's hair? Provide me with a single hair, and I shall return you each a father. Lin Gang and Lei Ming exchanged puzzled glances, pondering the monkey's peculiar words. What did he mean by returning a father for a single strand of hair? However, the greater dilemma was that neither of them had thought to bring their father's hair when they left home. They shook their heads in resignation. The monkey, now agitated, exclaimed, if you wish for me to locate someone, you must provide me with something useful. Even a police dog requires a scent to track someone down. Do you truly regard me as a deity? Lei Ming timidly asked, can't we just use our hair to find them? The monkey, displaying visible disdain, retorted, are we searching for you too, or for your fathers? With your hair, my paper crane could fly out to find your fathers. But do you think it possesses artificial intelligence? Can it discern DNA to locate someone? At that moment, Lin Gang and Lei Ming realized their presumptions had been misguided. Lin Gang, with a furrowed brow, stated anxiously, to successfully complete our task, we must bravely venture into the caves to seek them out. Lei Ming, with a troubled expression, replied, but we are entirely unfamiliar with these caves. If we take a wrong turn, we might truly never return. The three of them stood before the densely packed caves, grappling with the dilemma. Without entering, they could not locate Lin Dong and the others. Yet if they ventured in, they might find themselves trapped. The monkey, with a glint in his eye, suggested, why don't we first investigate the teleportation array? Clearly, Traversing these caves with our current abilities may lead us to a one-way journey, and we have yet to unlock this section of the map. Lei Ming nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, we should thoroughly examine the teleportation array first. Lin Gang's brow knitted in concentration as he contemplated their next course of action. He raised his head, perplexed, and said, based on our analysis, if the mysterious structure is intended for transporting mutated creatures, then the biological population in City A is evidently insufficient. Why then? Is there a teleportation array at the bottom of Waterdrop Lake? Lei Ming pondered. Could it be that its ostensible purpose is to serve as a transit route for mutated beings, a preparation to wreak havoc upon City A? Lin Gang scratched his head. That seems unlikely. If that were the case, what was he seeking from me on Kunlun Mountain? At that time, I had just encountered the issue of the lake water drying up, and he came to demand a certain key from me. I have always felt that the key he mentioned was related to Waterdrop Lake. The monkey, perplexed, remarked, if the key he requested from you pertains to Waterdrop Lake, does that imply that the key in your possession is for activating the teleportation array there? If that is indeed the case, could it not suggest that your father and the others have deciphered the secrets of the teleportation array and taken this activation key with them? Lei Ming nodded. That is a possibility. The ancient texts I have perused were all sourced from my father. Perhaps they truly did manage to decode the teleportation array. Lin Gang found some agreement in Lei Ming's words, recognizing that their elders group was indeed filled with extraordinary talents, and after spending an extended period underground, deciphering the teleportation array would likely not be an insurmountable task. He let out a deep sigh, since we lack the confidence to delve deeper underground. Why not first decipher the teleportation array before us? If we can master it, we will have a means of escape should we lose our way in the depths. Lin Gang's suggestion was met with approval from both the monkey and Lei Ming. After all, they had no assurance of emerging safely if they continued downward. Rather than acting rashly, it would be wiser to enhance their capabilities first. Life was not a game where one could simply restart after a mistake. Here, a misstep could very well cost them their lives. Moreover, Lin Gang felt an instinctive pull towards the urgent task of unraveling the mysteries of the teleportation array. Chapter 100. Departing for foreign lands, as if traversing a decaying ladder suspended over an abyss, Lin Gang found himself filled with an overwhelming sense of unease. He was determined to discover his father, disregarding the objections of his companions, and sought to penetrate the depths of the underground city. After much effort, not only had he failed to locate his father, but Xiao Ying and Bai Jian had also sustained injuries and were compelled to return to the surface for treatment. Now, with the monkey and Lei Ming accompanying him, the subterranean world was an enigma fraught with peril, with figures such as Fu Mingyi and Xiao Chui, along with a multitude of mutated creatures that could emerge at any moment to deliver a fatal blow. The intricate and volatile environment of the underground mirrored the dense network of caves before him. One misstep could render him and his companions unable to see the light of day again. Youth is often brimming with fervor and zeal, yet when cornered, it inevitably breeds fear and sorrow. Initially, Lin Gang had envisioned embarking on this quest alone, relying solely on his abilities to retrieve his father. However, as his steadfast companions followed him without hesitation, undeterred by the dangers, the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders grew heavier. He could no longer afford to be the fearless youth he once was. With every decision regarding their next move, he had to consider not only his own safety, but also the well-being of his companions. After all, they had chosen to enter this perilous underground realm for his sake, and should any harm befall them, he would never forgive himself. The image of Xiao Ying, bleeding and incapacitated, and Bai Jian, who had lost an arm while protecting her, pierced his heart like a dagger. Both could have opted to remain above, living carefree lives. Yet for his sake, they had willingly traversed into treacherous danger, risking their young lives with each step. Glancing at Lei Ming and the monkey by his side, Lin Gang felt a deep concern that his impulsiveness might lead them into harm's way. Thus, he resolved that before making any further moves, he must minimize the risks involved. The immediate task at hand was to resolve the issues surrounding the teleportation array. If the elite team could successfully address the teleportation array, the mysteries surrounding Waterdrop lake would surely unravel as well. Once the water drop lake conundrum was resolved, he could detach himself from the other four and venture deeper underground alone in search of his father. With this thought, Lin Gang decided to temporarily set aside the quest for his father, for the current circumstances dictated that addressing the threats posed by Fu Mingyi and the mutated creatures, as well as the mysteries of the water drop lake, took precedence over his personal quest. When faced with significant matters, Lin Gang ultimately chose to prioritize the pressing issues at hand, vowing to seek out his father only after resolving the pressing concerns for the world and his homeland. Lin Gang, accompanied by Hosey and Lei Ming, arrived at the teleportation array hub and surveyed the other 7 teleportation arrays. He inquired, "Which one shall we commence with?" With exuberance, Hosey leapt forward and exclaimed, "I've calculated it. The god of wealth is proactive, and we are the Eastern Dragon. If this works, we shall become wealthy. Let us begin with the array in the due east." Lin Gang and Lei Ming exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. However, acknowledging Hosey's significant contribution to deciphering the teleportation arrays, they refrained from undermining his enthusiasm, as the majority of the technical expertise resided with him. Consequently, the trio approached the eastern array to commence their investigation. Having gained experience from the first array, they deciphered the second array with remarkable speed, completing it in no time. Gazing at the successfully decoded array, Hosey licked his lips and suggested, "But how can we be certain we've truly succeeded? Why don't we give it a try?" Lei Ming shook his head, cautioning, "We are unaware of the teleportation direction. Perhaps we should refrain from attempting it until we have decoded the others and accumulated more experience." Unpleased by this, Hosey retorted, "Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Without first-hand experience, how can we confirm its successful unlocking?" Lin Gang, though lacking understanding of this logic, found Hosey's argument somewhat convincing. He raised his head and remarked to Lei Ming, "We are only just beginning to understand this teleportation array. Unlike electronic devices that provide clear indicators when functioning properly, let's take a chance and experiment." After contemplating, Lei Ming acknowledged that success in deciphering the teleportation array to Kunlun Mountain indeed involved an element of luck. Thus, with a practical mindset, he acquiesced to Hosey and Lin Gang's suggestion. Stepping forward, Lei Ming approached a glass jar and began to operate it. After a series of swift movements, the jars gradually came to a halt. Suddenly, everything went dark, and the three found themselves transported away from the biological research base. As they surveyed the pitch-black surroundings, Hosey whispered, "Could this teleportation array lead us into a cave?" Lin Gang pointed to the starry sky above and declared, "No. This array appears to be outdoors. Look at the stars." Lei Ming and Hosey glanced upwards and observed, "It seems like a starry sky, but why does it appear so blurred? It's completely different from what we saw before." Lei Ming expressed his confusion. "This is strange. When we were at Kunlun, it was broad daylight. It's only around 10 in the morning now. How could it suddenly be dark? Could it be a solar eclipse?" Hosey murmured softly. Lin Gang responded, "Impossible. If it were an eclipse, it would have been monitored and announced in advance. Moreover, how could we see the stars in such a scenario? Given the current situation, there is only one possibility." "What is it?" Hosey inquired. Lei Ming, astonished, exclaimed, "Are we being transported abroad?" Lin Gang nodded. "It seems we have arrived in a country with a time difference. It is morning here, but evening there." Having never left the country, Hosey was instantly exhilarated. "Are you saying we've gone abroad?" He surveyed his surroundings, shaking his head in disbelief. "Why does the foreign night sky look like this? It's not clear at all." Lin Gang examined the sandy ground beneath his feet and speculated, "It's likely a relatively underdeveloped nation. The ground is covered in sand, indicating poor greenery and environmental conditions. Perhaps economic development has caused environmental pollution. Indeed, domestically, during times of economic growth, environmental protection was often neglected, resulting in many areas suffering from pollution, smog, and obscured skies, preventing the populace from appreciating the true beauty of the stars. Look, were those conical structures rising from the ground ahead?" Lei Ming pointed to several dark silhouettes nearby. As the three acclimated to the darkness, they approached and discovered several striking conical buildings standing prominently. Deciding to investigate further, they drew closer and Lin Gang exclaimed, "Could this be Egypt?" Hosey and Lei Ming, astonished, replied, "Are those the so-called pyramids?" Unexpectedly, a sinister voice echoed from the shadows. "I never anticipated you would find your way here. Since you were so intent on courting death, I shall oblige you." In the night, a shadowy figure emerged, and the trio tensed. Initially believing their teleportation would merely serve as a test of the array's success. Upon discovering they had ventured abroad, they hoped for a free adventure, only to encounter an adversary. Lin Gang and Hosey focused their gaze, realizing it was none other than the recently defeated Xiao Chui. Relieved, Hosey sneered, "I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just you, coward." Lin Gang, Lei Ming, take a breather. Watch how I deal with him and avenge Bei Jian and the others. With that, Hosey rolled up his sleeves and brandished a rolling pin as he approached Xiao Chui. The latter, observing Hosey's bravado, remarked with amusement, "You fled too quickly before. You never got to experience the might of Hosey. I suggest you surrender now, or I shall make you regret it." Xiao Chui, enraged by the insult, snarled, "Today, I shall see who sends whom fleeing." With a sharp whistle, the once tranquil night erupted into chaos as thunderous footsteps approached their location. Enormous silhouettes surged towards Hosey and his companions. Hosey, glancing at the towering forms closing in, swallowed hard in trepidation. The massive creatures before him dwarfed him beyond measure, and his earlier bravado evaporated instantaneously. As the shadows drew near, the trio discerned that the towering entities were mutated elephants, their colossal tusks transformed into metallic spikes resembling barbed clubs, far sharper than any ordinary weapon. The sight of the menacing tusks sent a shiver down Hosey's spine. One jab could cost him dearly. Behind the elephants trailed formidable lions, countless wolves and leopards, overwhelming Hosey with fear as he struggled to swallow. Paralyzed by terror, he stammered, "Advisor Lei, Hero Lin, it's been ages since I enjoyed a drink. I feel a bit dizzy. Would you kindly step forward a few paces to bolster my courage while I regain my strength?" Clearly, the scene before him had left Hosey thoroughly intimidated. Previously, he had dealt with mere mutated creatures, but now, faced with an overwhelming horde of beasts, including the fearsome elephants, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Had it not been for the presence of Lin Gang and Lei Ming behind him, he might have succumbed to sheer panic. As Lin Gang observed the scene before him, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Although he had mentally prepared for the possibility of extensive biological mutations, he had not anticipated the sheer horror that had unfolded. Gazing at the tide of mutated beasts, he couldn't help but recall the desolate Kunlun Mountain, and a foreboding sensation surged within him. It appeared that this terrifying biological mutation was not limited to Kunlun Mountain and certain parts of other cities. It had likely escalated to a global phenomenon. The reason why Lin Gang and others were only aware of the mutations in City A in some regions was that the biological density and quantity in those areas had not met the threshold for mass mutation activities, rendering them unworthy of such endeavors. With the advancement of urbanization, diverse creatures were now only visible in zoos. The common sight was limited to small cats, dogs, and rats. However, in regions where natural environmental protection was better, a rich biodiversity could lead to a rapid emergence of a biological army capable of challenging the world. Previously, creatures were merely flesh and blood, aware of pain and fear, but after mutation, they had entirely lost their perception of suffering. Moreover, their mutations had begun to metallize their entire skeletal structures, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against them. With such a formidable and valiant army of steel, Fu Mingyi indeed possessed the confidence to confront humanity. Given the current circumstances, conventional firearms could not inflict harm on these colossal entities, and the reckless use of mass destructive weapons could result in countless innocent casualties. Should humanity wish to eliminate these mutated beings entirely, it would require a steep price in blood. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Should these mutated creatures be eradicated, the planet's biodiversity would suffer a catastrophic blow. Without these creatures, chaos would undoubtedly ensue on Earth. Thus, regardless of the choices made, the present situation posed an existential threat to humanity. The gravity of the situation left no room for Lin Gang's contemplation. As Xiao Chui could no longer contain his emotions and began orchestrating the mutated beast to prepare for an assault on Lin Gang and his companions. Without a moment to spare, Lin Gang activated the magic cube, entering a state of combat. He turned to Lei Ming, saying, "Lei Ming, cover us as the monkey and I retreat to the teleportation array. You must activate it quickly. We need to return and relay the current situation." The monkey, with a look of shock, exclaimed, "We just got here, and now we have to retreat? We haven't even fought yet. Who knows who will win?" Clearly, the monkey had not yet grasped the deeper, more terrifying implications. Lin Gang replied sternly, "Whether we can win this fight or not, we cannot engage. Our most crucial task now is to swiftly convey the message back. If we delay, it could lead to chaos in the world, and countless lives could be lost." The monkey, bewildered, retorted, "Isn't this just about fighting? Besides, we've faced the mutated beast several times, and it doesn't seem as terrifying as you say." Lei Ming was also stirred by Lin Gang's words, but upon reflection, he gasped, "Are you worried that a large-scale biological mutation has occurred globally?" Although the monkey was a bit slow to catch on, he suddenly understood Lin Gang's anxiety upon hearing Lei Ming's words. Could it be? If that's the case, we are heading towards global annihilation. Xiao Chui, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but burst into sinister laughter. "Indeed, Lin Dong-sun is quite remarkable. Are you only just realizing this? It's too late now. No one can stop Mr. Fu's march towards world domination. I can offer you one last chance. It's best to recognize the situation. Those who are wise will follow Mr. Fu and accomplish great things. He will not treat you poorly. Don't be like your ungrateful father, who ultimately became nothing more than a lost soul under Mr. Fu's command." Xiao quiesce chilinu lauter echo dominusli. In that moment, Lin Gang finally comprehended why his father had left a message for Jiao Yi about saving the world. It seemed that upon entering the underground city, his father had uncovered this astonishing conspiracy, knowing that humanity would face an imminent catastrophe upon resurfacing. However, it was evident that Lin Dong and his allies' plans had failed, as these terrifying mutated creatures had already been unleashed by Fu Mingyi, commencing his inhumane extermination scheme. Lin Gang felt a profound admiration for his father and those who, aware of Fu Mingyi's treacherous intentions, had fearlessly charged into the fray. They had once been defenseless researchers, yet when faced with peril, they had selflessly fought at the front lines to secure survival for humanity. Now, they were uncertain whether they had already fallen victim to Fu Mingyi's machinations. Lin Gang knew Fu Mingyi's combat prowess. With his magic cube and Lu Jinshao's mecha, they were no match, and he suspected his father and his companions were likely in dire straits. Contemplating this, Lin Gang's gaze turned hostile towards Xiao Chui. This individual, driven by self-preservation, had betrayed his comrades and now sought to aid in the destruction of humanity, earning Lin Gang's contempt and branding him a traitor to mankind. Lin Gang piloted his mecha toward Xiao Chui, determined not to let the blood of his father and his allies be shed in vain. Now that he was aware of Fu Mingyi's plot, he had to relay the message before disaster struck, granting humanity ample time to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Xiao Kui, having witnessed Lin Gang's formidable combat capabilities during the previous battle at Well No. 3, refrained from confronting him directly and instead directed the beast tide to assault Lin Gang, while he himself waited for an opportunity from the rear. The monkey, recognizing the overwhelming tide of beasts, heightened his resolve. Unlike Lin Gang, who charged at the beast tide, the monkey positioned himself around Lei Ming, protecting him as they retreated. As the tide of beasts surged forward, Lei Ming evaded the attacks of the mutated giants while sprinting toward the teleportation array. After the monkey had shielded him from several life-threatening blows, Lei Ming suddenly recognized the monkey's newfound strength. It dawned on him why Lin Gang had said that he and the monkey would shield him from the giant beasts. Among the three of them, his combat prowess was indeed the weakest. However, Lei Ming had not witnessed the earlier battle in the well, so he had yet to see the monkey's extraordinary abilities. As he watched the monkey engage the mutated giants barehanded, Lei Ming was left astounded, filled with admiration for the monkey. unable to fathom the terrifying strength concealed within such a seemingly frail body. Observing Lin Gang stalling the beast horde while Lei Ming and the monkey made their escape, Xiao Chui quickly grasped their intentions. He waved his hand, and countless giant birds appeared in the sky, converging toward Lei Ming's fleeing direction. At this moment, he could not allow Lin Gang and the others to escape. Otherwise, if Fu Mingyi learned of this, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. As the giant birds joined the fray, Lin Gang and the monkey found themselves struggling to cope. The moment the giant birds approached, Lei Ming began firing Tian Nu, San Lei into the sky at the avian swarm. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, a multitude of colossal avian creatures plummeted to the ground. Illuminated by the fiery bursts of the blasts, Lin Gang and his companions finally discerned their surroundings. Not far ahead lay a cluster of buildings, which had once been home to many Egyptians, but now stood in a state of severe disrepair. It was evident that these damages were inflicted by the mutated beasts. The obstruction to their view of the starry sky was not solely due to environmental pollution. The smoke and debris from the mutated creatures attacking the residences also shrouded the once relatively pristine heavens. The absence of any sound hinted that the inhabitants of those dwellings had likely fallen victim to the onslaught of these aberrant beings. As the trio gazed at the approaching behemoths in the distance, they dared not linger and hastened towards the teleportation array. They were acutely aware that if they were ensnared by the tide of beasts, their escape would be utterly impossible, while their own safety was paramount. The thought of failing to relay their findings meant that their homeland would also fall prey to the mutated monstrosities. In that eventuality, their once beautiful home would be reduced to scorched earth, akin to the ruins before them, transforming into a hell on earth where countless lives would be extinguished at the hands of these merciless creatures. With unwavering resolve, Lin Gang and his companions surged towards the teleportation array. Despite Xiao Chui's desperate attempts to thwart their progress, the instinct for survival proved insurmountable, and she could not impede their advance. After enduring countless trials, the trio ultimately reached the teleportation array. However, Lin Gang's mech energy was critically low, and Hosey was gasping for breath, his body riddled with wounds. Lei Ming, under the protection of his companions, fared slightly better but bore a grievous gash inflicted by the tusk of a giant elephant. Lin Gang observed the innumerable mutated beasts and realized that if they entered the teleportation array now, a horde of these monstrous creatures would follow them into the underground city. Catching a city off guard, resolutely facing the advancing horde, Lin Gang declared, "You two retreat first. I will hold back the beasts." Understanding his intent, Lei Ming and Hosey shouted in unison, "Don't be a hero. We came together, we return together." With a powerful punch, Lin Gang sent a giant elephant tumbling backwards, colliding with a multitude of other mutated creatures. He then turned and propelled Hosey and Lei Ming towards the teleportation array. As they were propelled into the array, both saw Lin Gang fire the few remaining Tian Nu, San Lei towards them. Suspended in midair, Lei Ming and Hosey widened their eyes, watching the projectiles approach, biting their lips as a metallic taste filled their mouths. The Tian Nu, San Lei did not explode before them, just as it detonated. They passed through the teleportation array back to the biological research base. Hosey and Lei Ming crashed to the ground. The moment Hosey hit the ground, disregarding his injuries, he scrambled towards the teleportation array, intent on retrieving Lin Gang. Lei Ming, already wounded, found the impact rendered him immobile. Yet, driven by the knowledge that Lin Gang had not yet returned, he dragged his bloodied body towards the array, leaving a crimson trail in his wake. Ignoring his pain and fighting through intense dizziness, Lei Ming crawled toward the array. However, upon reaching it, the array showed no signs of activation. It had lost its functionality. Hosey, seeing the inactive array, called out urgently to Lei Ming, "Old Lei, quickly, check why the array isn't working. You need to activate it. Lin Gang hasn't returned." Lei Ming's eyes turned bloodshot as he gazed at the unresponsive array, trembling uncontrollably, whether from pain or sorrow was unclear. They both understood that under such intense combat, Lin Gang would have depleted his energy rapidly. Now, Alone against such a vast and formidable horde of mutated beasts, his chances of survival were grim. As Hosey continued to press, Lei Ming, you must find out why the teleportation array is still unresponsive. Lei Ming choked out. It must be that Lin Gang just destroyed the opposing array with the Tian Nu San Lei. This array is now rendered inoperable. We cannot return. Although Hosey had surmised this, he was loath to accept it. Desperately, he shouted, there must be another way to transfer. Let's think of a solution. I still have many ancient texts we can reference to repair it. Hosey, we cannot return. Lin Gang entrusted us with a mission that remains unfulfilled. Lei Ming, dragging his battered body, restrained the frenzied Hosey. With tears welling in his eyes, Hosey slammed his fist against a nearby glass container. The two, having narrowly escaped death, felt their taut nerves finally relax. After venting their emotions, both collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Chapter 103. The message returned after a protracted battle. Lei Ming ultimately succumbed to excessive blood loss. Hosey, too, collapsed from exhaustion, but seeing Lei Ming unconscious, he mustered the strength to hoist him onto his back. As he forced himself to rouse Lei Ming, he pressed onward towards the well, step by arduous step. Old Lei, don't you dare sleep. The mission Lin Gang entrusted to us remains incomplete. If we return in time, we might still rescue him. If you fall asleep, you will be deemed a traitor. Deserving of scorn. Lei Ming, weak and weary, replied, I'm just too tired. Why don't you go back alone for help? I'll wait here. No way. How could you expect me to face such a daunting task alone while you rest here? You treat me like a beast of burden. You stubborn monkey. Must you always drag someone along? Hosey's concern was not that Lei Ming might shirk his duties, but rather that if he fell asleep now, he might never awaken again. With Lin Gang's fate uncertain, he could not allow any further misfortune to befall Lei Ming. As they trudged along, blood continued to drip from their steps. Time passed, and Lei Ming's breathing grew faint. Observing his friend's diminishing response, Hosey gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Step by step, he pressed on, but fatigue overwhelmed him, and a powerful urge to succumb to sleep washed over him. Yet a voice in his mind urged, stay awake. You must not sleep. If you do, it will be too late. If you can return sooner, perhaps you can save Lin Gang. Hosey bit down on his tongue to rouse himself, forcing himself to continue carrying Lei Ming. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he spotted the light of the well and summoned his remaining strength to press on. In the underground city of a city, Xiao Nao Fu was leading a fully armed contingent against an elderly man. This elderly figure was none other than Jiao Yi, who had just tended to his wounds. With fury etched upon his face, Jiao Yi shouted at Xiao Nao Fu, release me. Otherwise, if I get the chance, just wait and see how I will tear you apart. Jiao Yi, please, cease this nonsense. I am currently leading a team to aid Lin Gang, and I assure you that I will bring him back safely. Xiao Nao Fu said to Jiao Yi with great distress. No, I must go with you. Your mecha has yet to be repaired in such a condition. If anything were to happen, how could I explain to Lao Lin? You need not concern yourself with explanations. I am relatively well aware of the situation below. I do not have the heart to watch his only son down there. Jiao Ye's voice began to choke with emotion. Having sustained injuries in a previous battle, and with the necessity to protect the equally incapacitated Xiao Ying and Bei Jian, he had been compelled to leave Lin Gang and return to the underground city. Now that Xiao Ying and Bei Jian were settled, he could not bear to leave Lin Gang and the monkey alone underground. He wished to join the support team to search for Lin Gang and his companions. However, Jiao Ye's mecha had suffered severe damage, making a swift recovery impossible. Xiao Nao Fu feared for the old man's safety and thus dismissed Jiao Ye's proposal. Yet, the old man was unwaveringly stubborn. He secretly left the hospital and pursued the rescue team. When Xiao Nao Fu discovered him, both parties were locked in a standoff at the wellhead. Commander, there is sound coming from below. It seems someone is coming up. A soldier's remark shattered the tense silence. Jiao Yi quickly broke free from the guard restraining him and hastened towards the wellhead, shouting, how many are coming up? It seems to be one. Upon hearing this, Jiao Ye's heart plummeted as he knew Lin Gang would undoubtedly be the one to remain behind in the face of danger. The notion that only one person was emerging from the well filled him with foreboding. Furthermore, the feeling was intensely strong. No, it seems to be two. One of them is carrying another. Before reaching the wellhead, Xiao Nao Fu exclaimed angrily at the soldier delivering the message. Can you not observe clearly before you speak? Clearly, Xiao Nao Fu was overly anxious about the safety of those below, leading him to unleash a tirade at the soldier. Xiao Nao Fu and Jiao Yi quickly approached the wellhead, peering down into the depths. Below, the monkey had also heard the commotion above. He turned to Lei Ming and said, Old Lei, stop sleeping. Quick, listen, I think I hear voices. Can you help me determine if I'm imagining things? However, Lei Ming did not respond. Looking up again, the monkey finally spotted the moving figures at the wellhead, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At last, he had seen people. With that, the monkey collapsed onto the ground. Seeing the figure fall, Xiao Nao Fu shouted, What are you waiting for? Hurry, save him. The monkey and Lei Ming were successfully pulled out. Jiao Yi glanced at the blood-soaked monkey and the bewildered Lei Ming and asked, Lei Ming, where is Lin Gang? Xiao Nao Fu, observing the duo that had been rescued, also wore a puzzled expression. Mei Xian, why did you carry Lei Ming out? Where is Lin Gang? The monkey, gasping for breath, said, The mysterious structure is a teleportation array. A large-scale biological mutation may have erupted globally. Lin Gang sent us back with a message. He is at the Egyptian pyramids and is in danger. We must go save him. After uttering these words, the monkey fainted on the spot, leaving Xiao Nao Fu, Jiao Yi, and the rescue team in a state of shock. They found themselves unable to comprehend the monkey's words. What teleportation array? What Egypt? The pyramids? Xiao Nao Fu was most perplexed. Wasn't Lei Ming supposed to be constructing a fortress at Kunlun Mountain? Why was he suddenly here? But now, the monkey had completely lost consciousness, and further inquiries would yield no answers. Xiao Nao Fu quickly arranged for personnel to take the exhausted monkey and the barely conscious Lei Ming for emergency treatment. Meanwhile, Jiao Yi suddenly realized something and shouted at Xiao Nao Fu, Stop dawdling. Contact the Kunlun Mountain base and find out why Lei Ming is here. Then reach out to Egypt to inquire about the situation. We need to dispatch someone to investigate. Something is amiss. Chapter 104. The Elite Hunter Within Egypt. Lin Gang hurled the last remnants of Tian Nv, San, Lei, towards the teleportation array. The moment he witnessed the monkey and Lei Ming being teleported away, he detonated the Tian Nv, San Lei. A tremendous explosion obliterated the mysterious structure, and the resulting shockwave sent Lin Gang flying. Before he could react, a colossal elephant barreled into him from behind, propelling him further away. Xiao Chui, observing the fleeing monkey and Lei Ming, glanced at the now-destroyed teleportation array, his frustration boiling over. He could not believe that despite controlling such a multitude of mutated behemoths, he had allowed two individuals to escape. Not only had they fled, but they had also destroyed the teleportation array. If Fu Ming learned of this, he would not only be furious, but would mercilessly punish him. In a fit of rage, Xiao Chui resolved to unleash all his fury upon Lin Gang. He was determined to obliterate Lin Gang. Having suffered at the hands of mutated creatures, and Fu Ming while serving under Lin Dong, he had finally allied with Fu Ming undergoing body modifications. Believing he could exact revenge for the humiliation and pain he endured, who could have anticipated that he would face repeated setbacks upon encountering Lin Gang? First, Xiao Huang was captured. Then he fled to Egypt, hoping to lead the mutated behemoths in a counterattack against Lin Gang and his companions. Yet, not only did he allow two to escape, but they also destroyed the teleportation array. If this delayed Fu Ming's plans, he knew Fu Ming would undoubtedly punish him without hesitation. Xiao Chui blamed Lin Gang and his son for ruining his once bright future and grand ambitions. Now, he would stop at nothing to eliminate Lin Gang and assuage his deep-seated resentment. Meanwhile, stripped of heavy weaponry, Lin Gang's energy levels were critically low. Under the relentless assault of the mutated beasts, he had completely lost his ability to fight back, left at the mercy of the creatures. Xiao Kui, witnessing Lin Gang's utter helplessness, recognized the telltale signs of his dwindling mecha energy. With Lin Gang's mecha energy depleted, he no longer posed a threat to Xiao Chui's safety. Fueled by this realization, Xiao Chui surged into the fray, consumed by a singular desire to exact vengeance upon Lin Gang for all the humiliations he had endured since his modification. He intended to unleash all his pent-up anger upon the defenseless Lin Gang. With a leap, he landed atop Lin Gang, who was still being tossed about by the monstrous beasts, and spat, "You and your father have been so arrogant relying on this mecha. Now, let's see how long it can protect you." With that, Xiao Chui swung his mutated fist with ferocity towards Lin Gang's face. Stripped of his combat prowess, Lin Gang could only watch helplessly as Xiao Chui's grotesque fists rained down upon him. One punch, two punches, three punches. After an indeterminate number of blows, the mecha on Lin Gang's head began to liquefy and recede. Yet, faced with Lin Gang's current vulnerability, Xiao Chui had no intention of delivering a swift death. His sole desire was to torment Lin Gang. Since it was torture, it must not be a swift end. He wanted Lin Gang to experience the agonizing proximity of death that lingered just out of reach. Xiao Chui altered the direction of his punches, now targeting Lin Gang's chest with relentless force. As he struck, he spat insults. "What is wrong? Do you not believe that your shells are impenetrable, father and son? Are you not now finding them insufficient? I shall force you to witness the very shells you rely upon being shattered by my strikes." Within the mecha, Lin Gang, though Xiao Cui's assaults did not inflict lethal damage upon him, the relentless impact still sent his blood surging violently. The continuous barrage had inflicted internal injuries upon Lin Gang, causing him to spew blood with each of Xiao Cui's punishing blows. Observing Lin Gang, who was now vomiting blood, Xiao Cui's excitement and arrogance grew even more palpable. Xiao Cui mused that Lin Gang must be tasting the proximity of death, yet not succumbing to it. Such torment surely pushed him to the brink of despair. This was precisely the outcome Xiao Cui wished to witness. As Xiao Cui unleashed a torrential onslaught, Lin Gang's mecha began to fade away gradually. Ultimately, under Xiao Cui's relentless strikes, Lin Gang's armor completely liquefied and receded. Witnessing this, Xiao Cui was naturally elated. He approached Lin Gang, who lay on the ground, bloodied and motionless, with an expression of triumph. "How does it feel now that your shell can no longer protect you? Are you now like a lamb awaiting slaughter? Ha ha ha! The fear your father instilled in us, I have now returned it to you. This feeling is extraordinarily gratifying. But do not fret. It will not be long before your detestable father shares your fate. At our hands." "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Cui grinned ominously, transforming his right hand into a bone knife poised at Lin Gang's chest, while his left hand brandished a recording device to capture the ensuing spectacle. "Do you know, I take great pleasure in witnessing your faces filled with despair, for I wish to ensure that all of you experience the hopelessness I once endured." With that, Xiao Cui began to stab the bone sword towards Lin Gang's heart, relishing the thought of witnessing despair and terror etched onto his face, allowing him to behold the bone sword slowly penetrating his heart. He intended for Lin Gang to feel the gradual ebbing of his life, for nothing could be more agonizing than this. Furthermore, he wished to present this harrowing scene to Lin Dong, forcing him to witness the brutal slaughter of his only son. However, at that moment, Lin Gang's eyes betrayed no fear. Instead, they shimmered with calm determination. A faint hint of satisfaction graced his lips, as though the one facing annihilation were not himself. Observing Lin Gang smile, Xiao Cui felt a surge of anger, realizing that Lin Gang did not exhibit the dread he had anticipated. He bellowed, "What are you laughing at? I hope you can maintain that composure when a bone knife pierces your heart." Lin Gang, revealing his bloodied teeth, grinned with pride and replied, "You must have heard this saying. High-level hunters often appear in the guise of their prey." No sooner had he spoken than the cube, which had previously liquefied, suddenly reattached to Lin Gang's right hand, transforming into a gleaming steel blade. Lin Gang summoned all his strength and swung towards Xiao Cui's neck. Chapter 105. Lin Dong returns as Lin Gang's blade swept through the air. Xiao Cui's expression shifted from one of arrogance to utter shock. He had never anticipated that the mecha, which should have been depleted of energy, could be reactivated by Lin Gang, transforming into a gleaming steel knife that whirled past him. The moment Xiao Zue recognized Lin Gang's control over the mecha once more, he knew something was amiss. However, before he could react, a surge of warmth erupted in his neck. Instinctively, he touched it, only to find his hands stained with dark blood. In a state of shock and disbelief, Xiao Zue's head and body were severed from one another. His eyes widened in terror. He could not comprehend why Lin Gang was able to control the mecha again despite its supposed energy depletion. As he watched Xiao Zue's head roll across the ground and the now powerless bone sword, Lin Gang finally found a moment to breathe. He felt a wave of relief. Grateful that his gamble had paid off, he was fortunate that Xiao Zue, in his eagerness to torture him, had become complacent after believing Lin Gang to be powerless. Seizing the last vestige of energy, Lin Gang executed a desperate counterattack against Xiao Zue. Overwhelmed with joy at having turned the tables, Lin Gang glanced at the throngs of mutated creatures surrounding him and could only manage a bitter smile. Just after defeating Xiao Zue, the energy of the mecha had been completely exhausted, and after enduring so many of Xiao Zue's attacks, Lin Gang felt as though his bones had shattered, leaving him utterly drained. Gazing at the restless beasts around him, he had no strength left to resist, and thus closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. Returned, Lin Gang succumbed to unconsciousness. In City A, after the tireless efforts of the medical staff, the monkey gradually began to awaken. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Ying and Bei Jian surrounding him. In a flurry, he attempted to get out of bed, exclaiming, "Quickly, inform Commander Xiao. A large-scale biological mutation has erupted globally. We must prepare for the response." Still weak, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, Xiao Ying was quick to support him, saying, "Calm down. Commander Xiao has already received the news and is preparing." "That is good." Upon hearing Xiao Ying's words, the tension in the monkey's body finally eased. He looked around, noticing only Bei Jian and Xiao Ying, but did not see Lei Ming, prompting him to ask anxiously, "Where's Lei Ming? Where is he? How is he?" Bei Jian hurriedly explained, "Lei Ming has been stabilized. He lost a lot of blood and has not yet regained consciousness, but he is resting in the adjacent ward." Hearing that Lei Ming was not in grave danger, the monkey felt a weight lift from his chest. Suddenly, he remembered something else and urgently inquired, "What about Lin Gang?" Xiao Ying's expression turned somber as she replied, "My father has dispatched a team to search for him underground. If all goes well, they should be able to bring him back soon." As she spoke, her voice trembled noticeably. She looked at the severely injured monkey and Lei Ming. Fearing that Lin Gang's fate in the depths would be dire, she was genuinely worried that the rescue team would return with Lin Gang's lifeless body. With this thought, her eyes moistened once more. Observing Xiao Ying's swollen eyes and weary appearance, it was evident that she had been weeping incessantly and had not rested properly. When the monkey learned that Xiao Ying had organized a rescue team to search for Lin Gang, he felt slightly relieved, but then realized with shock. "The rescue team is going underground to find Lin Gang?" "Yes," Xiao Ying and Bei Jian replied in unison, astonished at the monkey's expression. "Oh no, this is bad," the monkey exclaimed, slapping his thigh in distress. "Lin Gang is not underground." "What? Lin Gang is not underground?" Xiao Ying and Bei Jian stared at the monkey in disbelief. The monkey hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired to them. Upon hearing the recounting of the monkey, Xiao Ying hurriedly exited the monkey's ward to seek out her father. Eager to relay this news to him, she feared that if she delayed, Lin Gang would truly return only wrapped in a white cloth. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Naofu was also in a state of agitation. He had immediately contacted Lu Jinxiao after the monkey fell into a coma, and upon learning that the three had bid farewell at Kunlun Mountain, he naturally assumed that Lin Gang was still underground. He dismissed the monkey's vague references to Egypt and the pyramids as mere ramblings before his fainting spell. While Xiao Naofu was anxiously preparing to dispatch personnel to Egypt in search of Lin Gang, the search and rescue team at Underground City Well-Know 3 reported that they had retrieved an individual clad in silver armor, who still exhibited faint signs of life. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Naofu, Xiao Ying, Jiao Yi, Bei Jian, and the weakened monkey rushed towards well number 3. When they beheld the familiar silver armor being hoisted from the depths, their hearts lightened slightly. They had never anticipated that Lin Gang would reappear at the bottom of the well. Although he appeared gravely injured, the fact that he was still breathing provided them with some solace. However, Jiao Yi, upon seeing the armor, exhibited a slight fluctuation in emotion. But the weight of his worry deepened. With great effort, he finally uttered a name, Lin Dong. The crowd froze in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Jiao Yi had called out the name of Lin Gang's father, Lin Dong, in relation to the familiar silver armor. Many speculated that Jiao Yi, overwhelmed with emotion, had mistakenly uttered the wrong name. As the rescuers struggled to open the armor's visor, Jiao Yi approached unsteadily and managed to lift it himself. The visage of a middle-aged man, strikingly resembling Lin Gang, yet distinctly not him, came into view. Xiao Ying and her companions stood in shock, expecting to see Lin Gang's familiar face upon the visor's removal. However, it was evident that this individual was not Lin Gang at all. After a moment of disbelief, they reaffirmed that the man within the armor was indeed not Lin Gang. Xiao Ying and Bei Jian recognized this face, yet they were astonished to discover it belonged to Lin Dong. The question loomed in their minds: where had Lin Gang, who should have been inside the armor, gone? The monkey was filled with uncertainty. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Naofu rushed to assess Lin Dong's condition, only to find him completely unresponsive, with only faint signs of life indicating he was alive. The medical team swiftly transported Lin Dong for emergency care. Jiao Yi turned to Xiao Ying and her companions, explaining, Lin Dong and I developed 3 cube armors together. The one you see here is Lin Dong's. Lin Gang must still be in Egypt. The trio was struck by the clarity of this revelation, akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky. They had never imagined there were still 2 other armors identical to the one Lin Gang possessed. However, their true shock lay not in the armors, but in the implication of Lin Dong's return, suggesting that Lin Gang might have met his demise in Egypt. Overcome with anxiety, Xiao fainted on the spot. Chapter 106. The Beast Tide Crisis Erupts. After ensuring Lin Gang was taken care of, Xiao Naofu promptly organized a team to search for him in Egypt. However, all the information they had was based on the vague coordinates provided by the monkey, leading them only to remnants of battle, with neither Lin Gang nor the mutated beasts in sight. Analysis of the bloodstains at the scene revealed scattered traces of Lin Gang's blood, leading to the conclusion that after the energy of the armor was depleted, he may have been consumed by the mutated giant beasts. In the wake of this news, Xiao Ying was engulfed in grief, unable to accept the tragic reality of Lin Gang's fate. The other elite team members wore expressions of sorrow, unable to fathom that their most formidable comrade had fallen. Upon awakening, Lei Ming was filled with guilt, believing that had he not hindered Lin Gang and the monkey, Lin Gang's prowess would have ensured his safe escape. The most affected was Jiao Yi. Upon receiving the news, he aged overnight, his once optimistic demeanor now marred by silver strands and a stooped figure. His disciple, Lin Dong, lay in a critical care unit, showing no signs of awakening, while his only son had tragically perished. This left the once proud elder deeply shaken, feeling responsible for having placed his young disciple in peril, resulting in such a dire outcome. Xiao Naofu bore the greatest burden of guilt, as the formation of the elite team had been driven by his initiative. Had he not organized the elite team, these young individuals would not have faced such suffering. Bei Jian had lost an arm, although he was outfitted with a mechanical one. The pain left a shadow over his spirit, robbing him of his former joy. The other elite members bore wounds both physical and emotional, their laughter replaced by a somber atmosphere that pained Xiao Naofu to witness. Yet, before he could lament, an even greater crisis loomed. Through a collaborative investigation among multiple nations, it was discovered that a global biological mutation had occurred, resulting in a massive wave of mutated beasts launching attacks against humanity. Some nations, caught unprepared, were devastated by the onslaught, while people around the world found themselves engulfed in turmoil. The terrifying beast tide did not confine itself to localized assaults on urban centers. It erupted like bamboo shoots after rain across the globe. Nations worldwide united to combat the invasion of the beast tide. While some militarily robust nations managed to respond adequately, Others with weaker economic and military capabilities suffered greatly, lacking the firepower to withstand the onslaught, resulting in countless human lives lost. Amidst the widespread invasion of human cities by the beast tide, the long-missing Fu Mingyi suddenly reappeared, proclaiming to the world that if humanity surrendered, he would spare their lives. However, the price for this mercy was the complete surrender of all resources and voluntary servitude. In a desperate bid for survival, some began to defect, joining Fu Mingyi's ranks and ruthlessly attacking those unwilling to capitulate. A cataclysmic crisis engulfing the world had abruptly descended. Yet, within our nation, such a scenario had not manifested, as our millennia of civilization forbade us from bowing our heads to malevolent forces. Thus commenced a fervent resistance against the mutated beings and a battle to thwart Fu Mingyi's ambitions of obliterating human civilization. Fortuitously, the timely information relayed by the monkey allowed us to prepare. Prior to the beast tide's assault, we had already reported relevant intelligence. Through relentless efforts, we had located the position of the teleportation array and established defensive fortifications around it. When the beast tide began its invasion through the teleportation array, the prepared soldiers launched immediate counterattacks, minimizing our losses and casualties. Within the military base of City A, Xiao Naofu remained vigilant, closely monitoring the situation of the mutated beast tide invading human cities nationwide. Yet, what perplexed him was the prolonged silence of the teleportation array at Waterdrop Lake. The Kunlun Mountains, the Sinan Dajan, the Qinling region, the Changbai Mountain area, and the Shinong Mountain Range are all teeming with countless mutated behemoths. Moreover, other locations sporadically harbor these aberrant creatures. The most troubling are the occasional appearances of mutated giant cats, dogs, beasts, and birds within urban areas, which leap from hidden corners to attack unsuspecting humans. Following the outbreak of the beast tide invasion, the elite reconnaissance team concluded their underground missions. Yet they remained unwilling to accept the news of Lin Gang's demise. Consequently, they proactively requested the preservation of their elite unit, not wanting Lin Gang to return to find his team absent. The current elite team is tasked with safeguarding City A, preventing the encroachment of the beast tide and purging the mutated creatures from the city. Report. The elite team has arrived. Come in. The door to the command room was pushed open, and Xiaoying, Beijian, Houzi, and Lei Ming entered in succession. Xianafu gazed at the four members of the elite team before him, who had shed their youthful naivety and now exuded a poised and gallant demeanor, feelings of both pride and concern mingling within him. He admired their transformation into more robust and composed individuals, appreciating their rapid growth and capability. Yet, it pained him to witness these young souls, who should be relishing the joys of life, bearing the grave responsibility of defending their nation and its people. While it is said that the rise and fall of a nation concern every citizen, Xianafu would prefer that the burden of defense rested upon soldiers rather than ordinary citizens. Nevertheless, this embodies the spirit and essence of our nation. When danger looms, we stand united, regardless of profession or age, under the singular title of Huaxiaoren. Xianafu addressed the elite team, stating, "You have performed admirably in the defense and cleansing of City A. However, I hope you will reconsider your application." Lei Ming stepped forward and replied, "Report, Commander Xia. We, the elite team, have deliberated on this matter. With the Kunlun Mountain Fortress on high alert as Huaxiaoren, we have both the responsibility and obligation to defend it. We shall protect our people and every inch of our land." Xianafu replied sternly, "Spare me the grandiloquent rhetoric." Xiaoying stepped forward, declaring, "Report. We have received news that Fuminjiai's traces have been discovered at the Kunlun Mountain Fortress, and we must go to find him." Xianafu admonished sharply, "Nonsense. Do you think that is a place you can simply visit? Are you not aware of the state of affairs across the nation and the world? I have yet to settle the matter of your unauthorized decryption and theft of classified documents." Xiaoying calmly responded, "As lawful citizens, we have the right to be informed. Besides, the fact that Fuminjiai appeared at Kunlun Mountain is not classified information. Such confidentiality concerns merely our elite team, does it not?" Indeed, Fuminjiai understood the profound impact Lin Gang's situation had on the elite team. He was aware of their animosity towards mutated creatures and himself. Thus, Xianafu had deliberately concealed information from them. However, he never anticipated his daughter would audaciously hack into his own computer. Reflecting on the contributions the elite team had made, and considering that concealing all information regarding Fuminjii from them to prevent potential retaliation was indeed a misstep, Xianafu's demeanor softened considerably. I understand your feelings, but the current situation is exceedingly complex. It is not as simple as you envision. Lei Ming, gazing at Xianafu with unwavering determination, replied, Our elite team has never shied away from adversity. We willingly charge into the fray, even at the cost of our lives. Xianafu raised his hand, interrupting Lei Ming. I am aware of your team's passion and fervor, but you must not act recklessly. Setting aside other matters, the journey to Kunlun Mountain is perilous, rife with mutated beasts. I cannot stand by and watch you march to your demise. Xiaoying argued. The support teams we dispatched to Kunlun Mountain are also expected to proceed normally. Why can we not join them? Xianafu retorted. You must understand that multiple support teams have been forcefully repelled, suffering significant losses. We have a way to bypass the distance and obstacles. We can directly enter Kunlun Mountain. Xianafu was astonished by Lei Ming's words, for if what he said were true, they could swiftly dispatch a support team to aid the Kunlun Mountain fortress and alleviate its peril. With excitement, Xianafu inquired what method. How can you directly access Kunlun Mountain? Lei Ming replied with calm assurance. We naturally have a method, but in exchange, we require that our elite team must participate in this mission to support Kunlun Mountain. Xianafu, infuriated by the bargaining of the elite team, leapt from his chair. You little rascals, do you take me for a fool? You dare to negotiate with me? Are you tired of living? Xianafu raised his voice, exuding an intimidating presence that momentarily left Lei Ming and Bai Jian gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Everyone present felt the weight of Xianafu's imposing aura. Having always known him to be amiable due to his relationship with Xiaoying and Lin Gang, this was the first time they witnessed Xianafu in anger. The terrifying aura of a seasoned veteran was indeed suffocating. Xiaoying had never seen her husband this irate and was at a loss for how to respond. Just as the elite team stared at the unfolding situation in confusion, a familiar voice from the doorway broke the tension, allowing them to breathe again. You might as well put that act away. Even if you frighten these kids today, they will find a way to sneak off to the Kunlun Mountain base. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the elite team recognized their savior and quickly turned their attention to the entrance. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a beige robe, his head adorned with silver hair, entered the room. He surveyed the eager members of the elite team before turning to Xianafu, whose imposing demeanor was now subsiding, and remarked, You have known these kids for quite some time. If a few words from you could dissuade them from going to Kunlun Mountain, the elite team would have disbanded long ago. Xianafu, with a helpless expression, replied, If you hadn't come, I would have dealt with these kids myself. The elderly man smiled, but did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze to Lei Ming and asked, Lei Ming, tell this old man how you plan to reach Kunlun Mountain quickly. Rest assured, I promise you, if you share your method with me, I will persuade Commander Xia to approve your participation in the support mission. Lei Ming glanced at the defeated Xianafu, then turned to the confident elderly man and responded, We plan to use the teleportation array, which will allow us to bypass the war-torn areas and swiftly reach Kunlun Mountain. Xianafu interjected, What teleportation array? The third well has been sealed. The risks within that teleportation array are too high. If mutated creatures were to breach the third well's teleportation array, would there be any peace left in City A? Jiao Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, In these extraordinary times, one must adopt extraordinary measures. Should the Kunlun Mountain base be overrun, a significant portion of our territory would be besieged by mutated creatures. Upon hearing Jiao Ye's words, Xiao Naofu also fell into deep contemplation. Jiao Ye's analysis was indeed quite astute. The Kunlun Mountain base was currently under siege, and the window for rescue was fleeting. If the reinforcements failed to arrive in time, and should calamity befall the Kunlun stronghold, they would be deemed traitors to both the nation and the people. Just as Xiao Naofu was contemplating his ultimate decision, Lei Ming stepped forward to speak. He gazed at Jiao Yi and the contemplative Xiao Nao Fu and declared, "Monkey and I have deciphered the teleportation array leading to Kunlun Mountain. We can now forego the teleportation array within Wellknow 3 and create a temporary one that directly connects to Kunlun Mountain." "What? You have deciphered the teleportation array?" Xiao Nao Fu looked at Lei Ming and Monkey in disbelief. Jiao Yi was equally astonished by Lei Ming's revelation. He never anticipated that these two youngsters could decode the teleportation array in such a short span of time. This development was remarkably timely given the current circumstances. Lei Ming continued, "The operation of the teleportation array requires a substantial amount of energy, and we may need to expend considerable electricity to activate it. Given the current technical limitations and time constraints, the maximum teleportation duration will be 3 minutes. The number of individuals we can transport will depend on the specific situation." Upon hearing Lei Ming's words, Xiao Nao Fu nodded gently. "All right. Although 3 minutes is not much, it is sufficient to send a team to support the Kunlun Mountain stronghold. This is the safest and most appropriate method available. How long will it take for you to construct the teleportation array?" Lei Ming, noticing Xiao Nao Fu's acquiescence, turned around and produced a round metallic sphere from behind him, stating, "This is the teleportation array we have prepared, ready for immediate activation. However, you must promise us that the elite team will proceed. Otherwise, we will embark on our own." Xiao Nao Fu sensed the serious undertone of Lei Ming's words and felt a surge of displeasure. These youngsters were not only bargaining, but now resorting to threats. Jiao Yi, noticing Xiao Nao Fu's discontent, quickly intervened, saying, "You young ones should consider enhancing your social skills. Always speaking so candidly, without regard for Commander Zhao's feelings. Fortunately, Commander Xiao is reasonable. Otherwise, how could you negotiate successfully?" Jiao Ye's remark made the elite team realize their misstep, prompting Xiao Nao Fu to temper his irritation. Jiao Ye had effectively provided Xiao Nao Fu with a way to save face. If Xiao Nao Fu were to continue being angry, it would reflect poorly on him. However, it was not that Xiao Nao Fu was unwilling. He was acutely aware of the perilous situation at the Kunlun Mountain stronghold and was reluctant to see the elite team take unnecessary risks. Hence his repeated attempts to dissuade them. Recognizing the current situation, Xiao Nao Fu understood that even if he disagreed, Jiao Yi would find a way to advocate for the elite team. Reluctantly, he agreed to their proposal. Xiao Nao Fu addressed Lei Ming. "You all return immediately to make preparations. Assemble at the training ground in 15 minutes. Prepare to head to Kunlun Mountain to execute the rescue mission." "Understood." With that, the elite team excitedly bid farewell to Xiao Nao Fu and set off to gather their gear. Chapter 108. The Daring Jiao Yi observing the departing elite team. Xiao Nao Fu approached Jiao Yi and inquired, "Have you truly decided to send them to Kunlun Mountain? The situation there is far from optimistic." "What if?" Jiao Yi offered a wry smile, replying, "This is a personal matter for me." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Xiao Nao Fu in a state of shock. Xiao Nao Fu wondered if he had inadvertently offended the elder with his words, causing Jiao Yi to dismiss him with a vague response. Despite racking his brain, Xiao Nao Fu could not pinpoint which statement had upset Jiao Yi. After contemplating for a while without clarity, he cast his concerns aside and began arranging the rescue operations for the Kunlun Mountain base. When Xiao Nao Fu arrived at the training ground, he found a fully armed elite team and Jiao Yi, clad in coarse clothing, waiting for him. Observing the spirited elite team preparing for their mission, Xiao Nao Fu delivered a brief motivational speech before instructing Lei Ming to commence the deployment of the teleportation array. Lei Ming took out the metallic sphere and approached the open area, casually tossing the sphere onto the ground. The sphere rolled a few times before coming to a halt, suddenly emitting a dazzling light. When the light faded, a teleportation array, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, appeared on the ground before them. The onlookers were astonished by the sudden manifestation of the array. They could hardly believe that a sphere the size of a tennis ball had transformed into such a grand circular teleportation array in an instant. Lei Ming approached Xiao Nao Fu and stated, "The teleportation array has been successfully set up. It only requires sufficient power to operate. However, The materials will be depleted within 3 minutes, rendering the array completely inoperative. Upon hearing Lei Ming's words, Xiao Nao Fu promptly began assigning personnel to provide power to the array. Jiao Yi joined them, patting Lei Ming on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, Lei. If I am not mistaken, this teleportation array has yet to undergo a formal test, correct?" Lei Ming nodded in acknowledgement. He and Monkey had constructed the array in their spare time while clearing the mutated creatures from City A, and upon completion, they had heard of the urgent situation at Kunlun Mountain. Due to the need for substantial electrical support for testing, they had not yet conducted a final trial. Lei Ming reassured Xiao Nao Fu and Jiao Yi, "Rest assured, Monkey, Lin Gang, and I have utilized the teleportation array. It will function flawlessly." Yao Yi nodded. "I naturally have faith in your abilities, but since it has not been rigorously tested and this technology rests solely with your elite team, for safety's sake, let the main force proceed first while your team remains as a backup. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, we shall rely on you to resolve them." Lei Ming found Jiao Yi's suggestion reasonable and thus agreed. Xiao Nao Fu sensed something unusual in Jiao Yi's demeanor, but could not articulate what it was. He instructed the technicians to power the array and commanded the troops to prepare for teleportation. With Xiao Nao Fu's signal, the teleportation array began to receive power, and with a flash of light, it commenced operation. When Lei Ming indicated that teleportation could begin, Xiao Nao Fu commanded the troops to enter the array. The reinforcement team orderly advanced into the teleportation array, and in the blink of an eye, the soldiers vanished from sight. Jiao Yi watched as the reinforcement troops swiftly traversed the teleportation array and beckoned the elite team to join him. With a warm gaze, Jiao Yi addressed the elite team. "You have once again accomplished a significant feat. You are all still young, true elites among elites. The future of our nation and people lies in your hands. So you must prioritize your safety above all else. Unless absolutely necessary, do not put yourselves in danger. If any harm befalls you, the future of our country will truly be in vain." The 4 members of the elite team nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jiao Yi's counsel. As time ticked away, the teleportation of the reinforcement troops was nearing completion. Observing that the teleportation task was reaching its conclusion, Jiao Yi ceased his admonishments. He patted the shoulders of Xiao Ying, Lei Ming, Ho Zi, and Bei Jian one by one, advising them, "The future lies in your hands. How things unfold from now on depends on you young ones." Xiao Ying, perceptive and astute, sensed something in old Jiao's words. Yet before she could react, she noticed metallic liquid seeping from the collar and cuffs of old Jiao's attire. In haste, she turned and fled. The elite team, intimately familiar with Lin Gang's mech transformation, immediately sensed the anomaly. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, they witnessed old Jiao complete his mech transformation. In mere moments, he had traversed behind Lei Ming, Ho Zi, and Bei Jian, incapacitating them with 3 swift strikes. Thanks to Xiao Ying's early response, old Jiao's pursuit was too late. He darted towards the teleportation array. As he entered the array, a blade sprang from his arm, severing the power cable, and he vanished just before the array dimmed. Xiao Nao Fu, realizing he could not intervene, comprehended old Jiao's declaration of this being a personal matter. It became clear that old Jiao had never intended for the elite team to accompany him to the Kunlun Mountain Fortress. His initial agreement had merely been to placate them, allowing him to utilize the teleportation array to reach Kunlun Mountain. Old Jiao's motive for heading there was evident. Having learned of Fu Mingyi's presence at Kunlun, and with his beloved disciple Lin Dong in an eternal slumber and his only remaining disciple having perished due to Fu Mingyi, he sought vengeance. His journey to Kunlun was solely for retribution against Fu Mingyi for the harm inflicted upon Lin Dong and the death of Lin Gang. Fully aware of Fu Mingyi's formidable strength, old Jiao understood that a single mech was insufficient to confront him. Thus, he was reluctant to allow the elite team to pursue Fu Mingyi, as he knew they would be unable to vanquish him and would only sacrifice their youthful lives in vain. With this understanding, Xiao Nao Fu recognized his inability to stop old Jiao and hurriedly sent someone to investigate old Jiao's residence. They discovered traces of research into weapons of mass destruction within his laboratory. Xiao Nao Fu realized that old Jiao had resigned himself to a fate of certain death in his pursuit of Fu Mingyi. As Xiao Ying watched old Jiao disappear from view and glanced at the now-defunct teleportation array, she was engulfed in profound sorrow. In her eyes, the stubborn old man was a figure of immense respect. She envied old Jiao's audacity and determination. He was willing to forsake his own life for the sake of avenging Lin Gang, while she felt herself lacking even half of his resolve when it came to vengeance. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she quickly retrieved her computer from her backpack. After a series of operations, the display revealed the words, "Connection to Beidou navigation successful." Xiao Nao Fu, upon seeing the words on the screen, understood Xiao Ying's intentions and swiftly moved to her side, closely observing the display. Chapter 109. The Beast-Tide Assault. Xiao Ying successfully connected to the Beidou Navigation Global Positioning System and shifted the view to Kunlun Mountain. The once magnificent Kunlun Mountain base was now engulfed in billowing smoke. The personnel within the fortress hurriedly navigated the base, preparing to face the next wave of mutated creatures. Lu Jinxiao, fully equipped, stood atop the fortress, gazing into the distance where a sea of mutated beast corpses lay scattered before him, and further out. The surging tide of mutated beasts awaited their command for the next assault. Suddenly, a disheveled soldier approached Lu Jinxiao from behind, exclaiming, "Captain Lu, will the reinforcements arrive? Our brothers have suffered heavy casualties, and we don't know if we can withstand the next wave." Lu Jinxiao's expression twitched at the soldier's words. "The reinforcements are delayed, and I cannot provide a specific time. Tell the brothers that this is a moment when our country and people need us most. We must defend Kunlun Mountain Fortress at all costs. We cannot allow them to advance any further. We have no retreat left. Behind the fortress are our parents, brothers, and children. If we falter, it will mean their doom. Therefore, regardless of whether the reinforcements arrive, we must staunchly guard Kunlun Mountain Fortress. We cannot allow it to fall." The soldier's eyes grew moist upon hearing Lu Jinxiao's words. "Captain Lu, our squad has been nearly wiped out in the last beast wave, and our weapons are severely depleted. Continuing like this, it will be exceedingly difficult to fend off their assault." Lu Jinxiao, interpreting the soldier's words as a loss of fighting spirit, turned to him with displeasure. The soldier, realizing his miscommunication, quickly clarified, "I have no intention of shirking from battle. All my brothers have perished, and I have never thought of surviving alone. But I am truly unwilling. I have yet to avenge them. Some had young children, and others just returned after marrying, with wives waiting for them at home. A few were so young that they didn't even have girlfriends. To lose them at such a tender age, as their captain, I feel I have failed them. Our conventional firearms lack the lethality against them. Otherwise, we are doomed." Lu Jinxiao interrupted. "The destructive power of weapons of mass destruction is far too great. They could inflict enormous damage on the mutated beast horde, but the Kunlun Mountain would also be left in ruins, difficult to restore. We cannot focus solely on a fleeting victory. We must consider the future of our descendants." In truth, during the first wave of the beast assault, witnessing the heavy casualties among the base defenders, Lu Jinxiao had contemplated deploying weapons of mass destruction to swiftly eliminate the mutated beasts and secure victory. However, such a victory would hold no merit for the homeland we depend upon. Although it might seem like a triumph in the short term, the ensuing environmental devastation would demand a lengthy recovery process. If the environment deteriorated, our descendants would be unable to survive. Most critically, all life forms on Kunlun Mountain had mutated. While exterminating them might be straightforward, restoring the biological chain would pose a significant challenge. When the biological chain collapses, chaos ensues in the entire world. The immediate repercussions may not be evident, but the ensuing disruption to the food chain will inevitably impact human survival. Thus, at the moment battle commenced, humanity found itself shackled, forced to devise ways to stall the mutated beasts while seeking genuine strategies for breaking the siege. If these mutated beings could be reverted to their former states, that would signify true victory in this battle. As Lu Jinxiao witnessed his comrades fall one by one, he felt a surge of anger. Yet for the sake of ultimate victory, he had to restrain his fury. striving to withstand the beast horde's assault while safeguarding his fellow warriors. Throughout previous defensive engagements, Lu Jinxiao had always led from the front, doing everything within his power to repel as many mutated giants as possible, for only then could the burden on his comrades be slightly alleviated. However, the sheer number of mutated beasts was overwhelming. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, the efforts proved to be but a drop in the ocean. Rendering little impact as he watched his comrades fall one by one, their bodies torn apart and consumed by the ravenous creatures before him. Observing the seemingly endless tide of beasts, Lu Jinxiao often contemplated the deployment of large-scale destructive weaponry, believing it might minimize the casualties among his fellow fighters. Yet, the thought of the aftermath compelled him to repeatedly dismiss such drastic measures. The squad leader, aware of Lu Jinxiao's concerns, murmured softly, lamenting the futility of their struggle. He pondered the dire consequences should the stronghold falter. The losses would be catastrophic. Naturally, he refrained from voicing these thoughts to Lu Jinxiao, who bore the heaviest burden of pressure within their entire resistance team. After expressing his grievances, the squad leader departed to prepare for battle, determined to endure the onslaught of the beast horde long enough to eliminate a few more of the monstrous foes, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on his comrades. Although the squad leader's complaints remained unheard by Lu Jinxiao, the latter was acutely aware of the critical necessity to prevent the mutated beast tide from breaching the Kunlun mountain stronghold. Casting another glance at the advancing horde and the weary yet resolute comrades who vowed to fight to the bitter end, Lu Jinxiao finally initiated communication. Once connected, he commanded, "If we fall, employ our last resort. Remember, we must not allow a single mutated giant beast to breach the Kunlun mountain stronghold." After concluding the call, Lu Jinxiao readied his mech, preparing to confront the oncoming wave of mutated beasts racing towards the fortress. At that moment, the horde showed no intention of granting the defenders any respite. They had meticulously organized their assault and were charging towards the stronghold with alarming speed. The thunderous sounds of the advancing giants reverberated through the air, stirring up clouds of dust as if a colossal yellow lion was roaring its way to the fortress. In the skies above, the mutated avian creatures flapped their wings in unison, casting a shadow over the land, resembling a dark cloud rushing towards the stronghold. Lu Jinxiao, observing the encroaching horde, calmly instructed his comrades to wait until the beasts were closer before opening fire, mindful of their limited ammunition. He aimed to inflict maximum damage on the vanguard of the mutated giants at the least possible cost. As the horde entered their attack range, Lu Jinxiao bellowed the command to fire. In an instant, every weapon erupted in a cacophony of sound, shaking the very foundations of Kunlun Mountain. Flames leapt forth from the barrels, and swathes of mutated giants collapsed under the fierce assault. Simultaneously, the skyborne creatures plummeted to the ground, struck down in their descent. Seeing the tide of beasts momentarily suppressed, Lu Jinxiao soared into the air, targeting the mutated avians that dared to breach their fire line. With each location he traversed, numerous flying creatures fell, crashing violently to the ground. The sight of Lu Jinxiao leading the charge, exhibiting unparalleled bravery, invigorated the spirits of his fellow soldiers. They lifted their weapons and unleashed a barrage against the encroaching horde. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of gunfire, battle cries, and the anguished screams of the mutated beasts, all echoing across the expanse of Kunlun Mountain. What was once a serene paradise transformed into a hellish battleground. As the conflict escalated, vast numbers of mutated giants were torn apart, yet casualties among the human ranks began to mount. In range combat, the defenders found some advantage with their weaponry, but once the giants closed in, that edge dissipated. The agile beasts wove through the ranks, mercilessly claiming the lives of the defenders. Witnessing his comrades fall, Lu Jinxiao's fury ignited. He commanded, "Suicide Squad, charge with me. Drive these beasts back." Chapter 110. The return of the mutated centipede. Lu Jinxiao ordered an all-out assault, leading the charge against the horde, inflicting heavy casualties among the mutated giants. The attacking formation of the beasts was momentarily disrupted by his forceful advance. Following his orders, countless warplanes ascended, targeting the aerial threats. On the ground, armored vehicles surged forward like a tide, colliding with the relentless flow of mutated giants. In the past, a single tank could easily trample through a pack of beasts. Yet now, the armored vehicles found themselves at a disadvantage against the mutated monstrosities. Although they possessed slightly greater strength and firepower, their lack of agility and overwhelming numbers rendered them vulnerable. Everyone was acutely aware of this reality. Yet they could not allow the absence of an advantage to deter their assault. Despite the odds, they drove their tanks and armored vehicles headlong into the throng of beasts. As members of the Suicide Squad, they understood their mission: to disrupt the formation of the mutated giants and push the front line away from the stronghold. Only by distancing the battle from the fortress could their comrades secure a better environment for offense and minimize casualties from the relentless beast tide. Each member of the Suicide Squad was prepared to sacrifice their lives in this endeavor, driving their tanks and mechs into the fray. They maximized their power, pushing the horde back several hundred meters. However, as the enemy began to recover, they retaliated with lethal claws that shredded the metal armor. The immobilized armored vehicles fought valiantly, launching desperate attacks against the giants, striving to eliminate as many as possible. Their sole aim was to provide a glimmer of survival for those within the stronghold. Though the chances were slim, they resolved to exert every effort to alleviate their comrades' burden. As their ammunition dwindled, they unflinchingly activated the honor flares on their chests when the mutated giants closed in for the kill. With a spectacular explosion, a significant number of mutated giants were obliterated in the fiery aftermath. The Suicide Squad was wholly dedicated to buying time and creating a conducive environment for their comrades' fight. They hoped their deaths could grant their allies a fleeting chance at survival. They wished for their sacrifice to pave the way for a peaceful existence. They longed for their lives to facilitate the arrival of reinforcements. Above all, they yearned for the day when help would arrive to drive away the beasts that disrupted their tranquil lives, restoring the harmony they once cherished. Clad in golden red mechs, Liu Jinchao and his comrades in the stronghold gazed at the blossoming red flowers of fire, tears welling in their eyes. The brothers they had lived with, the friends they had fought alongside, were now giving their lives and blood to forge a better battlefield for those who remained, striving to create a peaceful and bright future for their distant families and loved ones. Unbeknownst to them, the heavens too began to weep. Large raindrops pelted the defenders' faces, washing away the blood and grime into the earth. Heaven itself cannot bear witness to the transformation of this once beautiful world into its current state. It strives to safeguard the splendor before it, yet heaven's only recourse is to shroud the brutality of this conflict with rain. The sole force capable of halting this war and preserving the beauty of humanity is the valiant guardians who charge forth, sacrificing their very flesh and blood to thwart the ferocious beasts that threaten their homeland. Liu Jinchao, his eyes brimming with tears, surveyed the chaos around him, his heart swelling with indignation and despair. He seethed at the once cohabiting beings that had morphed into ruthless predators, slaughtering humanity and ravaging this splendid world. He could not bear to witness the destruction of a life so precious, nor could he accept the devastation wrought upon his flourishing homeland by these monstrous creatures. Liu Jinchao fought to restrain the tears that threatened to spill, knowing that tears would obscure his vision and hinder his speed. He stifled his sorrow, aware that grief would dull his wits and cloud his judgment. He continued to maneuver his mech toward the oncoming tide of beasts, determined to stem the relentless assault with his own strength. Liu Jinchao repeatedly urged himself to quicken his pace. If he could only move a fraction faster, his comrades in the Suicide Squad would not need to resort to self-detonation to buy time. If he could hasten, he might intercept more mutated beasts, granting his reinforcements precious moments and affording those steadfastly defending the Kunlun Mountain Fortress a greater chance of survival. As he deftly navigated the waves of mutated beasts, harvesting their lives one after another, a colossal centipede-like creature erupted from the ground, sending Liu Jinchao hurtling through the air. Atop the creature stood a figure cloaked in black, who commanded the giant centipede to soar directly in Liu Jinchao's path, viciously smashing him into the ground. within the city underground base. The ever-watchful Xiaoyin clenched his fists in frustration as he observed the monitor. The sight of the familiar giant centipede ignited a fire within him. He gritted his teeth, his fists creaking under the pressure, his palms pierced by his own nails. Xianafu, noting Xiaoyin's agitation, gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort, assuring her that the debts owed would eventually be settled. With tears in her eyes, Xiaoyin muttered, "Now that Captain Liu is under attack, it seems his fate hangs in the balance." Xianafu furrowed his brow. "Jiao Yi and the others should be arriving shortly. Try not to worry too much." Just as he spoke, the monitor revealed a commotion in a nearby valley, where a silver mech ascended, scattering the surrounding mutated beasts while slaying a multitude. Following the mech, a torrent surged forth, engaging in battle with the beast horde. This wave, a manifestation of Jiao Yi and his reinforcements, surged toward the fortress as the guardians of Kunlun Mountain recognized their long-awaited allies had arrived. Their morale soaring as they coordinated their efforts to catch the unprepared beasts off guard. Jiao Yi, witnessing the tides of battle shift in favor of the defenders, directed his gaze toward the giant centipede and its cloaked master. Multiple cannon barrels emerged from behind him, targeting the giant centipede and unleashing a barrage that forced it to retreat. Without hesitation, Jiao Yi piloted his mech toward the giant centipede. The creature and its black-clad controller had yet to react to the explosion when Jiao Yi appeared before them, summoning a massive blade from his palm and cleaving toward the black-robed figure's head, roaring, "Fu Mingyi, you scoundrel! Come forth and meet your demise, buried beneath the earth." Lu Jinchao looked up to see the familiar silver mech, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Lin Gang, I knew you would be all right." The figure atop the centipede regained composure, narrowly dodging Jiao Yi's blade. The giant centipede thrashed, swinging its tail toward Jiao Yi, the tremendous force sending him flying through the air. Chapter 111. Act when you can, speak less. Lu Jinchao, seeing the silver mech tossed aside by the centipede's tail, rushed over to check. "Are you all right, Lin Gang? Why does your mech seem smaller? Where have you been hiding all this time?" Lu Jinchao questioned eagerly. "Is that you, little Lu?" A voice, aged and unfamiliar, echoed back. Lu Jinchao, puzzled, retorted, "Who calls me little Lu? Call me brother. Why does your voice sound like that?" Just as he reached out to pat Lin Gang, the mech's face was suddenly revealed. The familiar yet aged visage left Lu Jinchao bewildered. He recognized the face, but struggled to reconcile it with his perception of Lin Gang. After a moment of contemplation, he finally grasped the situation, swallowing hard and awkwardly responding, "Jiao Yi, what brings you here?" Observing his raised hand, he recalled Jiao Yi's fiery temperament and quickly lowered it, scratching the back of his head as he thought. Had he struck, he would have surely faced dire consequences. Grateful for his quick reflexes, Lu Jinchao realized he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. As Jiao Yi remained fixated on the giant centipede and the black-robed figure, Lu Jinchao's anxiety subsided. It seemed the elder's attention was entirely consumed by the cloaked adversary, allowing him to avoid further trouble. Jiao Yi glared at the black-robed figure, declaring, "Fu Mingyi, today we shall settle our score. It is time to clear your debts." The figure remained silent, merely beckoning Jiao Yi with a finger, a provocative invitation to engage. Without hesitation, Jiao Yi swung his blade at the black-robed figure. The figure, faced with Jiao Yi's fierce onslaught, chose to defend rather than retaliate, enduring blows that, while occasionally landing, failed to inflict any harm. Jiao Yi had anticipated that even a single cut would leave the black-robed figure severely injured, yet he was astonished to find him unscathed. Fearing for Jiao Yi's safety, Lu Jinchao joined the fray, exclaiming, "Be cautious. This one is peculiar. Ordinary attacks do not faze him. Last time, Lin Gang and I barely managed to subdue him by targeting his legs." Realizing the vulnerability, Jiao Yi adjusted his strategy, launching another attack aimed at the figure's legs. Lu Jinchao, keen to protect Jiao Yi, followed suit, directing his strikes toward the same target. The black-robed figure, sensing their newfound understanding of his weakness, ceased his defenses and began to counterattack. The three engaged in a fierce battle once more, as reinforcements successfully breached the encirclement of mutated beasts. uniting with the defenders within the fortress. In the face of peril, not everyone possesses the mechanized armor that Jiao Yi and Lu Jinchao have. The frailty of human flesh cannot withstand the onslaught of mutated beasts when they draw near, thus eliminating any stable environment for sustained offensive maneuvers. The defenders could only rely on the bastion's fortifications to fend off the encroaching horde of beasts. As they beheld the fierce clash between Jiao Yi and Lu Jinchao against the enigmatic figure clad in black robes, a surge of battle fervor ignited within them. The guardians of the fortress were acutely aware of the destruction wrought by the black-robed individual and the colossal centipede. Previous catastrophic losses had stemmed from their relentless assaults. Now, with Jiao Yi and Lu Jinchao momentarily entangled with these formidable foes, the defenders seized the opportunity to launch a vigorous counterattack against the tide of beasts. The black-robed figure, growing increasingly anxious despite having the horde at his back, understood that victory was inevitable, yet he could not afford to be delayed for too long. Any such delay might jeopardize his subsequent plans. With a forceful command, he pushed back Jiao Yi and Lu Jinchao, momentarily disengaging from their fierce duel. Addressing them, he proposed, "Let's pause for a moment. I perceive both of you to be quite capable individuals. Why not lay down your weapons so that we can converse? Should you choose to submit, I assure you that both of you shall enjoy great wealth and prosperity thereafter." Lu Jinchao, incensed by the audacity of the black-robed figure, retorted sharply, "What nonsense! You dare suggest our surrender? If you were to disarm and capitulate, perhaps we would spare your miserable life." Yaoye, taken aback by the revelation of the black-robed figure's identity, inquired, "Are you not Fu Mingyi? Who exactly are you?" With a sly smile, the black-robed figure replied, "I am Wang Yifan. Had you been battling Mr. Fu just now, I believe both of you would now be cold corpses. I see that you possess remarkable abilities, and I would like to act as an intermediary to introduce you to Mr. Fu. I am certain he would not treat you unjustly." Yao Yi coldly demanded, "Where's Fu Mingyi?" Assuming Jiao Yi was contemplating surrender, Wang Yifan's expression brightened. "Ah, the old man is quite astute. Rest assured, once you assist me in taking Kunlun Mountain Fortress, I will promptly arrange for you to meet Mr. Fu." Lu Jinchao, puzzled by Jiao Yi's sudden shift in demeanor from furious to seemingly conciliatory, contemplated the implications. Jiao Yi, fixing his gaze upon the black-robed figure, asserted, "Tell me where Fu Mingyi is, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise right here." Wang Yifan, unfazed, chuckled, "Your temper is rather fierce. Old man, are you not concerned that the wind might catch your tongue? The outcome of our recent skirmish remains uncertain. Do you truly believe you can dictate my fate? Moreover, glance behind you. How long do you think your fortress can withstand my monstrous army? Once it falls, you shall join the ranks of the deceased." Lu Jinchao, alarmed by Wang Yifan's words, turned to assess the battle at the fortress. Despite the defenders and reinforcements valiantly resisting the assault of the beasts, they were struggling against the overwhelming numbers and formidable power of the horde. A massive wave of beasts had once again surged towards the fortress, relentlessly battering its walls. If this momentum continued, it would not be long before the fortress's defenses crumbled. The breaching of the barriers would merely be a matter of time, leading to the inevitable downfall of the fortress. Lu Jinchao's heart raced with dread. Should the fortress fall, his comrades' sacrifices would be in vain, allowing the horde to flood into the heart of the nation with catastrophic consequences. Sensing Lu Jinchao's anxiety, Jiao Yi turned and commanded, "You go and reinforce the fortress. I shall handle this." Jiao Yi had arrived at Kunlun Mountain with a resolve to face death. He could not abandon the safety of the nation for personal vendettas. Since Wang Yifan knew the whereabouts of Fu Mingyi, he was determined to extract that information from him, irrespective of the personal cost. To him, Lin Gang was akin to his son, and Lin Gang was his grandson. With his grandson slain and his son in a stupor, he was resolute in avenging this blood debt. Lu Jinchao, concerned for Jiao Yi's safety against Wang Yifan, attempted to interject but was cut off by Jiao Yi's stern voice. "As a soldier, your duty is to protect your home and nation. You are a commander. Do not lose sight of what is paramount." Reluctantly, Lu Jinchao surveyed the dire situation at the fortress and, gritting his teeth, departed the battlefield, racing towards the bastion. Wang Yifan, watching Lu Jinchao take flight, remarked, "Old man, you two have gained nothing from your encounter with me. Do you truly believe you could defeat me alone? Surely, you do not harbor such delusions at your age. Let us speak less and act more." In the ensuing chapter, Jiao Yi issued his final ultimatum to Wang Yifan. Reveal the location of Fu Mingyi's hideout, and then turn and leave. I may grant you your life. Wang Yifan smiled at Jiao Yi, saying, "Old man, I hope your fists are as formidable as your words. I truly wish to see how you intend to spare my life." With that, Wang Yifan commanded the metallic centipede to charge at Jiao Yi. Having lost patience with the obstinate elder, he had initially sought to win Jiao Yi over, but now felt that the old man seemed to fear him. As Wang Yifan closed in swiftly, Jiao Yi raised his arm, and a miniature missile emerged from the mechanized armor, aiming directly at Wang Yifan. Alarmed by the sudden appearance of the missile, Wang Yifan protested, "Old man, that seems a bit underhanded. We were just having a good fight. Why bring this into play? What if you damage the environment?" Jiao Yi retorted, "One last chance. Where is Fu Mingyi?" Wang Yifan, with a bitter expression, replied, "I truly do not know. He merely instructed me to lead the horde against Kunlun Mountain Fortress. I lack the standing to inquire about his whereabouts." Suddenly, a cunning expression crossed Wang Yifan's face. Unbeknownst to Jiao Yi, a mutated eagle had swooped down upon him, disrupting his focus and preventing him from targeting Wang Yifan in time. Though Jiao Yi managed to sever one of the eagle's wings, he was ultimately sent sprawling by Wang Yifan's sudden attack. By the time Jiao Yi regained his bearings, a dark cannon had extended from the metallic centipede beneath Wang Yifan, taking aim at him. Seizing the moment, Wang Yifan fired a projectile directly at Jiao Yi's chest, the impact sending him crashing into a nearby hill. With a thunderous roar, the shockwave raised clouds of dust, leaving Jiao Yi incapacitated amidst the rubble. The metallic centipede's numerous legs elongated, ensnaring Jiao Yi and constricting him tightly. Wang Yifan, brimming with triumph, taunted, "At your advanced age, how can you still be so careless? Did you think only you possessed advanced weaponry?" The tremendous force of the impact had left Jiao Yi's internal organs in disarray, and a deafening ringing filled his ears, rendering him momentarily incapacitated for combat. Wang Yifan continued, "You must remember this from now on. Never give us villains a chance. Otherwise, you will not even know how you met your demise. As you are in my grasp now, who will spare whom?" After saying this, Wang Yifan struck Jiao Yi's chest with several fierce punches. "Do you not wish to know the whereabouts of Mr. Fu? I can tell you. He is currently within the underground city of a city, devising a swift strategy to conquer it. However, I fear you shall have no opportunity to witness it." Jiao Yi shook his roaring head, gradually regaining some consciousness, and struggled relentlessly. Yet, the constraints of the centipede were too tight, rendering him incapable of breaking free. Observing Jiao Yi still exerting himself to resist, Wang Yifan unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks until Jiao Yi could no longer muster the strength to fight back. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying, Xiao Naofu, and the others within the Kunlun Mountain Fortress watched anxiously as Jiao Yi remained under Wang Yifan's control, fearing that he would inflict grave harm upon him. Xiao Naofu was especially frantic, knowing that Jiao Yi, blinded by hatred, would make a grave error in judgment. It was precisely Jiao Yi's desire to uncover Fu Mingyi's location that had allowed Wang Yifan to launch a successful ambush. Had Jiao Yi directly attacked Wang Yifan instead of trying to extract information, he would not have fallen prey to the surprise attack. Having successfully captured Jiao Yi, Wang Yifan soared above the Kunlun Mountain Fortress and addressed those still wielding weapons in defiance. "Cease your futile resistance. Even if you fight to the death now, it will not alter your inevitable defeat. The more you resist, the more he will suffer. I advise you to surrender your weapons at once. It is your only chance for survival. Otherwise, my beast-eyed army will leave no survivors." The individuals within the fortress, witnessing Jiao Yi utterly devoid of combat capability under Wang Yifan's control, could only grit their teeth in anger. They could endure their own deaths at the hands of the enemy, but they could not bear to watch their comrades suffer. Seizing the opportunity, The beast-hide army began accelerating towards the Kunlun mountain fortress. Jiao Yi, witnessing the diminishing morale among his comrades due to Wang Yifan's threats, roared in fury, "You dog! Do you think this will make us yield?" Wang Yifan, taken aback by Jiao Ye's sudden resurgence, realized that this stubborn old man was resolved to die fighting. Before he could react, a blinding flash erupted from Jiao Ye's body. He detonated the explosives strapped to himself, wagering his life. With a deafening explosion, the centipede binding Jiao Yi was obliterated, and the metallic centipede was nearly severed in two. Wang Yifan was caught off guard by the old man's indifference to life and death, and the shockwave sent him flying several meters. As the smoke cleared, Jiao Yi shakily rose to his feet, casting a cold glance at Wang Yifan. "You insolent brat! You do not understand the spirit of our Huaxia people. We shall never be defeated. If you wish to humiliate us, be prepared to pay with your life." Before he could finish speaking, several miniature missiles were launched from Jiao Ye's body towards Wang Yifan. Accompanied by a flash and a plume of smoke, the missiles sped towards Wang Yifan, who had no time to evade and could only watch as they detonated upon him. The tremendous force of the explosion sent Wang Yifan flying hundreds of meters, crashing violently to the ground. Exhausted after launching the missiles, Jiao Yi also succumbed to gravity, wobbling as he began to fall. Lu Jinchao, witnessing Jiao Yi plummeting from the sky, prepared to rise to his rescue, but was halted by a voice from the communication device. "Lu Jinchao, do not act recklessly. Another metallic centipede has appeared in the northwest direction of the fortress." The voice belonged to Xiao Naofu. Lu Jinchao quickly turned to survey the northwest and discovered that amidst the beast tide, another metallic centipede was stealthily approaching the fortress, plotting an ambush. With no choice but to abandon his attempt to rescue Jiao Yi, Lu Jinchao hurried towards the northwest. Had Xiao Naofu not detected the threat and alerted him, the centipede might have successfully breached the fortress, leading to certain doom for them all. The metallic centipede, realizing it had been exposed as Lu Jinchao charged towards it, ceased its concealment and leapt into the air. Suddenly, a black-robed figure emerged from a dark portal above the centipede. "Wang Yifan, you have been exceedingly careless. Had it not been for your negligence, I would have successfully breached the fortress." The figure scolded. "It pains me. I truly underestimated this old man," came Wang Yifan's hoarse voice from the distance, leaving everyone astonished that he had survived such a violent explosion. They could not help but admire Wang Yifan's indomitable vitality. Struggling to rise from the ground, he dusted himself off and glared menacingly at the spot where Jiao Yi had fallen. "You stubborn old fool, if you seek death, I shall gladly oblige." Wang Yifan navigated over the nearly severed metallic centipede, twisting his way towards Jiao Ye's descent. Observing Wang Yifan's fierce demeanor, Lu Jinchao realized he intended to kill Jiao Yi and hastily attempted to intervene. However, as he took flight, another black-robed figure barred his path. The figure smirked. "I did not intervene when you fought two against one, but now that you have revealed yourself, it would be inappropriate for you to treat me as if I were invisible." With that, the black-robed figure lunged towards Lu Jinchao. The combat prowess of the black-robed figure was on par with Wang Yifan's, making it more than sufficient to deal with Lu Jinchao. In an instant, Lu Jinchao found himself ensnared and overwhelmed, unable to break free to rescue Jiao Yi. He could only watch helplessly as Wang Yifan drew closer to Jiao Yi, who was descending to the ground. Those within the fortress, wishing to assist, were already too late. Forced to witness Wang Yifan seize Jiao Yi and lift him off the ground. Xiao Naofu, observing Jiao Yi being hoisted by Wang Yifan, was filled with urgency and frustration. Yet he could do nothing but watch as Jiao Yi suffered. Xiao Ying, unable to bear the sight of Jiao Yi's torment, turned her face away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wang Yifan, gripping the limp Jiao Yi, spoke with malice, an old relic still dreaming of becoming a hero to save the world. "You must pay the price for your delusions, and today, that price shall be your life." With that, he conjured a terrifying bone sword and plunged it into Jiao Ye's arm. The sword pierced through the silver armor, directly impaling Jiao Ye's limb. With a sinister glare at the onlookers in the fortress, he proclaimed, "For those who continue to resist, this shall be your fate." He then withdrew the sword and viciously stabbed it into Jiao Ye's other arm. The onlookers within the fortress, witnessing Jiao Ye's brutal treatment at Wang Yifan's hands, were consumed by fury. Many among the leadership were well acquainted with Jiao Yi, a military equipment expert they revered as an idol. Watching him suffer at the hands of Wang Yifan ignited a fervor within them, vowing to rend Wang Yifan limb from limb. The people in the fortress began to organize a rescue team, determined to spare no effort to save Jiao Yi. Wang Yifan observed the fort's defenders, whose morale had only risen rather than diminished, and with a sly grin remarked, "I never anticipated you held such great sway over these people. Thus, I shall ensure your demise is far from swift." With that, he unsheathed his bone sword and lunged towards Jiao Ye's legs. Wang Yifan deliberately sought to provoke the defenders within the fortress. Only by luring them out to rescue Jiao Yi could his beast-hide army more easily slaughter them. The more lives they lost, the sooner the beast-hide could penetrate the Kunlun mountain fortress. The rescue team, disregarding their own safety, swiftly organized and charged out of the fortress towards Wang Yifan. Their eyes blazed with fury, vowing to eradicate those who invaded their homeland and harmed their compatriots. Despite being restrained, Jiao Yi endured the agony of his severed tendons and shouted, "Don't come over. Everyone, return quickly. Do not fall for this villain's treachery." However, the defenders could not hear Jiao Ye's cries. Even if they had, they were unwilling to retreat. They could not bear to witness their comrades perish at the hands of the enemy. Amidst the deafening battle cries, the rescue team surged forth from the fortress, charging towards the beast-hide and Jiao Yi. Wang Yifan awaited their exit, and the moment the team breached the fortress, he unleashed a multitude of mutated beasts to surround and slaughter them. The defenders showed no regard for their own lives, charging fearlessly towards the beast-hide, clashing with it in a brutal melee where flesh and blood flew in all directions. As the defenders witnessed their comrades charging forth with such selflessness, they hastened to suppress the beast-tide with gunfire, striving to clear a path for the rescue team. Fueled by rage and a spirit of sacrifice, the defenders managed to push back the beast-tide fiercely. The rescue team, like a sharp blade, penetrated deep into the ranks of the beast-tide, racing towards Jiao Yi. Wang Yifan, amused by the courage of the defenders, mockingly taunted, "In the face of absolute power, your lives are as worthless as ants. Do you truly believe charging forth can save him? I shall relish in his demise before your very eyes." With that, Wang Yifan thrust his bone sword viciously into Jiao Ye's chest, piercing it completely and causing a fountain of blood to erupt, splattering across Wang Yifan's face. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, declaring, "Before your consciousness fades, I want you to witness how your would-be rescuers meet their grim fate at my hands." He then hurled the impaled Jiao Yi towards the rescue team, while directing the centipede to charge at them. "Foolish ants, do you dare to rescue him from my grasp?" Wang Yifan spat, hurling insults at the rescue personnel while swiftly reaping their lives. The defenders within the fortress seethed with rage at the sight of Wang Yifan slaughtering their comrades. Lu Jinshao, witnessing the massacre from the air, was consumed by fury. He struck the black-robed man away and issued a final command to the defenders. "Everyone charge. If the fortress cannot be held, then let it fall. But let this vile horde pay dearly for their transgressions." At that moment, Lu Jinshao could hardly contain his emotions, observing the relentless swarm of beasts. He understood that the fortress was likely doomed. Thus, he commanded everyone to attack the beast horde head-on. "Charge! All-out assault! Fight until the last man, ensuring they return not." With thunderous battle cries, the defenders stormed out of the fortress, determined to annihilate the invaders before them. Those too injured to escape nevertheless sought to strike at the beast from a distance, exerting every effort to slay the mutated creatures. The black-robed man, having been repelled by Lu Jinshao, was taken aback by the ferocity of the defenders, unable to fathom that those he deemed mere ants could exhibit such fierce resolve. As the beast-tide faltered under the onslaught of the defenders, the black-robed man cursed Wang Yifan, "You madman, look at the chaos you've wrought." What he had assumed would be a gradual victory based on numerical superiority, had turned into a rout. And he finally grasped the reason behind the enduring legacy of Huaxia civilization. These individuals, in the face of true peril, displayed an unwavering spirit, a testament to their unyielding resolve that had preserved their culture through millennia. Wang Yifan dismissed the black-robed man's words with disdain, retorting, "Ants are but ants. No matter how fiercely they struggle, they remain inconsequential before our beast tide. Their slaughter is an effortless endeavor." Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow to his arrogance. The defenders did not succumb as Wang Yifan had anticipated. Rather, the casualties among the beast tide continued to mount. The so-called ants he scorned did not flinch. They fought with increasing fervor, decisively shattering the beast tide before them. Although the defenders lacked the formidable defenses of the beast tide, their indomitable spirit bridged the gap in strength. The defenders charged fearlessly into the fray. Even as they fell, they continued to rise and fight. Those who could no longer stand still wielded their weapons defiantly against the advancing beasts, while those utterly ravaged summoned the courage to activate their honor bombs in their final moments. With the explosions of the honor bombs, the previously orderly beast tide was ripped apart, leaving gaping holes in their ranks. The once tightly knit formation of beasts was shattered, causing them to scatter in disarray. The frenzied defenders would not grant them the luxury of escape, for their comrades had perished beneath the beast's jaws, and they were determined to seize this opportunity for retribution. They relentlessly pursued the fleeing beast tide, harvesting their lives one by one. As the beast tide began to retreat in panic, Wang Yifan and the black-robed man shouted for them to halt, but the beasts, seemingly sensing their impending doom, fled in terror. Witnessing the collapse of the beast tide, both Wang Yifan and the black-robed man were alarmed. The once manageable beast horde was now in a state of utter disarray. Faced with the dire situation, Wang Yifan panicked, realizing that if Fuming Yi learned of the catastrophic turn of events, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Wang Yifan bellowed into the valley to the west, "Zhou Difeng. If you do not act now, what are you waiting for? If we fail to capture the Kunlun Mountain Fortress, we will all bear the consequences." Just as his words fell, a massive metallic centipede emerged from the valley, upon which stood a towering black-robed man, who, upon witnessing the disarray of the beast tide, disdainfully remarked, "Weren't you quite bold just moments ago? Where has that swagger gone? Now you seem to be anxious?" It is truly remarkable that such a vast army of beasts has been reduced to this state by mere humans. In response to Zhou Difeng's taunts, Wang Yifan could only grit his teeth and reply, "What do you mean by saying this at such a time? I have been leading the beast horde into battle for so long while you have been hiding in the valley. The guards in the fortress have already emerged. Will you continue to watch from the sidelines?" Faced with Zhou Difeng's mockery, Wang Yifan could only attempt to salvage his lost pride. Hearing the diminished resolve in Wang Yifan's voice, Zhou Difeng smiled, pleased that Wang Yifan had finally submitted before him. This outcome brought him great satisfaction, especially since Wang Yifan had previously overshadowed him by seizing the glory of the initial assault on Kunlun Mountain Fortress. Now, having successfully suppressed Wang Yifan's arrogance and poised to claim the credit for conquering Kunlun Mountain Fortress, Zhou Difeng's heart brimmed with joy. The opportunity to achieve great merit lay before him. Should he successfully capture Kunlun Mountain Fortress, such a grand accomplishment would undoubtedly attract the attention of Fuming Yi, bringing him endless benefits. With this thought, Zhou Difeng waved his hand, and suddenly countless mutated beasts surged forth from the valley behind him. Under his command, they rushed swiftly towards the battlefield where the guards were engaged. Meanwhile, Xiao Naofu, who had been closely monitoring the situation at Kunlun Mountain from the display in City A, became alarmed. He had never anticipated that the mutated beast horde attacking Kunlun Mountain Fortress was not the entirety of their forces. Another group of mutated beasts was lurking in the nearby valley. It seemed that Fu Mingyi had planned the assault on Kunlun Mountain Fortress all along. If all the mutated beasts had emerged at once, the guards would have been compelled to consider deploying large-scale destructive weapons due to the overwhelming pressure, making the outcome of the battle uncertain. However, given the current situation, if large-scale destructive weapons were employed, the guards fighting among the beast horde would also be affected. It appeared that Fu Mingyi had anticipated this scenario from the outset, successfully luring the fortress guards out and mingling them with the beast tide, effectively curtailing the use of large-scale destructive weapons. Yet, without such weapons, the already insufficient garrison within Kunlun Mountain Fortress would struggle to withstand the onslaught of the beast horde. At this moment, it seemed as though the gates of Kunlun Mountain Fortress had been flung wide open, allowing the beast horde to charge unimpeded, thereby tipping the scales of victory in favor of Fu Mingyi. The beast horde, which had been fleeing from the guards, redirected their charge upon witnessing the emergence of another army in the valley. By the time the guards realized the presence of this additional beast horde, they were already entangled with the colossal beast before them, and it was too late to retreat and protect the fortress. While resisting the assault of the monstrous army, they shouted to their comrades and allies who remained behind in the fortress, "We must withstand the onslaught of the beast horde. Fire upon them." Yet, witnessing their fellow soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the beast horde, the comrades within the fortress felt their eyes welling with tears. If they refrained from using large-scale destructive weapons, it was certain that Kunlun Mountain Fortress would fall today. However, they could not bring themselves to turn those weapons against their own comrades. They would rather perish among the beasts than direct destructive weapons at their bloodied companions. Now, those outside the battlefield were embroiled in intense moral dilemmas, contemplating whether to prioritize the fortress or to safeguard their comrades battling within the beast horde. What are you waiting for? Open fire quickly. If the beast horde breaches the fortress, our comrades' sacrifices will be in vain. Fire upon them. The comrades within the battlefield were nearly in tears. Having defended the fortress for so long, they could not bear to see it fall to the beast horde. They would rather perish alongside these beasts than watch helplessly as the fortress was overrun. However, those outside the battlefield found it impossible to inflict harm upon their comrades. The fortress could be reclaimed, but they could not tolerate witnessing their comrades dying one by one before their eyes. After a vehement internal struggle, they ultimately decided against employing large-scale destructive weapons, prioritizing the lives of their comrades and the environment essential for future generations. Despite renouncing the use of large-scale destructive weapons, the fighting spirit of those within the fortress remained unyielded. They armed themselves and resolutely charged towards the beast horde, determined to remain with their comrades. Even if it meant dying together, they vowed to uphold their original pledge, to live and die together. As Xiao Naofu watched the valiant comrades rush to their deaths, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly, Xiao Ying pointed at a corner of the display and exclaimed, "Look out! Another group has appeared." Following her gaze, Xiao Naofu spotted yet another army of mutated beasts emerging from the westernmost border. Alarmed by the sight of countless mutated beasts surging towards Kunlun Mountain Fortress, he quickly notified the communications officer to prepare a report for the higher-ups, requesting a firepower strike on the Kunlun Mountain Fortress area. If the previous two waves of beasts could still be organized to forcibly reclaim control of Kunlun Mountain Fortress, the emergence of even more beast horde from the west made Xiao Naofu realize that the cost of regaining control would be exceedingly high. Rather than pay a heavy price later, it would be better to directly destroy the fortress. At this moment, Bei Jian, who had been knocked unconscious by Jiao Yi, and his companions, Monkey and Lei Ming, began to regain consciousness. Upon hearing that Xiao Naofu intended to report a request to destroy Kunlun Mountain Fortress, the three grew frantic. After all, they had all participated in the construction of Kunlun Mountain Fortress and were acutely aware of the effort and sacrifices involved. They were deeply reluctant to witness the fortress's destruction. Lei Ming quickly intervened to stop the communications officer from proceeding with the report. "Commander Xiao, the Kunlun Mountain Fortress cannot be destroyed. Losing it would be akin to opening the gates, allowing the beast horde to freely invade the heart of our nation." Xiao Naofu understood the emotional investment that the others had in the fortress. As participants in its construction, how could they bear to see their hard work obliterated? Especially for Lei Ming, despite his youth, he had played a significant role in the fortress's construction, viewing it as a masterpiece akin to his own child. He could not bear to watch it be destroyed. Sighing, Xiao Naofu replied, "I understand your feelings, but if the beast horde occupies the fortress, it will be impossible for us to retake it easily. The losses will be even greater then. It would be wiser to destroy it now, and we can always rebuild later. The three were not as knowledgeable about military matters as Xiao Naofu, and they knew that mere words would not persuade him to abandon his current plan. Furthermore, having witnessed the events on the display, they were aware of Jiao Ye's plight at the hands of Wang Yifan, knowing he had been mutilated and pierced through the chest. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Ming stepped forward and said, "I agree with the proposal to destroy Kunlun Mountain Fortress, but I have one condition." Upon hearing Lei Ming once again bargaining with him, Xiao and Naofu chose not to take offense. After all, the promise made to them about entering Kunlun Mountain alongside the rescue team had not been fulfilled, and the task of destroying the stronghold they had tirelessly helped to construct weighed heavily on his conscience. Xiao Naofu gestured for Lei Ming to present his terms. Lei Ming stood tall and declared, "I request to go to the Kunlun Mountain stronghold to participate in the defense against the beast tide. If we fail to repel them, I am willing to die alongside the defenders and the stronghold." Hodo, stepping forward, echoed, "The elite team may Xian request to engage in battle. We vow to share life and death with the defenders of Kunlun Mountain." Xiao Ying also advanced, stating, "The elite team, Xiao Ying requests to engage in battle. We vow to share life and death with the defenders of Kunlun Mountain." Bei Jian, observing Xiao Ying stepping out of the ranks, followed suit, saying, "The elite team, Bei Jian, also requests to engage in battle." Xiao Naofu, gazing at the fervent four, retorted with anger, "The Kunlun Mountain stronghold cannot be held. Going there would be tantamount to walking to your deaths. Moreover, it is thousands of miles away, and your presence would make no difference." Lei Ming shouted back, "Report. We have a backup teleportation array. We can swiftly reach the battlefield." "What? You still have a teleportation array?" Xiao Naofu, taken aback, had previously thought that only Lin Dong and Jiao Yi had the audacity to deceive him with secretive research. He never expected these young individuals would also engage in such tricks. "Have you all lost your minds to misreport your findings? How many teleportation arrays do you possess?" Xiao Naofu bellowed in frustration. "There are only 2 in total. We just used one, leaving us with 1. Xiao Naofu was unwilling to listen to their explanations. "I do not care how many teleportation arrays you have. You are not permitted to go to the Kunlun Mountain stronghold. Going there is clearly seeking death, and I must dissuade your impractical notions." Xiao Ying, observing her father's obstinacy, declared, "If you do not approve our request to go to the Kunlun Mountain stronghold, I will resign from the elite team and go as an individual." Upon hearing this, Xiao Naofu erupted, "What do you think the elite team is? You think you can join and leave as you please? Even if you resign, you are still my daughter, and I will not allow you to go." Xiao Ying, infuriated, stamped her feet. It was her first time arguing back at her father. Under the pressure of Xiao Naofu's authority, she was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Hodo, witnessing Xiao Ying's defeat, quickly stepped in, saying, "We are not your daughter. We are not bound by you. I demand to resign." Lei Ming quickly followed, "I also request to resign." Bei Jian looked at the others and added, "I too demand to resign." Xiao Naofu, observing the four's defiance, pondered for a moment before addressing the guards behind him. "I strongly suspect these 4 are spies. Immediately detain them for investigation." "Yes." The guards moved to encircle the elite team. Xiao Naofu, with a sense of satisfaction, asserted, "Thank you for your reminder. You are not my children, and I need not be polite. Your arbitrary entrance and exit from the elite team raise my suspicions that you are spies. I suspect you have stolen our crucial intelligence. So please cooperate with the relevant departments for investigation." Lei Ming, Hodo, Xiao Ying, and Bei Jian were left astonished. They knew Xiao Naofu, like Lin Dong and Jiao Yi, often acted irrationally, but they never expected him to go so far as to falsely accuse them of being spies to prevent their journey to the Kunlun Mountain stronghold. The elite team could not bear such a label. They were quickly subdued by the guards, unable to resist against their numbers. As Xiao Naofu refused to listen to their protests, he truly did not want to witness their demise at the Kunlun Mountain stronghold. He could only resort to imprisoning them. He instructed the guards, "These 4 are no ordinary children. Ensure their equipment is confiscated and watch them closely. If any issues arise, I will hold you accountable." The elite team, unwilling to be restrained, began to struggle fiercely against the guards. But their efforts were futile against the overwhelming force, and they were soon bound tightly. Just as Hodo was about to enhance his abilities and resist, Xiao Ying's startled cry interrupted him. "Look, the mutated beasts are fighting among themselves." Everyone turned to the monitor, witnessing the newly emerged mutated beasts indeed clashing with the beast tide controlled by Wang Yifan and Zhou Difeng. As confusion reigned, Hodo shouted towards a bright spot on the monitor. Another mech has appeared in the beast horde. Chapter 116. The arrival of unexpected allies. The group gasped at the sight of a silver mech emerging from the beast horde. Could it be Jiaoyi? The question crossed everyone's minds. Due to the prior debate over the Kunlun Mountain stronghold, Xiao Naofu and the elite team had momentarily overlooked the monitor, mistakenly identifying the sudden mech as belonging to Jiaoyi. However, Lu Jinxiao, positioned outside the Kunlun Mountain stronghold, could see clearly that Jiaoyi lay motionless on the ground nearby, uncertain of his fate. What then was this newly appeared mech? Moreover, why had the sudden wave of mutated beasts chosen not to attack the defenders, but instead engage the beast horde? Everyone was bewildered by the circumstances. Initially, it was thought that the new wave of beasts was a covert attack by the black-cloaked individuals against the defenders, but surprisingly, they charged towards the beast tide, commanded by the black-cloaked figures. Although the situation was perplexing, the arrival of these giant beasts became a significant boon for the defenders, rejuvenating their morale as they launched an assault alongside their newfound allies. Wang Yifan, Zhou Difeng, and another black-cloaked figure initially felt joy upon seeing the mutated beast army, believing it was a reinforcement sent by Fu Ming to swiftly seize the Kunlun Mountain stronghold. However, witnessing these beasts turn on their own horde left them utterly stunned. They could not comprehend why their own forces were attacking one another. Had someone betrayed Mr. Fu? The three were thrown into disarray as the beast horde, previously able to suppress the defenders, suffered heavy losses with the arrival of the giant beasts, resulting in numerous casualties. In a city, Xiao Naofu watched in delight as the giant beasts descended from the sky, aiding the defenders against the beast tide. With this momentum, holding the Kunlun Mountain stronghold seemed a feasible endeavor. Just as Xiao Naofu reveled in his elation, a communications officer rushed over. "Report, Commander. You have an urgent message." Xiao Naofu grabbed the communicator. "Hello, this is Xiao Naofu." "What? I am unaware of that." All right. I will investigate immediately." "Good." After the call, Xiao Naofu was left puzzled, having received unexpected praise without understanding the reason. Beside him, Hodo, noticing Xiao Naofu lost in thought, inquired, "What is happening? I advise you to release me quickly, or I will truly become angry." Xiao Naofu, interrupted by Hodo, hastily ordered the guards to untie the elite team members. Xiao Naofu's series of bewildering maneuvers left the elite squad in a state of utter confusion. Just moments ago, Xiao Naofu had forcefully detained them, yet now, he unexpectedly released them. The monkey, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "What does this mean, Xiao Naofu?" Xiao Naofu, in a dazed manner, replied, "The higher-ups have ordered us to organize our combat strength and provide support to the Kunlun Mountain fortress." "What?" Upon hearing Xiao Naofu's words, the monkey's face contorted in disbelief. Just a moment ago, hadn't they vehemently opposed aiding the Kunlun Mountain fortress? How could they suddenly be called to assist? Xiao Ying and the others also regarded Xiao Naofu with questioning looks, eager to comprehend the nature of this unexpected phone call that had prompted the usually resolute Xiao Naofu to relent. Xiao Naofu, observing the bewilderment on their faces, confessed, "I'm equally perplexed. The higher-ups just contacted us, expressing gratitude from other countries, suggesting that we seem to have accomplished something noteworthy." "We accomplished something?" His statement only deepened the elite squad's confusion. How could they receive praise from above for something they had done? Could it be related to the teleportation array? Yet, they had only managed to develop 2 temporary ones, which hardly warranted such recognition. Moreover, only a select few were aware of the teleportation array. How could the higher-ups have known? Xiao Naofu raised his hands in surrender. "Please do not look at me like that. I'm just as lost. The command is for us to assemble another wave of reinforcements to support the Kunlun Mountain fortress, and we are determined to defend it. Upon hearing Xiao Naofu's words, the elite squad understood that this was the moment Xiao Naofu needed them the most. If he were to refuse their request now, they would undoubtedly continue to resist. Without hindrance, Xiao Naofu instructed a few members to ensure their safety and hurriedly began organizing the second wave of reinforcements. At the Kunlun Mountain Fortress, Lu Jinchao was engaged in a fierce battle with a cloaked figure when suddenly, a silver mech swooped in, striking the cloaked figure back and landing beside Lu Jinchao. Lu Jinchao gazed at the silver mech, his face a mask of confusion. He could not fathom the identity of this unexpectedly appearing mech. Since the moment Jiao Yi donned the silver mech, he had been utterly bewildered. To his knowledge, there were only 6 combat mechs in the country, and 1 silver mech should be in Lin Gang's possession. However, after Lin Gang's tragic demise in Egypt, the silver mech had inexplicably come into Jiao Yi's hands. Now, with Jiao Yi having just been mortally wounded by Wang Yifan, Lu Jinchao was left baffled by the presence of this silver mech. Could it be that 2 new silver mechs had been constructed during his time battling the beast tide? Yet logically, he should have received news of such an event. Lu Jinchao stood there, utterly flabbergasted. The series of events occurring today had continuously shattered his understanding of reality. Unexpected reinforcements from a city. Then Jiao Yi appearing in a silver mech, and now yet another identical mech. Even more perplexing was the wave of mutated beasts accompanying this silver mech, which, astonishingly, did not attack the guarding forces. Instead, they engaged in battle with the mutated beasts. Just as Lu Jinchao was lost in confusion, the silver mech spoke first. "Captain Lu, what are you spacing out for? Don't you recognize your brother? Did you get dazed?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Jinchao asked in disbelief, "Is that you, Lin Gang?" As the words left his lips, the face of the person inside the silver mech emerged. Upon seeing that familiar youthful visage, Lu Jinchao exclaimed, "No way. It's really you. How are you still alive?" The face revealed within the silver mech belonged to the long-missing Lin Gang. Lin Gang, hearing Lu Jinchao's words, appeared displeased. "Why do I feel like you're cursing me?" Lu Jinchao, overcome with excitement, embraced Lin Gang. "I knew you would be all right. It's wonderful to have you back." Lin Gang, visibly annoyed, pushed Lu Jinchao away. "Why are you so excited? Shouldn't I be the one who is excited?" Lu Jinchao explained, "Just moments ago, I mistook a mech identical to yours for you, and it left me feeling joyfully deceived. Now that I see you safe, I am truly overjoyed." "Another mech identical to mine?" Lin Gang asked, astonished. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinchao's expression darkened as he sorrowfully said, "An old expert from our weapons department was brutally harmed." As he spoke, Lu Jinchao's eyes began to glisten with tears. It is said that a man's tears are not easily shed, but only when sorrow strikes. The haunting memories of Jiao Yi's brutal demise replayed in Lu Jinchao's mind, causing even this tough warrior to shed tears of grief. The desire for vengeance against his fallen comrade, coupled with his own powerlessness, left Lu Jinchao feeling utterly crushed. Lin Gang noticed something was amiss. What old expert? What was his name? Jiao. We all called him Jiao Yi. Hearing the name sent shockwaves through Lin Gang's mind. When Lu Jinchao mentioned the identical mech, a figure flashed in Lin Gang's thoughts, his own father. Yet, upon hearing the old expert's title, Lin Gang immediately thought of Jiao Yi. However, when Lu Jinchao confirmed the name, Lin Gang found it hard to accept. Clenching his fists, Lin Gang mustered the courage to ask, "Where is Jiao Yi? Where is he now?" Seeing Lin Gang's sudden shift in demeanor, Lu Jinchao realized that Lin Gang was well acquainted with Jiao Yi, possibly even close. He hesitantly pointed a trembling finger toward the distant, devastated ground. Lin Gang looked towards the familiar figure lying motionless on the ravaged ground, suppressing his sorrow and fear, and swiftly flew over. He knelt beside the motionless mech, cradling it in his arms, gently lifting the visor. When he beheld Jiao Yi's face, his tears began to flow uncontrollably. Staring at Jiao Yi, who lay with closed eyes and unresponsive, Lin Gang trembled as he softly shook him. "Master, wake up. It's me, Lin Gang." Yet, Jiao Yi showed no sign of response. "I'm sorry, Master. It's my fault for returning late." Lin Gang lamented. striking his own head in regret. If only he had arrived a little sooner, perhaps Jiao Yi would still be alive. Tears of self-reproach streamed down Lin Gang's cheeks, falling upon Jiao Yi's face. Suddenly, Jiao Yi, who had previously shown no signs of life, struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Lin Gang before him. Disbelief washed over his features. Xiao Tian, is it really you? I'm so glad you're all right. Lin Gang, witnessing Jiao Yi's sudden revival, was overwhelmed with joy, unsure how to respond. It's me, Master. I'm back. I'm sorry for being late. Jiao Yi weakly raised his hand to wipe Lin Gang's tears away. Xiao Tian, don't cry. It's wonderful that you're back. I was worried you had been harmed. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your father. Jiao Yi's gaze shifted to the exponentially increased number of mutated beasts and 3 cloaked figures, his expression tightening with concern. Grasping Lin Gang's hand tightly, he shed his mech, transforming it into a cube and handing it to Lin Gang. These 2 cubes can combine into one. I entrust this to you. Promise me you will survive. You must live. With that, Jiao Yi expended his remaining strength, pressing the cube against Lin Gang's chest. Accompanied by a blinding flash of light, the Rubik's Cube in Jiao Yi's hands vanished from the sight of the onlookers, while Lin Gang's mech radiated an even more dazzling glow. After completing this act, Jiao Yi's frail hands fell heavily, and his eyes slowly closed once more, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. Lin Gang, witnessing Jiao Yi lose consciousness, urgently called out to him, but Jiao Yi offered no further response. Lin Gang gazed at Jiao Yi, whose body was drenched in blood, limbs severed, and a bone sword piercing through his chest, his lips twitching with rage. A monstrous fury erupted within him. Lu Jinchao, standing nearby, heard Lin Gang cry out for his master and suddenly realized their connection. Observing Lin Gang's profound sorrow, Lu Jinchao felt overwhelming regret and bowed his head beside Lin Gang, apologizing. I am sorry, Lin Gang. I failed to protect Jiao Yi. Who did this? Lin Gang lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fierce anger, interrupting Lu Jinchao's words. Before Lu Jinchao could elaborate, Lin Gang had already directed his murderous gaze towards the 3 figures in black cloaks hovering above. Are you 3 in collusion? None of you shall escape, Lin Gang declared coldly. Wang Yifan, Zhou Difeng, and another cloaked figure felt the chilling intensity of Lin Gang's fury and icy stare, a shiver coursing down their spines as though they were being hunted by an enraged lion. The trio had some understanding of Jiao Yi's combat prowess, and logically, Lin Gang's mech should have been of comparable strength. Yet, they found themselves inexplicably gripped by a profound sense of dread. Wang Yifan swallowed hard, grappling with his fear, and feigned composure as he spoke. No need to ask. That old man was killed by me. If you disagree, I will send you to join him. Xiao Difeng, observing Wang Yifan's attempt to stoke the flames of anger, silently cursed his entire lineage, recognizing that while Wang Yifan lacked capability, his talent for provoking hostility was unrivaled. Lin Gang lifted Jiao Yi's body, entrusting him to Lu Jinchao. Take care, my master. Once I dispose of these scoundrels, I shall return. Lin Gang tidied Jiao Yi's disheveled white hair and gently wiped the blood from his face, whispering, Master, wait for me a moment. I will return after dealing with them. Lu Jinchao, witnessing Lin Gang's explosive wrath, voiced his concern. These 3 possess terrifying combat strength. Allow me to assist you. I will avenge my family's grievances myself. They must pay in blood. With that, Lin Gang turned away without a backward glance, soaring toward Wang Yifan and his companions. As Lin Gang approached, his aura intensified, becoming increasingly formidable. Zhou Difeng, feeling the potent pressure emanating from Lin Gang, cautioned Wang Yifan and the other cloaked figure. Something feels amiss. Let us not be careless. We must confront him together. Wang Yifan, dismissing Zhou Difeng's warning, retorted, What is there to fear? I am in a foul mood today. No one can stand in my way. We still have the beast tied. Today, we shall cleanse Kunlun Mountain Fortress with blood. Let these ants know who truly holds power in this world. Lin Gang, observing the countless beasts wreaking havoc upon the guards, remarked, If these beasts are your alliance, then you shall undoubtedly meet a gruesome end today. Zhou Difeng, perplexed by Lin Gang's audacity, struggled to understand how he could speak with such confidence. The beasts he had brought were insufficient to alter the tide of battle. Zhou Difeng chuckled softly. Do you believe that with just yourself and these beasts, you can create any waves? Lin Gang replied coldly. If this is insufficient, allow me to add a little more fuel to the fire. With that, Lin Gang snapped his fingers toward the distance. In an instant, a towering cloud of dust surged toward the battlefield from the valley. Xiao Difeng, watching the rapidly approaching dust cloud, felt his expression darken, losing all semblance of composure upon seeing the figures within. Countless titanic elephants, hippos, and rhinos charged towards Kunlun Mountain Fortress. The trio stood in shock at the sight of an enormous horde of mutated beasts, far surpassing their own forces. They could not fathom where Lin Gang had procured such a formidable army of mutated creatures. Chapter 118, Murder, Heart of Retribution. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Lin Gang chillingly declared, Now you need not hope for these beasts to save you. It is your turn to prepare your necks for death. Wang Yifan, still scoffing, replied, What does it matter if these giant beasts join? Once we kill you, we shall deal with these brutes. With that, Wang Yifan lunged at Lin Gang with his bone sword, believing he had the advantage and could catch Lin Gang off guard. However, as his sword swung towards Lin Gang, the latter raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and struck down upon Wang Yifan's sword. The anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Instead, Wang Yifan's sword shattered into pieces under the immense force of Lin Gang's blow, sending him hurtling through the air. Still airborne, Wang Yifan barely registered what had transpired when Lin Gang's fist came crashing toward his face once more. With an intense pang of pain, Wang Yifan realized several of his teeth had been knocked out, landing before him. Wang Yifan had always been confident in his modified physique, having sustained no injuries since his enhancement. Even during his previous battle with Jiao Yi, despite being blasted away by a missile, he had emerged relatively unscathed. He found it incomprehensible that a single punch from Lin Gang could dislodge his teeth. Zhou Difeng and the cloaked figure, witnessing Wang Yifan's lost teeth, were equally astonished, unable to fathom the sheer power behind Lin Gang's strike. Wang Yifan's jaw was grotesquely dislocated at an unnatural angle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Difeng urgently called to the cloaked figure beside him, We've encountered a tough opponent. Let us attack together. The cloaked figure, having witnessed the recent skirmish, dared not underestimate Lin Gang, and quickly moved to join Zhou Difeng in their assault. Yet, Lin Gang appeared indifferent to their every action. He seized Wang Yifan by the neck with his left hand, while his right fist continued to rain down blows upon him. Lin Gang's relentless fists obliterated Wang Yifan's remaining teeth, transforming him into a grotesque figure. Meanwhile, Zhou Difeng and the cloaked figure's attacks closed in. As they approached Lin Gang, who remained oblivious to their presence, they exchanged triumphant glances, believing they had the upper hand. They had initially thought Lin Gang to be a formidable adversary, only to discover he was a reckless individual blinded by vengeance, completely disregarding their impending assault. Zhou Difeng and the cloaked figure swiftly communicated with their eyes, intent on delivering a lethal strike to finish the battle. They aimed to end Lin Gang's life in one fell swoop. From a distance, Lu Jinxiao watched Lin Gang, who showed no signs of evading, breaking into a cold sweat. Lu Jinxiao feared that Lin Gang's apparent inaction stemmed from overwhelming grief over Jiao Ye's passing, rendering him unresponsive. He wished to place Jiao Yi down to assist Lin Gang, but it was too late. He could only call out, Lin Gang, watch out behind you. Runner Lin Gang did not respond to Lu Jinxiao's warning. At that moment, he had retracted his right hand, transforming it into a sharp blade, aimed directly at Wang Yifan's 10 fingers. Zhou Difeng and the man in the black robe believed that their ambush was about to succeed, their faces betraying a hint of smugness. However, their expressions quickly froze in shock, as they were taken aback to see 2 heads emerging from either side of Lin Gang's neck, while his armpits sprouted additional arms, each reaching towards Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man's weapons. The anticipated attacks from Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man were surprisingly thwarted by Lin Gang's single-handed defense. This left them momentarily dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that Lin Gang possessed such terrifying abilities, able to manifest a three-headed, six-armed form. Their most formidable strikes have been effortlessly blocked by Lin Gang using only one hand. The once razor-sharp bone knife and sword were now firmly grasped by Lin Gang, unable to advance even the slightest inch. The two struggled to retrieve their weapons, exerting tremendous effort to no avail. While one might catch a blade with both hands, Lin Gang had done so with a single hand, firmly holding the bone sword and bone knife of Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man. Meanwhile, the additional arms he had summoned were not idle. They seized the necks of Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man, effectively controlling them. Lin Gang turned his gaze towards Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man, stating, "Allow me to deal with him first, then I shall attend to you." The coldness in Lin Gang's eyes made Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man feel as if they were being scrutinized by death itself, a chilling numbness washing over them from head to toe. They could hardly fathom that Lin Gang could be so monstrous, effortlessly overpowering their modified bodies, which they had once taken pride in. Meanwhile, Lu Jinchao watched from a distance, horrified by Lin Gang's actions. He never anticipated that Lin Gang would confront Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man in such a reckless manner. Most importantly, Lu Jinchao could not believe the significant enhancement in Lin Gang's combat prowess. Just previously, they had struggled against Fu Mingyi, nearly losing their lives. Yet now Lin Gang single-handedly faced three opponents of the same caliber as Fu Mingyi. Observing Lin Gang's original two hands mercilessly tormenting Wang Yifan, it was evident that Wang Yifan's fingers were being severed one by one, while Lin Gang wielded his knife with brutal intent. The air was filled with Wang Yifan's anguished screams, echoing like cries from the depths of hell. In that moment, Lin Gang resembled a harbinger of doom, methodically dismembering Wang Yifan while muttering, "You relish inflicting pain, don't you? How does this feel? I shall ensure you experience it tenfold." A sinister and cruel smile spread across Lin Gang's face. With each slice, Wang Yifan's heart-wrenching cries resounded as Lin Gang targeted his most sensitive areas, creating a scene reminiscent of a death by 1,000 cuts. This left everyone present feeling a chill run down their spines. They could hardly believe that the previously gentle Lin Gang could exhibit such ruthlessness. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me. Grant me a swift end," Wang Yifan screamed in desperation. Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man, hearing Wang Yifan's ghastly pleas for mercy, were also struck with terror, regretting their decision to provoke this demon before them. Yet, they conveniently forgot that their previous actions had been equally, if not more, heinous than Lin Gang's. Without hesitation, Lin Gang avenged himself, decisively severing Wang Yifan's head from his body. Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man quickly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Hero, spare us. We shall surely follow your lead from now on. We only ask for our lives." As they spoke, they quickly commanded their colossal beasts to prostrate themselves on the ground, utterly terrified of Lin Gang, abandoning any thoughts of opposing him. With the surrender of Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man, the battle at Kunlun Mountain Fortress came to an abrupt halt. Hearing their capitulation, Lin Gang slowly lowered his bloody weapon. Lu Jinchao and the guard stood frozen in shock, truly comprehending the meaning of slaughter and the depths of despair. Chapter 119. Awakening Humanity Within the A-City Base. Xiao Naofu had just organized the rescue team when he arrived at the training ground, only to find the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces and the still image on the monitors. A sudden sense of dread gripped his heart. Has the battle at Kunlun Mountain Fortress concluded? He inquired softly, his unease palpable. The gathered individuals mechanically nodded in confirmation, validating his fears. Why would it end so abruptly? Has the fortress fallen? Xiao Naofu could not comprehend that the fierce battle at Kunlun Mountain Fortress had concluded so suddenly. A nearby guard, noticing Xiao Naofu's confusion, quickly interjected. "Sir, we have one." "What?" Xiao Naofu thought he had misheard, although he had anticipated that they might successfully defend the fortress after a fierce battle. He could hardly believe that, in such a short time since his departure, they had emerged victorious in safeguarding Kunlun Mountain Fortress. He pointed at the multitude of mutant beasts displayed on the monitors, asking, "What about those mutated beasts?" Logically, one would expect that victory would result in the beasts being scattered and in disarray, yet the sight of the massive horde on the screen left him incredulous. Turning around, he spotted Xiaoying, her face streaked with tears. "What happened? Didn't we win? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell Daddy, and I'll help you." Xiaoying sobbed as she threw herself into Xiao Naofu's embrace. "Daddy, Lin Gang bullied you?" Xiao Naofu asked, alarmed. Xiaoying sniffled. "Lin Gang is still alive. He has returned." Upon hearing that Lin Gang was alive, Xiao Naofu felt a surge of joy, then turned to search for Lin Gang, muttering to himself, "Where is that brat Lin Gang? If he is alive, he should at least check in. How dare he bully my daughter? Don't worry, Xiaoying. Daddy will make him pay for this." However, after searching in vain for what felt like an eternity, he found no trace of Lin Gang. Believing that Xiaoying was merely overwhelmed with grief and hallucinating, he hurried to console her. Wiping her tears, Xiaoying pointed toward the monitor. Following her gesture, Xiao Naofu's gaze fell upon a silver figure in the corner of the screen, causing his eyes to well with tears. Seeing Lin Gang on the monitor, the weight in Xiao Naofu's heart lifted. No matter what, Lin Gang was alive, and it was a relief to have some closure for Lin Dong. He thought to himself that if Lin Dong were to awaken and discover that Lin Gang was gone and that old Master Jiao had been killed, he would not know how to face him. Xiao Naofu blinked away the tears, suppressing his emotions, and declared, "Now that the battle has been decided, I will dispatch an elite team to Kunlun Mountain Fortress. The rest should continue monitoring the situation in the city." At the front of Kunlun Mountain Fortress, Lin Gang tightened his grip on Zhou Difeng and the black-robed man's throats, saying, "Since you have surrendered, hand over your control crystal cores." Zhou Difeng, hearing Lin Gang mention the control crystal, was drenched in cold sweat. "Have mercy. Without the crystal cores, we would be rendered powerless. We implore you to show leniency." Lin Gang regarded Zhou Difeng with a cold gaze, saying, "Show leniency, you say? As the guards fell victim to your assault, did you ever consider showing mercy? Surrendering the crystal core could grant you life. Refuse, and you shall meet your demise." The figure in the black robe, observing the relentless advance of Lin Gang, realized that without the crystal core, he would lose his overwhelming power. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. Seizing the moment while Lin Gang conversed with Zhou Difeng, he covertly directed a centipede to attack Lin Gang. However, before the centipede could complete its strike, Lin Gang's hand seized its neck and snapped it with brutal force. In a swift motion, Lin Gang's other hand pierced through the back of the black-robed man's skull, extracting a radiant red crystal core. As the core was removed, the centipede beneath the black-robed man wobbled and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing Lin Gang's ruthless efficiency, Zhou Difeng hastily retrieved the red crystal core from within himself and handed it to Lin Gang. After all, in the face of life itself, even a mightiest power pales in significance. Upon surrendering the crystal core, Zhou Difeng's centipede also faltered and fell, leaving him utterly drained of energy. All that remained was the sound of his breath and an indomitable will to survive. Lin Gang entrusted Zhou Difeng to several guards and, holding the crystal core, approached old Master Jiao. At that moment, the terrifying aura that once enveloped Lin Gang dissipated, leaving him resembling a helpless child beside old Master Jiao. Gazing at the still form of old Master Jiao, tears welled in Lin Gang's eyes, memories of their time together flooding his mind. The fiery-tempered yet humorously optimistic old man lay motionless, and the stark contrast shattered Lin Gang's heart. Although his acquaintance with the so-called advisor had been brief, the genuine love and care the old man bestowed upon him were palpable and deeply felt. Despite avenging the old man by vanquishing his killer, Lin Gang harbored no desire for vengeance. He merely wished for old Master Jiao to continue living, to share laughter, to indulge in drink, to witness his latest weaponry, and to hear his daily boasts of kicking someone's backside to pieces. Lu Jinxiao, witnessing Lin Gang's profound sorrow, found himself at a loss for words, standing silently beside him in solidarity. The guards, too, gathered around Lin Gang and the old master, understanding that had it not been for the old man's valiant struggle, They and their comrades might have perished honorably today. It was the old master who had exchanged his life for their chance of survival. Holding on until Lin Gang's arrival turned the tide of battle, leading to their ultimate victory and his own survival. Zhou Difeng, weak and slumped to the side, was deeply moved by the poignant scene before him, his buried kindness slowly resurfacing. There's an ancient saying in Huaxia: at the beginning, human nature is inherently good. Zhou Difeng had not always been the malevolent figure he had become. He never envisioned standing against humanity, for he was once part of it. Yet, succumbing to the allure of power and capability, he had transformed under the instigation of Fu Mingyi. However, after enduring today's life-and-death ordeal and witnessing the indomitable spirit of the Kunlun Guards, as well as the old master's noble sacrifice and the profound bonds of friendship, he was profoundly touched. Reflecting on the atrocities he committed after siding with Fu Mingyi, he suddenly recognized that he had extinguished his own humanity. In that moment, Zhou Difeng felt his humanity reignite. If he were to continue his actions without boundaries, how was he different from the mutated beasts he commanded? One could argue that his previous actions were devoid of humanity. A person who has lost their humanity has truly become less than a beast, for even the creatures of Earth possess emotions. Contemplating this, Zhou Difeng felt an overwhelming sense of regret and guilt for his transgressions. In that moment, his humanity was thoroughly awakened. Zhou Difeng suddenly mustered the strength to speak. "You are Lin Gang, are you not?" Chapter 120. Resurrection. The previously silent atmosphere shattered with Zhou Difeng's voice, drawing everyone's ire toward the architect of their misfortune. Their eyes burned with fury, wishing to rend Zhou Difeng asunder. Realizing the anger directed at him, Zhou Difeng felt a deeper sense of remorse. After a moment's reflection, he looked up at Lin Gang and said, "I might have a way to save old Master Jiao." Upon hearing this, the others regarded him with disdain, as if he were mad, incredulous that he claimed to possess a means of saving old Master Jiao. Zhou Difeng, noticing their disbelief, gritted his teeth and insisted, "I speak the truth. Please trust me just this once. It may be too late otherwise." Lin Gang turned to inquire, "What method?" Lu Jinchao interjected, "Lin Gang, how can you believe what he says? The dead cannot be revived." It was clear he suspected foul play. Lin Gang gestured to silence Lu Jinchao. "Captain Lu, in the past I would not have believed him. However, I wish to see what method he claims could bring the dead back to life." Though doubt lingered in Lin Gang's heart, he was reluctant to accept the reality of old Master Jiao's death, and even the improbable was worth a try. Zhou Difeng pointed to the red crystal core in Lin Gang's hand. "The old master may be in a state akin to suspended animation. I have seen Fu Mingyi restore someone in a similar condition. Perhaps you could attempt it." Lu Jinchao erupted, "You must be joking. That fragment of stone cannot possibly possess miraculous powers. Are you trying to deceive a child?" Zhou Difeng retorted, "I never claimed it could resurrect him. I noticed signs of blood circulation in the old master's chest. There may still be hope." Lin Gang immediately focused on old Master Jiao's chest, observing that while much of the blood had dried, there were indeed faint signs of movement at the wound. He bent down to examine more closely and detected a barely perceptible heartbeat. This revelation filled Lin Gang with elation. Old Master Jiao's heart still exhibited signs of life, suggesting there was a chance for salvation. He held the red crystal core up to Zhou Difeng. "Are you saying this could help save my master?" Zhou Difeng nodded. "You can try, though I cannot guarantee success. How do I proceed?" Zhou Difeng contemplated briefly. "First, place the red crystal core on the bone's sword to soften it. Then apply the core to the old master's wound." Lu Jinchao remained skeptical and was about to voice his objections when he saw Lin Gang already placing the crystal core on the bone sword. As the core made contact, the sword began to transform. Following Zhou Difeng's direction, Lin Gang carefully extracted the sword from old Master Jiao's chest. As the sword was removed, a fresh torrent of blood gushed forth from the wound, and Lin Gang, adhering to Zhou Difeng's instructions, placed the red crystal core over the opening in old Master Jiao's chest. The moment the core touched the wound, the bleeding ceased abruptly. Lin Gang had yet to react when the red crystal core in his palm detached itself and burrowed into the chest of Jiao Yi. Lu Jinchao, witnessing the sudden turn of events, swiftly lifted the limp Zhou differing from the ground and exclaimed, "What trickery is this? What is going on?" Xiao Difeng, equally taken aback by the unfolding situation, found himself at a loss. Observing Zhou Difeng's panic, Lu Jinchao increasingly believed he was toying with everyone, raising his fist with the intent to strike. Just as his fist was about to collide with Zhou Difeng's face, Lin Gang's voice halted him. "Stop! It seems the old man has a heartbeat." Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Lu Jinchao's face expressed disbelief. The old man truly had a heartbeat, although the circumstances remained unclear. Lin Gang felt exhilarated at the sight of Jiao Ye's revived heartbeat and promptly instructed the medical personnel to take Jiao Ye away for urgent care. As Jiao Ye's heartbeat stabilized, Zhou Difeng let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had won this gamble, which alleviated some of his guilt. Despite the impending mistakes that could have harmed many of his fellow humans, the prospect of saving even one offered him a modicum of redemption. Lin Hong approached Xiao Difeng, tossing him a red crystal core, saying, "You saved my master. I thank you. Today I spare your life. Depart now, for next time, fortune may not favor you." Zhou Difeng, holding the crystal core, slowly returned it to his mind, and at that moment felt an inexhaustible power surging within him. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply before Lin Gang and expressed, "I should be the one thanking you. Had it not been for you, I might still be wandering aimlessly in darkness." Taking a breath, he continued, "Allow me to join you. The world faces an existential crisis, and I wish to contribute to humanity's cause to atone for my past mistakes." At that moment, the other members of the elite team arrived at the Kunlun Mountain Fortress through the teleportation array. When Lei Ming, Houzi, and Xiaoying beheld Zhou Difeng, who appeared unscathed, their anger flared, eager to capture him for the fallen guards. However, Lin Gang intervened with a wave of his hand. Looking at the team members and the surrounding guards, he stated, "Humanity is facing an unprecedented crisis. A single misstep could lead to our civilization's destruction. Gaining an additional ally is a step toward strength." Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Lei Ming, filled with doubt, questioned, "Aren't you afraid he might be feigning surrender, only to betray us later?" Lin Gang smiled and replied, "If he is indeed deceiving us, I will hunt him down to the ends of the earth and slay him." Zhou Difeng, with an apologetic demeanor, said, "I apologize. I was misled by Fu Mingyi's guise. From now on, you shall judge my actions." Although the others remained skeptical of Zhou Difeng's intentions, they ultimately acquiesced under Lin Gang's influence. Xiaoying approached Lin Gang and embraced him tightly, asking, "Where have you been all this time? Why didn't you let me know you were safe?" Lin Gang reassured Xiaoying before recounting his recent experiences to the elite team. He revealed that after using the last of his strength to behead Xiao Chui, he had collapsed, fearing he would be torn apart and consumed by the mutated beasts. However, upon waking at dawn, he discovered he had not been killed, and the mutated beasts surrounding him appeared frozen in place, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. Once his strength had returned, the cube had regained some energy, and upon examining Xiao Chui's body, Lin Gang discovered a red crystal core within his skull. Thus, he deduced that the mutated beasts were controlled by the red crystal cores, and after conducting tests and further investigations, he confirmed this theory. Consequently, he managed to control the cores and make his way back. Zhou Difeng nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we control the mutated beasts through the red crystal cores. However, the specific details elude me. The secrets of the red crystal cores lie solely with Fu Mingyi." Lin Gang inquired, "Do you know where Fu Mingyi is now?" After some thought, Zhou Difeng replied, "We are uncertain of his exact location, but I know he is in a city preparing for some grand scheme, the details of which remain unknown to me." Chapter 121. Local specialties. Seeing Lin Gang return safely, smiles reappeared on the faces of the elite team. Lei Ming gazed at Lin Gang, feeling a weight lift from his heart, as he had always believed he had hindered Lin Gang's escape, putting him at risk while protecting him. Filled with emotion, Lei Ming approached Lin Gang and playfully punched him in the chest, saying, "You rascal. Why didn't you contact us immediately when you were safe? You should have hurried back. We thought Xiao Chui had killed you, and we grieved for you all this time." Lin Gang's expression twisted in confusion as he replied, I didn't know the way. My cube's energy wasn't restored, so I couldn't tell north from south. I saw the army of mutated beasts left by Xiao Chui and thought it would be a waste to leave them there. So I devised a plan to bring them back. Upon hearing Lin Gang's explanation, the others suddenly recalled his earlier statement about controlling the army of mutated beasts to return. Lei Ming, incredulous, asked, You ran back from Egypt? That is not entirely accurate. I mainly rode back on a mutated beast. They were doing the running, Lin Gang explained. Grinning innocently, Xiao Ying, perplexed, remarked, You brought a whole herd of beasts back from Egypt? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Lin Gang replied, We traveled primarily by land. After a moment of thought, he added, We also took a bit of water route. Reflecting on it, my journey resembled the legendary pilgrimage of Tang Sung to the west, battling monsters along the way. Lin Gang's mention of battling monsters left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. What do you mean by battling monsters? Clearing his throat, Lin Gang began to recount the hardships he faced on his journey. When he returned with the army of beasts controlled by Xiao Chui, he nearly faced an assault from the locals, who had suffered greatly from the beast attacks. They had been closely monitoring the movements of the massive beast army. Once they realized these beasts posed no threat, they felt relieved. However, whenever Lin Gang entered another country, he was often treated as an invader. Yet, due to the global crisis caused by the beast tide, everyone was terrified of the mutated beasts, unwilling to allow such a colossal army to pass through their territory. Thus, Lin Gang had to negotiate with them, assisting in resolving parts of the beast tide crisis before they permitted him and his army to traverse their lands. In this manner, Lin Gang gradually made his way back from Egypt, helping them battle monsters along the way. Though Lin Gang summarized his experiences in just a few sentences, the others realized he must have endured considerable hardships throughout. Suddenly, Xiao Ying exclaimed, No wonder we receive commendations from above. It turns out you helped them subdue the mutated beasts, and they sent their gratitude. The others, aside from the elite team, looked on with confusion, wondering what this gratitude was all about. The elite squad was aware of the commendation and mission assigned to Xiao Naofu. At that moment, everyone was still perplexed about the origin of this accolade. However, after listening to Lin Gang's account, they finally comprehended the mysterious recognition was earned solely through Lin Gang's arduous efforts in the wilderness. Reflecting on this, the 4 members of the elite squad gave Lin Gang a thumbs up, greatly admiring his capabilities. What had initially seemed a dire situation unexpectedly turned into a fortunate turn of events, allowing them to garner some honor. One might say this is what they refer to as the naive being blessed with foolish fortune. As for why they considered Lin Gang to be blessed with such fortune, it was clear that without his audacious determination to lead the beast horde astray, it would have been impossible for him to traverse mountains and rivers to return. Observing the admiration in their eyes, Lin Gang felt a twinge of mockery directed at him and hurriedly explained, I thought it would be inappropriate to return empty-handed after such a rare trip abroad, so I brought back some local specialties for you. Upon glancing at the lions, leopards, hippos, rhinos, elephants, and scorpions behind him, the squad members couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. While these local specialties were indeed unique, had it not been for Lin Gang's acquisition of them, they might have all met their end that day. Thus, they cast grateful glances towards him. After some friendly banter, they began the restoration work at Kunlun Mountain Fortress. Upon hearing the news of his father's return, Lin Gang could hardly contain his excitement and was eager to return to his city to see him. However, considering the ongoing crisis of the mutated beasts in the country, he decided to carry the local specialties back to his city while simultaneously addressing the beast tide crisis along the way. Lin Gang handed a red crystal core to Lu Jinxiao, leaving a third of the mutated beasts to guard Kunlun Mountain Fortress, and instructed the relevant biologists to research whether these mutated beasts could be restored to their original forms. After all, biological mutation had disrupted the food chain, and it was urgent to restore it, lest it have dire consequences for the world. Lai Ming, monkey, and Beijing took a third of the beast horde towards the Tian Shan mountain range to support other cities, while Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, and Zhou Difeng headed towards the Qinling Mountains to suppress the mutated beasts, progressing toward the city. Lu Jinxiao, watching his friends, who had only recently reunited, prepare to part ways again, personally came out to see them off. This farewell might last until the beast tide crisis is resolved. We have visited Kunlun Mountain so many times, yet we have not had the chance to gather and chat properly. Next time we meet, let's have a drink together, Lu Jinxiao said with a wistful expression. Lin Gang teased, you still owe me that roasted whole lamb. You promised we would see the cattle and sheep lowing in the grass, and we have yet to experience that. Monkey pointed behind Lu Jinxiao and remarked, now we can clearly see the cattle and sheep without the grass blowing, though I suspect their texture might be a bit tough. Lu Jinxiao gazed at the metallicized cattle and sheep behind him, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. The elite squad had indeed retained their knack for relentless teasing. Lin Gang chuckled and patted Lu Jinxiao's shoulder, saying, I was just joking. No need to take it to heart. I hope that when we meet again, the world will have returned to its former state, and we can enjoy roasted lamb at Kunlun Mountain. Lu Jinxiao nodded. I suddenly remember why your journey back was fraught with so many challenges, with that mouth of yours. I can only imagine how many people you must have offended along the way. It's truly remarkable that you managed to return safely. Listening to Lu Jinxiao's banter, Lin Gang laughed heartily, and the camaraderie among them deepened through their playful exchanges. Lin Gang embraced Lu Jinxiao, Monkey, Lei Ming, and Bei Jian, saying, all right, it's getting late. We should be on our way. Let us hope we can quell this crisis soon, and then we can indulge in hearty feasts. Monkey scoffed. What do you mean on our way? Be more precise. We should say we are setting off. You make it sound as if we're embarking on something grand. Everyone understood that the road ahead to quell the beast crisis would be long and fraught with perils, and none dared to predict what lay ahead. However, they all hoped for a positive outcome. Lu Jinxiao interjected, indeed, Master Mei speaks beautifully. You should take the opportunity to learn from him. It might spare you some of life's tribulations. Perhaps you should consider apprenticing under Master Mei. With your flair for maintaining his reputation, you would excel. Once you do, we will become your uncles. Lin Gang made a playful face at Lu Jinxiao. The elite squad erupted in laughter, leaving Lu Jinxiao in a state of bemusement in the wind. It seemed wise to refrain from engaging in banter with the elite squad. Their jests were sharp and relentless. Chapter 122. The disharmonious voice sending one off 1,000 miles. There must eventually be a parting. The elite squad bid farewell to Lu Jinxiao and departed from Kunlun Mountain Fortress, heading towards their respective mission destinations. Following their departure, news of the victory at Kunlun Mountain Fortress spread throughout the nation, sparking widespread jubilation. This victory served as a powerful morale booster, alleviating some of the fear surrounding the mutated beasts, leading people to no longer view them as insurmountable threats. Lin Gang, accompanied by Xiao Ying and Zhou Difeng, swiftly advanced in the predetermined direction. Before reaching the Qinling Mountains, they encountered only a few scattered giant beasts, which Zhou Difeng quickly cleared. Observing the scattered beasts, Lin Gang inquired, the large horde is controlled by the red crystal core. What then accounts for these scattered giants? Zhou Difeng explained, I'm not entirely sure, as the beast horde we control is organized under a unified arrangement. I really can't say much about the scattered ones, but we can sense their presence through the crystal core, and when necessary, we can link to their thoughts to control them. Lin Gang found Zhou Difeng's explanation somewhat nebulous. It appeared that even he was unsure how to control these scattered beasts. Lin Gang queried, have you ever attempted to control these solitary mutated beasts? Zhou Difeng paused before responding, we've never considered controlling solitary mutated beasts. As our focus remains on the vast horde, the few scattered ones have little interest. Upon hearing this, Lin Gang felt a sense of futility. It seemed they had simply taken over the mutated beast horde assigned to them, losing interest in the scattered beasts due to their ample resources. It was understandable. After all, who would yearn for a mere mosquito when feasting on grand meals daily? Yet Lin Gang was concerned about these mosquitoes. For Fu Mingyi's intention was to utilize the beast horde to conquer human settlements. He only thought about occupation without considering the subsequent environmental issues. Lin Gang could not ignore these concerns. If a particular species of giant beast were inadvertently eradicated, it would disrupt Earth's biodiversity. Xiao Ying interjected, Could it be that the red crystal core controls the mutated beasts similarly to a Bluetooth connection? Once linked to the giant beast signals, they could be controlled, while unlinked mutated beasts might autonomously attack humans. Based on the current situation, Xiaoying's analysis seemed the most plausible. Thus, the three began to eliminate the scattered giant beasts while exploring methods to control them. As time progressed, they soon reached the Qinling Mountains. Zhou Difei gestured towards a city ahead, stating that should be Chang'an City beside the Qinling Mountains. I sense a multitude of mutated creatures fiercely attacking the city. Upon hearing of the numerous mutated beasts, Lin Gang hastened his pace towards the location, knowing that their early arrival would mitigate the damage inflicted upon the city's guards and citizens. To expedite their journey to the battlefield, Lin Gang resolved to advance alone to assist, instructing Xiao Ying and Zhou Difei to lead the beast horde in a swift march behind him. As Lin Gang reached the outskirts of Chang'an City, he observed soldiers rapidly organizing the evacuation of civilians from the suburbs into the city. Fellow villagers, he called out, the mutated beasts from the direction of the Qinling are launching a frenzied counterattack against the city. Your current position is perilous. Should the tide of beasts strike from this direction, your safety would be gravely compromised. Please cooperate and gather your essentials swiftly to follow our comrades in evacuating this area. Upon hearing the impending threat of the beast tide, the civilians quickly gathered their necessities and boarded the transport vehicles, preparing to retreat into the city. However, the sheer number of evacuees created significant congestion, resulting in a chaotic situation. A young soldier, observing the disarray, stepped forward to direct the crowd. Please do not rush. Board the vehicles in an orderly fashion. We will not abandon anyone. Elderly individuals, children, and pregnant women will board first, while others should wait momentarily. More transport vehicles are on their way. Most individuals, upon hearing these instructions, began to comply and board the vehicles in an orderly manner. Yet, discontent arose among some in the crowd, voicing grievances. Why should they evacuate first? If the giant beasts arrive, we will have no time to escape and will be devoured. Another added, we, the societal elites, are the main force for future reconstruction. We should go first. The elderly, they argued, were slow and cumbersome, delaying their escape. If something happens to us, who will rebuild the human home? Dissenting voices began to emerge, and as they grew louder, some cowardly individuals pushed their way to the front of the crowd. The influx of these individuals exacerbated the already chaotic evacuation, causing some elderly, children, and pregnant women to be knocked over, resulting in panic and a few trampling incidents. As chaos ensued, the boarding process slowed significantly. The so-called societal elites, witnessing the turmoil, resumed their complaints. These aged and infirm individuals are truly a nuisance. They always hinder us during critical moments. We cannot delay our evacuation for a few of them. Those old bones have lived long enough. Why can't they show some spirit and let us young ones go first? After we evacuate, we can find a way to return and rescue them. Some began to propose abandoning the elderly, insisting that the young and children should board first. The evacuation process grew increasingly chaotic, prompting some self-proclaimed sages and leaders to spring forth. The military's plan is flawed. Why wait until the beasts are nearly upon us to consider evacuation? Why not have done this sooner? They consume government rations and taxpayer money, yet fail to execute their duties properly. If they had arranged for an earlier evacuation, this chaos could have been avoided. Indeed, look at those commanders. They merely shout orders without understanding how to lead. They are incompetent and should not occupy such positions. Even I could manage this situation better. They lamented the disorganized boarding process, arguing that it should have been conducted in an orderly fashion, home by home. Those elderly individuals, laden with belongings, only hinder our escape. As these individuals continued to voice their grievances, showcasing their supposed wisdom, they jostled forward, vying for priority positions in the queue. The retreating crowd became increasingly disorganized, with some children crying out in distress. Yet they remained indifferent to their plight. What use is it to allow such children to evacuate first? They will grow up to be useless and contribute nothing to society. It would be better to reserve the opportunity for those who are truly useful. In their desperate bid for survival, they disregarded the safety of others, focusing solely on their own fate, convinced of their righteousness and wisdom. Chapter 123. Commencing a strong retort observing the chaotic scene, the young soldier rushed forward to restore order, hoping to expedite the evacuation. Everyone, remain calm. Protect the elderly and children around you. Rest assured, we will ensure everyone's safe evacuation. The dissenters, dismissing the soldier's words, clung to their grievances. It's easy for you to say, you're supposed to protect our safety, yet now you ask us to safeguard the elderly and children. Isn't that backwards? We, the protected, must now assist those meant to protect us. Exactly. These individuals fail to execute their duties properly. The higher-ups task them with ensuring our safe evacuation. Yet they expect us to look after the crowd. If we delay our evacuation, they will surely abandon us. After all, in times of crisis, everyone looks out for themselves. Some in the crowd began to express discontent, yet many chose to remain silent, adopting a better safe than sorry mentality. Others continued to watch passively, indifferent to the unfolding chaos. However, individuals filled with a sense of justice could no longer contain their frustration and began to counter the dissenters. Enough is enough. Respect for the elderly and care for the young are our traditional virtues. Who among us is not born of parents? Just because they are older, should they be abandoned? Another chimed in, a group of shameless critics, even berating the soldiers. If not for their sacrifice in protecting our homeland, will we enjoy such a peaceful and stable life? In the face of natural disasters and calamities, they always charge to the front lines to assist the populace. How can we defame them now? As Chinese citizens, we should be accustomed to such matters. During major disasters such as floods, earthquakes, snowstorms, and plagues, our soldiers consistently rush to the front lines to rescue the people, safeguarding their lives and property. They have long been held in high regard and affection, once deemed the most lovable individuals. Perhaps, having enjoyed good fortune for too long, some have forgotten these truths. In response to the righteous outcry defending the soldiers' honor, the long-buried memories resurfaced in the hearts of the crowd. Reflecting on the past, they began to rally behind the leaders of justice, denouncing the earlier dissenters. Seeing the tide turn against them, the dissenters fell silent, realizing that any further outbursts would likely lead to their downfall, as the collective ire of the crowd would swiftly drown them in disdain. Initially, they had thrived on verbal assaults, yet now they found themselves forced into silence, awaiting another opportunity to resurface. As the dissenters were quelled, the evacuation team gradually restored order, proceeding with the transfer in a methodical manner. While the crowd waited to board the vehicles, some idly standing by pointed towards the distant sky, exclaiming, "Is it going to rain? The sky over there has turned dark." As the crowd gazed into the distance, ominous clouds were swiftly approaching from afar. The young soldier, upon noticing the dark clouds, suddenly wore a grim expression. He hurriedly retrieved his communicator, calling out to the command center. Calling the command center. A flock of mutated birds is heading towards the west of the city. Support is needed at the west. At that moment, the dark clouds loomed ever closer, and the onlookers soon realized that what they had perceived as clouds were, in fact, an overwhelming swarm of mutated birds. Observing the advancing flock, the young soldier shouted, "The mutated birds are approaching. Everyone, hasten to board the vehicles." Air defense teams, remain vigilant. Hearing the alarm, the air defense soldiers swiftly aimed their weapons toward the dark clouds in the direction of Qinling. The civilians, witnessing the menacing clouds barreling towards them, quickened their pace towards the evacuation vehicles. As the aerial swarm spotted the gathering crowd below, they screeched and dove towards them. The ground-based air defense troops immediately opened fire on the mutated birds. Although their defense was prompt, the sheer number of the avian threat was overwhelming. As more and more of the gigantic birds approached, the firepower of the defenders began to wane. The bird swarm cawed loudly as they charged at the people. One girl, upon seeing the colossal bird rushing towards her, screamed in terror. After her scream, she anticipated the intense pain and impact that never came, as if the giant bird had never been flying towards her. Nonetheless, with the image of the bird bearing down on her with its talons bared, She forced herself to confront her fear and slowly open her eyes. She beheld the massive talons right before her, yet the bird had not advanced to strike. Just as she was trying to comprehend the situation, the giant bird suddenly fell before her in a most peculiar manner. Stunned, the girl struggled to understand the unfolding events and why the giant bird had plummeted before her. At that moment, she noticed a silver figure darting towards the distant flock of mutated birds. It was Lin Gang, arriving just in time. Lin Gang maneuvered rapidly among the aerial swarm, collaborating with the air defense troops to fend off the onslaught of mutated birds. While defending against the avian attack, he continuously scanned his surroundings, seeking the one controlling the birds. If he could locate and defeat the master of the flock, the crisis would be swiftly resolved. Strangely, after searching diligently, Lin Gang could not ascertain the whereabouts of the individual commanding the mutated birds. The soldiers and fleeing civilians observed the silver figure skillfully navigating the skies, defending against the avian assault, and they were filled with renewed hope. Witnessing the remarkable prowess of the silver figure, they regarded him as their salvation, believing that as long as he was present, the threat of the mutated birds could be surmounted. This realization brought a sigh of relief among the crowd. Yet their urgency to escape remained unwavering as they continued to board the vehicles in preparation to leave this perilous place. Just as they began to feel a glimmer of hope, a panicked civilian pointed towards another approaching dark cloud, exclaiming, "Oh no! Another wave of mutated birds is coming from that direction." The crowd turned their gaze to the distance, where an even larger mass of dark clouds was advancing rapidly, causing a sense of dread to wash over them. They feared that even the formidable silver figure could not fend off two waves of mutated birds simultaneously, especially as the approaching flock appeared even larger and more imposing than the first. Many believed that no matter how skilled the silver figure was, he could not withstand the onslaught of two swarms of gigantic birds. As they pondered the silver figure's ability to confront two waves of monstrous avians, he suddenly halted his attack. The ground troops, seeing the silver figure pause, assumed he had given up the fight and resumed their frantic shooting. "It's over. We thought we had a hero, but he is already terrified by the birds." Indeed, in these troubled times, reliance on others seemed futile. Survival depended solely on oneself. The elite, fearing for their lives, would undoubtedly abandon the rest. "If only I possessed even half of his abilities, I would surely protect everyone." The ground troops resumed their relentless barrage, firing indiscriminately into the air. Amidst the urgent chaos, despite their frustrations with the naysayers, the crowd was too preoccupied with their escape to confront them. All were deeply concerned about whether the air defense troops and the silver figure could withstand the dual assault of the mutated giants, for if they faltered, the consequences would be dire. In this critical moment, the inability to assist felt inconsequential. Simply avoiding being a hindrance was the greatest help. Yet, the naysayers remained incessantly critical, seizing every opportunity to voice their disdain, as if their worth was defined solely by their ability to disparage others. For some time, the crowd had tolerated their antics, viewing them as foolish distractions. While the crowd remained determined to ignore the naysayers, they believed that the latter were convinced of their own superiority, thinking everyone feared them due to their supposed wit and eloquence. In their minds, they believed they possessed the wisdom to dictate the world's truths. Little did they know, Lin Gang despised such vacuous critics. He recalled that in the generations before him, many had acted similarly, always targeting their own kind with derision. They took for granted the goodwill of others while lavishing praise on foreign entities, using the strengths of other nations to belittle their own. The irony lay in their tendency to glorify the achievements of foreign lands while disregarding the merits of their own. Yet, they continued to enjoy the benefits their country provided, oblivious to the fact that those other nations had offered them nothing in return. While they derided the young soldiers, Lin Gang had already arrived, remaining hidden as he observed and cataloged the naysayers. Seizing the moment to confront them, Lin Gang had taken note of their behavior and, seeing the mutated giants begin their assault on the crowd, hurriedly entered the fray. Hovering in midair, he addressed the anxious air defense soldiers below. "I will handle the airborne mutated giants." You focus on assisting the civilians in their swift evacuation. As the air defense troops questioned Lin Gang's capabilities, he revealed the elite combat uniforms of his team, dispelling any doubts regarding his prowess. The esteemed reputation of the elite squad has now been firmly established, with the public well aware of its prowess. Recently, the astonishing defense of the Kunlun Mountain Fortress was achieved through the valiant efforts of the elite squad, resulting in a miraculous turnaround that safeguarded the fortress with minimal cost. Consequently, whenever individuals spot the emblem of the elite squad, they perceive the mutated behemoths as mere trifles, unworthy of concern. The air defense soldiers, witnessing the silver figures soaring above, felt invigorated as if they had received a powerful stimulant. They all vacated their posts and gravitated towards the retreating throng. They understood that the airborne personnel had issued a directive, rendering their positions largely ineffective. Rather than remain idle, it seemed prudent to engage in any feasible actions to expedite the completion of their mission. However, the departure of the air defense soldiers from their combat positions was interpreted quite differently by the bystanders. The onlookers believed that the air defense soldiers were abandoning them, the common folk in their time of need, seeking only their own escape. Reluctant to forfeit such a prime opportunity for rebuke, they observed the retreating soldiers and unleashed their scornful tirade. They proclaimed that these soldiers were unreliable, merely posturing, and when the moment arose for them to charge into battle, they scattered like rabbits. The cacophony of insults ensued among the onlookers. In the skies, Lin Gang meticulously recorded the scornful remarks of the bystanders. And once the opportune moment presented itself, he led a contingent of mutated giant birds from Kunlun Mountain to confront the derisive crowd. He then instructed Zhou Difeng to take a portion of the mutated birds and carry the scorners to an isolated location for a lesson in humility. As the bystanders were whisked away by the giant birds, a palpable tranquility descended upon the surroundings, fostering a newfound harmony. Upon Lin Gang's arrival with the beastly legion, the mutated giant birds began to contemplate retreat. However, due to the formidable strength of Lin Gang's forces, they were swiftly brought under control. After a fruitless search for the commander of the mutated beasts, Lin Gang relinquished the pursuit and, alongside Xiao Ying, engaged in the task of evacuating the populace. After assisting the soldiers in this endeavor, Lin Gang permitted Zhou Difeng to release the chastised scorners. Approaching the disheartened crowd, Lin Gang admonished them, "Bear in mind, we truly wish not to engage with your peculiar reasoning. Yet, I hope today's events impart some wisdom upon you, dissuading you from incessantly voicing your foolish judgments upon others, for you are unworthy of such a privilege." The scorners, upon hearing Lin Gang's counsel, appeared uncertain whether to genuinely reflect on their mistakes or merely feign compliance under the intimidation of Lin Gang and his companions. Lin Gang, unwilling to squander excessive time on such unprincipled individuals, especially with the impending threat of beastly hordes attacking from the east, addressed them, "You are at full capacity now. You cannot join us. Remain here for a moment until they send someone to retrieve you." The scorners nodded in agreement. Observing their trepidation, Lin Gang shook his head and instructed Zhou Difeng, "Stay here and guard them for a while. I shall proceed eastward with Xiao Ying to offer assistance." As Lin Gang prepared to depart, a figure abruptly materialized before him. "At last, I have found you. You have hidden quite thoroughly," remarked a peer clad in white. Lin Gang felt a wave of disdain wash over him at the sight of the individual who donned archaic attire. Observing this eccentricity, Lin Gang regarded the youth as increasingly unreliable, especially in these perilous times amidst the beastly crisis, where such frivolities seemed utterly misplaced. As Lin Gang turned to leave, the eccentric youth suddenly drew a sword and lunged at him, declaring, "Now you seek to flee? Too late." Chapter 125. The eccentric youth's reinforcement. Lin Gang had always assumed the eccentric youth was merely an ordinary individual, failing to take precautions against him. However, when a youth launched a sudden attack, Lin Gang recognized the extraordinary nature of his assailant. As the youth unsheathed his sword, Lin Gang instinctively dodged. Yet the seemingly mundane strike proved unavoidable, resulting in the blade piercing his side. The sound of the blade clashing against Lin Gang's armor rang out, and he, observing the youth's ordinary demeanor, initially dismissed the encounter as inconsequential. However, the youth was equally astonished by the failure of his strike to penetrate Lin Gang's defenses. Lin Gang examined the blade that had snagged on his armor, visibly displeased. "I suggest you refrain from causing trouble. I have pressing matters to attend to. Angering me could lead to dire consequences." Zhou Difeng, standing behind Lin Gang, remarked, "You go on ahead. I will handle this." He stepped toward the eccentric youth. The onlookers, perceiving the youth's aura, deemed him an ordinary person, and thus they paid him little heed. In the next moment, Zhou Difeng was sent flying backward. Lin Gang, who had been about to leave, was taken aback by the sight of Zhou Difeng's sudden return and instinctively reached out to catch him, only to be pulled back a few steps by the force of Zhou Difeng's momentum. This unexpected display shocked Lin Gang, despite his earlier nonchalance. The strength exhibited compelled his attention. With a serious demeanor, he confronted the calm youth before him. "Who exactly are you?" The youth, brushing his sleeve, positioned one hand behind his back and replied languidly, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that if you do not relent, you will soon become my sword's neck soul." Lin Gang, observing the youth's demeanor and speech, increasingly regarded him as a quintessentially eccentric individual. The very tone and attitude he exhibited only intensified Lin Gang's urge to confront him. Noticing Zhou Difeng, now unconscious on the ground, Lin Gang felt compelled to address this eccentric youth properly. Curious about the seemingly unremarkable youth's extraordinary ability to incapacitate Zhou Difeng with a single blow, Lin Gang speculated whether this eccentric individual was indeed the master behind the mutated avian flock that had remained elusive until now. With this thought, Lin Gang took a step forward, extending his index finger in a provocative gesture, gazing defiantly at the youth. The youth recognized that Lin Gang would not be swayed by mere words, yet he was taken aback by Lin Gang's audacity to provoke him. Infuriated, he declared, "Refusing to heed my warning will only bring you further misfortune. If I do not subdue you today, I, Chun Shun, shall forever recite my name in reverse." Lin Gang, upon hearing the youth's declaration, gleaned his name and replied mockingly, "If you wish to surrender, do so quickly. As for reciting your name backward, are you not aware of your own absurdity?" Realizing he had misspoken, Chun Shun felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, glaring at Lin Gang as he seethed. "Sharp-tongued, as ever, you will only suffer a more brutal fate for provoking me." With that, Chun Shun charged at Lin Gang with his sword drawn. Having just endured a blow and witnessing Zhou Difeng's collapse, Lin Gang was acutely aware of the need to remain vigilant. Swiftly donning the mech, he conjured a long sword in his hands and charged forward. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, swiftly entangling in combat. Initially brimming with confidence, both combatants soon found themselves increasingly alarmed. Chun Shun was astonished to discover that his attacks failed to breach Lin Gang's defenses. Conversely, Lin Gang was equally shocked to realize that his offensive strikes inflicted no harm upon Chun Shun. Each time his attacks aimed to strike Chun Shun, they were deftly evaded by his uncanny agility. However, Lin Gang found himself unable to escape the onslaught from his opponent. To put it plainly, Lin Gang's efforts were rendered futile, as he seemed to be striking at nothing but air, while he himself was like a target, relentlessly struck by Chun Shun. Lin Gang was filled with trepidation. Had it not been for the astonishing resilience of the mech, he would have surely been reduced to a mere pincushion by Chun Chen's relentless assaults. Chun Shun, too, was not faring any better. He was constantly on the defensive, desperately evading strikes, and though he sought opportunities to counterattack, none of his efforts could penetrate Lin Gang's formidable defenses. As Lin Gang continued to absorb blows, his frustration mounted. Yet the more anxious he became, the more elusive he found it to land a hit on Chun Shun. Meanwhile, the prolonged intensity of the battle was rapidly depleting Chun Chen's stamina, and he soon found himself gasping for breath, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Observing Chun Chun's labored breathing and flushed face, Lin Gang recognized that his opponent was barely holding on. With the thought that he could soon land a decisive blow, Lin Gang quickened his assault against Chun Shun. Realizing that his defeat was imminent, Chun Shun, reluctant to surrender, contemplated whether to unleash his hidden capabilities. Seizing the opportunity presented by Chun Chen's apparent disarray, Lin Gang struck, cleaving Chun Chen's long sword and directing his blade towards Chun Chen's face. In that moment, facing the imminent danger of the sharp blade, Chun Chen, overcome with desperation, cried out for help. Lin Gang was taken aback by Chun Chen's plea, as he had not anticipated that Chun Chen had an ally nearby. With Zhou Difan already unconscious, the arrival of another could spell disaster if one were to engage with Xiao Ying while the other distracted him. Determined to subdue Chun Chen before his so-called sister arrived, Lin Gang hastened his attack. Just as Lin Gang's blade was about to strike Chun Chen, a sudden flash of light deflected his weapon, causing the blade to veer away and narrowly graze Chun Chen's cheek. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, Chun Chen was relieved to find himself unharmed, though a few strands of hair had been severed and floated down his face. The realization of how close he had come to injury left him in a state of panic. Had the blade not deviated even slightly, he might have met his end. Turning towards the source of the light, Lin Gang beheld a striking young woman standing not far away. Clad in an elegant red, traditional dress, her delicate features radiated grace. With her skin as smooth as polished jade and her lips a natural cherry red, wisps of hair danced in the breeze, adding to her allure, while her intelligent eyes sparkled with mischief and coolness. Holding a slender sword, she stood elegantly, her dress billowing in the wind, enhancing her beauty. Clearly, Lin Gang's recent attack had been thwarted by this enchanting woman. Without her intervention, he would have surely subdued Chun Chen. Observing the excitement on Chun Chen's face as he gazed at the woman, Lin Gang surmised that she was the ally Chun Chen had been yearning for. The young woman surveyed Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, the unconscious Zhou Difan, and finally rested her gaze on Chun Chen and the crowd behind Xiao Ying. With an expression of displeasure, she scolded, "Chun Chen, what trouble have you stirred up this time?" Hastily, Chun Chen replied, "Sister, it's not my fault. I was acting heroically. These three are villains controlling mutated creatures. I was trying to rescue the hostages they had taken, but they outnumbered me." Upon hearing Chun Chen's explanation, she turned her attention to Lin Gang, seeking his side of the story. Initially taken aback by Chun Chen's assertion of heroism, Lin Gang found himself at a loss for words. The notion of Chun Chen being a gallant savior only served to reinforce Lin Gang's impression of him as a misguided youth lost in fantasy. Gazing at the striking young woman, Lin Gang felt a twinge of regret. It was unfortunate that such beauty was entangled with someone as deluded as Chun Chen, who called her sister. Lin Gang remarked to the woman, "Is he truly a hero? Perhaps you should advise your younger brother to watch fewer period dramas. If time allows, consider taking him for a thorough examination. His mental faculties seem questionable." The young woman's expression soured at Lin Gang's words, taken aback by his bluntness. Chun Chen, incensed by Lin Gang's comments about his intellect, was about to retaliate when he caught sight of Xiao Ying, who had just accused him of wrongdoing. Instantly, his tone softened as he stammered, "Who are you calling a villain?" Realizing who had just criticized him, Chun Chen was momentarily speechless, captivated by Xiao Ying's breathtaking beauty, which rivaled that of his sister. The allure of her innocent charm surpassed even that of his sister. The young woman, recognizing that Chun Chen was indeed at fault, shot him a disapproving glance before turning back to Lin Gang and Xiao Ying, bowing gracefully. "I, Chun Lan, apologize on behalf of my reckless brother, Chun Chen. He has undoubtedly offended you, and I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive him." Beside her, Chun Chen exclaimed with excitement, "Sister, you acknowledge me as your brother now. Silence. Just wait until we return. You will see how I deal with you." Jian Lan Zito Gun Li. Instantly, Chun Chen shrank back, fully aware of the consequences of inciting his sister's wrath. Previously, he had risked her anger and severed their sibling bond, with her allowing him to refer to her only as sister. He had defiantly called her sister on several occasions, and upon her discovery, she had nearly broken his legs. All of these events unfolded under the watchful eyes of their parents, leaving Chun Chen to ponder just how much disdain his sister must hold for him if it weren't for their parents' presence. Therefore, upon hearing Chun Lan acknowledge him as her brother, He felt a surge of pride and delight. Lin Gang, though puzzled by Chun Lan's formal speech, found her demeanor relatively normal and thus set aside his previous biases. Lin Gang gestured for the matter to be put to rest, as the situation at the Eastern Front was dire, and he needed to provide reinforcements without the luxury of time to delve into details. Chen Lang, upon noticing Lin Gang's gesture, smiled slightly and inquired, "I have a question that perplexes me, and I hope you can enlighten me." "What is it?" Lin Gang asked, as Chun Lan, with her delicate lips, inquired, "I wish to understand the nature of these mutated creatures behind you." Lin Gang glanced at the horde of mutated beasts behind him and suddenly comprehended why Chun Chun had referred to him as a valiant hero. It was apparent that Chun Chun mistakenly believed that Lin Gang and his companions were the architects of the biological mutation crisis, leading to his impulsive attack. With a light chuckle, Lin Gang clarified, "We are an elite team from the state. In light of the outbreak of biological mutations, we fortuitously discovered a method to control them. These mutated giants now serve as our vital force against the threat of biological anomalies." Upon hearing Lin Gang's explanation, Chun Chun realized his impulsiveness had caused him to mistakenly attack good people, and he hurriedly offered his apologies. Not only was it right to apologize for his prior mistake, but he also wished to leave a favorable impression on Xiaoying. While Lin Gang and Chun Lan conversed, Chun Chun attentively absorbed the valuable information and reflected on the earlier events. He pondered the relationship between Lin Gang and Xiaoying, noting her affectionate address of Lin Gang as Xiao Tiangu, leading him to assume they were siblings rather than romantically involved. He then contemplated whether he had behaved in an absurd manner earlier, and how he might seize the opportunity to win Xiaoying's favor. Observing that the misunderstanding had been resolved, Lin Gang chose not to linger on the matter further. Noting that the evacuation vehicles were returning, he organized a few logistics before waking Zhou Di phone and set off toward the Eastern Front with Xiaoying. As Chun Chun watched the group prepare to leave, he felt an urgent sense of anxiety. He had finally taken an interest in a young lady and was unwilling to let this splendid opportunity slip away. He quickly jumped up and called out, "As you venture forth, surely it will be a fierce battle. We have become acquainted through this conflict. Why not consider us friends? Should any situation arise within the city, we could support one another." Ignoring Chun Chen's sudden enthusiasm, Lin Gang and his companions decided to continue onward. Undeterred, Chun Chen rushed to Xiao Ying's side, disregarding any semblance of decorum, and exclaimed, "Miss, our meeting is a stroke of fate. Could you grant me your contact information?" "Chun Chun, do not act so recklessly." Jianlan's Golette. Lin Gang's displeasure grew as he noticed Chun Chen blocking their path once more. The audacity of this individual to flirt with his companion in front of him was irksome. Meanwhile, Xiaoying was taken aback by Chun Chen's boldness, perplexed by his audacity to obstruct their way. Fearing Lin Gang's ire, she sidestepped Chun Chun and moved forward. Yet, Chun Chun again stood in their path. Frustrated, Xiaoying contemplated the composed demeanor of Chun Lan and refrained from losing her temper, but felt the need to regain her dignity. She lifted her chin and asked Chun Chun, "Do you know what a dead whale is called?" Assuming Xiaoying was charmed by his sincerity and inviting interaction, Chun Chun thought for a moment and replied, "I believe I have read somewhere that it is called a whale fall." Chun Chun felt elated, convinced this response would endear him to the goddess. "And do you know what a dead shark is called?" Chun Chun pondered deeply, unable to recall any such term, and timidly answered, "Shark fall?" Lin Gang turned, a playful smirk on his face, and remarked, "Incorrect. The artistic term for a dead shark is shark demise." Having said this, he departed with Xiaoying and Zhou Di phone, leaving Chun Lan equally frustrated and following suit. Chun Chun stood alone, bewildered by the fact he had yet to grasp why it was termed shark demise. Chapter 127. A reunion with Li Mao still perplexed. Chun Chun wished to pursue them for further clarification, but was abruptly lifted by the returning Chun Lan. With a stern expression, she threatened, "If you continue to act so recklessly, I shall break your legs and send you back." Chun Chun, feeling chastened, retracted his head and replied, "It's nothing, sister. Let us proceed." Chun Lan, noticing Chun Chen's newfound compliance, sighed in relief. "Now let us investigate the cause of the biological mutations. You must not create further complications." If you jeopardize our mission, neither of us can bear the consequences. I understand, but I observe them controlling the mutated creatures. Could it be that they are the masterminds behind this entire incident? I doubt it. If they were the culprits, they would not assist ordinary people in evacuating. Perhaps they too wish to partake in the salvation of others. With that, Chunlan led Chun Shun away towards the distance. Having lost considerable time due to Chun Shun, Lin Gang and the others hastened their pace towards the eastern battlefield. Upon arrival, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Giant bears, towering over 10 meters, roared as they charged towards the defenses of Chang'an City. Their immense strength easily overturned tanks and armored vehicles, rendering them mere toys in the face of such giants. The human forces suffered grievously under the onslaught led by the mutated beasts. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Lin Gang quickly commanded his own horde of creatures to advance. The defenders of Chang'an City, already exerting their utmost, were met with despair upon witnessing another wave of giant beasts approaching. Just as they prepared for a desperate last stand against the oncoming horde, they were astonished to see the new wave of beasts assisting them in protecting Chang'an City, joining forces against the initial attackers. This unexpected alliance filled the defenders with elation, as the influx of beasts bolstered their ranks, transforming the defense of Chang'an City into a feasible endeavor. The soldiers' morale surged, and together with Lin Gang's creatures, they mounted a counterattack, driving the assailants into retreat. Realizing their defeat, the attacking beasts hastily fled towards the Qinling Mountains. As the defenders reveled in their victory, Zhou Difeng, eyeing the fleeing beasts as if they were succulent morsels, sought to pursue and capture more giants. However, Lin Gang halted him with a raised hand. Why do we not seize this golden opportunity? Zhou Difeng queried, bewildered. Do you observe the manner in which the beasts flee? Lin Gang pointed towards the retreating horde. Does that resemble the behavior of a defeated force? Zhou Difeng scrutinized the fleeing creatures and remarked, "Isnt, it's simply the case that they cannot overpower us. Look closely," Lin Gang urged, a knowing expression on his face. Notice the dust kicked up by their hooves. Does that appear as though they are fleeing in defeat? Do you not think they seem more like they are following orders to lure us into a trap? Upon hearing Lin Gang's analysis and observing the stirred dust, Zhou Difeng realized the implications. Indeed, your insight reveals the truth. How did you deduce this? Lin Gang smiled knowingly. It is evident, after all. We made a grand entrance from Kunlun Mountain, and with the recent battle in the west of the city, they cannot possibly be unaware of our presence. To be caught off guard despite knowing we are here seems like a scripted encounter. Unusual occurrences inevitably harbor sinister intentions. Upon hearing Lin Gang's analysis, Zhou Difeng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I never anticipated that you, so young, would possess such profound insight. I feel you rival the cunning strategists of the Three Kingdoms. Listening to Zhou Difeng's peculiar flattery, Lin Gang remained unimpressed. He glanced at the distant Qinling Mountains and said, "Shall we pay them a visit?" Zhou Difeng, perplexed, responded, "You know it is a trap. Why proceed?" Lin Gang brushed off his sleeve, explaining, "Having discerned that this is a trap, going forth would not be entering it, but rather breaking it." Zhou Difeng clapped and remarked, "This bravado is commendable. I award you full marks." Lin Gang shot him a glare and said, "Enough chatter. Are you willing to go? I have a strong feeling the mastermind behind this is someone familiar, and I wish to discover who it truly is." Zhou Difeng chuckled, "Don't provoke me. I do have the courage for this. Lead the way." Lin Gang turned back to instruct Xiao Ying to wait in the city while he soared towards the direction of Qinling. Zhou Difeng, riding the colossal centipede, swiftly followed Lin Gang's figure. Once they entered the Qinling Mountains, the mutated beasts had vanished without a trace. The two surveyed the tranquil surroundings, searching for any signs to no avail. Zhou Difeng, eyeing Lin Gang with suspicion, asked, "Have you misjudged the situation? The beast horde has truly been scattered?" "Impossible." Lin Gang surveyed the area once more and suddenly shouted, "I have arrived. Why not come forth to meet me? If you continue to hide, I shall take my leave." Zhou Difeng assumed Lin Gang was merely putting on a show and paid it no mind. However, as Lin Gang's voice echoed, a shadow clad in black emerged from the depths of the thicket. The figure approached, and stood a short distance away, gently lifting the hood of its dark robe. Lin Gang gazed at the familiar face of the cloaked figure, disbelief etched across his features. He exclaimed in shock, "Li Mao, how could it be you?" The figure before them was none other than Li Mao, the team leader who had been expelled from the underground city during their first descent. At this moment, Li Mao bore two ghastly scars on his face, resembling centipedes crawling upon him, lending him an air of malevolence. He looked at Lin Gang and smiled softly. "Lin Gang, we meet again. I never expected our reunion to take this form." Lin Gang, with a bitter expression, questioned, "Why are you here? Was this the task assigned to you by Fu Mingyi? Have you always been one of his people?" Facing Li Mao, Lin Gang voiced his inner doubts. Since their last encounter, when Fu Mingyi had assigned Li Mao a more significant task, Lin Gang had not seen him again, leaving him puzzled about when Li Mao had pledged allegiance to Fu Mingyi. Li Mao chuckled wryly. At this juncture, what significance does it hold to inquire about such matters? It holds great significance. I wish to ascertain whether the hero I once admired is merely a facade or has truly fallen to such a state. Lin Gang nearly shouted this declaration. Li Mao regarded the emotionally charged Lin Gang and replied calmly, "I have never considered myself a great hero in my eyes. You are the true heroes. You young ones face danger head-on, and I have always admired that spirit in you." Lin Gang, staring intensely at Li Mao, implored, "For the sake of our friendship, tell me what is truly happening." Li Mao smiled and said, "In the spirit of friendship, let's engage in a duel today. If you win, I shall reveal the truth. If you lose, I will take your life." With that, Li Mao snapped his fingers. Instantly, four more figures in black cloaks surrounded Lin Gang and Zhou Difeng, tightening their encirclement. Chapter 128. A master plan of the mountain man. Zhou Difeng's expression darkened as he observed the black-cloaked figures encircling them. He turned to Lin Gang and said, "Brother, have we bitten off more than we can chew? There are too many of them. I sense this battle is precarious." Lin Gang assessed Li Mao and the other four black-cloaked figures and replied, "Relax. Beneath you lies a centipede. They're no match for us individually." Zhou Difeng, upon hearing Lin Gang's words, felt somewhat reassured. "Right. How could I have forgotten? I have the centipede to provide me energy. Against such foes, I can certainly take on several at once." With an air of confidence, Zhou Difeng glanced at the black-cloaked figures, his eyes filled with disdain. Having never witnessed a commanding officer without a beast companion, Zhou Difeng naively believed that the individual in front of Fu Mingyi held a lowly position, and thus, their capabilities were limited. Once he defeated these black-cloaked figures, the mutated beast they controlled would be his, sparing him the need to scavenge for solitary, mutated giants to bolster his army. Just as Zhou Difeng reveled in his thoughts of overpowering the black-cloaked figures, rustling sounds emerged from the dense forest behind them. As he pondered the source of the commotion, four enormous serpents suddenly emerged. The serpents swung their heads, lifting the four black-cloaked figures effortlessly. Zhou Difeng, witnessing the serpents, suddenly recalled something and hastily tugged at Lin Gang's sleeve, whispering, "Brother, we've stirred up a hornet's nest. The wind is fierce. Let us retreat." Observing Zhou Difeng's drastic change in demeanor, Lin Gang inquired, "What is wrong? Are you afraid? Where has that boldness gone?" Zhou Difeng, with a pained expression, replied, "Stop your teasing. I was blind to the situation earlier. Now that I see clearly, I can't handle even one of them." "What?" Lin Gang was taken aback, having thought Zhou Difeng could contend with one or two. "What on earth is happening?" Lin Gang pressed for clarification. Zhou Difeng explained, "If they were alone, I would not fear them, but now they have the serpents as allies. I stand no chance." Lin Gang, hearing this, scolded, "But you still have the giant centipede. Why are you so apprehensive?" Zhou Difeng's expression darkened further. "You don't understand. The black-cloaked figures riding the serpents possess far superior ranks and power compared to us riding centipedes." After Zhou Difeng's explanation, Lin Gang realized there were indeed hierarchies and divisions of strength in Fu Mingyi's camp. The lowest tier consisted of ordinary mutated beasts, followed by the giant centipedes, and then the 12 serpent-riding commanders, with rumors of 4 supreme leaders above them. Zhou Difeng had first-hand witnessed a serpent commander easily annihilate 4 or 5 giant centipede black-cloaked figures, now faced with the formidable serpents. He grasped the vast gulf in their capabilities. He truly lacked confidence in facing a serpent commander, fearing he might be swiftly defeated. Lin Gang, incredulous, exclaimed, "Is that so? When I first battled Fu Mingyi, he was merely riding a centipede." Lin Gang suspected Zhou Difeng was fabricating excuses out of fear. Xiao Difei, upon hearing Lin Gang's skeptical voice, responded with exasperation, "I am not trying to frighten you. What I know is indeed true. At the outset, when Fu Mingyi engaged in battle with you, it was merely the beginning. Tell me, which entrepreneur would equip themselves with the finest luxury car right at the start?" Listening to Zhou Difei's down-to-earth explanation, Lin Gang realized he had misjudged him, and his expression quickly grew serious. Lin Gang also recognized that he might have gone too far. Had he not brought Zhou Difei along, he could have found an opportunity to escape. Now that Zhou Difei was present, fleeing alone would mean completely abandoning him. Although he was not a significant figure, Lin Gang was not the kind of person who would betray his ally in a critical moment. Since they had come together, they must return together. Lin Gang understood that the situation was precarious. One misstep could lead to both his and Zhou Difei's downfall. Zhou Difei, looking at Lin Gang, clenched his teeth and said, "Wait for me to hold them off. You find a chance to flee quickly. We cannot both perish here, or else the mutated beasts guarding Chang'an will immediately become their instruments of siege." Zhou Difei's words were well understood by Lin Gang, who remained silent as he sought the most appropriate course of action. Suddenly, he raised his head to gaze at the nearby thicket and turned to Zhou Difei, saying, "Do not speak such disheartening words. Even if only one of us can leave, it shall be you. Moreover, we can both escape from here." Zhou Difei was deeply moved by Lin Gang's words. He could hardly imagine that Lin Gang would speak such sentiments. After all, he had only recently turned towards the light. And here was Lin Gang, daring to declare that he would cover his retreat in such a dire moment, allowing Zhou Difei to escape first. Zhou Difei felt grateful for his choice. He was relieved to have turned to Lin Gang. In working for Fu Mingyi, he often assessed personal value first. Only those of worth could survive, while the worthless were mere cannon fodder. This was the way of both heroes and villains. The righteous treated others with absolute sincerity and goodwill, while the villainous, driven by greed, viewed lives as mere stepping stones for their ascent. Lin Gang's declaration was one that could only be spoken by someone who regarded their companions as kin, and this profound bond touched Zhou Difei deeply. In his heart, Zhou Difei silently vowed that, regardless of the outcome, he would stand steadfastly by Lin Gang's side, living or dying together. At that moment, Zhou Difei had completely forgotten his inner fears. His thoughts were solely focused on one idea: either retreat alongside Lin Gang, or vanquish the dark-robed figures and then retreat together, or perish in battle with Lin Gang right there. No matter which path he chose, Zhou Difei resolutely refused to survive alone. Lin Gang, witnessing Zhou Difei's sudden surge of spirit, was greatly astonished. He could not fathom why Zhou Difei, who had appeared so frightened moments ago, now radiated such formidable confidence, exuding an air of defiance. Realizing Zhou Difei's newfound resolve, Lin Gang patted his shoulder and said, "Do not be anxious. The situation is not as dire as it seems. Relax, we have reinforcements." Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Zhou Difei was perplexed. How come I was unaware of any reinforcements? Lin Gang smiled and refrained from elaborating, instead cryptically stating, "The mountain man has his own clever schemes." After saying this, Lin Gang turned to Li Mao and said, "Captain Li, at this juncture, are you still hiding anything? Let me see what you are riding." Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Li Mao whistled. "I can grant you your final wish." No sooner had he spoken than a massive white-striped tiger leaped from the depths of the forest, roaring as it landed beside Li Mao, circling Lin Gang and Zhou Difei. Lin Gang admired the tiger with a thumbs up. He then called out loudly towards the distant thicket, "At this point, if you do not reveal yourselves, we shall truly meet our end in the jaws of this beast, and it will be too late to act." Chapter 129. The man and woman who influenced the battlefield, the gathered crowd, was filled with shock and confusion upon hearing Lin Gang's words. They could not discern to whom Lin Gang was addressing his call. Turning to scan their surroundings, they saw no signs of anyone else. Just as they thought Lin Gang was merely trying to deceive them, a young man clad in white emerged from the thicket. It was Chun Chun, the very individual with whom they had clashed not long ago. Dressed in white, Chun Chun looked at Lin Gang with a smile and inquired, "How did you manage to find me when I was so well concealed?" Li Mao and the others, observing Chun Chun wielding a long sword, were equally bewildered. They could not fathom why Lin Gang would place any hope in someone as seemingly defenseless as Chun Chun. To them, he appeared like someone who had just stepped out of a dance recital, dressed in ancient garb and brandishing a flimsy sword in a perilous area like the mutated and dangerous Qinling Mountains. However, Lin Gang and Zhou Difei, having engaged with Chun Chun, did not share this opinion. They sensed that he possessed an unusual quality that would allow him to hold off the dark-robed figures. Lin Gang patted his mechanized armor and said, "It was science that allowed me to see you." In truth, Lin Gang was unaware that the concealed individual was Chun Chun. He merely felt as though he was being followed since parting ways with Chun Chun and his sister. Lin Gang called out, not knowing if his instincts were correct. To his surprise, Chun Chun appeared. Chun Chun, astonished by the gleaming armor on Lin Gang, beckoned to the nearby thicket, "Sister, you need not hide any longer. This gentleman has discovered us." It turned out that Chun Chun and his sister Chunlan were curious about Lin Gang and Zhou Difei's ability to control mutated beasts, prompting them to follow Lin Gang to uncover the truth. As soon as Chun Chen's words fell, Chunlan, donned in red, emerged from the thicket, her expression fierce as she glared at her brother for exposing their presence. She had realized upon hearing Lin Gang's call that he was deliberately trying to draw them out, but she never anticipated her foolish brother would fall for it so easily, revealing them both. Acknowledging that hiding was futile at this point, Chunlan stepped forward. Lin Gang turned to Zhou Difei, raising an eyebrow. "What do you think? Do you feel we have a chance now?" Although Zhou Difei was unsure how Lin Gang had discovered the Chun siblings, he remained in awe of Lin Gang's insight. Li Mao, observing the sudden appearance of Chunlan and her brother, altered his expression. Frowning, he remarked, "Do you truly believe that by dragging two more individuals into this, you can secure your escape?" Li Mao looked at Lin Gang with confusion, based on his understanding of Lin Gang. He was not the type to easily involve others in danger. Did the Chun siblings possess some unique skills? Lin Gang, seeing that their numerical disadvantage had slightly diminished, immediately suppressed his smile and whispered to Zhou Difei, "Wait for the right moment. If you can retreat, do so." With that, Lin Gang charged headlong towards the dark-robed figures. Li Mao, witnessing Lin Gang's initiative, barked sternly, "This man and woman exude an air of mystery. I shall test them. You all focus on attacking Lin Gang." However, as soon as Li Mao Gang raised his voice, the two figures clad in black robes beside him charged forward with the enormous serpent, targeting Chunlan and her brother. "Mr. Fu has instructed us to eliminate Lin Gang. Leave this man and woman to us." Upon hearing their words, Li Mao's face was visibly etched with fury. Yet, confronted by the other two black-robed figures who were fixated on him without making a move, he gritted his teeth and advanced with the colossal tiger toward Lin Gang. The black-robed figures exchanged glances as they observed Li Mao engaging Lin Gang, and one of them set off to confront Zhou Difei. Lin Gang, witnessing Li Mao's approach, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Initially, it was evident that Li Mao's rank surpassed that of the four black-robed figures, implying that they should be under his command. However, the recent events indicated a troubling reality. It appeared that Li Mao was being coerced in a combat against Lin Gang. This thought quickly flashed through Lin Gang's mind as he regarded Li Mao before him, his heart swelling with joy. For he recognized Li Mao as the person he had known. His actions must stem from some unavoidable circumstance. With this realization, Lin Gang's offensive slackened, as he yearned to inquire about the situation. Yet, Li Mao's subordinate showed no signs of easing their assault, relentlessly attacking Lin Gang as if oblivious to his silent plea. During their confrontation, Lin Gang discerned Li Mao's formidable combat prowess. He could hardly fathom that Li Mao's strength equaled his own at that moment. Lin Gang was fortified by the enhancements of the magic cube mecha, a fusion of two machines, yet Li Mao was able to match him using merely the giant tiger. Reflecting on Zhou Difeng's mention of the four great leaders and considering Fu Mingyi's unseen power, Lin Gang was suddenly struck by the realization that Fu Mingyi's true capabilities were far from what had been displayed thus far. In the midst of the global crisis caused by mutated creatures, Lin Gang pondered why Fu Mingyi chose to conceal his abilities. This conundrum left him perplexed. However, Li Mao was relentless, coordinating with the giant tiger to unleash a torrent of attacks on Lin Gang, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. The black-robed figures, who had been observing, nodded in satisfaction as they witnessed Li Mao's unreserved onslaught. Their attention then shifted to the battles involving the other three black-robed figures. Seeing Zhou Difeng being utterly overwhelmed, the black-robed figure realized it would not be long before that battle reached its conclusion. Once Zhou Difeng was dealt with, they would join forces with Li Mao to swiftly subdue Lin Gang, culminating in a significant victory. A triumphant smile crept into the corners of the black-robed figure's eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why had the other two black-robed figures not yet concluded their skirmish with the ordinary man and woman? Logically, it should have been an effortless task. When he turned to assess the situation, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The anticipated defeat of the two ordinary individuals had not materialized. Instead, his comrades appeared to be struggling against Chun Chun and Chun Lan's relentless assault. Chun Chun, utilizing her uncanny agility, moved gracefully amidst the coordinated attacks of the giant serpent and her ally, occasionally landing strikes when her opponent was caught off guard. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure's teammate engaged with Chun Lan fared far worse, initially underestimating her due to her beauty and refraining from a full-on assault. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his companion had been battered and bruised by the woman, while the giant serpent was in a dire state, its scales shedding under the relentless blows. The black-robed figure was astounded. The serpent was known for its formidable defense, and he could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary woman could so effortlessly breach its defenses and inflict such devastation. This unexpected turn of events was altering the dynamics of the entire battle, transforming what should have been a certain ambush into a precarious situation. Chapter 130. Li Mao's torment as he witnessed his comrades struggling against the onslaught of the two ordinary individuals. Li Mao continued to fight with unwavering determination. The black-robed figure promptly charged toward Chun Lan, fearing that his teammate might succumb to her assault, leading to the failure of their ambush. Not far away, Lin Gang, fully occupied with defending against Li Mao, had not anticipated the sheer strength of Chun Lan and her brother, who had forced the black-robed figures and the serpent into such a predicament. However, observing Zhou Difeng's gradual retreat instilled a sense of urgency within Lin Gang. If this continued, it would not be long before Zhou Difeng faced defeat or worse. Torn between loyalty to his friends and the immediate threat posed by Li Mao, Lin Gang found himself in a dilemma. He hesitated to strike at Li Mao, but recognized that failing to escape his grasp would put Zhou Difeng in grave danger. In a moment of desperation, Lin Gang resolved to take a risk. He rapidly defended against Li Mao's attacks while adjusting his positioning. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mao delivered a fierce kick to Lin Gang's chest, sending him hurtling backward. The black-robed figure, who had been relentlessly pursuing Zhou Difeng and was on the verge of landing a lethal blow, felt a surge of exhilaration upon seeing Lin Gang propelled toward him by Li Mao's kick. If Lin Gang perished at his hands, he could easily claim credit before Fu Mingyi, a prize too tempting to resist. The black-robed figure redirected his bone knife, realizing that the honor of slaying Lin Gang far outweighed that of defeating Zhou Difeng. Zhou Difeng, who had resigned himself to his fate, took a deep breath, believing he was about to meet his end. To his surprise, the attack aimed at him suddenly shifted direction, allowing him a moment of reprieve. Yet, the relief was short-lived. As he turned to see Lin Gang hurtling toward the bone knife, panic set in. Zhou Difeng would rather the black-robed figure's knife strike him than harm Lin Gang, for he had come to regard Lin Gang as a true friend, one worth risking life for. He understood that had Lin Gang not been concerned for his safety, he would have easily escaped on his own. Though he wished to shield Lin Gang from the impending blow, he was in no condition to do so. Having been battered and bruised himself, Zhou Difeng could only watch helplessly as the distance between Lin Gang and the black-robed figure's knife diminished. He worried whether Lin Gang's mecha could withstand the lethal strike. Just as Zhou Difeng braced for the worst, Lin Gang unexpectedly evaded the attack with an unorthodox maneuver. He twisted his body slightly, conjuring a sharp dagger in his hand, and with a burst of momentum, he slashed at the black-robed figure's neck. The black-robed figure, who had anticipated a successful ambush, was utterly unprepared for Lin Gang's agility and counterattack. As he glanced at Li Mao, noticing the smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, clarity dawned upon him. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words emerged. Instead, he could only stare wide-eyed as he collapsed to the ground, consciousness fading into oblivion. The figure in the black robe could never have anticipated that he would fall into the trap laid by Lin Gang and Li Mao. He died without comprehending the intricacies of their scheme. Just moments ago, he had witnessed an unrelenting attack on Lin Gang. So how could it be that the two suddenly conspired together? In truth, Li Mao had understood Lin Gang's intentions the moment he forcefully altered positions. The primary reason he kicked Lin Gang, despite knowing his motives, was largely driven by a desire for revenge against the figure in the black robe. The three other black-robed figures engaged in combat with Chunlan's siblings also noticed the shift in Lin Gang's demeanor, fuming with rage at the sight of their fallen comrade. They bellowed, "Li Mao, how could you conspire with others to harm your own brethren? We shall ensure you pay in blood for your treachery." Li Mao, feigning inocencia, retorta. "Stop slandering me. I was merely engaged in a fair fight. Who could have known Lin Gang would be so cunning?" Observing Li Mao's impudent fui, Lin Gang felt an increasing sense of unease. Judging from combat capabilities, Li Mao's strength was on par with the combined might of the three black-robed figures before him. Why, then, did Li Mao refrain from provoking them further? Lin Gang began to suspect that Li Mao was ensnared by some leverage the others held over him, feeling as if he were under duress. Yet he could not fathom why Li Mao would not even meet his gaze or convey a hint of solidarity. Before Lin Gang could ponder further, Li Mao, alongside the massive figure of the tiger, charged toward him, leaving no room for contemplation. Reluctantly, Lin Gang stifled his thoughts and engaged in battle once more with Li Mao. As he observed Li Mao's relentless attacks, Lin Gang's frustration began to mount, leading him to question if he had misjudged the situation entirely. Perhaps Li Mao was not coerced at all, but rather had been secretly plotting to betray his comrades. Just like Fu Mingyi. However, Lin Gang was loath to entertain such negative thoughts regarding a friend. He decided to observe further to ascertain whether Li Mao had indeed turned against humanity. With this resolve, Lin Gang unleashed his full strength, transforming into a formidable three-headed, six-armed form, and clashed with Li Mao and the giant tiger. Under Lin Gang's relentless assault, Li Mao found himself struggling to keep pace, gradually being overwhelmed. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Gang maneuvered behind Li Mao, capturing him firmly. No matter how fiercely Li Mao resisted, Lin Gang refused to relent, determined to examine his body for any peculiar mechanisms that might threaten his life. As if understanding Lin Gang's intentions, Li Mao's face darkened with sadness as he murmured, "Thank you for always treating me as a friend. Even in this state, you have not abandoned me. I am truly moved. Please, if you truly consider me a friend." In my suffering, struck by Li Mao's words, Lin Gang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to comprehend why Li Mao would utter such a thing. Yet, through Li Mao's words, Lin Gang became increasingly convinced that Li Mao was indeed under duress. Just as Lin Gang was about to inquire further, Li Mao suddenly howled and broke free from Lin Gang's grasp, writhing in agony on the ground. Veins bulged across Li Mao's body, his face flushed crimson, and his throat emitted horrific cries, as if undergoing some inhuman torment. Witnessing Li Mao's suffering, Lin Gang's heart ached profoundly, struggling to fathom the extent of agony that could bring him to such a state. After all, Li Mao had undergone training and faced numerous trials. Li Mao's cries echoed around them, sending chills down the spines of those present, as if they too were enduring his torment. His face contorted in pain. He curled up in a corner, Suddenly, from his huddled position, Li Mao uttered a strange voice, declaring, "This is the price for disobedience." In disbelief, Lin Gang gazed at Li Mao on the ground, realizing that the voice emanating from him was not that of Li Mao, but rather that of another controlling him. The once cowering Li Mao abruptly sprang up in a grotesque manner under Lin Gang's gaze. Turning to face him, his visage was a ghastly shade of purple. He took a few stiff steps forward and, with a malevolent grin, said, "Little junior brother, I didn't expect our reunion to unfold like this." Lin Gang was stunned as he recognized that the voice emerging from Li Mao's throat belonged to the long-missing Fu Mingyi. The scene before him shattered Lin Gang's understanding, leaving him bewildered as to how Fu Mingyi could speak through Li Mao's body. If one were to entertain the supernatural, could it be that Li Mao was possessed by Fu Mingyi? Yet, Fu Mingyi was not dead, nor was there any notion of spiritual possession. Lin Gang was loath to consider Fu Mingyi as anything but a devil, given his actions. He could not fathom the means by which Fu Mingyi controlled Li Mao, and through Li Mao's expression, it was evident that he was undergoing unimaginable torment. Gloring at limo, Lin Gang c'était Fu Mingyi. What do you want? I advise you to release him. Otherwise, the vengeance for today will be repaid tenfold. Seeing Li Mao suffer so intensely only fueled Lin Gang's fury. Having faced life and death alongside Li Mao, witnessing his friend's torment ignited a blaze of wrath within him. Li Mao, unfazed by Lin Gang's threats, smiled and said, "I intended to reminisce with you, to discuss Lei Ming and the other's plight. However, given your current attitude, let us end it here. Since you asked me to release him, I shall grant your wish." As he spoke, Li Mao raised his right hand, conjuring a bone dagger, and without hesitation, plunged it into his own heart under Lin Gang's horrified gaze. Lin Gang's attempt to intervene came too late. He could only watch helplessly as the bone dagger pierced Li Mao's chest, blood gushing forth. With blood spilling from his mouth, Li Mao's shadowy smile appeared as he declared, "I detest being threatened, little junior brother. The man is free now." Following his words, Li Mao collapsed to the ground, regaining control over his body. Looking at Lin Gang from a distance, he glanced down at the blood gushing from his chest, a look of relief crossing his face. He addressed Lin Gang, saying, "Since our last parting, I have been under Fu Mingyi's threat, forced to commit many heinous acts. Now I have finally freed myself from his control. Thank you, Lin Gang. It has been an honor to know you. If there is a next life, I hope we can be friends again. Fu Mingyi's strength is far beyond what you perceive. Always be vigilant." Before he could finish, Li Mao's breath ceased entirely. Lin Gang, heartbroken at the lifeless form of Li Mao before him, was devastated. He could scarcely believe that just moments ago, his friend was full of life, and now he was gone. What pained him most was that Li Mao had died right before his eyes, and he could do nothing to help. That was Lin Gang's greatest anguish. Gazing at the bone dagger embedded in Li Mao's chest, Lin Gang suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a crimson crystal core from his satchel and placed it upon Li Mao's heart. However, the crystal core did not penetrate Li Mao's wound as anticipated, failing to sustain his life. "Why aren't you going in? Hurry," Lin Gang urged, manipulating the crimson crystal core over Li Mao's injury. Yet, the core remained inert, unlike when it had entered the body of Jiao Yi. Zhou Difeng, observing Lin Gang's emotional turmoil, approached him to offer solace. His situation is different from Jiao Yi's. The crimson core is not a panacea. At this moment, he is beyond saving. The core can no longer assist in preserving his life. Although reluctant to accept Zhou Difeng's words, Lin Gang was compelled to confront the grim reality. Li Mao was indeed irretrievable, and the architect of this calamity was Fu Mingyi. This thought ignited a fervent blaze of hatred in Lin Gang's eyes. He vowed to make Fu Mingyi pay with blood for his transgressions. No matter the distance or the means, he would track down Fu Mingyi, demanding retribution for the blood debt incurred. With this resolve, Lin Gang's gaze shifted to the three figures in black robes battling alongside Qianluan. Since Fu Mingyi was currently elusive, he would first extract some interest from these three lackeys. Lin Gang glared menacingly at the trio in black, the three black-robed individuals. Witnessing the fall of Li Mao and another comrade, understood their dire predicament and sought an opportunity to flee. However, the combat skills of the Chun siblings were so uncanny that they found themselves ensnared. One black-robed man, engaged with Chen Chun, was swiftly dispatched by a single strike from him. The black-robed individual who had just rushed to support his ally, only to be caught in a skirmish with Chun Lan, felt immense frustration. He had merely intended to observe, but was now embroiled in battle. Chun Lan's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Despite her unassuming appearance, she exhibited formidable combat capabilities. She held her ground against two augmented men, even managing to dominate them. To make matters worse, these two enhanced men were accompanied by two mutated serpents, placing her at a distinct advantage in a 4-against-1 scenario. Her combat ability surprisingly surpassed that of Chun Chun and Zhou Difeng combined. This revelation astonished everyone present. A girl they had underestimated turned out to be the most formidable fighter aside from Lin Gang. As the two had yet to engage directly, it remained unclear who was superior, but the black-robed individuals began to suspect that Chun Lan's strength might even eclipse Lin Gang's, as they remained oblivious to her true capabilities. The black-robed men were deeply frustrated, realizing that without the unexpected intervention of the siblings, they might have successfully vanquished Lin Gang and perhaps even seized Chang'an City by now. However, with the siblings' arrival, the balance of battle shifted in favor of Lin Gang, leaving their escape uncertain. They cursed the lack of timely intelligence, having never anticipated encountering such a powerful ordinary person capable of contending with augmented beings. In truth, Chun Lan's true strength was far beyond what was currently visible. The reason the two black-robed men had not yet fallen was simply that Chun Lan did not wish to take their lives. She aimed to subdue them and interrogate them about the biological mutations. Capturing live subjects proved far more challenging than killing them, which is why she had yet to conclude the fight. Meanwhile, Lin Gang, consumed by a desire for vengeance, did not consider these nuances. He swiftly flew to Chun Lan's side, joining the fray, and under her support, dispatched both black-robed men in mere moments. Chun Lan implored Lin Gang to spare them, but he was deaf to her pleas in his bloodlust. Chapter 132. The disappearance of the monkey Chun Lan glared at Lin Gang, who had thwarted her efforts. Seething with rage, "Why didn't you heed my instruction to spare a live one? Are you deliberately causing chaos?" She was infuriated to see her efforts to subdue the two black-robed men result in their demise at Lin Gang's hands, further prolonging her investigation into the biological mutations. The sight of her hard-won progress being undone made her wish to physically reprimand Lin Gang. Unaware of the shift in Chun Lan's demeanor, Lin Gang assumed her silence stemmed from an aversion to killing. People like them deserve to be eliminated without remorse. Their existence only brings harm to others. For those like them, I will slay one at every encounter. Chun Chun, noticing the tension in his sister's expression, understood she was furious and that Lin Gang's words could ignite her wrath. He quickly interjected, "These black-robed individuals are indeed detestable and warrant eradication. We should not show them mercy." After voicing this, he turned to console his sister, wishing to prevent her from losing control and accidentally harming Lin Gang. Chen Chun had only heard that Xiaoing referred to Lin Gang as brother but was unaware that they had grown up together. He feared that if his sister inadvertently injured her future brother-in-law, it would adversely affect Xiaoing's perception of him. Yet, he was equally anxious about his sister's anger and thought quickly on how to placate her. "Sister, please don't be angry." From their earlier exchange, it seems they are familiar with each other. We could extract valuable information from them, but if we offend them, it could delay our mission significantly. Taking Chun Chen's words to heart, Chun Lan managed to temper her anger. She approached Lin Gang and inquired, "Do you know them? Are you aware of the nature of the biological mutations?" Lin Gang nodded slightly at her question, gesturing towards Li Mao's fallen form. "This man is my friend, and I know the mastermind behind the biological mutations." Under the incredulous gaze of the Chun siblings, Lin Gang shared the information he had gathered. Their astonishment grew as they learned that the calamity of biological mutations originated from a single individual named Fu Mingyi. Chun Lan pondered before asking, "Do you know where Fu Mingyi is?" Lin Gang, puzzled by her intense interest, could not fathom why the Chun siblings cared so deeply about this matter. "What exactly are you two involved in? Why are you so concerned about this?" Lin Gang could not restrain his curiosity. "We are," Chun began to explain, but was interrupted by Chun. She looked coldly at Lin Gang and said, "I advise you not to pry into our affairs. Just provide us with the information we seek." It was evident that Lin Gang had yet to earn Chun's trust, and she was unwilling to disclose any personal details to him. Meanwhile, Lin Gang found himself categorized as unreliable in her eyes and began to contemplate how to navigate the current situation. He reminisced about the formidable combat prowess of the brother-sister duo, and as his eyes rolled thoughtfully, he recalled a strategy. "When I was just under the nominal control of this friend, it seemed he inadvertently revealed his whereabouts. I believe I know where he is," Lin Gang remarked languidly. Upon hearing Lin Gang mention knowledge of Fu Mingyi's location, Chun's face lit up with excitement, and she eagerly inquired, "Where exactly is Fu Mingyi? Could you kindly enlighten me?" Chun, who had always been somewhat in the dark regarding the information about the mutated beasts, contemplated an alternative method to swiftly enhance her mission's progress and outcomes. If she could successfully apprehend this individual named Fu Mingyi, it would constitute an extraordinary accomplishment. The mere thought of this made Chun unable to contain her excitement. After arranging for Li Mao's remains, Lin Gang reflected on the final words spoken by Fu Mingyi while controlling Li Mao. He wished to discuss matters concerning Lei Ming, and suddenly comprehended the implications of Fu Mingyi's words. Lei Ming and his companions were likely ensnared by Fu Mingyi and had now fallen into his clutches. Lin Gang mused aloud. "When Fu Mingyi was controlling my friend, he mentioned a few of my other companions. They were originally executing a mission in the Tian Shan Mountains. But judging by his recent remarks, it seems my friends may have already been taken under his control. What if we collaborate to confront Fu Mingyi?" Chun, however, was not particularly impressed by Lin Gang's proposal. She doubted that their partnership would yield significant results. Just as she was about to politely decline, she was interrupted by Chun, who enthusiastically agreed to Lin Gang's suggestion. Initially, Lin Gang had intended to retrieve the batch of mutated beasts laying siege in the Qinling Mountains, but after much effort, they had found nothing. To appease Chun's reluctance to form a team, Lin Gang ultimately abandoned the idea of pursuing that batch of mutated beasts and returned to Chang'an, bringing Xiao Ying along as they headed towards the Tian Shan Mountains. Lin Gang was averse to the idea of Lei Ming, Monkey, and Bei Jian following Li Mao's unfortunate path. If anything were to happen to them, he could hardly fathom what his reaction might be. Upon their arduous journey to the Tian Shan Mountains, they learned that the trio had been severely injured by the Black Robe Man while defending Tian Shan City, but the current situation remained shrouded in mystery. The news ignited anxiety in both Lin Gang and Xiao Ying. They were unwilling to entertain the notion of any misfortune befalling Lei Ming and his companions, as the elite team's members could not be so easily lost, where Lin Gang would feel a heavy burden on his conscience. Just as they were on the verge of giving up after days of fruitless searching, the gravely injured Bei Jian returned, carrying the unconscious Lei Ming. Bei Jian's face lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Gang and Xiao Ying, but then his expression fell as he confessed, "We were scattered by the Black Robe Man commanding the giant serpent. I fought desperately to bring Lei Ming back." After uttering these words, he sank into a profound guilt. Lin Gang and Xiao Ying felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. They had never anticipated that after just a few days apart, Monkey would go missing while Bei Jian and Lei Ming had been gravely injured. However, they recognized that the fault did not lie with Bei Jian. Lin Gang was fully aware of the formidable combat prowess of the Black Robe Man, making it understandable that Lei Ming and Bei Jian could not withstand such an assault. Lin Gang comforted Bei Jian with a reassuring pat, saying, "Do not be too hard on yourself. This is not your fault. None of us expected Fu Mingyi's subordinates to possess such overwhelming strength. As long as you and Lei Ming are unharmed, that is what matters. Monkey has his own means of self-preservation. Perhaps he has already escaped and is making his way back to us." While everyone appreciated Lin Gang's words as a source of comfort, the uncertainty surrounding Monkey's fate left a heavy weight in their hearts, compelling them to feign calmness as they reassured themselves internally. They all hoped that Monkey had managed to evade danger and was on his way back. In the vast expanse of the Tian Shan Mountains, despite the elite teams and Guardians' relentless search efforts over several days, Monkey's whereabouts remained elusive, casting a pall over everyone's spirits. When Lei Ming regained consciousness and learned of Monkey's disappearance, he too was wrought with anguish. Given the circumstances, Monkey's fate seemed bleak. Amidst the black-robed man's onslaught led by the beast tide, it was likely that Monkey had met with disaster. Without Monkey to lighten the mood, the elite team's camaraderie had dimmed, and the laughter that once echoed among them was now absent. Lin Gang, observing the despondence among his teammates, could empathize with their feelings, reminiscent of his own when he had gone missing. Unbeknownst to them, their bonds had grown significantly stronger. Despite lacking any blood ties, they regarded each other as brothers. And when one was in distress, it affected the whole group's morale. The only silver lining was that since the attack, the beast tide had ceased its assault on human cities, allowing the search for Monkey to proceed without hindrance, encountering only a few stray beasts that posed no real threat. The once mighty beast tide had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no signs of its presence. Everyone understood that the current dormancy of the beast tide was merely a prelude to a larger, forthcoming invasion, yet it provided humanity with a much-needed respite. Across the country, cities began reinforcing and repairing their defenses in preparation for the next potential assault. Through her interactions with the elite team, Chunlan had gained insights into the matters of biological mutation. Observing the elite team preparing to return to a city for a respite, she resolved to report back on the mission and bid farewell to Lin Gang and the others. Now that the mutated beast horde and the black robe man have retreated, it is time for us to depart. Until we meet again, take care, Chunlan addressed Lin Gang and the others. Originally, upon witnessing the somber atmosphere among the elite team and learning of their recent endeavors, Chunlan felt compelled to assist them in any way she could. However, with the mutated beasts retreating, she realized that her contributions to the fortifications would be minimal, especially as Lin Gang and his companions were returning to a city. Thus, after careful consideration, she decided it was best to take her leave from the elite team. Upon hearing Chunlan's suggestion, Chunchen became agitated and quickly pulled her aside. Whispering, "Sister, why are you suddenly leaving at this time? I have finally managed to get a bit closer to Xiaoying. You cannot destroy my happiness." He continued, "Why don't you head back first while I stay to assist them in whatever small ways I can?" Chunlan felt an overwhelming urge to kick her embarrassing brother upon hearing his words. For days, he had been seeking every opportunity to draw closer to Xiaoying, oblivious to the fact that she was not interested in him. It was painfully evident to anyone observing that Xiaoying held no affection for him. Yet Qin Shun remained blissfully unaware, leaving Chunlan feeling quite embarrassed as an older sister. With an incredulous expression, Chunlan shot her brother a glare and asked, "You think Xiaoying has gotten closer to you? When did that happen? How has she shown you any warmth?" Gazing at her hopelessly naive brother, she posed a series of soul-piercing questions in an attempt to awaken him from his oblivion. Chun Shun, with shining eyes and a lovesick expression, replied, "Previously, Xiaoying's attitude toward me was quite harsh, always telling me to go away. Now she just says to leave. Don't you think she is being more gentle with me? Sister, you don't understand. When a woman begins to show you tenderness, it signifies that she has already placed you in her heart." Chunchen softly conveyed his romantic insights to his sister, Chunlan, exuding the confidence of a seasoned lover. Chunlan was utterly speechless and, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Go away. Do you truly believe this is tenderness? Does it draw her closer to you?" Chunlan was nearly driven to madness by Chun Chen's thought process. She could not fathom what occupied his mind. Chun Chen, with an air of understanding, asserted, "Of course. Despite a team member's disappearance, she remains calm and speaks to me. Doesn't that indicate something? Moreover, she has begun to address me with courtesy, which shows my efforts are being rewarded. She is even speaking sweet nothings to me. Rest assured, sister, it won't be long before she is completely enamored with my charismatic personality, and then she will become your sister-in-law." As he spoke, a blissful smile radiated from Chun Chen's face, as if he believed that Xiaoying would consent to him at any moment. If phrases like "please keep your distance" and "do not trouble me again" are considered sweet nothings, then you truly possess remarkable talent in seduction, perhaps even a harem of lovers. Chen Shun felt the sting of mockery and derision in Chun Lan's contemptuous words. He replied, displeased, "Sister, how could you think so poorly of your brother? I am innocent and devoted. How can you envision me as someone with multiple wives and numerous lovers? I'm not a playboy." Chun Lan was left utterly speechless by Chun Chen's naivety. "Chen Shun, have you misunderstood my words? Besides, with your demeanor, you will never be a playboy." When Chen Shun heard Chun Lan claim he would never attain that status, he interpreted it as her validating his views on romance and character, basking in a sense of pride. However, her next words plunged him into existential doubt. "A playboy is handsome and flirts with many girls. With your appearance, you would barely qualify as a sea dog. Calling you a sea dog is even an exaggeration. Therefore, I have decided to stay. You must pack your things and return home." Chun Lan was genuinely angered by Chun Chen's antics. She could hardly comprehend how she ended up with such an embarrassing brother. Upon hearing Chun Lan's words, Chun Shun grew anxious yet felt compelled to resist her authority, fearful that his sister might truly lose her temper and inflict harm upon him. "Sister, you cannot destroy a couple's happiness. It is often said that mothers-in-law and sisters-in-law are frequently at odds. Xiao Ying hasn't even entered our home yet. You must not treat her this way." Before he could finish, Chun Lan delivered a swift kick to his backside, exclaiming, "What nonsense about mothers-in-law and sisters-in-law? Are you blind? Can't you see that Xiao Ying has feelings for Lin Gang?" Chun Lan was genuinely exasperated by Chen Shun. She had previously felt guilty for scolding him, but now she believed she had been too lenient. If she had been more forceful, perhaps his mind wouldn't be as muddled. Chun Lan even began to wonder if she had accidentally knocked his head against a door during their childhood. How could it be possible for Xiao Ying to harbor feelings for Lin Gang? Chen Chun exclaimed in shock, unable to trust or comprehend his sister's words, as he had always believed that Xiao Ying was Lin Gang's sister. As he contemplated Chun Lan's comments, a realization struck him. "Oh, I understand." Chun Lan thought he had finally grasped her point, and a look of relief spread across her face, but her smile froze the next moment. "Sister, have you developed feelings for Lin Gang? Do you think my relationship with Xiao Ying affects yours? What era are we in? Why is your thinking so antiquated? If you like someone, you should boldly express it." Chun Chen's exclamation startled Chun Lan. She had not anticipated that he would suddenly raise his voice and declare his affection for Lin Gang, nearly leading to her public embarrassment. If the elite squad were to overhear this, her moment of brilliance would be tarnished. She hastily covered Chun Chen's mouth. Coincidentally, at that moment Lin Gang, having noticed the siblings' prolonged absence, came searching for them and overheard everything clearly. Chun Lan, caught off guard by Lin Gang's sudden appearance, felt flustered, her beautiful face flushing with embarrassment. Upon hearing Chun Chen's words and seeing Chun Lan's bashful expression, Lin Gang felt awkward and uncertain, glancing away and saying, "Everyone is waiting for you inside. I'll head in first." As Chun Lan watched Lin Gang awkwardly depart, her blush faded, replaced by a tinge of disappointment. As a woman, regardless of her high beauty, she felt a pang of dissatisfaction that Lin Gang exhibited no desire for her. This realization left her feeling somewhat disheartened, as she was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went. The lack of interest from Lin Gang was difficult for her to accept, prompting her to bite her lip and stamp her foot in frustration. Observing his sister's flushed cheeks upon seeing Lin Gang and her subsequent irritation, Chun Chen naturally assumed that Chun Lan was upset over unattainable affection. He approached her and said, "Sister, I understand. For your happiness, I have decided to set aside my own. I will return to report the situation, and you should take this opportunity to cultivate your relationship with Lin Gang, striving to make him my brother-in-law. But you must promise to look after Xiao Ying until I return." With that, he resolutely strode toward the room where Lin Gang and the others were gathered. Chun Shun felt a surge of emotion, believing that he was the world's best brother for prioritizing his sister's happiness over his own. Surely, she would be moved to tears by his selflessness. He envisioned a future where his sister would no longer scold him. By the time Chun Lan realized she needed to stop Chun Shun, he had already stepped into the room, proclaiming loudly, "I just discussed things with my sister. I will go back alone." while my sister remains here with you all to see if she can assist in any way." The elite squad members were elated by Chun Chen's announcement. Lin Gang and Bai Jian were particularly relieved that Chun Chun, who had been inexplicably entangled with Xiao Ying, would finally be leaving, alleviating their mental burden. Although Chun Chun had never confessed his feelings, they both sensed his affection for Xiao Ying. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying was delighted at the prospect of finally regaining her peace, free from Chun Chen's incessant presence, allowing her to enjoy moments alone with her dear brother Tian. Lei Ming, too, was glad to be rid of Chun Chen's constant chatter. With Chun Chun gone, he would have the chance to spend time with the stunningly beautiful Chun Lan, who resembled a fairy. The prospect of developing a connection with her in the days to come filled him with joy. As the four exchanged glances, both reluctant to part with Chun Chun, yet unable to hide their excitement, they chorused, "Let us see you off." Chun Chun observed the unmistakable smile on Xiao Ying's face, mistakenly interpreting it as a sign of her affection towards him. Overcome with joy, he mused to himself that the principles of romance were indeed valid. Maintaining a certain distance would inevitably endear a woman to you further. Had he known this sooner, he would have suggested departing earlier. Perhaps by now, Xiao Ying would have been unable to contain her longing for him and would have fervently pursued him. With this thought, Chun Chun couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly masked his infatuated grin, cleared his throat, and feigned a formal demeanor as he addressed the group, saying, "I appreciate your sentiments, my dear comrades. We are all brothers here, so there is no need for formality. I shall return shortly, and then we can reconvene in a city." Upon hearing Chun Chen's intention to return home briefly, the others grew anxious, immediately beginning to voice their concerns in a flurry of overlapping dialogue. "Chun Chun, you have been away for so long. Your family must be missing you dearly. You should spend quality time with them. Indeed, as the saying goes, a tree may wish to be still, but the wind does not cease. One wishes to care for their parents, yet they may not wait. Seize the opportunity to cherish your family and ensure they do not feel lonely." Such sentiments resonated, especially since your sister, Chun Lan, is here assisting us and cannot accompany you. As the man of the family, it is your duty to compensate for her absence. The four of Lin Gang urged Chun Chun earnestly, emphasizing the importance of young people not squandering precious time elsewhere, but rather remaining close to their family. Chun Chun, touched by their words, felt tears welling up. It is said that an elite team is bound by loyalty and camaraderie, and today he witnessed this truth firsthand. He was immensely grateful to have forged such friendships marked by unwavering loyalty and deep affection. With a heartfelt nod towards his companions, he said, "Do not dwell on my absence too much. If you find yourselves missing me, feel free to reach out or come visit me at home. I will ensure you are well entertained." After saying this, Chun Chun turned to Lin Gang and instructed, "You must take good care of my sister. If I learn that you have mistreated her, you shall not escape my wrath upon my return." He winked playfully, sharing a knowing glance with the group. Seeing his sister, Chun Lan, standing awkwardly at the door, he embraced her tightly and whispered, "Be bold, dear sister. I have arranged everything. When the time comes, seize your happiness and do not let it slip away." Chun Chun then faced the group, clasped his fists together, and declared, "Farewell, my friends." He departed without a backward glance, leaving behind a group of bewildered faces, pondering what had just transpired and what was to come next. At that moment, Chun Lan wore an expression of mixed emotions, awkwardly smiling at the group as she grappled with the embarrassment of the situation, hoping her smile would alleviate the tension. Xiao Ying, Bai Jian, and Lei Ming were left in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend Chun Chun's remarks about Lin Gang caring for Chun Lan. If it were merely a matter of ensuring his sister's well-being, why the playful gestures? Did Lin Gang and Chun Lan have an undisclosed connection? As these thoughts swirled in their minds, they turned their gaze towards Lin Gang, who had been equally perplexed by the conversation. When he witnessed Chun Chen's playful gestures, he became even more bewildered. Lin Gang could not fathom why Chun Chun had suddenly entwined him with Chun Lan in such a manner. He looked to Xiao Ying for understanding, but she clearly did not share his confusion, if there were nothing to it. Chun Chun would not have made such an effort to hint at Lin Gang's responsibility towards her sister. Irritated, Xiao Ying shot Lin Gang a glare and turned away. Bei Jian, noticing Xiao Ying's displeasure, hurried after her, while Lei Ming and Chen Lan exchanged smiles, quietly departing as well, leaving Lin Gang alone in a state of bewilderment. The following morning, as preparations were made to depart for a city, the group shared a hurried meal amidst the residual awkwardness of the previous day. Given the palpable tension, they were all wary of provoking further discomfort. Even Xiao Ying, typically gentle, wore a scowl that suggested she could unleash her frustrations at any moment. It is often said that one should not push a good-natured person too far, for they may act out in ways one would least expect, especially when harboring unexpressed anger. As they ate in trepidation, they could not help but lament Chen Chen's earlier remarks, recognizing that had he not spoken thoughtlessly, they could have enjoyed their preparations for a city in peace. Chen Lan, too, hastily consumed her meal before retreating to her room, acutely aware that the entire situation had stemmed from her brother's impulsive words and that she was the focal point of the unfolding drama. Once in her room, Chen Lan lay on her bed, shedding her usual aloof demeanor for one of frustration as she vented to herself, "Darn you, Chun Chun. You have humiliated me in front of everyone. Just wait until I get my chance to settle the score." She pummeled her pillow in frustration. As her anger subsided, she found herself lost in thought about Lin Gang. What is it about him? Am I not beautiful enough for him? Why does he treat me with such indifference? In that awkward moment, he failed to protect me as a gentleman should. He truly deserves to be single. Yet, it seems Xiao Ying has always held a soft spot for him. If he cannot appreciate her, he will surely lose her. Xiao Ying was indeed breathtaking, graceful, and gentle. If she were in Lin Gang's position, she might have been smitten herself. Yet, Chen Lan also possessed her own charm, an enviable figure and beauty that had garnered her numerous admirers. How could Lin Gang be so blind? After an intense internal struggle, fatigue finally took over, and Chen Lan drifted into a deep sleep. Time passed, and she was abruptly awakened by a series of sharp knocks at her door. Groggy and disgruntled, she trudged to the door and opened it, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. Lin Gang stood there, clad in a flowing white robe he had somehow procured, his presence commanding and ethereal, instantly captivating Chen Lan's attention. With striking features, eyes like cold stars and brows painted in deep strokes, he was a vision of elegance. His hair, dark as ink, framed a complexion as smooth as jade, with a chiseled jawline that evoked the allure of fine sculpture. His enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with mischief, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a playful smile. Chen Lan's heart raced as she gazed upon Lin Gang, her pulse quickening. She cleared her throat, attempting to maintain her composure, and asked, "What brings you here at such an hour? Is there something you need?" Lin Gang bent down, grasping her hand gently in his own. "We are to depart for a city soon, and there is something I have kept hidden within my heart, a burden that has left me restless and sleepless. I can no longer endure this torment and must share it with you. Will you listen quietly as I reveal my truth?" Chen Lan gazed at the hands that tightly clasped hers, her eyes ablaze with the fervor of Lin Gang, and she shyly nodded in response. Lin Gang, observing Chen Lan's bashfulness, felt his palm's warmth intensify. He extended his right hand to smooth the disheveled strands of hair at her temple, softly uttering, "Do you believe in love at first sight? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you in Chang'an, I was captivated by your grace and unparalleled beauty. At that instant, I realized I had fallen deeply in love with you. Yet, I deemed myself too ordinary and felt unworthy of you, which rendered me unable to express my admiration. However, I can no longer contain my emotions. I must confess what lies within my heart. Lan, I love you." Chen Lan was taken aback by Lin Gang's declaration. She had never anticipated that he had fallen for her at their first encounter. More astonishingly, he had knocked on her door so early in the morning to profess his love so openly and unabashedly. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, staring in astonishment at the man who had ignited her heart so early in the day. Having experienced many confessions in the past, all of which sought public blessing and witnesses, she could hardly fathom Lin Gang's audacity in approaching her in such a bold and direct manner while she was still asleep. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Lin Gang had come to profess his love while she was still in slumber, which made her feel rather disheveled upon waking. At that moment, she became acutely aware that she was clad only in a sheer silk nightgown, with her delicate shoulders, graceful arms, and long legs fully exposed to Lin Gang's gaze. Lin Gang beheld Chun Lan's devilishly alluring figure, her angelic visage, her soft, snow-white arms, and her elegantly curved, long legs, which, paired with her delicate and smooth skin, ignited a blaze within his eyes. As Chun Lan met Lin Gang's fervent gaze, before she could react, he slipped his arms beneath her, drawing her tightly into his warm and solid embrace. Chun Lan attempted to break free, but Lin Gang's grip was unyielding, leaving her unable to escape. Sensing the warmth of his embrace, she struggled lightly for a moment before surrendering, nestling like a compliant little rabbit against his broad chest. Observing Chun Lan's capitulation, Lin Gang grew bolder, gently lifting her chin with his finger and seductively inquiring, "Lan, will you be my woman?" Facing Lin Gang's domineering demeanor, Chun Lan felt her entire being melt. For reasons unknown, she found herself utterly defenseless against his presence, as if she were compelled to yield to his every desire. Could this be the power of love? A rosy hue painted her porcelain-like face as she began to relish the beauty of the moment. Gazing at Lin Gang, she gently closed her eyes. Seeing Chun Lan's eyes flutter shut, Lin Gang understood her unspoken consent. He bent down, cradling her in his arms, and carried her into her room. The instant Chun Lan was lifted, she sensed Lin Gang's intentions, but felt entirely incapable of resisting. Thus, she allowed him to carry her further into the room. Upon entering, Lin Gang nudged the door shut with his foot. As the door clicked closed, Chun Lan's body quivered involuntarily. Lin Gang gently placed her beside the bed and leaned in closer, his sensual lips brushing softly against her rosy ones. Upon feeling Lin Gang's lips, Chun Lan's body seemed to plunge into the depths of the ocean or soar into the clouds, enveloped in a delightful, ethereal sensation that made her heart flutter uncontrollably. Soon, she felt Lin Gang's tongue parting her lips, fervently dancing within, rendering her mind blank. As she forgot everything and simply wished to immerse herself in the tender moment. After a while, lost in passion, Chun Lan gradually regained her senses and ardently reciprocated Lin Gang's affections, longing to meld their beings as their breaths quickened. Suddenly, she felt a pair of hands exploring her softness, wandering restlessly over her body, igniting a fire within her that made her temperature soar. Just as they became lost in their embrace, a knock echoed from outside the door. Chun Lan opened her eyes, panic coursing through her as she murmured, "Who could be at this hour?" Lin Gang, eager, pressed closer to her, insisting, "Who cares? It's late, and this moment is precious. We mustn't let them interrupt us." In a flurry, Chun Lan pushed the impatient Lin Gang aside, exclaiming, "Wait, what if someone finds out? How will I face anyone?" When she turned to descend from the bed, she found that Lin Gang had vanished, leaving only the persistent knocking at the door. Perhaps he had hidden away, fearing the embarrassment of being discovered, just as men in dramas, having the heart of a thief but lacking the courage. A mere rustle sends them scurrying to hide. With this thought racing through her mind, Chun Lan hastily tidied her disheveled clothing and hair before approaching the door. Upon opening it, her composure shattered at the sight before her. Standing at the threshold was none other than Lin Gang. "What are you doing here? Weren't you just Tianlan's Dam Biwi?" "We're about to set off, and I noticed you hadn't gotten up, so I came to wake you," Lin Gang replied. Chun Lan's mind short-circuited. The Lin Gang at the door was the very same who had been with her moments ago. As she turned to retreat into the room in a panic, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, wearing the same attire she had donned the previous night, not the sheer garment she had imagined. Dumbfounded, she recalled that she had indeed worn a light gown, so how had she suddenly appeared so fully dressed? Her mind raced as she retraced the events that had transpired. She could not have simply lost her first kiss in such an inexplicable manner. From waking to the knock on the door, to Lin Gang's confession and their subsequent entry into the room, she meticulously replayed every detail. Her memory returned to the moment she was about to open the door, when she had been clad in her current clothing, not any sheer attire. Moreover, she had not brought that particular garment with her, as it was something she wore at home. It was far too provocative for public wear, and thus she had left it behind. Everything became crystal clear, the mystery unraveled, revealing that the truth was simply that she had been dreaming. Chunlan could hardly comprehend that she had been lost in such an intimate dream, one that felt so palpable it led her to believe it was reality, making her think that Lin Gang had been in her room moments ago, only to knock at her door now. Realizing this, a deep crimson flush spread across her cheeks. How could she have dreamed of Lin Gang professing his love? Even if dreaming of a confession was not so alarming, the terrifying part was that she had seemingly lost her first kiss in mere moments, and Lin Gang's wandering hands had taken advantage of her. Upon reflecting on the matter, Chunlan glared at Lin Gang, who had audaciously seized her first kiss and taken liberties with her. Her cheeks flushed as she scolded, "Shameless! Disgraceful!" She then slammed the door shut with great force. Returning to her room, she buried her face in her bed, consumed by shame and self-reproach. How could she have been so frivolous? How could she allow him to take her first kiss and exploit her? Why did she not resist? It is no wonder that Chunlan berated Lin Gang, for the dream she had experienced was astonishingly vivid, the sensations lingering in her memory, leaving her in a state of delightful confusion. Lin Gang, having just been chastised with cries of shameless, disgraceful, and witnessing the door slam shut, found himself quite unsettled, as he had just heard those very words moments before. He had merely intended to wake her, yet he was met with such rebuke. The commotion made it seem as though he had committed some unforgivable act against her. Pondering Chunlan's inexplicable behavior, he could only walk away in bewilderment. Lin Gang felt perplexed. Ever since Chun had given him instructions, everyone seemed to be acting oddly. Just moments ago, when he had attempted to rouse Xiao Ying, he too had been met with the same inexplicable accusations of being shameless and disgraceful. Thus, upon hearing Chunlan's words, he could not help but feel disconcerted, as if he had wronged both of them. After much contemplation in her room, Chunlan still could not fathom why she had dreamed of Lin Gang, and such unexpected events had transpired. Ultimately, unable to resolve her confusion, she decided to place the blame squarely on her brother, Chun. If he had not carelessly paired her with Lin Gang, she would not have had such chaotic dreams. She resolved to seize the next opportunity to give him a proper reprimand. At this moment, it was not only Chunlan who was unable to calm her turbulent emotions. Xiao Ying was also in her room, venting her frustrations. It turned out that she too had experienced a peculiar dream. She had dreamt of neglecting Lin Gang, which made her feel guilty. Thus, she planned to bring him breakfast in the morning. However, upon knocking on his door, she was met with the sight of Lin Gang and Chunlan disheveled in their attire, the room in disarray. It was clear to anyone what had transpired. This strange dream had startled Xiao Ying awake, and just as fate would have it, Lin Gang had come to summon her. Still reeling from the dream, she unleashed her ire upon him at the door, exclaiming, "Shameless! Disgraceful!" After her outburst, she too slammed the door shut, leaving Lin Gang to grapple with his own confusion. Having been rebuffed twice, Lin Gang returned to the dining area in a huff. Upon seeing him arrive alone, Lei Ming and Bei Jian were taken aback, pondering how someone who had appeared so exhilarated moments ago could now resemble a defeated rooster. Lei Ming, bewildered, inquired, "Are both of them still not up? Do girls really sleep in this late?" Bei Jian glanced at the clock and remarked, "Should we adjust the wake-up time? Girls typically need time to apply their makeup, and it certainly takes more than just a moment." The two exchanged glances at Lin Gang, tentatively suggesting, "Perhaps you should give it another go and rouse them." Lin Gang, exasperated, slammed his chopsticks down onto his bowl, declaring, "If you want to go, then you go. I refuse to face more scolding so early in the morning." Hearing his words, Lei Ming and Bei Jian silently felt relieved that it was not they who had been tasked with waking the girls. Witnessing Lin Gang's evident frustration, they could only imagine the ordeal he had endured. Lei Ming gave Bei Jian a thumbs up, saying, "Well done. You understand, girls. If Lin Gang, who is so popular with them, got scolded to this extent, we would have been utterly flayed." Bei Jian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's not about understanding girls. It's about understanding morning tempers." It's like setting your favorite song as your alarm. You'll end up resenting that tune. Upon overhearing their conversation, Lin Gang assumed the two girls were merely throwing their morning tantrums at him. Enraged, he leapt up and chased after them. In the Tianshan base, Lin Gang, Lei Ming, and Bei Jian began to frolic and chase each other like children. Suddenly, Lei Ming and Bei Jian halted in their tracks, their expressions frozen in surprise. Lin Gang noticed that they had ceased their flight and were staring into the distance, so he turned to follow their gaze. There, he beheld two enchanting figures gracefully approaching them. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xiao Ying and Chen Lan, whom they had assumed were still occupied with their makeup. Today, Chen Lan was not clad in her customary red traditional attire, but rather in form-fitting leather, accentuating her flawless form to stunning effect. Her curves, now revealed, left everyone speechless. Since their acquaintance with her, she had always donned beautiful and striking traditional garments, which had concealed the extent of her physical allure. Yet in modern attire, her beauty was truly unveiled, leaving them in awe. Meanwhile, Xiaoying had also made a remarkable departure from her usual style, astonishingly donning traditional clothing, a flowing white gown with wide sleeves that captivated onlookers. The inherently charming Xiao Ying appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descended to earth, captivating the hearts of all present and creating an atmosphere reminiscent of fairyland. At that moment, all who beheld Chen Lan and Xiao Ying in the Tianshan base paused in their tracks, transfixed by the sight of these two extraordinary beauties. They momentarily forgot the looming threat of the mutated creatures, even losing track of their own identities. In that serene moment, they stood silently, entranced by the graceful passage of the two enchanting maidens, fearful of disturbing the beauty of the scene. In this instance, they truly grasped the essence of expressions like the fish sinks, the swan flies, and the moon hides, the flowers blush. While the crowd admired the exquisite beauty of Xiao Ying and Chen Lan, Lin Gang felt an unsettling chill creeping down his neck. He sensed danger looming. The unusual attire and demeanor of both women suggested they had ulterior motives. Recalling the scolding he had received that morning from both, he realized he was in peril. As Lin Gang stood between Chen Lan and Xiao Ying, it felt as though he was caught in the eye of a storm, completely at a loss for how to proceed. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, causing his heart to race. Yet he discerned that it was not merely a scent, but a mounting aura of danger. At this moment, both Chen Lan and Xiao Ying scrutinized each other's appearances and beauty, their hearts racing as they each questioned their own allure. They had both sensed that Lin Gang seemed indifferent to their looks, which led them to believe that they should enhance their appearances to make a lasting impression, lest he view them merely as friends or comrades. After all, women adorn themselves for the sake of those they wish to please, and no one desires to be perceived as unattractive or lacking beauty, especially when they are already endowed with extraordinary looks. Although Xiaoying has always harbored affections for Lin Gang, Chen Lan feels little towards him. However, she harbors a lingering resentment regarding Lin Gang's indifference to her beauty, as his attitude seems to invalidate her allure. After dreaming, Xiaoying reflected on the events of the previous day and concluded that Lin Gang might prefer the ancient-style charm of Chen Lan. Consequently, she exerted considerable effort to transform herself into her current appearance, hoping to capture Lin Gang's attention once more. Unbeknownst to them, the two women found themselves in a subtle rivalry for Lin Gang's affection. Though neither understood the reason behind their competitive spirits, they were unwilling to concede defeat, striving relentlessly for Lin Gang's acknowledgement. Yet, upon seeing each other's attire, both felt overwhelmed with insecurity, perceiving their carefully curated looks as mere imitations of one another. It must be said that the inner turmoil of women is truly formidable. Lin Gang's obliviousness incited fierce competition between two stunningly beautiful women, both suffering anxiety and profound self-doubt about their appearances. Lin Gang swallowed hard, recalling the reprimand he received that morning, and bravely stated, "We three have already dined. Once you two have finished, we shall set forth." Hearing his words, Xiaoying and Chen Lan felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They never anticipated that their meticulous preparations would go unnoticed by Lin Gang, who seemed solely focused on discussing their departure. Chen Lan berated herself internally. questioning why she craved Lin Gang's praise, considering she had no intentions of pursuing him. Nevertheless, she soon resolved to earn his admiration, fearing that her efforts would be in vain otherwise. Unsure of why she felt this way, perhaps it was the vividness of last night's dream, which left her with a false sense of belonging to Lin Gang, as she had received his acknowledgement in her dream, but not in reality, leaving her feeling somewhat disgruntled. Meanwhile, Xiaoying worried that if she did not exert herself, Qianlan might ensnare Lin Gang, leading to a lifetime of regret. Thus, she endeavored to employ every means to keep Lin Gang by her side. Aware of his eagerness to return to his city to see his father, she feared that lingering over meals might hinder his anticipation. Lacking the natural advantages of beauty and figure, she resolved to compensate with her character. With heartfelt sincerity, she gazed at Lin Gang and remarked, "Our dressing has already consumed ample time. I am not hungry. Let us depart at once." Qianlan, interpreting Xiaoying's words as a desire to maintain her figure, chimed in, "Indeed, we girls have small appetites. I'm not hungry after last night's feast. Let's hasten our departure." Unbeknownst to them, the two girls fell into another round of unspoken competition. Nearby, Laming turned to Bei Jian and murmured, "Did they eat much last night?" Bei Jian shook his head. "In such an atmosphere, who could eat? I hardly saw them touch their chopsticks. I dared not eat either. Otherwise, I would not have risen so early." Laming empathized. "I too was awakened by hunger this morning. I barely ate last night and ran off. Who knew I would be so restless from hunger at dawn?" The boys, having expended considerable energy, were also roused by hunger, leading them to rise early, their stomachs growling in protest. Bei Jian pointed to his dark circles. "I was so hungry last night, but too lazy to get up until dawn." Laming understood all too well, given the exhausting battles and search for the monkey in recent days. The two boys observed the two women, musing that with 3 women, it would feel as though an entire theater troupe was at play. If 3 girls were present, they speculated, everyone would likely be overwhelmed. Chapter 138. The fourfold extremes of ice and fire. The two beauties resolved to set off for a city immediately, and the 3 gentlemen wasted no time packing their belongings for the airship. Initially, they believed that once the airship was en route, the breathtaking landscapes of their homeland would lift the girls' spirits. But Lei Ming and Bei Jian were unprepared for the impending ordeal. Qianlan's mind was consumed with memories of the vivid dream from the previous night, replaying every detail that stirred her heart once more. Despite never having been in love or shared a kiss, the sensations of that dream were ineffably delightful, compelling her to reminisce. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned her gaze towards Lin Gang. Previously, she had merely regarded him as somewhat handsome, but now, for reasons unknown, her perception shifted. Observing Lin Gang's chiseled features and striking brow, she found him increasingly attractive. As her gaze fell upon his alluring lips, she could not help but recall the enchanting sensations of their touch in her dream, igniting her heartbeat anew. A rosy flush adorned her fair complexion, and as she beheld Lin Gang's captivating mouth, she swallowed hard. Once aboard the airship, Xiaoying kept a vigilant watch over Qianlan's every move. Witnessing Qianlan's unwavering gaze fixed upon Lin Gang, a wave of discomfort surged within Xiaoying. When she saw Qianlan swallow while gazing at Lin Gang, her heart sank. She realized that her dream might become a reality. Qianlan seemingly had her sights set on Lin Gang, a notion that was difficult for Xiaoying to accept, considering her long-held affections. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative, refusing to remain passive any longer. Should Lin Gang truly be swayed by Qianlan, all her years of devotion would be in vain. She could not allow another woman to claim her beloved from her. In a bold move, Xiaoying approached Lin Gang, sitting beside him and wrapping her arm tightly around his, resting her head on his shoulder. This was her declaration of ownership, signaling to Qianlan to retreat. Seated beside Lin Gang, Lei Ming observed the sudden intrusion of Xiaoying and cautiously shifted aside to create space for her. Meanwhile, Qianlan, positioned on the other side of Lin Gang, comprehended Xiaoying's intentions upon witnessing her actions. She chose to remain silent, turning her face towards the window. Internally, she mocked Xiaoying's childishness for clinging to Lin Gang, as if protecting her candy from a child, as though she harbored any romantic intentions towards him. Yet, in the next moment, a pang of discomfort stirred within Qianlan as she recalled the Lin Gang from her dream, juxtaposed against his current closeness to Xiaoying, which left her feeling unexpectedly envious. Qianlan berated herself for allowing a dream to evoke such jealousy and diminish her dignity. Attempting to dispel these chaotic thoughts by focusing on the swiftly passing scenery outside the window. Observing Qianlan's reaction, Xiaoying felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing her small victory and peacefully drifting to sleep against Lin Gang's shoulder. Uncertain whether it was due to a restless night or the rapidly shifting scenery outside that induced visual fatigue and lulled him to sleep, Qianlan began to sway his head and unknowingly drifted off. After a while, his head fortuitously came to rest on Lin Gang's shoulder. Observing this scene, Lei Ming realized something was amiss and hurriedly moved to occupy a seat in the front row, wishing to avoid any potential chaos should a conflict arise behind him. Lin Gang, feeling neglected by Lei Ming's actions, quietly chastised him for his lack of loyalty. Lei Ming, making a playful face, retorted, "You are flanked by stunning beauties on both sides. What more could you desire? We should be envious instead." Listening to Lei Ming's teasing remarks, Lin Gang felt an almost overwhelming irritation. Under normal circumstances, being surrounded by such exquisite ladies would indeed be a cause for joy. Yet the present situation was anything but typical. Both women appeared rather peculiar today, especially since he had been scolded by them earlier in the morning for being shameless. The thought of them awakening to find themselves resting upon him and misunderstanding the situation sent a shiver down his spine. Moreover, with both women leaning against him, his shoulders were beginning to ache under their weight. In an effort to allow them to rest undisturbed, Lin Gang had been enduring the discomfort, but now his shoulders felt as though they bore an immense burden, and his neck had grown stiff. If this continued, he felt as though his very soul might depart before they even reached a city, as it seemed his head might detach from his neck at any moment. Meanwhile, the two beautiful women resting on Lin Gang's shoulder were blissfully asleep, and judging by the gentle smiles gracing their lips, it seemed they were lost in delightful dreams. Curiously, both Xiaoying and Qianlan were indeed dreaming, and remarkably, they both envisioned Lin Gang within their slumber. What unfolded next was nothing short of theatrical. The expressions on their faces suddenly transformed, and just as the others were trying to comprehend the situation, the airship jolted unexpectedly. Xiaoying and Qianlan simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanged glances, then turned to Lin Gang and slapped his shoulder in unison, exclaiming "jerk." The two women then angrily turned their heads away, dismissing Lin Gang entirely. It turned out that both had shared a dream where Lin Gang, after a kiss, revealed that his true affections lay with the other. Naturally, this revelation incited their fury, and the vividness of their dreams had left them momentarily disoriented, leading them to chastise Lin Gang. Gazing at the irate duo, Lin Gang was left bewildered. After having served as an unwilling pillow, how had he suddenly become the villain? It seemed that being a good person was indeed a difficult task. Had he known that such beautiful women would throw themselves at him, he might have seized the opportunity for some deserved rewards. Yet, this was merely Lin Gang's fleeting thought in a moment of frustration. If push came to shove, he would not act upon such whims, for he had no desire to be labeled a scoundrel. From the back row, Lei Ming observed the entire episode unfold with clarity, which promptly extinguished any romantic notions he had entertained. The two women who had seemed so enamored with Lin Gang had suddenly turned against him, leaving Lei Ming grappling with confusion. This abrupt shift in dynamics was too much for him to comprehend, and he felt ill-equipped to navigate such complexities in relationships. Perhaps it was best for him to divert his thoughts to the intricacies of teleportation and mechanisms instead. As Lin Gang continued to process the bewildering events, he found himself lost in thought. Just yesterday, he had been enveloped in a rather awkward atmosphere, unable to grasp the sudden change in Qianlan's demeanor following Chun Chen's admonition. He was perplexed as to why the once compliant Xiaoying had also adopted a sharper edge, seemingly directed at him, while she reverted to her usual self when conversing with Lei Ming. Although Lin Gang felt unjustly treated by the sudden outburst, a flicker of delight surfaced within him. for at least they had not resorted to slapping him as one would see in films or dramas, which would have truly disheartened him. Yet, he remained troubled, as he could not fathom why he had faced such unprovoked hostility. Had he been unaware of some transgression against them, he might have believed himself guilty of some offense. Fortunately, their accusations of him being a scoundrel spared him from the more severe critique of shamelessness, which might have led Lei Ming and Bei Jian to suspect that he had taken liberties while they slept. After all, the two women were undeniably stunning, Qianlan especially, her leather attire accentuating her flawless figure, rendering her irresistible to any observer. Amidst his silent frustration, Lin Gang chose to remain reticent, knowing that retaliation was futile against the likes of Xiao Ying and Qianlan. With their tempers running high, he feared that any misstep might provoke further ire and result in additional unwarranted reprimands. Just as Lin Gang simmered in his quiet indignation, Xiao Ying and Qianlan gradually regained their senses. They recognized that their earlier actions towards Lin Gang had been uncalled for and felt guilt wash over them, fearing that their conduct might have tarnished their standing in his eyes. Turning back, Qianlan apologized. "I'm sorry. I had a strange dream and inadvertently took it out on you." Simultaneously, Xiao Ying, with her head bowed, echoed, "I'm sorry, little brother Tian. I also had a strange dream and inadvertently hurt you." Upon hearing their explanations, Lin Gang's irritation flared anew. How could they offer such flimsy excuses? While one could be forgiven for dreaming, it was rather implausible for both to claim the same. Reflecting on the day's events, he suddenly feigned enlightenment, declaring, "You two conspired to prank me, didn't you?" "No," they both exclaimed in unison, hastily denying his accusation. Yet, as they considered their weak alibi and the uncanny similarity in their excuses, Lin Gang's suspicions were only reinforced. Qianlan turned her gaze toward Xiao Ying. "You had a dream too?" Xiao Ying nodded in surprise. "Did you dream as well?" Qianlan affirmed while nodding vigorously. Their exchange only solidified Lin Gang's belief that they had indeed conspired against him. For their peculiar behavior throughout the day and their strange attire were difficult to rationalize otherwise. Their current actions resembled nothing less than a coordinated cover-up. Just as Lin Gang believed he had caught them in a web of deceit and sought to confront them, Qianlan abruptly pulled him aside, murmuring, "Please switch seats. I need to have a chat with Xiao Ying." Lin Gang was just about to express his thoughts on whether the duo was being excessively conspicuous in their collusion when Qianlan stood up, bending slightly before him, patiently awaiting his relocation to her previous spot. The words that lingered on Lin Gang's lips were abruptly stifled, for at that moment, he found himself face to face with two formidable curves, their fair skin and deep clefts causing his mind to short-circuit. In such a scenario, as he inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Qianlan, a flush crept onto his cheeks. For it was the first time he had been in such close proximity to a girl, let alone one of such extraordinary beauty. Lin Gang swallowed hard several times, forcing his gaze away from the alluring contours before him. His flushed face resembled a ripe apple as he gradually shifted from his seat to Qianlan's position. Enveloped in a lingering scent, he found himself entranced, reminiscing about the aroma while dismissing the earlier need for clarification. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying and Qianlan sat together, whispering softly to one another. As the fragrance gradually dissipated, Lin Gang suddenly regained his composure, observing the two women before him, who oscillated between astonishment and laughter. Lin Gang became increasingly convinced of his suspicion. Xiao Ying and Qianlan must have conspired to play a prank on him. After all, how could two individuals who had previously exhibited such hostility towards him now be laughing and chatting like sisters? Reflecting on their sudden shift in fashion, sense only solidified his belief. However, unbeknownst to him, Qianlan and Xiao Ying had merely shared a similar dream, harboring no real animosity, and thus used the dream as a bridge to quickly forge a bond. Once they had openly discussed their feelings, the tension between them dissipated, transforming them into close companions. The dramatic shift in their relationship also astonished Lei Ming, who had been observing from the back. As a bystander, he had witnessed their earlier rivalry, yet in the blink of an eye, the two girls appeared as inseparable as sisters, leading him to believe he must have woken up in a peculiar state, possibly hallucinating. Quickly averting his gaze from the back, He reasoned he was simply fatigued and decided to focus on the view outside the airship to avoid further bewildering visions. Considering how astonishing the sudden change in attitude of Chunlan and Xiaoying was. When he looked out the window, however, he was once again taken aback, for he spotted a shadow swiftly approaching their airship. Meanwhile, Beijian was wholly engrossed in piloting the airship, oblivious to the impending shadow. As Lei Ming discerned the figure more clearly, he gasped, "No way. It's a monkey." Hearing Lei Ming's exclamation, a flicker of fear crossed Beijian's face as he followed Lei Ming's gaze, exclaiming, "No way, it's true." Lin Gang, feeling disgruntled, sarcastically remarked to Lei Ming and Beijian, "What's the matter? Have you two also dreamed like them?" After all, the group had searched tirelessly for the monkey without success, and he found it hard to believe they had actually spotted it now. He assumed they had merely dozed off and dreamed of the monkey out of longing. Just as Lin Gang was mocking the two, Beijian hurriedly brought the speeding airship to a halt. The sudden inertia sent Chunlan, who was not secured, tumbling forward. Quick on his feet, Lin Gang caught her just in time. The violent motion caused Chunlan to fall against him, and due to the height difference, Lin Gang felt as though he had collided with a soft cushion, a sensation that compelled him to lean in closer. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Chunlan's lips. Following that, a resounding slap echoed through the cabin. Everyone's attention was drawn to the commotion as they turned to look at Chunlan, who was covering her flushed face with one hand while shielding her chest with the other, appearing utterly flustered. Lin Gang, in a state of bewilderment, stared at Chunlan, the clear imprint of 5 fingers visible on his cheek. It was evident that the slap was her doing. Lin Gang felt utterly exasperated. He had never anticipated that after feeling fortunate to have only sustained shoulder bump, he would soon bear the mark of a slap on his face. Chapter 140. A unique welcome ceremony. The cabin of the airship fell into an unusual silence following the scream and the slap, with only the sound of Chunlan and Lin Gang's slightly heavy breathing breaking the stillness. Chunlan had never imagined she would experience such intimate contact with Lin Gang, and in turn, Lin Gang had not foreseen that his gallant act of rescuing her would result in a slap from the very beauty he sought to protect. He had long feared the possibility of being slapped, yet he had still received one. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Lin Gang, having received the slap in vain, contemplated venting his frustration towards Chunlan, but he hesitated, recalling that he had indeed taken advantage of the situation. Addressing Chunlan would only evoke feelings of guilt for having benefited from her misfortune. However, he could not allow the slap to go unaddressed. Thus, he turned his attention towards Beijian, the pilot of the airship. In a flash, he directed a swift kick towards Beijian's rear. As the pilot, "You can't even operate the airship properly. Did you buy your license?" Rubbing his sore backside, Beijian replied with a mournful expression, "I have failed the test several times, and this time is not my fault. You should blame him." Beijian pointed out the window with a look of grievance. Following Beijian's gesture, Lin Gang peered outside and saw a familiar figure standing there. Upon recognizing the familiar, mischievous face of the monkey, tears welled in Lin Gang's eyes. Outside the window, the monkey was grinning broadly, making faces at the group inside the cabin. It was precisely the monkey's sudden appearance in front of the airship that had prompted Beijian to stop abruptly. No one had anticipated that the monkey, missing for such a long time, would return in this manner, and the elite team felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Regardless of the circumstances, the monkey's safe return was the best news they could hope for, and the team hurriedly moved towards the airship to welcome their beloved companion back. Watching the lively monkey, still wearing that familiar cheeky grin, filled everyone with immense happiness, as they had previously feared they would never see him again. Now, witnessing the monkey's unscathed condition brought them great relief, and they began to take turns inquiring about his recent escapades. The monkey, chuckling and stammering, replied, "I was just too busy observing the battle. I want to find reinforcements." Clearly, the monkey was deliberately concealing something. Noticing the distinct slap mark on Lin Gang's face, he curiously asked, "Lin Gang, what happened to your face? Did you get caught sneaking a touch and get slapped by a girl?" The monkey seemed to be attempting to lighten the mood and divert attention from himself. Little did he know, he had inadvertently stepped right into the firing line. Subsequently, the monkey would face the dire consequences of his ill-timed humor. Lin Gang, with a swift and unexpected motion, kicked the monkey, who was still basking in the joy of reunion. If it weren't for your reckless antics, I would not have been subjected to this, Lin Gang exclaimed angrily. The monkey felt a sudden numbness in his rear and leaped into the air in pain. What the monkey did not anticipate was that he was not the sole target of Lin Gang. Beijian, who had just received a kick to his backside from Lin Gang, seized the opportunity to retaliate with a fierce kick aimed at the monkey's rear. This is what you get for your foolishness. You made me suffer at the hands of Lin Gang. Beijian glared at the monkey, avenging his own grievance of being forcibly halted and kicked by Lin Gang. The monkey, suspended in midair, had no means to evade, and thus endured another harsh kick from Beijian, propelling him further into the air. At that moment, the monkey felt as if his posterior had been set ablaze, the tingling sensation leading him to question whether it truly belonged to him. Just when he thought the onslaught had concluded, as he descended, he was unexpectedly struck by another kick. The bewildered monkey turned to Lei Ming, asking, "Did Lin Gang kick you too?" Lei Ming shook his head. "Then why did you kick me?" Upon hearing that Lin Gang had not kicked Lei Ming, he surprisingly kicked himself, leaving the monkey on the verge of an outburst. Lei Ming, smiling awkwardly, explained, "I saw both of them kick, and it felt incomplete if I didn't join in. Consider my kick a 2-for-1 deal." The monkey, upon hearing Lei Ming's explanation, lost his composure, exclaiming, "What do you mean by a 2-for-1 deal? Who ever heard of getting beaten up as a promotional offer?" Just as the monkey was about to confront Lei Ming, he was kicked again on his already swollen rear. With a mournful expression, he turned and shouted, "Who kicked me this time?" In less than half a minute, he had endured 4 kicks, and the monkey was utterly overwhelmed. Behind him, Xiaoying meekly responded, "I saw my teammates kick, and I felt it would be inappropriate not to join in." The monkey, upon hearing Xiaoying's words, began to tremble with anger. Truly, he had chosen his friends poorly. These companions of his certainly knew how to welcome him back in a most painful manner. Just as the monkey was about to voice his grievances against these unscrupulous teammates, he heard another resounding thud against his back. With a loud bang, his entire neck flushed red. As everyone stood in confusion, the monkey cried out, "Who the hell did that kick? Is this never-ending?" "It was me." A female voice called from behind him. It was Chunlan, the girl who had just anxiously slapped Lin Gang. "Who are you? Where are you from?" The monkey shouted angrily at Chunlan. "I'm the girl who slapped Lin Gang." The monkey was taken aback. Lin Gang had actually been struck by this girl, and now she had the audacity to kick him too. This was truly intolerable. To strike Lin Gang, and then him. Was she not effectively defiling the head of the elite team? The monkey's temper flared, and just as he was about to explode, he suddenly exclaimed, "Chunlan?" At that moment, Chunlan finally caught a glimpse of the monkey's face and gasped, "Brother Mei." The onlookers realized that the monkey and Chunlan were old acquaintances. Observing the delay in their journey, Lin Gang proposed that everyone board the airship and converse while en route. Once everyone had boarded, they noticed the monkey lagging behind, moving slowly. "What are you doing, monkey? Stop dawdling and get up here. Let us chat while we travel." Lei Ming Gurjid. The monkey, with a mournful expression, grumbled, "Now you know to hurry me? You were all kicking me just now, weren't you? It hurt like hell." Lin Gang laughed and scolded, "I thought you were tough enough to handle it. Can you not endure just a few kicks?" The monkey, gritting his teeth, retorted, "How can I know who kicked me with their toes?" Hearing the monkey's outburst, Chunlan discreetly tucked her legs away, fearing that if the monkey saw her high heels and spiked shoes, he would surely lose his mind. The monkey lamented, "I'm bleeding from all the kicking. I feel as though I might burst." Chapter 141. The Oscar-winning Little Golden Monkey. As everyone boarded the airship, they inquired about the monkey's recent experiences while swiftly heading toward the city. When asked about his time away, the monkey hesitated, casting glances at Chunlan instead of responding. Noticing the monkey's gaze, Lin Gang asked, "How do you two know each other?" The monkey continued to shy away from answering, still fixated on Chunlan. Chunlan, noticing the monkey's reluctance, quickly interjected, "Brother May learned from my father when we were young. We have known each other since childhood." The monkey eagerly nodded, "Yes, yes. I knew little Lon since we were kids. I trained under her father in martial arts. It's been quite some time since we last met. Little Lon has truly blossomed into a beautiful young woman. I almost didn't recognize her just now, huh? Chun Lon chimed in. Indeed. It has been a long time since I last saw Brother May. I am so happy to see him again. Lin Gang, observing the exaggerated performance of the two, was skeptical of their words. It was clear they had not coordinated their stories and were exchanging glances to prompt each other. Lin Gang did not expose their deception, but instead smiled at Chun Lon, saying, I heard from Chun Chun that your family is renowned for martial arts. Chen Lang, taken aback by the question, paused briefly before smiling and responding, Yes, our family has a long tradition in martial arts. Lin Gang continued, Chun Chun mentioned that your family has been practicing for hundreds of years. Chun Lon seemed momentarily taken aback, but managed a polite smile and nodded. Yes, we have a history of several centuries. It is indeed a martial arts family. Lin Gang, having noted her response, pressed further. I heard that your family practices internal martial arts and does not teach outsiders. How did the monkey become your senior brother? Could it be? Upon sensing Lin Gang's doubtful gaze, Chun Lon panicked internally cursing Chun Chun for revealing this information to Lin Gang without informing her, leaving her in such an awkward position. Chun Lon found herself at a loss for words and could only laugh awkwardly, attempting to fabricate an explanation. Yes, our family's martial arts are traditionally kept within, but Brother May. At that moment, Chun Lon was unsure how to continue, fearing that a misstep could unravel her previous efforts. She turned to the monkey for help. The monkey, who had been preparing to listen to Chun Lan's response, was caught off guard by her unexpected pass of the ball and momentarily flustered. However, drawing from his extensive life experiences and social acumen, he quickly regained his composure to address Lin Gang's inquiry. With a thoughtful sigh, the monkey adjusted his gaze towards Chun Lon and declared, Little Lon, at this point, there is no need for us to hide anything. The individuals before you are my closest friends and comrades. We have no reason to conceal anything from them. Chen Lang, upon hearing the monkey's words, felt a surge of urgency wash over her. With a face painted in terror, she cast furtive glances at the monkey, attempting to halt his continued discourse. The monkey chuckled lightly and replied, Little Lon, my dear junior sister, rest assured about my friends. Even if they were to learn of these matters, they would not mock me. Upon hearing this, Chun Lan's expression transformed dramatically, leaving her bewildered, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Yet one thing was clear, her heart was in turmoil. The monkey sighed and addressed the elite team, saying, Please do not take offense at my junior sister's culinary efforts. She means well, fearing that you might ridicule me upon discovering the truth. He then turned his gaze back to Chun Lon. Thank you, Little Lon, for always considering my feelings. My comrades are like siblings to me, so you need not worry. The monkey then began his narration. When I was very young, I lost my parents and wandered aimlessly, seeking survival by apprenticing myself to various masters, which everyone is aware of. In my teenage years, I once became lost in the mountains and was nearly devoured by wild beasts. At the critical moment, my master, who is also your father, Little Lon, came by and rescued me from the jaws of death. Seeing my pitiable plight as an orphan, he took me in as his adopted son. It was during this time that I trained in martial arts under his guidance. I share a close bond with Little Lon and Brother Chun Chun, yet due to family traditions, they refer to me as senior brother, while I call them junior sister and junior brother. Xiao Ying and Lei Ming were moved to hear the monkey's story, their hearts aching as they realized the cheerful and optimistic monkey had endured such a tumultuous life. Although the monkey did not delve deeply into his hardships, they could sense the immense sorrow and struggles he had faced during his childhood. The monkey observed the silence that enveloped the group and continued, Little Lon understands me. During my time with the Chun family, my status as an adopted son was met with endless ridicule. She wishes to shield me from your scorn, which is why she has been hesitant to share our situation. With tears brimming in her eyes, Xiao Ying declared, We are good friends. How could we ever mock you? We can only lament the injustice of fate towards you. Indeed, women are often the most easily moved. After hearing the monkey's childhood tale, Xiao Ying's maternal instincts surged forth. Vowing to treat the monkey kindly henceforth, compensating for the regrets of his early years. Lei Ming, too, wore a face of guilt, reflecting on his earlier jest of kicking the monkey, feeling utterly ashamed. He patted the monkey's shoulder and said, "It's all right, monkey. From now on, you have us. The days of hardship are behind you, and no one will mock you, for we are brothers." Upon hearing Xiao Ying and Lei Ming's words, the monkey nodded in gratitude, a flicker of pride glinting in his eyes. He turned to Qianlan and slyly winked, saying, "Did you see that little Lan? My comrades are truly worthy friends, kinder than even blood relatives." Qianlan nodded earnestly, her heart swelling with emotion as she replied, "During my time with them, I too have discovered their worthiness as friends, which is why I chose to stay without hesitation. I hope to be with them and engage in meaningful endeavors." The atmosphere soared to new heights with the exchange between the monkey and Qianlan as they gazed at one another, their spirits ablaze with fervor and emotion. Just as everyone basked in this delightful ambience, Lin Gang suddenly erupted into laughter. Clapping his hands, he looked at the monkey and burst into a fit of mirth, much to the bewilderment of the crowd who found it difficult to comprehend his sudden interruption of the beautiful moment. Lin Gang smiled at the monkey and Qianlan, saying, "To be honest, your acting is worthy of any award. The Golden Horse, the Golden Bear, the 100 Flowers, or even an Oscar. Especially you." He pointed at the monkey. "You deserve an Oscar for Best Monkey. Your storytelling is simply riveting. Had I not been intent on exposing you, I might have been deceived by your performance." The spectators were left in a state of confusion, questioning why Lin Gang claimed he was trying to expose the monkey and Qianlan. With a sly grin, Lin Gang continued, "In truth, Chen never mentioned anything about a martial arts family to me." Chapter 142. Lin Dong awakens. Those aboard the airship were taken aback by Lin Gang's words. They had not anticipated that he would test the monkey and Qianlan. Was there a hidden issue with the two? Upon hearing Lin Gang's remark, the expressions of the monkey and Qianlan shifted to one of evident panic. The monkey feigned calmness and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Gang chuckled. "When one tells a lie, countless others must follow to uphold the first. Chen never spoke to me of any martial arts lineage, nor did he mention anything about internal secrets. Yet here you are, painting a vivid picture." Hearing this, the monkey's previously anxious heart began to settle. With a resentful gaze, he said to Lin Gang, "Are you implying that you're trying to deceive us? Yet you have drawn forth our truths. Is it not reasonable to question anything further? As the adopted son of the Chun family, I have revealed this intimate matter. Are you not satisfied?" Qianlan, emboldened by the monkey's retort, added, "Indeed. As friends, you dare to deceive us, exposing my brother Mei's status as an adopted son. Your intentions are truly suspect. What is your aim? You will undoubtedly wound my brother Mei's fragile spirit." The monkey, clutching his chest, cried out, "Lin Gang, I considered you a friend and brother. How could you treat me this way? My heart aches. It is so painful. Oh heavens! Is there anyone in this world I can trust? Why does everyone treat me so cruelly? Why is the world so heartless?" The monkey's display resembled that of an aggrieved spouse, lamenting loudly for a reasonable explanation from Lin Gang. His antics placed Lin Gang under scrutiny, making Lei Ming and Xiao Ying question the fairness of Lin Gang's actions. Lin Gang regarded the monkey's outburst with composure, saying, "You impudent monkey! I was trying to give you the opportunity to admit your fault voluntarily, yet you dare to make a scene in public, forcing me to present the evidence before you." The monkey was momentarily taken aback by Lin Gang's words, unsure if it was due to his own guilt or the authoritative tone of Lin Gang. Lin Gang addressed the monkey. "I will grant you one last chance. I advise you to admit your errors, or I shall not hold back." The monkey, with a stiff resolve, replied, "I speak only the truth. How can I convince you?" Seeing the monkey's obstinacy, Lin Gang produced a cube from his pocket, stating, "This cube has a lie detection function. I have monitored all our previous conversations, and the images of your eye contact with Qianlan were all captured. Are you certain you want me to reveal them before everyone?" The monkey's heart raced at the sight of the cube. "You want me to speak? The old adage rings true. A lie will only yield more lies. But can this device truly detect lies?" Lin Gang retorted impatiently, "Enough of your ramblings. Confess now, and do not betray the trust everyone has placed in you. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me again, would you? You need not say more. I shall directly present the results to everyone. Is it not permissible for me to speak? The monkey swiftly intervened, whispering to Lin Gang, I have deceived everyone. I am not the righteous son of the Qin family. Observing the disappointment in Xiao, Ying, and the others' eyes, the monkey quickly added, I did not intend to mislead you. Our identities must remain concealed, or else we would all face dire consequences. Qianlan nodded in agreement, stating, what Mei Shixiang says is not a deception. If we could disclose our identities, we would have done so long ago. We have our own burdens, and should we reveal any details, it would spell disaster for us all. You would suffer the same fate upon learning the truth. The monkey gazed at the four who had fallen silent, asserting, I, Mei Exin, would never betray you. There are unavoidable reasons for my silence. In due time, you shall know our true identities. The matter of concealing identities from close friends is inherently sensitive, leaving the monkey feeling quite uneasy. Lin Gang, recognizing the monkey's predicament, still held respect for him. Everyone possesses their secrets, and he could not force the monkey to reveal all. The expressions of the monkey and Qianlan indicated that the reasons for their reticence were indeed compelling. Lin Gang suddenly chuckled, saying, look at your expression. You claim you would not betray us? Who is it that says a dead comrade is better than a living monk every time? Lei Ming chimed in, adding, you always sit back and watch us fight. When we emerge victorious, you leap in to claim the spoils. When we falter, you are ready to flee. How utterly shameless. The previously tense atmosphere, thanks to Lin Gang and Lei Ming's light-hearted banter, returned to normal. Everyone was merely curious about the monkey's identity and did not feel compelled to unearth his secrets. The elite squad then began to jest and admonish the monkey. And amidst the playful accusations, the other four could not help but launch a spirited attack on him. The monkey, not one to back down, playfully engaged in the fray. Qianlan, witnessing the harmonious atmosphere among them, felt grateful for having stayed behind and for having met Lin Gang and the others. They all genuinely cared for one another. True friends at heart. Observing Lin Gang, whose intelligence and emotional depth shone through his humor and laughter, stirred a unique sentiment within Qianlan. She found herself pondering whether it was Chun Chen's nonsensical remarks or the peculiar dreams that had allowed Lin Gang's image to take root in her heart. After a bout of playful banter, the monkey finally caught his breath and turned to Lin Gang, saying, during this time, I have come across some vital information, and I believe we need to discuss it. Lin Gang, noting the monkey's serious demeanor, recognized the significance of the news and inquired, what information? Fu Mingji, in truth, was merely an ordinary technician, not the genius we previously speculated him to be. The biological research facility and the teleportation array in the underground level 3 were likely not created by him. Lin Gang was taken aback by the monkey's revelation, exclaiming, are you suggesting that there is a hidden mastermind behind Fu Mingyi? Do you mean that the biological research facility and the teleportation array were orchestrated by someone behind him? How did you come by this information? Is it reliable? The monkey nodded and replied, I cannot divulge the source of this information, but its reliability is beyond question. As for the origin of the teleportation array and the underground facility, that remains uncertain. However, it is certain that Fu Mingyi and his subordinates have undergone transformation. Such formidable modification techniques are still shrouded in mystery. Lin Gang solemnly acknowledged, in my encounters with the cloaked figures, I have observed that they primarily rely on the red crystal cores within them to control the mutated behemoths. Such technological prowess is indeed remarkable. I have yet to fully comprehend its intricacies. The monkey then asked, what about Zhou Difeng? I have not seen him around. Has he betrayed us? No. I assigned him another task, and with a mutated army accompanying us, it was not suitable for him to be present, Lin Gang clarified. The monkey nodded. You have quite the audacity to entrust all the mutated behemoths to him. You truly take after your father. Lin Gang's expression darkened at the monkey's words, sensing a hint of provocation. Your words carry a taunting tone. I feel you are seeking a fight. The monkey chuckled, explaining why the sudden ire. I am somewhat acquainted with your father. If you doubt me, you may inquire upon reaching a city. Furthermore, I have not yet informed you of a significant matter. Your father has awakened. You mean my father has regained consciousness from his coma? Chapter 143. Old acquaintance Lin Gang was overjoyed to hear from the monkey that his father had awakened. Although he was unaware of the source of the monkey's information, he trusted its reliability and hastened back to his city. Watching Lin Gang filled with anticipation, Lei Ming and Xiao Ying silently rejoiced for him. After enduring such prolonged hardship, Lin Gang would finally reunite with his father. Yet, a pang of sadness pierced Lei Ming's heart, as he had received no news regarding his own father for so long. Fearing the worst, however, seeing Lin Gang's exhilaration, he refrained from dampening his spirits, choosing instead to harbor his sorrow quietly. After all, no news could perhaps be the best news. Until he confirmed his father's demise, there remained hope for survival, a belief that Lin Gang had steadfastly upheld. The monkey, discerning the fleeting sorrow on Lei Ming's face, approached him and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Feeling troubled?" Lei Ming forced a smile. "How could I possibly feel troubled? I am genuinely happy for Lin Yinshi's awakening." The monkey squeezed Lei Ming's shoulder. "Why the pretense? Do you believe in me?" Tears welled in the corners of Lei Ming's eyes. "What pretense? How can I trust you when you have said nothing to reassure me?" The monkey was unperturbed. "Your father is destined to face this trial, but it is not fatal. You should be able to see him soon." Hearing this, Lei Ming felt a flicker of relief. Although he recognized the comforting nature of the monkey's words, he also believed his father was not in imminent danger. Soon enough, the monkey's predictions and Lei Ming's assumptions were confirmed. Upon their hurried return to a city, they accompanied Lin Gang to the hospital to visit Lin Dong. As they were all curious about this legendary dual academician, Xiao Ying, Bei Jian, and the monkey had previously met Lin Dong, thus they felt a sense of obligation to visit. Lei Ming regarded Lin Dong as an idol and sought to inquire about his own father's whereabouts. Qianlong was genuinely curious about Lin Dong, wondering what kind of person could captivate everyone's thoughts. Moreover, Lin Dong possessed extensive knowledge about the underground, and she hoped to gather first-hand information regarding the mutated behemoths. When Lin Gang entered the hospital room and saw his father, who had awakened yet still appeared worn and haggard, tears welled in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. These tears were a blend of joy and sorrow. "To my delight, the father I once believed to be eternally separated from me has now reappeared before my very eyes. Yet, my heart aches to see that the once vigorous man has now become grizzled and frail." The pallid and haggard countenance of Lin Dong reveals the extent of suffering he has endured underground. His entire body is bound in medical bandages, resembling a living mummy. According to the doctors, due to extensive damage to his muscle and nerve tissues, it is uncertain what level of recovery he might achieve. Gazing upon his battered father, Lin Gang can no longer contain his emotions, bursting into tears like a child. Lin Dong gently pats Lin Gang's head, affectionately saying, "How old are you now? Still crying like a baby? At this age, you should be thinking about marriage, not shedding tears. It may hinder your chances of finding a bride. A man does not weep easily. Quickly stifle those tears before anyone witnesses this spectacle." Although Lin Dong's words are light-hearted, tears well in his eyes. Due to the nature of his work, he has spent little time with his son. Moreover, having narrowly escaped death underground and almost missing the chance to see his son one last time weighs heavily on his heart. The news of Lin Gang's perilous adventure in Egypt, where he nearly lost his life, adds to Lin Dong's sorrow. As a father, he feels the guilt of not only having been absent in his child's life, but also of having put him in danger, leaving him unable to protect his own son. Thankfully, Lin Gang is fortunate and has returned safely. Otherwise, Lin Dong would be consumed by guilt. Though perceived as a fearless hero by others, he is merely Lin Gang's father, an ordinary man who, despite his brave exterior, possesses a tender heart. Lin Gang embodies that tenderness within him. During his long ordeal underground, the thought of his son and the safety of his home kept him resolute. Without them, he might have succumbed long ago. After expressing his longing for his father through tears, Lin Gang suddenly rises and wipes his eyes, knowing well that his father despises seeing a man cry. He gazes at his battered father and grits his teeth, declaring that scoundrel Fu Mingyi will pay for his blood debts. Lin Dong, observing his son, feels a surge of emotion. His child has truly matured and now seeks to protect him. Witnessing Lin Gang's transition from childishness to a burgeoning resolve fills Lin Dong with pride, for experience is indeed the finest teacher. After enduring his recent trials, Lin Gang has transformed into a stalwart man. Lin Dong, concealing his excitement, adopts a serious demeanor and admonishes, "How do you intend to make him pay? A true man must not act impulsively. Have I not taught you the importance of remaining calm in the face of challenges? When emotions dictate your actions, your decisions become flawed, leading only to failure." Hearing his father's reprimand, Lin Gang's mood swiftly stabilizes. He recognizes his emotional misstep and promptly apologizes, mindful that his father is still in recovery and should not be subjected to undue stress. Lin Dong observes his son quickly regaining composure, pride swelling within him. After such a long separation, he realizes that Lin Gang has genuinely matured, capable of controlling his emotions and handling matters independently. A sight that brings immense joy to Lin Dong. With a smile, he says, "I heard from Uncle Xiao that you have formed an elite team. They say you have achieved remarkable feats recently. Make sure to let me see them sometime." Xiao Ying and that young man from the Bei family are also part of it, right? Lin Gang nods in affirmation. Yes. They are both in the elite team and are waiting at the door to see you. Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Lin Dong's expression brightens with joy. Where are they? Bring them in at once. You silly boy. How could you leave them standing at the door? Let them come in, sit down, relax, have some tea, and enjoy some fruit. Not daring to delay, Lin Gang hurriedly calls the group waiting at the entrance inside. Lin Dong gazes at the spirited and vibrant young individuals, his smile deepening. Once, he too was young and full of vigor. Now, observing Xiao Ying, Bei Jian, and Lin Gang, all so mature and composed, Lin Dong feels the weight of age upon him, realizing that the future belongs to these young people. As Lin Dong's gaze scans across the face of the monkey, it suddenly halts, and after confirming, he asks in astonishment, "May Xian, how is it that you're also part of the elite team? Is the old acquaintance that Lao Xiao spoke of you?" The monkey remains silent, merely winking at Lin Dong before breaking into a goofy grin. The others are equally astonished by the revelation that the esteemed Lin Yuanshi is an old acquaintance of the monkey. Chapter 144. The air, everyone in the ward gazes in shock at Lin Dong and the monkey, their curiosity piqued by how the monkey, who appears to be of similar age, could have an established relationship with Lin Yuanshi. Lin Gang is particularly taken aback. He initially thought the monkey's earlier remarks were mere banter, but seeing his father's expression confirms their old acquaintance. Yet, why had he never heard the monkey mention this before? Bei Jian is equally bewildered, unable to comprehend how the monkey, who has been following his master in his home, could be an old friend of Lin Dong. While he is aware that the monkey has had many mentors, he doubts that the monkey's age aligns with someone who could have known Lin Dong long ago. It seems he must investigate the monkey's background upon returning home, as he realizes he knows very little about someone who has been around for so long. The others in the ward lean forward, eager to hear how Lin Dong and the monkey became acquainted. However, Lin Dong appears unwilling to elaborate, redirecting their attention to the monkey. The monkey grins mischievously and declares, "The Buddha says, it is not for me to say." Lin Dong shoots Lin Gang a knowing glance. "Kick him for me. He claims to be a Taoist, yet speaks of the Buddha. He deserves a few kicks." Lin Gang, understanding his father's cue, promptly targets the monkey's backside, leaping to deliver the kick. The monkey, attempting to evade, is swiftly restrained by Lei Ming, Xiao Ying, and Bei Jian. Thud, thud, thud. The monkey receives 3 kicks from Lin Gang. He looks displeased and says to Lin Dong, "How can a distinguished dual-title academic speak so crudely? And why call me old man?" Lin Dong, with a playful grin, replies, "I refer to Laozi, the founder of Taoism, not to myself." The room erupts in laughter at Lin Dong's humor. They had not expected the esteemed dual-title academic to be so witty. The monkey, frustrated but unable to find fault with Lin Dong, redirects his ire towards Lin Gang. "Look at your son. He can't even tell the difference between 1 kick and 3. Shouldn't he also be punished?" Lin Dong retorts, "Why should he be punished? He deserves praise. Why should he receive praise for his lack of numerical understanding?" The monkey questions, vexed, Lin Dong, with a knowing look, responds, "In our scientific endeavors, we must not remain stagnant. Innovation is key. My son's ability to apply knowledge in a new context deserves recognition." Laughter erupted as Lin Dong found himself unable to contain his mirth. The infectious joy resonating throughout the ward as everyone joined in, save for Hosey, who sulked in silent frustration, acutely aware that he was often the one left wounded in these exchanges. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Dong as his laughter inadvertently tugged at his injury, prompting him to quickly regain his composure. The last thing he needed was for a moment of joy to turn into a misfortune. Once he steadied himself, Lin Dong's gaze shifted to Chun-Lan, intrigued as he realized he had never heard of her before. Nor had Xiao Naofu mentioned that there was another female member in the elite team. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "May I ask who this is?" Hosey promptly introduced her. "This is Chun-Lan, my junior." Stepping forward, Chun-Lan greeted him warmly. "Hello, Academician Lin. I am Chun-Lan." Upon hearing their exchange, Lin Dong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed Lin Gang. "You all need to step outside for a moment. I wish to speak with Mei Xin and Chun-Lan privately." This request only deepened the confusion among those present. They were baffled by the notion that Lin Dong and Hosey, old acquaintances, would want to keep Chun-Lan behind for a discussion. It seemed incongruous given their earlier banter. Nevertheless, they complied, rising to leave the room. Once the others had vacated the ward, Lin Dong turned to Chun-Lan and asked, "Are you from that place?" Chun-Lan gasped, looking at Hosey in shock. His words had startled her, for they implied he was aware of her origins. Observing her reaction, Lin Dong understood and spoke gently. "Your expression confirms my suspicions." Fear etched on her face. Chun-Lan demanded, "Who are you? How do you know about my background? Did Mei Xixiang tell you?" She glared at Hosey, who shook his head vigorously. "I know nothing about this." Lin Dong reassured her, "Do not worry. This matter does not involve Mei Xian. I have prior knowledge about you." With that, he slowly produced a bronze medal. "You must be from the Chun family of Qinzhou. Am I correct?" "I too hail from Qinzhou." Upon hearing this, Chun-Lan's tension eased slightly, though she remained skeptical. "Your ancestral roots in Qinzhou do not prove anything. Where did you get that bronze medal?" With a smile, Lin Dong replied, "It has been passed down through generations." "Passed down?" "Jianlan Guestin Bu Dao." Lin Dong motioned to Hosey and continued, "You may not be aware of the significance of the bronze medal's legacy. I suggest you consult your family elders for clarity. Like Mei Xian, I'm a bearer of this legacy. Initially, I thought it was merely a tale, but after experiencing these events, I have come to believe in the existence of true bearers." Hosey, with a playful grin, retrieved his own bronze medal, adding, "You only know I am one of you, but not why. It is precisely because of this bronze medal." As he gazed at the astonished Chun-Lan, he elaborated, "I too only learned of this when my master passed me the medal. Your Qin family, while regarded as a hidden protector of Huaxia, is not the sole guardian. Several other surnames share this duty. However, over time, those families have not continued their legacy in the same manner as the Chun family, but rather through the bronze medal, which serves as a symbol of our inheritance. We are what you call the bearers of this legacy." Lin Dong continued to explain, "Only your family elders are privy to the information regarding bearers. Presently, the bearers have chosen to manifest themselves in the world, and knowledge of our existence must remain limited. For we appear only in times of great turmoil. Otherwise, we live as ordinary individuals. The Chun family, in contrast, has upheld its legacy in seclusion. Had it not been for the recent biological crisis, you would not have been permitted to engage with the world." Chun-Lan listened in awe, for the revelations from both Lin Dong and Hosey were astounding, much of which she had only vaguely heard from her family's elders. She had assumed that, as a hidden family and protector of Huaxia, she would possess a wealth of knowledge regarding these mysteries, only to realize she was quite uninformed. For instance, Mei Xian, when encountering Hosey, had been expressly instructed by her elders to treat him as family, completely unaware of his status as a bearer. She merely understood the bronze medal as a token of her family's lineage. Looking at Chun-Lan, who was momentarily overwhelmed by the influx of information, Hosey remarked, "We bearers identify ourselves through the bronze medal. Aside from your family head, No one else is aware of our identities. Chapter 145. The mysterious underground civilization. Panic swept over Chunlan as she processed the implication that only the family head knew about the bearers. What does it mean for you to share this information with me now? Lin Dong's expression turned grave. The situation is dire. It is time for the bearers to emerge. And your Chun family must also step forward. What? Hosey interjected, alarmed by Lin Dong's words. The emergence of the bearers was monumental. Shouldn't we deliberate before making a decision? Lin Dong pointed at Chunlan, explaining the Chen family sent her to gather current intelligence. Did they not? A global biological crisis has erupted, and humanity faces an unprecedented threat. If not now, then when will you emerge? He paused, his voice steady. There is something crucial I must convey. Our ultimate adversary may not merely be the mutated creatures. They could merely be the prelude to a more formidable enemy lying in wait. Hosey, perplexed, queried, "Are you suggesting that this hidden enemy refers to?" Lin Dong gestured downward. "Deep beneath our feet, there may exist another civilization, and the forces behind the mutation may be connected to them. Their technological prowess could rival, if not surpass, our own, possibly explaining the widespread mutations and the emergence of the portals." Stunned, Hosey exclaimed, "Are you saying that what you refer to as the major boss behind the scenes is this underground civilization? You mean to suggest that an unknown civilization resides below, seeking to invade the surface? That sounds utterly preposterous." Shock was etched across both Hosey's and Chunlan's faces. They did not doubt Lin Dong's sincerity. Rather, they found his assertions difficult to fathom. The subterranean realm, devoid of light, seemed inhospitable to life, with only the most superficial burrowing creatures capable of surviving. According to Lin Dong, a civilization thrived in these depths, which defied scientific explanation. Without oxygen or light, amidst magma and toxic substances, how could such beings endure? Furthermore, the notion that their technology surpassed that of surface dwellers was simply inconceivable, bordering on the absurd. Such claims seemed the stuff of science fiction, daringly concocted by films and novels, impossible for the rational mind to accept. Perceiving their skepticism, Lin Dong spoke up, "I understand this may be difficult for you to believe, but these events are indeed real. Despite the advancements of human civilization over the years, there remains an abundance of knowledge and phenomena beyond our comprehension. Our ancestors once believed that the heavens were round and the earth flat. They thought the sun and moon revolved around us. Despite years of space exploration, we have yet to discover another planet suitable for human habitation. Can we truly assert that in this vast universe, there exists no other celestial body fit for human life? Even if no such planet exists, there may be worlds where other forms of life and species could thrive. With our current technological advancements, we are capable of reaching the moon and exploring the endless cosmos. However, we remain utterly ignorant of the depths of our own Earth, let alone the encounters I have had beneath its surface. In the minds of Lin Dong and the others, the underground is inherently inhospitable to life due to its harsh conditions. They pondered what form of existence could possibly survive there. Their skepticism about the existence of underground beings lingered, making it difficult for them to accept such a reality. "Have you truly encountered them?" Monkey exclaimed, astonished. He had faced off against Xiao Chui and the man in the black robe before, and understood their combat prowess. Xiao Chui was significantly weaker than the man in the black robe, and the power of those above him, such as Fu Mingyi, was even more formidable. Monkey believed that if he were to confront Fu Mingyi, his chances of victory would be slim, especially considering the terrifying combat capabilities of the race behind him. As Monkey gazed at Lin Dong's gruesome wounds, he was taken aback. Engaging with a race of such terrifying strength left them at a significant disadvantage, especially given the uncertainty regarding the number of underground beings. If they were numerous, it would indeed be a dire situation. Lin Dong sensed Monkey's concerns and continued. "Their forms resemble ours, but they are covered in scales, some even possessing tails. However, their combat strength does not seem as formidable as that of the modified humans. It appears they are unable to fully unleash their abilities for some reason. My observations alongside Lei suggest that they rely on a teleportation array to access their full power. Thus, we interfered with their teleportation array. We could not destroy it, but we placed a seal upon it. As long as the seal remains intact, they cannot invade freely through the array, significantly alleviating our combat pressures. Monkey rubbed his head, overwhelmed by the influx of information. What you are saying is truly astonishing. I need time to process this. Perhaps we should travel to Changzhou together and consult with Lao Chan to see if he has any literature regarding the underground race you mentioned. Although Lin Gang was anxious, he recognized that this issue could not be resolved hastily, so he agreed to Monkey's suggestion. He took a moment to compose himself and organize their next steps. You and I shall set off to Changzhou to discuss strategies with Lao Chan. I will instruct Lin Gang and the others to keep a vigilant watch over Shui-Di. I am uncertain how long Lao Lei can endure. We must make a decisive move before the underground race launches their attack, or it will be too late. After their discussion, Lin Dong had Chun Lan summon Lin Gang and the others to brief them on their tasks. Lin Dong looked at Lin Gang and said, "An urgent matter has arisen. May Xin and I need to leave. Please retrieve the magic cube from my master for me. Moreover, while we are away, your elite team must ensure that Shui-Di remains secure until our return." Although Lin Gang was worried about his father's health, he could only comply with Lin Dong's authoritative demeanor, reluctantly handing over the magic cube. Lin Dong activated the cube, donning his mech suit as he rose from the hospital bed. Despite the protection of the suit, his wounds throbbed painfully, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Approaching Lei Ming, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "You must be Lao Lei's son. You bear a striking resemblance to him. I have learned a bit about your situation from Commander Xiao. Well done. You truly embody Lao Lei's legacy." Hearing Lin Dong mention his father, Lei Ming became visibly emotional, tears welling in his eyes. He still had no knowledge of his father's current condition, and anxiety gripped his heart. Lin Dong, noticing Lei Ming's distress, quickly reassured him. "I apologize for neglecting to inform you earlier. Rest assured, your father is well. He is currently engaged in a special mission and cannot return to meet you just yet, but he will reunite with you soon." With Lin Dong's words, Lei Ming's anxiety began to dissipate. Lin Dong, observing Lei Ming's calming demeanor, kindly remarked, "I hear you contributed as a special advisor to the construction of the Kunlun Mountain Fortress and successfully deciphered the teleportation array. You are truly impressive. Your father's skills will surely flourish in your hands." Embarrassed by the praise, Lei Ming bashfully scratched his head. "I still have a long way to go compared to my father." Monkey nodded in agreement. "The distance will gradually shorten, but you should learn well from your father's defensive mechanisms. They are truly impeccable." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong shot Monkey a warning glance. Monkey, realizing he may have overstepped, quickly shifted the conversation and led Lin Dong to bid farewell to the others. After Monkey's comment, Lei Ming's expression shifted to one of concern, as he recalled his father's warnings about the defensive mechanisms, which would be used only in dire circumstances. Chapter 146. An ingenious idea with the knowledge that his father was likely safe for the time being, Lei Ming momentarily set aside his worries and followed the others out of the hospital, heading towards the command center at Shui-Di. Inside the command center, after Lin Dong awakened, he shared the significance of the Shui-Di teleportation array with Xiao Naofu, who was organizing personnel to construct defensive fortifications around Shui-Di. Given the terrifying implications of Lin Dong's information, should an onslaught of mutated beasts or hostile forces emerge from Shui-Di, the risks of foregoing defenses were too great for Xiao Naofu to ignore. Lin Gang and the others reported their findings to Xiao Naofu before resuming their vigilance over Shui-Di, remaining alert to its developments. Bei Jian requested leave from Xiao Naofu, as he had been away for an extended period and needed to reassure his family. Although Xiao Naofu had initially planned to grant the elite team a few days off, the tension in Lin Dong's demeanor before his departure prompted the team to voluntarily continue their work. Xiao Naofu found himself increasingly impressed by the elite team's commitment. If everyone exhibited such dedication, the threat posed by the mutated beasts would undoubtedly be more manageable. Since the outbreak of the Beast Tide crisis, some individuals, disheartened by the disruption to their lives, had begun to complain vehemently, undermining the efforts to combat the beast tide and significantly impacting the overall response. These selfish critics only consider their own inconveniences, disregarding the perils faced by the frontline warriors battling the tide. The relentless pace of the beast tide assault caught many off guard. Before they could react, the monstrous army had already arrived. Warriors seized their weapons and charged to the front lines, valiantly resisting the onslaught of the Iron Giants. After successfully halting the beast tide's advance, the soldiers soon realized that, aside from their combat gear, they had no provisions. Thus, they endured hunger as they repelled wave after wave of the monstrous horde. Most supplies had been prioritized for the beleaguered populace, leaving many warriors to fight on empty stomachs. Nevertheless, they persevered in their mission to defend our homeland. Fortunately, many citizens empathized with the soldiers' struggles and voluntarily organized support teams to deliver water and food to those on the front lines, effectively ensuring that the warriors were well supplied. In this moment, the profound bond between the military and the people was truly felt. Mutual love and respect flourished. The soldiers, sacrificing their lives and blood to protect our city and homes, were supported by citizens doing their utmost to sustain the soldiers' logistics. Of course, amidst this camaraderie, some disheartened individuals incessantly expressed their grievances, casting shadows on the resistance efforts with their negativity and unfounded rumors. In stark contrast to the elite squad's young members, the disparity in character was glaringly evident. Xiao Naofu, observing Lin Gang and his companions, found himself increasingly fond of them, musing inwardly that this young man would make an impeccable son-in-law. However, he was curious about how this young man had managed to attract a girl of equal beauty and grace to Xiaoying, prompting him to ponder ways to assist his daughter in not being outpaced. Chen Lan could scarcely believe that the esteemed Commander Xiao would possess such keen insight regarding matters of the heart, unwittingly adding a potential ally to Xiao Ying's circle. On their return journey, Lin Gang found himself intimidated by Xiao Ying and Chen Lan, ultimately seeking refuge with Lei Ming, who was engrossed in studying mechanisms in a corner. Lei Ming, initially reluctant to leave his research, was dragged along under the pretense of inspecting Waterdrop Lake. As Lin Gang escaped the presence of Xiao Ying and Chen Lan, he surveyed the now orderly A city, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Observing the airships and pedestrians around him, he was once again struck by a sense of tranquility, reminiscent of the moments before he entered the underground city. The citizens had returned to their peaceful routines, though the area surrounding Waterdrop Lake remained encircled by soldiers constructing fortifications, devoid of the usual sounds of insects, birds, and small animals. Listening to the surrounding silence, Lin Gang lamented the interference of Fei Mingyi in their lives, reflecting that, were it not for such disturbances, people's lives would have been increasingly blissful. The current atmosphere of unease, coupled with the absence of nature's melodies, left one wondering when normalcy would return. He pondered whether the mutated creatures could ever revert to their former states, questioning how their skin, bones, and organs had undergone such mental transformation, an idea reminiscent of science fiction film. He speculated on the implications if these mutated beings could not revert. Would humanity have to resort to the biological gene seed vault to restore Earth's biodiversity? How could these beings coexist with the mutated creatures? Or would they have to eradicate them altogether? An idea struck him. What if they could drive the mutated creatures into a furnace to melt them down into metal resources needed by humankind? Observing their metallic density, it seemed feasible to conserve ores and streamline the purification process. He mused whether the mutated giants could reproduce if they birthed a plethora of metallic offspring. Humanity might no longer need to mine ores, merely nurturing these beasts for an endless supply of metal. This notion, while whimsical, appeared to hold potential benefits. Turning around, Lin Gang realized that Lei Ming, who should have been at his side, had vanished. "Hey, where are you? Lao Lei, what are you doing over there?" Not far behind him, Lei Ming wore a look of utter despair. "Big brother, I'm trying to think here. Could you refrain from incessantly muttering in my ear? You're driving me to distraction." Lin Gang, witnessing Lei Ming's emotional collapse, found it amusing. It was unexpected for someone who usually maintained a light-hearted demeanor to unravel. Advisor Lei, are you feeling overwhelmed? I'm merely discussing pressing issues at hand. Before long, Zhou Difeng and his beast tide will return, and we must address the situation at hand, right? Lei Ming, with a sorrowful visage, replied, "This isn't a problem I can solve. That's why I need your input. Can we raise them for offspring?" Ha ha ha. Lei Ming responded with irritation. Sure, let's raise them to produce little metallic creatures. It's akin to chickens laying eggs. We could have numerous metallic offspring. But don't forget about their feeding. Those are creatures that consume everything in sight. What will you feed them? As the conversation progressed, Lei Ming couldn't help but chuckle, casting a sarcastic glance at Lin Gang. Are you suggesting we use you as their feed? Only you could come up with such an absurd idea. You must be bored out of your mind to think of such impracticalities. Amidst Lei Ming's laughter, Lin Gang suddenly recognized the humor in his own notion of raising mutated giants for steel production, realizing the only drawback was its potential to be quite labor-intensive. After all, it would be unreasonable to sacrifice humans to sustain these creatures. Chapter 147. A rare moment of tranquility. Lei Ming, disrupted by Lin Gang, momentarily set aside his studies on mechanisms and teleportation arrays, seizing this rare opportunity to relax, clear his mind, and alleviate his fatigue. Observing the bustling scene around him, Lei Ming felt as though he were in a dream. He had never anticipated such a whirlwind of events occurring in such a short span. The experiences he had undergone were exhilarating and perilous, far beyond the ordinary life of a mere enthusiast of architecture and mechanisms. He had unexpectedly become a guardian of his homeland, a protector of Earth, an unimaginable leap, akin to a tofu vendor suddenly becoming a master chef at a state banquet. The vast difference in identity and vocation left him momentarily awestruck. Turning to Lin Gang, Lei Ming expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Lin Gang was taken aback by this unexpected gratitude, struggling to comprehend why Lei Ming had suddenly declared such a sentiment. Are you feeling all right? Have you overstretched your mind? Your sudden thank you caught me off guard. I'm unsure how to respond. With a reflective gaze, Lei Ming replied, "Thank you for bringing me into the elite squad. Otherwise, I would never have had the opportunity to prove my worth. Without joining the elite team, I would likely still be solving mundane engineering problems. While that has its value, being part of the elite squad has opened a new chapter in my life." Lin Gang remarked with a smile, "I never expected that beneath Advisor Lei's calm exterior lies a restless heart. Haha, as long as you don't blame me for dragging you into this perilous abyss. It's all good. As for gratitude, that's hardly necessary." Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Lei Ming understood that Lin Gang was merely trying to maintain camaraderie among them, and thus nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "If that's the case, then we must indeed blame you for leading us into this pit. Our daily encounters have completely upended our worldview. Just look at the situations we find ourselves in. It's either mutated beasts or modified humans. Could it be that your character is to blame?" Ha ha ha. Feigning anger, Lin Gang retorted, "This has nothing to do with my character. Before meeting you, everything was perfectly normal for me. Xiaoying, Monkey, and Beijian. It was only after encountering you that we began to face these bizarre events. If there is an issue with character, it must be yours." Lei Ming intended to argue further, but he had to concede that Lin Gang's words held truth. It was indeed when he first entered the underground city that all these chaotic happenings began. He could only lament his own misfortune for stumbling into such turmoil upon his arrival. Realizing he was getting nowhere in their verbal sparring, Lei Ming wisely ceased his banter with Lin Gang, recalling vividly the exchanges between Monkey and Lin Dong. The Lin family's sharp tongues were not to be trifled with, lest one inadvertently ignite a fiery backlash. Lin Gang playfully nudged Lei Ming with his fist and expressed, "I was just joking. I know all these events coincidentally unfolded with your arrival. Speaking of which, without your joining, who knows what state we would be in now. I should be grateful for your heartfelt participation." Ha ha. Lei Ming gazed at Lin Gang and replied, "I too have personal stakes in this. Consider my father went missing in the well. Had it not been for your persistence, I might never have had the opportunity to take part. I must say, Xiaoying, Monkey, and Beijian are truly exceptional individuals. They are undoubtedly the best of friends. Their involvement in this matter is entirely selfless. following you into the underground city without hesitation and experiencing all these tribulations. Lin Gang nodded sincerely. Those three truly touch me. Xiao Ying, Bai Yin. And I have grown up together, and our bond is quite profound. They surely did not wish for me to face these challenges alone. Initially, we thought we were merely searching for my father in the well, never anticipating the chaos that awaited us. Indeed, Lai Ming exclaimed, "Who would dare believe that we would encounter so much? It feels as though our recent experiences could fill several science fiction films. Transforming mechas, mutated behemoths, and modified humans. If I hadn't lived through it, no one would believe it." Lin Gang chuckled at Lei Ming's words. To be honest, he had not anticipated the past few experiences to be so thrilling. What began as a search for his father had morphed into an adventure through ancient tombs, fierce battles against mutated beasts, and encounters with modified individuals. Reflecting on it, Lin Gang felt a shiver of apprehension. After all, he was merely a fresh graduate, recklessly plunging into the depths of adventure. Without the magic cube and these companions, he might have met his end several times over in the abyss. Lin Gang sighed. "I'm truly honored to have met you all. Otherwise, I might have been buried in the earth by now." Lei Ming shook his head. "That's not entirely accurate. We are all part of the same team. Had it not been for you in Egypt, I might have perished far from home." Both men found humor in each other's remarks, their laughter deepening their bond. They shared a mutual sense of gratitude for having found such close friends, especially during the most arduous and perilous times, when they stood together against adversity. They felt fortunate to have survived the myriad dangers they faced, especially since many had perished in the face of such calamities. Suddenly, Lei Ming recalled something and turned to Lin Gang, asking, "Have you noticed that Bai Jian has been acting a bit strange lately?" Lin Gang pondered for a moment before responding. "He does seem a bit off, as if he has something weighing on his mind. His smile has diminished significantly. Since our meeting at Tianshan, we have been preoccupied with post-battle affairs, and I've inadvertently overlooked Bai Jian." "Yes, that's exactly the feeling," Lei Ming exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "Could it be that the harshness of our battle at Tianshan frightened him, leaving him mentally unsettled? Bottling it up isn't a solution. Should we consider providing him with some psychological support?" Lin Gang shook his head in response to Lei Ming's suggestion. "You clearly do not understand him. Young Master Bai's mental fortitude is not as fragile as you imagine. He is likely dealing with something else. Once he returns to the team, or once we have ensured all is well at Shuadi Lake, we should pay him a visit. I will take you to see young Master Bai's grand mansion and treat you to his delicious food." The two exchanged knowing smiles, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. Lin Gang mischievously declared, "Let us plan to take advantage of young Master Bai's wealth. You will truly experience the comforts of a landlord's life." He he he. Just as they were plotting to lavishly indulge in young Master Bai's fortunes, a fiery figure hurriedly approached them. Lin Gang looked at the disheveled Chen Lan and inquired, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be resting in the lounge?" Chen Lan replied anxiously, "It's bad news. Xiao Ying is missing." Chapter 148. Dare to touch my people. Dig up his ancestral tomb. Upon hearing Chen Lan's words, Lei Ming's expression immediately changed. He turned to the immobile Lin Gang and urged, "What are you waiting for? We need to search for her immediately." Lin Gang remained remarkably composed, stating in a city, "I would be concerned if anyone else went missing, but with Xiao Ying, I am not worried. I do not believe she would simply disappear." Looking perplexed, Lei Ming questioned, "Why is that? What logic is this?" It was evident that Lei Ming had not anticipated Lin Gang's lack of concern regarding Xiao Ying's disappearance. Was their relationship merely superficial? Lin Gang, observing Lei Ming's perplexed expression, countered, "What is Xiao Ying's identity? A member of the elite team, correct?" Lin Gang continued, visibly frustrated. Aside from her identity as an elite team member, you're her childhood friend, along with Bai Jian. What does that have to do with her disappearance?" Lei Ming asked, clearly confused. Lin Gang gritted his teeth, exasperated. "Have you lost your wits after spending too much time with Monkey? I'm asking who her father is." Lei Ming still did not comprehend. "Commander Xiao, of course. Everyone knows that. What does that have to do with Xiao Ying's disappearance?" Are you suggesting that Commander Zhao's enemies kidnapped her? Lin Gang, now thoroughly exasperated at Lei Ming's lack of understanding, insisted. Even if it were enemies seeking revenge against Commander Xiao, kidnapping Xiao Ying would not be an easy feat. Why not? Lei Ming inquired. Lin Gang expects Lanet to protect their families. They are equipped with special tracking devices and emergency protection protocols. It would be nearly impossible for them to be kidnapped. Just as we encountered an ambush at Zhang Huairan's place last time, the rescue team arrived promptly. However, we have yet to receive any news from Commander Xiao. It is certain that Xiao Ying would not simply vanish without a trace. Upon hearing Lin Gang's explanation, Lei Ming's anxious heart finally found solace. No wonder Lin Gang had been so composed. He must have been well informed about Xiao Ying's situation. Beside them, Chen Lan, observing Lin Gang's self-satisfaction, could not help but retort. Can't you be a bit more perceptive? Commander, Xiao hasn't conveyed any news to you, but I have brought you information. This is a letter left by Xiao Ying. Saying this, Chen Lan handed the envelope in her hand to Lin Gang. When Lin Gang opened the envelope, he initially thought it was a prank from Xiao Ying. However, upon discovering an earring inside, his expression froze in shock. He recalled Xiao Ying mentioning that this particular earring was a tracker. Now that Xiao Ying had removed it, it indicated that tracking her movements would become exceedingly difficult. The only remaining means of protection for Xiao Ying was the last emergency mechanism. Lin Gang hastily opened the letter, eager to understand why Xiao Ying had chosen to remove the tracker, placing herself in jeopardy. Yet, the letter provided no explanation, merely stating two simple sentences. I am safe. Do not worry or search. Upon seeing Xiao Ying's handwriting, Lin Gang was thoroughly unsettled. He grabbed the letter and asked Chen Lan, what on earth is going on? Weren't you two just fine in the lounge? How could she suddenly run off? Chen Lan, equally guilt-ridden, replied, she told me she was stepping out for a moment. After that, I found her message and searched for her for quite a while, but I am unfamiliar with the city, so I had no choice but to come to you. Lin Gang, noticing Chen Lan's distressed and remorseful expression, realized he may have spoken too harshly. After all, she was a girl, and being in an unfamiliar city with only a few newly acquainted friends, his stern words might have unintentionally hurt her feelings. He quickly reassured her. Do not fret. She shouldn't have gone too far in such a short time. As long as she remains in a city, locating her should not be too difficult. Despite his comforting words, Lin Gang's forehead began to perspire with anxiety. Chen Lan understood that Lin Gang's tone had been slightly sharp due to his worry, so she did not take it to heart. Moreover, her concern for Xiao Ying's safety left no room to dwell on trivial matters. If Lin Gang remained indifferent upon learning of Xiao Ying's disappearance, it would only confirm that both she and Xiao Ying had misjudged his character. Just as the three were in a state of agitation, Lin Gang's communicator rang. Upon seeing that it was Xiao Naofu calling, he reluctantly answered. Xiao Naofu's voice came through. Filled with urgency, Xiao Tian, where are you right now? I am patrolling by the Shuidi Lake, Lin Gang replied promptly. Xiao Naofu immediately inquired. Is Xiao Ying with you? Why has she turned off the locator? What is going on? Lin Gang, overwhelmed by Xiao Naofu's questions, found himself at a loss for words. After all, Xiao Naofu had been preoccupied with the deployment of defenses around Shuidi Lake and the underground city, and the last thing he wanted was to complicate matters further. However, with Xiao Ying now missing, failing to inform him of the truth could lead to dire consequences. After much deliberation, Lin Gang steeled himself and decided to convey the reality of the situation to Xiao Naofu. Uncle Xiao, Xiao Ying has removed the locator and turned it off. I do not know where she has gone, but please do not worry. We will search for her right away. Rest assured, I will bring her back safely. What? She actually removed the locator herself? Xiao Naofu was taken aback, his frustration evident. Why would she do such a thing? This troublesome girl. You all must act quickly. I will contact the security department to review the surveillance footage from when Xiao Ying went missing and will relay any findings to you, which should aid in your search. With that, Xiao Naofu ended the call. Lin Gang could not shake off a feeling of unease. Why had Xiao Ying chosen to remove the locator? That was their greatest asset in locating her. Without it, finding her in a timely manner would become exponentially more challenging. Had she been threatened? After all, It was unlikely that an ordinary person would know the purpose of her tracker. While Lin Gang pondered this unsettling matter, swiftly navigating the city in search of Xiaoying, Xiao Naofu's call came through once more. Uncle Xiao, any updates? Do you have any leads? Lin Gang inquired anxiously. Xiao Naofu's voice trembled slightly as he replied, Xiao Tian, this incident is directed at me. I had the security department review the footage from when Xiao Ying went missing. Shortly after she exited, she was taken by several men in black. This is a planned and premeditated kidnapping as an act of revenge. You must not get involved. I will organize a team to ensure her safe return. Lin Gang, confused, asked, isn't it true that very few people knew about the tracker? How could they be so aware of its existence? Xiao Naofu lamented, alas, this is my fault. My bodyguard, Xiao Wang, was bribed by my enemies and leaked this information. They have demanded that I come alone to exchange for Xiaoying. If I delay, Xiao Naofu's words trailed off. But the implication was clear. If he waited too long, they would likely resort to extreme measures. Lin Gang's expression turned cold as he asked, where is their location? I will go and bring Xiaoying back. Xiao Tian, your intentions are appreciated, but this is a matter between father and daughter, and it is best resolved by us. Xiao Naofu insisted. Lin Gang's anger flared. Who dares to harm my people? I will make them pay dearly. In Chapter 149, Xiao Fu's scheme is revealed. Despite Lin Gang's insistence, Xiao Naofu reluctantly divulged the address of the kidnappers, fearing that he might arrive too late and that the criminals would harm Xiaoying. Lin Gang rushed toward the destination without delay. Meanwhile, Xiao Naofu, having ended the call, muttered to himself, children these days, talking nonsense. How strange. As Xiao Naofu continued to mumble, a graceful figure emerged from behind him. The newcomer approached, visibly displeased, and complained, Dad, what on earth brought me to this place? Turning around, Xiao Naofu smiled cheerfully. I have important matters to attend to. Look at this. He produced a gift box from behind him and placed it before Xiaoying. When Xiaoying opened the box, she stood frozen in shock, her mouth agape. ISNT this Xiao Tian Gij's Rubik's Cube? How did it end up in your hands? What on earth is happening? Gazing at the familiar Rubik's Cube, Xiaoying was filled with disbelief. Did her father take it from Xiao Tian? Panic surged within her as she exclaimed, Dad, why did you take something from Xiao Tian Gij? Quickly return it to him. Without the Rubik's Cube, Xiao Tian Gij could be in danger. Xiao Naofu, hearing her words, grew anxious. I did not take this from your Xiao Tian Gij. Realizing it was not taken from Lin Gang, Xiaoying let out a sigh of relief. However, she soon remembered that another Rubik's Cube was in Lin Dong's possession. Did her father take it from Uncle Lin Dong? Uncle Lin is still injured. Without the Rubik's Cube, he would suffer greatly. When Lin Gang learns of this, he will undoubtedly feel heartbroken. Xiaoying's mind raced, and she immediately interrupted Xiao Naofu's speech, insisting that he could not take it from Uncle Lin. She urged him to return it quickly, emphasizing that Uncle Lin was still injured. What would she say to brother Xiao Tian if anything happened to him? Xiao Naofu glanced at his daughter, who was determined not to let him finish, and felt his mood darken. He raised his hand to signal Xiaoying to calm down and allow him to speak. Once her emotions had settled, he slowly explained that Master Jiao and Uncle Lin had developed 3 Rubik's Cubes together, but had deceived him into believing there were only 2. Each of them kept one, and he had submitted the remaining cube. However, he had recently managed to reclaim it. Therefore, this cube neither belonged to brother Xiao Tian nor Uncle Lin. It was now his. He had intended to give it to her, but if she didn't want it, so be it. Realizing she had misunderstood her father, Xiaoying quickly apologized and began to coax the feigned angry Xiao Naofu. However, Xiao Naofu turned away, pretending not to forgive her. Grasping his hand, Xiaoying shook it while playfully pouting, apologizing profusely and assuring him she would never misunderstand him again. Xiao Naofu, observing his daughter's antics, could only respond with a mix of exasperation and amusement, remarking that people often say daughters are like a warm quilt for their parents. Yet, here she was, turning into a little hedgehog to prick him. Despite his feigned reproach, he indulgently handed the Rubik's Cube to Xiaoying. With a knowing smile, she replied, How could I be a little white-eyed wolf? I am your dear little warm quilt, forever. Feigning anger, Xiao Naofu retorted, Which little warm quilt treats her father like this? After a moment of thought, Xiao Ying countered, "It's all your fault. If you'd just given me the cube without making me remove the tracker, I wouldn't have misunderstood." She then added, "By the way, you seem strange today. Are you interested in some lady?" Xiao Naofu, feeling teased, shook his head in resignation. "I'm doing all this for you. Look at the new girl, Chun Lan. She dresses so elegantly every day. You should make a move." Xiao Ying was momentarily taken aback by her father's words, pouting and defending herself. "Who said I haven't made a move? I even drank with him before. But who knew he could hold his liquor so well? He's such a blockhead. What could I do?" Xiao Naofu found her predicament both amusing and exasperating. Reflecting on how it was commonly said that boys woo girls by getting them drunk, but he had never heard of girls pursuing boys in the same manner. He began to ponder whether his frequent involvement in drinking occasions had skewed her understanding of alcohol. With a sigh and a laugh, he exclaimed, "You truly drive me to my wit's end. Since when do girls pursue boys by getting them drunk? Where on earth did you learn such unreliable methods? With your approach, not only will you fail to win over Lin Gang, but you might scare him away." Xiao Ying was aware that her method was flawed, yet she had inexplicably chosen the most unreliable way to resolve her predicament. Looking at Xiao Naofu with curiosity, she asked, "Do you have any better ideas?" With a playful arrogance, Xiao Naofu replied, "Of course. In my youth, I was known as a heartthrob in the dating scene. With matters as trivial as these, I can handle them effortlessly. Just remember, no one understands men better than men." He then adjusted his hairstyle and struck a pose he deemed charming, sending shivers down Xiao Ying's spine. She shook her body in disbelief, finding his behavior utterly appalling. She had never seen her father exhibit such self-adoration and flamboyance, which startled her. Xiao Naofu, even in his own surprise, realized that as a commanding officer, he was resorting to such antics to help his daughter win over a boyfriend. However, for her happiness, he felt the need to overlook his dignity. After all, the competition for his daughter's affections appeared formidable. If Xiao Ying failed, he would regret losing such an exceptional son-in-law as Lin Gang. Xiao Ying, sensing her father's unusual demeanor, began to suspect something was amiss. She looked at Xiao Naofu with suspicion and asked, "Have you been up to something behind my back? Why do you look so strange?" Realizing he had slipped up, Xiao Naofu quickly denied, "What do you mean strange? I'm perfectly normal. I'm just worried about your personal matters." He continued, "At this rate, I fear Xiao Tian might already have children before you manage to win him over." Xiao Ying's face flushed with indignation at her father's words. "How could you say such things about your own daughter? You are hiding something from me. If it were just about giving me the Rubik's Cube, you wouldn't have insisted I remove the tracker. You clearly told me it was for a special mission." In that moment, realization struck her. Her father was indeed concealing something. It seemed he was using her for some clandestine scheme. The topics they discussed revolved around Lin Gang, Chun Lan, and herself, indicating that whatever he had planned was intricately linked to the three of them. Suddenly, she shouted angrily at Xiao Naofu, "Dad, don't you dare mess around. If you do, I won't talk to you anymore." With his schemes exposed, Xiao Naofu ceased to conceal his intentions. He looked at Xiao Ying, saying, "You're so smitten by that boy Xiao Tian that you're hesitating in your actions. I'm helping you. Xiao Tian just said on the phone that you are his woman. Anyone who dares to touch you would face dire consequences. If I don't provoke him, how will he ever reveal his true feelings?" Xiao Naofu raised his voice to stop his daughter from rushing to confront him, knowing well how terrifying his gentle and kind daughter could be when truly angry. In Chapter 150, Xiao Naofu encountered an attack. He exaggerated Lin Gang's words, claiming he had said anyone who touched him would face retribution, when in fact, Lin Gang had only meant those who harmed him. He understood that if he didn't provide his daughter with a satisfying answer, she would become truly furious, putting him in a precarious position. At that moment, he needed to stabilize Xiao Ying's emotions and ensure he performed well in subsequent plans to provide her with a satisfactory outcome. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine living in the same house with her again without facing her wrath. Upon hearing her father's words, Xiao Ying felt her face heat up. She had not realized her significance in Lin Gang's heart, that he would claim her as his woman in front of her father, and even threaten vengeance on anyone who bullied her. She was astonished to discover that the gentle Lin Gang was so protective of her. With a bashful expression, she asked, "Did he really say that? Are you sure you aren't lying to me?" Xiao Naofu, feeling guilty, replied, "How could I ever lie to you? These are the very words of that rascal, Xiao Tian. As a commanding general of a military district, do you think I would fabricate such a lie?" Upon hearing her father's assurance, Xiao Ying felt a slight sense of relief, although something still seemed off. She chose not to dwell on it further and simply turn away. Xiao Naofu, observing his daughter's doubts dissipate, exhaled deeply. Being a father is indeed a challenging role. He wished to assist his beloved daughter, yet felt as if he were behaving like a thief, which was truly disheartening. The primary concern was that whenever his daughter was with Lin Gang, her intelligence seemed remarkably diminished, while in his presence, it appeared astoundingly heightened. A minor inconsistency would immediately draw her attention. It truly resonated with the adage, "Women in love are foolish." Although this affection was unrequited, the intellect of a lovesick woman is invariably diminished. Xiao Naofu could hardly fathom how low his daughter's intellect might plummet should Lin Gang truly become her partner. Reflecting upon a common saying, he felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating whether he should allow Xiao Ying to date and marry. The saying goes, a pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years. If he wished to cradle a grandchild, it would come at the cost of his daughter's intelligence for 3 years. He could only imagine how infuriating it would be if his naive daughter were to be bullied by that rascal, Xiao Tian, after experiencing several dips in her intellect. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Naofu was succumbing to the syndrome of marrying off his daughter, leading him to question and doubt Lin Gang. At this moment, another saying rang true. Mothers-in-law grow fonder of their sons-in-law the more they see them, while fathers-in-law see their sons-in-law as increasingly hopeless. Just as Xiao Naofu was lost in thoughts of his daughter's marriage and the prospect of holding a grandchild, a rustling sound emerged from outside. Years of military experience instantly sharpened Xiao Naofu's senses, as it was evidently a sign that someone was approaching. He glanced at the time and smiled contentedly. The fact that Lin Gang had arrived here in such a short span of time demonstrated how much he cared for his precious daughter. Since the two were mutually infatuated, as a father, he felt compelled not to intervene. Xiao Naofu was determined to seize the moment and confirm their relationship before any prolonged night brought unnecessary dreams. However, when he stepped outside with a beaming smile, his expression abruptly froze upon seeing the person before him. Standing there was not the anticipated Lin Gang, but Bei Jian, who was supposed to be resting at home. Xiao Naofu stared at Bei Jian in confusion and inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be at home? What brings you here?" Bei Jian, with an urgent expression, replied, "I happen to be nearby on business. Lin Gang informed me that Xiao Ying was kidnapped and asked me to come and investigate the situation." As Xiao Naofu listened to Bei Jian's response, an unsettling feeling crept over him. His instincts hinted that something was amiss. He skeptically asked, "You don't seem surprised to see me at all. How did you get in?" Xiao Naofu had placed numerous sentries around the perimeter and found it hard to believe that Bei Jian could have entered unnoticed. To test Lin Gang, he had positioned many elite guards outside, and he doubted Bei Jian could slip past them so easily. Suddenly, Bei Jian's expression darkened, and with a sinister glare, he declared, "This is precisely how I entered." As he spoke, Bei Jian drew a bone sword and aimed it at Xiao Naofu's chest. A seasoned warrior, Xiao Naofu instinctively dodged at the last moment. Yet due to the proximity, the bone sword did not pierce his heart, but left a grievous wound visible to the bone on his chest. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Xiao Naofu gazed incredulously at the bone sword in Bei Jian's hand, asking, "You have betrayed us. What could possibly be the reason?" He never imagined that Bei Jian, who had grown up alongside his daughter and Lin Gang, would betray their elite team and ally with Fu Mingyi. After all, Bei Jian was someone he had watched grow up, despite his distaste for the commercial air that surrounded him. Xiao Naofu could never have anticipated such treachery. Bei Jian coldly responded, "I know you have always looked down upon me. Because my family is in business, you think we place too much weight on profit. Yet even when I prioritize other values, I still fail to earn your recognition and respect. Rather than that, I prefer to live authentically, free from your scrutiny. I relish my current state. What I desire, I must attain. By killing you, I can draw closer to everything I want." With that, Bei Jian lunged at Xiao Naofu with the bone sword once more, this time with no mercy. His intent was clear. Only by successfully eliminating Xiao Naofu could he gain greater power and authority. Moreover, now that Xiao Naofu was aware of his identity, Bei Jian knew that if his target lived, his own fate would be doomed, and the desires he yearned for would remain forever out of reach. Throughout his childhood, whenever he wished for something, his family would spare no effort to fulfill his desires. Yet to this day, there was one thing he longed for but could not attain: Xiao Ying's affection. He had always wanted her approval, and among his peers, he was undeniably a top contender in both family background and personal capabilities, with Lin Gang being the only worthy rival. He could not comprehend where he fell short compared to Lin Gang, despite his relentless efforts to improve himself and win her over. He could not divert her gaze from Lin Gang. He had sacrificed a comfortable life as a wealthy young man to endure arduous and perilous conditions alongside her in the depths of danger. He had suffered tremendously for her, yet her heart remained steadfastly with Lin Gang. Even during Lin Gang's perilous disappearance in Egypt, her eyes had never strayed towards him, not even for a fleeting moment. Chapter 151. An unreliable father. Bei Jian recalled the near-fatal ambush he had faced in Tian Shan. Yet afterward, no one seemed to consider his feelings or safety. Every member of the elite team showed concern for one another, but none acknowledged his well-being. Ultimately, it was because he possessed nothing but wealth and lacked any remarkable skills that set him apart. Thus, in the eyes of the team, he appeared as a mere, transparent figure. Had he not encountered Fu Mingyi during the ambush, he would likely have remained in obscurity forever. Now, through Fu Mingyi's transformation, his combat capabilities had significantly improved. If he could successfully kill Xiao Naofu, he would secure a monumental achievement and gain even greater power and rewards. At that moment, he would undoubtedly surpass Fu Mingyi, becoming the ultimate authority on Earth, capable of commanding the winds and rains. Perhaps then, Xiao Ying would finally regard him with admiration. As Bei Jian's offensive intensified, Xiao Naofu, despite his formidable combat skills, found himself at a significant disadvantage against the modified Bei Jian. Coupled with the excruciating pain from his recent injuries, he succumbed to Bei Jian's bone sword, which pierced his abdomen during their brief clash. In that moment, when the bone sword penetrated his body, Xiao Naofu could no longer muster the strength to continue fighting. His face, etched with rage and regret, revealed his inability to resist further. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Jian swiftly conjured another bone sword with his left hand and thrust it into Xiao Naofu's back. Struck by this lethal blow, Xiao Naofu completely lost his combat capability and began to slide down slowly. Hearing the commotion outside, Xiao Ying rushed out to investigate. However, upon her arrival, she found her father, Xiao Naofu, lying in a pool of blood, while the shadowy figure that had attacked him vanished before her eyes. In desperation, Xiao Ying rushed to her father's side, cradling him in her arms. As she gazed at his unconscious form, she was overwhelmed with despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried out, "Dad, please wake up. Don't scare me, Dad." Despite her frantic pleas, Xiao Naofu remained unresponsive. She could hardly believe that in the brief time she had spent familiarizing herself with the magic cube, her father had been assassinated. At a loss for what to do, she shouted, "Someone help. Please save my dad." Yet, no one answered her call, for not far away, Xiao Naofu's guards lay incapacitated on the ground. Xiao Ying found herself utterly isolated and helpless. Just as she was engulfed in despair, Lin Gang hurriedly arrived on the scene. Seeing Xiao Naofu sprawled in a pool of blood, Lin Gang was struck dumb, as though struck by a thunderbolt. After receiving a call from Xiao Naofu, he had sensed something amiss, but rushed to the location without hesitation. Yet, on his way, he had encountered an attack from a mutated beast. The moment the beast had struck, Lin Gang had felt an ominous turn of events and had fled quickly, only to arrive too late to prevent Xiao Naofu's tragic fate. Witnessing Xiao Ying in tears, Lin Gang felt a pang of guilt. He questioned why he had doubted Xiao Naofu's words. The scene before him was evidently a premeditated abduction of Xiao Ying, intended to lure Xiao Naofu into a trap for assassination. Spotting Lin Gang, Xiao Ying clung to him as if he were a lifeline, urgently imploring Brother Xiaotian, "Please save my dad. He has been attacked." Moved by her distress, Lin Gang knelt beside Xiao Naofu, attempting to comfort the distraught Xiao Ying while checking for signs of life in her father. Upon detecting a faint pulse, hope surged within Lin Gang. He quickly retrieved the only red crystal core he possessed and placed it over Xiao Naofu's grievous wound. Xiao Ying looked on in confusion, uncertain of Lin Gang's intentions. However, as the crystal core neared her father's injury, it began to emanate a faint glow, vanishing from her sight in a flash. Miraculously, as the crystal core disappeared, the bleeding from Xiao Naofu's wound ceased. Lin Gang exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have arrived in time. He gently brushed Xiao Ying's disheveled hair aside, assuring her, "Do not worry. Uncle Xiao should be fine now." Yet, Xiao Ying, still bewildered, could not comprehend the extraordinary events unfolding before her. Still reeling from her earlier despair, Lin Gang explained, "The red crystal core was taken from the black-robed man. It saved my life when my master was attacked on Kunlun Mountain. Uncle Xiao was merely on the brink of death, and this core can ensure his survival and help restore his vitality." Although Xiao Ying found it hard to believe, she was inclined to trust Lin Gang's words. Yet, glancing at her father, who remained unresponsive, she questioned, "What exactly is happening? Can that red crystal core truly save my father's life?" Lin Gang, sensing her lingering doubts, encouraged her to check for her father's vital signs. Upon doing so, Xiao Ying discovered that although her father remained unconscious, his faint life signs persisted, seemingly stabilized. Just as she was about to exclaim her joy, Lin Gang silenced her with a glance. He spoke softly. "I believe today's events were a deliberate attack on Uncle Xiao. They must have some hidden motive for assassinating him. We must proceed with caution and first ascertain the identity of those who abducted you." "Abducted me?" Xiao Ying was taken aback by Lin Gang's words. "Who would want to kidnap me?" Lin Gang, equally perplexed, responded, "But you were brought here against your will, right? I encountered a mutated beast on my way here, and the wounds on Uncle Xiao appear to have been inflicted by a modified bone sword. It is highly likely that the one behind your abduction is someone named Fu Mingyi." Despite his confusion, Lin Gang continued to meticulously analyze the situation. "You were attacked by a mutated beast? Are you all right?" Xiao Ying exclaimed, "I just glimpsed the figure of the person who attacked my dad. The silhouette seemed familiar." Lin Gang nodded. "It must be the guard, Xiao Wang. Uncle Xiao told me that he leaked your information, which led to your abduction." "Abducted? I wasn't abducted at all. Brother Wang was just sent back by my dad to retrieve something," Xiao Ying explained, still in a state of disbelief. She struggled to grasp why Lin Gang insisted she had been kidnapped when she was standing right in front of him. Lin Gang, equally bewildered, pressed. "But Uncle Xiao told me that your information was leaked, resulting in your abduction." "My dad said I was abducted?" Xiao Ying gasped, realization dawning on her as she recalled her father's peculiar behavior that day. Suddenly, she stopped mid-sentence, as if struck by a revelation about her father's true intentions. Gazing at her father, still unconscious in her arms, a helpless smile crossed her face. This father of mine is indeed a bit unreliable in his methods, but it is rather touching. Chapter 152. The figures in my mind. Xiao Ying looked down at her unconscious father, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. Who would have thought that a strict military commander would be so unreliable in his personal affairs? Of course, his actions were motivated by his concerns for his daughter's romantic endeavors. In other matters, he was quite dependable, particularly regarding the security of their base and the nation's interests. Lin Gang, intrigued by Xiao Ying's unfinished thought, asked, "What do you mean by your father hiding something from you?" Xiao Ying quickly denied, "It's nothing at all. I must have misunderstood." She could not divulge the truth to Lin Gang. If this information were to leak, it would turn into a scandal, rendering both her and her father the subjects of ridicule. From Xiao Ying's perspective, it seemed her father was anxious about her inability to win over Lin Gang, especially with the emergence of a rival, Chun Lan, causing him concern. To assist her in capturing Lin Gang's heart, he had deceitfully lured her here under the pretense of delivering her magic cube. Then, she informed Lin Gang that she had been betrayed by the guard, Xiao Wang, and subsequently kidnapped by nefarious individuals. She aimed to orchestrate a heroic rescue by Lin Gang, hoping to thus draw closer to him and solidify their relationship. Although this method was rather cliched and quite unreliable, it stemmed from the genuine concern and affection of her straightforward father. Xiao Ying understood that her father's elaborate efforts were all in pursuit of helping her successfully win over Lin Gang, ensuring he would become her future son-in-law. However, she did not anticipate that her attempts would backfire, leading to an opportunity for ill-intentioned individuals to attack. It became evident that regardless of a man's formidable identity and background in the outside world, he would forever remain a large child at home. In the presence of his family and children, he was both a stalwart man and occasionally a mischievous child. At this moment, Xiao Naofu appeared to Xiao Ying as a figure akin to San Mao, Nejia, or Lin Gang Huluwa. One should not question why she likened him to childhood heroes. After all, what adult could behave in such a manner? Regrettably, he had failed to execute his plan and had nearly lost his life in the process. Xiao Ying gazed at her father, unconscious and seemingly in a deep slumber, gently stroking his graying hair, overwhelmed by emotion. Alas, the hearts of parents are indeed tender. They are willing to sacrifice everything for their children as happiness and joy. Lin Gang, bewildered, asked, "Then why did Uncle Xiao tell me that you were kidnapped?" Xiao Ying, noticing Lin Gang as persistent questioning, hurriedly explained, "It must have been a joke from my father." Lin Gang, still skeptical, murmured to himself, "That doesn't make sense. If it were Uncle Xiao joking with me, then why did I encounter an ambush by mutated beasts on my way here? Moreover, Uncle Xiao was also attacked. Who else besides you and Uncle Xiao would know about this location? I suspect there is a mole within our team." Upon hearing Lin Gang's deduction, Xiao Ying found his reasoning compelling. "This place must have been a last-minute decision by my father. Only the three of us and my father's guards know of it. Normally, those around my father would not have the opportunity to leak our whereabouts." Lin Gang glanced at the fallen guard nearby and remarked, "These guards were also attacked. Are there any surviving guards elsewhere?" Xiao Ying observed the familiar guard on the ground. "All the guards my father brought are here. The only one missing is Wang Ge. Could it be possible?" Initially, Xiao Ying had suspected Wang Ge might have leaked their location, but she could not believe he would orchestrate such an assassination, as he had always been her father's most trusted confidant, someone who would never betray him. However, when she attempted to contact Wang Ge, she discovered he had gone missing, as if he had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Upon further investigation, she found a large sum of unexplained money had appeared in his account. This revelation left Xiao Ying heartbroken. She could hardly fathom that the person she trusted the most would betray her father. Yet, she was certain that the familiar silhouette she had seen was not Wang Ge, for she was well acquainted with his figure. Had Wang Ge been the assailant, she would have recognized him immediately. Nevertheless, even if Wang Ge was not the attacker, he likely had something to do with the incident, as he was the only one absent at the time with the opportunity to relay information, compounded by the mysterious funds in his account and his sudden disappearance, suggesting he was fleeing from guilt. Lin Gang was equally perplexed, for Xiao Ying was an accomplished hacker, and her meticulous observations could not be erroneous. If the assailant was not Wang Ge, then who else could possibly know about Xiao Naofu's movements? If that person had received information from Wang Ge before launching the attack, how could they have arrived before him to execute the ambush? Furthermore, the assailant had wielded a modified bone sword, and Lin Gang had coincidentally encountered mutated beasts on his way, indicating that the mastermind behind this scheme was undoubtedly connected with Fu Ming-Yi and his associates. This also implied that there was a spy among their ranks, left behind by Fu Ming-Yi, who sought to undermine Xiao Naofu to cripple the defenses of a city, as only if a core figure like Xiao Naofu encountered a problem would it severely demoralize their forces. Now, two pressing issues confronted Lin Gang. First, to ascertain the intentions of Fu Ming-Yi and his associates following the assassination of Xiao Naofu. Second, to expose the spy before they could inflict further damage upon their side. Otherwise, with a potential threat lurking among them, it was uncertain when it might detonate, and the consequences could be dire. If he succeeded in disrupting their defensive systems, it would undoubtedly exacerbate their already precarious situation. Suddenly, Lin Gang had a thought and inquired, "Did you hear the sounds of fighting inside and rush out, only to find Uncle Xiao injured and lying in a pool of blood?" Yes, the interval was brief, and since I had just received the cube from my father, I should have arrived faster than usual. Lin Gang pondered based on the wound. It seems Uncle Xiao was first stabbed in the chest, indicating a frontal confrontation with the assailant. Given his extensive combat experience, he would not have been easily overpowered in such a short span. Xiaoying, hearing Lin Gang's analysis, asked, "Are you suggesting that this person initially caught my father off guard before executing the attack swiftly?" Lin Gang nodded affirmatively. "That is the only plausible explanation. The person who could have made Uncle Xiao lower his guard, and whom you're familiar with, must meet all these conditions." Xiaoying contemplated for a long time, but could not pinpoint who that person might be. Each time she felt she was close to identifying them, her mind would cloud, and the figure would become increasingly vague. Suddenly, a shadow flitted through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it, believing that person could not possibly be the assailant. Furthermore, given his skills, even if he had struck her father first, he would not have been able to overpower him. Additionally, that person could not be a modified being, as she knew him too well. He was someone she trusted implicitly, one who would never inflict harm upon her. Chapter 153. The stingy Fu Ming Yi. At the moment when Lin Gang and Xiao Ying were overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding Xiao Nao Fu's attack and struggling to find leads on the assailant, a series of troubles began to unfold. First, Lei Ming and Bei Jian were simultaneously attacked by modified beings, both sustaining injuries and temporarily losing their combat capabilities. Then, the footage of Zhou Di Feng and the elite team battling mutated beasts was leaked, with some malicious individuals publicizing it internationally, claiming that the global beast-hide disaster was orchestrated solely by the elite team. The publication of this article triggered a wave of uproar, both domestically and abroad. Countries observing China's rise seized upon this issue to generate sensationalism, inciting the media to fan the flames of controversy, attributing the worldwide disaster entirely to China. While other nations suffered severe losses from the beast tide, some weaker countries had fallen victim to the onslaught, revealing that the entire incident was initiated by Huaxia. The people of Huaxia aspire to influence the global landscape and seek to dominate the world, leading them to conduct inhumane experiments on living beings and engage in extensive biological experimentation. Consequently, they bear primary responsibility for the recent worldwide biological catastrophe. The elite squad of Huaxia consists entirely of individuals who have undergone transformation, while the feral hordes invading human settlements are manipulated by this elite team. Under the intentional defamation by some unscrupulous foreign media, the elite squad has been thrust into the limelight of public scrutiny. Lin Gang, returning from Egypt to assist several nations, has also been subjected to slander under duress from certain factions, claiming to have successfully thwarted the elite squad and the mutated beasts they control, with the help of these so-called righteous allies. Most infuriating is the fact that some domestic factions, the slave advocates and sycophants, have joined in the chorus condemning the elite squad and its creator, Xiao Naofu, as Xiao Naofu has not disclosed any information regarding the attacks and injuries he has suffered. These Western-adoring individuals have organized a large group to blockade the vicinity of Shuai-Di, who, demanding that Xiao Naofu personally clarify the situation. At that moment, the plaza outside the Shuai-Di command center was filled with sycophants who besieged the command center, claiming to seek justice for the people and insisting on a thorough investigation into the matter. Some ringleaders among them stoked the emotions of the crowd, forcefully driving the narrative. They insisted on unity, demanding accountability. Our previously peaceful lives have been shattered by these unscrupulous researchers who conduct experiments on living humans, transforming them into mere killing machines, thereby disrupting peace. They have biochemically altered all living beings, turning them into metallic monsters that harm our loved ones. Many of our relatives and friends have suffered indirect fatalities due to their actions. We must demand blood from these lunatics. Shuai-Di is their experimental base, and their continuous lockdown is to prevent us from uncovering their criminal evidence. When the waters of Shuai-Di receded, I witnessed their biological experimentation base at the lake bed, filled with living beings that had been infected and transformed alongside mountains of corpses from failed experiments. The ringleaders of the unrest fabricated facts, inciting the emotions of the ignorant populace, drawing them into their movement. Misled citizens, under their influence, joined in the outcry, demanding the surrender of these morally bankrupt scientists and the elite squad, insisting on their public execution. Once hailed as the vanguards of salvation, the elite squad has now become the target of public disdain, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. In such moments, people forget who saved them from the calamity of the beast tide. Individuals within the command center began to emerge to debunk the rumors, urging the crowd to remain calm and not to be manipulated by ulterior motives. However, the elite squad's harmonious coexistence with the mutated beasts indeed left many perplexed, with some presuming that the elite squad's assistance in their time of need was merely a stage performance, with the true intention being the extermination of the uncontrollable beasts resulting from failed experiments. Just arriving from Tianshan, Zhou Diifeng found himself blocked at the Shuai command center, and he was infuriated by the chaotic clamor of the misinformed crowd outside. He could not comprehend how they could be so easily swayed, falling victim to such a deplorable ruse, unjustly attributing these baseless accusations to the elite squad and all present personnel. Disturbed by the uproar outside, Zhou Diifeng was about to rush out to clarify matters, but was stopped by Lin Gang, who gestured for him to remain. Lin Heng, observing Xiao Difeng's agitation, remarked that his current demeanor would only exacerbate misunderstandings, as everyone was already aware of his identity as a transformed individual. Xiao Difeng, fuming, retorted, questioning whether they should simply allow others to manipulate the narrative, jeopardizing the entire defensive strategy. Lin Gang took a deep breath and responded, acknowledging his awareness of the situation, explaining that Zhou Difeng's emotional incitement by Fu Mingyi was intended to dismantle the unified resistance against him. However, the situation had not yet escalated to the level Fu Mingyi desired, thus he likely would not act recklessly just yet. They cannot afford to wait idly. Lin Gang asserted that while they could not personally clarify the situation, they must maintain composure and delineate responsibilities. Acting impulsively would only worsen the situation. After calming Zhou Diifeng, Lin Gang began to organize the elite squad's work assignments. He approached Chunlan and Xiaoying, suggesting that their friendly demeanor would be more effective in calming the public and explaining the situation. With Fu Mingyi currently lurking in the shadows, Lin Gang feared an unexpected offensive. He assigned Zhou Diifeng to oversee security, ensuring they would be prepared should Fu Mingyi decide to strike. Lin Gang contemplated the presence of an undercover traitor among them, a ticking time bomb threatening the security of Shuai-Di's defenses. He vowed to uncover this individual quickly, as their actions could impede all efforts. Chunlan, puzzled, inquired if there was indeed a traitor among them, suspecting it to be the guard, Xiao Wang. Lin Gang shook his head, clarifying that Xiao Wang might be a potential assassin targeting Commander Xiao, but was not the one leaking information about Zhou Diifeng and the mutated beasts. Xiao Wang had vanished, making it impossible for him to know about Zhou Difeng's arrival. The agitators outside were likely aware of Zhou Difeng's presence. Xiaoying, having listened to Lin Gang's analysis, shifted her expression, suggesting that the events might not stem from Fu Mingyi's machinations. Lin Gang turned in surprise, asking for her reasoning. Xiaoying explained that since her father's assassination, she had sensed that the recent events seemed targeted at the elite squad. It was evident that this individual had an intimate understanding of their every move. If Fu Mingyi were behind it, he would not be so well informed about the elite squad's recent actions, and the style of these events starkly contrasted with Fu Mingyi's previous methods. Lin Gang suddenly grasped this point. Based on Fu Mingyi's historical tactics, he had always believed himself capable of world domination and would not resort to such cunning schemes. Even if he intended to employ such methods, there would be no need to first assassinate Xiao Naofu and attack Lei Ming and Bai Jian. Xiaoying continued her analysis, stating that Fu Mingyi had previously controlled countless mutated beasts, recklessly deploying them as obstacles. But now it seemed he was particularly concerned with minimizing losses, aiming to achieve maximum benefit at minimal cost. Lin Gang interjected, noting that Fu Mingyi had shifted from a spendthrift approach to one of frugality. Chapter 154. Doubts arise for Xiaoying. Xiaoying concurred, stating that there were two possibilities. Either Fu Mingyi had become miserly, now considering his own resources, or the entity attacking them was not Fu Mingyi at all. Zhou Diifeng, incredulous at Xiao Ying's assertion, exclaimed, "How could that be possible? Fu Mingyi has never been a petty individual. He commands a legion of mutated creatures on a global scale, wielding such an extensive army of aberrant beasts without spending his own resources or risking his life. He remains indifferent to these matters because he is, without a doubt, a complete madman." Xiaoying shrugged and remarked, "Indeed, a person's modus operandi cannot undergo significant alteration in a short span, particularly for a fanatic who has not suffered any substantial setbacks. It is unlikely for him to easily change his attitude and approach. Thus, there is but one possibility. The true instigator of the current events is not Fu Mingyi, but rather someone else entirely, someone intimately familiar with our elite squad. I have a persistent feeling that the initiation of these events is somehow linked to the assassination of my father. Fu Mingyi's approach has always been extreme, and given his control over such a vast horde of mutated beasts, he views these creatures merely as tools, interchangeable and dispensable. Over this extended period, he has indeed shown little concern for the losses incurred by the beast tide. His current demeanor appears akin to that of a miserly landowner, no longer relying on the beast army to fulfill his plans, but rather manipulating human emotions to achieve his goals. The contrast was evident during the assassination of Xiao Naofu. Initially, in the Qinling Mountains, he dispatched 5 or 6 modified individuals, including Li Mao, for an ambush against Lin Gang and Zhou Difeng. Yet during the assassination of Xiao Naofu, it seemed he employed only 1 modified individual. The difference in style between these two instances is stark, as if a different person were at play. Lin Gang chuckled. Your analysis suggests that Fu Mingyi has truly transformed into a frugal landowner, now caring for his mutated beasts as if they were mere household commodities, seemingly devoid of surplus. Xiaoying watched Lin Gang, who had been worn down by the assassination of his father and the attacks on Lei Ming and Bai Jian, and felt a pang of sympathy. Since these events unfolded, Lin Gang's face had lost its smile, and he had grown noticeably gaunt and reticent. Seeing Lin Gang once again wear a smile and speak playfully made Xiaoying laugh. "Brother Xiao Tian, are you suggesting that the mutated beasts are akin to Fu Mingyi's grains and flour? A miserly landowner indeed. What a comparison." However, Xiaoying's laughter abruptly ceased as a chilling thought crossed her mind. She clearly recalled Lin Gang joking during their childhood about Bai Jian's family being wealthy yet miserly. The image of Bai Jian flashed in her mind, intertwining with the shadow she associated with her father's assassination. A shiver ran down her spine. Chunlan and Lin Gang noticed Xiaoying's sudden change and inquired, "What is it? Why did you stop mid-sentence?" Xiaoying shook her head with a smile. "It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled something. Let us proceed with the preparations for the task at hand. It is imperative that we resolve these issues swiftly. All right, let us follow the plan we just discussed and tackle the task. We must resolve this matter promptly to avoid hindering the progress of the Shuai Hu defensive works." With that, everyone hurried to fulfill their assigned tasks, leaving Xiaoying momentarily lost in thought. Once alone, Xiaoying pondered the inexplicable connection she had drawn between the shadow of her father's assassin and Bai Jian. Not far away, Chunlan called out to her, "Xiaoying, what are you thinking? We need to depart for our mission." "Coming," Xiaoying murmured to herself. "What am I thinking? Bai Jian grew up alongside brother Xiao Tian and me. How could he be the one behind my father's assassination? What nonsense am I conjuring? Moreover, Bai Jian cannot possibly be a modified individual." Shaking her head, she quickly pursued Chunlan. After all, stabilizing public sentiment and swiftly restoring order was of utmost importance. In a hospital ward, Lei Ming was lamenting his misfortunes to Bai Jian, expressing frustration over their plight. With a woeful expression, he complained, "Why am I so unlucky? I just recovered from my injuries at Tianshan base, and now, back in the city for only a few days, I find myself here again. Why must I always be the one to suffer?" Meanwhile, Lin Gang and the others are busy outside, and we can do nothing but lie here. Bai Jian stared blankly at the ceiling and replied, "Brother, how long have you been complaining this morning? My ears are about to wear out from your grievances." Since we're here, we might as well take care of our health, and once we recuperate, we can return to assist them. Your current demeanor is detrimental to your recovery. Lei Ming sighed in response. I do not wish to complain, but I feel utterly miserable. My hands are immobile, and I had intended to work on modeling the teleportation array. Now, I can only lie here like a rice dumpling. This is unbearable. If I ever catch that despicable assassin, I shall have my revenge. Achoo! Achoo! Lei Ming observed Bei Jian sneezing and expressed concern. Are you all right? Do you have a cold? No, it's just a tickle in my nose. Perhaps a small insect flew in, Bei Jian hurriedly explained. Lei Ming turned his head with difficulty, looking at the similarly bandaged Bei Jian with sympathy. How unfortunate we are. Even rubbing our noses is a challenge. Do you have any insects? I could call a robot to help you rub your nose and chase those pesky bugs away. No, I'm fine now. Lei Ming sighed. Just a few days ago, I was saying how rare it is to enjoy some peace and quiet, and then suddenly, this series of unfortunate events unfolds. We even wondered if you had been traumatized at Tian Shan. We intended to counsel you, and now they are all swamped with work. Meanwhile, my mood is collapsing. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. Really? Bei Jian insisted. That's good to hear. Lin Gang mentioned he feels indebted to you, saying he has dragged you into this miserable situation. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to tell us. We are brothers, so I shan't resort to pleasantries. If you require assistance, just say the word. As Lei Ming rambled on, fatigue from late-night studies in mechanical arts and teleportation arrays overtook him, and he dozed off. Bei Jian, glancing at the slumbering Lei Ming, breathed a heavy sigh of relief. His ears could finally rest. However, Lei Ming's murmured words had somewhat alleviated Bei Jian's earlier murderous intent. He whispered to himself, at least you have some conscience. Recognizing the sacrifices I've made for you, I shall spare your life for now. If not for your words, I might have sought your demise today to bolster my accolades. With that, Bei Jian rose from his bed, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Lei Ming, and muttered, I hope you remain sensible. Otherwise, after Xiao Naofu and Chen Lan, you will be next. Stretching his limbs, he declared with ferocity, Lin Gang, do you not revel in showcasing your strength? Do you not relish the attention? I shall eliminate all those who orbit around you. I will trample your confidence into the ground, and everyone shall know that I, Bei Jian, surpass you. Chapter 155. The provocative mob in the square outside Shuidi Hu. Chen Lan was fervently attempting to calm the agitated crowd alongside Xiao Ying. Please, everyone, remain calm. The photographic evidence you have encountered is the result of the machinations of those with ulterior motives. It is inconceivable that we would engage in experiments involving human modification or inhumane biological testing. This is merely a scheme devised by conspirators. Reflect on this. How could we possibly commit such heinous acts? For nearly a century, we have been quietly advancing, never resorting to self-serving actions that incite unrest among the public gathered here. Are we not falling into the traps set by those with nefarious intentions? Their aim is to disrupt our stable and prosperous society, leveraging this moment to undermine us. If you harbor doubts, I urge you to return home and await the official announcements. Should the reality align with your fears, then your subsequent actions would indeed be for the welfare of the public. Presently, however, your actions are clearly manipulated by others. Some ordinary citizens, misled by the statements of Chen Lan and Xiao Ying, began to realize that they had been drawn into chaos by those with ulterior motives. Our civilization, steeped in thousands of years of culture, has always been influenced by Confucian ideals, forbidding inhumane biological experiments and human modifications. Particularly, large-scale global biological testing is utterly implausible. Such endeavors could only be undertaken by earlier dominant nations, which possess a history of conducting biological and viral experiments. Coupled with their habitual interference in other nations' domestic affairs and their attempts to destabilize global equilibrium, their infamous track record is well known. They have persistently obstructed the rise of our nation and will not easily relinquish an opportunity to tarnish our reputation. Their notorious persona consists of incessantly disparaging other countries, thwarting their development, suppressing their economies, and undermining their interests. Numerous signs indicate that their malicious intent towards our nation remains unabated, seeking to exploit international discourse to suppress us. The kind-hearted and naive populace, upon recognizing this issue, felt immense guilt for unwittingly becoming pawns in their scheme, nearly aiding in the disruption of our stability and prosperity. Following this realization, they began to extricate themselves from the control of those inciting unrest, heeding the counsel of Chunlan and Xiaoying, ceasing their outcries and retreating. As they withdrew, they assisted others who were still bewildered in analyzing the intricacies of the situation. The two young women were indeed correct. It is best for everyone to return home and await the official results. Our gathering here only serves to complicate matters for the nation. Our current actions undoubtedly render us unwitting instruments in someone else's agenda. Indeed, what these two young women have stated is reasonable. Now, more than ever, we must approach the situation with composure. The events of today are undeniably fraught with ambiguities. Let us disperse for now and reconvene once we have clarity. How could we have acted so impulsively? The elite squad has tirelessly endeavored to safeguard our lives and property, contrary to the allegations against them. Let us return and clarify the situation. Most of the populace, having come to their senses, began to retreat under the guidance of these individuals. However, a few figures within the crowd, witnessing the tide of retreating people, grew anxious. Their mission had been to incite the confused crowd to pressure the Shuai-Di command center, thereby creating chaos. If the turmoil ceased now, their mission would be deemed a failure, and they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. They glared at Chunlan and Xiaoying with malice, exclaiming, "Who are these two young girls to spread such nonsense? Cease your misleading rhetoric. You suggest we return home to await official news. I see you are merely stalling, attempting to deceive us. We demand that Commander Xiao come forth. If Commander Xiao instructs us to return, we shall comply without hesitation. Who are you to attempt to trick us with mere words? Indeed, even if you wish for us to return to await official news, it should be Commander Xiao who makes that statement before we consider leaving. Otherwise, we shall not trust anyone else. We have waited here for ages without seeing a true leader speak. We are gravely suspicious that you seek to mislead us. We demand to see Commander Xiao. We will not depart until we do." As these individuals shouted, some previously poised to leave suddenly halted. They, too, wished to witness the rumored Commander Xiao in person, eager to hear his perspective on the matter. With some individuals slowing their pace, the public's penchant for spectacle became evident. Many thought to themselves that since they were already here, they might as well see what Commander Xiao had to say. If he offered an explanation, they would possess first-hand information to share upon their return, serving as a point of pride in conversation. A few onlookers, not fully grasping the situation, began to stir the crowd. "We have waited here for so long. Please summon the high-ranking leader to clarify our doubts." Yes, otherwise we will always feel that the words of these two girls lack credibility. In truth, they did not genuinely doubt the statements of Chunlan and Xiaoying. When the two articulated the stakes involved, the crowd had already begun to surmise that the situation indeed mirrored what they had described. They were merely idle, seeking to showcase their concern for national affairs. Many among them were unaware of Commander Zhao's specific location. They merely wished to meet the legendary figure. For Commander Xiao was renowned. To encounter the esteemed Commander Xiao would provide them ample opportunity to boast upon their return. Such unreasonable demands, however, Chunlan and Xiaoying could not easily acquiesce to. After all, a commander of his stature cannot simply be summoned at will. Most importantly, those at the command center were aware that Commander Xiao had been assassinated. Lin Gang had concealed the truth alongside Xiaoying to root out traitors within the ranks. However, the news of Commander Zhao's assassination had not been disseminated, as the instigators were evidently aware that he could not appear and intentionally called for his presence. Observing that Chunlan and Xiaoying had yet to respond, a few individuals seized the opportunity to challenge them. "We have expressed ourselves for quite some time, yet you remain silent. Are you deceiving us from the outset? We demand to see Commander Xiao. We insist on seeing Commander Xiao. We will not leave until we do." Clearly, you are feeling guilty. A handful of troublemakers exerted pressure on Chunlan and Xiaoying, further inciting the emotions of those nearby, exacerbating the chaotic atmosphere. Witnessing the situation spiral once more, Chun-Lan felt a sense of urgency. She never anticipated that a scenario she believed to be under control would devolve into chaos once again. Her sheltered lifestyle had left her ill-prepared for the present-day human curiosity and gossip. In her haste, she explained, "Commander Xiao was assassinated a few days ago." Before she could finish her sentence, a voice from the crowd interrupted. "As soon as we mention wanting to see Commander Xiao, you claim he was assassinated. This is rather too coincidental. I now seriously doubt the authenticity of what you just said." This outcry further plunged the situation into disarray. The voices of dissent within the crowd have grown increasingly fervent. We need not mention that prior to our request to meet with Xiao Siling, such matters were non-existent. It is rather absurd that the situation arose only after we sought an audience with him. Chapter 156. The Teleportation Array in Lin Gang, as Chun-Lan found herself at a loss amidst the chaotic scene unfolding before her. A horde of mutated giant cats, dogs, and rats suddenly emerged from a throng, lunging towards the unsuspecting crowd. Before Chun-Lan and Xiao Ying could react to the appearance of these aberrant creatures, shouts erupted from within the masses. "Everyone flee! They have uncovered the truth and are preparing to silence us. Run for your lives! They're desperate!" The abrupt turn of events sent the entire square into a frenzy. The mutated beasts tore into the ordinary citizens, seemingly ignoring the guards stationed at the command center nearby. This led the beleaguered populace to believe the frantic cries they had just heard. They no longer trusted the words of Chun-Lan and Xiao Ying, convinced that the aberrations were indeed spawned from the waters of Shui-De. It was inconceivable that all the mutated creatures would circumvent Shui-De and solely attack those congregated in the square. This indirectly suggested that the aberrations were under the control of the elite squad, who were currently orchestrating the slaughter of their own kin. The square, as Shui-De erupted into chaos, filled with screams and pleas for help. Those once resolute in their protest for the people's cause now found their emotions unraveling, desperately crying out for salvation as they scattered in terror. A moment's hesitation could lead to being overwhelmed and devoured by the mutants. In their fight for survival, they could no longer afford to be concerned with protests. After all, one must live to voice their grievances. The scene of individuals seeking refuge at Shui-De quickly disseminated, thrusting the elite squad and Xiao Now Fu's troops into the spotlight once more. The unfolding drama rendered any explanation from the elite squad utterly impotent. Amidst the tumult, a few figures in the crowd exchanged sly smiles before quietly retreating towards the rear. Observing the carnage inflicted by the mutated beasts, Chun-Lan and Xiao Ying swiftly maneuvered towards them, determined to confront the threat. The ordinary citizens, witnessing Chun-Lan and Xiao Ying racing towards them, were initially struck with fear. However, upon realizing that the duo was there to protect them from harm, they were momentarily bewildered. Shouldn't these girls be joining the aberrations in their assault? Why were they instead defending the very people they were supposed to be attacking? Some astute individuals suddenly grasped the situation. They had been manipulated and used as pawns, not only betraying the elite squad and the military, but now jeopardizing their own lives. Just as despair set in, a contingent of soldiers armed with superior weaponry surged forth from the Shui-De command center. They charged towards the mutated creatures, rescuing the civilians on the brink of demise. In a short while, the sudden onslaught of mutants was largely quelled by Chun-Lan, Xiao Ying, and the well-equipped soldiers. The figures who had instigated the chaos realized the tide had turned and hastily attempted to retreat. Yet, as they pushed through the crowd, they found their escape thwarted by Lin Gang, who had appeared behind them. Lin Gang coldly inquired, "Now, tell me, who orchestrated this?" One of the individuals, quickly regaining composure, feigned fear and pleaded, "Spare us. We only sought to plead for the people. We never intended any harm." He hoped to obfuscate the truth from Lin Gang and his companions. Lin Gang remained silent, moving closer to extract the pinhole camera device from the man's chest. "Cease your futile resistance. Honestly disclose who incited this chaos." Realizing their scheme had unraveled, the group responded defiantly, "What if we refuse? I suggest you abandon any hope of resistance. Your defeat is inevitable. The images of today have already escaped, and with international scrutiny coupled with a mutinous assault, you will not withstand it. Only death awaits you. Lin Gang replied with indifference. Whether we live or die is not my concern, but I assure you, should you fail to cooperate, your end will be certain. One individual stepped forward, grinning. Do you truly believe we orchestrated this commotion without a purpose? Do you think we are oblivious to your tactics? As laughter erupted from the man, Lin Gang suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. No, we've walked into a trap. Boom! Before Lin Gang could react further, an explosion resounded for the command center behind him. The Shuai-D, whose forward command post had been detonated, flames shooting into the sky and staining it crimson. Lin Gang intended to apprehend the instigators for further questioning, but before he could act, the individuals before him slumped, lifeless. They had clearly intended to lure Lin Gang and his team out, fully prepared to sacrifice themselves. Lin Gang, glancing at the fallen figures, quickly rallied the guards in the square to return to the command center, attempting to extinguish the raging flames and tend to the injured researchers and soldiers. Meanwhile, in a distant corner near Shuai-D, a shadow observed Lin Gang fighting the blaze, chuckling softly. Were it not for your father and the cube, you are nothing. Bei Jian, could easily crush you. This shadow, the very Bei Jian who had extracted Lei Ming from the hospital, now surveyed Lin Gang's frantic efforts with disdain. After a prolonged struggle, the inferno at the command center was finally subdued. Lin Gang, gazing at the disarray, was engulfed by guilt. He had thought this latest cunning ploy would expose the traitor hiding in their midst. However, not only had he failed to unearth the traitor, but he had also allowed the command center to be reduced to ruins. It was indeed a lapse in his judgment. He had underestimated the traitor's ability to see through his plans, turning the trap back upon him. The most alarming aspect was that the trap had culminated in the destruction of the command center, a blatant declaration of war against him. Lin Gang clenched his teeth, vowing to unearth the traitor and make them pay for their arrogance. In a secluded corner of city, Bei Jian reveled in his triumph, whispering with glee, "The commander Xiao Nao Fu has been eliminated, and I have successfully destroyed the forward command post at Shuai-D. The shadow regarded Bei Jian with a nod of approval. How fare you with the other task I entrusted to you? Should you succeed, your position shall undoubtedly rise above Fu Mingyi. Bei Jian, smiling, produced a document from behind him and handed it to the shadow. If I am not mistaken, the true solution to the teleportation array issue lies with him. The shadow examined the document, noting the likeness of Lin Gang emblazoned upon it. What is the significance of this? Bei Jian, grinning obsequiously, replied, I overheard Lin Dong mention that he tampered with the teleportation array. If my deductions are correct, the method to activate it post-tampering is likely his. The shape of the teleportation array perfectly resembles his fingerprint. Perhaps he is indeed the key to unlocking it. The shadowy figure nodded and said, Then this matter shall be entrusted to you. If you succeed, your position will surely rise once more. Chapter 157. A show of strength upon hearing the shadow's words. Bei Jian's expression ignited with fervor. After assassinating Xiao Nao Fu, he had already ascended to a position nearly equivalent to Fu Mingyi's. If he could excel in this new task, he might very well become the next Fu Mingyi. With this thought, a broader smile spread across Bei Jian's face, and he hastily assured that he would undoubtedly accomplish the task with brilliance. However, when he heard the shadow's subsequent remarks, his excitement intensified further. The shadow regarded Bei Jian and stated, I appreciate your capability. If you resolve the issue of the teleportation array, you may take Fu Mingyi's place. I have high hopes for you. Go forth and excel. With that, the shadow vanished in an instant before Bei Jian. He stood there, astounded by the shadow's words. He could hardly believe that he could advance so swiftly. Merely by unraveling the teleportation array, he could replace Fu Mingyi. While it was understandable that his successful assassination of Xiao Nao Fu had led to a rapid elevation in status, the teleportation array had originally been completed under Fu Mingyi's instructions from Shadow. Why could he attain such a monumental advancement simply by repairing it? This left Bei Jian in a state of perplexity. Could it be that he was inherently suited for villainy? Otherwise, why had he remained inconspicuous within the elite squad? only to experience such rapid elevation upon joining the Shadow's ranks? He began to believe that he was indeed born to be a villain, which might explain his fortuitous opportunities and accomplishments. With this in mind, Bei Jian's enthusiasm surged even more, and he promptly made his way back to the hospital. Having been away for so long, if Lei Ming awakened and found him absent from the hospital bed, he would certainly grow suspicious. Moreover, the resolution of the teleportation array depended on Lei Ming, so he needed to return and probe Lei Ming, hoping to expedite the completion of the task. For once the task of the teleportation array was completed, it would signify that he could command and manage all the mutated beasts. With a formidable horde of mutated creatures at his disposal, combined with his intellect and the financial backing of his family, he would undoubtedly become the sovereign of the entire Earth. At that point, he could summon the winds and rain at will. Capturing Xiaoying would be but a trivial matter. At the ruins of the command center at Shuai-Di Lake, Lin Gang gazed thoughtfully at his surroundings. He had never anticipated that the elaborate trap he had meticulously set would be so effortlessly dismantled by the adversary, who had even managed to turn the tables on him. He had received a harsh lesson, as the security personnel had just informed him that the enemy had accessed the secret documents of the Shuai-Di Lake Command Center. Lin Gang was utterly baffled by how they had accomplished this, for the operation had been executed with such fluidity as if rehearsed beforehand, leading him step by step into a trap laid by the adversary. Xiaoying, noticing Lin Gang's despondency, approached to offer comfort, saying, "The explosion at the command center did not result in any casualties. Only 2 soldiers from the security detail were knocked unconscious and have yet to awaken, but they are otherwise unharmed." Lin Gang shook his head and replied, "It is not that simple. This is merely a show of force from the adversary. A message to me that they can easily eliminate anyone in the command center if they so wish. This is a deliberate provocation. Furthermore, with the command center destroyed and critical documents stolen, it was evident that they had been thoroughly trampled by the enemy." Chen Lan, observing Lin Gang's troubled demeanor, inquired, "With so many mutated creatures appearing and working in such harmony, is this not the doing of Fu Ming-yi?" Xiaoying softly countered, "It cannot be Fu Ming-yi. That is not his style. Additionally, he should be unfamiliar with the internal workings of the Shuai-Di Lake Command Center. He could not have created such chaos so swiftly and without revealing himself." Indeed, Lin Gang explained, if someone is not intimately familiar with the layout of the Shuai-Di Lake Command Center, they could not have successfully detonated the command room without alerting anyone or managed to steal important documents from the security detail. Upon hearing Lin Gang's reasoning, Chen Lan asked with curiosity, "Are you suggesting that there is someone inside the command center aiding him, or that he himself is one of our own?" Xiaoying asserted, "To have dismantled the command center and stolen the documents so swiftly, it must be someone with an intimate knowledge of Shuai-Di Lake's operations. When the command center was established, Fu Ming-yi was completely unaware of its structure, making it impossible for him to be the culprit." Lin Gang pondered thoughtfully. "This individual is well concealed and possesses considerable knowledge about us. He is a formidable adversary. If he wishes to play, then I shall oblige him in this game." Xiaoying and Chen Lan, observing the glint of determination in Lin Gang's eyes, asked in unison, "Do you have a plan?" Lin Gang nodded. "If the assassination attempt on Uncle Xiao and today's attack are the work of the same person, then he is undoubtedly preparing for another strike." Xiaoying queried, "If both incidents are orchestrated by the same individual, he may already be aware of our suspicions regarding the internal situation. If he remains dormant, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to draw him out." Chen Lan agreed with Xiaoying's assessment, noting that if the adversary was unaware of their suspicions, he might continue his actions, but if he realized they were onto him, then lying low would be his best course of action, as most people would avoid further transgressions under such circumstances. Lin Gang, exuding confidence, replied, "As long as he wishes to remain hidden, he may have his chance. However, now that we are suspicious, he cannot hope to retreat." Chen Lan asked curiously, "What is your strategy?" Lin Gang, with a knowing smile, responded, "There is a saying you may have heard. To strike the mountain and startle the tiger, we must create a disturbance to draw him out." "What is your plan?" Xiaoying and Chen Lan inquired in unison. Lin Gang explained, "Those who have committed wrongdoings fear what? Ghosts. Indeed, Now that we understand what he fears, if we bring forth that which terrifies him, he will not be able to remain calm and concealed. Lin Gang leaned closer to Xiao Ying and whispered, "Since he conspired to assassinate Uncle Xiao, if we reveal that Uncle Xiao is still alive, he will be unable to remain at ease. At that point, he will undoubtedly feel compelled to act again, and we shall be poised to catch him." "Are you suggesting we draw the snake out of its hole?" Qianlan asked, astonished. "Precisely." Xiao Ying felt that Lin Gang's plan was quite feasible, but she worried about her father, who remained in a coma. If they carelessly leaked this information, she feared for his safety. Perceptive Qianlan noticed Xiao Ying's concern and approached her to reassure, "You need not worry too much. We can announce that Commander Xiao is still alive without revealing his presence. We will absolutely ensure his safety." Xiao Ying, conflicted, replied, "To catch a fish, one must have bait. We do not yet know who the traitor is, and we cannot trust anyone. I shall remain by my father's side to protect him." Xiao Ying reflected on the countless sacrifices her father had made for her throughout her life, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Now, her beloved father lay unconscious on a hospital bed, and as his cherished daughter, she vowed to bring his assailant to justice. Chapter 158. Lin Gang's Fingerprints. Contemplating her father's precarious state, Xiao Ying could not bear to allow him to take further risks. However, at present, there seemed to be no effective means to flush out the traitor. If the adversary were to remain hidden, it would become increasingly difficult to capture him in the future. Most importantly, if he were to commit further misdeeds during this time, it would be too late for regrets. Since evasion was not an option, she resolved to stay by her father's side and ensure his safety. After all, he had protected her for decades, and now it was her turn to fulfill her duty as a daughter. Lin Gang observed the resolute Xiao Ying and could not help but chuckle. With a teasing glint in his eye, he remarked, "Why burden yourself with such melodrama? I never suggested that Uncle Xiao should take any risks." Xiao Ying, her expression grave, replied, "If my father does not make an appearance, the enemy will surely realize that we are intentionally trying to draw him out. If we are to lure the snake from its hole, we must at the very least present some bait." It was settled. She would accompany her father during his vigil. Qianlan admired Xiao Ying's selflessness in her quest to apprehend the traitor, realizing her unwavering commitment to justice. She looked at Xiao Ying and proposed, "We really do not need Commander Xiao to make an appearance. Have you not heard of the long-lost mysterious technique known as disguise?" Xiao Ying was touched by Qianlan's kind suggestion. Yet she understood that with only herself and Lin Gang remaining in the elite team and the identity of the mole still unknown, it was prudent for as few people as possible to be in the know. Moreover, there were currently no trustworthy individuals around to assist with the disguise. As Lin Gang and the others discussed their strategy, news arrived from the hospital that Lei Ming had made new progress in deciphering the teleportation array. Considering the two individuals still recuperating in the ward, Lin Gang decided to check on their recovery, with Qianlan and Xiao Ying accompanying him to guard against any further mishaps. Upon reaching the hospital room, Lin Gang was greeted by the exuberant chatter of Lei Ming. Upon entering, he found the two patients swathed like mummies and playfully quipped, "I could hear your spirited discussion from the hallway. I thought you two had fully recovered. Instead, it seems you're still mastering the art of the divine palm. How was the training coming along? Have you opened your meridians yet?" Beijian, hearing Lin Gang's words, shot him a glare and retorted, "Which ear of yours heard us engaged in such a discussion? I haven't uttered a single word. It's been our esteemed advisor Lei who has been incessantly rambling. I strongly demand a room change. I cannot share a space with him any longer. It is detrimental to my recovery." Lei Ming, taken aback by Beijian's complaint, protested, "What do you mean I've been rambling? I actually managed to get a good night's sleep today." Feigning shock, Lin Gang exclaimed, "What? Our esteemed advisor Lei actually slept? I thought you were an insomniac, perpetual motion machine. What could have possibly caused our tireless machine to power down?" Since Lei Ming began his work on the Kunlun Mountain Fortress, the others had scarcely seen him take a proper rest. He merely closed his eyes for brief moments of respite. Thus, in everyone's eyes, he was a genuine scientific fanatic, utterly consumed by his work. Unfazed by Lin Gang's jests, Lei Ming began to prepare for a detailed explanation of his recent findings regarding the teleportation array. Sensing that Lei Ming was about to embark on another lengthy monologue, Bei Jian quickly interjected, "Allow me to interject. I cannot comprehend anything our esteemed advisor says. Can we please change the venue? I wish to rest. I feel I have not been able to recuperate properly sharing a room with him. My recovery has been severely affected." Lei Ming, with an odd expression, retorted, "I can understand your complaints about sleep deprivation, but claiming malnutrition is a stretch." Bei Jian rolled his eyes, "Given my current state and a lack of fresh fruit, is it unreasonable to assert that I am malnourished?" Hearing this, Lei Ming glanced at his own heavily bandaged limbs and conceded, "You have a point. Now that you mention it, I too have not had fresh fruit in ages." Lei Ming turned to Lin Gang, grumbling, "What a misfortune it is. We joined the elite team alongside you, and now that we are injured, you abandon us in the hospital. You simply leave us fruit baskets and run off, never considering whether we might need sustenance." Bei Jian chimed in, "Or you could have refrained from buying fruit altogether instead of leaving it at our bedside and dashing away. It feels as though you are deliberately tormenting us." Lin Gang, realizing he had neglected their need for food amidst his busy schedule dealing with rumors, looked apologetically at the two with their forlorn expressions. "I have been so busy. I completely forgot about your situation. You two should have summoned some medical robots to assist you instead of starving." Bei Jian lamented, "Isn't this all Lei Ming's fault? He deemed the medical robots a nuisance and sent them away, forbidding their return. I feel like my head might explode from his incessant chatter, and I completely forgot to address this issue." Observing the two bettered impatience, Lin Gang shook his head helplessly. He then sat between them, offering them fruit as he began the feeding process. "You two have worked hard. Today, let me take care of you." As they munched on the fruit Lin Gang offered, the two expressed their contentment. "You should really consider obtaining a nursing license to take care of us properly. To be honest, your caregiving style rivals that of palace attendants from a bygone era." Bei Jian grinned mischievously. Lin Gang's skills in caregiving are undoubtedly rooted in the palace. Just look at his technique and posture. It's as if he has regained the memories of being a steward in a past life. Before Bei Jian could finish, Lin Gang silenced him with a banana. With a playful glint in his eye, he quipped, "Believe it or not, I truly have regained memories from my past life. I was a pig feeder. Ha ha." After a round of laughter, the three young men settled down, and Lin Gang began to listen intently as Lei Ming explained his latest discoveries regarding the teleportation array. Do not question why the three shared laughter without any playful banter. It was because Bei Jian and Lei Ming were still bound in their beds, unable to retaliate and forced to remain passive spectators. Lying quietly, Bei Jian listened attentively to Lei Ming's explanation of the teleportation array, hoping to understand why the shadowy figure claimed that resolving the teleportation array issue would enable him to assume Fu Mingyi's position. Despite his focus on Lei Ming's explanation, Bei Jian's gaze drifted to the fruit Lin Gang had just fed him, for it bore Lin Gang's fingerprints. He was determined to collect all items associated with Lin Gang, believing they could aid him in fulfilling the shadowy figure's task. Once Lei Ming had finished outlining his understanding of the teleportation array, Bei Jian turned to Lin Gang and inquired, "By the way, why are you here alone today? Where are Xiaoying and Chunlan?" Lin Gang casually remarked, "Today, the Shuaidihu command center was attacked, and there are a multitude of chaotic matters to address. They're concerned that these individuals might pose further threats to Uncle Xiao, so they went to guard him." Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Bei Jian and Lei Ming immediately became agitated. The Shuaidihu command center was attacked? What happened? Lin Gang briefly recounted the events to the two. Hearing this, Lei Ming was understandably furious. He never anticipated that Fu Mingyi and his associates would dare to openly assault the command center, a blatant act of provocation. Despite his anger, being incapacitated like a mummy left him powerless, so he resolved to remember this grievance, recover swiftly, and seek vengeance. Regaining his composure, Lei Ming inquired of Lin Gang, "You mentioned that Xiao Ying and Chunlan are worried about these people being detrimental to Uncle Xiao?" Bei Jian, too, quickly sought clarification. "Did you say they went to protect Uncle Xiao? Isn't he already? What exactly is going on?" Observing their anxious expressions, Lin Gang recounted how he had arrived, just in time, to save Xiao Naofu using a red crystal nucleus. Fortunately, I arrived promptly. Both Commander Xiao and Grandpa Jiao were in a near-death state. I used the last remaining red crystal nucleus to preserve his life. What exactly is this red crystal nucleus? Lei Ming and Bei Jian were unaware of the specifics of Lin Gang's rescue of Grandpa Jiao, having visited the Kunlun mountain base without knowledge of the red crystal nucleus. Lin Gang slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot to mention this. Remember when we eliminated a few black-robed individuals at Kunlun Mountain? And there was little Chui from the underground city? They possessed a red crystal nucleus that controls mutated beast hordes. This mysterious red crystal nucleus can save lives in critical conditions. Grandpa Jiao and Commander Xiao were both on the brink of death when I arrived. So I successfully saved them." Lei Ming, astonished, asked, "Such a miraculous red crystal nucleus exists?" Lin Gang replied, "Indeed. I find it quite extraordinary as well. It possesses remarkable regenerative properties. After placing the severely injured Zhou Difeng in contact with the nucleus, he returned to a normal state and even significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. News from Kunlun Mountain indicates that Grandpa Jiao has completely recovered and is currently upgrading the weaponry at the base." Lei Ming, incredulous, exclaimed, "Do you still have that red crystal nucleus? Bring out a few for us to marvel at. Why should I endure this misery in the hospital if such a thing exists?" They had witnessed Grandpa Jiao's injuries and believed him to be incapacitated, but now he was fully recovered, which was utterly astonishing. Lin Gang, somewhat annoyed, responded, "Do you think that thing's like a cabbage? I can't just hand out a few. The last one has already been used on Commander Xiao. If I had more, wouldn't I have given them to you and Bei Jian already?" At this moment, Bei Jian's expression turned tense upon hearing Lin Gang's words, for he was all too aware of the life-saving capabilities of the red crystal nucleus. He himself had nearly met his demise at the Tianshan base, but was saved by Fu Mingyi's use of the red crystal nucleus. Lin Gang turned to Bei Jian, who appeared lost in thought, and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" Startled from his reverie, Bei Jian almost jumped out of bed, but quickly adjusted his demeanor to mask his surprise. He feigned irritation. "What was that for? You scare me half to death." Lin Gang chuckled, observing Bei Jian's exaggerated reaction. "Your response was a bit over the top. What were you lost in thought about?" Bei Jian rolled his eyes and replied, "I find it hard to believe that a mere red crystal nucleus can save someone on the brink of death. Even a fantasy novel wouldn't dare to write such a thing." Lin Gang shrugged. "I know it sounds unbelievable. I still find it hard to believe myself, but the facts are undeniable." With that, Lin Gang stood up, glanced at the two bedridden individuals, and said, "All right, you two should continue to recuperate well. The command center has a myriad of pressing matters to resolve, so I'll take my leave and visit you again when I have time." He then turned to Lei Ming, adding, "Focus on your recovery. Don't overexert yourself. The sooner you heal, the sooner you can return to duty. There's a lot to be done. Don't think you can just lounge around here." Without waiting for a retort from Lei Ming, he swiftly departed. Lei Ming watched Lin Gang vanish and nearly exploded with frustration, but his physical condition restrained him, leaving him to suppress his displeasure for a later reckoning. He turned to Bei Jian and asked, "Do you think what Lin Gang said is true? Can such a miraculous red crystal nucleus really exist? If it does, wouldn't doctors be out of work?" Bei Jian, exasperated, replied, "Who knows if what he said is true? If such a miraculous thing existed, would we be suffering here? Regardless of its authenticity, let us focus on healing first." With that, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Seeing that Bei Jian was unresponsive, Lei Ming sighed. "You really can eat and sleep, can't you? How is it that you fall asleep so quickly? Am I injured somewhere that I've been so lethargic lately?" Before he could finish his thought, he too succumbed to sleep. Once Lei Ming was deeply asleep, Bei Jian suddenly opened his eyes and sat up with a fierce expression. "That old fool. His vitality is remarkably resilient. Even after all that, he hasn't perished. But he truly cannot be allowed to live. If he awakens, I will be in deep trouble." With that, Bei Jian swiftly gathered the fruits and items Lin Gang had brought, then slipped out of the hospital room. He needed to resolve the issue with Xiao Naofu as quickly as possible, Otherwise, if he awoke and exposed him, it would lead to serious complications. Moreover, if the shadows discovered that his assassination attempt on Xiao Naofu had failed, he would likely face severe consequences. Until his own power was fully developed, he could afford no mistakes. Currently, the comatose Xiao Naofu was like a ticking time bomb, one that he must eliminate before awakening and exposing him. In Xiao Naofu's special hospital room, Xiao Ying gazed anxiously at her unconscious father, her concern easing slightly as she noticed the indicators showing signs of improvement. Just then, Qianlan entered, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, you'll be fine. All preparations are in place. We're just waiting for the right moment." Xiao Ying's expression remained troubled. "What if something goes wrong? I'm scared." Qianlan grasped Xiao Ying's trembling hand, comforting her. "Rest assured, there will be no issues." Boom! Just as Qianlan finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed nearby. Qianlan's expression turned serious. The moment has come. Signal Lin Gang and prepare to net him. He must not escape this time. The tension vanished from Xiao Ying's face, replaced by a chilling resolve. "Rest assured, today I will ensure he does not return. Whoever dares to harm my father shall face dire consequences." Qianlan was taken aback by the sudden transformation in Xiao Ying, astonished by her fierce demeanor at this moment. What surprised her even further was the emergence of a silvery liquid enveloping Xiao Ying's body. Then, a silvery liquid enveloped Xiao Ying's entire body under its gaze, instantly transforming into a dazzling mech. This method of emergence was all too familiar to Qianlan, as Lin Gang always transformed in such a manner during battles. As she gazed at the familiar silver mech, a pang of sorrow welled up within her. She had mistakenly believed that Xiao Ying's cube mech belonged to Lin Gang. She had not anticipated that Lin Gang would entrust such a crucial cube to Xiao Ying, knowing that his combat prowess primarily relied on the cube mech. Without the cube mech, Lin Gang's fighting ability would be drastically diminished, indicating that he had placed his safety and life at risk to protect Xiao Ying. Although her own combat style did not necessitate the cube's enhancement, witnessing the mech on Xiao Ying stirred an inexplicable sadness within her. However, the thought of Lin Gang potentially facing grave danger without the cube spurred Qianlan into action, compelling her to rush out and protect him. She turned to Xiao Ying and said, "Stay here. I will assist Lin Gang outside." Xiao Ying had intended to rush out first, but upon realizing that if everyone fled, the fish on the hook would sense danger and escape, she reluctantly chose to remain behind. Once Qianlan burst outside, her expression fell even further upon seeing Lin Gang clad in silver armor battling a metallic giant tiger. The presence of Lin Gang's cube mech indicated that the one on Xiao Ying might belong to Lin Dong. Qianlan had inquired and learned that there were only 2 silver cube mechs in existence, one each for Lin Gang and his father. The current scene suggested that Lin Dong had unknowingly transferred his cube mech to Xiao Ying. This revelation implied either that Lin Gang had retrieved the mech from his father to give to Xiao Ying, or that Lin Dong had willingly handed it over. Regardless of the reason, it signified either Lin Gang's acceptance of Xiao Ying or Lin Dong's acknowledgement of her. Such outcomes were decidedly unfavorable for Qianlan. Perplexed, she wondered why she found herself inexplicably yearning for Lin Gang's company. What strange logic had led her to entertain such thoughts? Qianlan was at a loss. Despite her persistent reminders to distance herself from Lin Gang, insisting he was not her type, the more she tried to distance herself, the more she found herself missing him. During this time, she felt tormented by these bizarre thoughts, resolving that once this matter concluded, she would hasten back to Qinzhou and retreat from the world. Amidst the fierce battle with the metallic giant tiger, Lin Gang was taken aback to see Qianlan suddenly appear. "What are you doing out here? Xiao Ying might be in danger alone inside. Hurry back." With only one cube mech at his disposal, contending with the giant tiger was somewhat strenuous, and the outcome remained uncertain. Hearing Lin Gang's words, Qianlan felt a pang of concern. Why was he so preoccupied with Xiao Ying when he had already provided her with a mech? Quickly regaining her focus, she inhaled deeply, reminding herself that they were in the midst of closing in on their target and could not afford distractions. If the adversary escaped, the consequences would be dire. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed. Qianlan's expression turned tense. believing the noise emanated from within the building, indicating that while they had ensnared the enemy, the latter had made sufficient preparations. The metallic giant tiger feigned an attack while the real target remained Xiao Naofu indoors. Chunlan swiftly maneuvered towards the interior, aiming to ensnare the foe alongside Xiao Ying and capture him together. Seeing Chunlan suddenly appear at the door, followed by the thunderous noise, Lin Gang felt a surge of anxiety. His original plan had been to surround the enemy outside, while Chunlan lay in ambush indoors to safeguard Xiao Ying and Xiao Naofu, as Xiao Ying's combat capabilities were merely average. If she were to engage with the mutated beast and the cloaked figure, she would surely be at a disadvantage. Thus, he repelled the metallic giant tiger and dashed towards the interior. If anything were to happen to Xiao Ying, his meticulously crafted strategy would fail, and their lives would be at stake. In a state of urgency, Lin Gang pushed his speed to the limit, eager to reinforce the interior, as he still had no knowledge of how many adversaries lurked within. However, fate was unkind. Just as he prepared to re-enter the building after repelling the giant tiger, a cloaked figure suddenly obstructed his path. Chunlan, attempting to return indoors, was also knocked back by the sudden appearance of the giant tiger and the cloaked figure, stumbling a few steps before regaining her balance. Fortunately, neither the giant tiger nor the cloaked figure inflicted harm upon Chunlan. Their sudden assault merely thwarted her intent to provide assistance inside. Lin Gang, witnessing Chunlan similarly detained, grew increasingly anxious. He had never anticipated that their well-laid plans would unravel in such a manner. Initially, he had presumed that the number of assailants would be minimal, but seeing the two figures and two tigers barring their way, and uncertain of how many had infiltrated the interior, he realized he had underestimated the situation. He had focused solely on setting a trap to catch fish, failing to consider that the enemy might present such formidable adversaries. Observing the current predicament, it seemed they were on the verge of having their net torn apart by the fish. Realizing that another fierce battle loomed, Lin Gang dared not be complacent and immediately transformed into a dual-headed, six-armed form. At this moment, he disregarded the issue of energy consumption, fixated solely on the goal of decisively capturing the cloaked figure before him. More importantly, he needed to rush inside to rescue Xiao Ying and the others. Both Lin Gang and Chunlan wasted no time, engaging in combat with the cloaked figure and the metallic giant tiger before them. Boom! Boom! As Lin Gang and Chunlan grappled with their respective foes, worried about the situation indoors, two more resounding crashes erupted from the adjacent wall. The duo exchanged alarmed glances towards the wall, which now bore two significant breaches. On the ground lay a giant tiger and a cloaked figure. Lin Gang and Chunlan were astounded, for they were well aware of their own personnel inside. How had one person and one tiger flown out from within? They were clearly caught off guard, staring in disbelief at the figure and tiger struggling to rise from the ground, then turning their attention to the silhouette emerging from the smoke and debris. Curiosity piqued. They wondered how their ranks had unexpectedly bolstered such formidable strength. When the dust settled to reveal a striking face, their incredulity deepened. The figure emerging from the haze was none other than Xiao Ying. This meant that the individual and tiger who had just been propelled outside had been defeated by Xiao Ying. Chapter 161. The switcheroo Lin Gang had heard from Jiao Yi that the combat capabilities of the three mechas were roughly on par. However, if one were to delve deeper, the mecha in his possession was, in fact, the strongest among them. Yet, as he engaged in battle with the figure cloaked in black and the formidable metal giant tiger before him, he acutely sensed that a swift resolution would be elusive. In contrast, Xiao Ying, who had only just commenced her battle within the confines of the room, swiftly vanquished the black-cloaked adversary and the metal giant tiger with remarkable speed, showcasing the prowess of her controlled mecha. Although the black-cloaked figure and the metal tiger may have underestimated her, unaware that she wielded another mecha, the sheer swiftness with which they were rendered powerless was indeed terrifying. A primary factor behind Xiao Ying's ferocity was her deep-seated resentment over her father's near-fatal assassination. Witnessing her father fall victim to such treachery right before her eyes left her feeling helpless. Now, With the opportunity for vengeance finally within her grasp, she unleashed her full wrath without hesitation, overwhelming the unprepared black-cloaked figure and metal giant tiger in an instant. Observing the favorable turn of events, Lin Gang and Chunlan wasted no time, swiftly dispatching the remaining foes under Xiao Ying's guidance. Once the skirmish concluded and the situation stabilized, Lin Gang gave Xiao Ying a thumbs up, acknowledging that had it not been for a formidable performance, the battle would not have ended so swiftly. Chunlan, glancing at the dust on Lin Gang's attire and then at Xiao Ying's composed demeanor, could not help but exclaim, "You are truly remarkable. I was initially worried for your safety, but your combat prowess surpasses that of many men. The credit for today's victory belongs entirely to you." Feeling a bit bashful from Chunlan's praise, Xiao Ying responded, "I owe my capabilities to the mecha. Without it, I would hardly be able to even challenge the giant tiger. Yet you, unarmed, displayed such incredible strength, truly worthy of the title goddess of war." Chunlan beamed at Xiao Ying's compliment, filled with joy. The tension that had lingered since their return from Tianshan base dissipated in the wake of their shared experience and ensuing dialogue, leading to a newfound camaraderie between them. Lin Gang observed the two women, now resembling close sisters, and marveled at the unpredictability of women's hearts. Just moments ago, they had been at odds, and now they appeared as the best of friends. He wholeheartedly agreed with their mutual admiration, as their performances were indeed commendable. Xiao Ying had, for the first time, controlled a mecha and dealt a significant blow to the enemy in a remarkably brief span of time, an achievement rarely seen in previous battles. Even with Lin Gang's extensive experience, he could not confidently claim superior combat skills with the mecha compared to Xiao Ying. As for Chunlan, her prowess was astonishing. Xiao Ying had not witnessed Chunlan's formidable abilities during their time in Chang'an, but now she was left in awe as Chunlan, without any external aids, had effectively incapacitated both the black-cloaked figure and the metal giant tiger, using only her agility and strength. The sight of the battered metal giant tiger left Xiao Ying astounded, for she could hardly believe that the damage inflicted by Chunlan's fists was comparable to that of her mecha's ironclad punches. As Xiao Ying's admiration for Chunlan blossomed, Lin Gang refrained from countering Chunlan's playful jibe, recognizing the formidable nature of a woman capable of matching combat prowess without weapons. Curiosity about Chunlan's true identity and the source of her incredible strength piqued both Xiao Ying and Lin Gang, though they understood that Chunlan would likely keep her secrets close. Just as the trio was exchanging compliments, an unexpected sound echoed through the room. Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, and Chunlan exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that their adversaries might not be limited to merely 3 black-cloaked figures and 3 giant tigers. There were likely more foes lurking nearby. With this realization, the 3 rushed into the room, where a black-cloaked figure confronted Xiao Naofu. The black-cloaked figure, startled by the sudden arrival of Lin Gang and the others, looked at Xiao Naofu in confusion. "I didn't expect you to recover so quickly, but today you must die," he declared, launching an attack against Xiao Naofu. He believed that even though Xiao Naofu had regained some strength due to the red crystal core, he remained significantly weakened, and if he could successfully eliminate Xiao Naofu, he would not be defeated. However, the anticipated strike was deftly evaded by Xiao Naofu, leaving the black-cloaked figure in shock. "How could you possibly dodge my attack?" he exclaimed. This black-cloaked figure was Bei Jian, the very assassin who had attempted to kill Xiao Naofu days prior. He had never imagined that the severely injured Xiao Naofu would successfully evade his full-force assault. After dodging the deadly strike, Xiao Naofu, in a mix of fear and indignation, retorted, "What the heck? Young man, you have no sense of honor in combat. You resorted to a sneak attack. You little rascal. Do you think I'm an easy target?" Upon hearing Xiao Naofu's strange voice, the black-cloaked figure finally recognized, "You are not Xiao Naofu. Who are you?" Xiao Naofu, in response, tore off the human skin mask covering his face and chuckled, "Ha ha ha, you've fallen for my trick. Today, let Chen Yi teach you a lesson." Chen Chun. The black-cloaked figure was utterly stunned to discover that the person before him was not Xiao Naofu, but rather Chunlan's brother, Chen Chun. It turned out that when they were setting the trap, Chun Lan had summoned Chun Chun in secret, fearing that Xiao Naofu might encounter unforeseen troubles while unconscious. Chin Chin had initially intended to heed Xiao Ying's suggestion to stay home and care for their parents. But upon learning that he was to assist in capturing the traitor responsible for their father's assassination, he rushed to the scene and disguised himself as Xiao Naofu to lure out the mole. He had never anticipated that his ruse would successfully draw out the traitor. Chun Chun, upon hearing the black-cloaked figure call his name, was equally astonished. "You know me? Has Chun Yi made such a name for himself?" He glared at the cloaked figure, whose features were concealed, and said, "Since you know Chun Ye's name, it's time to unveil your true identity. Remove your mask so we can see your face." Chapter 162. The teleportation array activates. Chun Chun observed the black-cloaked figure feigning mystery and swiftly moved to grasp the mask, determined to reveal the figure's identity. However, the black-cloaked figure appeared to be prepared, raising a fist that sent Chun Chun reeling. Taken aback by the figure's unexpected defense, Chin Chin was about to re-engage when Xiao Ying's voice rang out behind him, halting his advance. "Bai Ying, what is the meaning of this? Why have you done this?" The crowd was left bewildered by Xiao Ying's words, with everyone doubting whether they had misheard. Why would Xiao Ying mention Bai Jian, especially Lin Gang, who had just rushed back from the hospital after having seen him in the ward, where Bai Jian could barely feed himself? How could he possibly be here? Moreover, Bai Jian's relationship with several of them surely precluded him from such actions. Lin Gang approached Xiao Ying and quietly said, "Are you mistaken? Bai Jian is lying in a hospital bed after being injured." Just as Lin Gang was about to clarify the situation, the man in black across from them suddenly spoke up. "How do you know it's mine?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Gang quickly turned to confirm. And as he looked at the figure in the black robe, his heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. In disbelief, he asked, "Bai Jian, is it really you?" The figure in the black robe did not respond but tore off his cloak and slowly removed his mask, revealing a face well known to all. Lin Gang gazed at the familiar visage, still unable to accept the reality before him. "Weren't you severely injured and recovering in a hospital?" Bai Jian interrupted Lin Gang with irritation. "Aren't you supposed to be clever? Can't you see through such a simple ruse?" Lin Gang found it hard to accept what lay before him. He had never anticipated that the traitor among them would be Bai Jian, his childhood companion, with whom he shared a bond akin to brothers. In that moment, Lin Gang was utterly a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he finally stammered, "Why? Why is this happening?" Bai Jian shouted in a fit of rage, "Because of you! Because of all of you! Because of everyone!" With a fierce expression, he continued, "Why must you always shine so brightly? Xiao Ying, the three of us grew up together, and I have always liked her, yet you always steal her attention. I can only ever be a green leaf beside you. It was like this when we were children, and it remains the same as we grow. I abandoned my comfortable life at home to suffer alongside you, yet you have always been the most dazzling flower, while I cannot even be a mere leaf." As Bai Jian looked at the speechless Lin Gang, he continued to vent his frustrations. "You flaunt your pitiful mecha, causing chaos. But have you ever considered me? I do not possess a mecha as formidable as yours. I risk my life alongside you, fully aware of my vulnerability. What have I gained all this time? I live in constant fear, knowing that any one of those mutated beasts could easily take my life. Have you ever thought about us? You seek your father. You pursue the underground city. You desire to protect the world. You wish to be a great hero. But have you considered the rest of us? We are ordinary people, without powerful mecha like yours. We follow you only to serve as cannon fodder in your noble quest. Have you ever cared for our lives? At the Tianshan base, Lei Ming and I nearly perished. Have you even considered the harm we have suffered? Why must we revolve around you alone? Xiao Ying likes you and orbits around you. Yet you still drag us along to accompany your path. Have you thought about what would happen if we accidentally died in battle? For you, I lost an arm to a mutated giant dog. In the end, you are the one who gets to be the hero. Why is that?" Listening to Bai Jian's accusations, Lin Gang understood that all these issues stemmed from himself, leaving him with no words to counter. He could only stand silently as Bai Jian unleashed his pent-up indignation. Bai Jian, glaring at the silent Lin Gang, continued vehemently, I have also undergone physical enhancements. My combat abilities have improved. I no longer wish to be your green leaf. From now on, I will be the most radiant flower. I will fight for what I desire. None of you have the right to obstruct me. Lin Gang, hearing Bei Jian's desperate screams, was at a loss for how to console him. After all, Bei Jian was merely expressing his rightful grievances, and Lin Gang felt he had no place to blame him. Once Bei Jian had vented his frustrations, Xiao Ying, looking at the nearly frantic Bei Jian, questioned, I understand your discontent, but I want to know why you attempted to assassinate my father? Bei Jian replied, I am now pursuing the life I desire. To ascend, I must achieve results. By assassinating Uncle Xiao, I can obtain more of what I want. I need stronger abilities for my grand ambitions. I must pave the way with your blood. Xiao Ying, hearing Bei Jian's words, coldly asked, Is it true that in your eyes, our friendship is worthless, and we should all become your stepping stones? Faced with Xiao Ying's inquiry, Bei Jian appeared flustered, attempting to regain his composure. Xiao Ying, you must believe me. I am on the verge of acquiring unparalleled power. Soon, I will no longer be who I am now. I will be able to provide you with everything you desire. So, you imply that for the absolute power you seek, the lives of all of us are insignificant to you? Xiao Ying pressed coldly. Bai Yin, gazing at the icy Xiao Ying before him, realized he may have overstepped, yet he found himself with no way back. He had not anticipated Lin Gang and the others would set such a trap for him, leading to his exposure. Realizing that Xiao Ying was likely angry with him, he felt he had no choice but to proceed, believing that once he accomplished his grand plans, Xiao Ying would surely change her opinion of him. With a crazed expression, Bei Jian declared, Everything I do is for a more stable future. Trust me, I do not wish to harm you. If you cooperate with me, we will be the ones in control of the world, free from all troubles, and we can return to our former lives. Impossible, Xiao Ying retorted angrily. Once you commit these acts, there will be no going back. You may gain the whole world, but you will completely lose us. Bei Jian remained oblivious to the depth of Xiao Ying's anger, lost in his own thoughts, exclaiming, Rest assured, everything is under my control. I have unraveled the secrets of the teleportation array in Waterdrop Lake. Great things are about to happen. Soon, the rules of this world will be rewritten by us. No sooner had Bei Jian finished speaking than the alarm at Waterdrop Lake blared urgently. Hearing the frantic alarms, Bei Jian laughed maniacally. Just as I expected. The teleportation array is fully activated. I will achieve unprecedented success, surpassing Fu Mingyi. Soon, the hordes of mutated beasts will be under my command, and the power of life and death in this world will rest in my hands. From today onward, this world will be dictated by me. Afterward, several mutated beasts emerge from nowhere, blocking Lin Gang and the others. Using the cover of the beasts, Bei Jian fled toward Waterdrop Lake. As Xiao Ying prepared to pursue, she was stopped by Lan, who said solemnly, There is great trouble at Waterdrop Lake. I sense many unusual auras. It seems a catastrophe is about to befall Waterdrop Lake. Chapter 163. The outbreak of war. Lin Gang and Xiao Ying exchanged puzzled glances as they regarded Lan, unable to comprehend her sudden declaration that Shuai-Di, who was in grave trouble. Just as their confusion lingered, a dazzling column of multicolored light erupted into the sky from the direction of Shuai-Di Hu. Moments later, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire and the shouts of battle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Gang and Xiao Ying abandoned their pursuit of Bei Jian and hastened toward Shuai-Di Hu. Before departing, Lin Dong had repeatedly instructed the elite team to remain vigilant regarding the developments at Shuai-Di Hu, particularly emphasizing that Lin Gang should monitor the teleportation array within the lake. As Lin Gang beheld the sudden appearance of the light column, a jolt of alarm surged through him, for he instinctively sensed that the teleportation array at Shuai-Di Hu had likely activated. Unlike previous instances where the activation was subtle, this time the radiance emanating from the array suggested a substantial increase in the volume of its teleportation. Before long, the scene before them confirmed Lin Gang's suspicions. As Lin Gang and Xiao Ying soared into the air with Lan, they gazed toward Shuai-Di Hu, where the once tranquil and desolate lake now roiled with tumultuous waters. The glistening surface resembled a sudden influx of lake water. Yet the trio understood that it was not water at all, but a deluge of steel. If their deductions were correct, an overwhelming number of mutated metallic creatures had emerged within Shui-De who, with their ranks swelling continuously. The teleportation array must have summoned forth the tide of mutated beasts, Lin Gang proclaimed gravely. Chun-Lan, surveying the metallic torrent above Shui-De who, slowly voiced her thoughts. I sense that it is not merely the tide of beasts that is emerging. There appears to be something else. Upon hearing Chun-Lan's words, Lin Gang and Xiao Ying were no longer shrouded in doubt, but rather engulfed in astonishment. Chun-Lan had astutely inferred the anomaly at Shui-De who prior to the activation of the teleportation array, and now, after witnessing the distant spectacle, she speculated the presence of other entities within the lake. If what Chun-Lan posited were true, her perceptive abilities and vision must be extraordinarily formidable. Observing the incredulous expressions of Lin Gang and Xiao Ying, Chun-Lan felt compelled to elucidate. This insight stems from my martial training, where one learns to observe the 6 directions and listen to the 8 winds, absorbing the essence of the heavens and the earth, becoming attuned to fluctuations in energy. Though her explanation was somewhat abstract, Lin Gang and Xiao Ying harbored no skepticism, as such concepts were deeply rooted in Huaxia culture. With Chun-Lan asserting that entities beyond the mutated tide existed, Lin Gang and Xiao Ying dared not delay, propelling themselves urgently toward Shui-De who. Upon their arrival, they were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. The mutated giants remained unchanged, yet they were now accompanied by humanoid figures. These beings bore a striking resemblance to humans, possessing elongated limbs and torsos, yet their bodies were adorned with scales akin to those of serpents and lizards. Some even sported tails reminiscent of snakes and lizards, albeit on a much grander scale. Xiao Ying, gazing at these humanoid figures, felt a shiver run down her spine. With an expression of unease, she inquired, "Have these beings been modified by Fu Ming Yi?" She struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately turning her gaze toward Lin Gang for clarity. However, Lin Gang's furrowed brow indicated his own bewilderment regarding the nature of these humanoid creatures and whether they were indeed products of modification. Having never encountered such scaled humanoid entities, Lin Gang had only previously seen modified individuals with a singular red crystal core within their bodies. The sight before him was entirely novel. Meanwhile, Chun-Lan contemplated the humanoid figures, recalling that she had encountered their likenesses in an ancient text. Though the details eluded her at that moment, nevertheless, she was certain they were not the result of modifications by Fu Ming Yi. They may not be the creations of Fu Ming Yi, Chun-Lan explained. Do you know their origins? Lin Gang and Xiao Ying asked in unison. Chun-Lan shook her head. I only remember seeing their images in a certain ancient text, which I dismissed as mere fanciful tales, never considering their authenticity, as they truly exceed our comprehension. Upon hearing Chun-Lan's words, Lin Gang fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he looked up at her and said, You mentioned seeing their likenesses in an ancient text? Chun-Lan nodded. Indeed, I cannot recall the specific volume, but I'm certain I have seen them. After confirming Chun-Lan's assertion, Lin Gang began to analyze. According to Lei Ming and Ho Zi, the teleportation array was deciphered based on inscriptions recorded in ancient texts. Could it be possible that these humanoid beings have existed on Earth all along? Xiao Ying shook her head vigorously. Impossible, if they have always existed on Earth. How could humanity have never discovered them? What if they have always existed in places unknown to us? Lin Gang countered. Xiao Ying frowned. What locations on Earth remain undiscovered? The North and South Poles, Mount Everest, and the Great Rift Valley are saturated with human footprints. Suddenly, Xiao Ying had a realization and exclaimed, the underground. Yet she quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that the depths were filled only with rock and magma, which could hardly sustain life. Moreover, without light and the essentials for survival, how could any creature exist? Lin Gang, noticing Xiao Ying's doubts, offered his own analysis. When Lei Ming, Ho Zi, and I visited the underground biological research facility, we found only glass containers for biological experiments, with no specimens of human modification. More perplexingly, the biological experiments, the red crystal cores, and the teleportation array all seem far beyond our current technological capabilities. Upon hearing Lin Gang's reasoning, Xiao Ying and Qianlan found it impossible to refute. Given normal comprehension and technological understanding, how could ordinary creatures suddenly grow to such immense proportions and undergo metallic transformation? This clearly altered both their forms and structures. The red crystal cores and teleportation arrays belonged in the realm of myth and fantasy. These myriad signs challenged their understanding of the world, and under such circumstances, the notion of a hidden race of humanoid beings beneath the earth seemed increasingly plausible. Furthermore, with humanity's technological advancements, numerous areas remained unexplored, making it entirely conceivable for bizarre occurrences to arise in regions beyond human reach. As Lin Gang observed the continuous emergence of steel beasts and humanoid figures from the luminous column, he resolved to focus on addressing the immediate threat. For understanding their origins could wait. The foremost priority was to neutralize these entities, as the teleportation array could potentially unleash countless more beasts and humanoid beings. Should they breach the defenses, City A would undoubtedly face a catastrophic disaster, endangering the lives and property of its inhabitants. Moreover, the sudden activation of the teleportation array had caught the bewildered guards off guard, allowing the steel beasts and humanoid figures to emerge. Fortunately, the fortifications had been established in advance. Otherwise, it was likely that the Steel Army would have already breached the city's defenses. Lin Gang gazed at the relentless tide of mutated beasts and said to Xiao Ying and Qianlan, "I fear this wave of beastly invasion will be quite immense. The residents near Shuai who are far too numerous. Should a colossal beast slip through the net, they would be in grave danger. I will first lend my support at the front lines, while you organize the evacuation of the populace." With that, Lin Gang transitioned into battle mode and charged towards the advancing army of beasts. Chapter 164. Ancient texts in a quaint courtyard in Qinzhou, Central Plains, Lindong. The monkey and an elderly man with a head full of white hair sat together, poring over ancient texts while discussing the current state of the world. The monkey, flipping through the ancient tomes, grumbled, "Old Chun, you are far too careless. Such important texts should not be so casually placed. With so many books, how long will it take us to sift through them?" The elderly man, hearing the monkey refer to him as Old Chun, appeared unfazed. He stroked his snow-white beard and remarked, "No wonder those young ones call you monkey. Can't you be a tad more composed? You've always been so impetuous. Have you not shed your monkey nature?" Upon hearing the elder's words, the monkey couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You think I'm being reckless? Just look at the mountains of ancient texts behind us. I've been at this for days. The fire is nearly at my rear. Can you move a bit faster? Or at least recall which book we need. Right now, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack, truly maddening." Lin Dong and the monkey glanced at the towering piles of ancient texts and felt their heads swirl. Who could say how many volumes they had perused over the past few days? A sense of unease gripped Lin Dong, and he looked up to the elder, asking, "What if we gather more of your family members to assist in the search? I can't shake this feeling of restlessness." The elder, upon hearing Lin Dong's suggestion, smiled and replied, "Outside the courtyard, our family members are already assisting in reviewing the materials. No one is idle. Ordinarily, many ancient texts are not open to ordinary clan members, but given the severity of what you speak of, we have made an exception. After all, the matters Lin Dong and the monkey broached, as well as those investigated by Qianlan and her brother, were indeed serious, threatening the very survival of humanity. The elder could no longer adhere to the so-called rules. For if this situation escalated dangerously, and his obstruction led to irreparable losses, he would truly become a historical villain. The monkey, grinning, interjected, "If you had cooperated sooner, wouldn't we have found it by now? Speaking of which, Old Chun, your collection of ancient texts is rather excessive. Isn't it unsafe to keep them all at home? I could take some back to help you safeguard them." The elder shot the monkey a disdainful glance. "Are you truly offering to help me safeguard them? I suspect you'd rather be selling my ancient texts. You've done such things before, and when the time comes, I'll be sure to search you thoroughly." The monkey's face darkened at the elder's retort. Old Chun, your words are quite hurtful, bordering on insulting. If you continue this way, you shall have no friends. I'll sue you for defamation. The elder chuckled. I have evidence. With evidence, cannot be considered defamation. Why don't you return that copy of Tiangong Kai you have tucked away? Upon hearing this, the monkey's face flushed with embarrassment as he pulled out the book from his clothes, looking at the elder in frustration. I knew you were distracted while reading. Otherwise, how could you be so slow? I was merely testing your focus. The elder shook his head in resignation, evidently accustomed to the monkey's shamelessness. Lin Gang, utterly exasperated by the monkey, raised his head seriously and declared, Mei Xine, you truly are a social butterfly in Huaxia. From Old Chun to Lin Gang, Xiaoing, you possess unparalleled social skills. You can engage with any age group. By the way, are they aware of your true age? The monkey, alarmed by Lin Gang's words, retorted, It's better to keep some things unspoken between friends. If you continue this way, you will lose me as a friend. Lin Gang, equally exasperated by the monkey's antics, shook his head and returned to the monumental task of seeking out information. Seeing that Lin Gang and the elder ignored him, the monkey, feeling neglected, pulled out a turtle shell to begin divination. He shook the shell, muttering incantations, and after casting the coins, his expression shifted to one of concern. The monkey, with a grave expression, remarked, No wonder I felt uneasy. It seems we are on the brink of a major crisis. The elder looked up at the monkey and asked, What did you foresee? Shaking his head, the monkey replied, Some things are unclear, but it is certain that a significant event is imminent. Lin Gang, keeping his head down, spoke somberly, Our destinies are in our own hands. We must not solely rely on divination, even amidst overwhelming uncertainty. As long as we do not abandon hope, we will eventually discover a solution. The elder nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Lin Gang's sentiments. The monkey pointed at two of the coins, saying, Strangely enough, this divination indicates there is still a glimmer of hope. Lin Gang, continuing to peruse the materials, urged, Then let us not squander any more time. Quickly locate the relevant ancient texts. We may yet uncover the means to turn the tide. The monkey shrugged and stowed away the coins and turtle shell, acknowledging, What Lin Academy says is true. I shall search diligently. Our fates lie within our grasp. Though he spoke with conviction, the expressions on the faces of the monkey, Lin Gang, and the elder grew increasingly solemn. For it was not only the monkey's divination that hinted at impending turmoil. Deep down, they all felt an inexplicable dread, an unshakable sense of foreboding that left them particularly unsettled. They feared that a significant event was indeed on the horizon, and if it did not swiftly uncover the necessary information, they would find themselves utterly at a disadvantage. The trio's pace in reviewing the text quickened in response to this mounting anxiety. Suddenly, a page fluttered down from the ancient tome the monkey was examining. He picked it up and, puzzled, asked, Old Chun, why is there an illustration related to anime creation among the ancient texts? Your library management skills are severely lacking. The elder, taken aback by the monkey's complaint, retorted, Do not speak carelessly. I am quite proficient in ancient text management. But wait, where did that paper in your hand come from? The elder's attention was captivated by the paper the monkey held. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, Found it. This is the page. Lin Gang and the monkey were taken aback by the elder's reaction. They had searched for so long without success. Yet this crucial information had simply fallen into their hands. The monkey, eyeing the illustration on the page, questioned, Old Chun, are you sure this is the information we seek? It looks more like a child's doodle from your family. Lin Gang snatched the paper from the monkey, exclaiming, This illustration looks remarkably familiar. I believe I have encountered its original form beneath the earth. The elder was astonished by Lin Gang's statement, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. What? You have encountered the true forms of the creatures depicted in the illustrations. This is an ancient legend I had always assumed was merely a fanciful tale crafted by our ancestors. Just as the three individuals were struck with astonishment at the illustrations on the page, the elder suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of a city and exclaimed, Oh no, it seems something has occurred in the city. Both Lin Dong and the monkey felt a jolt of anxiety upon hearing the elder's words. For the Chun family's sensory perception is unparalleled. They can detect even the slightest fluctuations in the aura. Coupled with the persistent feeling of unease that had been nagging at them, they realized that a city was likely facing a grave situation. Chapter 165. The Battle for Home Defense. Lin Dong, feeling unsettled after the recent series of events, hurriedly attempted to contact Lin Gang. However, despite expending considerable effort, he was unable to reach Lin Gang, nor could he get through to Xiao Ying or Xiao Nao Fu. With a worried expression, Lin Dong exclaimed, "This is bad. It seems something significant is about to unfold, yet no one can be contacted." The monkey, observing Lin Dong's frantic pacing, reassured him, "Do not panic just yet. I will reach out to the other members of the elite team for an update." Lin Dong and the elder widened their eyes as they watched the monkey attempt to contact Bei Jian, but the latter did not respond. The monkey's expression grew increasingly grim. For, under normal circumstances, there should not be a situation where the elite team was unreachable without an attack from mutated beasts or black-robed individuals. Strangely, even Xiao Nao Fu had gone silent. It was inconceivable for a commander of his stature to simply vanish. If he too was unreachable, then something truly catastrophic must have transpired in a city. Yet, by all reasoning, if a major incident had occurred, they should have received some form of communication. Even in the event of an unexpected counterattack from all the beasts, it was improbable that everyone would suddenly go silent. The elder, seeing the tension on the faces of the two, comforted them. "There is no need for excessive worry. I merely sensed a strong fluctuation emanating from that direction. Perhaps it is not as grave as we fear." Lin Dong calmed himself, contemplating the situation before urgently turning to the monkey. "Isn't there still Xiao Lei from your elite team that we haven't contacted? Please try reaching him. We need to prepare to head back." The monkey slapped his forehead in realization, "Right? How could I have forgotten him? I will contact him immediately." "Hello, monkey. What is the matter?" The voice of Lei Ming suddenly filled the air. Upon hearing Lei Ming's voice, the weight in the monkey's heart lifted slightly. He exhaled in relief and asked Advisor Lei, "What has happened? Why did you suddenly go silent? Why are you wrapped up like a zongzi?" Lei Ming responded with a glum expression, "Do not ask. I was ambushed. By the way, where is young Master Bei?" Noticing the empty bed beside him, Lei Ming's confusion deepened. "Young Master Bei is missing?" The monkey exclaimed in alarm. Lei Ming, puzzled, replied, "He was lying right next to me when I fell asleep. What on earth is happening?" Suddenly, Lei Ming's gaze fixated on the window, and he gasped in surprise. The unexpected exclamation startled the monkey and the others, who had not anticipated that Lei Ming, lying on the bed tightly wrapped, would suddenly shout like that. The monkey, annoyed, asked, "Have you lost your mind? Why are you shouting and scaring us? What is going on?" Lei Ming pointed towards the window. "Why is there such a brilliant beam of light appearing above Waterdrop Lake?" Lin Dong, upon seeing the dazzling light on the screen, became infuriated. "You bunch of foolish boys. Who authorized you to activate the teleportation array?" Lin Gang s. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from acting rashly?" Lei Ming, taken aback by Lin Dong's sudden outburst, replied innocently, "We did not touch the teleportation array. Commander Xiao was ambushed, and the command center at Waterdrop Lake was attacked by unidentified individuals. Lin Gang said he was going to protect Commander Xiao and handle the related matters." As Lei Ming spoke, he glanced at the empty bed again, suddenly realizing that something significant must have transpired. Upon hearing Lei Ming's words, Lin Dong's anxiety intensified. "What did you say?" "Commander Xiao has been ambushed. This is dire. Something serious is about to happen. Someone has activated the teleportation array at Waterdrop Lake, and this could lead to severe consequences." Lin Dong grasped the gravity of the situation. No wonder he had been feeling so uneasy. The sensation of foreboding stemmed from the teleportation array. Initially, he had assumed Lin Gang and the others were responsible for activating it. But after hearing Lei Ming's explanation, he realized he might have wronged them. He had previously discussed the dangers and related matters of the Waterdrop Lake teleportation array with Xiao Nao Fu. And now that Xiao Nao Fu and the elite team had been attacked consecutively, and the command center was also under siege, It was likely that someone had discovered how to activate the teleportation array and had opened it. Activating the teleportation array without proper preparations would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic events. Lin Gang did not hesitate and promptly instructed Lei Ming to keep a close watch on developments at Waterdrop Lake, ensuring that the front line maintained their defense of the Waterdrop Lake perimeter while awaiting his return. Lin Gang looked at the elder with urgency. Old Chun, the teleportation array has been activated. A city, Huaxia, and indeed the entire world may find themselves in grave peril. The Waterdrop Lake teleportation array directly connects to the underground. Now that it is open, the creatures lurking beneath will surely emerge. Hearing Lin Gang's words, the elder's expression darkened. You proceed ahead. I will arrange for the necessary matters and prepare the Chun family for emergence. As the patriarch of the Chun family, the elder's proclamation of emergence indicated the severity of the situation. It was unprecedented for a patriarch to issue such a command since the Chun family had chosen to remain hidden from the world. The implications of this emergence were profound. Without delay, Lin Gang and the monkey set off toward the city. At Waterdrop Lake, the mutated beasts, under the control of humanoid figures, began assaulting the surrounding defenses. Given the overwhelming numbers of the beast tide, even with defensive structures in place, the soldiers at Waterdrop Lake struggled to withstand the onslaught, resulting in numerous casualties. Lin Gang, the first to arrive at the scene, did not hesitate and immediately joined the ranks to repel the beast tide. Fortunately, the combat capabilities of these giant beasts controlled by humanoids were not as terrifying as those of the previous black-robed individuals, allowing Lin Gang to maintain his composure. He darted through the ranks of the beast tide like a white streak, claiming the lives of the humanoid creatures with each passing moment. However, as he beheld the relentless waves of beasts surging forth from the light beam, Lin Gang felt a growing headache. There were too many residences surrounding Waterdrop Lake, and many had not yet had the chance to evacuate. The use of heavy weaponry was out of the question, significantly complicating the defense efforts. Watching the painstakingly constructed defenses being demolished by the mutated giants, and witnessing countless soldiers falling in pools of blood, Lin Gang's heart ached. Despite all the careful planning and preparations, he had not anticipated the ferocity of the beast tide, which had swiftly decimated numerous defensive structures. A few stray beasts had infiltrated the residential areas, pursuing and harming innocent civilians. Thankfully, Chunlan and Xiaoing were still at the rear, organizing the evacuation of the populace while eliminating the stray, mutated giants to prevent further harm to the innocent. Just as everyone was grappling with the overwhelming numbers of mutated beasts, Zhou Difeng led a significant wave of mutated giants to join the ranks resisting the invading tide of beasts and humanoid figures. Their arrival alleviated some of the pressure on the defending forces. However, with the continuous emergence of humanoid figures from behind, the defenders could not afford to let their guard down. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind Lin Gang. Comrades, the enemy's initial assault is the most ferocious. We must resolutely defend our lines and not allow them to breach our barriers. Behind us lie our beloved families and homeland. If we retreat even a single step, they will surely perish at the hands of the enemy. As long as we withstand this first wave of attack, the pressure in the ensuing battles will significantly diminish. At some point, the severely injured Xiao Naofu, dragging his battered body, has arrived at the front lines, beginning to organize the troops for battle. At this moment, Xiao Naofu's complexion is pale. Although the red crystal core sustains his life, the wounds on his body are still excruciating. Chapter 166. The tower defense wore the guard corps. Witnessing their commander reappear before them, felt a surge of exhilaration. Initially believing their commander had succumbed to an assassination attempt, his return has stabilized the morale of the troops considerably. Each victory in battle, while largely attributed to the fearless valor and bloodshed of the soldiers, is also indispensable to the role of the leader and strategist. As the saying goes, a train runs swiftly thanks to its engine. An exceptional commander is irreplaceable in battle. Often, the mere presence of their commander ignites boundless fighting spirit and formidable strength within the ranks. With the commander's steadfast presence, the troops find their anchor. The commander is the very heart of the unit. Without them, The combat efficacy is undoubtedly compromised, akin to a body devoid of a heart, profoundly incomplete. A unit without a commander resembles a soulless machine. Xiao Naofu holds an esteemed position within the army, for in the hearts of the soldiers, he is the key to leading them to victory. Observing Lin Gang soaring through the air, valiantly resisting the onslaught of the beast tide, a smile of gratitude graces Xiao Naofu's face. Lin Gang not only saved his life, but has also consistently demonstrated remarkable prowess in various missions. Were it not for the silent contributions of the elite squad, today's battle could have resulted in devastating losses for their side. Lin Gang has brought Xiao Naofu countless surprises, gathering intelligence from the depths of the underground city, defending the Kunlun mountain fortress. Without him, many battles would have been exceedingly challenging to win, and even in victory, the cost would have been staggering. As Lin Gang observed the unsteady Xiao Naofu, he quickly approached after eliminating a wave of humanoid creatures. Supporting him, he urged, "This place is too dangerous. Your body is not yet fully healed. You should retreat to the rear." Xiao Naofu smiled at Lin Gang, responding, "Young man, our army will only perish in the charge. I am the chief commander. If I retreat, what will become of my soldiers? What will happen to the land and people behind us? A general must always stand alongside their troops. I may fall, but not a single inch of the land beneath my feet can be relinquished." Inspired by Xiao Naofu's fervent spirit, Lin Gang felt invigorated. Xiao Naofu patted Lin Gang's shoulder, saying, "You have performed admirably. I was initially concerned about your youth, but your performance has truly impressed me. Rest assured, these enemies before us, wishing to claim our land, are merely deluding themselves. Our combat strength is far more formidable than it appears. Those who dare challenge Huaxia shall return to their origins empty-handed." Despite his injuries, every word from Xiao Naofu resonated with steadfast vigor. Though brief, his resolute gaze ignited a fire within. Elite squad reporting. Lei Ming has arrived. Lei Ming, despite enduring immense pain, managed to approach. Turning to the battered Lei Ming, Xiao Naofu furrowed his brow, unaware that Lei Ming had also suffered an attack. Upon learning the details, he realized that Lei Ming had been targeted by Bei Jian to disrupt Lin Gang and the others' judgment, feigning an attack on himself to confuse them. Seeing the wounded Lei Ming, Xiao Naofu felt a pang of compassion, prompting him to inquire with concern, "Why are you out here instead of recovering in a hospital?" Lei Ming straightened his slightly bent form, responding, "Light injuries do not keep me from the battlefield. I can continue fighting." Xiao Naofu sought to dissuade Lei Ming, but was moved by his next words. "A soldier must fall in the charge. The elite squad knows no cowardice. We must do our part for our compatriots and the land beneath our feet." Satisfied, Xiao Naofu nodded. "Then let us fight together to protect our loved ones and the land." With resolute determination, Xiao Naofu gazed at the relentless waves of mutated beasts and humanoid creatures, gripping his weapon and firing. Meanwhile, Lei Ming, despite his grievous injuries, began setting up traps around him. He deftly maneuvered the robots, establishing a series of mechanisms. As the humanoid creatures and mutated behemoths entered Lei Ming's array, their attack speed slowed significantly. The traps unleashed spikes and cannon fire, inflicting considerable damage on the enemy forces. Successfully reducing their speed, Lei Ming provided a more stable environment for his comrades to unleash their firepower, leading to numerous enemies falling before them. Both Lin Gang and Xiao Naofu were astonished to discover Lei Ming's peculiar methods of attack. Each metallic piece he positioned became a formidable weapon against the enemy. Sitting atop his armored steed, Lei Ming strategically laid traps, occasionally pausing to repair and replenish ammunition. He single-handedly managed to hold back a significant portion of the enemy forces. However, the enemy numbers were overwhelming, with fresh waves continuing to emerge from the teleportation array. Despite their myriad tactics, the pressure gradually increased as time passed. Lin Gang and Xiao Naofu watched in astonishment as Lei Ming, despite his physical discomfort, successfully stalled wave after wave of mutated beasts with mere metal fragments. Xiao Naofu, taken aback, asked, "How did you manage to slow the mutated beast down?" While replenishing ammunition, Lei Ming shrugged and replied, It's a principle even children know. Noticing Xiao Naofu's perplexed expression, he quickly clarified, I installed powerful magnets at the front line. It controls the speed of the mutated beasts. And then the AI takes care of the output. In an instant, Xiao Naofu comprehended Lei Ming's strategy, casting him an appreciative glance. They had initially misjudged their approach to the mutated beasts. Upon encountering these metallic forms, they had focused on their defensive capabilities, speed, and enhanced damage, pondering how to augment their weaponry to breach their hardened exteriors. Due to their increased speed, many projectiles failed to inflict substantial damage, resulting in excessive ammunition expenditure with disappointing outcomes. However, Lei Ming's tactics successfully reduced the movement speed of the mutated beasts, allowing projectiles to accurately target vital points. This achieved the maximum damage at minimal cost, providing the soldiers with a more reliable output environment. Xiao Naofu questioned, if you possess such an effective method, why didn't you propose it earlier? Lei Ming replied with a wry smile, I devised this strategy with old Jiao while recuperating in the hospital after my injury. However, I had yet to truly implement it until now. All I have managed to produce are these makeshift solutions. Xiao Naofu chuckled and scolded, you truly are a remarkable talent. Do not linger here any longer. Entrust these devices to my care. I shall dispatch a team for you, and you must immediately take them to commence mass production. With this contraption in our possession, our endeavors in battle shall become considerably more manageable. Xiao Naofu gazed at Lei Ming as though he were beholding a rare treasure. It seems that my decision to form an elite team despite opposition was indeed the wisest choice, for each member of this team is truly exceptional. What began as an intense skirmish with the mutated behemoths has been transformed by Lei Ming into a strategic defense akin to a tower defense game. The methods of slowing and dealing damage significantly reduce the casualties among our warriors. Chapter 167. Bloodied Battle. Lei Ming surveyed the vast army of beasts with a worried expression and remarked, the beast tide is overwhelming. Xiao Naofu interjected, enough with the hesitations. This war cannot be concluded in an instant. The sooner you produce the equipment, the fewer casualties our soldiers at the front lines will incur. While Lei Ming understood this implicitly, the sight of the seemingly endless tide of beasts and humanoid creatures filled him with dread, fearing they might be unable to halt the onslaught. Should the entire team perish, what meaning would his own survival hold? He would rather meet his end alongside them in battle. Xiao Naofu comprehended Lei Ming's sentiments and assured him with unwavering conviction that he would lead them to successfully repel the invasion of the humanoid beings. Reluctantly, Lei Ming imparted the control mechanisms of his device to Xiao Naofu and retreated to the rear with the team assigned to him. Facing the boundless enemy, Xiao Naofu felt uncertain about whether they could withstand this sniping assault, but he resolutely refused to concede defeat. After all, behind him lay defenseless civilians. Should his line of defense falter, the consequences for them will be dire. Thus, he clenched his teeth and plunged into the frontline battle against the humanoid invasion. Having completed their task of relocating the civilians, Xiao Ying and Chun Lan swiftly arrived at the front lines, joining forces with Lin Gang and Xiao Naofu to repel the ceaselessly advancing mutated behemoths. Xiao Ying was already well acquainted with the cube mecha, with both hands wielding pistols. She danced through the fray, swiftly claiming the lives of one humanoid creature after another. Lin Gang marveled at Xiao Ying's prowess as she danced through the enemy ranks, slaying with abandon. He could not fathom how the combat effectiveness of the cube mecha she controlled could be so formidable. Despite having spent more time familiarizing himself with the mecha, his capabilities paled in comparison to her current display, especially given that she had only recently begun to engage with it. In contrast, Lin Gang felt like a novice beside her. As the battle raged on, he sought her guidance on mastering the control of the mecha, his bewilderment mirroring that of Lu Jinxiao when he had first observed Lin Gang. Xiao Ying, when did you start operating this mecha? He inquired. On the day my father was attacked, she replied. Lin Gang calculated the days and found himself increasingly unsettled. In such a brief span, she had managed to master the mecha to such an extraordinary degree, defying all expectations. You become so skilled in such a short time. How did you manage that? Lin Gang asked, astonished. Xiao Ying, unaware of her remarkable aptitude, casually responded, "It's just normal control. I find it quite easy to handle, far simpler than my work as a hacker. It's an artificial intelligence that understands commands, operates swiftly, and feels like playing a game. Far more enjoyable than hacking. If mass-produced, even children could easily wield it to defeat these enemies." Unbeknownst to her, her words inflicted considerable emotional turmoil upon Lin Gang. Had Lu Jinxiao and the other mecha warriors heard such a statement, they would have been filled with shame. While Xiao Ying represented beauty unaware of her strength, she was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Others struggled with the mecha as if it were a gift from the heavens. For her, it was as though the heavens themselves were feeding her. Yet, she still exercised discernment, evaluating the quality of her experiences. Lin Gang, feeling a sense of shame, shifted his gaze away. He had spent considerable time acclimating to the cube mecha, believing he had achieved a commendable level of skill, only to be outshone by the newcomer. Had Lu Jinxiao been present, he would likely have been even more disheartened. Although Lin Gang's performance appeared superior overall, he found himself utterly outclassed by Xiao Ying in both time and control. His attention was suddenly drawn to Chun Lan, whose appearance astounded him. At that moment, she wielded not a sword but a colossal scythe, its blade shimmering with a purplish hue interlaced with streaks of crimson. The scythe towered over her slender frame, yet in her hands, it flowed gracefully as if she were not engaged in battle, but rather performing a dance. With every sweep, mutated behemoths and humanoid creatures fell lifelessly to the ground. In stark contrast, Lin Gang fought with sheer determination, wielding a halberd crafted from the mecha's immense strength to cleave through the hordes of enemies surrounding him, leaving behind a trail of fallen foes. Only a few adversaries met their end by the blade's edge. Meanwhile, Chun Lan's strikes seemed akin to an artistic endeavor. Her scythe would glide effortlessly across an opponent's artery, leaving no visible wound, merely a hint of crimson trailing the tip, as if a brush had delicately touched the canvas, leading to the subsequent sight of corpses and blood. While Lin Gang and his companions exhibited valor, the situation for the other soldiers had grown increasingly dire. As time progressed, their weaponry and ammunition began to dwindle, compounded by the overwhelming numbers of foes. The prolonged intensity of combat took its toll, and casualties among the soldiers began to rise. The tally of losses continued to escalate as the battle raged on. Witnessing the fallen soldiers, Xiao Naofu felt a profound anguish. For these were the elite warriors he had trained personally, battle-hardened and victorious countless times. Yet, on this day, they suffered devastating losses, as many young soldiers perished before his very eyes. The most agonizing aspect of life is the parting of life and death. Watching his once vibrant warriors succumb, Xiao Naofu felt a deep sorrow, yet he was powerless to alter the course of events. The sheer numbers of mutated behemoths and humanoid beings were relentless. As if they were an endless tide, each newly felled adversary quickly replaced by another. The battle had been ongoing for an extended duration. The soldiers, having fought valiantly, had piled the remains of defeated foes high around them. However, the relentless onslaught of enemies continued unabated, and despair began to etch itself upon the faces of the fighters as they questioned how long this conflict would endure. The warriors have been enduring wave after wave of assaults with their flesh and blood, their bodies reaching a critical point of exhaustion. Although Xiao Naofu has diligently arranged for the soldiers to take turns resting, the disparity between their human forms and the metallic monstrosities they face remains daunting. As the casualty numbers continue to rise, the possibility of allowing the soldiers to rest has all but vanished. The warriors grit their teeth, steadfastly holding their positions, relying on their indomitable will to fend off the relentless attacks of the mutated beasts and humanoid creatures. However, as they witness the incessant emergence of these grotesque entities, despair begins to etch itself onto Xiao Naofu's visage. Just when everyone feared they would meet their end that day, a soldier suddenly cried out, "Look, our reinforcements have arrived." The combatants, upon hearing this exclamation, seized the fleeting moment amidst the chaos to glance behind them. The sight of reinforcements pouring in from all directions ignited a wave of uncontainable joy. Although the presence of reinforcements does not guarantee victory, it provides a crucial opportunity to catch their breath and regain some strength before re-engaging in the battle. This significantly enhances the warrior's endurance. Xiao Naofu recognized the banners of the approaching reinforcements as belonging to soldiers from nearby regions, likely dispatched in response to the dire situation in a city. After all, the recent crisis posed by the mutated beasts had left a lingering fear in everyone's hearts. Various locations had retained a portion of their forces to prevent further incursions. With the arrival of reinforcements, the already strained warriors found a brief respite. They retreated to the second line, recuperating while dealing with the sporadic incursions of mutated beasts and humanoid creatures. Among those fighting on the front lines, Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, and Qianlan also seized the opportunity to regroup and recover. Lin Gang and Xiao Ying, while fatigued, were still physically capable of continuing. Apart from their slightly labored breathing, they faced no significant issues. In contrast, Qianlan appeared utterly exhausted, her complexion pale, as she had been relying solely on her own strength in combat. Unlike Lin Gang and Xiao Ying, who operated mecha, Lin Gang and Xiao Ying were awestruck by Qianlan's remarkable prowess. They found it hard to fathom how her delicate frame could harbor such formidable energy, allowing her to fight for an extended period, rivaling even the power of their mechas. Aside from her heavier breathing, she displayed no other signs of weakness. Xiao Ying approached Qianlan with admiration, exclaiming, "Sister Lan, you are simply astounding. To persist so long in such intense combat, relying solely on your strength, is nothing short of remarkable." Standing beside them, Lin Gang, with wide eyes filled with amazement, silently gave Qianlan a thumbs up, acknowledging that her endurance far surpassed his own. He believed that if he were to rely solely on his strength in such fierce battles, he would have long since perished. Qianlan, noticing the admiration in their gazes, shook her head and replied, "I, too, am beginning to feel overwhelmed. If this continues, I fear I will soon exhaust my strength and be unable to fight any longer." Upon hearing Qianlan's words, Lin Gang felt his masculine pride suffer a crushing blow. For Qianlan to declare her impending defeat and inability to continue fighting implied that she still had a hidden escape plan. This realization left Lin Gang feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he believed he lacked her extraordinary stamina. Understanding Lin Gang's thoughts, Qianlan smiled and reassured him, "Do not underestimate yourselves. Each has their own strengths. I have trained specifically for this, which is why my abilities in this area are somewhat superior. If I were to control your mechas, I would likely be overwhelmed by the enemy immediately." Xiao Ying, astonished, interjected, "Your capabilities are far beyond somewhat superior. You are nothing short of extraordinary. How did you manage to achieve this? It defies belief." In response to Xiao Ying's heartfelt praise, Qianlan merely smiled, but then suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting to one of surprise. "Where has Chen gone? I haven't seen him around." At that moment, Qianlan remembered her troublesome younger brother. Lin Gang glanced around, puzzled, and said, "Now that you mention it, I realized I hadn't noticed him since we split up after battling Beijian." As the three of them scanned their surroundings in search of Chen Chun, a voice suddenly called out from within the battle zone, "Sister, come help me." They turned toward the sound, spotting a disheveled Chen Chun, struggling to fend off the attacks of mutated beasts and humanoid creatures while dragging a large transparent sphere toward them. The trio rushed back into the fray, fatigue forgotten, as they assisted Chen Chun and his strange cargo. Once they regrouped, Qianlan, filled with concern and exasperation, asked, "Where have you been? Can't you be a little less troublesome? If you keep this up, you'll be sent back to Qinzhou." Seeing his sister's anger, Chen Chun shrank back, meekly explaining, "I wasn't being troublesome. I was just trying to catch up to you all. When I saw you and brother-in-law bravely charging into the enemy ranks, I wanted to help." Unbeknownst to him, the three had been so preoccupied with the situation at Shuadi that they had inadvertently left Chen behind. Following their retreat, he had witnessed Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, and his sister Qianlan boldly entering the fray. Eager to impress Xiao Ying, he charged into the depths of the enemy ranks, unaware that their intent was merely to disrupt the assaults rather than engage deeply. Unfortunately, as Chen Chun pressed forward, he found himself surrounded. In his hasty retreat, he stumbled upon the enormous transparent sphere and dragged it along as a testament to his bravery. Upon hearing Chun refer to Lin Gang as brother-in-law, Chunlan's face flushed crimson as she scolded him. What nonsense is that? Speak again, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Chun, mistaking her embarrassment for shyness, smirked and said, It's only a matter of time. I assentí it. I know my sister's charm. Capturing Lin Gang will be a piece of cake. Before he could finish his thought, he was met with a swift reprimand from a blushing Chunlan, who pinched his ear in frustration. Lin Gang, feeling the palpable awkwardness from Chun's comment, shifted his focus to the transparent sphere that Chun had dragged back. To his astonishment, he realized that, amidst the chaotic battle, the exterior of the sphere had become soiled, obscuring the fact that it contained a person inside. Lin Gang gasped, Chun, what on earth have you brought back? How is there someone inside? Chun, initially unaware of the sphere's contents, had assumed it was a priceless treasure, a testament to his own valor. Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Chun hastily broke free from her sister Chunlan's grasp and ran over, exclaiming, What? There's someone inside. When Chun caught sight of the figure seated within the transparent sphere, she instinctively recoiled and gasped, What on earth? How can there be a person in there? What in the world is this? Clearly, she too was taken aback by the unexpected presence within the transparent sphere. The sight of the middle-aged man with his eyes gently closed caused the four individuals present to lose their composure. They were utterly perplexed as to whether the person inside the sphere was friend or foe. If this middle-aged man turned out to be someone as formidable as Fu Mingyi, or even a more powerful adversary, it would mean that the four of them were guarding a ticking time bomb. At this moment, they lacked the strength to confront someone of Fu Mingyi's caliber or beyond. As Lin Gang and the others contemplated taking decisive action against Chun, a familiar voice resonated from behind them. Mo, how did you find him? Chapter 169. A new trial. The commotion caused by Lin Gang's group had indeed caught the attention of Xiao Naofu. At that moment, Xiao Naofu stood before the transparent sphere, his expression one of astonishment. Upon hearing Xiao Naofu call out the name of the individual within the sphere, Lin Gang suddenly realized something and inquired with trepidation. Could it be that the person inside the transparent sphere is Lei Ming's father? Xiao Naofu nodded solemnly. Upon receiving Xiao Naofu's confirmation, Lin Gang and Xiao Ying were left even more astonished. They had never anticipated encountering Lei Ming's father in such a manner. Lin Gang scrutinized the figure of Lei Mo within the transparent sphere and noted the striking resemblance between him and Lei Ming. Observing Lei Mo, whose eyes were gently closed and seemed devoid of life, filled Lin Gang with profound sorrow. He had never imagined that Lei Ming, who sought his father as he did, would ultimately find him in such a tragic state. Determined to take action, Lin Gang pondered what he could do to alleviate Lei Mo's suffering in that confined and peculiar position. He concentrated his energy, conjuring a sharp dagger with his hands, and slashed at the transparent sphere. However, the blade, forged from the formidable magic cube's mecha, seemed utterly ineffective at that moment, failing to leave even the slightest scratch on the surface of the sphere. In disbelief, Lin Gang examined the dagger in his hand, finding no fault with it. He then increased his strength, yet still, the transparent sphere remained unscathed. Undeterred, Lin Gang exerted himself with increasing intensity. But every strike merely glided over the surface of the sphere, leaving it unblemished. Observing Lin Gang's futile attempts, Xiao Ying, Chunlan, and Chun, equally incredulous, took up their weapons to strike at the transparent sphere, only to witness the same lack of response. Just as they stood there, helplessly gazing at the sphere, Lei Mo within it furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze swept across the faces of Lin Gang and the others, his expression shifting to one of gravity. When his eyes fell upon Xiao Naofu, astonishment filled his gaze. Commander Xiao, how could this be? He rasped, his voice hoarse and weak, as he scanned his surroundings and observed the plethora of mutated beasts and humanoid entities. Anger surged within him. Who activated the teleportation array? Where's Academician Lin? Wasn't he instructed not to activate the array until everything was prepared? Xiao Nao Fu found himself perplexed by Lei Mo's accusatory tone. He could not comprehend why Lei Mo believed they had triggered the teleportation array. It was only after hearing Lei Mo's explanation that he realized the activation was linked to Lin Gang's fingerprint. Xiao Nao Fu turned to Lin Gang, questioning him sharply. Xiao Tian, what exactly happened? Did you open the teleportation array? Lin Gang, equally bewildered by Xiao Nao Fu's inquiry, protested that he had not even been at Shui Hu at the time, making it impossible for him to have activated the array. Suddenly, Lin Gang had an epiphany and exclaimed, I understand now. The fingerprint from the fruit. What fingerprint from the fruit? The others were utterly baffled, unable to fathom the connection between fruit and fingerprints. Reluctantly, Lin Gang recounted his visit to the hospital to see Bei Jian and Lei Ming, where he had fed them fruit. Connecting this to Bei Jian's betrayal, Lin Gang deduced why Bei Jian had insisted on him helping them eat the fruit. He recalled that the attack on the Shui Hu command center was undoubtedly linked to Bei Jian. Lei Ming had mentioned that he had slept soundly, which Lin Gang suspected was due to Bei Jian's interference. It appeared that after incapacitating Lei Ming, Bei Jian had orchestrated the assault on the command center, managing to obtain Lin Gang's fingerprint under the pretense of sharing fruit. Listening to Lin Gang's account, Xiao Nao Fu was infuriated. He had never anticipated that Bei Jian would engage in such audacious treachery, first attempting to harm him, then injuring Lei Ming, attacking the command center, and ultimately unleashing the mutated beasts and humanoid entities, resulting in their current predicament. The more Xiao Nao Fu thought about it, the angrier he became. He vowed to personally bring Bei Jian to justice. Otherwise, he would never find peace. After all, in all his years, he had never been successfully ambushed. Yet, Bei Jian had not only managed to injure him, but had also committed grave errors. Just as Xiao Nao Fu seethed with determination to apprehend Bei Jian, another furious voice erupted from behind him, nearly causing him to explode with rage. Who activated the teleportation array? Did I not instruct you to wait for my return? Two figures hurriedly approached from behind, none other than Lin Dong and the monkey, who had rushed back from Chenzhou, having been questioned twice in such a short span. Xiao Nao Fu was understandably displeased. He replied, How could this possibly be our doing? It was activated due to unforeseen circumstances. Before he could finish his explanation, Lin Dong interrupted. As a commander, you cannot even manage this simple matter. What are you doing here? Though Lin Dong's words prompted a surge of indignation within Xiao Nao Fu, he recognized his undeniable responsibility in the matter and could only endure it. His face flushed with embarrassment. After all, he was the primary person in charge at that moment. Given the successful ambush and the resulting consequences, he could not refute Lin Dong's reprimand. Despite being a commander, one must accept responsibility for mistakes. It is not the act of making a mistake that is fearsome, but rather the refusal to acknowledge and correct it. Lin Dong, observing Xiao Nao Fu's reddened face, could only shake his head in resignation. It was indeed inappropriate for a commander of his stature to be reprimanded publicly. Nonetheless, the incident had occurred, and it was more crucial to focus on rectifying the situation rather than assigning blame. However, the sight of the multitude of mutated beasts and humanoid entities surrounding them, with more continuously emerging, left everyone in a state of exasperation. The adversaries' numbers are overwhelmingly vast. A single misstep could not only fail to impede them, but also result in a catastrophic breach of our defenses, leading to irreparable mistakes and tremendous losses. The most effective strategy at present is to assemble a sufficient number of warriors to establish a robust defensive line against the incursion of mutated behemoths and humanoid entities, followed by organizing personnel to deactivate the teleportation array. Only by severing the reinforcements for these aberrant beings can we swiftly eliminate the mutated giants and restore a functional defensive force to protect humanity from the onslaught of humanoid creatures. However, the pressing dilemma lies in sourcing adequate personnel and military strength to form this effective defense. Time is of the essence. If delays continue, we risk an influx of even more humanoid entities and mutated behemoths, exponentially increasing our manpower requirements. The cost of inaction will escalate dramatically, accompanied by heightened risks. For should any single link falter, we could face an irrevocable situation leading to a total collapse. Upon hearing Lin Gang's analysis, the assembly fell into a contemplative silence, as the most challenging issue remains the availability of combat personnel. Although our nation's territory is vast and our population numerous, the actual number of trained fighters is limited. We cannot expect ordinary civilians to take up arms and join the fray, as their lack of professional training would render them ineffective on the battlefield. The fundamental issue confronting us is the scarcity of time. If we had the luxury to draw combat personnel from other regions, the problem would be resolved. Yet, mobilizing troops requires considerable time, and who can predict how many mutated behemoths and humanoid creatures will emerge for the teleportation array in that duration? Xiao Naofu observed the troubled expressions of the crowd and suggested, "What's the big deal? I will apply for the use of large-scale destructive weapons to obliterate that damned teleportation array." Lin Gang frowned and countered, "That's impossible. This teleportation array is exceedingly peculiar. Conventional weaponry cannot inflict damage while it operates. Moreover, deploying such large-scale destructive weaponry could endanger the surrounding populace who have yet to evacuate." Xiao Naofu, troubled by Lin Gang's words, grappled with the dilemma. Weapons of moderate scale cannot destroy it, while those of excessive scale would cause catastrophic collateral damage, making their use inadvisable unless absolutely necessary. The vicinity of Shuadi, who is densely populated with structures, deploying large-scale destructive weapons would invariably inflict significant harm. We must prioritize the safety of the civilian populace. The new proposal was dismissed, and once again, an oppressive silence enveloped the assembly. Each individual carried a weight of frustration that had been building since the emergence of the massive biological mutations. The entire conflict felt particularly passive. Fighting was fraught with the risk of devastating Earth's biodiversity, while abstaining from conflict allowed these creatures to ravage human cities at will. Presently, if we refrained from combat, our soldiers would be forced to halt their advance with their blood and lives, yet engaging in battle raises concerns about the safety of civilian lives and property. Thus, everyone found themselves in a precarious dilemma. Until a suitable solution is found, the group could only take turns resting while exerting all their strength to fend off the onslaught of mutated behemoths and humanoid entities. Lin Gang, witnessing the urgency of the situation and the valiant soldiers fighting on the front lines, stepped forward and declared, "I have an idea. You all organize the remaining forces to continue repelling the enemy. I will charge in alone to see if I can forcibly shut down the teleportation array." Lin Gang shook his head, saying, "How can you possibly shut down the teleportation array without understanding its workings? Besides, with so many mutated behemoths, we cannot be certain you could even make it inside." While the assembly understood Lin Gang's selfless intent, the harsh reality was evident. Charging in alone would likely result in his demise. Xiao Ying and Chun Lan also stepped forward. "I will go in with Lin Gang. We can look out for each other." Chun, hearing this, silently raised his hand. "I want to go in too." He could not bear the thought of his sister and Xiao Ying facing death alone while he remained behind. Monkey, overhearing their dialogue, remarked, "Given the current situation, would it be inappropriate for me not to raise my hand? Count me in." Lin Gang regarded Monkey with a scowl. "Do you not grasp the gravity of the teleportation array? You are merely creating chaos." Monkey retorted, "The atmosphere is charged. If I don't raise my hand, it would make me appear cowardly." Lin Gang admonished, "That does not justify reckless bravado." Lei Ming concurred, "No matter how many of you charge in, if you cannot decipher the teleportation array, all will be in vain. Even if you enter in large numbers, it would only lead to needless sacrifices." Hearing Lin Gang and Lei Ming's words, the assembly lowered their heads in resignation. None among them were cowards. Each was willing to lay down their lives. However, their lack of understanding regarding the teleportation array rendered any rash charge futile. Just as they were at an impasse, the light from the teleportation array intensified once more. The assembly, alarmed by this anomaly, turned their gazes toward the array, only to witness a surge of colossal entities emerging, their forms unfamiliar to known terrestrial life, with humanoid beings equipped with superior armaments standing atop them. The sudden appearance of these behemoths exacerbated the pressure on the frontline warriors, who began to show signs of retreat. Faced with this dire situation, There was no time for rest or indecision. The group rose to rejoin the fray against the monstrous legion. Although all personnel had now engaged in battle, the pressure of combat showed no signs of abating. The question of whether they could even hold their defensive position hung in the balance. Absent reinforcements, they might soon find themselves overwhelmed by the onslaught of the monstrous horde. The city of A was at risk of being overrun by mutated behemoths and humanoid entities, with potential casualties reaching catastrophic levels. At that moment, the nearby regions had already committed all available combat forces. There were no further reinforcements to be drawn. Xiao Nao Fu glared at the relentlessly assaulting mutated behemoths and humanoid entities, his teeth clenched in a psychological struggle over whether to deploy large-scale destructive weapons. Although such weapons could deliver a devastating blow to the enemy, they would also likely endanger the frontline soldiers and the nearby civilians who had yet to evacuate. Xiao Nao Fu faced an immense burden, his mind racing. As the commander, he bore the responsibility of making a decision under tremendous pressure regarding how to address the present crisis. Truthfully, he was reluctant to unleash large-scale destructive weapons unless absolutely necessary, as the repercussions would be dire. However, time was of the essence. If he refrained from utilizing such weapons, he must also weigh the potential damage should the enemy breach their defenses. At this critical juncture, no one could assist Xiao Nao Fu in making this decision. He alone must weigh the pros and cons and determine the path forward. Without external intervention, their strategy to hold the line seemed utterly futile. If the enemy broke through, the potential losses could be even more devastating. As Xiao Nao Fu resolutely prepared to deploy devastating weaponry, he was suddenly interrupted by the fervent cries from behind him. Reinforcements for a city, vowing to defend our homeland. The deafening shouts reverberated throughout the land of the city, rekindling hope and igniting the fighting spirit among those who had previously succumbed to despair. Kunlun Mountain, Tianshan, Qinling, and Chongbai Mountains rallied to a city, witnessing the familiar banners. The citizens of a city were overcome with gratitude. In this moment, they bore witness once more to the solidarity of our Huaxian nation, a testament to the unity and mutual assistance that emerges in times of great calamity, affirming the age-old adage, when one is in peril, all lend their support. Chapter 171. A call to arms with no room for rebuttal. As waves of support teams arrived, the residents of a city could not help but shed tears. Given the grim circumstances, the ability of various regions to dispatch reinforcements was profoundly moving. Xiao Naofu gazed at the approaching teams, puzzled, for under normal conditions, their arrival could not have been so swift. Had they anticipated the crisis in a city and set out in advance? That seemed implausible. While Xiao Naofu and his companions were lost in contemplation, a red and yellow mech soared toward them. The visor lifted, revealing Lu Jinxiao from the Kunlun Mountain base. Lu Jinxiao, appearing weary yet resolute, saluted Xiao Naofu. Commander Xiao, Lu Jinxiao from Kunlun Mountain base has arrived with reinforcements. Please give your orders. Xiao Naofu returned the salute, his brow furrowed in confusion. How did you arrive so quickly? Thanks to Lei Ming. Lu Jinxiao began to explain when suddenly another mech approached, the familiar design hinting at Jiao Yi's unit. However, upon the visor lifting, it was Lei Ming who emerged. Xiao Naofu regarded Lei Ming, stating, "Didn't I send you to expedite the equipment?" Lei Ming hurriedly clarified. Jiao Yi said he would oversee the equipment production and instructed me to assess the frontline situation, as I have some familiarity with the teleportation array. Reassured by Lei Ming's explanation and the involvement of Jiao Yi, whose weaponry innovations were always a source of astonishment, Xiao Naofu felt a surge of relief. He looked at Lei Ming with concern. "Aren't you injured? Why aren't you resting?" With a cheerful grin, Lei Ming replied, "Jiao Yi entrusted me with this mech. I'm perfectly fine. Please don't worry, Commander." Suddenly, Lei Ming's attention was drawn to a transparent sphere behind Xiao Naofu and the others. He recognized it all too well. As he beheld the familiar face within, his eyes brimmed with tears. Inside the sphere was his father, the one he had longed for day and night. Xiao Naofu, noticing the situation, stepped aside to grant Lei Ming a clear view. Lei Ming gazed at his father, who appeared gaunt and weakened, and tears streamed down his face as he pressed against the sphere. "Father." In this moment, words failed him, his voice choked with emotion. Lamo, witnessing his son weep uncontrollably, felt a pang of sorrow. He struggled to maintain his composure, admonishing, "Look at you. Hold back those tears. What disgrace." Yet as he spoke, tears cascaded down his own cheeks. No one could fathom the horrors he had endured during his time underground, nor the countless moments he had nearly succumbed to despair. Thoughts of his family had spurred him to endure. Yet now, confronted by his son's tears, his emotions erupted, releasing the pent-up anguish from his harrowing experiences. It was unimaginable for a middle-aged man to weep openly before his adult child and others. Yet the torment of his confinement had shattered his resolve. Most individuals would break within days of such darkness. Yet Lamo had endured far longer. Lin Gang, witnessing Lamo's emotional collapse, felt a deep ache in his heart when he had led Lei Ming and a group of teammates underground to investigate. Only he and Lamo had survived. His own escape had been a near-fatal ordeal, leaving Lei Ming to bear the tremendous psychological and physical burdens alone in the depths. Now, Lamo had miraculously emerged, yet he could only see his son through the transparent sphere. Lin Gang understood the sphere's formidable protective capabilities, but it was a one-way barrier. Once someone entered, they might never escape. No one knew how to open it, as it was a mechanism passed down through the Lei family, known only to the family heads who understood how to activate it, but not how to unseal it. The ancestral teachings dictated that it should only be used in dire circumstances. To prevent the activation of the teleportation array, Lamo had initiated it while underground, intending to seal the array with his life until the surface was ready for battle. He had never truly anticipated escaping, hoping instead to sacrifice himself to safeguard his family. Now, having narrowly evaded the depths, he had not envisioned meeting his son in such a manner, where even a simple embrace was a distant dream. Overcome with emotion upon seeing his son, Lamo suddenly fainted from the release of pent-up stress. Fortunately, it was merely a faint due to the sudden relaxation of his mental strain, and there was no serious harm. Lei Ming felt a weight lift from his heart. No matter the circumstances, his father had emerged alive from the depths, and they could find a way to address the issue of the transparent sphere later. After ensuring his father's comfort and learning of the current situation, Lei Ming proactively approached Xiao Naofu. "I request permission to join Lin Gang and the others in storming the teleportation array to find a way to shut it down." Xiao Naofu was initially reluctant, not wishing to see Lei Ming, who had just reunited with his father, undertake such perilous duties, especially given the high likelihood of no return. More importantly, even if they succeeded in entering, the possibility of actually shutting down the teleportation array remained uncertain. Xiao Naofu was loath to see the young and innocent face such a grim fate without having truly experienced the beauty of life. Lin Gang and the others understood Xiao Naofu's concerns, recognizing his desire to protect their safety. Lin Gang reiterated, "We currently have no better options, and time is of the essence. Delaying further would only worsen our situation. Let's take the risk." Lei Ming concurred, asserting, "I am the most knowledgeable about the teleportation array and can summon the combat forces from various regions. I will also find a way to deactivate it. I request to fight alongside Lin Gang." Xiao Ying, Chen Lan, and Chun Shun, who had been observing, also expressed their desire to join the battle. Xiao Naofu approved Xiao Ying's request, but declined the battle request from Chun Lan and Chen Shun. Everyone understands that, as the commander, Xiao Naofu cannot allow the children of others to charge forward while his own remains safely at the rear, a notion that is both unreasonable and unjust. Even if no one else harbors such thoughts, Xiao Naofu cannot reconcile this within himself. His decision to reject the application of Chun Lan and her brother was driven by a desire to prevent them from embarking on a perilous venture together, as those who enter may never return, and he is unwilling to incur further casualties. At this moment, Hosey raised his hand and declared, "Without my knowledge of the inscriptions on the teleportation arrays, you, Lei Ming, may not be able to recognize them all. If we encounter unfamiliar inscriptions, it could spell trouble. Thus, I too apply to join the battle. This application is not open to debate." Hosey's words, though seemingly provocative, were understood by all present as a unique means of alleviating the tense atmosphere. Xiao Naofu felt exasperated by Hosey's antics. The original atmosphere had been disrupted. He recognized Hosey's intent, understanding that the elite team operates as a cohesive unit, and none wished to witness their comrades meet their demise while they remained safe in the rear. Therefore, Xiao Naofu, devoid of anger, nodded in agreement to Hosey's request. Lin Gang, witnessing Xiao Naofu relent, promptly leaped up and kicked Hosey playfully, chiding, "We worked hard to apply for battle, and you just stole our thunder." Without hesitation, Laming followed suit with a kick, exclaiming, "You let him take the spotlight, all by himself." Xiaoing, standing in line, timidly added a third kick, saying, "I don't know why, but I felt compelled to kick this one." Hosey looked at the trio with displeasure, retorting, "How can this possibly be my fault? A splendid opportunity lies before you, yet you failed to seize it." Behind them, Lin Dong and Qinshin were taken aback by the audacity of Lin Gang, Xiaoing, and Laming as they dared to kick Hosey, and even more surprised that Hosey offered no resistance, merely appearing aggrieved. Qianlan, having witnessed such scenes before, was less astonished this time. She had been taken aback during her first encounter, but seeing Hosey's lack of reaction, she chose to ignore it. While the battle plan had been established, the current situation caused furrowed brows among the group. Since the emergence of the colossal steel behemoth, the enemy's combat effectiveness had markedly increased. Even with reinforcements from various regions, resistance remained challenging, and the pressure to penetrate deep into enemy territory was palpably overwhelming. Liu Jinchao, observing the dense throng of mutated beasts and humanoid creatures, felt a surge of frustration. Approaching Xiao Naofu, he stated, "Commander Xiao, I request to lead a strike team to carve a breach in the enemy formation, aiding the elite team to advance a distance." Xiao Naofu recognized this as the most suitable course of action. Only by maximizing support for the elite team could they conserve their strength, thereby increasing their chances of survival. "Very well. You may organize the strike team as you see fit, ensuring you assist the elite team in advancing as far as possible while preserving their stamina." Qianlan and Qinshin promptly applied to join the strike team. Given their formidable combat prowess, it would be unreasonable for Xiao Naofu to deny them both entry into the depths of the enemy's territory or to refuse their participation in the strike mission. Considering their impressive skills, Xiao Naofu chose not to impede them this time. After all, they were not his soldiers, and he had no right to overly interfere in their actions. He was aware that their request for his approval was merely a gesture of respect. Unbeknownst to him, their appeal to Xiao Naofu was also influenced by Hosey, Lin Gang, and Xiaoing, as they all fell under Xiao Naofu's command. If he were too lenient, it might reflect poorly on him. Ultimately, the most significant factor was Hosey's influence, as they had been cautioned at home never to provoke him. Soon, Liu Jinchao organized a well-equipped strike team, and once everyone was prepared, they charged toward the formation of mutated beasts and humanoid beings. However, it seemed the enemy had anticipated Liu Jinchao's intentions, altering their formation to deploy a formidable array of mutated beasts that effectively thwarted their advance. The battle once again fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, at the enemy's rear, a familiar figure suddenly emerged. It was Bei Jian, who had earlier fled after being defeated by Lin Gang and his companions. Approaching the shadowy figure at the rear, he stated, "I have successfully activated the teleportation array. Can you now fulfill your promise?" The shadowy figure did not turn, responding, "What promise?" Bei Jian, incensed by the response, retorted, "Are you going back on your word? You promised that once I activated the teleportation array, I would assume the position of Fu Mingyi." The shadowy figure chuckled derisively, saying, "I did say that once you activated the teleportation array, you would be granted the position of Fu Mingyi. However, the last time you spoke to me, you claimed you had successfully killed Xiao Naofu. Yet here he stands, commanding the battle before us. Do you truly believe I could allow you to occupy the position of Fu Mingyi? The one who has not fulfilled their promise is you, not me." Upon hearing these words, Bei Jian realized he had been deceived. The shadowy figure had no intention of allowing him to replace Fu Mingyi. The promise was merely a ruse to compel him to exert himself in activating the teleportation array. Enraged by the realization, Bei Jian charged to confront the shadowy figure. But before he could reach him, a sudden blow from a black-robed figure sent him crashing to the ground. Bei Jian staggered out of the crater formed by the impact, his gaze locking onto the black-robed figure with a fierce glare. The figure, unfazed by Bei Jian's hostility, remarked, "What's the matter? Are you still unconvinced? Who is it that brought you to this point, allowing you to achieve what you have today? Surely you must be aware." As he spoke, the black-robed figure removed his hood, revealing Fu Mingyi, who had not been seen for some time. Looking at Bei Jian with derision, he said, "I introduced you to Lord Heiying, yet you sought to usurp my position. That is truly underhanded." Bei Jian glared fiercely, retorting, "A position belongs to the capable. If you lack the ability to complete the task, do not blame others for coveting your place." Fu Mingyi laughed at Bei Jian's words, replying, "You are indeed correct. The position belongs to the capable, and you are not that capable person. Have you considered who controlled these creatures before you? Who set up this teleportation array? And who found you? You speak the truth. Only those with ability can occupy this position, and you are far too inexperienced." Bei Jian finally comprehended that from the beginning. He had merely been a pawn in Fu Mingyi's game. Fu Mingyi had approached him knowing he had the opportunity and capability to disrupt Lin Gang's plans, which is why he had severely injured him without killing him on Tian Shan Mountain, seeking to buy his loyalty with the promise of reward. Realizing the extent of his manipulation, Bei Jian felt a deep-seated hatred for his own naivety and for having trusted their deceitful words so easily. Yet, at this juncture, there was no turning back. He could only forge ahead into the darkness. Fu Mingyi observed Bei Jian's expression solidifying with determination and smiled as he spoke. "Logically, for daring to strike against Lord Heiying, I should have executed you. However, considering the monumental contribution you have made, I shall spare your life this time. Should you dare to act again, I will personally ensure your demise." Upon hearing Fu Mingyi's words, chills ran down Bei Jian's spine. He held a firm belief in Fu Mingyi's words, for they were all driven by self-interest. Once he became useless to them, there would be no reason to keep him alive. Bei Jian understood the weight of life and power. After all, only by surviving could one truly advance further. He lowered his head in dismay and said, "I apologize, Lord Heiying. I shall not dare again." Chapter 173. The Fractured Trust. Upon hearing Bei Jian's apology, Heiying turned around, gazing at the bowed figure before him. "I have always been one to reward and punish distinctly. In terms of merit, Fu Mingyi indeed surpasses you greatly. However, your contribution in activating the teleportation array cannot be overlooked. I will remember your efforts and reward you once we conquer the surface." Bei Jian felt a surge of irritation upon hearing Heiying's words. As a descendant of merchants, he was all too familiar with such grandiose promises. Had he not been recently deceived, he might have believed in this enticing illusion. Nonetheless, he dared not reveal his true feelings and continued to nod enthusiastically, for he was acutely aware of his precarious position. To express discontent in a moment of fleeting pleasure could cost him dearly. His survival was paramount. The years of unrequited love for Xiao-Ying had honed Bei Jian's ability to endure silently. Heiying and Fu Mingyi were moved by Bei Jian's earnest demeanor. They had not anticipated that this young man could evoke such fervor with just a few words, significantly easing their efforts in persuasion. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Jian approached Heiying and said, "Lord Heiying, the Bei family holds considerable power. Please feel free to command us wherever we may be of assistance." Heiying nodded in satisfaction. Having previously discussed Bei Jian's circumstances with Fu Mingyi, he felt his trust in Bei Jian deepen upon hearing his declaration. Noticing Heiying's favorable expression, Bei Jian continued, "I am childhood friends with Xiao Naofu's daughter. Are you aware of this?" Heiying nodded, urging him to proceed. Bei Jian hastily added, "Xiao Naofu's daughter, Xiao-Ying, is an exceptionally skilled hacker. We once infiltrated the underground city's base system together, so I possess some understanding of Xiao Naofu's military capabilities and strength." Hearing this, Heiying glanced at Fu Mingyi, and upon noticing his expression, understood that Bei Jian's words held truth, igniting his interest. "Oh, what are your thoughts? Bei Jian replied earnestly. City A is a crucial stronghold for us. The deployment of troops is not as straightforward as you perceive, Lord Heiying. I fear that if Xiao Naofu truly becomes aggressive, we may suffer greatly. Bei Ying, acknowledging Bei Jian's genuine concern for his interests, nodded approvingly. Is that so? Then it becomes even more interesting. I am not as simple as you might think. If I were to unleash my full might, it is Xiao Naofu who would face significant losses. Upon hearing this, Bei Jian displayed a look of skepticism. Bei Ying, noticing the doubt on Bei Jian's face, turned to Fu Mingyi and commanded, You explain to him why that is. Fu Mingyi smiled as he elaborated, Previously, I dispersed all the mutated beasts to harass various nations and cities, creating an illusion of a global war. As a result, all military forces have been scattered. It is a foolish dream for Xiao Naofu to think he can thwart Lord Heiying's plans with the forces of City A. Bei Jian pondered Fu Mingyi's explanation before responding. While Lord Heiying's plan seems sound, you have overlooked one crucial factor. Huaxia is notoriously difficult to deal with. If any region encounters trouble, reinforcements will be dispatched immediately. Fu Mingyi scoffed, We have certainly considered that. Currently, all their transport airships are grounded, and reinforcements to City A are only possible if they can reach us. Only nearby regions can send aid, but even if they muster all their forces, we are unafraid, especially since each area can only allocate a fraction of their military strength. Before Fu Mingyi could finish, Bei Jian pointed to several flags in the distance. Have you noticed those flags? And that red and yellow mech? Fu Mingyi looked up to see the red and yellow mech, which was fiercely assaulting their position, and the flags from various directions. His expression immediately darkened. It was impossible. That mech resembled the one from Kunlun Mountain, which should still be stationed at the Kunlun Mountain Fortress. How could it suddenly appear here? Without further explanation, Bei Jian continued. Those flags belong to the Kunlun Mountain Base Guard. That one is from Tian Shan Base, and the one over there should be from the Qinling region. The Black Tiger flag should belong to the Changbai Mountain area. As Bei Jian described each flag, Fu Mingyi's expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, a hint of triumph flickered at the corners of Bei Jian's mouth, though he restrained his delight, fully aware of his vulnerable position. Should he inadvertently provoke Fu Mingyi, the consequences could be dire. However, upon hearing Bei Jian's words, a clear hint of anger began to manifest on Heiying's face. He scrutinized the increasingly troubled Fu Mingyi and sternly demanded, What is going on here? Did you not assure me of absolute security? Faced with Heiying's reprimand, Fu Mingyi stammered, at a loss for words. He had repeatedly guaranteed Heiying that he could ensure the successful completion of the mission to invade Huaxia. Yet the appearance of these flags indicated a significant deviation from his original plan. With a forced resolve, Fu Mingyi stated, Rest assured, Lord Heiying, even if reinforcement from other areas have arrived, our combat strength remains unmatched. After all, they have not committed all their forces to battle, with a significant portion still stationed in their original locations. Hearing this, Heiying could only suppress his fury and replied, You have always handled matters with great caution. I do not wish for any disruptions to this plan, otherwise. Heiying left the statement unfinished, yet Fu Mingyi understood the unspoken threat behind it. Feeling a chill run down his spine, observing the tension between Heiying and Fu Mingyi, Bei Jian recognized that their relationship was far from harmonious. Should Fu Mingyi fail in his endeavors, Heiying would not hesitate to deal with him. A glimmer of hope ignited within Bei Jian. He stepped closer to Fu Mingyi and said, Mr. Fu, I have suddenly thought of something I wish to report to you. Fu Mingyi, still simmering from Heiying's rebuke, feared that Heiying might suspect him of withholding information. So he turned and urged, Speak quickly, with Lord Heiying present. No issue is too great to discuss. Upon hearing the words of Fu Mingyi, Bei Jian promptly nodded and bowed in response. Expressing his thoughts, I believe I understand why other regions were able to come to a city for support so rapidly. With a face full of concern, Bei Jian continued. It seems that the elite squad has unraveled the secrets of the teleportation array. I suspect they arrived here through the array. Upon hearing Bei Jian's words, Fu Mingyi's expression changed dramatically, and he admonished loudly, "Impossible. The teleportation array was set up by Lord Heiying, and there is no one in this world besides me who can operate it." Although Fu Mingyi was aware that Lin Gang had traversed the teleportation array to Kunlun Mountain and had been to Egypt, he did not believe that a few young individuals like Lin Gang could comprehend the intricacies of the teleportation array. After all, Fu Mingyi himself was not privy to its secrets. His knowledge of its operation was solely imparted by Lord Heiying, and he could only execute it without understanding its mysteries. Lord Heiying trusted Fu Mingyi's words, as he had only shared some principles of the teleportation array. Though it was possible to grasp its secrets based on those principles, he did not believe Fu Mingyi possessed the capability to accomplish this. This was precisely why he entrusted the setup of the teleportation array entirely to Fu Mingyi. However, doubts arose when Bai Jian produced a video recording of Lei Ming analyzing the secrets of the teleportation array. The trust between Heiying and Fu Mingyi began to fracture. Chapter 174. Heroes are born from adversity. Fu Mingyi's countenance soured upon seeing the video material where Lei Ming dissected the teleportation array. Deep down, he understood better than anyone else that no one knew the teleportation array more intimately than he did. Even if Lin Gang and his companions had used the teleportation array, Fu Mingyi had always assumed it was merely by chance that they had activated it. Otherwise, they would never have been able to utilize it. As he watched the video, Fu Mingyi was utterly astonished, unable to fathom how Lei Ming had deciphered the secrets of the teleportation array. It then dawned on him that a grave situation was at hand, as Lord Heiying had only confided in him regarding the teleportation array and had repeatedly warned him to keep it a secret. Now, with Lei Ming articulating the intricacies of the teleportation array so eloquently, Fu Mingyi realized he could not provide a satisfactory explanation to Heiying. As expected, Heiying turned around, his face twisted with fury, and demanded, "What on earth is going on?" Fu Mingyi, terrified by Heiying's wrath, hurriedly stammered, "Lord Heiying, I truly do not know what happened." He struggled to articulate his thoughts, as the situation was indeed beyond explanation. Bai Jian, observing Fu Mingyi's predicament, quickly interjected to assist him. This matter should have nothing to do with Mr. Fu. He was absent when Lei Ming and the others were researching the teleportation array. Yes, I was not within the borders of Huaxia at that time. Fu Mingyi quickly added, "I was recruiting allies in other countries and truly had no idea how they managed to decipher the teleportation array." Upon hearing Fu Mingyi's words, Heiying's murderous intent began to dissipate. At this juncture, it was essential to maintain relationships with potential allies. Executing Fu Mingyi would only instill fear in those who had chosen to side with him. Thus, Heiying chose to suppress his anger for the time being, planning to address the matter later. Feeling the lessening of Heiying's fury, Fu Mingyi finally relaxed. As long as Heiying did not kill him, it indicated that he still had value. If he were to perish at this crucial moment, all his previous efforts would be in vain. The thought of being thwarted at the last moment by Heiying was too disheartening. Fortunately, Heiying had not acted against him, allowing him a chance for redemption. He cast a grateful glance at Bai Jian, realizing that had it not been for Bai Jian's timely intervention, he might have faced dire consequences. Bai Yin, with an expression of nonchalance, seemed to take it for granted, which deeply moved Fu Mingyi, for this was a life-saving grace. "You are right, after all. We are all human and should support one another," Fu Mingyi stated. However, Bai Jian felt a wave of nausea at those words. How could they speak of mutual support now, when just moments ago, Fu Mingyi's attitude had been far from supportive? Did he not consider their shared humanity when assisting Lord Heiying? Though these thoughts lingered in Bai Jian's mind, he maintained a facade of concern, voicing, nevertheless, with Lei Ming and the others having deciphered the secrets of the teleportation array, if they summon a large army for support, this battle may prove difficult. Fu Mingyi furrowed his brow at Bai Jian's words, as he had not anticipated that Lei Ming could comprehend the secrets of the teleportation array. With the array now understood, it would undoubtedly impact his battle strategies. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "It seems we can no longer afford to hold back. If we suffer defeat in this battle, not only will we lose everything we seek, but we may also find ourselves unable to provide satisfactory explanations to Lord Heiying. Upon hearing Fu Mingyi's words, Bei Jian could not help but curse under his breath. This old dog, who had not considered him when there were benefits at stake, now faced the possibility of incurring Lord Heiying's wrath. Fu Mingyi spoke of we and our, yet Bei Jian dared not voice his frustrations and feigned concern instead, inquiring, "What shall we do? If we fail in this battle, all our efforts will truly be in vain." Fu Mingyi waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. Keep your heart steady. Do you truly believe I lack the means to deal with Xiao Naofu and his ilk? Even if he can summon all his forces. What of it? The teleportation array does not solely control our mutated beasts. Lord Heiying's troops are also present. That alone should be sufficient to give Xiao Naofu and his men quite a challenge. Moreover, there are many nations that have secretly pledged their allegiance to us. Now is the time to utilize them. If we all strike together, Xiao Naofu may not even be able to summon a single soldier. Bayin, Astornis hit, inquirit. Are you suggesting that some nations have already secretly allied with you? Were they not consistently resisting our mutated beast army?" Fu Mingyi chuckled coldly. "That was merely for show. Otherwise, they would surely be suspected. Our nation has risen rapidly in recent years, and many have grown envious. They would love nothing more than to see us dragged down from our pedestal. Such a prime opportunity they would not dare to miss." Fu Mingyi erupted into a series of sinister laughs. Bei Jian was taken aback by Fu Mingyi's words, unable to fathom the extent to which Fu Mingyi would go to achieve his goals. While he too aspired for greatness, he was fundamentally unwilling to inflict undue harm on national interests, especially since he hoped to rule in the aftermath, and his family and friends still resided here. As Bei Jian contemplated his situation, a wave of regret washed over him. He pondered which misstep had led him to trust Fu Mingyi and the Heiying, ultimately betraying his small team. Was this not akin to betraying his own family and all of humanity? This thought plunged Bei Jian into profound self-reproach. Throughout their interactions, he had come to realize that both Heiying and Fu Mingyi were merely using him to achieve their own ends. Their promises had likely been nothing more than deceit, and once he lost his value to them, they would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. This was a blatant disregard for his humanity. Thus, Bei Jian resolved to distance himself from Fu Mingyi and the Black-Robed Man rather than exist in a limbo between man and monster alongside them. He would create chaos himself, hoping to seize the opportunity for his own rise. After all, there's an old saying that circumstances create heroes. If he could stir the waters, perhaps he might indeed achieve greatness. However, the essential condition for this was that the situation must be sufficiently chaotic. Worrying that the pressure from various fronts might overwhelm Xiao Naofu and his team, Bei Jian considered whether he should assist them in overcoming the immediate crisis. Just as he was contemplating how to extricate himself from Fu Mingyi and send a warning to Lin Gang, an opportunity from Fu Mingyi presented itself. Observing the stalemate in the battle, Fu Mingyi instructed, "You watch this area closely. I will contact the Allied forces to apply simultaneous pressure. Doing so will make it easier for us to seize a city. Capturing a city will bring us significantly closer to our path to success." Chapter 175. Specialization and expertise. While Bei Jian felt elated at the opportunity Fu Mingyi had provided, he feigned uncertainty about his capabilities, understanding that displaying too much enthusiasm might arouse Fu Mingyi's suspicion. "Fu Lao, without you here, I fear I may not manage alone," he began to say. Fu Mingyi raised a hand to interrupt him. "There is nothing to fear. You need not take action. Just keep a vigilant eye on Xiao Naofu and his team's movements. I will return shortly." "Very well. If any situation arises, I will contact you immediately." Fu Mingyi nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. Watching Fu Mingyi's figure gradually fade, a smirk of triumph spread across Bei Jian's face. However, as he gazed at the guards who continued to resist valiantly, his expression morphed into one of turmoil. After all, he had initiated the assassination of Xiao Naofu and had betrayed his small team. He was uncertain whether this path was right or wrong. Yet, observing the ceaseless emergence of mutated behemoths and humanoid creatures, Bei Jian gritted his teeth and vanished from sight. After numerous rounds of assaults, The strike team, led by Lu Jinxiao, was exhausted. They had not anticipated the adversary's formidable offense and defense. Despite their relentless attacks, they had barely managed to push the front lines forward. The continuous appearance of mutated beasts and humanoid creatures cast a shadow of despair over the team. If they could not close the teleportation array soon, the situation would only worsen for them. With the number of mutated beasts escalating, the front lines were being stretched infinitely. If this continued, their manpower would fall short, and the mutated beasts would inevitably breach their defenses, engulfing countless innocent civilians in the ensuing chaos. Amidst their bewilderment, a group clad in ancient attire suddenly came into view. An elderly man with a head of white hair approached the crowd. He bowed to Xiao Naofu and declared, "Commander Xiao, leave the task of breaking through the enemy lines to us." Xiao Naofu regarded the oddly dressed group with a furrowed brow. "I appreciate your intentions, but warfare is the affair of soldiers. You should retreat to safety with your people. When the fighting begins, we may not be able to protect you." Although Xiao Naofu recognized the group's distinguished demeanor, he considered them merely eccentric civilians. Lin Gang and the monkey observed the expressions of the elderly man, and his companions softened considerably. Before introductions could be made, Chun Lan and Chun Chun rushed over to greet the elder. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" The elder nodded at the siblings and smiled at Xiao Naofu. "Forgive the lack of introductions. I am the head of the Chun family from Qinzhou. With the invasion of the otherworldly beings, we have come to lend you our strength." With that, the elder produced a bronze seal and handed it to Xiao Naofu. "In this time of crisis, we shall combat the invaders, and all our forces shall be under your command, Commander Xiao." Having heard Lin Dong's introduction of the elder and the humanoid beings, Xiao Naofu finally grasped that the source of the current crisis stemmed from the subterranean humanoids. Their invasion of the surface was aimed at seizing resources and enslaving humanity. As the highest military commander of a city, he could not allow them to encroach upon his nation's territory. And thus he resolved to thwart the underground creature's nefarious plot at all costs. Xiao Naofu returned the bronze seal to the elder. "You know your people best. I will leave command in your capable hands." With that, he outlined the battle plan to the elder. After understanding the current predicament, the elder nodded. "Given the ferocity of the enemy's assault, ordinary civilians may struggle to escort the elite team deep behind enemy lines. We shall take on the strike team's mission." Turning to his followers, he commanded, "Chun Meng, organize a strike team to tear open a breach in the formation of the subterranean race and escort the elite team in a waterdrop lake to secure the teleportation array." "Yes." A middle-aged man of average build stepped forward from the group, selecting a dozen individuals to form a strike team. Lu Jinxiao observed Chun Meng's ordinary appearance and remarked with a perplexed expression, "Uncle, I piloted a mech and couldn't manage to create even a small breach in the enemy's formation with so many people. How are you and your companions going to succeed?" Unfamiliar with Chun Lan and her brother's prowess, Lu Jinxiao clearly doubted Chun Meng's team's abilities. He failed to comprehend why Xiao Naofu would entrust them with the task instead of his own strike team. With a smile, Chun Meng replied, "Quality trumps quantity in warfare." He then turned to Lin Gang and the others. "Are you ready? Shall we depart?" Lin Gang nodded. "Yes, we are ready to go." "Thank you." Before Lin Gang could finish speaking, Chun Meng had already grasped a colossal axe, many times larger than himself, and charged toward the subterranean beings with his strike team, shouting, "Stay close. Don't fall behind." Lu Jinxiao was still trying to comprehend the situation when Chun Meng had already plunged into the horde of mutated beasts, wielding the axe with extraordinary grace. The massive, heavy weapon moved with the lightness of a feather in his hands. Chun Meng's strike team sliced through the ranks of the mutated beasts with astonishing speed, advancing like a sharp blade. Xiao Naofu and Lu Jinxiao were left utterly astonished. Lu Jinxiao, who had witnessed the formidable offensive and defensive capabilities of the mutated beast firsthand, was left dumbfounded. He had led numerous assaults without making any significant progress, while Chun Meng and his team charged through as if cutting through butter. The stark contrast left Lu Jinxiao bewildered, realizing that the seemingly ordinary Chun Meng possessed such formidable combat prowess. The realization that his own powerful mech could not match the strength of Chen Ming, clad in simple garments and wielding a giant axe, was a bitter pill to swallow. Chen Lao looked at the disheartened Lu Jinxiao and consoled him, stating that Chen Ming possessed considerable strength and handled such matters with remarkable ease. He urged Lu not to take it to heart, as everyone has their own expertise. Upon hearing Chen Lao's words of comfort, Lu Jinxiao felt even more despondent. As the illustrious captain of the Kunlun Mountain Guard, having participated in countless battles and distinguished for his combat prowess, he found it disheartening to be advised that everyone has their own specialization. It seemed that this particular specialization should pertain to him. While Chen Lao's remark was not intended to offend, its implications were profoundly hurtful. However, fortunately, the attention of the others was directed towards the rapid advance of the assault team and the elite squad into the enemy's ranks. Thus they did not dwell on Chen Lao's comment. Lu Jinxiao was not the type to be overly proud or resistant to advice. After all, without comparison, there can be no pain. The swiftness of Chen Ming's assault contrasted starkly with his own, which could barely be described as a defensive stance. After numerous attempts yielding little success, he could not help but admire the speed at which Chen Ming's team was progressing. Realizing his inferiority in skill, he felt he should accept any mockery or rebuke with grace. As the basketball great Yao Ming once said, if one does not perform well, one cannot blame others. Moreover, Chen Lao's words were meant as encouragement, devoid of scorn. If, as the subject of the matter, Lu did not perceive any fault in his performance, it would indeed be a true tragedy. Chapter 176. The secret weapon. Observing the swiftly advancing assault team, the frowns on the faces of the crowd began to dissipate. The elite squad was now drawing ever closer to the teleportation array, signifying that they had already traversed half the distance to success. The lingering clouds of worry remained, as uncertainty loomed over whether the elite squad would succeed in shutting down the teleportation array. Chen Lao, noticing the fatigue evident in the soldiers, spoke to Xiao Naofu, suggesting that their troops deserved a moment of respite while his men took the forefront. Xiao Naofu, observing the weary state of his soldiers, acquiesced and allowed Chen Lao's team to take the lead, permitting the frontline guards to withdraw and recuperate. As everyone adjusted their stamina while keeping an eye on the elite squad's movements, a guard suddenly rushed to Xiao Naofu and whispered a few words. Startled, Xiao Naofu exclaimed, "Where are they now?" The guard replied, "The message was delivered, and then they left." Lin Dong, observing Xiao Naofu's shock, inquired, "What is the fuss about?" Xiao Naofu explained, "A guard just reported receiving information from a mysterious individual." Lin Dong, growing impatient, pressed, "What information? Can you stop being so cryptic?" Xiao Naofu responded, "The message indicated local intelligence, but we do not know its veracity." Lin Dong, growing agitated, warned, "If you keep being vague, I will lose my temper." He was taken aback by Xiao Naofu's roundabout manner of speaking, especially with everyone's focus on the elite squad. Seeing Lin Dong's frustration, Xiao Naofu quickly summarized. The individual conveyed that all the mutated behemoths have gathered at the water drop lake teleportation array. They mentioned that the fuming E is rallying some allies to conspire against our nation, and that this catastrophe involving the mutated beast has been orchestrated by the subterranean races. Lin Dong, upon hearing this, pressed for further details. Who was the messenger? Xiao Naofu shrugged. "I have no idea. They vanished after delivering the message." Lin Dong pondered aloud. The fact that the messenger chose to remain hidden suggests that there is more to this than meets the eye. Xiao Naofu, puzzled, asked, "Do you doubt the authenticity of the information?" He too found it somewhat suspicious, especially since the message surfaced after Lin Gang's incursion, suspecting it might be a deliberate ploy to confuse them. Lin Dong shook his head, "Not necessarily. Have you considered who might be behind the message?" Xiao Naofu asked. "Who?" Lin Dong, gazing at Xiao Naofu, said, "You must have your suspicions, but perhaps you are reluctant to accept the truth?" Xiao Naofu, visibly displeased, remarked, "Must you always act so aloof? You want me to be direct, yet you speak in riddles." Lin Dong, amused by Xiao Naofu's irritation, chuckled. "I suspect the messenger is Bei Jian. I believe this information holds considerable credibility." "Impossible," Xiao Naofu retorted with disdain. I refuse to believe he would transmit such information. If he were capable of that, he wouldn't be involved in so many underhanded dealings. It was evident that Xiao Naofu held a strong opinion against Beijian. Lin Dong did not elaborate on Xiao Naofu's comments, but instead said, if this information proves true, we must strategize on how to counter the allies that fuming Yi has reportedly gathered. Otherwise, we will truly be besieged on all sides. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Xiao Naofu's demeanor steadied. Certain nations indeed harbor jealousy towards our rise and have long sought to undermine us. Given the current chaotic situation, they will not miss such a prime opportunity. Lin Dong, observing Xiao Naofu's composed demeanor, inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Xiao Naofu replied, brimming with resolve, let them come. We shall confront them head-on. Whether it is fuming Yi or the subterranean races, anyone who dares to provoke us will surely regret it. We are no longer the helpless victims of the past, labeled as the sick man of East Asia. We have always sought peace, yet we are not afraid of conflict. Anyone attempting to obstruct our rightful progress will find themselves thwarted. Lin Dong smiled. Under normal circumstances, I would agree with you. But now the subterranean races are keeping a watchful eye on us, disrupting the safety of the city, and your burden is indeed substantial. The support may not always be there for you. Xiao Naofu, with an air of confidence, declared, do you think I lack trump cards? If it comes to that, I will ensure they know our true capabilities. Just then, as Lin Dong and Xiao Naofu conversed, new intelligence arrived. Some nations, eyeing us with hostility, had begun mobilizing their forces, pressuring us under the pretense of our biological experiments infecting global life forms. At that moment, Xiao Naofu came to trust the content of the message and solemnly stated, if they wish to confront us, they should first consider whether they are prepared for the consequences. Lin Dong, observing Xiao Naofu's unwavering demeanor, asked, you seem quite confident. Who has given you such courage? In response to Lin Dong's teasing, Xiao Naofu smiled and replied, isn't it you who instilled this courage in me? Lin Dong quipped, oh really? How'd I do that? Xiao Naofu explained, when you instructed Xiao Tian to notify me to keep an eye on the water drop lake, and during my investigation of Dr. Zheng, I sensed something amiss. Thus, I secretly developed some secret weaponry. What secret weaponry? Lin Dong inquired, intrigued. Xiao Naofu, feigning mystery, replied, you'll find out soon enough. Additionally, Lei Ming and Jiao, you should have completed their devices by now. I will present them to you as well. Xiao Naofu gathered all the commanders of the reinforcements, declaring, comrades, I have just received word that some restless individuals are now plotting against our nation and territory. I command you all to return to your respective defense zones and show those who wish to disrupt our stability a taste of our resolve. Upon hearing the words of Xiao Naofu, the crowd looked perplexed and inquired, given the current fierce battle at Shuai-Dihu, what will you do if we retreat? Xiao Naofu smiled and replied, rest assured, no matter who it is, I will ensure they pay a grievous price. Unable to oppose Xiao Naofu, the group had no choice but to take orders and prepare to withdraw to their respective defense zones. However, Lin Dong gazed at the relentless tide of beasts and remarked, do not let this slip away. The underground races and mutated behemoths outside are densely packed, and a single misstep could lead to a city's downfall. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Naofu responded, it is time to unveil my secret weapon. He then contacted Jiao Yi, instructing him to bring forth the meticulously prepared secret weapon for all to witness. To show the soldiers the true might of our homeland and to demonstrate to our foes what it means to be a great power. What it means to be a manufacturing giant. With Xiao Naofu's command, a fleet of brand new battle mechas emerged from the A City base, marching in synchronized formation like a tidal wave toward the blockade at Shuai-Dihu. Lin Dong was utterly astonished by the sight before him, exclaiming, old Xiao, who taught you to have such a contingency plan? Xiao Naofu chuckled. When you mentioned being prepared for battle, I thought if we were to fight, we must do so decisively. Therefore, I had Jiao Yi assist me in procuring this batch of secret weapons. Chapter 177. The great battle begins. Lin Dong gazed at the triumphant expression on Xiao Naofu's face and scolded with a smile. I never expected you to be so visionary this time. Why didn't he bring out these mechas sooner? A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Nao Fu's face as he replied, I never anticipated the war would escalate so rapidly, and there were still some details left unaddressed. I only recently received notification from Jiao Yi that they were combat ready, so I immediately brought them to the battlefield. Good things are worth waiting for. Now is the time we need combat strength, and this batch of battle mechas that Xiao Nao Fu arranged in advance has successfully alleviated our immediate crisis. The orderly march of the battle mechas heading toward the battlefield once again exemplified the essence of Chinese speed. Xiao Nao Fu, moved by the sight of the reinforcements, bowed deeply and shouted, Comrades, brothers, I have just received news that some malicious nations are coveting our achievements and are watching us with ill intent, seeking to exploit this opportunity to bring us down. They envy our current accomplishments and perceive us as a once slumbering dragon. Can we allow them to bully us? No, no. A chorus of fervent shouts echoed through the skies of the city. Xiao Nao Fu addressed the soldiers. Today, a city faces peril. I sincerely thank you all for your generous assistance, which has granted us precious time. We can now manage the situation in a city, but the borders are on high alert. I need you to temporarily leave a city and return to your original combat posts to protect our homeland and our people. Are you ready? Always ready. Always ready. Xiao Nao Fu saluted again and declared, the danger at the borders is now in your capable hands. Once I successfully resolve the current crisis in a city, I will join you in battling our foes to safeguard our homeland. As Xiao Nao Fu's voice faded, all the soldiers returned a solemn salute and marched briskly toward the teleportation array. The urgent situation left no room for delay. Military affairs take precedence over all else, and everyone felt the gravity of the tense circumstances, unwilling to let a moment's exchange hinder the opportunity for victory. At this moment, they were all fervently eager to eliminate the enemy and taste their blood, celebrating their triumph with victory wine upon their return. After bidding farewell to the reinforcements from various districts, Xiao Nao Fu called out to the soldiers of the city, Brothers, the situation is critical. Time is of the essence, and I now command you. When the charge horn sounds, grip your weapons tightly and eliminate all the underground races that seek to invade our land and plunder our resources. This battle marks the beginning of the final showdown. Destroy the alien races. Protect our homeland. Destroy the alien races. Protect our homeland. The escalating battle cries ignited the fervor of all the soldiers. They vowed to annihilate the invading underground races that harmed their compatriots and seize their resources. The shouts from the rear soldiers deeply inspired the elite squad, who rushed toward the teleportation array with unwavering determination, fully aware that only by closing the teleportation array would the pressure on their comrades behind them be alleviated. Xiao Nao Fu, witnessing the spirited soldiers, felt a surge of emotion. With such people in a team, we can never fail. He turned to face the relentless underground races and bellowed, All forces, charge. Crush these invaders. With Xiao Nao Fu's command, all soldiers and mechas surged toward the underground races with fervor. In an instant, the red flags waved, and the battle cries resounded. The soldiers, embodying an ironclad battle spirit, clashed violently with the underground race army. The battle mechas led the charge, colliding head-on with the underground forces. The artillery position behind them unleashed a barrage of fire against the mutated beasts and the underground army. The once mighty underground forces were swiftly scattered by the battle mechas, falling one by one under the relentless assault of the artillery. As the charge horn sounded, the great battle officially commenced. Lin Gang, hearing the resounding battle cries behind him, though unaware that Xiao Nao Fu had issued the order for the grand battle, sensed something amiss and decided to act. Thus, he and his companions launched themselves toward the final stretch of the teleportation array. The underground forces understood Lin Gang's intentions and swiftly redirected their efforts to obstruct him and his group. From among the ranks of mutated beasts, several modified individuals riding mutated tigers emerged. These were the subordinates of Fu Ming-yi, fully aware that failing to impede Lin Gang would jeopardize Fu Ming-yi's plans. And thus they rushed forward to confront him. Chen Meng, observing the sudden appearance of dozens of modified individuals emanating a fierce battle spirit, realized they would be formidable opponents. He turned to Lin Gang and said, "We can only accompany you this far. Leave these modified individuals to us. The rest of the journey is up to your elite squad." Lin Gang nodded. "Thank you. We will handle the rest." With that, Lin Gang, Monkey, Lei Ming, and Xiaoying bypassed the modified individuals and charged toward the teleportation array. As the modified individuals prepared to intervene, they were met with a massive axe blocking their path. "You will face me. Be cautious, or you may lose your lives." With that, the squad members engaged in fierce combat with the modified individuals. Qianlan watched Lin Gang and his companions depart, feeling an uneasy sense of worry. After repelling the mutated beast before her, she called out to Chen Ming, "Mingge, I want to," but she was cut off by Chen Ming, who urged, "If you wish to go, hurry up, otherwise it will be difficult to catch up." Qianlan, filled with joy at his words, replied, "Thank you, Mingge. I'm going." With that, she dashed after Lin Gang and his companions. Chen Ming, observing the excited Qianlan, turned to Chen Shen nearby and said, "Chen Shen, you should go protect your sister. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable." Chen Shen, hearing Chen Ming's words, did not hesitate and quickly set off to catch up with Qianlan. After all, Qianlan has always been the center of admiration, cherished by all, who cannot bear to see her harmed. Chen Shen, in particular, could not stand to see his elder sister suffer. He wielded his sword and began to slay the underground creatures surrounding Qianlan, cautiously protecting her. Witnessing her brother's fearless and meticulous defense, Qianlan felt deeply moved, fully aware of how much her brother adored her. Thus, she coordinated with Chen Shen, and together they quickly caught up to Lin Gang and his companions. As they approached the teleportation array, the obstacles became increasingly fierce, and the pressure multiplied. Had it not been for Chen Ming's cover during the previous stretch, they would have surely exhausted themselves by now. With the arrival of the Chen siblings, the pressure on the four diminished significantly. They exchanged no words, but understood each other's sentiments through their gazes. Just as the six of them managed to break through the encirclement and reach the teleportation array, a dark shadow emerged from it. Eyeing Lin Gang and the others, the shadow smirked and said, "You humans have a saying, when heaven offers a path, you refuse to tread it. When hell has no door, you barge in. Now you bring about your own demise, saving me the trouble." The shadow was none other than the underground creature that had just crossed through the teleportation array. Chapter 178. The Eerie Shadow. Lin Gang and his companions, upon noticing the sudden appearance of this shadow, realized its formidable identity. Their astonishment grew as they observed its appearance. It was not merely dressed up, but rather its form was inherently that way. The shadow bore a striking resemblance to a human, albeit with a flat nose featuring only two nostrils, and its body was covered in fine black scales. Had they not looked closely, they might have mistaken it for a dark-skinned human without a nose. However, the multitude of unsettling scales on its body set it apart, along with a conspicuous bulge beneath its dark robe. Lin Gang, while noting other underground creatures, speculated that the bulge might be a robust tail. Sensing the intense, murderous aura and overwhelming pressure emanating from a shadow, Lin Gang and his companions understood that they were likely facing a formidable foe. Despite recognizing the difficulty of this battle, Lin Gang and his companions displayed no signs of trepidation. After all, their success or failure could determine the outcome of the entire conflict. If they faltered now, it would be a severe disgrace. Lin Gang instructed Lei Ming, "Find a way to deactivate the teleportation array. Leave this one to us." The shadow, overhearing Lin Gang's command, scoffed, "With just a few of you, do you think you have the right to challenge me? For you, death is merely a matter of timing." The monkey, thoroughly incensed by the shadow's taunt, produced a stick from somewhere and swung it at the shadow's head. "What kind of demon are you to speak so arrogantly? Here, take this." The shadow regarded the monkey's assault with disdain, retorting, "Your attack is not even worthy of a tickle." The shadow dismissed the monkey's strike, believing him to be weak, intending to demonstrate the vast disparity between humans and underground creatures. Yet, the shadow would soon pay dearly for its arrogance. It never anticipated that the seemingly frail monkey would possess such strength. The stick, which appeared to be an ordinary piece of wood, struck the shadow without yielding any expected results. Instead of breaking as imagined, it caused a large bump to swell on the shadow's forehead, revealing the monkey's true might. The monkey, equally astonished, was well aware of his own strength. That blow could have shattered even a mutated beast, yet the shadow merely sported a bump on its head. Observing the shadow's immediate humiliation, Chun, believing the shadow to be merely intimidating in appearance, seized the moment to attack with his sword. Unwilling to miss the opportunity to showcase his prowess, especially with Xiaoying nearby, Chun indeed drew attention, though not by successfully wounding the shadow, but rather by being sent flying in the opposite direction. As he soared through the air, frustration overwhelmed him. He had not anticipated this seemingly soft target to possess such power, having been easily repelled. Had he known, he would have exerted his full strength from the outset. Though it may not have guaranteed a hit, it would have prevented his embarrassment before Xiaoying. The shadow, equally vexed at being struck, had intended to project an image of superiority. However, after being hit, it now found itself underestimated. With its pride wounded, it glared with murderous intent, declaring, "You shall all perish today." The shadow had never envisioned suffering such humiliation at the hands of seemingly inconspicuous young humans. Suddenly, it unleashed several tendrils towards Lin Gang and his companions. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons to counter the assault. However, when they finally clashed with the shadow, Lin Gang realized the true horror of their adversary. According to conventional wisdom, Xiaoying, the monkey, Chun, and himself each possessed unique strengths and formidable attacks. Yet their combined efforts yielded no advantage against the shadow. Its movements were exceedingly elusive. Several times their attacks seemed poised to strike, only to be evaded in a bewildering manner. Even when Lin Gang and Chunlan landed blows with their swords, the wounds would vanish in the blink of an eye, leaving them astounded by the shadow's remarkable regenerative abilities. If this battle continued, it seemed inevitable that they would exhaust themselves while the shadow remained unscathed, due to its overwhelming healing capacity. More bizarrely, while Lin Gang, the monkey, and the Chun siblings held the shadow at bay, Xiaoying delivered a decisive strike to the shadow's head, splitting it in two. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, the severed shadow transformed into two identical shadows. The moment the shadow split, its combat prowess surged dramatically. Lin Gang and his companions found themselves at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the two shadows. The inexplicability of the shadow's abilities left Lin Gang and his companions in disbelief. Splitting in two, yet retaining equal power, was simply unfathomable. If this continued, defeat was assured. Who knew how many more duplicates the shadows could produce? If this trend continued, they might soon face an army, leading to their inevitable demise. However, through meticulous observation, Lin Gang discerned a flaw. While the shadow's power and regenerative capacity diminished upon splitting, they still struggled against the onslaught of the two shadows. As the battle intensified, their bodies bore the marks of the fierce conflict. Although Lei Ming was not within the attack range of the Heiying, he was still besieged by other subterranean races. He could only fend off the relentless assaults while analyzing the teleportation array before him, just as he painstakingly discovered a way to deactivate the array. A familiar figure emerged from it, forcefully sending Lei Ming flying. The newcomer was none other than Fu Mingyi, who had just returned after contacting their allies. Upon witnessing the Heiying being besieged by Lin Gang and his companions, he realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly joined the fray. The Heiying, initially intent on unleashing his wrath, restrained his fury upon seeing Fu Mingyi engage in battle, for he understood that without Fu Mingyi's intervention, he could only slay a few adversaries but would be unable to safeguard the teleportation array. With Fu Mingyi's arrival, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor, causing Lin Gang, Lei Ming, Houzi, Xiaoying, and Qianlan to be driven into retreat by the combined might of the Heiying and Fu Mingyi. The injuries sustained by Lin Gang and his companions grew increasingly severe. and it seemed inevitable that they would suffer casualties at the hands of the He, Ying, and Fu Mingyi. Chapter 179. Beijian turns against us despite the immense pressure on Lin Gang and his companions. They dared not relent, gritting their teeth and enduring. They understood that they were the last line of defense. If they failed to deactivate the teleportation array, it would lead to even greater losses. If they could not hold their ground, countless warriors would perish, their homeland would be seized, their kin enslaved, and resources plundered. Thus, they had to persevere, no matter the cost, to afford Lei Ming the time he needed to successfully shut down the array. Lin Gang turned to glance at Lei Ming, who was being held back by the mutated beasts and subterranean races, recognizing that the longer this continued, the more time it would take for Lei Ming to deactivate the array. He then spoke to Xiao Ying, urging her to assist Lei Ming while they held the line. Xiao Ying, observing the battered state of Lin Gang, Houzi, Chunlan, and Chun Chun, felt it unwise to leave them at such a critical juncture. With a heavy heart, she expressed her concerns, stating that the 5 of them were no match for the 2 opponents, and that if she left, they would be in dire straits. It's fine, Lin Gang insisted, blocking the advances of the He Ying. As long as we can successfully deactivate the teleportation array, our mission will be accomplished. Isn't our purpose to shut it down? However, Xiao Ying was apprehensive about the safety of her companions and was reluctant to heed Lin Gang's command. Sensing her hesitation, Lin Gang raised his voice. There's no time for indecision now. Trust me, we will be fine. Though Lin Gang's words were meant to reassure her, Xiao Ying remained uneasy, having previously fought against the He, Ying, and Fu Mingyi and possessing a clear understanding of their combat prowess. Noticing her distress, Lin Gang retrieved the magical cube entrusted to him by his father and activated it, merging it with his mech. Now you can rest assured, can't you? He said. Xiao Ying, witnessing the emergence of another magical cube, felt a modicum of relief, as she had come to comprehend its power. Operating both magical cubes would significantly enhance Lin Gang's combat capabilities, more than sufficient to match the might of the He, Ying, and Fu Mingyi. Lin Gang reiterated his instructions to Xiao Ying. You must shield Lei Ming at all costs, ensuring he could deactivate the teleportation array swiftly. Otherwise, it will not only be our end, but also that of our comrades and homeland. Without further hesitation, Xiao Ying withdrew from the battle, flying towards Lei Ming. With Xiao Ying's departure, the pressure on Lin Gang, Houzi, Chunlan, and Chun Chun escalated dramatically. They now faced the combined forces of the He, Ying, his doppelganger, and Fu Mingyi, making the struggle increasingly arduous. Fu Mingyi, casting a triumphant glance at Lin Gang and his companions, taunted, after searching far and wide. You've come right to me. Once I eliminate you bothersome brats, I'm sure Xiao now and the others will be quite distressed. Killing you is akin to crippling him. He had not anticipated that these young ones would prove so tenacious. Had he known, he would have dispatched them through Zheng Hao during their first descent. As he spoke, Fu Mingyi's gaze fell upon Chunlan and her brother, mocking, I see you have a new member, but it matters not. No matter how many of you come, you shall not escape death today. Lin Gang, seething with rage at Fu Mingyi's insufferable demeanor, gritted his teeth and roared, Fu Mingyi, today we shall settle this once and for all. Fu Mingyi, unfazed by Lin Gang's declaration, was confident of his dominance in the current battle. Little junior brother, your temper remains as volatile as ever. Such a temperament will lead to your downfall, though after today, you shall have no future. Provoked by Fu Mingyi's derision and the haunting memory of Li Mao's tragic demise, Lin Gang's fury surged. He turned to Houzi, Chunlan, and Chun Chun, instructing them to hold their ground while he dealt with Fu Mingyi. Understanding Lin Gang's hatred for Fu Mingyi, Houzi nodded in agreement and then directed Chunlan and Chun Chun. You two handle one, and I'll take the other. Remember, safety first. With that, Houzi charged at one of the He Ying. Lin Gang, aware that leaving the group would only increase the burden on Houzi and the others, refused to hesitate. Activating his most potent combat state and advancing towards Fu Mingyi. During their initial encounter at Kunlun Mountain, Lin Gang had not gained much ground against Fu Mingyi alongside Lu Jinchao. However, this time, wielding 2 magical cubes greatly enhanced his combat effectiveness. Although Fu Mingyi had also improved, he found himself overwhelmed by Lin Gang's dual mech onslaught. Yet, Fu Mingyi understood that he did not need to defeat Lin Gang outright. He merely needed to delay him until the He Ying could eliminate Houzi and the others, leaving Lin Gang with no chance of survival. Thus, Fu Mingyi exerted himself to repel Lin Gang's relentless attacks. Even when he was occasionally knocked down, he managed to evade several of Lin Gang's lethal strikes. As Lin Gang struggled to overpower Fu Mingyi, a sense of urgency began to gnaw at him. If he could not swiftly dispatch Fu Mingyi, Houzi and the Chun siblings would be in grave peril. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Houzi being sent flying by the He Ying multiple times, rendering him increasingly beleaguered, while the Chun siblings also found it difficult to contend with the He Ying. Their coordinated efforts allowed them to fend off its assaults for the time being. Just as Lin Gang pondered how to swiftly eliminate Fu Mingyi, a shadow stealthily approached him. He swung his weapon, knocking aside the bone blade aimed at him, only to freeze in shock at the sight before him. The assailant was none other than his childhood friend, Bai Jian. Bai Jian retrieved the bone sword that had fallen beside him, fixing Lin Gang with a cold, indifferent gaze. Lin Gang, unable to bring himself to harm Bai Jian, pleaded, "Bai Jian, I urge you to abandon this misguided path. There is no benefit in following them. If you harbor any misunderstandings, we can discuss them once this matter is resolved." Bai Jian interrupted Lin Gang, stating, "There is nothing for us to discuss. Those who recognize the times are the wise. The domination of the He Ying is inevitable. I advise you to cease your futile resistance. As long as you lay down your weapons, I shall certainly plead with Lord He Ying to spare your lives. In due time, you may even attain a minor official position. Otherwise, mark my words, all of you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today." Lin Gang, observing the unyielding Bai Jian, relinquished his attempts at persuasion, for he could no longer afford to waste time on futile words. Hence, he circumvented Bai Jian and charged once more at Fu Mingyi. Fu Mingyi addressed Bai Jian, saying, "Bai Jian, join forces with me to swiftly eliminate Lin Gang, and I shall surely commend you before Lord He Ying." Upon hearing Fu Mingyi's words, a shadow flickered across Bai Jian's eyes as he swung his bone sword towards Lin Gang. Lin Gang found it impossible to strike Bai Jian with full force, and could only evade Bai Jian's assaults while contending with Fu Mingyi. The battle grew increasingly chaotic. Sensing the struggling monkey blocking He Ying, Lin Gang steeled himself and struck Bai Jian back. Just as he turned to attack Fu Mingyi, he caught sight of Bai Jian raising an eyebrow at him. Realizing the implications, Lin Gang once again became embroiled in combat with Fu Mingyi and Bai Jian. Amidst their fierce struggle, Fu Mingyi suddenly noticed Bai Jian's bone sword aimed at his face. Caught off guard by Bai Jian's betrayal, Fu Mingyi hastily dodged. But just as he barely evaded Bai Jian's ambush and opened his mouth to rebuke him, Lin Gang's blade had already slashed across his throat. Chapter 180. The emergence of a giant beast. Fu Mingyi's face was marked by shock. He could hardly fathom that the formerly submissive Bai Jian would aid Lin Gang in slaying him. He could not comprehend how Bai Jian had rekindled his alliance with Lin Gang, for during their encounter at Tianshan, it was evident that Bai Jian had resolutely severed ties with Lin Gang. Moreover, having ruthlessly assassinated Xiao Naofu in his ascent and sought to activate the teleportation array, he did not appear to be feigning submission. Yet, if he was not acting, why would he suddenly turn against Fu Mingyi to assist Lin Gang in his own execution? Despite his confusion, Fu Mingyi's voice failed him as Lin Gang's blade severed his throat, his head sliding away from his neck. Until his last moment, Fu Mingyi could not grasp Bai Jian's true nature and lamented the foolishness of having trusted such a villain. He truly had spent his life capturing eagles, only to be blinded by a mere sparrow. In a state of regret and unwillingness, Fu Mingyi collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The sudden turn of events left He Ying and the monkey momentarily stunned. How could Fu Mingyi, with Bai Jian's assistance, be so swiftly dispatched by Lin Gang? Lin Gang, filled with elation at Bai Jian's unexpected aid in slaying Fu Mingyi, realized that Bai Jian's earlier display of indifference was merely a ruse to deceive Fu Mingyi and facilitate the latter's demise. With a joyful expression, Lin Gang exclaimed. Young Master Bei, I knew you could not have truly betrayed us. You were merely playing the part to outweed our foe. However, before Lin Gang could finish his sentence, Bei Jian's expression turned cold once more, and he plunged his bone sword into Lin Gang's chest while he was still unguarded. Lin Gang stared in disbelief at the bone sword piercing his chest, unable to comprehend how Bei Jian, who had just assisted him in slaying Fu Mingyi, could now turn against him so ruthlessly. Crimson blood gushed forth, splattering Bei Jian's visage as he spoke with a darkened gaze. From the very beginning, I never intended to join forces with you against Fu Mingyi. My sole aim was to eliminate him. With his demise, my position will rise, and I have long regarded you with disdain. With that, Bei Jian mercilessly withdrew the sword from Lin Gang's chest. As another stream of blood erupted, Lin Gang fell heavily to the ground. Even in that moment of collapse, he could scarcely believe that Bei Jian had struck him with such deadly intent. Devoid of any emotional hesitation. After all, they had grown up together, bound by brotherhood. Lin Gang had sacrificed a life of luxury to aid Bei Jian in searching for his father, enduring numerous perils alongside him, even at the cost of losing an arm. The unfolding tragedy left the monkey, Xiao Ying, and Chun Lan utterly astounded. Regardless of their past camaraderie, they could never have anticipated Bei Jian's lethal betrayal. Throughout the conflict involving Lin Gang, Bei Jian, and Fu Mingyi, they had observed Lin Gang consistently show mercy to Bei Jian, even if misunderstandings had arisen. It seemed implausible that Bei Jian would ever resort to violence against Lin Gang. However, now, with Lin Gang impaled by Bei Jian's bone sword and lying limp on the ground, they all recognized the dire circumstances he faced. Xiao Ying, witnessing Lin Gang lying in a pool of blood, fell into despair. She could not fathom that Bei Jian, someone who had grown up alongside them, would turn against Lin Gang with such brutality. Previously, when he had attempted to assassinate her father, leaving him gravely injured, she had considered the possibility of coercion. Yet, upon witnessing him mercilessly slay Lin Gang, she realized that Bei Jian had irrevocably changed. The person before her was now utterly unrecognizable. Staring at Bei Jian's face, she felt an increasing sense of alienation. In an instant, it struck her that the Bei Jian standing before her was a far cry from the one she had known. It was as if this was his true self. While Lei Ming was engaged in deciphering the teleportation array and surrounded by numerous subterranean creatures, Xiao Ying found herself unable to rescue Lin Gang, forced to watch as blood poured from his chest while he convulsed on the ground. Consumed by rage, she directed her fury at the surrounding subterranean beings, determined to spill blood to quench her anger. Meanwhile, Lei Ming, with reddened eyes, hastily sought a way to deactivate the teleportation array, for only by doing so could he complete his mission and rush to Lin Gang's aid. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Steeling himself against the sorrow, Lei Ming focused entirely on finding a method to shut down the array. The monkey, already inflamed by He Ying's provocations, erupted with rage upon witnessing Lin Gang's injury at Bei Jian's hands. Gripping a wooden staff in his left hand and producing a golden talisman from behind with his right, he began to chant fervently. In an instant, the talisman connected with the wooden staff, engulfing it in a fierce blaze. The once unassuming staff now shimmered with a metallic brilliance under the flames. With a fierce glare, the monkey directed his wrath at the black shadow before him, declaring, "It is you filthy subterranean creatures who are to blame. Since you refuse to remain in the depths and insist on causing chaos on the surface, do not expect to return." Speaking each word with conviction, he leaped into the air, the staff, now magnified by the flames, raised high above his head. With all his strength, he brought the fiery weapon crashing down upon the dark figure. As if ensnared by the monkey's murderous intent, the black shadow stood frozen, unable to react before the flaming staff consumed it entirely. In the wake of the flames, only a cloud of black ash remained, devoid of any trace of the shadow. The other half of the shadow, engaged in battle with Chun Lan, appeared to suffer a backlash, displaying an expression of torment. The dark shadow, aware of the overwhelming backlash it faced, recognized that the tide had turned against it. realizing that continuing the battle would likely lead to its demise. It swiftly retreated towards the teleportation array. As it fled, it taunted, "Foolish and despicable humans, your futile struggles are unnecessary. The teleportation array has been activated, and my subterranean army is on its way, bringing forth the flames of war. You cannot escape the fate of annihilation. Surrender your weapons now, and I might grant you a chance to live. Once my elite forces arrive, there will be nothing left of you." With a loud noise, the monkey swung its staff, the tremendous force pinning the dark shadow to the ground beside the teleportation array. The dark shadow, feeling the excruciating burn from the staff, endured the pain and raised its right hand to sketch a peculiar symbol on the teleportation array while muttering incomprehensible incantations. Suddenly, it let out a piercing scream, and the light from the teleportation array intensified, blinding those present. As the brilliance faded, a colossal dark figure emerged from within the array, standing nearly 100 meters tall. It resembled a gigantic lizard, adorned with massive bull-like horns and spiked with rock-like protrusions, while fiery magma flowed down its back. A true behemoth. At the instant the monstrous creature appeared, an even greater pressure enveloped the crowd. The dark shadow, previously pinned down, regained its vitality and forcefully dislodged the burning staff from its chest. Rising, it mounted the dinosaur-like beast and proclaimed, "Vile humans, you have successfully incited my wrath. Prepare yourselves for my judgment." Chapter 181. Cat and Mouse the onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the enormous beast. The dark shadow's formidable strength had already given them considerable trouble. Having finally managed to wound and drive it back, they now faced this unimaginable creature. The group felt an unprecedented weight of pressure emanating from the beast, its fearsome visage and terrifying presence indicative of immense power. Beijian gazed at the newly manifested giant creature with unrestrained delight. Initially believing the dark shadow to be defeated, he was astonished to discover that it still possessed such a formidable trump card. Thankfully, his collaboration with Lin Gang to eliminate Fu Mingyi had not raised any suspicions. Otherwise, he might have faced certain death today. Now, having successfully vanquished Lin Gang in front of the dark shadow, he anticipated that his status would undoubtedly rise. The thought of aiding the dark shadow filled him with excitement, as success in this endeavor would propel him to great heights. As the dark shadow settled onto the beast's back, its injuries rapidly healed. It glared menacingly at the monkey and his companions, declaring, "You have pushed me to this extent. Your lives are forfeit. Prepare to meet your end." The beast, seemingly attuned to the dark shadow's intent, raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, nearly shattering the eardrums of all present. Before the group could recover from the sonic assault, the beast swung its massive tail in their direction. The monkey hastily raised his staff in defense, yet the creature's overwhelming force sent him and the Chun's siblings flying. The violent impact jostled their insides, leaving them bloodied and sprawled on the ground. The Chun's siblings were rendered unconscious, while the monkey struggled to rise, his face a canvas of pain. Fortunately, their unique martial skills allowed them to withstand the blow. Others might have been reduced to mere pulp. Spitting out blood, the monkey cursed. "What in the world is this monster? It's utterly formidable. Today seems perilous." Despite his words, he clutched his staff tightly, eyes fixed on the looming beast, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Lei Ming, desperately attempting to dismantle the teleportation array, saw his companions incapacitated and urgently urged Xiao Ying, "You must save the Chun siblings. I can handle this alone." He refused to let his efforts to deactivate the array endanger the others. Xiao Ying, witnessing the beast advancing towards the Chun siblings, gritted her teeth and soared away from Bei Jin's vicinity. Having watched Lin Gang fall before her eyes, she could not bear to see the Chun siblings meet a similar fate. The losses sustained by their team were already too great. The remaining members of Chun Ming's assault team were few and far between. Just as the beast's tail was about to crush the Chun siblings, Xiao Ying arrived in time to rescue them from certain doom. The creature, sensing its blow had missed, felt its pride wounded and let out a furious roar before charging at Xiao Ying. with both siblings in her grasp. She had no means to retaliate and could only evade the beast's attacks. Though the creature appeared clumsy, its strikes were remarkably agile. Xiao Ying barely evaded one attack when another swiftly followed in the direction she had just dodged. As she maneuvered to protect the Chun siblings, she was struck with astonishment at the beast's remarkable speed, which seemed disproportionate to its size. In her desperate attempts to evade, she narrowly avoided the creature's blows multiple times. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Xiao Ying reluctantly tossed the Chun siblings toward Chun Meng's battlefront, hoping he would safeguard them in her absence. Determined to confront the dark shadow, Xiao Ying swiftly changed course, intent on disrupting the creature's control over it. She recognized that if she could eliminate the dark shadow, the tide of battle might shift dramatically. The monkey, having regained some strength, grasped Xiao Ying's intent and knew she could not face the dark shadow and the beast alone. Gritting his teeth, he forced his battered body toward the confrontation, understanding that while he might not inflict significant damage, diverting the attention of the dark shadow and the beast would create an opportunity for Xiao Ying. Bai Yin, observing the relentless charge of Xiao Ying and the monkey towards the beast, found himself unable to strike them down. Eager to make a name for himself, he shifted his focus to Qin Meng and the Chun siblings. After all, if he could eliminate a target, it would significantly bolster his standing with the dark shadow. Moreover, with the Chun siblings incapacitated, it would be akin to claiming a victory without considerable effort, a rare opportunity he could not afford to miss. With little personal connection to the Chun siblings, Bai Jian felt no hesitation in attacking them. He charged at them, wielding his bone sword with intent. Meanwhile, Lei Ming struggled to deactivate the teleportation array, but was drawn to the intricate symbols inscribed on the ground by the dark shadow. Combining the ancient images in his mind with the inscriptions before him, a realization dawned upon him, prompting him to hastily sketch out instructions for the teleportation array. The shadow gazed disdainfully at the approaching Xiao Ying. It was evident that her reckless assault was tantamount to courting death. Despite this, the shadow felt a begrudging admiration for Xiao Ying's courage and resolve as a mere woman bravely facing her demise. Yet, even though he respected her bravery, the shadow showed no mercy in his attack. After all, he had suffered a significant loss in front of this group and had resolved to annihilate every human obstructing his grand plans. With a swift motion, the shadow commanded the beast to swat away the monkey that obstructed his view. He then began a toy with Xiao Ying, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Without the monkey's interference, Xiao Ying was utterly powerless against the shadow, who repeatedly hurled her away with his monstrous control, only to reel her back in for further torment. Having just endured a major setback, he relished the opportunity to mercilessly slaughter Xiao Ying before the eyes of those who had attacked him, forcing them to witness the brutal demise of their comrade, helpless to intervene. As Xiao Ying lay battered and bruised, utterly defenseless, the shadow grew weary of the cat-and-mouse game. He commanded the beast to seize Xiao Ying in its colossal claws. With a mocking expression, he turned to the fallen monkeys and taunted. "How does it feel to witness your ally being so ruthlessly tormented? Ha ha ha. Now, you will watch as your comrades perish one by one at my hands." Chapter 182. The mindless killing machine. As the shadow spoke, he directed the beast to tighten its grip around Xiao Ying, causing her sturdy exoskeleton to emit creaking sounds of metal grinding. The tremendous pressure began to alter her complexion, and her bones creaked ominously, teetering on the brink of being crushed into pulp. Meanwhile, the light of the teleportation array suddenly dimmed. Lei Ming had successfully shut it down. The once continuous flow of mutated beasts and humanoid creatures ceased, restoring tranquility to Shui Hu in that instant. This unexpected turn of events left the shadow in shock, as he believed no one in this world could deactivate a functioning teleportation array. Even he would find it a formidable task to close one while it was operational. How could a mere human, a young man with no prior knowledge of the array, possibly shut down the very portal he had meticulously orchestrated? The shadow's moment of distraction presented Lei Ming with an opportunity to rescue Xiao Ying. Seizing control of the armor bestowed upon him by Jiao Yi, he activated the back-mounted cannons and missiles, unleashing them upon the beast's wrist. However, despite the thunderous explosion, the formidable firepower of Bei Jian inflicted no damage upon the creature. This demonstrated the terrifying level of the beast's defenses. Upon witnessing Lei Ming's success in shutting down the teleportation array and his audacity to attempt a rescue, the shadow was consumed by rage. Fixating his furious gaze upon Lei Ming, who had thwarted his plans, he commanded the beast to strike him down. Lei Ming was violently slammed into the ground, embedded in the solid earth, and the armor he wore was utterly destroyed in the process. The shadow's furious blow shattered an unknown number of Lei Ming's bones, rendering him incapable of combat. In that moment, the shadow's wrath intensified as he resolved to pulverize these humans into a bloody paste, leaving no family or friends behind. He augmented the beast's grip, determined to initiate his massacre beginning with Xiao Ying. Just as Xiao Ying was on the verge of perishing beneath the beast's colossal claws, a silver figure flashed past, severing the beast's massive paw along with its wrist. Xiao Ying plummeted toward the ground alongside the fallen appendage. But the silver figure swiftly maneuvered to rescue her from a rapid descent. The onlookers were left in astonishment upon recognizing the silver figure. It was Lin Gang, who had just been pierced through the chest by Bei Jian and lay seemingly lifeless, though still drenched in blood. Lin Gang's face no longer bore the pallor of excessive blood loss. Instead, it radiated a potent, ferocious energy. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, instilling fear in all who beheld him. In that moment, Lin Gang embodied the essence of a frenzied beast, his gaze evoking the sensation of being hunted by a predator. Previously, Lin Gang had indeed been on the verge of death from blood loss after being stabbed by Bei Jian. However, when he witnessed his comrades being mercilessly tormented by the beast, Lei Ming being crushed into the ground, and Xiao Ying facing imminent demise, he gritted his teeth and forcibly dragged the decapitated head of Fu Ming-yi to his side. With his last breath, he extracted a golden crystal core from Fu Ming-yi's head and embedded it within his own chest. As a surge of violent energy coursed through him, Lin Gang sprang back to life. He wrestled for control of his will, conjuring a silver longsword to cleave the beast's claws, successfully freeing Xiao Ying. Yet, the golden crystal core brimmed with chaotic energy, relentlessly tugging at his consciousness, as if attempting to dominate his thoughts. Lin Gang realized the extraordinary nature of this yellow crystal core. It had the power to forcibly control one's mind. However, it also granted him immense capabilities and a torrent of ferocious energy. While the shadow was still seething over the loss of the beast's paw, he became exhilarated upon witnessing Lin Gang's condition. Foolish child, the golden energy core is not something you can wield at will. At this rate, you will soon be consumed by your own will, ha ha ha. The shadow was evidently aware of the dangers posed by the golden crystal core, which could devour one's consciousness if mishandled. As the shadow's words echoed, the red glow in Lin Gang's eyes intensified. He gazed at Xiao Ying, perceiving her as a stranger. Just as Xiao Ying, enduring her pain, prepared to speak, Lin Gang unexpectedly struck her away. His crimson gaze flared once more as he wielded his armor and swung his blade violently at the surrounding mutated beasts and subterranean creatures, ruthlessly dismembering them. The shadow watched in elation as Lin Gang, having lost his will and transformed into a mindless killing machine, wreaked havoc. It seems I need not do anything further to disrupt your world. With your presence, chaos will undoubtedly ensue among humankind. As those words left the shadow's lips, a multitude of battle mechs and guards commanded by Xiao Niao surged toward the group. The elite team had successfully shut down the teleportation array, igniting their fighting spirit and breaking through the ranks of mutated beasts and subterranean creatures to join their comrades in the fray. They aimed to capitalize on the momentum to deliver a crushing blow to the subterranean races, especially after witnessing the fierce battle unfolding near the teleportation array. The elite squad was utterly fatigued after the intense battles that had preceded them. The prospect of suffering further losses after successfully shutting down the teleportation array was a scenario everyone was loath to witness. However, as they rushed to Lin Gang's side, a mech was suddenly obliterated by Lin Gang, who had succumbed to a state of frenzy. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment. No one had anticipated that their own commander would begin to slaughter their own forces. Seeing a wave of reinforcements arrive, Hosey urgently called out, "Do not approach Lin Gang. His mind is currently clouded, and he cannot distinguish between friend and foe." Upon hearing Hosey's warning, the guards and soldiers controlling the mechs quickly retreated, pulling Chun Lan and her brother, as well as Xiao Ying, back to a safer distance. At this juncture in the war, any friendly fire could lead to dire consequences. As the Allied forces withdrew, Lin Gang's blood-red gaze fell upon the mutated behemoths and subterranean creatures. He swiftly navigated through the enemy ranks, mercilessly harvesting the lives of those around him. At this moment, he had completely lost his consciousness, unable to differentiate between friend and foe. Anyone who approached him was deemed an enemy. With his great blade raised high, he reaped the lives of those who dared to challenge his might. Every life that dared to come near Lin Gang was ruthlessly extinguished. He had transformed into a mindless killing machine. Chapter 183. The enigmatic golden crystal core above the waters of Shui-D, Lin Gang's crimson eyes glowed as he activated his mech to its utmost capabilities, relentlessly claiming the lives of the mutated beasts and subterranean races nearby. Observing Lin Gang's explosive combat prowess as he decimated the enemy, leaving them in disarray, the elite squad and the newly arrived mech reinforcements were filled with exhilaration. Lin Gang's fighting style significantly alleviated their burden in battle. Yet, their smiles quickly froze as they realized that the frenzied Lin Gang had abruptly altered his course, charging towards his own allies. It was evident to everyone that Lin Gang's consciousness was muddled. He could no longer tell who was an enemy and who was a friend. Should he continue in this state and crash into their ranks, it would undoubtedly result in catastrophic damage. However, even loud cries could not halt Lin Gang's advance. As he barreled towards their formation, the figure lurking nearby was gleefully anticipating the chaos. If Lin Gang were to severely injure Xiao Naofu's mech battalion, he could easily seize the opportunity to benefit himself, possibly emerging victorious from this battle. Of course, this depended on whether Xiao Naofu's mech forces could successfully deplete Lin Gang's strength. Otherwise, with Lin Gang's current formidable power, even having monsters at his disposal would come at a steep price. At this moment, Xiao Ying, Lei Ming, and the Chun siblings had all but lost their combat capabilities, finding themselves powerless to intervene against the rampaging Lin Gang. In desperation, Hosey gritted his teeth and forced his weary body to leap behind Lin Gang, shouting, "Hey, don't charge forward. Come this way and fight." He provocatively glared at the Lin Gang, who could no longer recognize him. If they failed to redirect Lin Gang's wrath towards themselves, the mech battalion would surely pay a grievous price, and the ramifications would be too severe for the current A city to bear. For if a city were to fall, the subterranean race's schemes would face far less resistance, allowing their ambitions of domination over Earth to materialize with alarming ease. In response to Hosey's provocation, Lin Gang slowly turned his head, his face contorted in rage. After such a long period without anyone daring to challenge him, Hosey's actions reignited his fury. He swung his great blade towards Hosey. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Gang, Hosey dared not underestimate him. He quickly employed his agility, deflecting Lin Gang's strikes while retreating. His sole intention was to lead Lin Gang away from the mech battalion to prevent unnecessary casualties. Thus, he carefully led Lin Gang further from the mech forces, allowing the previously targeted battalion and elite squad to breathe a sigh of relief. They feared not the battle itself, but rather the possibility of infighting among their ranks. If their own internal conflict led to severe losses in combat strength, the outcome would be unacceptable to all. Watching Lin Gang being drawn away by Hosey, the mech battalion promptly armed themselves, launching an offensive against the mutated beasts and subterranean races. At this moment, their only hope for victory lay in exhausting the enemy's strength as much as possible. As they watched Hosey lead Lin Gang away, the elite squad felt a momentary relief. Yet anxiety for Hosey's safety returned to weigh heavily on their hearts. After all, Hosey's condition was far from ideal. He was at significant risk under Lin Gang's relentless assault. However, As they observed the direction in which Hosey fled, they quickly grasped his intent. He aimed to use Lin Gang as a means to strike at the shadowy figure and the beasts. Though the elite squad admired Hosey's cleverness, they began to worry for Lin Gang. They feared he might not withstand the might of the shadow and the beasts, and should misfortune befall him, their hearts would be burdened with sorrow. Consequently, Xiao Ying and Bei Jian struggled to rise from the ground. They could not stand idly by and watch Lin Gang risk his life, even in a state of unconsciousness. Chen Lan, witnessing the resolute determination of Xiao Ying and Bei Jian, was deeply moved and also fought to stand. Chen looked at the three in confusion. "Are you all still intent on pressing forward in your current state?" Lei Ming, with a serious expression, replied, "Since the formation of our elite squad, we have sworn to stand together in life and death. We cannot simply watch our comrades fall before us. Lin Gang has become this way solely to protect us. We cannot abandon him." Chen was taken aback by Lei Ming's words. He had not expected their bond to reach such depths of selflessness. His heart swelled with emotion, realizing how fortunate he was to have such friends. Thus, he too rose despite his injuries, ready to assist Lin Gang alongside Lei Ming and the others. Meanwhile, panting heavily, Chen Ming had initially intended to dissuade them, but, upon seeing the unwavering resolve in their eyes, swallowed his words, hefting his great axe to stand alongside them. Breathing heavily, he cautioned, "I may not have the strength to protect you later, so be sure to look after yourselves." The group nodded in agreement and charged towards the shadow and the mutated beasts. The shadow, upon seeing Hosey lead Lin Gang towards him, immediately understood his strategy and ground his teeth in anger. He glared at Hosey and the unhinged Lin Gang, shouting, "You seek your own demise," repeatedly challenging my limits. The beasts beneath him also sensed their authority being challenged, raising their heads to roar at Hosey and Lin Gang, advancing menacingly. Hearing the beasts roar, Lin Gang perceived it as a challenge to his own might. He decisively abandoned his pursuit of Hosey, swinging his great blade towards the beast's head. A monumental clash was imminent. As Lin Gang and the beast collided, their battle unfolded under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Though Lin Gang was dwarfed in size compared to the beast, the indomitable fighting spirit radiating from him was formidable. Armed with his mech, he engaged in a fierce exchange with the creature. The combat prowess of both the individual and the beast transcended the limits of human comprehension. The shockwave from their collision obliterated the surrounding mutated creatures and subterranean beings. The shadow upon the beast's back was astounded by Lin Gang's exhibited strength. Never anticipating that the yellow crystal core would elevate Lin Gang's combat ability to such a terrifying level, the shadow was well aware of the beast's power. Although the golden crystal core could enhance combat capabilities, it should not have reached such a monstrous degree. Otherwise, he would not have so readily entrusted it to Fu Mingyi. However, Lin Gang's previous display of strength was not indicative of his current capabilities, leading to the only plausible explanation. The golden crystal core had indeed augmented his power. It appeared that his understanding of the golden crystal core was still lacking. With this thought, the shadow's interest in the golden crystal core reignited. Thus, he and the beast launched an assault against Lin Gang. Despite the enhancement from the golden crystal core, Lin Gang could barely contend with the beast. With the shadow's participation, he found himself struggling against the onslaught. Chapter 184. The mysterious architecture reappears as the shadow joined the fray. Lin Gang began to feel overwhelmed and was seized by the colossal beast, sent crashing away. The once formidable mech was pierced by the beast's razor-sharp claws, creating a significant breach. Lin Gang, seemingly impervious to pain, sprang back into action, charging at the beast once more. The shadow gazed at Lin Gang, who, despite his injuries, remained resolute in battle, his expression revealing an intensified fervor. He now yearned even more desperately to reclaim the golden crystal core from Lin Gang. With both hands plunged into the beast's spine, the shadow's visage twisted into a grotesque snarl as countless crimson tendrils erupted from the beast's chest, ensnaring Lin Gang. No matter how much he struggled, the red tendrils tightened their grip, ultimately subduing him completely. The tendrils plunged into Lin Gang's chest, beginning to siphon his blood. The shadow, riding one of the tendrils, approached Lin Gang, his tongue flicking excitedly as he declared, "The golden crystal core shall return to my possession. With it, I shall undoubtedly succeed in my plans." As he spoke, his hand gripped a chilling bone sword, poised to strike Lin Gang's head. Just as the shadow believed he was on the verge of slaying Lin Gang and reclaiming the golden crystal core, a massive axe came crashing towards him. In a moment of peril, Chun Ming, accompanied by the elite team and the Chun siblings, successfully intercepted the shadow's lethal blow. Everyone watched in anguish as Lin Gang, though rescued, remained tightly bound by the crimson tendrils, having his blood drained. They began attacking the red tendrils with their weapons, striving to free Lin Gang. Yet, despite their best efforts, they could not sever the tendrils. The shadow, observing the scene, was exhilarated. "Since you have come, let us become nourishment together." With that, countless red tendrils lunged toward Lei Ming, Xiao Ying, and the others. Wounded, Lei Ming, Xiao Ying, and the Chun siblings were quickly ensnared like Lin Gang. Though Chun Ming possessed immense strength and wielded a sharp axe, he too was soon ensnared by the overwhelming mass of red tendrils. The tendrils pierced through their bodies, voraciously drawing their blood. Already gravely injured, they lacked the strength to resist and could only submit to the tendrils' hunger. Although Xiao Ying had lost her ability to fight back, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Gang. He was still fiercely struggling against the crimson tendrils, his eyes bloodshot and his expression feral, yet his efforts proved futile. Witnessing Lin Gang's desperate plight filled Xiao Ying with sorrow, despite his fading recognition of her. His struggle pained her heart. She could not bear to see him so powerless, as it only deepened her anguish. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She removed her mech and transformed it into a cube, casting it toward Lin Gang. A metallic arm emerged from Lin Gang's mech, securely grasping the cube, which then activated and merged with his mech. In that instant of fusion, Lin Gang's vacant gaze fell upon Xiao Ying, who was still ensnared by the red tendrils, on the verge of losing consciousness. A fleeting clarity flickered in his eyes. With the complete fusion of the mechs, Lin Gang's combat power surged once more. Gritting his teeth, he extended several arms from his mech, forcefully extracting the red tendrils that had invaded his body. He then broke free from their grasp, wielding his blade to sever the once impenetrable tendrils, successfully liberating himself. The sudden turn of events stunned the shadow, who had been approaching Lin Gang, intent on reclaiming the golden crystal core. He could scarcely believe that Lin Gang had managed to escape the tendrils' hold. Before the shadow could react, Lin Gang's blade effortlessly swept across his neck. The shadow's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld his headless body, which collapsed to the ground. Even in death, he could not comprehend why his meticulously crafted plan had been thwarted by mere fledgling humans, and why he had been defeated. As his head fell to the ground, it continued to scream, "Our subterranean army shall sweep the surface, and you humans are destined to become our slaves." In his defiance, the shadow finally succumbed to death. With the shadow's demise, the beast became even more frenzied, and the red tendrils threatened to crush the elite team and the Chun siblings, as well as Chun Ming. Lin Gang shook his head, regaining a measure of clarity. Observing his comrades and friends on the brink of being drained, he swiftly wielded his blade to free them. Once they were stabilized, he turned back to engage the beast once more. The rampaging beast's attack power surged, and even with the support of 3 cubes and the golden crystal core, Lin Gang struggled against its ferocity. The battle raged between man and beast, from Waterdrop Lake to the city, wreaking havoc on countless homes and buildings. As time passed, Lin Gang's mech energy dwindled, and he began to find himself at a disadvantage. Just as he felt his strength waning, Xiao Naofu and Lin Dong, along with the elite team and mech battalion, joined a fray against the beast. Amidst the barrage of artillery and rockets, the beast was left in disarray, yet its defenses remained unbreached. In desperation, Xiao Naofu resorted to deploying weapons of mass destruction. Concerned that the explosion would endanger innocent civilians, Lin Gang took a perilous risk, utilizing the scant energy left in his mech to penetrate the beast's maw. With a thunderous roar, the formidable beast finally fell. The world returned to tranquility. Lin Gang awoke, struggling to open his eyes amidst the fervent clamor around him. He beheld Xiao Naofu, Lin Dong, Xiao Ying, Lei Ming, Jiao Yi, and the Chen siblings, all safe and sound. A smile of relief graced Lin Gang's face. Regardless of the circumstances, the crisis at Waterdrop Lake had been averted, and everyone was unharmed. This was the most favorable outcome. City A has once again regained its former vibrancy, with countless engineers and artificial intelligence robots diligently mending the scarred metropolis. Following this crisis, our national cohesion has significantly strengthened. As the populace gazes upon the war-torn, yet still spirited city, the smiles of yesteryear return to their faces. With the mission accomplished, the elite team submitted their resignations to Xiao Niaofu and returned to their ordinary lives. Lin Dong and Elder Chen sat in the courtyard of Qinzhou, sipping wine and watching the playful monkeys frolicking with Lin Gang, Xiao Ying, Chen Lan, and Lei Ming, their faces brimming with envy. Elder Chen turned to Lin Dong and remarked, "It seems my granddaughter Chen Lan is quite interested in your young lad, perhaps." Lin Dong quickly waved his hand, saying, "I cannot take charge of this matter. You might as well discuss it with him personally." Despite his words, a proud expression graced Lin Dong's face. Just as Elder Chen was about to press Lin Dong for more, Lin Dong's communication device suddenly chimed. He retrieved the communicator and activated the holographic projection, revealing the figures of Xiao Niaofu and Jiao Yi. Observing their leisurely demeanor, Jiao Yi wore a look of envy, while Xiao Niaofu, with a serious countenance, stated, "Still recuperating?" The Antarctic research team has sent word that a colossal, enigmatic structure resembling a water droplet lake teleportation array has been discovered in Antarctica. Your presence is required. At Xiao Niaofu's words, the expressions of those present grew grim. This world is far more complex than it appears on the surface. It has nurtured humanity and countless other forms of life. Although we perceive it as a beautiful blue planet, our understanding of its mysteries has always been woefully inadequate. We must carry a sense of reverence and diligently protect it, reciprocating the gifts it has bestowed upon us. Moreover, we should harbor an insatiable curiosity about the world, for we remain unaware of the multitude of secrets concealed deep beneath the Earth's surface.